Chapter 1. Having transformed into the protagonist with a golden finger, I am bound to a dark investment system. Should I send my consciousness? I suppose I might as well. Have I transcended again? Did I not just battle the 10 great demon emperors and meet my demise? Suyi opened his bewildered eyes amidst a realm of pitch-black chaos. Why the word again? In his previous life, he was a denizen of Blue Star, tragically struck by a truck while pursuing performance metrics, and fortuitously found himself transported into a female-oriented fantasy novel titled Phoenix, Ascending to the Heavens, which he had been reading. Although lacking a system, he had assumed that his familiarity with the plot would enable him to excel. Yet, unexpectedly, he was thrust into an unfamiliar subplot, encountering none of the characters from the book. Thus, he was relegated to the role of a mere bystander. Nevertheless, through his own efforts, he carved out a niche for himself and successfully achieved the status of an emperor. Ultimately, however, on the ancient path to divinity, he faced off against the 10 great emperors of the demon clan and fell, filled with resentment. But to his astonishment, upon opening his eyes, had he truly transcended once more? What was this new predicament he had found himself in? Surrounded by an abyss of darkness, he soon discerned a cacophony of voices, as if a group of women were vehemently attacking a young girl with their words, their utterances, replete with shamelessness and a hint of treachery. In the sacred Innate Sect, that I in the Hall of Tranquility, that I never anticipated that your journey to Kunlun would yield 2 sacred herbs for our sect, one a century old and the other a millennium. Consuming them would grant decades of cultivation. However, Qinghuan, your innate talent is extraordinary at such a tender age. You've already reached the celestial sovereign realm. Consuming the millennium herb may not enhance your prowess significantly. Perhaps it would be better to bestow it upon Meng'er instead. She is still young. At the perfect stage for refining her foundations, the millennium herb would be ideal for her. An elderly voice resonated within the grand hall, emanating from an ancient matron who held 2 sacred herbs in her grasp, their potent aroma unmistakably indicating their rarity. Upon hearing the matron's words, the girl in the white dress, possessing an exquisitely beautiful countenance, displayed a flicker of hesitation. Qinghuan, as the senior sister, you ought to yield to the junior sister. Have you forgotten the teachings imparted by our master? Humility is an essential virtue for cultivators and a precious quality to uphold. Noticing the girl in white faltering, the matron furrowed her brow and gently admonished her. Indeed, senior sister, you have already attained the celestial sovereign realm. The century or millennium herbs are of little consequence to you. Why contend with the junior sister? Exactly. Using them would be futile for you. It would be far better to assist the junior sister in refining her foundations. Around them, several young women chimed in, their voices mingling in a chorus of encouragement, further deepening the white-dressed girl's sense of confusion. Witnessing this scene, the girl in the green palace dress, hidden behind the matron, revealed a smug smile, only to quickly mask it with a thought of grievance, murmuring softly, "Master, esteemed sisters, there is no cause for concern. These 2 sacred herbs were acquired by the eldest sister during her trials in the Kunlun mirror. How could Meng'er, filled with trepidation, dare to accept them? Moreover, the eldest sister herself is unwilling to part with them. If need be, Meng'er shall venture into the Kunlun mirror to seek sacred herbs to forge her own foundation." At this point, the girl in the green dress clenched her fists, her small face brimming with resolute determination. Utter nonsense. The Kunlun realm is accessible only to practitioners of divine abilities. For a mere child to venture, there is akin to courting death. Upon hearing these words, Master Tying shot her a glare. She then shifted her gaze back to the girl in white, a frown creasing her brow, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Qinghuan, Meng'er has reached the point of needing to seek sacred herbs in the Kunlun mirror to cultivate her foundation. As the eldest sister, are you truly unwilling to render even this small assistance? Indeed. Who would have thought that a single millennium-old sacred herb would reveal the treachery of the human heart? Sigh. Let alone us. Even if Master were gravely injured and in need of sacred herbs for healing, I fear the eldest sister would hesitate to part with her millennium-old treasure. Around them, several young maidens sighed in agreement. Hearing their murmurs, the girl in white felt her eyes prick with tears, her silver teeth biting into her crimson lips, her sense of grievance deepening. These two sacred herbs had been hard-won in the Kunlun mirror. She had nearly lost her life in the process, and now she bore grave injuries. Yet, her master and the others seemed indifferent to her plight, instead criticizing her. What sacred herbs? What talk of the greater good? Both sacred herbs belong to me. Who are you to claim them? Enveloped in darkness, Su Yi felt a surge of indignation. Wait a moment. Two sacred herbs, Sister Qinghuan? Isn't this precisely the opening plot of the female-oriented novel Feng Lin Tianxian? Had he finally crossed into the main storyline? The protagonist, Luo Qinghuan, had been morally coerced into relinquishing a millennium-old sacred herb, a life-or-death acquisition, to her junior sister. Su Yi had nearly been dissuaded from reading at that point, filled with fury. He had wished to leap into the narrative and deliver a fatal blow to this scheming junior sister. But just then, the surrounding darkness transformed into a cascade of illuminating lights. Before him appeared the grotesque visage of an old crone. Around her were the others, including the girl in the green dress, who feigned a look of grievance behind the crone. At this moment, it seemed as though all their gazes were fixed upon him. Su Yi was taken aback, instinctively raising his hand, only to find his fingers remarkably slender, delicate, and beautiful. Hiss! In that instant, he was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically. In his heart, he silently exclaimed, "What in the world? Good news." He had traversed dimensions once more. Better news. He had inhabited the body of a girl. Moreover, he had taken residence within the protagonist of Feng Lin Tianxian. Wait, why was this considered better news? Su Yi felt compelled to clarify that he was far from a pervert. He was a man of integrity, a paragon of virtue. Congratulations, host. You have bound the exclusive dark transformation investment system. At that moment, a chilling electronic female voice reverberated in his mind. The dark transformation investment system? Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. Well. Having not encountered a system in his previous life, he now found himself entangled with a rather peculiar one in this life. Under the host's influence, for each instance of Luo Qinghuan's dark transformation, rewards will be granted. These rewards can either be invested or not. Investing in the female protagonist yields even greater rewards. In his mind, the frigid voice resounded once more, followed by an image that only he could perceive. Female protagonist, Luo Qinghuan. Age, 18. Realm, Heavenly Sovereign, 1 star. Root bone, top tier, heavenly root. Physique, Innate Pure Sacred Body. Innate Pure Sacred Body. Upon observing Luo Qinghuan's physique, Su Yi furrowed his brows. He had heard of such a physique in his past life. Those who possessed this sacred body, while endowed with formidable cultivation talents, bore a fatal flaw. That was an excessively kind nature, not to be confused with a saintly disposition, coupled with a lack of eloquence. In no wonder she had been driven to such a state. Luo Qinghuan refrained from arguing with those insipid green tea types, not out of desire, but due to the constraints imposed by her physique, rendering her incapable of retorting. It could only be said that the author of this feminicentric novel had some peculiarities, crafting such an odd premise. This dark transformation female protagonist system was designed to assist him in transforming this innocent, naive female lead into a darker version of herself. I see. A look of epiphany dawned upon Su Yi. In essence, darkening the female lead would yield dark transformation rewards, which could then be reinvested into her, thereby granting him even greater rewards. Layer upon layer, he would stride towards invincibility. How simple this is. A faint smile graced Su Yi's lips, revealing a touch of benevolence. Before his rebirth, did anyone assume he lacked a system? How did he ascend to emperor status as an outsider? Wasn't it through cunning and guile, ahem, by winning people over with virtue, that he acquired such abundant cultivation resources? The notorious bandit Emperor Su Yi was the title that resonated throughout the Tianxian 9 domains in his past life. Upon the utterance of this name, all cultivators of Tianxian were filled with dread. He distinctly recalled that in the book Feng Lin Tianxian, the female protagonist Luo Qinghuan faced a woeful fate. Due to her innate pure sacred body, she suffered considerable disadvantages in navigating human relationships, compounded by her weak disposition, resulting in her being assigned the more arduous tasks within her sect. Such moral coercion was commonplace. In fact, By the conclusion of the tale, Luo Qinghuan was manipulated by the masses, sacrificing herself to save the world through the burning of her essence. It was utterly absurd. However, now that he was here, changes were imperative. Very well, very well. The innocent, naive female protagonist, is it? I shall transform her into a cool, aloof, dark heroine. You, who are you? Why are you in my body? I am quite formidable, you. You would do well not to act recklessly. At that moment, the melodious yet somewhat anxious voice of Luo Qinghuan suddenly echoed. As a cultivator of the celestial sovereign realm, she could undoubtedly sense the presence of a foreign soul within her. Yet for reasons unknown, she found herself utterly powerless against it. In an instant, her delicate face paled with anxiety. Could it be that the legendary soul snatching was about to befall her? No, I cannot succumb to fear. The more I fear, the more he will perceive me as easy prey. Upon hearing her voice, which betrayed her evident fear despite her pretense of composure, Su Yi could not help but chuckle softly. He then spoke earnestly. I am Su Yi, the life mentor bestowed upon you by the Tao of Heaven. Do not struggle, lest you meet your end in a catastrophic explosion. Explode and perish. Luo Qinghuan's countenance turned ashen. Truly, as a being of innate purity, she was indeed easily deceived. A knowing smile spread across Su Ye's face. Very well, Qinghuan, since you are unwilling to gift this millennium herb to Meng'er, let her utilize this century-old herb to refine her foundation. I have imparted to you many virtues of humility, yet you seem to have forgotten them entirely. I am quite disappointed in you. At that moment, Master Taiyin cast a disappointed glance at Luo Qinghuan, his aged eyes filled with profound disillusionment. He then unhappily tossed the millennium herb to Luo Qinghuan before carefully placing the century-old herb into Meng'er's hands. I never anticipated that my senior sister would be such a person. For the sake of some trivial possessions, she forsakes the bonds of our sect. Around them, the disciples of the Xuantian holy cult sighed in unison. Humph, Meng'er, let us depart. With a cold snort, Master Taiyin took the hand of the girl in the green palace attire, preparing to leave, while the girl lingered, casting longing glances at the millennium herb. In Luo Qinghuan's embrace, her expression one of yearning. Meng'er, do not fret, I shall seek out another millennium herb for you in due time. Master Taiyin reassured the girl as he patted her shoulder. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan felt a swell of grievance within her, wishing to voice her thoughts, but at that moment, the authority over her body lay with Su Yi, rendering her speechless. The first disciple of Master Taiyin. When she refined her foundation years ago, her master had only sought a decade-old herb for her. She had long repaid this kindness. Over the years, she had ventured into secret realms alone, presenting her master with any treasures she acquired in gratitude for his nurturing. Yet now, her master spoke such melancholic words, and the more she contemplated, the more aggrieved she felt. Luo girl, since I am the life mentor bestowed upon you by the Tao of Heaven, allow me to impart your first lesson. That moment, as Su Yi observed the departing figures, a cryptic smile graced his lips. Ah, Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, and just then, Su Yi spoke, yet though it was his voice, it emerged as Luo Qinghuan's. Master, wait a moment. When that chillingly melodious voice resonated, the Taoist Master Taiyin halted her steps, turning around to gaze at her disciple who had called out to her. She initially believed that Luo Qinghuan had had a change of heart, and a smile, deeply etched with wrinkles, spread across her aged face. She possessed an intimate understanding of her disciple, although endowed with exceptional talent. Her temperament was rather gentle. Thus, she was easily influenced. Qinghuan, it is good that you recognize your mistakes. Now, hasten to bring forth that millennium sacred herb. Hierarchy of power. Martial artist, spirit sea, soul palace, divine ability, saint emperor, celestial venerable, creation, mighty being, reincarnation, saint master, emperor realm, demigod, divine realm, etc. Darkened protagonist. Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 2. The Ruthless Bandit and the Darkening Seed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Yi approached the girl in the green dress and extended her palm. Let my junior sister Meng'er return this century-old sacred herb to me. Upon hearing this, the girl in the green dress, believing that her senior sister had finally relented and would grant her the millennium's sacred herb, joyfully returned the century-old herb to Su Yi, opening her delicate hand. Thank you for the millennium sacred herb, senior sister. Meng'er will certainly not forget your assistance when shaping her roots. As she spoke, a smug smile appeared on the green-clad girl's youthful face. Challenge me. I am the treasure in the hearts of our master and senior sisters. The sacred herb you fought so hard to obtain, Luo Qinghuan, is still meant for my use, isn't it? A sneer crept across Su Ye's lips as she unceremoniously snatched the century-old sacred herb from the girl in the green dress. In the bewildered eyes of the onlookers, a faint shimmer emanated from the storage ring in her hand as she effortlessly absorbed both sacred herbs. Qinghuan, what do you mean by this? Witnessing this scene, the expression on the face of the Taiyin master froze, leaving him momentarily speechless. What are you doing? Luo Qinghuan, taken aback by the unfolding events, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as the collective gaze of the crowd fell upon her. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. As a naturally pure sacred body, if she were on Blue Star, she would undoubtedly be the epitome of social anxiety. Such a kind-hearted girl, yet so naive, the Taiyin master remarked. Qinghuan, this is the first lesson I must teach you. Since both sacred herbs were obtained at the cost of your life, why should you give them to her? Does she have the right to choose? If you lack morals, they cannot hope to manipulate you. Su Yi smiled at Luo Qinghuan. Morals? Manipulation? What does that mean? Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Without offering an explanation, Su Yi turned her gaze to the Taiyin master and coldly stated, "It is nothing. Both of these sacred herbs were obtained from the Kunlun mirror. They belong to me. Even if they are of no use to me, or if I choose to feed them to dogs, that is my right. Master, you seem to lack the authority to interfere." At these words, the Taiyin master and the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were taken aback, staring at Luo Qinghuan, whose exquisitely beautiful face had lost some of its softness, now displaying an air of indifference. This feeling was as if the person before them was not the senior sister they knew, but someone entirely different. You, senior sister, how can you say such a thing? You would rather discard them and feed them to dogs than give them to Meng'er? Do you truly view Meng'er as so unworthy in your eyes? So detestable? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the girl in the green dress turned pale, her delicate teeth biting her red lip, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a pang of sympathy. However, at this moment, Luo Qinghuan was not swayed by his words, for it was Su Yi, known as the ruthless emperor by the Tianshan cultivators, who governed her body. What spectacles had he not witnessed? Indeed, I find you utterly distasteful. Su Yi nodded, openly acknowledging his disdain. Do not even mention the millennium sacred herb. Even a century-old herb would be squandered on you. After a year of cultivation, 15 years have elapsed, and now your cultivation barely reaches the spirit sea realm. Given such a lengthy duration, even if applied to a mere pig, its cultivation would surely surpass the spirit sea realm, would it not? This statement caused an uproar among those present. No one expected the usually gentle senior sister to exhibit such sharpness and deliver such astonishing words. Senior sister, even if you are materialistic and unwilling to bestow the sacred herb upon me, there is no need to humiliate me so profoundly. If it comes to it, I shall seek the sacred herb at the Kunlun mirror to refine my foundation myself. The girl in the green dress bit her silver teeth, still maintaining a pitiful demeanor. Very well, then go ahead. Su Yi crossed his arms and regarded the girl with a cold gaze, then added with a cutting remark. Remember to hold your life token in your mouth while you go, lest the sect finds your corpse and cannot discern your identity. After all, only those of the divine realm can enter the Kunlun mirror, and you, you are far from it. You. Woo. The girl in the green dress was rendered speechless by Su Ye's words, her eyes gradually reddening, and ultimately, she burst into tears. A mere little green tea. Can her methods surpass those of the ruthless emperor? Luo Qinghuan, you have gone too far. How could you make your little junior sister cry? Upon witnessing the girl in the green dress sobbing uncontrollably, Taiyin Jinren's expression darkened, and he hastily admonished her. I made my junior sister cry? Master, you jest. It is clearly my junior sister who overestimates her capabilities and wishes to venture into the Kunlun mirror, putting herself in peril. As the senior sister, I merely offered wise counsel to dissuade her, and she was so moved that she wept. How can you claim that I made her cry? Su Yi stated earnestly while crossing his arms. You. Tying Jinren ground his yellowed teeth, taken aback by the transformation of his disciple, and then coldly snorted. You dare to defy your elders and bully your peers? I shall send you to the law enforcement hall to reflect upon your actions. Is that so? At his words, Su Yi remained unfazed, maintaining his posture with a mocking look directed at Tying Jinren. If I recall correctly, our Xuantian Sacred Sect values strength above all. I am one of the foremost prodigies among the younger generation of the sect. Should the sect leader learn that you are coercing a prodigious disciple to relinquish a millennium sacred herb, such a vital resource for cultivation, to someone whose aptitude is incomparably inferior to mine, how might the Lord blame you? You. Upon hearing this, Tying Jinren's mouth twitched incessantly. She was certainly aware of the rules, yet previously, due to her gentle disposition, Luo Qinghuan could be easily manipulated. However, she never anticipated that this stubborn girl would suddenly change her demeanor and become assertive. For a moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. So how does it feel, Luo girl? Is it exhilarating? Su Yi inquired with a smile, observing their silence. Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, grappling with the fact that although these words were not her own, they were spoken through her lips, imparting a sense of personal experience that was indescribable. Yet, there lingered an impression that something long suppressed was finally being liberated. I don't know, she stammered after much inner turmoil. Nevertheless, that one sentence sufficed. Su Yi understood that a seed of darkness had already been sown in Luo Qinghuan's heart, and all that remained was to patiently await its germination. Chapter 3. Mine is mine, but theirs is not mine? Well, that person, Su Yi. Luo Qinghuan spoke up timidly, her voice delicate. Let us go? Since both sacred herbs are to be returned, shall we not leave? If it weren't for the fact that Su Yi currently held control over her body, this girl would have likely fled long ago. Leave? What are we leaving for? Su Yi scoffed coldly. Mine is mine, and does that mean theirs is not mine as well? Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind momentarily blank, her face a portrait of astonishment. Before she could react, Su Yi crossed her arms and addressed the other female disciples beside the Tying real person. Sisters, during this time, I have guided you through various secret realms, ensuring your safety. According to the price for hiring a guardian, each of you should at least provide me with 5-century-old spiritual herbs. My apologies, but I refuse to tolerate free riders. With a wave of her hand, a terrifying aura descended upon the female disciples, and their storage rings were swiftly claimed by her. Witnessing this scene, the girls opened their mouths to speak, yet were silenced by Su Ye's overwhelming presence, rendered powerless to stop her from taking their storage rings. After all, Luo Qinghuan's strength had long reached the terrifying level of a heavenly sovereign. Once they could not constrain her morally, they had no means to confront her. Luo Qinghuan, how can you be so unreasonable? As your master, I am utterly ashamed to have you as my disciple. Seeing Luo Qinghuan's actions, the Tying real person's face turned green with anger, her yellowed teeth clenched as she pointed at her. If you do not return the sacred herbs to them, I shall sever our master-disciple relationship. However, amidst her lengthy tirade, Su Yi only registered the final words. Sever our master-disciple relationship? How splendid. Let us terminate it then. Upon hearing the Tying real person's declaration, Su Yi felt as if she had encountered the most fortuitous of events and readily agreed. Su Yi, what are you doing? She is my master. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily flustered. Child, I ask you, what realm is this old hag in? The sacred monarch realm. Luo Qinghuan replied weakly. Indeed, a mere sacred monarch. We are far superior in cultivation to this old hag. Why should we allow her to teach you? Have you ever seen a weaker individual instruct a stronger one? Is she attempting to defy the heavens? Su Yi rolled her eyes in exasperation. With the presence of a former emperor like me, does Luo Qinghuan truly need this old hag's guidance? Qinghuan, Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's unwavering agreement, the Tying real person's confidence wavered, and she even felt a twinge of regret, her tone softening. To claim that she was ashamed of such a disciple was, in fact, a falsehood. After all, Luo Qinghuan possessed extraordinary talent as a prodigy of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Within the sect, many elders envied her for having such a disciple. She had initially thought that threatening Luo Qinghuan would compel her to yield, yet to her astonishment, Luo Qinghuan agreed without hesitation. Luo Qinghuan, you audaciously defy your master. You shall come to regret this. Wait for it. At that moment, The girl in the green dress clenched her silver teeth, glaring at Luo Qinghuan with evident resentment. Clearly, she harbored a grudge against Luo Qinghuan for not providing her with the Millennium Sacred Herb. Smack! Just as the girl in the green dress finished speaking, a crisp sound of a slap echoed through the air as Su Ye's hand came down heavily, leaving a vivid red mark on Meng'er's delicate face. You dare to call your senior sister by name and threaten her. Today, I shall administer a proper lesson according to the sect's rules. Smack! 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 Accompanied by Su Ye's cold voice, the slaps continued to resound. Su Ye, what? What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Luo Qinghuan watched this scene in shock. Although Su Ye held control over her body at that moment, the sensation of the slap upon Meng'er's face was undeniably real, reverberating through her own being. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Having cultivated to the celestial realm, she had rarely engaged in conflicts with other practitioners, primarily contending with demonic beasts in secret realms or aiding the sect in vanquishing evil. This was perhaps her first experience of fighting against another person, and moreover, it was under Su Ye's control. She felt like both an observer and an instigator of violence. The sensation was truly peculiar. Luo girl, let me impart another lesson to you. As Su Ye continued to deliver slaps, she addressed Luo Qinghuan. The strong must humiliate the weak mercilessly. After nearly 100 slaps, Meng'er's once adorable face transformed into that of a charming little piglet. Yet, her essence remained unchanged, still delightful. All done. Luo girl, let us take our leave. Su Ye stretched contentedly. Just leave? Aren't we going to check on junior sister Meng'er's condition? Luo Qinghuan cast a glance at Meng'er, who lay unconscious on the ground, and spoke softly. Oh, are you implying we should see if she is alive or dead? Luo girl, I didn't expect you to grasp this so quickly. You've learned to deliver the final blow. All right, I shall proceed to deliver the finishing touch. Su Ye, enlightened, was ready to act in unison. What? No. You must leave quickly. Luo Qinghuan panicked, shaking her head vigorously. A single body. Yet two entirely different souls struggled fiercely within, leaving the stunned Taiyin Junren and others in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to her residence, they entered a chamber filled with the sweet fragrance of a young girl, impeccably clean, reflecting the owner's youthful spirit. Su Ye relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. In his mind, the system's voice echoed, the seed of darkness has been sown in Luo Qinghuan's heart. Darkening reward, chaos demon seed. Possessing this seed of chaos, she is destined to become a feared female Demoness. Would you like to invest? The chaos demon seed? Hearing this, Su Ye raised an eyebrow. This was precisely the means to facilitate Luo Qinghuan's transformation. Without hesitation, he chose to invest. Investment successful. Reward obtained. Great Tao Master. When the host instructs Luo Qinghuan and she gains enhancement, the host will receive 100-fold critical return. Comment. If Luo Qinghuan is to become a female Demoness in the future, then when the host reshapes his body, he shall be the mightiest demon sovereign of all time. Great Tao Master? 100-fold critical return? A glimmer of delight flashed in Su Ye's eyes. This was splendid. Just then, Luo Qinghuan's sweet voice chimed in. The girl sat at the table, gazing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, as if conversing with another version of herself. She mustered her courage and spoke. What is it, night brother? In the next moment, Su Ye's boisterous voice resounded. Luo Qinghuan could even see her own expression in the mirror shift, transforming into one that appeared aged, resembling a bandit woman. Could you close your eyes for a moment? I need to change my clothes. Luo Qinghuan said timidly, her delicate face flushed like a ripe apple, undeniably adorable. It's simple. I'm in your body. Just cover your eyes, Su Ye replied earnestly. Oh, that seems reasonable, Luo Qinghuan pouted. Then, following Su Ye's advice, lifted her small hand to cover her beautiful eyes. But then she encountered a dilemma. Su Ye. She called out sweetly. What now? Your night brother is busy. If you have something to say, spit it out, Su Ye responded, still pondering how to make Luo Qinghuan invincible swiftly. After all, if she became invincible, what terrifying heights would he have to reach? Once he restored his physical form and emerged from her body, he might not only rival the 10 demon emperors, but could perhaps even challenge the very heavens. I can't change my clothes if I cover my eyes, she protested. Then just don't cover them, he replied. But Luo Qinghuan opened her mouth. realizing that this fellow was within her body, and whatever she did, he seemed to be able to see. Her face reddened further, almost as if it would bleed. Pervert. She bit her silver teeth, feeling aggrieved. Yet, she could only abandon her struggle and began to change her clothes quietly, while Su Yi within her body watched with great interest. This girl, whether in terms of her appearance or her innate talents, can be deemed a first-rate existence. It's just unfortunate that she possesses a somewhat mundane disposition. However, it matters little. He will intervene. He, transforming Luo Qinghuan into a dark, powerful heroine will surely send ripples through this world. Chapter 4. What kind of saintess to be? Is being a Demoness not good enough? Soon, Luo Qinghuan changed into a crimson gown, for the previous white dress was already stained with blood. She had just returned from her trials in Kunlun, her wounds yet to be tended, when she found herself ensnared by moral coercion. Had it not been for Su Ye's timely intervention, the 2 precious divine herbs she had acquired through her injuries would have been lost. However, how did this fellow manage to enter her body? Moreover, how could he exert control over it? Luo girl, how do you intend to handle these divine herbs? As Luo Qinghuan pondered this question, Su Ye's voice resonated within her mind. I don't know. She gazed at the 2 divine herbs nestled within her spatial ring, alongside several others which Su Yi had claimed with the logic of what is mine, but what is theirs is not mine. Shaking her head, she replied, Then I shall leave it to you. With a sinister chuckle, Su Yi seized control of her body, causing Luo Qinghuan to shudder in surprise. Ah, she exclaimed, pouting in indignation. She was utterly perplexed about whose body this truly was, as this fellow could commandeer her bodily autonomy without her consent. At that moment, Su Yi grasped several divine herbs and began to formulate a plan for their use. The herbs of 100 years were intended for healing, while those of a millennium would serve to enhance Luo Qinghuan's cultivation speed. If she were to grow rapidly, he would become invincible. Just then, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. Great Path Sage triggered. The efficacy of the healing elixirs crafted by the host will be amplified tenfold. The cultivation enhancement elixirs made from the millennium herbs will yield a boost. Consuming this elixir will grant a 50-fold increase in both cultivation speed and spiritual energy absorption. Oh, excellent. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved a cauldron from Luo Qinghuan's storage ring and cast all the 100-year herbs into it. As spiritual energy surged from his hands, the flames within the cauldron began to blaze. The fragrant aroma of the herbs soon filled the room. You can refine elixirs too? Luo Qinghuan watched in astonishment. Su Ye's movements were deft. Even elders skilled in alchemy from the Xuantian Sect would not exhibit such proficiency. Huh, underestimate your brother Yi? Su Yi retorted with a cold smirk. With a wave of his hand, the flames intensified, and as the cauldron opened, a round elixir exuding a refreshing aroma emerged. This was a 7th-tier healing elixir, the Divine Recovery Pill. It's a pity your foundation in alchemy is not strong enough. Otherwise, you might have reached the 9th tier. 7th-tier elixir? Luo Qinghuan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. In the Xuantian Sect, only elders from the alchemy peak could concoct 7th-tier elixirs. Look at your naive demeanor. You should diligently study the art of alchemy. Not to mention divine-grade elixirs. Even imperial-grade pills can be forged by your elder brother, Su Yi. Su Yi shot her a glance. Imperial? The young girl was thoroughly alarmed. What sort of terrifying entity had she encountered? By the way, here is a medicinal clay. Though the divine healing pill can mend your injuries, it cannot erase scars. It's best for a girl not to have them. This medicinal clay possesses scar-reducing properties. Su Yi retrieved a portion of the clay from the alchemical furnace. Shall I apply it for you? No. Thank you, I'll do it myself. Luo Qinghuan blushed, shaking her head repeatedly, her eyes revealing a clear, albeit foolish innocence. The location of her injuries was rather awkward. Perhaps it would be better to wait until this fellow fell asleep before applying it herself. However, she had no idea that Su Yi did not require sleep. Su Yi. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan timidly called out. Why are you calling your elder brother? You. What exactly are you? Why are you inside me? And how can you control my body? What is your purpose? Although Luo Qinghuan felt somewhat intimidated by Su Ye's fierce demeanor, she could not help but inquire. Well, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. You will come to know your elder brother's identity in due time. As for my purpose, I am here to transform you. Transform me? Luo Qinghuan raised her head in bewilderment. Listen, the reason you are so weak-willed, easily bound by moral shackles, is due to the negative effects of your constitution, not your true nature. The appearance of your elder brother is to assist you in changing all of this. Suyi spoke slowly. My constitution? Luo Qinghuan paused for a moment. Throughout her life, she had often found herself ensnared by others' moral expectations, gradually becoming accustomed to it. But had she truly not resisted? Or rather, did she even wish to resist? Seeing Luo Qinghuan deep in thought, Suyi displayed a satisfied smile. When she contemplated her desires, it was a testament to her true inner thoughts. After all, if she genuinely did not wish for something, she would not ponder it at all. Indeed, the notion that pure intentions can be deceiving held true. He was curious to see just how far Luo Qinghuan could delve into darkness. Why aspire to be a virtuous maiden when embracing the role of a Demoness could be far more enticing? After a moment of silence, Luo Qinghuan asked again, "Will you always reside within my body?" "Naturally not." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan patted her chest, relieved. "Why are you so eager to meet your elder brother?" Suyi teased as he continued to concoct pills, observing her relief with amusement. "I don't want to. You're too fierce." Luo Qinghuan pouted, shaking her head repeatedly. "Fierce? What do you know? This is simply kindness." "Never mind. There is no need for extensive explanations. Under your brother Ye's influence, I believe you will soon grasp the essence of kindness." A meaningful smile graced Su Ye's lips. "Your smile is rather intimidating," quivered Luo Qinghuan. The two exchanged words. And soon, within the alchemical furnace, as the flames gradually extinguished, the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, heralding the emergence of a new elixir. "Is this the pill refined from the Millennium Sacred Herb?" Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, this is the 8th rank Gathering Spirit pill. Upon ingestion, your cultivation speed and the rate of spiritual energy absorption will increase by 50-fold. The effects will last for 5 hours." Suyi nodded slightly. 50-fold. Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Suyi had once again delivered a subtle shock to her. "You need not consume it now. It is best taken during your cultivation." With a wave of his hand, Suyi stored the Gathering Spirit pill in his spatial ring. The host has invested in an 8th rank Gathering Spirit pill and received a Sacred Soul pill, which can enhance the host's soul strength. As the voice echoed in his mind, Suyi continued, "I recall that the Xuantian Sacred Sect possesses a cultivation tower. With your aptitude, you should be able to access the uppermost level. You can then use the Gathering Spirit pill while cultivating." However, upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan suddenly fell silent, her voice fading away. "Where do you wish to go?" As Suyi noticed her abrupt silence, he discovered that Luo Qinghuan had retreated to a shadowy corner, curling up and drawing circles on the ground, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. "I can indeed ascend to the top of the cultivation tower, but the jade pendant required for entry has been borrowed by senior sister Gongsun." Luo Qinghuan murmured softly. Suyi was at a loss for words. "Then simply ask her to return it." I did ask, but senior sister Gongsun claimed her cultivation base is insufficient. Without practicing at the top level, she cannot keep pace with her peers." Luo Qinghuan replied weakly. "What does her inability to keep up with her progress have to do with you?" Suyi scoffed. "You, my dear, are afflicted by a poor constitution, yet it matters not. Your brother Yi shall intervene on your behalf." With that, he prepared to depart. Wait a moment." Luo Qinghuan quickly grasped his arm. "The cultivation tower closes at night. You won't find senior sister Gongsun there." Suyi frowned. "Then we shall go tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, with a blush adorning her cheeks. She lightly bit her red lips, grappling with her hesitation, but ultimately mustering the courage to speak. Suyi, could you possibly return my body? I just returned from the Kunlun realm today, and I wish to take a bath." "You may have it." Suyi raised an eyebrow, responding promptly. Thank you," Luo Qinghuan replied softly. Upon hearing her expression of gratitude, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. "After all, this body rightfully belongs to you. What is there to thank for?" It made him think that Luo Qinghuan resembled those clear-eyed university students from his past life on Blue Star, who, if spirited away, might still utter a word of thanks. Yet, on the other hand, I said I would return it, but would I truly do so? Your brother Yi washes for you. Who are we to one another? Huh. As Suyi took control of his body and plunged into the bathing pool, Luo Qinghuan stood frozen in place. her cheeks aflame, and her delicate soul emanating wisps of white vapor. Chapter 5. Young Luo steps aside, allowing you, Brother Yi, to log in the following day. At the Xuantian Sect, within the training tower. Though the tower had yet to open its doors, a throng of disciples had already gathered, eagerly awaiting entry. Despite the Xuantian Sect being a prominent force in the Wild Heaven domain, its cultivation resources were limited, with most being acquired by disciples venturing into secret realms. The training tower stood as one of the few shared cultivation resources. Thus, it was naturally welcomed by the disciples of the Xuantian Sect. The training tower comprised 9 levels. The higher the level, the denser the spiritual energy contained within. However, to access the upper levels, one needed a jade token that permitted entry, typically bestowed only upon disciples of exceptional talent or those who had made significant contributions to the sect. Ahem. At that moment, accompanied by the gentle cough of an elder, a red-haired man in a gray robe appeared, leaning on a cane. He surveyed the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "The time has come, children, step back. I shall now open the training tower." Boom, boom. In the next instant, the entire training tower resonated with a thunderous sound as the doors swung open, a wave of warm air spilling forth from within. The training tower was now open. The disciples entered in an orderly fashion. As the elder's voice faded, many disciples eagerly surged into the training tower. Meanwhile, a group of young women stood gathered outside the tower. "Sister Gongsun, are you not entering the training tower? If you delay any longer, there may not be any space left," inquired a girl in a pink dress, glancing curiously at a girl in a red dress who remained still as the tower doors opened. "Anrin, you needn't worry about Sister Gongsun." Another female disciple beside her chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Sister Gongsun can enter the 8th level. She won't be competing with us for spots on the lower levels." "What? Sister Gongsun can enter the 8th level?" exclaimed the girl named Anrin, her eyes widening in surprise. "Isn't Sister Gongsuan's talent the same as ours? How can she access the highest level?" "Humph." Upon hearing this, the girl in red huffed softly, a hint of displeasure crossing her features. Then, with a glimmer of light from her storage ring, a crystal-clear jade token appeared in her hand. "This, indeed, it is the jade token for accessing the higher levels," Anrin exclaimed, her gaze fixed in astonishment. Upon noticing the character Luo engraved on the back of the token, she realized, this is Sister Luo's token. She lent it to Sister Gongsun? Indeed, Sister Luo is truly kind-hearted, willing to lend such a valuable item. The female disciples surrounding Gongsun smiled brightly. "Once Sister Gongsun has finished using the token, we should ask to borrow it as well. Sister Luo, being so generous, would surely lend it to us too." "Humph. Luo Shimi possesses extraordinary talent. The cultivation tower is undoubtedly superfluous for her, merely a waste if left unused. Since it is a waste, why not allow me to assist Luo Shimi in utilizing it? She should even express her gratitude for my aid with this jade pendant." Gongsun Xue raised her alabaster neck and spoke coldly. "Very well, you may proceed first, lest there be no space left in the cultivation tower." She waved her hand dismissively at the group. Upon hearing this, Anrin and the others could only nod in envy. Gongsun Shiji. Just as they turned to leave, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of silver bells, suddenly rang out from the side. Gongsun Xue and Anrin instinctively turned back to see a girl clad in a white dress, her beauty so striking that even the flowers would pale in comparison, approaching them. "Lo, Luo Shiji." The arrival momentarily stunned Anrin and the others. "Qinghuan Shimi, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan, Gongsun Xue's brows furrowed slightly. She swiftly concealed the jade pendant, presenting a smile as she welcomed her. At this moment, the girl bit her rosy lip, her lovely face betraying a hint of conflict. "Luo girl, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and reclaim your jade pendant." The voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind. I don't know how to ask." Luo Qinghuan hesitated. "Did I not instruct you on how to express yourself? Or do you wish for Yi Good to assist you again during your bath?" I do not want that." Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's face turned crimson. Listening to Luo girl, if one desires to alter their circumstances, they must overcome the negative effects of their innate constitution and strive to take the first step. That is the beginning of success, Su Yi said earnestly. Luo Qinghuan clenched her silver teeth, a resolute expression emerging on her delicate face. She then took a deep breath, lifted her beautiful eyes, and gazed at Gong Xuanxue. Gong Sun Shiji, please return my cultivation tower jade token. Upon realizing Luo Qinghuan sought to reclaim her jade token, Gong Xuanxue's brows knitted tightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Yet, she still managed to muster a smile, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Oh, is that what it is? Luo Shimi, I am currently in a crucial stage of cultivation and require the spiritual energy from the higher levels of the cultivation tower. Surely, you would not want any errors to arise in your elder sister's training, would you? After I break through, I shall certainly return it to you. Previously, Luo Qinghuan had sought the token several times. Each time she made her request, a troubled expression would appear on her face, and she would leave empty-handed. This time would likely be no different. However, elder sister, I also wish to cultivate. This time, the girl met her gaze directly, though her face still bore some timidity. Her resolve did not waver. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Gong Xuanxue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Luo Qinghuan, who typically acquiesced to her remarks, would respond in such a manner this time. Junior sister Luo, with your extraordinary talent, and considering my own limitations, I must resort to external aids for cultivation. We are both disciples of the same sect. Can you not offer this small assistance? Is there truly no sense of camaraderie between us? Moreover, with your remarkable gifts, you hardly require the cultivation tower, do you not agree? As Gong Xuanxue spoke, she discreetly gestured to several individuals nearby. Apart from Enran, the others quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, junior sister Luo, given your already elevated realm, why not grant us the opportunity to utilize the cultivation tower? They chimed in eagerly. After all, once Gong Xuanxue had used the jade pendant, they would still need to borrow from Luo Qinghuan. Luo Qinghuan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. It was her first attempt at change, yet the circumstances presented a challenge she was ill-prepared to navigate. Suyi shook his head, but at the very least, she had taken that initial step. Take your time. It will be all right. Now, my dear Luo, step aside. It's time for your brother Yi to take the stage. Chapter 6. The frightening Luo Shiji. When Su Ye's voice resonated, Luo Qinghuan felt a sense of safety for the first time. After all, she had previously perceived this individual as rather menacing. Yet, as Suyi took control of her body, an extraordinary and wondrous sensation enveloped her entirely. With Su Ye's arrival, no one noticed the subtle shift in the aura of the girl before them. Thus, Luo Shimi, I shall hold on to this jade pendant for a while longer. Once I achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation, I will certainly express my gratitude properly. Observing Luo Qinghuan fall silent, Gong Xuanxue mistakenly believed she had once again succumbed to weakness, and a triumphant smile crept onto her face. Of course, the promised gratitude was merely a casual remark. Gong Sun Shiji, is this truly appropriate? Even Enran found this scene difficult to bear. It was widely rumored that Luo Shiji possessed exceptional talent, a prime candidate for cultivation, and might one day attain a status akin to that of a saint or empress. However, her gentle disposition often led her to yield in various circumstances. Now, it appeared that this was indeed the case. Suddenly, the girl's voice, as clear and melodious as silver bells, interrupted Enran's words. Very well, if Gong Sun Shiji wishes to express her gratitude, I do not require anything overly extravagant. A few sprigs of thousand-year sacred herbs will suffice. Upon hearing this, Gong Xuanxue and the others were momentarily taken aback. They instinctively looked up in astonishment at the girl before them, their pupils constricting in disbelief. The exquisite beauty of her face no longer bore any trace of weakness. Her enchanting eyes were icy, and her expression was suffused with an air of coldness as she fixed her gaze upon them, an invisible pressure enveloping the group. Thousand-year sacred herbs. Luo Shimi, please do not jest with me. Gong Xuanxue regained her composure and let out a dry laugh, attempting to dissipate the awkwardness with humor. I am not jesting. However, Suyi crossed his arms, offering her no avenue for retreat. I do not possess thousand-year sacred herbs. Witnessing Su Ye's utter lack of consideration for her, a grimace instantly appeared on Gong Xuanxue's charming face as she bit her silver teeth and replied, Do not have. Then, Gong Sun Shiji, what does your slow cultivation have to do with me? A worthless individual remains worthless. You have borrowed my jade pendant for over 10 days, yet have not made a single advancement in your realm. Suyi sneered, his gaze toward Gong Xuanxue filled with disdain. What? Luo shimmy you. Upon hearing such words from the girl before her, Gongsun Shue's expression darkened considerably. The term worthless struck her heart like a sharp arrow. Luo Shiji, even if your talent surpasses ours, you cannot speak to Gongsun Shiji in such a manner. A female disciple accompanying Gongsun Shue hastily interjected. Leave. Luo Shiji, you leave as well. Under a sharp rebuke. Gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful yet indifferent face of the girl before her, Gongsun Shue and Ran were left in a stupor, as if Luo Qinghuan had transformed into an entirely different person. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan's soul hid in a small corner, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Su Yi. You, Luo Qinghuan, if you refuse to lend it, why must you utter such words to humiliate me? I shall return it. Gongsun Shue gritted her silver teeth, her delicate hand flipping to reveal a jade pendant, which she then hurled onto the ground. With a toss of her hair, she prepared to leave. Pick it up. Seeing this scene, Su Yi's expression remained calm as he addressed her coolly. If I do not pick it up, what can you do? Boom. Before Gongsun Shue could finish her sentence, a terrifying aura from the celestial realm swept across the scene. A dreadful force struck her abdomen, sending her flying and crashing heavily onto the ground, blood spurting from her red lips. Gasp! Fear filled Gongsun Shue's eyes at that moment. She could hardly believe that the usually timid Luo Qinghuan would dare to strike her. How could she, merely half a step into the divine passage, contend against a celestial powerhouse? I shall repeat myself. Pick it up. Su Yi's voice resonated once more. With great difficulty, Gongsun Shue raised her head, her gaze meeting the girl's extremely indifferent yet beautiful eyes, devoid of any expression, simply reiterating her command. However, she sensed an exceedingly chilling intent to kill emanating from her. It felt as if uttering another word would seal her fate. In that instant, Gongsun Shue hesitated not for a moment, disregarding the pain radiating from her body, fear surging within her as she scrambled towards the jade pendant she had discarded on the ground. What a terrifying aura was that? The pressure of a celestial realm expert? Soon, as Su Yi exerted his overwhelming presence, the surrounding disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect turned their attention. Isn't that senior sister Gongsun Shue? Why does she appear so disheveled on the ground? That girl in white is stunning. Who is she? Do you not know Luo Qinghuan, our sect's youngest celestial realm powerhouse? Celestial realm. Was that terrifying pressure just now emitted by senior sister Luo? But what on earth happened? It seems as though senior sister Luo has attacked Gongsun Shue. Isn't it a rule that disciples must not engage in conflict? The disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect buzzed with chatter, and soon, one who had witnessed the entire affair began to explain. It seems that senior sister Luo kindly lent Gongsun Shue the jade pendant for the training tower, but after several requests for its return, Gongsun Shue not only refused but also tossed it on the ground, showing disrespect towards senior sister Luo. Thus, sister Luo was compelled to take action. The sect would not intervene in such matters. Did you not observe Elder Yin feigning ignorance? A disciple of mediocre talent daring to show disrespect to an exceptional disciple. Was this not deserving of punishment? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze. Indeed, they witnessed the red-haired elder in front of the cultivation tower, his eyes closed in meditation, evidently uninterested in the unfolding events. However, was it not said that Sister Luo possessed a gentle temperament and a soft disposition? How could she possibly lay hands on Gongsun Shue? What do you know? Even a cornered rabbit may bite. As the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect buzzed with speculation, Gongsun Shue, enduring excruciating pain and overwhelming fear, crawled to retrieve the jade pendant, trembling uncontrollably. Luo, Sister Luo, I return the jade pendant to you. This matter, it was my sister's fault. I apologize to you. Su Yi accepted the pendant, barely casting her a glance before turning away towards the cultivation tower. Meanwhile, she communicated with Luo Qinghuan in her mind. Did you see that, Luo? This is how power is wielded. One simply suppresses with force. In her thoughts, the small white-dressed spirit nodded fervently. Yes, indeed. Chapter 7. The first step of darkness for Luo girl Su Yi arrived at the front of the training tower. Just moments before, Elder Yin, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a smile gracing his face as he nodded at Su Yi. It was evident that he was aware of the recent events, but had no intention of intervening. Qinghuan, the 8th level is now accessible. You may ascend directly, he instructed. Thank you, Elder Yin, Su Yi replied with a slight nod before turning and stepping into the training tower. Only the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect remained, staring at each other in bewilderment, their eyes widening as they beheld the departing figure of Luo Qinghuan, whispering amongst themselves. Although Sister Luo was not as feeble as rumored, this version of her was undeniably striking all right. Luo girl, it's your turn now. I will hand over control. Upon reaching the 8th level of the training tower, Su Yi relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Hand over control? What does that mean? Luo Qinghuan blinked in confusion. It means I'm returning control of the body to you, Su Yi clarified, a playful glint flickering in his eyes. Next time I take over, remember to call out, Brother Yi, please take over. Now, go ahead and demonstrate. Brother Yi. Luo Qinghuan opened her mouth, her face growing increasingly flushed, utterly unable to utter the words, because it was too embarrassing. Haha. Su Yi laughed heartily, deciding not to tease her further. You rogue. Once she realized Su Yi was merely jesting, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth in frustration, stamping her foot. Despite the extraordinary being within her, he often behaved rather frivolously, akin to a ruffian lacking decorum. Junior Sister Luo? At that moment, a youthful voice echoed within the 8th level. A handsome young man clad in azure approached, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Luo Qinghuan. He flashed a self-assured smile and greeted her. Junior Sister Luo, what brings you to the training tower today? Lin Shixiang? Luo Qinghuan raised her gaze, her delicate brows knitting together. Who is he? Su Ye's voice resonated in her mind. This individual is Lin Yu, a disciple of the Tiansheng Peak of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, regarded as a prodigy among its ranks. Luo Qinghuan elaborated in her thoughts. The Xuantian Sacred Sect comprises 8 major peaks, and she is a disciple of the Frost Sword Peak. Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded, choosing to remain silent. May I ask why Junior Sister Luo has the time to visit the training tower today? Seeing that Luo Qinghuan remained silent, Lin Yu assumed she had not heard him and repeated his question with a gentle smile. Out of curiosity, I came, Luo Qinghuan replied softly. I see, Lin Yu said, a look of realization dawning on his face. However, today marks my breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm. Would Junior Sister consider granting me a favor and leaving for today? Leave? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. Indeed. Lo, my dear Junior Sister, you possess a kind heart. Surely, you would not refuse such a small favor? Lin Yu chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed, and a trace of difficulty appeared on her charming face. Earlier today, at the foot of the training tower, Su Yi had urged her to consume the spirit-gathering pill, whose effects would last only 5 hours. If she were to leave now, would it not squander Su Ye's painstaking efforts in refining the pill? Junior Sister Luo, what troubles you? Today's training is of utmost importance to me. You wouldn't be so cruel as to watch your senior brother struggle to make a breakthrough, would you? Noticing Luo Qinghuan's silence, Lin Yu pressed further. It was widely known that while Luo Qinghuan was exceptionally gifted, her gentle disposition made her somewhat easy to manipulate. After all, although the spiritual energy on the 8th level was abundant, it was still limited. If it came to competing for it with a disciple of her caliber, he felt uncertain of his chances. In the ethereal realm of his soul, Su Yi crossed his arms and scoffed at Lin Yu's familiar words. Your training is important. Is mine insignificant? Yet, he refrained from speaking, opting instead to observe how Luo Qinghuan would respond. His intention was to subtly influence her transformation, rather than to intervene directly in every matter. Lin, senior brother Lin. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan's clear voice broke through, trembling slightly as she spoke. Her delicate frame quivered, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lips, as if she were resisting something within. Is this the so-called innate pure sacred body? At this juncture, Su Yi furrowed his brow, perceiving the radiant white aura emanating from Luo Qinghuan's form, which bound her like chains. The moment she attempted to utter a word, the brilliance intensified, obstructing her. Clearly, her innate purity was exerting its influence in the shadows. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi couldn't help but curse under his breath. Ah well, with this presence, it seems that the young lady will find it challenging to break free from her shackles anytime soon. He sighed deeply, just as he prepared to intervene. A sudden sound of a chain snapping reached his ears. Though faint, it was unmistakable. Simultaneously, Luo Qinghuan's hesitant yet earnest voice rang out, Lin. Senior brother Lin. Your training has nothing to do with me? The girl's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. This was her first time speaking so directly to someone. At the very least, she had accomplished that. Humph. Su Yi smirked, anticipating that his mischievous counterpart would be quite surprised. However, just as the girl reveled in her small triumph, Su Ye's laughter erupted, unable to be contained. Though she was attempting to imitate him, her adorably foolish demeanor was far from being confrontational. It lacked any real bite. Nevertheless, it was a commendable first step. Luo Qinghuan has taken the first step towards corruption, receiving the divine-level skill, devouring heaven demon art, which can consume all origins to enhance oneself. Shall I invest? The system's voice echoed in her mind. Oh, a divine-level skill? The devouring heaven demon art? What a remarkable treasure. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. He had initially intended to find an opportune moment to teach the girl an imperial-level skill, as his status as an emperor endowed him with techniques far superior to those Luo Qinghuan had cultivated. However, with the system's intervention providing a divine-level skill, there was no longer a need for him to bestow a lesser imperial-level technique. Yet, he refrained from investing immediately, hearing Su Ye's suppressed laughter in her mind. The young maiden's already flushed face grew even more crimson, wisps of steam rising from her head, as she disregarded Lin Yu, who stood frozen in bewilderment, and hurriedly made her way deeper into the 8th level. Was that truly what junior sister Luo just said? Your cultivation has nothing to do with me? Lin Yu remained rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that the kind-hearted Luo junior sister would utter such cold and unfeeling words. He found it difficult to accept. If he successfully broke through to the Saint Emperor realm, it would benefit the entire sect. How could it possibly be unrelated to junior sister Luo? Junior sister, you. He reluctantly pursued her. Get lost. However, the girl suddenly turned around. Her previously clear and naive gaze transformed, now icy and indifferent. A mere glance from her sent Lin Yu tumbling into an abyss of frost, paralyzed in place. With those words, the young maiden continued deeper into the 8th level. Su Yi, why have you suddenly logged in? Why waste time with such lowly company? Su Yi shook his head. Little Luo, listen well. Next time you encounter such shameless individuals who attempt to morally bind you, simply remember to tell them to get lost. Oh, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. And if he doesn't leave, then it becomes even simpler. Just kill him. Huh. The young maiden blinked her beautiful eyes, bewildered and flustered. Lin Yu stood frozen for an extended period, finally regaining his senses. Watching the graceful figure in white drift away, his expression darkened further. Was it merely because her talent surpassed his that she felt so arrogant? Humph. Since you insist on staying, do not blame your senior brother for resorting to other means. Chapter 8. The Devouring Heaven Demon Technique, by Tian Yinzi. Deep within the 8th level of the cultivation tower, Luo Qinghuan sought a place to settle. Su Yi, what should I do next? Sit cross-legged and channel your technique. Allowing yourself to absorb the spiritual energy freely, Su Ye's voice resonated in her mind. Sensing that she might overthink, he added, do not worry about disturbing others. Cultivation is a matter of survival of the fittest. If you do not strive for it, others will seize it from you. Upon hearing Su Ye's profound wisdom, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully before promptly initiating her practice. Soon, a radiant white light enveloped her. Wait a moment, girl. What technique is that? Su Yi frowned, observing her cultivation. It is the Cleansing Heart Sutra of the Holy Maiden of the mysterious Innate Holy Sect, Luo Qinghuan replied earnestly. The Cleansing Heart Sutra? Su Ye's brow furrowed even deeper. He could distinctly sense that as Luo Qinghuan cultivated this technique, her brilliant white aura intensified. This primal essence was akin to that of her innate pure sacred body. If she continued to cultivate this technique, the constraints of her innate pure sacred body would only grow stronger. Was this mere coincidence? Or was there someone covertly manipulating events to steer Luo Qinghuan towards a desired path? Su Yi, what is wrong? Luo Qinghuan's playful voice interrupted his thoughts. Nothing. You shall cultivate this from now on. Su Yi dismissed his suspicions and shook his head. Without further ado, he waved his hand, and a new technique materialized in Luo Qinghuan's mind. This is the Devouring Heaven Demon Technique? She gazed curiously at the rows of dark characters comprising the technique, and her expression paled slightly upon reading the introduction. Such a formidable and ruthless demonic art. Shall you practice it? Su Yi inquired succinctly, leaving the choice to Luo Qinghuan. It would determine whether she became a savior exploited by others or a formidable figure feared by the world. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth and nodded resolutely. I will. Very well, Su Yi replied with satisfaction, then cautioned, close your eyes and focus. I will transmit the technique to you. As his words fell, Luo Qinghuan distinctly felt the once obscure characters transform into something comprehensible, which left her in awe. Although Su Yi had a mischievous demeanor, his methods were indeed extraordinary. Luo Qinghuan has mastered the devouring heaven demon technique. The Great Path Sage has been activated. Luo Qinghuan utilizes the primordial energy of the devouring heaven demon technique to grant a 100-fold critical return to the host. In Su Ye's mind, the system's voice echoed, a 100-fold critical return? A smile graced his lips. Thus, as Luo Qinghuan grew stronger, he would concurrently become even more powerful. The host's dark transformation investment is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, the indestructible soul technique. The mention of the indestructible soul technique echoed once more in Su Ye's mind, causing him to momentarily pause. He quickly began to examine the introduction to this technique. Devouring souls to enhance one's own spirit? As he read this, his eyes gradually brightened. He currently possessed two methods to strengthen himself. One was through Luo Qinghuan's elevation and cultivation, which granted him critical feedback, and the other was this indestructible soul technique. Since he existed in a spiritual form, he was unable to absorb spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of advancing his cultivation. However, with the indestructible soul technique, he could actively engage in cultivation. With this dual enhancement, he would only grow stronger. Very well, let us commence our training. Stowing away the indestructible soul technique, Su Yi spoke. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, then sat cross-legged, her hair cascading from her fragrant shoulders, draping over her delicate form as the 8th layer of the swallowing heaven demon technique began to draw in spiritual energy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 8th layer, Lin Yu retrieved a pill, his gaze fierce. With a breath, by consuming this pill, I can accelerate my absorption of spiritual energy 5-fold. Luo Qinghuan, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Once I ascend as the holy son of the sect, I shall ensure you become my exclusive possession. Imagining Luo Qinghuan's stunning beauty and perfect figure, Lin Yu's eyes burned with desire, and without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill. In the next instant, he could distinctly sense a notable increase in his perception and absorption of spiritual energy. He then activated his technique to greedily absorb the spiritual energy of the 8th layer. However, at that moment, a tremendous force erupted. The spiritual energy of the 8th layer vanished in the blink of an eye, as if a parched river had run dry, leaving not a single drop behind. Lin Yu and the disciples practicing in the 8th layer stared in bewilderment, their eyes wide with disbelief, as they looked toward the source of the terrifying force. There, seated cross-legged, was a figure in a white gown. Was that Junior Sister Luo? While Su Yi led Luo Qinghuan into the training tower, Master Tyne had already arrived at a tightly closed cave before the entrance. Elder Tianyin, I have brought Menger to seek an audience. Menger? Soon, a voice that was both ancient and harsh echoed from within the cave, sounding akin to the grating of saw against wood. My precious great-granddaughter is not in such a pathetic state. Great-grandmother, she truly is Menger. Menger, filled with grievance, nearly burst into tears. What? You are truly Menger? Boom. The cave door swung open. A withered old woman appeared before the two, her gaunt form stark against the backdrop of the cave. Upon seeing the disheveled Menger, her expression shifted dramatically, a spark of fury igniting within her skeletal eyes. Who is responsible for this? How dare you treat my precious great-granddaughter in such a manner? Woe is me. Great-grandma, you must stand up for Menger. Menger cried out in distress, embellishing the so-called atrocities committed by Luo Qinghuan. You mean to say that Luo Qinghuan possesses a millennium-old divine herb? Fully aware that you are at a crucial stage of refining your foundation, yet she chooses to squander it rather than lend you a helping hand? Furthermore, she humiliates and strikes you? What a heartless wretch! Does she not comprehend that assisting a fellow disciple is tantamount to aiding oneself? It infuriates me to no end. Tyne, how have you instructed your disciples? The elder Tianin's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the trembling Tyne Jinren, reprimanding her. Upon hearing this, Tyne Jinren's face flushed crimson, hastily explaining, Elder Tianin, please temper your anger. I had no inkling that this rebellious disciple would act so rudely and lacking in decorum. I do not usually guide her in such a manner. As for supporting Meng'er, I am merely at the Sacred Emperor realm. While that rebellious one has reached the Celestial Sovereign realm, I am willing but powerless. Moreover, she has severed our master-disciple relationship. What? Severed the master-disciple bond? How utterly audacious. Lacking even a shred of humility and respect for her teacher, she has truly gone astray. Upon hearing this, Elder Tianin's fury turned to derisive laughter. Tien, go, bring that wretched girl here. I shall teach her a lesson. Yes, Elder Tianin, Tien Jinren nodded eagerly, hearing that her great-grandmother would support her. Meng'er's eyes sparkled with delight as she clung to the old woman's bony arm, cooing, "Great-grandma, what about Luo Qinghuan's millennium-old herb? Of course, it shall be offered as an apology to my precious great-granddaughter," Elder Tianin said, affectionately ruffling Meng'er's hair, then continued with a cold smirk. "No, that is insufficient. At the very least, 10 of them." "Thank you, great-grandma," Meng'er exclaimed, her joy intensifying. "Elder Tianin, that rebellious disciple has now attained the Celestial Sovereign realm. Her strength is formidable." Tien Jinren furrowed her brow. "Celestial Sovereign? Is that all? Do I fear her?" Elder Tianin scoffed, a powerful aura emanating from her as she waved her sleeve. "Now, bring that wretched girl to my precious great-granddaughter to make amends." Yes. Chapter 9. Words may be weak, yet strength is sufficient to suppress all in the cultivation tower. Lin Yu and the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect gazed in astonishment at the figure clad in white, seated cross-legged. In a mere span of several dozen minutes, the spiritual energy of the entire 8th level had been completely depleted. Is that Senior Sister Luo? Is her talent truly this terrifying? To absorb all the spiritual energy of the 8th level in less than a short while? For a moment, the disciples on the 8th level exchanged bewildered glances. Although Luo Qinghuan seldom visited the 8th level, she had indeed been there before, previously only absorbing a slight amount of spiritual energy before departing. Yet now, she had drained the entire level dry. At this moment, the most perplexed of all was Lin Yu. The pill he had procured at great expense was intended to be consumed during his breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm. However, now it seemed wasted, and the prospect of attaining the Saint Emperor realm had vanished. Boom. At that instant, as the immense spiritual energy surged into her delicate form, Luo Qinghuan's aura surged continuously. Luo Qinghuan has broken through to the 3 stars of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100-fold critical feedback, enhancing the host's soul strength. Accompanied by the incessant notifications echoing in her mind, Suyi could distinctly feel the strengthening of her soul. In the blink of an eye, she ascended from the initial martial artist realm, forging her spiritual sea, establishing her soul palace, acquiring divine abilities, and breaking through to the realms of Saint Emperor and Celestial Venerable, finally reaching the stage of creation. Is this the creation realm? Suyi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. She had not anticipated that gaining such power would be so effortless. In her previous life, breaking through to the creation realm had required considerable effort. She could hardly wait for the day when she would completely corrupt Luo Qinghuan and reconstruct her physical form. If that day truly arrived, what terrifying existence would she become? When the host takes over Luo Qinghuan's body, she may choose to utilize either her power or her own strength. However, it is crucial that when the host opts to use her own strength, it must remain within the limits that Luo Qinghuan's current body can withstand. At that moment, the system offered another reminder. "Oh, is that so? This is quite acceptable." Suyi nodded slightly, reassured to have this trump card at her disposal. Suyi, I have broken through, and it's a leap of 2 small realms at once. Is this too fast?" The voice of the girl, tinged with both anxiety and excitement, rang out. "Fast," Suyi replied with a hint of annoyance. "With your older brother Yi around, your cultivation speed will only accelerate further. Now let us depart." Luo Qinghuan nodded gently, gracefully rising to her feet. Just as she prepared to leave the 8th level, the disciples, still in a state of shock and disbelief, finally came to their senses. Hiss. So Senior Sister Luo's talent is indeed this extraordinary. It is indeed my first encounter with a disciple capable of absorbing such a vast quantity of spiritual energy from the 8th level in such a brief span of time. The disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were utterly astounded. However, with Senior Sister Luo having completed her absorption, what is left for us? Just as the crowd remained in shock, a timid voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Upon hearing these words, The disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, she has absorbed it all. What remains for us? Luo Qinghuan, you are exceedingly selfish. By absorbing all the energy from the 8th level, how are your fellow brothers and sisters supposed to cultivate? At that moment, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed fiercely as he stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Luo Qinghuan. Yes, senior sister Luo, though your prowess is formidable, you must at least consider your fellow disciples. You have absorbed everything, leaving us with nothing. Senior sister Luo, one ought not to be so selfish. Around them, the disciples of the Xuantian Sect seemed to find their resolve, echoing the sentiment in agreement. Yet, I did not prevent you from absorbing the spiritual energy. If you choose not to, is it truly because you do not wish to? Faced with the collective outcry, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth and responded feebly. Upon uttering this, Lin Yu and the others' expressions darkened considerably. Su Yi stifled a laugh. Though the girl lacked eloquence, her words struck true, leaving them defenseless. They certainly wished to absorb the energy, but their talents paled in comparison to that of Luo Qinghuan, effectively admitting their inferiority. I refuse to accept this. Luo Qinghuan, you must compensate for the loss incurred by me and my fellow brothers. Setting aside the facts, is there truly no fault on your part, Luo Qinghuan? Lin Yu was driven to desperation. Exactly. Senior sister Luo must provide restitution. It is well known that senior sister Luo frequently trains in the Kunlun mirror. Surely, you possess numerous sacred herbs? Perhaps you could share a few with us, as a means of compensating for the spiritual energy you have taken from us. The surrounding disciples chimed in agreement. Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, suddenly recalling Su Yi's previous words about ignoring shameless individuals and simply telling them to leave. Thus, she shifted her tone and weakly uttered, "Leave, huh?" Lin Yu and the others were momentarily stunned, still unable to process her response. Little Luo, such a tone lacks any impact. At this, Luo Qinghuan took a deep breath, striving to emulate the composure Su Yi displayed in controlling his demeanor. Yet she realized that no matter her efforts, she could not attain that level of indifference. Suddenly, inspiration struck her as a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Senior sister Luo, you just said at that moment. Lin Yu regained his senses. Yet, before the words could escape her lips, the girl's frail voice resonated once more. Leave. However, as this delicate sound lingered in the air, an unspeakably terrifying aura erupted from her petite form. Hiss! The moment the imposing presence of a celestial master surged forth, Lin Yu and the others were instantly struck with shock, their faces paling and cold sweat trickling down their brows. The girl's seemingly timid demeanor had caused them to momentarily forget her true stature as a celestial master. Lo! Senior sister Luo, please temper your anger. We were merely jesting. The cultivation tower had no explicit stipulations regarding the amount of spiritual energy disciples could absorb. Those capable were free to do as they pleased, and of course, senior sister Luo could absorb freely. Ahem. Junior sister Luo, Lin's senior brother, was also just joking. Lin Yu and the others hastily offered their explanations. Then why not hurry and leave? Understood, we shall depart at once. Though the girl's tone remained gentle, the overwhelming pressure of a celestial master rendered them unable to consider anything further, and they scrambled away in a state of panic from the 8th level. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi revealed a satisfied smile. Well done. The girl shows great potential. No one cares about your tone. Simply wield your power and firmly suppress them, and that will suffice. Chapter 10. Acquiring the soul formula. As Lin Yu and the disciples of the Xuantian Sect fled the 8th level in a state of utter disarray, the terrifying aura emanating from the young girl gradually dissipated. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan's delicate face was flushed with a charming hue, her heart racing with a blend of excitement and apprehension, reminiscent of a well-behaved girl engaging in mischief for the very first time. How do you feel, Luo girl? Su Yi inquired with a light chuckle echoing in her mind. I don't know. Luo Qinghuan shook her head slightly, her countenance adorned with a serious demeanor as she clenched her small fists. But this feeling is quite extraordinary. Although it is my first time, it feels as though I have long anticipated this moment deep within my heart. Once the guilt and tension of her initial transgression faded away, she was greeted by the audacious spirit of a young villainess. It seemed that Luo Qinghuan indeed harbored the potential to embody the essence of a formidable female antagonist, a realization that Su Yi acknowledged inwardly. All right, Su Yi gently urged Luo Qinghuan. Let us take our leave. With a slight nod of her head, Luo Qinghuan turned and walked towards the exit of the 8th level. Upon her emergence from the cultivation tower, Elder Yan's gaze fell upon her, his expression laced with curiosity. Young Lady Qinghuan, what transpired on the 8th level? Even Lin Yu and his companions have vacated, and now you too have emerged. At these words, Luo Qinghuan's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. After a considerable pause, she softly replied, I absorbed all the spiritual energy from the 8th level. There is no longer any energy left, which is why I descended. Upon hearing this, not only was Elder Yin taken aback, but even the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect passing by were left in stunned silence, their gazes filled with astonishment as they turned towards Luo Qinghuan. What? Elder Yin stammered, his jaw agape as he beheld the young girl before him. Luo girl, did you truly absorb all the spiritual energy from the 8th level? Indeed, the girl responded with a bright nod. Hiss. The atmosphere around them was suddenly charged with gasps of disbelief. Sister Luo, is that formidable? The higher one ascends in the cultivation tower, the denser the spiritual energy becomes, sufficient for dozens of outstanding disciples to cultivate simultaneously. Yet, Sister Luo single-handedly absorbed all the energy from the 8th level? This is unprecedented among the prodigies of our Xuantian Sacred Sect. Sister Luo is truly powerful. The disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect murmured among themselves. Is it really necessary for them to be this astonished? With you, Brother Yi, absorbing energy from a level is a trivial matter, isn't it? Come, Luo girl, let Brother Yi recount those glorious feats and give this old fellow a little shock, Su Yi remarked playfully in her mind. It is merely a layer of spiritual energy. If the renowned bandit emperor were here, not only would he ascend to the 8th level of the cultivation tower, but he would also draw upon a fraction of the spiritual energy from the entire Xuantian Sacred Sect. That, Elder Yan, I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Luo Qinghuan's delicate face flushed, and she hurriedly bid farewell to Elder Yan. She feared that Su Yi, with his conspicuous demeanor, would manipulate her into engaging in endless boasting with Elder Yan. This girl has astonishingly managed to absorb all the spiritual energy from the 8th level in one breath. Watching Luo Qinghuan depart, Elder Yin could not help but exclaim, she is indeed a favored disciple of the sect leader, destined to become a prodigious saintess, perhaps even an empress. On the way back, Su Yi continued to prattle on about the grand achievements of the bandit emperor, leaving Luo Qinghuan with a headache, regretting her decision to leave. Had she known this burden, she would have let Elder Yin bear it. Oh, little Luo, it seems we have an unexpected visitor. At that moment, Su Yi abruptly ceased his incessant chatter, letting out a knowing chuckle. An unexpected visitor? At his words, Luo Qinghuan paused, then rose on her toes to gaze ahead. Before the small courtyard, two familiar figures appeared, the Tying Master and the girl in the green dress, Meng Er. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan return, both brightened, with the former immediately mustering a smile to greet her. Qinghuan, where have you been? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of concern. Would this girl be deceived into forgiving this old fool? Master, seeing the Tying Master's beaming visage, Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted slightly. Instinctively, she wished to call him master, but recalling Su Yi's words, she quickly adjusted her tone, striving to sound more aloof. A hint of detachment graced her lovely face. Elder Tying, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my humble abode? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's address, the Tying Master's smile faltered, his expression turning awkward. He then sighed. Qinghuan, are you still angry with me? I was wrong before. I should not have disregarded your autonomy. Your matters should be yours to decide. How ironic it was. Now that he had severed ties, he sought to reconcile. Su Yi couldn't help but scoff at the Tying Master's hypocrisy. However, he refrained from speaking further, eager to observe how Luo Qinghuan would respond. Elder Tying, we are no longer master and disciple, as you yourself have stated. There is no need for such formalities. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, her expression resolute. With her words, the Tying Master's face grew even more rigid, suppressing the chill in his eyes, and once more forced a smile. Qinghuan, let us not speak in anger. Today, I have brought Meng Er to apologize to you. With that, he immediately signaled Meng Er with a glance. Immediately, the latter pouted, adopting a pitiful demeanor, and softly murmured, "Sister Luo, I understand my mistake. It was my fault. Please forgive me." Indeed, it was fortuitous that Elder Tianyin emerged from seclusion and became aware of this matter. Subsequently reprimanding the young girl, she specifically instructed me to accompany Qinghuan to meet her, as she wishes to personally apologize to Qinghuan on behalf of Meng'er. Nearby, Taiyin Jinren nodded in agreement. Elder Tianyin, Suyi furrowed his brow slightly. Elder Tianyin is a prominent elder of our Xuantian Sacred Sect. It is said that junior sister Meng'er is the great-granddaughter of this Elder Tianyin. Upon sensing Su Ye's confusion, Luo Qinghuan quietly provided an explanation in her mind. "Oh, it seems we are faced with a banquet of intrigue." Su Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired of Luo Qinghuan, "Do you intend to attend or not?" Chapter 11. You moral kidnap me, and I shall return the favor. "No, I will not go." Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows lightly, shaking her head slightly. It is said that Elder Tianyin is quite protective of her own. How could she possibly apologize to me face to face? Oh, upon hearing her words, Su Yi felt a flicker of surprise and a sense of relief. It appeared that Luo Qinghuan, despite her innate purity and innocence, was not devoid of intelligence. "So, you mean to say you will not go?" "Indeed." Luo Qinghuan nodded with a gentle inclination of her head. "Luo girl, it seems you have yet to grasp the crux of the matter." Su Yi revealed a knowing smile. "The crux?" Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted in confusion, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of doubt. "Since you are aware that Elder Tianyin is fiercely protective, it indicates she has long harbored resentment towards you. Even if you avoid her today, what of the future? Who's to say she won't secretly undermine you?" Su Yi elaborated. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan frowned, conceding that Su Ye's words held some merit. "Then what should I do?" "Well," Su Yi smiled mysteriously, "I have a benevolent solution." "What solution?" Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. "Let her pass away, and it will all be resolved." Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with bewilderment. "Su Yi, is this your idea of benevolence? Do you consider this benevolence?" Su Yi chuckled silently. To a ruthless bandit, this was indeed kindness. It was said that Elder Tianyin had reached the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm before her seclusion. Now that she has emerged, she must have broken through to the creation realm. "I am still no match for her." Luo Qinghuan shook her head. "Creation? Huh. With your brother Yi around. What is there to fear? You simply need to entrust your body to your brother Yi." "Haha," Su Yi said with a light laugh. Upon hearing his laughter, Luo Qinghuan instinctively hugged herself, shivering slightly. Su Yi, I have a feeling my body will eventually be ruined in your hands." "Ruined?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at her rather unremarkable physique, wrinkling his brow in disdain. "I have no interest in a child's figure." At this, Luo Qinghuan's face flushed a deep crimson at an observable speed. Even wisps of smoke seemed to rise from her head in embarrassment. Pa. You are the one with a child's figure. Who do you look down upon?" "And what I meant was not that kind of ruin." Vile Su Yi. Clearly, she was quite sensitive regarding Su Ye's jibe about her figure, which seemed to resonate with every girl. Seeing this, Su Yi shrugged his shoulders. "Is it my fault then? Qinghuan, what is wrong with you?" Upon observing that Luo Qinghuan remained silent for an extended period, her delicate face suddenly flushed. The Taiyin Jinren could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. "And no, it's nothing." Luo Qinghuan quickly regained her composure, shook her head, and inwardly scolded the insufferable Su Yi before striving to calm herself. She then raised her captivating gaze to the two individuals before her. "Since Elder Tianyin has this intention, I shall not disappoint her goodwill. Please, lead the way." Although Elder Tianyin had attained the transformation realm, for some inexplicable reason, the presence of Su Yi brought her a sense of unaccountable reassurance. "Then, Qinghuan, please accompany us." Upon hearing this, Taiyin Jinren's aged eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly spoke. Dreamer, standing nearby, also exhibited a flicker of joy. "Humph, just wait. I shall ensure that grandmother teaches her a lesson. Even if I cannot slay her, I will at least mar her visage. Then, she shall be tasked with seeking 10,000-year-old sacred herbs." Before long, the trio arrived before a concealed cave within the Xuantian Holy Sect. Along the way, Su Yi noticed that the path taken by the Taiyin elder was devoid of human presence, evidently to avoid drawing attention. "Qinghuan, Elder Tianyin awaits you within. I and Dreamer shall remain outside." Tying Jinren halted, a smile creasing his aged visage as he turned to Luo Qinghuan. Senior Sister Luo, Dreamer acknowledges her misstep. When we encounter grandmother, please speak a few kind words on my behalf to prevent her from punishing me, Dreamer murmured softly from the side. Luo Qinghuan ignored her, casting a glance at the characters inscribed on the cave entrance, feeling a twinge of anxiety, and instinctively called out, Su Yi. Why call me Brother Yi? Hearing Su Ye's cheeky voice, Luo Qinghuan's unease dissipated considerably, replaced by a sense of comfort. It's nothing. She shook her head and pushed open the cave's grand door. Stepping inside, observing this scene, the expressions of the two outside turned icy. Humph. Luo Qinghuan, I am eager to see how grandmother will deal with you. As Luo Qinghuan entered the cave, the next moment, a thunderous force surged towards her. Is this the pressure of a transformation realm expert? Realizing the situation, Luo Qinghuan summoned her spiritual energy, her graceful figure darting to evade the terrifying pressure. She then furrowed her delicate brows, gazing ahead. Is this how Elder Tianyin apologizes to my junior sister, Dreamer? Heh, no wonder you are among the most outstanding disciples of our Xuantian Holy Sect. To evade my strike with just the celestial sovereign realm is quite impressive. Accompanied by a shrill laugh, an old woman leaning on a cane slowly emerged from within the cave, her gaze fixating on Luo Qinghuan with an unsettling grin. Luo Qinghuan, you display a blatant disregard for your elders, lacking the humility that befits one of your youth, devoid of virtue and love. Before I could reprimand you on behalf of our sect, you audaciously demand an apology from me on behalf of Ming. How utterly laughable. Tian Yinzi let out a cold chuckle. Ordinarily, upon hearing such words, Luo Qinghuan might have been rendered speechless, uncertain, and flustered. However, after days of influence from Su Yi, she would no longer remain passive. Humility? If I am considered young in the eyes of Elder Tian Yinzi, would it not be appropriate for him to bestow upon me a few precious millennium-old sacred herbs? If you refuse, then you are even more devoid of virtue and love. The contemptible Su Yi once remarked that in the absence of morality, one cannot be held hostage by others. Thus, if others attempt to morally bind me, I shall turn the tables and bind them in return. You. Tian Yinzi's words faltered, completely unprepared for Luo Qinghuan's retort, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, only able to grit her yellowed teeth and glare at the young girl. Such a sharp-tongued little imp. Humph. I shan't waste further words on you. You have harmed my precious great-granddaughter, and I shall teach you a lesson. Tian Yinzi's expression darkened, realizing that since she could not gain the upper hand in morality, she would have to resort to strength. Boom. As the aura of a powerful being emanated from her, she failed to notice the sudden change in the young girl's demeanor. Chapter 12. Teaching the young lady to fight, the essence of the celestial sword. As the words of Tian Yinzi echoed, she raised her skeletal staff high, gathering an abundance of sinister energy upon it. With a forceful swing, she brought it crashing down to the ground. Boom. In an instant, the malevolent energy transformed into a ferocious wave, surging towards Luo Qinghuan. Upon witnessing this onslaught, Luo Qinghuan's delicate face was etched with tension and seriousness, her mind momentarily blank. This was her inaugural encounter with a cultivator, and all the martial arts she had previously learned seemed to have evaporated from her memory. Yet, as the wave approached with alarming proximity, her body instinctively reacted. Spiritual energy surged within her, and with a nimble step, she deftly evaded the attack. Sinister Serpent. Observing Luo Qinghuan evade, Tian Yinzi had no intention of granting her a moment's respite. With a cold snort, she slammed the staff down once more. The skull atop the staff opened its mouth, releasing countless strands of icy, white sinister energy that morphed into serpentine forms, slithering ominously towards Luo Qinghuan. The sight of these loathsome serpents, writhing with maggots, was enough to pale her complexion. This scene was not only distressing for the young girl, but would equally unsettle even seasoned male cultivators. Luo girl, what are you dawdling for? Draw your sword and strike. At that moment, Su Ye's exasperated voice resonated in her mind. Huh. Oh. Realizing her predicament, Luo Qinghuan swiftly conjured a spiritual sword in her delicate hand, unleashing a flurry of chaotic slashes at the approaching serpents. Indeed, she swung her sword blindly, eyes closed. In a frenzied manner. Su Yi, this girl truly possesses no experience in combat whatsoever. Is this how one utilizes the cultivation of the celestial sovereign? Relying solely on instinct is utterly inadequate. Very well. Allow him, once a formidable bandit emperor in his former life, to impart to this young lady the art of engaging in a truly exhilarating battle. After all, in his past existence, he wielded flower that could render even emperors temporarily blind, and his techniques for dismantling opponents' defenses struck terror into the hearts of celestial sovereigns. Her lack of swordsmanship was laughably pathetic. Observing this spectacle, Tian Yinzi sneered, confident that such childlike swordplay would pose no threat to her sinister serpents. Detection: Luo Qinghuan has swung her sword. The Grand Dao Master has been activated. Essence of the celestial sword has integrated into her sword intent. The host gains the Dao sword essence as a supplement. Simultaneously, as Luo Qinghuan flailed her sword, the voice of the system suddenly resonated. With the announcement, Su Yi distinctly sensed a sharp sword intent intertwining with his soul, embodying the essence of the heavenly Dao-S sword. Provided Luo Qinghuan diligently cultivates this sword intent, Su Yi's essence would be continually nourished. When he eventually regained corporeal form, it would no longer be a mere thread of sword intent, but rather a multitude, an overwhelming expanse of sword energy. Is this the thrill of having an advantage? Truly delightful. Su Yi could not help but exclaim. This girl was truly his good fortune. As she grew stronger, so did he. It was a double blessing. The system might as well be renamed from the darkening female protagonist system to the dual cultivation system. For every advancement that Luo Qinghuan made in her training only enhanced his own prowess. Boom. In an instant, as Luo Qinghuan anxiously swung her sword in a frenzied manner, the essence of the celestial sword had already melded into her movements, unleashing a terrifying storm of sword intent. The approaching sinister serpent was obliterated into nothingness before it could draw near. What? This chaotic sword momentum. How could it possess such formidable sword intent? When Tian Yinzi witnessed this scene, his expression transformed into one of utter astonishment, his old eyes filled with incredulity. Even Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Her lips slightly parted. Su Yi, is that you? But soon, she regained her composure. This overwhelming sword momentum was likely a result of Su Yi's covert assistance. Just a mere hint of the celestial sword essence was all he had imparted. The voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind. Celestial sword essence. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. She had heard of this celestial sword essence from the master of Frostsword Peak, who, despite being a being of saintly caliber, could not perceive its presence. Yet now, Su Yi seemed to have casually helped her grasp a fragment of it. Luo girl, do not panic. Overcome your inner tension. At worst, treat this old fool as a mere cabbage and chop him down. Su Yi spoke once more. At that moment, upon hearing Su Yi's gentle voice, Luo Qinghuan felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her, and her nervousness dissipated considerably. She then took a deep breath, gradually dispersing the blankness in her mind caused by anxiety, slowly recalling the sword techniques she had learned. Her grip on the sword ceased to tremble, and a fierce sword intent began to manifest around her delicate form. What has come over this girl? She was just tense while holding the sword, yet now there is no sign of anxiety. Moreover, this sword intent emanating from her. Could it be the celestial sword essence? Seeing Luo Qinghuan's transformation, Tian Yinzi furrowed his brow. Upon sensing the fierce sword intent radiating from her, his expression suddenly shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. It is impossible. This little girl is merely a heavenly sovereign. How could she possibly comprehend the celestial sword essence? Never mind. I had underestimated you, but this is where it ends. With that, Tian Yinzi ceased to ponder further, grasped his skeletal staff, and stepped forward, instantly appearing before Luo Qinghuan, the aura of creation manifesting as he brought the staff crashing down. Upon seeing Tian Yinzi suddenly appear before her, Luo Qinghuan's heart instinctively tightened. Luo girl, do not panic. Remember what your brother Yi just said. The voice of Su Yi rang out simultaneously. What did he just say? Luo Qinghuan paused, quickly recalling Su Yi's words, and tightened her grip on the spirit sword, channeling the sword momentum as she exclaimed, Cabbage, perish. Su Yi. Tian Yinzi. Cabbage. What cabbage? Tian Yinzi was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in an instant, Luo Qinghuan unleashed a surge of sword energy, channeling the essence of the heavens and earth, which struck heavily upon her skeletal staff. In that moment of distraction, with a resounding crack, the staff shattered into 2 pieces. My treasured artifact. Tian Yinzi's expression changed drastically. Her gaze turned icy as she fixated on the spirit sword in Luo Qinghuan's hand, or more precisely, the piercing intent emanating from it. The ability to shatter her meticulously crafted artifact was not merely due to the sword itself, but rather the terrifying sword intent it bore. This truly was the essence of the heavens and earth. To comprehend this essence at the level of the celestial sovereign indicates formidable talent. If I were to seize you, I could potentially surpass the Saint Lord and even reach the imperial realm. At this moment, greed filled Tian Yinzi's eyes, and a murderous intent swirled within. Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's extraordinary talent, her intentions had shifted from merely teaching a lesson to outright possession. Hearing Tian Yinzi's intent to possess her, Luo Qinghuan's delicate face paled slightly as she gripped her spirit sword tightly, resolutely determined not to let Tian Yinzi succeed. After all, she still had Su Yi within her. If there were 2 souls, would they not drive each other to madness? Boom. At this moment, Tian Yinzi unleashed her full power as a transcendence realm expert, finally no longer holding back, rushing toward Luo Qinghuan. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of a transcendence expert, all Luo Qinghuan could do was evade. It must be said that the female protagonist was indeed somewhat weaker, and coupled with her lack of combat experience. Had it been another protagonist, they would have long since engaged in battles far beyond their level. However, it mattered little. With Su Yi at her side, she would eventually be transformed into a being capable of surpassing even those male protagonists in combat. Well done, Luo girl. Now, let your knight brother take over. Just as Luo Qinghuan was on the verge of being unable to hold on, Su Ye's gentle, reassuring laughter echoed in her mind. It was not that he refrained from intervening, but rather he wished for Luo Qinghuan to acclimate to battle. His goal was to change her, not to control her. If everything were to be dictated by him, it would offer no assistance to Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing Su Ye's voice resonating in her mind, Luo Qinghuan gently nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility wash over her. Gradually, the softness in her beautiful eyes faded, replaced by a frigid indifference. Old dog, have you had your fun? Now, let your Qinghuan lady accompany you for a while. As the girl's icy yet cheeky voice rang out, a surge of transcendence energy quietly flowed from her delicate form. Chapter 13. She did not realize her mistake, but rather that her death was imminent when the chilling and audacious words of the young girl fell. Tian Yinzi was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing as she regarded the white-clad maiden before her. The softness that once graced the girl's delicate visage had now dissipated, replaced by an expression of indifference. It was as though the girl standing before her had transformed into a different being entirely. However, she quickly shook her head, letting out a derisive laugh. What a farce! You, a mere junior at the celestial sovereign realm, believe you can stir up waves before me. Boom. Yet, before Tian Yinzi could finish her sentence, a phantom suddenly materialized before her. The maiden's stunningly indifferent face loomed closer, and then, with a clenched fist, she struck Tian Yinzi's gaunt, unsightly face forcefully, causing it to cave in. Bang! Tian Yinzi's form crashed heavily against the stone wall of the cave, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. Simultaneously, the girl's cold laughter echoed. Can a celestial sovereign not create waves? Huh, it's simple enough. I merely need to enter the realm of creation, and it shall be done. As her words lingered in the air, within the confines of her soul, the petite white-clad spirit beheld the scene with twinkling eyes. Su Yi is so handsome. No, I can't praise him for that. He said I lack a bear, and I mustn't give him any more leeway. Humph. Otherwise, that insufferable fellow will surely take advantage. After these days of interaction, she had become acutely aware of just how shameless Su Yi truly was. Su Yi regarded the fallen Tian Yinzi with a detached expression, the aura of creation emanating from him. He suddenly called out to the vengeful little spirit deep within her soul, Luo girl. Huh, still muttering to herself. Luo Qinghuan looked up in confusion, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had he overheard her secretly cursing him? What is it? She replied timidly, seeing her flustered demeanor. Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle, dismissing her discomfort. After all, he could always assist her in a thorough bath next time. Observe how your brother Yi engages in battle. Your combat experience is woefully inadequate. Pay attention and learn well. Know that there will be consequences for failing to answer correctly. Oh, The girl replied earnestly, nodding as she pulled out a small notebook, preparing to take notes. Tian Yinzi lay on the ground, once more spitting blood. And to her shock, she realized that the spiritual energy within her could no longer take form. The realm of creation. How could your strength have suddenly ascended to the realm of creation? She stared incredulously at Luo Qinghuan. However, Su Yi chose to remain silent. With a flicker of spiritual light, a spirit sword materialized in his grasp as he approached Tian Yinzi. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan suddenly draw her spiritual sword and advance toward her, Tian Yinzi's countenance changed dramatically, fear flickering in her eyes as she hastily threatened, Luo Qinghuan, have you lost your mind? I am an elder of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Do you dare to kill me? However, as her words fell, Su Yi paid her no heed, the intent of the sword in his hand gradually manifesting. You, Qinghuan, this matter is my fault. Spare me, and I shall ensure that I discipline that girl Menger properly. As the ethereal sword energy enveloped the delicate form of the girl before her, Tian Yinzi's trepidation intensified, and she hastily donned a mask of desperation, pleading for mercy. Did she finally realize her errors? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows. No, she merely recognized the imminence of her demise. Su Yi gently shook his head, directly employing the frost sword technique that Luo Qinghuan had mastered. As the sword intent manifested in his grasp, frost enveloped the blade, and with a dazzling gleam, he struck toward Tian Yinzi. Luo Qinghuan, you dare to kill me? Seeing this scene, Tian Yinzi was both astonished and terrified. With a steely resolve, she summoned all her life essence, attempting to escape into the heavens. Yet, in the next moment, despair spread across her face. For unbeknownst to her, the frost had frozen the very fabric of the surrounding space. There was no escape. Die, whispered the girl, her voice akin to a death sentence. The cold sword intent descended, piercing through Tian Yinzi's body in an instant, her vitality beginning to wane. One sword. And it was over in a heartbeat? Within the realm of the soul, Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened at the sight, pouting slightly. Stupid Su Yi, you kill her with one sword and expect me to learn something? You even claimed there would be a test. It must be deliberate. Little Luo, isn't your brother Yi impressive? Have you learned it? Su Yi said with a smile. Stupid Su Yi, you defeated her with one move. What am I supposed to learn? Luo Qinghuan pouted, her tone petulant. You simply do not understand. Su Yi chuckled, shaking his head. What is the purpose of battling another? To win? Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes, cautiously suggesting. Incorrect. It is to take her life. Su Yi shook his head. Pa, how crude. Luo Qinghuan muttered under her breath. Unfazed, Su Yi continued. If the aim of 100 or even 1,000 moves is to take her life, why should I complicate matters? Why not achieve the goal with a single strike? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan contemplated seriously. Stupid Su Ye's reasoning held a semblance of truth. However, you claim it is simple, yet how could it possibly be that easy? She retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. In battles between cultivators of the same realm, it is typically challenging to determine a victor without engaging in hundreds of rounds. Individuals like Su Yi, who can effortlessly dispatch opponents of equal standing with a single strike, are exceedingly rare. However, just because others may falter does not imply you shall. Su Ye's unwavering conviction resonated profoundly. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qinghuan found herself momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson, astonished that the insufferable Su Yi held such faith in her abilities. A sense of pride swelled within her as she could not suppress a silly grin. Observing her delight, Su Yi teased, it's not that. Rather, it's because of your brother Ye's presence. Ha. In an instant, a visible blush crept across the young girl's delicate face, and steam seemed to rise from her head. You insufferable Su Yi. After a considerable pause, the petite figure in white finally managed to calm herself. Glancing at the gruesome remains of the elder Tian Yin on the ground, her complexion paling slightly as she inquired softly, what shall we do with elder Tian Yin's body? Perhaps we should bury it? Bury it? Su Yi was taken aback. This girl truly possessed too much kindness, even contemplating a respectful burial for the one she had defeated. No need. The real spectacle is yet to unfold, he replied, shaking his head with a faint smile, before turning to exit the cave. Chapter 14. The chains are broken again. Am I really that inferior? Outside the cave, both Tian Jinren and Menger were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding within. For Tianzi had previously established a barrier to obscure the aura within the cave to deal with Luo Qinghuan. Unfortunately, this precaution had ultimately backfired. Nearly several minutes had elapsed. Why had the old lady not subdued that wretched girl yet? Ming'er furrowed her brows, her impatience mounting as she contemplated using a needle to prick Luo Qinghuan's face, simply because the latter was more beautiful than herself. Was it possible that even the esteemed elder of the transformation realm, Tianzi, could not subdue that rebellious disciple? Tianjinren's expression darkened. Now that Luo Qinghuan had severed their master-disciple relationship, her growing prowess gnawed at her heart, filling her with regret. Nevertheless, that rebellious disciple was not adept at combat. She should be subdued soon, Tianjinren reassured herself. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed as the cave door swung open. Both women's faces lit up with joy, their eyes sparkling as they exclaimed in unison, "Old lady, have you subdued that wretched?" Before they could finish their sentence, their words were abruptly halted, their expressions freezing in shock. Standing before them was the young girl in a flowing white dress, her beauty utterly unblemished, showing no signs of battle. As if nothing had transpired at all. "Ah, Luo, senior sister Luo, how did you come out? Did the old lady not see you?" Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's appearance, Ming'er hastily altered her tone, fearful that her previous address would be overheard. After all, as a mere practitioner of the spirit sea realm, she dared not be so audacious towards Luo Qinghuan. Previously, she would have taken advantage of Luo Qinghuan's gentle nature to be brash. But after receiving a few significant blows from the girl just days prior, she had promptly learned her place. "Indeed, Qinghuan, did Elder Tianzi not see you?" Tianjinren chimed in eagerly. The two were puzzled. Had not Tianzi promised to teach Luo Qinghuan a lesson? Why then, was she completely unharmed? At that moment, the girl in white regarded them with a glint of coldness in her eyes, yet her fair face bore a sweet smile. "Elder Tianzi has just emerged from seclusion and instructed me to invite you both inside to meet her." Oh, upon hearing this, both women sighed in relief. It turned out that Elder Tianzi had not yet pounced upon that wretched girl. However, it was rather considerate of the old lady to summon them to partake in the torment. "Now I see. Very well, Qinghuan, you may enter first. I shall follow with Ming'er shortly." Tianjinren smiled, noticing Luo Qinghuan turn to leave. As she followed, she discreetly signaled Ming'er to close the cave door tightly, lest Luo Qinghuan make an escape. As the sound of the door closing echoed behind them, Suyi walked ahead, a smile gracing his face, and couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful people are nowadays. They fear death so much that they even go out of their way to close the door on it for others. "Qinghuan, where is Elder Tianyin?" asked Tianjinren and Ming'er, who had caught up, smiling as they inquired. "Over there," Suyi indicated towards a small courtyard ahead. The two were taken aback and looked forward. In the courtyard, they saw Elder Tianyin lying peacefully on the ground, evidently deceased. "What? Elder Tianyin? Grandmother?" Upon seeing the lifeless body of Tianyin, their expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief filling their eyes. Hadn't Tianyin mentioned wanting to teach Luo Qinghuan a lesson? How could it be that she had passed away so suddenly? Qinghuan, what is going on? How could Elder Tianyin have passed away? At that moment, Tianjinren's words faltered as she turned, trembling, to gaze upon the girl whose lips curled into a persistent smile. A strong sense of foreboding surged within her. "I did it." However, the girl merely smiled and nodded gently. "Hiss. What?" Upon hearing this, Tianjinren's face paled, her eyes filled with terror as she forced a smile, striving to maintain her composure. "Heh. Hee. Qinghuan, do not jest with me. You are merely at the celestial sovereign stage, while Elder Tianyin is at the creation stage. How could you possibly have killed her? Luo Qinghuan, you wretched girl. How dare you slay grandmother? If the sect learns of this, they will not spare you." Just then, before Su Yi could respond, Ming'er's trembling voice rose in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at the girl before her. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden noise erupted. Hearing her relentless insults, Su Yi furrowed his brow and swiftly drew his sword, cleaving Ming'er in two. Witnessing this scene, the spirit clad in a small white dress gasped, her face turning pale as she instinctively covered her eyes. Su Yi, how could you have directly killed senior sister Ming'er?" After a moment, Luo Qinghuan's soft voice emerged, devoid of blame, towards Su Yi. She was merely astonished at his decisive action, striking without hesitation. She called you a wretched girl. You are not one, Su Yi replied indifferently. Luo Qinghuan paused, an inexplicable warmth blossoming within her at his simple words. It felt as though no one had ever stood up for her like this before. Qinghuan. What are you doing? Meng'er is your junior sister. The Taijin master, upon realizing the situation, was rendered speechless, his gaze towards Luo Qinghuan filled with trepidation. However, the young girl lifted her cold, clear eyes, which merely rested upon him with indifference. Instantly, the Taijin master trembled uncontrollably. He had never witnessed such a gaze from Luo Qinghuan before. It was an expression of extreme apathy, devoid of any emotion, as if with a single glance she could extinguish his very existence. Qinghuan, this is all the scheme of Meng'er and Tianyinzi. It has nothing to do with me. We have shared a master-disciple bond. Please spare me, and I shall never speak of this matter again. The Taijin master, presuming that the plot of Tianyinzi had been exposed, hastily pleaded for mercy. Luo girl, I leave this old dog to you, Su Yi remarked, disregarding the Taijin master's entreaties, merely addressing the ethereal spirit clad in a delicate white dress. As his words fell, Su Yi offered no opportunity for the girl to react, directly returning control of her body to her. Some matters must be initiated by her. To shatter the shackles of her innate pure holy body, he could only serve as a guide. The true force required to break those chains rested solely with Luo Qinghuan herself. Me? The indifference in the girl's eyes swiftly transformed into confusion. Observing the Taijin master kneeling on the ground, Luo Qinghuan's emotions became exceedingly complex. After all, regardless of circumstances, the individual kneeling before her had once been her mentor. Seeing the girl seemingly caught in hesitation, the Taijin master believed he had grasped a lifeline and quickly added, though we are no longer master and disciple, Qinghuan. Consider how I treated you in the past. How did I treat this girl? Hearing this, Su Yi's expression became somewhat peculiar. He had perused Luo Qinghuan's memories thoroughly. How had the Taijin master treated her? TSK. Was this old dog not walking into a trap of his own making? However, such a development was fortuitous. At this moment, upon hearing the Taijin master's words, Luo Qinghuan paused, a flicker of reminiscence crossing her beautiful eyes. Soon, she offered a self-deprecating smile. How did you treat me? When I quarreled with a senior brother, despite it being his fault, you would only reprimand me, insisting I apologize without a thought for my feelings. As a junior, I was to yield my cultivation resources to my senior brother and sister, and as a senior sister, I was to concede to my junior sister. Other junior sisters could make mistakes 100 times, and you would patiently correct them. Yet, if I made a single mistake, you would scold and beat me without mercy. From your lips, I have only ever heard reproach, never a word of praise. As Luo Qinghuan spoke, the expression of the Taijin master grew increasingly rigid. With an inadvertent crack, Su Yi appeared to perceive the faint sound of chains breaking. The girl slowly lowered her head, her body trembling uncontrollably at that moment, as if releasing years of pent-up grievances. She murmured softly, Am I truly so inadequate? Chapter 15. She was a celestial moon. Why subject her to the mundane? Upon hearing the girl's murmured words, Su Yi could not help but let out a sigh. After perusing this girl's memories, his heart ached for her even more. Regrettably, he could only offer verbal solace, unable to embrace her tenderly. He then spoke earnestly. Little Luo, do not deny yourself. Your worth is forever conferred by you, not judged by others. You are truly remarkable. Upon hearing Su Yi's earnest voice echoing in her mind, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of mist. My worth is forever conferred by myself. This was the first time she had encountered such words, and her heart was a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, the expression of the Taiying real person grew increasingly rigid, forcing a strained smile. Qinghuan, you do not understand. I am teaching you that one must endure hardship to rise above others. At these words, Su Yi could not help but let out a cold laugh. Indeed, it is true that one must endure hardship to ascend, but that does not imply one must suffer unnecessarily. With Luo Qinghuan's astonishing innate talent for cultivation, even if she were to seize all the resources, none would dare to utter a word against her. It is her rightful due. She is, after all, a moon in the sky. Why should she be tainted by the earthly? And why must she go to such lengths to prove that the mundane cannot obscure the brilliance of the moon? The tying real person merely recognized the girl's innate purity and gentle nature as weaknesses to exploit, seeking to maintain control over her. Luo Qinghuan, regaining her composure, disregarded the tying real person and, with reddened eyes, softly expressed her gratitude to Su Yi. Thank you, Su Yi. Who are we to one another? Thank you to your brother Yi? Do you wish to be spanked? Su Yi replied with mock annoyance, glaring at the girl. Do not say thank you again. Luo Qinghuan broke into a smile through her tears, realizing that Su Yi's sharp tongue concealed a tender heart. It was the first time she felt warmth from another. A delightful sensation indeed. Oh, understood. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Qinghuan, the tying real person, observing her silence, felt a surge of fear mounting within. Considering our master-disciple bond, please spare me. I assure you that today's events shall remain a secret. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan's beautiful gaze fell upon the tying real person. She shook her head slightly, her frost-laden spirit soared gradually dissipating, her tone unexpectedly calm. You may leave. Really? Qinghuan, thank you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in the tying real person's eyes. He hurriedly fled towards the cave's exit. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the surrounding temperature began to plummet, an ethereal frost subtly manifesting. The revered Taoing master was solely focused on her escape, oblivious to her surroundings. As she beheld the entrance to the cave dwelling, her aged eyes sparkled with increasing delight, and a cold smile crept into her heart. Humph! You audacious Luo Qinghuan! How dare you harm a fellow disciple? Once I escape, you shall find no place to rest in death. However, as these dark thoughts consumed her, a chilling crack resounded. The temperature plummeted, and an ethereal frost sword intent materialized behind her. In the next moment, the sword intent pierced through her body, and her life force began to wane. No. The Taoing master turned in disbelief to see the delicate figure clad in white, a frail young girl. She could scarcely believe that Luo Qinghuan would truly strike at her. As she watched the life force of the Taoing master dissipate, tears glimmered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes, her body trembling as crystalline droplets fell incessantly. Her feelings toward the Taoing master were complex, mingled with gratitude for her nurturing and resentment for her lack of respect as a teacher. Yet, at this moment, what prevailed was a cathartic release of her pent-up grievances, the first step in her dark transformation, to slay the misguided teacher. Had it not been for the Taoing master's mercilessness, how could she have forged her own indifference? Observing the weeping girl, Su Yi sighed, feeling helpless as he watched her sorrow unfold, unable to offer even the simplest of comforts, not even a mere embrace. Su Yi, I have no master anymore, the girl sobbed softly. It's all right. You still have your brother Yi, he replied tenderly, his tone devoid of its usual playful bravado. I have no family either. It's fine. You still have your brother Yi, he reassured her. It's all right. Thus, the girl expressed her grievances through tears, while Su Yi offered gentle words of consolation. After a long while, Luo Qinghuan began to quell her tumultuous emotions. Are you no longer crying? Su Yi asked with a light chuckle. I am not crying, she replied, shaking her head. Your brother Yi has captured your tear-stained visage. Should you cry again, it shall be exposed. Su Yi jested, attempting to lighten the mood. You. The girl bit her silver teeth, pouting her lips. I won't cry anymore. Is that so? Su Yi smiled. Meanwhile, within her mind, the system's voice echoed once more. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Reward, solidified Tao heart. With no moral constraints, one shall not be shackled by ethics, and drawing the sword naturally becomes divine. Would you like to invest? Invest. Su Yi did not hesitate. The host has completed the dark transformation investment. Congratulations. The host has acquired Emperor's Strike X3. Emperor's Strike card, upon use, temporarily elevates strength to the Imperial realm, delivering a powerful strike. Usable 3 times. An Emperor's Strike card? Upon hearing this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes, surprised by the bountiful rewards he had received. At the very least, he now possessed a card that could ensure his survival. He then carefully stowed away the rewards and suddenly remembered something. The girl. Do not let their corpses go to waste. Utilize the devouring sky demon technique to absorb their cultivation origins. Understood, Luo Qinghuan replied with a gentle nod. and proceeded to activate the devouring sky demon technique to consume the cultivation origins of the three individuals. Meanwhile, Suyi quietly observed within the realm of his soul. Through his perspective, although Luo Qinghuan's delicate form was still enveloped in the pure, radiant light of her innate sacred body, there was an unmistakable hint of darkness within the white glow. It seemed that breaking this shackle would not take much longer. He then shifted his gaze away. As Luo Qinghuan absorbed the cultivation origins, he activated the eternal soul technique to simultaneously consume the souls of the three. As the saying goes, a pair of hands working together makes labor lighter. In their case, it transformed into a lethal partnership. While Luo Qinghuan devoured the cultivation origins, he consumed the souls, leaving no chance for survival. Host has absorbed souls. Soul power has ascended to the second star of the creation realm. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan had also entirely absorbed the cultivation origins. Luo Qinghuan has absorbed the cultivation origins. Host gains 5,000 units of origin power. The voice of the system echoed continuously in his mind. Origin power. Suyi was taken aback. Soon, the system provided clarification. Origin power can be transformed into the essence of any energy, such as cultivation, sword intent, alchemy, forging techniques, and more, enhancing their efficacy. Furthermore, the host may choose to apply it to themselves or to Luo Qinghuan. Oh, this is akin to a universal experience for all-encompassing upgrades, Suyi realized with enlightenment. This was indeed advantageous, especially since it could also benefit Luo Qinghuan. Ultimately, he decided it was best to allocate it to her. After all, even if he became stronger, it would be futile if her body could not withstand it. By empowering Luo Qinghuan, he could grow stronger as well, achieving a double benefit. However, he decided to hold onto the cultivation origins for any unforeseen needs. Suyi set aside the 5,000 units of origin power. Soon, a panel materialized before him. Host, Suyi. Soul Realm, second star of the creation realm. Origin power, 5,000. Host subordinate, Luo Qinghuan. Strength realm, heavenly sovereign realm. Chapter 16. A candidate named Qinghuan Suyi. I have devoured it. At this moment, as Suyi's gaze shifted away from the panel, the voice of Luo Qinghuan resonated. Is there a need for us to handle this? What if the sect discovers our involvement? Her delicate brows furrowed, revealing a hint of concern. Although Suyi had the prowess to slay the formidable Tian Zi of the creation realm, the Xuantian Holy Sect was home to a powerful sovereign, and its leader was indeed a peak existence at the sovereign level. Fear not, Suyi responded, shaking his head. Did you not notice that the old dog Tai-in deliberately led us along this secluded path? Clearly, they had already plotted something against you, wary of being discovered. This, in fact, works to our advantage. However, we still need to eliminate some traces. Leave this matter to your brother Yi. He is quite adept at it. Suyi chuckled, recalling his past as a fearsome emperor who was no stranger to murder and concealment. Okay, Luo Qinghuan obediently nodded, her eyes softening momentarily before turning icy once more. Before long, Suyi skillfully erased all traces and turned to depart. Days passed in tranquility, with little of note occurring. Suyi enjoyed a leisurely existence, spending each day teaching and teasing Luo Qinghuan, much to her vexation, as her cheeks flushed with indignation. On several occasions, she even refrained from sleeping at night, opting instead for all-night cultivation. This was due to that wretched Suyi. He had the audacity to sneak into her account while she slept. Was this what they called a soul asleep but the body awake? Upon awakening, she found herself not nestled comfortably in her bed, but rather in the bath, her petite hands resting upon her exposed chest. Instantly, she felt a mix of shame and fury. When she confronted the shameless Suyi, he had the gall to claim he was merely sleepwalking. This infuriated her. Gritting her teeth, she longed to give Suyi a piece of her mind. Yet, alas, she could not locate the rogue. Moreover, this incident recurred on several nights. Thus, she resolved to feign sleep, hoping to catch Suyi in the act. Just when she believed she had him cornered, he calmly remarked, I was merely helping you with a little enhancement, my dear Luo. Surely you wouldn't want to be mocked by your brother Yi for having a flat chest for all eternity? Luo Qinghuan. In that moment, the young maiden's exquisite face flushed a deep crimson under the moonlight. Wretched Suyi, once you emerge from my body, I will surely have my revenge. Haha, I shall eagerly await that moment, he teased. Under the moonlight, The sounds of the girl's exasperated protests intertwined with Su Ye's playful banter. In stark contrast to the merriment elsewhere, the Xuantian Sacred Sect found itself engulfed in turmoil. The deaths of Tianyin Zi and Taiyin Zhenren were soon discovered by the disciples, sending shockwaves throughout the entire sect. It is worth noting that although Taiyin Zhenren was merely a minor saint-level cultivator, Tianyin Zi was a formidable being of the creation realm. The act of slaying her was no trivial feat, especially in such a stealthy manner. Only a powerful being of immense strength could accomplish such a task. Furthermore, when the elder from the law enforcement hall of the Xuantian Sacred Sect arrived at the scene, they found both individuals' fundamental essence consumed by demonic energy, with even their souls utterly devoured. Such brutal methods were clearly not the hallmark of righteous cultivators. The demise of the two was likely due to offending some powerful demon cultivator. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Xuantian Sacred Sect turned fraught with anxiety, as everyone felt a sense of dread. Within the grand hall of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, numerous elders congregated, their gazes fixed upon the striking figure seated upon the high dais, a woman clad in a purple qipao, her alluring form commanding both respect and awe. She was none other than the sect leader, the Xuantian sovereign. Elder Lin, have you ascertained the cause of death for Elder Tianyin and Elder Taiyin? The sovereign inquired softly, her crimson lips parting as she addressed a white-haired elder from the law enforcement hall below. Replying to the sovereign, Elder Lin promptly bowed before continuing. The cause of death remains unclear, but we have detected traces of demonic energy on both Elder Tianyin and Elder Taiyin. Their fundamental essence has been entirely devoured. Moreover, even their souls have been consumed. It is evident that the methods employed were exceptionally cruel, unlike those of righteous cultivators. They must have been the work of demon practitioners. Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered elders shifted in concern. The act of devouring both fundamental essence and souls left no chance for survival, a truly merciless act. What was most alarming was that such demon cultivators had managed to infiltrate the Xuantian Sacred Sect without detection. The consumption of essence and the erosion of souls were indeed tactics exclusive to demon practitioners. The Xuantian sovereign furrowed her brow and commanded, in the coming days, instruct the 8 peak masters to thoroughly investigate their respective peaks. Ensure that the disciples within the sect remain vigilant, lest those demon cultivators succeed again. This matter must be resolved promptly. Furthermore, in a short while, many talented disciples from various sects in the eastern regions of the wilderness will come to our Xuantian Sacred Sect to discuss and cultivate. We cannot allow ourselves to become a laughingstock. Understood, Sovereign. Elder Lin nodded in agreement. At that moment, the Xuantian sovereign appeared to recollect something, her expression turning slightly anxious. I recall that our sect has a particularly gifted disciple named Luo Qinghuan, who is the disciple of Taiyin Zhenren. She should be safe, correct? Luo Qinghuan. Elder Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and replied, Revered leader, there is no issue with Luo Qinghuan. It is merely that the other disciple of the Supreme Yin, Meng, her well-being is of no concern, interrupted the Supreme Yin sovereign, visibly relieved. As she cut off his words, clearly, she held little regard for the fate of the other disciple. Very well, this matter is settled. All elders may disperse. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, she signaled for the assembly to depart. Upon hearing her words, the elders in the grand hall bowed respectfully before making their exit. Soon, the hall was left with only the Supreme Yin sovereign. Is there a preliminary selection? Just then, a voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed within the chamber. Upon hearing this voice, the Supreme Yin sovereign's expression shifted to one of tension, and she swiftly turned around to see a radiant light behind her, where a figure emerged, indistinguishable in gender. Return to the holy envoy. A candidate has been chosen. She promptly offered a reverent bow, shedding the imposing demeanor she had displayed before the other elders of the Supreme Yin sect. Oh, who is it? Came an intrigued voice from within the holy light. Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 17. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace. The future savior Empress? Luo Qinghuan. Who is she? Upon hearing the words of the Xuantian Holy Master, a voice of bewilderment clearly emerged amidst the holy radiance. This girl is a prodigious disciple of our Xuantian Holy Sect, having attained the status of heavenly sovereign before reaching the age of 20. The Xuantian Holy Master nodded, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Oh, A heavenly sovereign under the age of 20? The figure within the holy radiance expressed mild astonishment. Such talent, even within our divine palace, would be regarded as a paragon of excellence. However, as she spoke, the figure in the holy radiance subtly shook her head. The criteria for becoming a goddess of our divine palace extends beyond mere talent and strength. Returning to the holy envoy, I am fully aware of this, the Xuantian Holy Master replied, her crimson lips curling into a mysterious smile. I have long observed this girl. Not only does she possess remarkable talent, but she also harbors the legendary Innate Pure Holy Body, undoubtedly meeting the holy envoy's requirements in the search for a goddess. What? The Innate Pure Holy Body. Upon hearing the Xuantian Holy Master's words, the figure within the holy radiance could no longer maintain her composure, her true identity revealed. She was a woman, her tone betraying an uncontainable excitement. It is said that anyone with such a holy body, if they do not perish, will inevitably grow to become a mighty emperor. Moreover, those with this constitution are, as the name suggests, innately pure and exceptionally benevolent. If she can be nurtured properly by our supreme forgetting emotion palace, she is destined to become the Empress of salvation. Her words also signified the formidable power that lay behind her. In the vast expanse of the wild heaven domain, countless forces and sects abound, with innumerable strong individuals. Even the Xuantian Holy Sect, guarded by 8 sovereign-level masters, ranks merely as a first-tier power within the wild heaven domain. While the top-tier powers are those possessing true emperor-level strength, there are only 5 top-tier forces in the wild heaven domain and the divine palace. Namely, the supreme forgetting emotion palace is one of them. It is no wonder the Xuantian Holy Master holds such reverence for the woman within the holy radiance. After all, the Xuantian Holy Sect is not to be trifled with. A mighty emperor? That girl could become the Empress of salvation. Upon hearing this, a profound shock crossed the beautiful eyes of the Xuantian Holy Master. She was aware that Luo Qinghuan's constitution would influence her character, making her gentle, kind, and pure, but she had no inkling that she might achieve the status of an empress in the future. In that moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have kept her here in the Xuantian Holy Sect for her own cultivation. Then, the Xuantian Holy Sect would surely give birth to an empress. Unfortunately, it was a tad too late for regrets. Indeed, the woman within the holy radiance nodded, her voice brimming with delight. I did not expect such a rewarding outcome from this endeavor. With this girl's constitution, coupled with the proper nurturing from our divine palace, it is likely that within a century, she will ascend to the status of an emperor. Within a century? The Xuantian Holy Master was filled with astonishment upon hearing the words of the holy envoy from the supreme forgetting emotion palace. Little did she know, even after a millennium of arduous cultivation, she managed to reach the pinnacle of the Saint Lord realm. A feat that places her among the elite within the vast expanse of the desolate heaven domain. Yet that girl, in less than a century, could ascend to the status of an empress? Xuantian, nurture her well. I have about a year before the ceremony of the divine maiden of the supreme forgetting palace, at which time I shall return to bring her. When the ceremony commences, she will undoubtedly astonish all. A savior empress capable of leaving every formidable being in the desolate heaven domain in awe. The mere thought of such a scene ignited a fervor within the holy envoy of the supreme forgetting palace. By the way, bestow upon that girl this supreme forgetting technique, allowing her to cultivate diligently. At that moment, as if struck by inspiration, a technique radiating pure white light manifested before the eyes of the Xuantian Saint Lord. Just as she was about to depart, Xuantian called out, "Holy envoy, regarding the matter your esteemed palace promised me." Seeing the holy maiden preparing to leave, Xuantian swiftly tucked away the supreme forgetting technique and exclaimed, "Oh, I nearly forgot." The holy envoy retraced her steps. "Rest assured, since you have identified such a remarkable talent for my supreme forgetting palace, we shall not forget our promise to you. When the time is ripe, we will assist you in ascending to the throne of Empress." "Thank you, divine palace." Upon hearing these words, Xuantian exhaled a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement. Cultivation is arduous, and ascending to the realm of Empress is even more challenging. She has lingered at the peak of the Saint Lord realm for several centuries, and despite her profound insights, she has yet to grasp even a fragment of the essence of the Emperor realm. This predicament can only be alleviated if an Emperor-level expert transmits their understanding to her. granting her an opportunity to touch the threshold of that realm. Hence her appeal to the Supreme Forgetting Palace. The palace consented, albeit with one condition, to assist in identifying candidates for the Divine Maiden, who must possess both exceptional talent and a benevolent heart. Through years of observation, she had long recognized Luo Qinghuan, nurturing her compassion from a young age and even guiding her to practice the Holy Maiden's pure heart technique. After a decade of honing her skills, the time has come for this sword to fulfill its purpose. No matter. The holy envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Palace waved her hand dismissively. If you cultivate that girl well, perhaps you might secure a chance for yourself on the path to becoming a deity. The path to becoming a deity? At these words, Xuantian's pupils constricted, and a hint of joy illuminated her delicate features. The path to becoming a deity, as its name suggests, is a journey towards divinity. The Emperor realm is not the ultimate destination of cultivation. Beyond it lies the realm of the gods. However, the limits of the lower realms confine one to the threshold of the god realm. Therefore, to transcend into divinity, one must ascend to the higher realms, breaking through to become a deity, and this path is known as the path of deification. However, the path to divinity is not one that everyone can tread. Only those of imperial stature possess the privilege to embark upon it. Furthermore, the opportunities to traverse this ancient route to divinity are limited, with the qualifications for entry historically held by the 5 foremost powers within the desolate realm. To be granted such a chance signifies that she too may ascend to the divine realm and seek enlightenment. Thus, when the Lord of the Profound e'en heard the envoy's words, her excitement was palpable. "Thank you, Divine Palace," she exclaimed, quickly bowing in gratitude. "Ha, nurture that girl well. I shall return for her in a year," came the voice, fading into the ether. The hall resonated with thoughts of conquest and the ancient path to divinity. The Lord of the Profound e'en remained enraptured in joy for a considerable time. Eventually, she regained her composure, recalling the envoy's admonition. Glancing at the sacred technique in her hand, she promptly commanded that Luo Qinghuan be summoned. Although this technique surpassed that of the Profound Sect by a significant margin, she dared not even cast a glance at it, not out of fear of discovery, but rather due to the whispers surrounding the Supreme Forgetting technique, which is said to be exceedingly profound. It is rumored that those who cultivate this technique gradually lose their emotions, devoid of anger, sorrow, or the common sentiments of humanity, ultimately transforming into what is deemed a pure being. This is what they refer to as the Supreme Forgetting. Chapter 18. The Invitation of the Master in the serene courtyard nestled within the middle of Frost Sword Peak, beneath a peach blossom tree. A graceful figure clad in a flowing white dress danced with her sword, moving like a startled swan or a gliding dragon. After a considerable time, the elegant figure finally paused, wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead, a hint of joy illuminating her delicate face as she called out, "Su Yi, Su Yi." Yet, her mind met with an unsettling silence. The girl puffed up her cheeks and exclaimed in exasperation, "Stupid Su Yi." At that moment, a voice, accompanied by a yawn, echoed in her mind, "What? Why are you calling for your elder brother? You're disturbing his beautiful dreams." "In my dreams, I am surrounded by beauties. You wouldn't believe how captivating they are. Pervert, you mustn't indulge in such colorful dreams within my body. Otherwise, I will hit you." Upon hearing Su Ye's teasing, the girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him a fierce glare, threatening him playfully. Yet, as she lowered her gaze, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Was he truly so preoccupied? Humph, such a lecherous fellow. I must grow stronger. Then, I shall astonish him. Clenching her small fists, she vowed silently, "Why are you calling for your elder brother, Luo?" After the playful banter, Su Yi adopted a serious tone. "I have made breakthroughs in the swordsmanship you taught me, and I have absorbed several strands of the essence of heaven and earth." Luo Qinghuan lifted her chin, eager to share her progress, as if demanding Su Ye's praise. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Su Yi couldn't help but smile, yet he indulged her desire, responding earnestly, "Very impressive. In less than half a day, you've managed to comprehend it again." With Luo Qinghuan's talent, once Su Yi guided her to grasp the first strand, the essence of heaven and earth would continuously flow towards her. Hee. The girl beamed with joy, and in that instant, even the wind seemed to pause, captivated by her breathtaking smile that rendered the world pale in comparison. Under the host's guidance, Luo Qinghuan comprehends the essence of heaven and earth. The host's swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Ye's mind, a powerful sword intent coursing through his soul. Oh, has it truly reached an extraordinary level? Quite impressive. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. In the Tianxian continent, swordsmanship is categorized among the 3,000 paths, divided into 8 realms: initial acquaintance, minor success, integration, extraordinary mastery, distinction, peak excellence, transcendence, and divine transformation. 3,000 paths, indeed. Even in his past life as the formidable emperor of bandits, he had only mastered fewer than 100 paths before his fall. Suddenly, Su Yi conceived a bold idea. The system's reward of the Grand Master was extraordinarily formidable, and coupled with Luo's astounding comprehension, if she were taught the 3,000 avenues, how immensely powerful might they become under 100-fold enhancement. Contemplating this, Su Yi felt a surge of impatience. However, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. Luo, having practiced her swordplay for several hours, must surely be weary, he mused with a smile. I'm all right, she replied, just a bit sweaty and uncomfortable. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qinghuan paused momentarily before responding honestly. Is that so? Then perhaps you should take a bath? Luo Qinghuan pondered for a moment. That seems reasonable. Wait. Suddenly, she crossed her arms defensively, her face brimming with suspicion as she realized his ulterior motive. This scoundrel must have nefarious intentions. Surely, he hoped to sneak a peek while she bathed. After all, he had done such a thing before. Letcher. Hey, you've been active for quite a while. It's time for your brother Yi to stretch his legs as well. His triumphant grin elicited a swift change in her demeanor. Her eyes turned cold, and a mischievous smile crept upon her lips as she turned towards the backyard bath. I'm off to bathe now. You scoundrel. Return control of my body. And what if I don't? I beg you. You truly beg, but will I grant it? Ha ha. You. Deep within her soul, the innocent spirit clad in white felt her cheeks flush crimson. After much deliberation, she finally mustered the most scathing words she could conceive. You scoundrel. You fool. You wicked one. You shameless lecher. Yet, upon uttering these words, she felt a surge of pride, convinced that Su Yi would be utterly humiliated by her insults. To her surprise, however, she was met with his unrelenting laughter. That day, she vividly recalled Su Ye's boisterous mirth. Her face burned with embarrassment, longing to disappear entirely. Before long, the maiden emerged from the bath, her cheeks still flushed, and spat in exasperation. You scoundrel. That rogue, he was so heavy-handed. It's not even your body. Pouting, Luo Qinghuan felt increasingly aggrieved. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the courtyard gate. Startled, both Luo Qinghuan and Su Yi exchanged bewildered glances. Who could it be at such an unexpected hour? With a wave of her delicate hand, Luo Qinghuan's figure shimmered with ethereal light, her elegant white gown enveloping her graceful form. She approached the courtyard door and opened it, revealing a beautiful woman clad in azure, standing at the threshold. Elder Qinghua? Luo Qinghuan recognized her as the esteemed elder of Frost Sword Peak, Qinghua. The unexpected visit from Elder Qinghua left Luo Qinghuan puzzled, prompting her to inquire, "May I ask what brings you here?" Although she was acquainted with Elder Qinghua, it was unlikely that their relationship had reached the level where the elder would personally visit her. It was certainly a matter pertaining to the sect. "Qinghuan, have you just finished bathing?" Elder Qinghua inquired with a smile, noticing the young girl's still damp hair, adorned with a few droplets of water. Yes. At Elder Qinghua's words, Luo Qinghuan instinctively recalled the embarrassing scene earlier in the bathhouse with Su Yi, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. Observing the girl's blushing demeanor, Elder Qinghua couldn't help but smile knowingly. This girl was indeed as innocent as the leader had described, turning red at merely mentioning her bath. Little did she know that the girl's blush was not due to her, but rather because of a certain unpleasant individual. "Elder Qinghua, have you come to see me for something?" Luo Qinghuan regained her composure and asked. "Indeed, the leader has commanded me to bring you to meet her." Elder Qinghua replied with a smile. The leader? Upon hearing this, both Luo Qinghuan and Su Yi, who resided within her, furrowed their brows, their hearts tightening. Could it be that Tian Yinzi and Tianjinren's demise had cast suspicion upon them? "Su Yi, what should we do?" Luo Qinghuan instinctively inquired. At that moment, unbeknownst to her, Su Yi had become her pillar of support. Fear not. With your brother Yi here, just follow her, Su Yi replied, shaking his head calmly. He still had a powerful strike in reserve. If they truly found themselves in a perilous situation, he had the means to protect her. Su Yi's tranquil words served as the strongest reassurance, dispelling Luo Qinghuan's anxiety in an instant. She obediently nodded her head. Elder Qinghua, please lead the way. Chapter 19. What constitutes a world-destroying sorceress? This art is not for me. Before long, Luo Qinghuan followed Elder Qinghua into the grand hall of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Qinghuan, the sect leader awaits you within the hall. Do enter promptly, Elder Qinghua said with a gentle smile directed at the young girl beside her. It was evident that she did not intend to accompany her inside. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, though a twinge of anxiety gripped her. The words spoken by Su Yi soothed her heart considerably. Steeling herself, she bit her silver teeth and pushed open the door. Upon entering the hall, she beheld a stunning woman adorned in a purple qipao, her figure gracefully curvaceous, who had evidently been waiting for some time. Qinghuan, it has been ages. You have blossomed into such beauty. The woman's melodious laughter echoed, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air. The Xuantian Sect leader had already appeared before Luo Qinghuan, scrutinizing her closely, growing increasingly pleased with each glance. The girl, unadorned by makeup, radiated a pure and striking beauty, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Surely, the supreme forgetting emotion palace would be immensely satisfied, and her qualification for the path to divinity would be assured. Greetings, sect leader, Luo Qinghuan saluted, her gaze wandering over the alluring woman before her, momentarily entranced. In a fleeting moment of vanity, she puffed out her chest, wishing to measure up. However, the result was a resounding defeat. Pouting slightly, she thought, humph, that scoundrel Su Yi must prefer this type, doesn't he? That rogue is undoubtedly eyeing the sect leader with hidden admiration. At that moment, Su Yi, who was observing the Xuantian Sect leader, suddenly sneezed, furrowing his brow. Do not misunderstand. I am a respectable person, he declared, though a saying came to mind. Purple indeed possesses a certain charm. The sect leader stands at the pinnacle of her power, even should she turn her attention to Luo Qinghuan. I am confident I can swiftly execute a devastating strike and then make my escape. Having gauged the strength of the Xuantian Sect leader, Su Yi felt assured. Do not panic, Luo Qinghuan. With your brother Yi here, go ahead and inquire about her intentions. Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded, then turned to the Xuantian Sect leader, asking, May I inquire why the sect leader has summoned me? It is as follows. The Xuantian Sect leader retracted her approving gaze, her red lips parting to speak. Qinghuan, you are among the few prodigious disciples of my Xuantian Sect. You are currently practicing the Sacred Maiden's Tranquil Heart Sutra, are you not? Hearing the sect leader's words, both Luo Qinghuan and Su Yi were momentarily taken aback. It seemed this was not about the demise of Tianzi, and Su Yi let out a sigh of relief. Although he possessed the means to counter the sect leader, he felt no fear. Given Luo Qinghuan's innate talent, coupled with his guidance, her ascent in strength was merely a matter of time. Luo Qinghuan, simply respond to her, Su Yi murmured softly, returning to the Holy Master. I am indeed cultivating the Sacred Maiden's tranquility technique. As the girl spoke, a delicate blush adorned her fair face. She had long abandoned this technique, dedicating her time to the devouring sky demon art taught by Su Yi. Yet, due to her innate pure sacred body, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame for her deceit. Nevertheless, witnessing the rosy hue on Luo Qinghuan's cheeks, the Xuantian Holy Master only grew more convinced of the girl's purity. While the Sacred Maiden's tranquility technique is commendable, it proves somewhat inadequate for your current needs. The Xuantian Holy Master remarked, extending her jade hand, which shimmered with a hint of spiritual light. A tome radiating an exceptionally pure glow appeared in her palm. What is this? Luo Qinghuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. This technique is known as the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique. It will assist you in refining your character and enhancing your cultivation, far surpassing the method you previously practiced, the Xuantian Holy Master explained softly. However, she refrained from disclosing that this technique was bestowed by the Holy Envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace. Nor did she intend to inform Luo Qinghuan about the matter of her candidacy for the Divine Maiden of the Palace. After all, according to the Holy Envoy, the timing was not yet ripe. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Technique. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Why does that name sound so familiar? Suyi furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling hint of conspiracy. Was summoning Luo Qinghuan merely for the purpose of presenting her with a technique? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled that in the original narrative, Luo Qinghuan, possessing an innate pure sacred body, had practiced the supreme forgetting emotion technique and was subsequently manipulated by the supreme forgetting emotion palace, ultimately becoming a puppet-like savior Empress. So, it was at this juncture that they intended to bestow this technique upon her, laying the groundwork for future control over her. In the original tale, you manipulated Luo Qinghuan, but now that I, your brother Yi, have arrived, do you still wish to exercise control over her? To transform her into a puppet savior? Suyi scoffed, then turned to Luo Qinghuan, saying calmly, refuse her outright. This technique will only bring you harm. It serves no benefit to you. What? Upon hearing this, the young girl's face turned ashen, utterly unprepared for the seemingly gentle Xuantian master to harbor ill intentions toward her. Suyi, is this true? She asked cautiously. Indeed, Suyi nodded, explaining that if Luo Qinghuan practiced this supreme forgetting emotion technique, she would be manipulated by the divine palace, becoming a puppet empress. The revelation left the girl pale, and she quickly nodded in agreement. I believe you. But the master possesses the strength of a holy master. If we defy her, will there be consequences? A mere holy master, Suyi scoffed, his disdain evident. As a reincarnated emperor, he held no fear of such power. After all, he still possessed the emperor's strike card. This matter pertains to the trajectory of Luo Qinghuan, and it requires a resolute approach. The supreme forgetting emotion technique is utterly forbidden for cultivation. With you, brother Yi, present, what is there to fear? Suyi stated in a tone that was remarkably calm. Upon hearing these words, the young girl felt her anxious heart begin to ease. For reasons unknown, the words of the insufferable Suyi always instilled in her an inexplicable sense of security. Thus, she mustered her courage and gazed at the leader of the Xuantian Sect. Master, this technique, I shall not learn it. Chapter 20. A slight shock from the tyrant emperor what? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's somewhat feeble yet resolutely determined words, the leader of the Xuantian Sect was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment flashing through her eyes. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure. Furrowing her brow, her tone turned frigid as she questioned the girl. Why? I do not wish to learn. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. She could hardly confess that it was Suyi who forbade her from studying. Is that so? The leader of the Xuantian Sect, still frowning, initially assumed the girl simply had no desire to learn. Thus, she extolled the merits of the technique, yet she refrained from mentioning its drawbacks. Nevertheless, the girl continued to shake her head, resolutely refusing to study. At long last, the leader's patience was exhausted. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as the overwhelming aura of a saintly being erupted forth. Impudent! Since I command you to learn, you shall learn. Do you dare to defy me? This matter pertains to my imperial realm and my qualification for the ancient path to divinity. I will not concern myself with whether Luo Qinghuan desires to cultivate the supreme forgetting emotions technique. If I decree it, then the girl must comply. If persuasion fails, then let it be by force. Boom! In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of the saintly being bore down upon the girl, causing her delicate face to pale and her lips to pout. Suyi, woo-woo, save me. Fear not. Your brother Yi is here. Suyi smiled slightly. In his mind, the system's voice resonated. Emperor's strike card has been activated, remaining uses too. Boom. As the words fell, an unimaginable and terrifying pressure enveloped the entire hall. The leader of the Xuantian Sect's saintly aura crumbled to dust, utterly dissipating. What? An emperor? At this moment, the leader's complexion changed dramatically, as if she were suffocating, her beautiful face etched with terror. In that instant, she felt an indescribably horrific presence that directly suppressed her entire being. This aura was unprecedented. She had never encountered such a terrifying force before. This was an emperor-level powerhouse. And not just any emperor-level powerhouse. Do you think it is quicker for you to compel Luo to study the supreme forgetting emotions technique, or for me to extinguish you with a single slap? Simultaneously, a detached voice of a youth echoed in the leader's mind. Hiss! Just a single utterance sent cold sweat cascading down the leader's back. Could it be the protector behind that girl? In that moment, The leader was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to control her breath beneath the terrifying imperial might, her heart surging with tumultuous waves of speculation. A protector. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Please, esteemed senior, spare me. I was blinded by folly to have acted in such a manner. The terrifying Emperor Wei seemed to transform into a colossal hand, lifting the leader of the Xuantian Sect into the air, prompting her to tremble and plead for mercy. Do not presume that this emperor is unaware of your dealings with the supreme forgetting emotion palace. Those who dare to lay a hand on young Luo will be meticulously accounted for, Su Yi remarked languidly. Although it was merely an experience card for an emperor's strike, he was undeniably a genuine former emperor, and the imperial might in his tone was not something an experience card could replicate. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Xuantian Sect turned even paler. Had this formidable protector overheard her conversation with the divine envoy? Hiss! What manner of being was this? Moreover, what was the true identity of Luo Qinghuan to warrant such a terrifying powerhouse as her protector? This emperor will spare your life this time. But you must fulfill 2 tasks, Su Ye's voice echoed calmly. What is it? Please, senior, speak. The leader of the Xuantian Sect quickly inquired upon realizing there was still a chance for survival. First, regarding the supreme forgetting emotion technique. Young Luo will not cultivate it, yet I require you to keep this from the supreme forgetting emotion palace. Second, all resources related to sects and cultivation must be directed towards young Luo, Su Yi stated. While he could easily eliminate the leader of the Xuantian Sect with a mere flick of his wrist, it would not be prudent in the long run. After all, the supreme forgetting emotion palace possessed its own formidable emperors, and with only 2 opportunities remaining on his experience card, he could not afford to use them recklessly. It would be wiser to channel resources towards Luo Qinghuan, accelerating her cultivation, thus enhancing his own prowess. Once he regained his emperor status, he would no longer fear the supreme forgetting emotion palace. Yes, I will certainly heed the words of the esteemed senior. The leader of the Xuantian Sect nodded vigorously, without a trace of hesitation. She could palpably sense the terror emanating from this protective powerhouse. The intensity of this fear surpassed even that which she felt from the leader of the divine palace. His strength was undoubtedly superior. From this day forth, all resources would be directed towards Qinghuan. Very well, Su Yi replied with a cold snort. By the way, if you are willing, you may allow Qinghuan to participate in the upcoming debate conference. The rewards for such a debate are considerable, encompassing not only the cultivation resources of my Xuantian Holy Sect, but also those from other sections. At this moment, the leader of the Xuantian Sect spoke softly. A debate conference, you say? Understood, Su Yi responded coolly. All right, young Luo, let us depart. At this moment, the girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Yi had just been so impressive. In response, Su Yi merely smiled lightly. What is this? It is merely a small display of the ferocity of a great emperor. Upon returning to the small courtyard on the mountainside, the girl remained entranced by Su Ye's earlier charisma, her eyes twinkling with stars. How is it? Isn't Brother Yi quite handsome? Su Ye's lips curled slightly. Just barely passable, nothing extraordinary. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the young girl let out a delicate huff. After all, she knew that if she praised him, this mischievous fellow would surely take advantage of it. Although they had resolved the current crisis, it was still essential to have some countermeasures in place. Su Yi, unconcerned, narrowed his eyes. Since the Supreme Forgetting Palace could manipulate those who practiced the Supreme Forgetting technique, he would make slight modifications to the technique himself. You like control? Then I shall turn the tables and control you. As an emperor, what was the harm in altering a technique a little? Soon, a voice resonated in his mind. Host has modified the Supreme Forgetting technique. Upon reaching a certain realm, the host can turn the tables and control the denizens of the divine palace. Excellent. Lo, my dear, I've made some adjustments to the Supreme Forgetting technique. Once your realm increases, we can treat the people of the divine palace as mere puppets. Su Yi said with a smile. Since they enjoy puppetry so much, why not let me play the part of a puppet? The young girl paused at Su Ye's words. Control them in return? Oh, Su Yi, you are quite cunning. How dare you jest with your brother Yi? Do you believe I won't spank you? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. You can tease me, but I cannot jest with you? The young girl smiled proudly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Besides, you lack a physical body. Calling for a spanking daily won't yield results. However, within the small courtyard. As the girl gasped, her beautiful eyes shifted, and she unexpectedly lifted her delicate hand, landing it upon her own soft, pert backside. Humph. Who said your brother Yi lacks a physical body and cannot spank you? Su Yi chuckled triumphantly. Then he relinquished control of his body back to her. Bullying me, the girl pouted, her expression shifting to one of feigned grievance. She clenched her little fists, quietly vowing that once the insufferable Su Yi obtained a physical form, she would surely retaliate fiercely. What are you up to? Su Yi shot her a glance. And nothing, the young girl stammered, her small fists dropping, appearing guilty like a thief. Uffed. At this sight, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Over time, he had noticed a distinct change in Luo Qinghuan. She no longer appeared as troubled and glum as before, but instead radiated a touch of joy. Insufferable Su Yi, you are laughing at me again. As Su Yi's laughter echoed, the young girl's playful protest filled the courtyard like the vibrant blossoms of peach trees. After a moment of light-hearted banter, Su Yi shifted to more serious matters, his demeanor becoming grave. All right, my dear Luo, since we intend to turn the denizens of the divine palace into puppets, our immediate task is to swiftly elevate our realms, for the divine palace also harbors formidable emperors. How do you currently feel? It is my first attempt, and I aspire to surpass 1,000,000 words. Chapter 21. The Body of the Buddha Demon? Reconstructing the Flesh? Investment. It is imperative to invest. Indeed. Luo Qinghuan nodded gently. By the way, what is the matter regarding the discussion of cultivation mentioned by the Xuantian Saint Lord? Su Yi recalled another piece of advice given by the Xuantian Saint Lord before leaving the Grand Hall, and could not help but inquire. The discussion of cultivation involves the various sects of the Eastern Wilderness sending their exceptional disciples to our Xuantian holy cult for discourse and training. Those who excel in their cultivation shall be rewarded with resources and techniques, Luo Qinghuan elucidated. However, I am not privy to the specifics of how this discourse and cultivation will transpire. You actually do not know? Su Yi expressed his surprise. After all, as an exceptional disciple of the Xuantian holy cult, Luo Qinghuan should have had the opportunity to participate in this discussion of cultivation. Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, appearing somewhat apprehensive of Su Yi's reproach, and meekly replied, I initially intended to participate, but my senior brothers and sisters advised that, given my innate talent and strength, it would be better to allocate these cultivation resources to them. As expected, upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Su Yi was not overly surprised, having anticipated this outcome. No matter, this is not your fault. It is merely the consequence of your pure innate holy body. He gently shook his head. Participating this time is essential. We must seize all available cultivation resources. Despite the resource allocation from the Xuantian cult leader, we must still claim what we can. After all, enhancing our strength is of paramount importance. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded earnestly. Her delicate face filled with determination as she clenched her small fists, adopting a fierce demeanor. Humph, I will definitely bring them all down. At that moment, a voice resonated in Su Yi's mind. The holy body pill? Hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Holy body pill significantly enhances physical strength. If invested in Luo Qinghuan, it can elevate her capacity to bear the host's strength. When the host activates, all strength can be unleashed without limitation. As he absorbed the system's explanation, Su Yi's eyes gradually brightened. This item is indeed a remarkable treasure. This way, when he activates in the future, he need not restrain himself for fear that this girl's body cannot withstand his power. What benefits will arise from this investment? The holy body pill appears extraordinary. What can be gained from the investment thereafter? Upon investing in the darkened state, the host shall receive a Buddha demon body pill. Consuming it will grant the host darkening points, which can be utilized to reconstruct the flesh. The system's voice echoed once more in his mind. What? The Buddha demon body. Darkening points, a method to reconstruct the flesh? Upon hearing the system's proclamation, a wave of ecstatic joy surged through Su Yi's eyes. There is nothing more crucial than reconstructing his body. The holy body pill, then? Investment. It is absolutely imperative to invest. The journey towards enlightenment still requires time. During this period, Su Yi has not been idle, continuously guiding Luo Qinghuan in her cultivation. As a result, Luo Qinghuan has successfully advanced from the 3rd to the 5th level of the celestial sovereign realm, and Su Yi, benefiting from her breakthrough, has elevated his own cultivation to the 3rd level of the creation realm. He has also instructed Luo Qinghuan to gather all the necessary herbs for the preparation of the sacred body pill, as this alchemical concoction is of utmost significance following the investment in the towering demon body pill. With the influence of the Xuantian Sect master, the search for these herbs has been rather effortless. However, one particular herb, known as the heavenly soul grass, is unfortunately absent from the Xuantian sacred sect. Ultimately, after some inquiries by the Xuantian Sect master, it was revealed that the heavenly soul grass grows within the Kunlun Trial secret realm, a place that only permits cultivators of the creation realm or lower to enter. Thus, the Xuantian Sect master found himself unable to assist further and could only advise the young girl to venture into the Kunlun secret realm in search of it. Su Yi immediately urged the girl to embark on her journey without delay. At the Xuantian sacred sect, a massive stone platform stood adorned with dozens of ancient bronze doors, each emanating a brilliant white light and strong spatial fluctuations. This place is known as the transmission platform, and the bronze doors serve as portals to various secret realms across the wild heaven domain, with most major sects within the domain establishing such doors for the convenience of their disciples' trials. At this moment, the transmission platform was teeming with people, as numerous disciples of the Xuantian sacred sect entered the portals to head to their respective trial locations. Just then, a figure in a flowing white dress glided past, instantly captivating the attention of the surrounding disciples. Who is that senior sister? She is stunningly beautiful. I can't believe our Xuantian sacred sect boasts such a lovely person, one disciple exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe as he beheld the enchanting figure. You don't even know her? Came the derisive response from nearby disciples. How ignorant. That is Luo Qinghuan from Frost Sword Peak. She ranks 6th among the prodigies of our Xuantian sacred sect, possessing exceptional talent, beauty, and a kind heart, all while remaining low-key. The 6th on the Xuantian prodigy list? The Luo sister from Frost Sword Peak? I wish to be her devoted follower. Yet at this moment, the girl in white paid no heed to the gazes of those around her, instead walking purposefully towards one of the portals. Qinghuan, you have arrived. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan approach, the elder overseeing the transmission platform immediately turned to her, greeting her with a smile. Which secret realm do you intend to visit this time? Returning to elder son, I shall go to the Kunlun realm, Luo Qinghuan replied. The Kunlun realm, is it? Very well. Ensure you have the spatial card. It is valid for 2 uses, one for going and one for returning. Do not wander off. Elder son nodded and promptly handed the spatial card to Luo Qinghuan, offering a word of caution. Thank you, elder. After expressing her gratitude, Luo Qinghuan received the spatial card and proceeded in the direction indicated by Elder Sunday. This particular teleportation portal had fewer disciples entering compared to others. This was primarily due to the high requirements of the Kunlun realm trials, which only allowed cultivators at the divine passage stage to enter. Soon, after waiting in line for a short while, it was Luo Qinghuan's turn. She placed the spatial card handed to her by Elder Sun against the ancient bronze door, and instantly, half of the card's energy surged into the door. A radiant white light enveloped her delicate figure, and the surrounding space began to shift. When she reopened her beautiful eyes, the scenery around her had transformed. So this is the Kunlun realm. At that moment, Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. Yes, Luo Qinghuan nodded gently, softly explaining to Su Yi. It is said that the Kunlun realm should actually be called the Kunlun Mirror, for it is a world within a mirror. The Kunlun Mirror was once an imperial artifact of the Kunlun Emperor, who stored all his treasured possessions within it. After the Emperor's demise, the world within the mirror gradually materialized into reality, forming this secret realm known as the Kunlun realm. Unfortunately, most of the precious items within have already been thoroughly scavenged. Otherwise, it wouldn't be open for disciples from various sects in the wild heaven domain to come and train. Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. An imperial artifact capable of creating its own space? That is indeed a remarkable item. It certainly is, but regrettably, the essence of the Kunlun mirror has long since vanished with the fall of the Kunlun Emperor, Luo Qinghuan lamented. Vanished, you say? Perhaps. It is destined to be connected to me, Su Yi murmured, then urged. All right, Luo girl, let us set off. Yes, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly came from nearby. Oh, Senior Sister Luo? Chapter 22. Rejecting Free Riders, No Companionship. Sister Luo, you have also arrived at the Kunlun realm? Not far away, Amidst a crowd clad in the garments of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, a young girl in a pink dress was excitedly waving at Luo Qinghuan. Anren. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Luo Qinghuan paused momentarily. This girl was none other than Anren, whom she had encountered in front of the training tower not long ago, and the only one among those present who felt that Gongsun Shui had acted improperly. Anren, what did you just say? Sister Luo? Could it be? You are the prodigy of the Frost Sword Peak, Luo Qinghuan? Upon hearing Anren's words, the surrounding disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were momentarily taken aback. Then their eyes sparkled with delight as they hurriedly inquired. Indeed, Anren nodded with admiration. During her time at the training tower, she had witnessed Sister Luo's remarkable demeanor, which was simply awe-inspiring. It turned out that she was Sister Luo. Seeing her today, she was indeed an unparalleled beauty. Not only was Sister Luo enchanting, but she had likely also ascended to the celestial sovereign realm. Her strength was extraordinary. What? The celestial sovereign realm? Hearing this, the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were astonished, gasping in disbelief. Their own strengths barely reached the divine ability realm, yet the girl before them, evidently younger than they, possessed power surpassing them by 2 major realms. They had not expected Sister Luo to be so formidable, truly deserving of her place as 6th on the Xuantian Sacred Sect's prodigy rankings. Anren, it seems you have a good relationship with Sister Luo. I have heard that Sister Luo is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also eager to assist others. The place we are heading to might be somewhat perilous. Why not? At that moment, a female disciple in the crowd seemed to have an idea and looked at Anren, quickly speaking up. Why not mention it to Sister Luo and ask her to accompany us? That way, if we encounter danger, we would have an added layer of protection, considering Sister Luo's formidable strength. As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding disciples reacted, eagerly agreeing. Indeed, Anren, the Kunlun realm is fraught with dangers, especially with other sects' powerful practitioners lurking about. If Sister Luo could safeguard us, we would undoubtedly feel much safer. Yes, it's a small favor. Sister Luo wouldn't decline, would she? Upon hearing their words, Anren was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. A look of hesitation crossed her face. Brothers and sisters, this may not be appropriate. What is inappropriate? For Sister Luo, it would merely be a trivial matter. We are all part of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, and naturally, we should support one another outside. Exactly. As Anren spoke, the surrounding crowd rebutted her with reasoned arguments. However, might this unduly delay Senior Sister Luo? Surely she has her own trials to undertake upon arriving at Kunlun. Anren furrowed her brow and reiterated, moreover, the essence of trials lies in relying on oneself. Junior Sister Anren, is there something you wish to convey? At that moment, accompanied by a melodious voice, the young lady in a white dress appeared before everyone. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Senior Sister Luo was even more enchanting than they had previously imagined. Senior Sister Luo, Anren intended to say it was nothing. Yet her words were abruptly interrupted by a fellow female disciple, the very one who had initially suggested that Luo Qinghuan accompany them. Yuan Peaks Lu Yu has met Senior Sister Luo. The matter is thus. We plan to venture into the depths of the Kunlun Mirror for our trials. The depths of the Kunlun Mirror? Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows knitted together as she glanced at the group and cautioned, the depths of the Kunlun Mirror are fraught with peril. It would be wise to refrain from going. Of course, we are aware, Lu Yu smiled, finally revealing her intent. Thus, I wish to inquire if Senior Sister Luo might accompany us. Even in the face of danger, I believe your cultivation level would ensure our safety. As she spoke, Lu Yu exchanged knowing glances with Anren and the others. Anren clenched her teeth, remaining silent. Yet, the others quickly chimed in. Indeed, Senior Sister Luo, we are all disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. It is only fitting that we assist one another. We have all heard tales of your beauty and kindness. Surely you would not refuse such a modest request? Senior Sister Luo, you wouldn't wish to be burdened by guilt for not helping us if we were to encounter danger, would you? Upon hearing such audacious remarks, Suyi could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Very well. Just as the group was apprehensive about whether Luo Qinghuan would acquiesce, the young lady pondered for a moment before slightly nodding. However, before they could express their joy, her voice rang out once more. What benefits can you offer me? Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes settled on Lu Yu as she inquired earnestly. As that rascal Suyi remarked, I refuse to accept anything for free. You desire my protection? Very well, but you must provide the appropriate compensation. It requires resources. However, upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, it was Lu Yu who was left momentarily astonished. A flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes. She clearly had not anticipated such a response and had not intended to offer Luo Qinghuan any benefits. She bit her lip, her expression fraught with difficulty. Senior Sister Luo. The spiritual spring we seek has limited spiritual energy, just sufficient for us practitioners at the Divine Passage realm. We cannot spare any excess for you. Moreover, as a celestial sovereign, that spiritual spring would likely be of no use to you. Oh, Luo Qinghuan narrowed her eyes. Her gaze fixed on Lu Yu as she interrupted. Are you implying that you wish to take advantage of me? Sister Luo, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by taking advantage? This is merely a bond of camaraderie among fellow disciples. Lu Yu hastily defended herself. I shall not entertain this further. Before she could finish her words, Luo Qinghuan turned and departed. She was no longer the Luo Qinghuan of old. She had been transformed by the teachings of the notorious Su Yi. No, the educational version. Sister Anren, I bid you farewell. She called out to Anren before making her way towards the grand entrance, stepping into the Kunlun realm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu and the other disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated that Luo Qinghuan would refuse so decisively. Was this truly the same helpful Sister Luo from the rumors? What a fade! How pretentious! I had thought her to be of lofty ideals, but alas! She refuses to act without personal gain. How utterly repugnant! She shows no regard for the bonds of our sect. I would rather she perish in the Kunlun realm. Having been outright rejected by Luo Qinghuan, Lu Yu felt a profound loss of dignity, gritting her teeth as she cursed the retreating figure of the young woman. However, she remained blissfully unaware that as her words fell, the girl ahead halted momentarily. In the next instant, she slowly turned her head, and the expression in her beautiful eyes transformed into one of chilling indifference. Her gaze fixed upon Lu Yu as she coldly inquired, "What did you just say?" Boom. As her words echoed, the oppressive aura of the heavenly sovereign descended heavily upon Lu Yu. Chapter 23. The Five Supreme Forces, the Heavenly Battle Hall. In an instant, the oppressive aura emanating from the powerful beings of the celestial venerable realm caused the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect to turn pale. Their eyes filled with profound reverence as they gazed upon the young maiden in the white dress, who had turned to approach them. At this moment, the expression on her exquisitely beautiful face transformed from softness to an extreme indifference, her features cloaked in an icy demeanor. She uttered not a word, yet advanced step by step towards the crowd, each stride instilling within them an overwhelming sense of dread. What did you just say? The maiden halted before Lu Yu, who was pinned to the ground by the celestial venerable's pressure. Her delicate hand extended, and spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible grip, ensnaring Lu Yu's throat and lifting her effortlessly into the air. A chilling voice resonated at that moment. I, Senior Sister Luo, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lu Yu's face drained of color, terror-stricken to the point of tears. The young maideness gaze, devoid of warmth, radiated an unfathomable intent to kill, sending shivers through her trembling form. Warmth coursed through her legs, yet she was too frightened to pay it any mind, hastily pleading for mercy. Hiss. So, Senior Sister Luo possesses such a terrifying side. Is this the oppressive aura of a celestial venerable? Around them, the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect quivered in fear, not daring to utter a word in Lu Yu's defense. After all, they had all heard her earlier curses. Lu Yu's unfortunate fate was a consequence of her own making. Should there be a next time, death would be her only reward. Indeed, Su Yi coldly remarked, then carelessly tossed Lu Yu aside, as if discarding refuse. Thank you, Senior Sister Luo. Lu Yu scrambled to her feet, feeling as though she had been granted a second chance at life, hastily expressing her gratitude to the maiden before her. Only when the terrifying pressure of the celestial venerable bore down upon her did she realize the truth behind the rumors of Luo Qinghuan's benevolence, contrasted starkly by the undeniable strength of her celestial venerable prowess. After imparting a lesson to Lu Yu, Su Yi proceeded towards the grand entrance of the Kunlun realm, simultaneously relinquishing control of the body back to Luo Qinghuan. Luo girl, next time you encounter such a person, do not hesitate to take action. Luo Qinghuan nodded, her heart warmed by his words. Just moments ago, upon hearing Lu Yu's taunts, she had not even had the chance to react before Su Yi seized control, leading to the unfolding events. All right, let us enter the Kunlun realm. Luo Qinghuan acquiesced, then pushed open the grand door before her, stepping inside. Boom. Within the Kunlun realm stood countless towering gates, each adorned with grand characters that danced like dragons and phoenixes, representing the names of various sections. As the gates swung open, numerous figures emerged, all disciples from the major sects of the wilderness heaven, here to undergo trials in the Kunlun realm. Many of the newcomers, captivated by the allure of the secret realms, eagerly rushed inside in search of opportunities. Yet, some seasoned veterans were not hastily entering the secret realm in search of opportunities. Instead, they were keenly observing the disciples emerging from various portals. Within such a secret realm, one must not only be wary of the demons that lurk within, but also remain vigilant against the disciples of rival factions. After all, at times, the human heart can be more terrifying than the demons themselves. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the secret realm not only harbors inherent opportunities, but the disciples venturing here for trials could also represent a form of opportunity. Thus, it is wise to first observe the disciples from other sections. Suddenly, a massive door thunderously swung open, instantly captivating the attention of numerous cultivators. Upon seeing the three grand characters inscribed upon the door, the expressions of the cultivators within Kunlun realm transformed dramatically, their faces etched with solemnity and reverence. Boldly emblazoned upon that door were the three characters: War Heaven Hall, one of the 5 premier powers in the wilderness sky domain. The 5 great forces wield nearly unchallenged authority throughout the wilderness sky domain, instilling fear in all who dare to provoke them. What is happening? War Heaven Hall has actually arrived? Typically, these top 5 powers disdain coming to Kunlun realm. Why now? As the portal belonging to War Heaven Hall erupted open, the cultivators of Kunlun realm exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of confusion. Each of the 5 premier powers has established portals within Kunlun realm for their disciples to undertake trials. However, it is uncommon for the disciples of these powers to venture here, as Kunlun realm is not regarded as the finest trial ground among the realms controlled by the 5 forces. Thus, disciples often opt for stronger and superior secret realms for their trials. The people of War Heaven Hall have emerged. Why does the figure in the center appear so familiar? Just then, as the portal thunderously opened, a group of cultivators clad in golden brocade stepped forth. Among the crowd, a young man adorned in golden armor, exuding an imposing presence, immediately captured the attention of the onlookers. By the heavens, I recognize him. A middle-aged loose cultivator, increasingly struck by familiarity, gasped in realization. Xuantian, the 3rd prodigy of War Heaven Hall, among the entire wilderness sky domain's ranking of prodigies. He stands within the top 20 of this formidable echelon. It is said that at a tender age, he has already attained the terrifying level of 8 stars in the celestial sovereign realm, mere steps away from the realm of creation. More astonishingly, Xuantian, even with his 8 stars in the celestial sovereign realm, once dared to slay a demonic loose cultivator who had just ascended to the realm of creation. Today, the Lord of War Heaven Hall holds him in high regard. Should this young man not meet an untimely demise, it is likely that within a millennium, War Heaven Hall will witness the emergence of another emperor-level powerhouse. As these words echoed, a chorus of gasps reverberated through the crowd. Speculation ensued among the crowd. Not only had the formidable War Heaven Palace arrived, but even the illustrious Xuantian had made an appearance. Could it be that an undiscovered grand opportunity has emerged within the Kunlun realm? It is quite plausible. However, with the presence of the War Heaven Palace, any such opportunity would likely be beyond our reach. After all, Xuantian is a terrifying force capable of slaying those at the creation realm. Furthermore, even if one were to seize an opportunity before his eyes, would they possess the means to absorb it? Xuantian is backed by the War Heaven Palace. One can only lament not having discovered this grand opportunity sooner. Alas, the air was thick with sighs. Senior brother Xuantian, the palace master, mentioned that the item should be located in the northwest direction of the Kunlun realm. As for its precise location, we must seek it ourselves, remarked a disciple of the War Heaven Palace, unperturbed by the reactions of the surrounding cultivators, stepping forward to speak quietly to the central figure, Xuantian. Understood. Xuantian replied with a nod. Let us proceed, he uttered, intending to lead the disciples of the War Heaven Palace away. At that moment, not far off, an ancient gate swung open, and a graceful figure clad in a flowing white gown emerged quietly. Chapter 24. Does opportunity knock on one's door these days? The sudden opening of the stone door immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Was that the portal of the Xuantian Sacred Sect? Upon realizing the origin of this portal, the cultivators couldn't help but cast their gazes anew. Although the Xuantian Sacred Sect may not rival the 5 paramount powers, it certainly ranks among the foremost forces in the realm. As the ethereal white light gradually dissipated, a graceful figure in a flowing white dress emerged before the portal. Hiss! What a stunning beauty! It is the first time I have encountered a woman of such exquisite allure. It is said that the Xuantian Sacred Sect is renowned for its stunning maidens, and today, the rumors prove to be true. Such a delicate and enchanting young lady dares to enter the Kunlun realm alone? Perhaps this is her first venture out of her ivory tower for trials? She is truly naive. However, it matters not, for she will soon come to understand the treacheries of the world. When the cultivators within the Kunlun realm beheld the visage of the maiden in white, they were instantly captivated by her unparalleled beauty, gasping in awe with fervent gazes. In that moment, many with ulterior motives began to entertain dubious thoughts. Even Xuantian of the Battle Heaven Hall momentarily fixated on the young woman in white, appearing somewhat entranced. As the third prodigy of the Battle Heaven Hall, ranked among the top 20 in the Wild Heaven Domain's prodigy list, he had encountered many beauties before. Yet, compared to this maiden in white, those women seemed utterly eclipsed, scarcely worthy of mention. Xuantian, do you fancy this girl? A fellow disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall inquired, drawing back from their astonishment to chuckle at Xuantian, whose gaze lingered on the maiden. Fancy is hardly the word. She is indeed beautiful, but alas, she is likely just a pretty vase. A woman worthy of Xuantian cannot merely be a trinket. Xuantian replied with an air of pride, dismissing his gaze with a disdainful snort. Let us proceed. We must first accomplish the task assigned by the Hall Master. With that, he led the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall away. So, this is the interior of the Kunlun realm. Deep within his soul, Suyi murmured, gazing toward the distant mountains. Indeed, this is a realm unto itself. Verdant hills and flowing waters, towering forests, much like the outside world. Yet, here the spiritual energy is far denser, imbued with opportunities that the outside world lacks. After all, no one truly knows what treasures the Kunlun Emperor concealed within his Kunlun mirror. Loya, let us seize the moment, he urged. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. And disregarding the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, her delicate form transformed into a fleeting silhouette of white as she stepped into the verdant hills and waters, vanishing from sight. Within the Kunlun realm, amidst a field of medicinal herbs, a thunderous roar resounded. A figure, engulfed in flames and resembling a humanoid, desperately dodged the icy shards plummeting from the heavens. These shards were razor-sharp, and one could faintly sense a terrifying sword intent swirling within. Above, in the firmament, a slender figure clad in white stood elegantly, her hands grasping a spirit sword enveloped in a layer of frost, its intent swirling. In the next moment, before the creature could react, the maiden stepped forward, her sword slicing through the air towards it. Spare me, esteemed one. I am but 1,000-year-old blazing ginseng, transformed through arduous cultivation. I implore you to grant me a chance at survival. Realizing it could not evade the impending strike, the creature, in a moment of desperation, knelt and pleaded for mercy from the white-clad girl. The maiden, however, paid it no heed, though her sword seemed to hesitate slightly. Observing this, the blazing ginseng felt a surge of hope and hastily continued, but as it spoke, countless roots beneath the earth converged silently, preparing to assault the girl. Esteemed one, you. Yet before it could finish, the frost-laden sword intent manifested, piercing through its form in an instant, causing the gathered roots below to wither away entirely. A radiant light emanated from its body, which then gradually diminished, transforming into a palm-sized, flame-licked spiritual herb, the 1,000-year-old blazing ginseng. Indeed, I might concoct a few flame spirit pills for you. Observing the herb, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Flame spirit pills? What are those? With a graceful wave of her hand, Luo Qinghuan caught the blazing ginseng in her palm. Upon hearing Su Ye's words in her mind, her curiosity piqued. She inquired further. Merely a pill that aids in the rapid absorption of spiritual energy, Su Yi replied with a casual smile. Such a knowledgeable Su Yi, you truly know much. Luo Qinghuan murmured, her curiosity about Su Yi's identity intensifying. Alas, she knew he would not divulge anything. This mischievous rogue only relished in teasing her, filling her with enough intrigue before laughing heartily at her futile inquiries. This rascal is quite the villain. Reflecting on this, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, her delicate face etched with a hint of grievance. She felt that if she were to be toyed with by the insufferable Su Yi any longer, she would soon become a resentful woman. Enough of this. Little Luo, focus on finding the heavenly soul grass, Su Yi chuckled, dismissing the aggrieved maiden. They had been in the Kunlun realm for several hours, acquiring numerous treasures, yet regrettably, they had yet to uncover any traces of the heavenly soul grass. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, stowing away the blazing ginseng, and prepared to venture deeper into the Kunlun realm. Oh, little Luo, it seems an opportunity has presented itself. Su Ye's light laughter suddenly echoed in her mind. An opportunity? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and soon after, several figures emerged from the thicket, their eyes locked onto Luo Qinghuan, revealing a sinister intent. This junior sister. Just now we pursued a 1,000-year fiery ginseng that had transformed into human form, injuring it severely, yet it vanished without a trace. Have you caught sight of it? One individual, a young man with a folding fan, smirked slightly and gazed at Luo Qinghuan with a playful smile. I have not seen it, Luo Qinghuan replied. Her slender brows furrowed as she shook her head. She was certainly aware of what this fellow referred to as the fiery ginseng. However, contrary to his claims, that ginseng was not in a severely injured state when she encountered it. It appeared perfectly intact. Is that so? The young man with the fan chuckled softly, speaking slowly. It is not that I doubt you, junior sister, but alas, that 1,000-year fiery ginseng is far too precious. Perhaps, you might consider allowing us to examine your storage ring? If that ginseng is not in your possession, we shall certainly let you go. Lu Feng, why are you wasting your breath with this young lady? Just seize her and conduct a search. Ha ha ha. Even if it is not within her storage ring, it is likely to be on her person. A nearby rugged cultivator interrupted the young man's words, grinning as he cast a lecherous glance at Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 25. I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive junior brother Wang. Do not frighten this junior sister. The youth holding a folding fan, named Lu Feng, first cast a reproachful glance at the coarse cultivator. Then, shaking his fan, he turned to Luo Qinghuan with a smile. This junior sister. My junior brother has an impulsive temperament and tends to act carelessly. I hope you might kindly relinquish your storage ring and remove your garments for our inspection. Otherwise, if my junior brother acts in haste, I fear he may inadvertently cause you harm. As he spoke, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, revealing the aura of a Saint Emperor. It was evident that he was a formidable practitioner of the Saint Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows knitted together, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Through the teachings of Su Yi during this period, she had transformed from the Luo Qinghuan of yore. Su Yi had advised her to be somewhat amiable and to assist those who yearned for redemption. However, just as she prepared to take action, a somewhat lewd chuckle rang out. Ah, my dear brother Lu Feng from the Heavenly Wind Sect, how could you indulge in such delicacies without including this humble Taoist? A plump Taoist clad in robes appeared, followed by several companions. Upon seeing the white-clad maiden encircled by Lu Feng and his associates, their eyes widened in astonishment, clearly captivated by her beauty. Taoistly, upon spotting the rotund Taoist, Lu Feng frowned, realizing that this tempting prize could not be hoarded for himself. Taoistly, this junior sister is a disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Are you not intentionally placing me in jeopardy by revealing our sect's name? Lu Feng shook his head and sighed. What? A disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Taoist Li's expression shifted, his fleshy visage trembling thrice. Indeed, Lu Feng affirmed with a nod. The moment Luo Qinghuan stepped out from the stone gate, we had already set our sights on her. We noticed that she had entered the secret realm alone, deducing that this was her first trial. Otherwise, she would not have ventured in unaccompanied. The mention of the Xuantian Sacred Sect brought a flicker of hesitation to Taoist Li's eyes, revealing his inner turmoil. Yet, soon after, A fierce glint flashed across his gaze. If my friend must perish, then I shall not be spared either. For the sake of opportunity, what is there to fear? At worst, we can divide her treasures and, after our amusement, silence her for good. With this intent in mind, Lu Feng smiled, playfully twirling his folding fan while gazing at the white-clad maiden, his eyes gradually igniting with desire. In that case, this junior sister cannot blame us for our ruthless actions. With the two of us here, she need not entertain thoughts of escape. Submission to us may afford her a swifter end. As Lu Feng spoke, the aura of the Saint Emperor enveloped him once more. Humph. Indeed. Beside them, Taoist Li let out a cold snort, his corpulence trembling as the aura of a Saint Emperor realm emerged. Are two Saint Emperor realm beings your only reliance? The young girl furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring softly. Then, she relaxed her brow and smiled brightly. Very well. You are now surrounded by me. Lu Feng and Taoist Li exchanged perplexed glances. Ha ha. This junior sister certainly has a way with words. One person surrounding so many of us. Especially with two Saint Emperor realm experts present? Lu Feng chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. I shall have my fun with this little lady. I shall go first, so do not compete with me. As soon as he spoke, the disciples of Xuantian Sect and Huanghua Taoist Temple erupted into laughter. All right, junior sister, do not blame your senior brother for what comes next. Lu Feng leered, yet before he could finish, a sudden surge of sword intent emerged, cutting his words short. Why has the temperature around us dropped? Taoist Li keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere and noticed Lu Feng's sudden silence. Lu, why have you stopped speaking? He turned to the motionless Lu Feng, frowning slightly. Could it be that Lu Feng, in his excitement at the thought of reveling with this little lady, had lost his wits? Then, with a crack, Lu Feng's eyes widened in terror and despair, his head suddenly severed from his body, crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, the girl's voice rang out indifferently. Since when did a Saint Emperor realm being qualify as a formidable opponent? As her words echoed, the sight of Lu Feng's lifeless head sent the surroundings into a profound silence. Gasp! She just killed senior brother Lu in an instant? A Saint Emperor realm expert was no match for her. After a moment's pause, Taoist Li and the others' expressions changed drastically. Gasping in shock as they beheld the calm girl wielding the frostblade, their eyes filled with astonishment. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from her, they could no longer maintain their composure. Heavenly Sovereign. She is a Heavenly Sovereign expert. In that instant, they finally understood why this girl dared to enter the Kunlun secret realm alone. It was because she possessed the strength to look down upon all others. Meanwhile, beneath her tranquil demeanor, the girl felt a hint of pride and exclaimed to Su Yi in her mind, Stinky Su Yi, look, I've learned the technique you taught me that can kill in a single blow. Very well. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, pleased that her decisive nature had been nurtured. Dear lady, we failed to recognize your greatness. Please, show mercy and spare us. Indeed, we were wrong. Sensing the terrifying aura of the celestial sovereign emanating from Luo Qinghuan, they hastily pleaded for mercy. A celestial sovereign. Even if they united forces, they would likely be cleaved in two with just a few strikes. Observing the supplicants, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation. According to the insufferable Su Yi, it was time to demand the surrender of their storage rings. Perhaps I might spare your lives. Really? Li Daolong's shifty eyes darted around. I, Luo Qinghuan. Never deceive, the young girl affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Li Daolong and the others sighed in relief, as if they had been granted a second chance at life. Without a moment's hesitation, they hurriedly relinquished their storage rings, putting aside any lingering feelings of regret. After all, preserving their lives took precedence. Luo Qinghuan accepted the rings and casually swept her gaze over their contents, intending to collect everything. Following Su Ye's guidance, she had become quite adept at frugality. Any resources that presented themselves could not be overlooked. After all, Su Ye had declared, what is mine, and what is theirs is not mine. Wait, Luo girl, there is a medicinal herb within that fatso's storage ring. Retrieve it for me to examine. At that moment, Su Ye's voice suddenly echoed. This one. Luo Qinghuan searched and produced a small, pale blue herb in her hand. This is the celestial spirit herb. Its growth environment is akin to that of the heavenly soul herb we seek. Inquire with that fatso about where he found this celestial spirit herb. It may prove beneficial to us, Su Yi remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the delicate blue plant. Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, then turned to Li Daoling. From where did you procure this herb? Reporting to the esteemed lady, I found this herb in the Yushui forest of the Kunlun realm. Li Daoling promptly responded. The Yushui forest, is it? Very well, I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded once more. Then, esteemed lady, may we depart? After all, you just said. You never deceive. Li Daoling cautiously ventured. Indeed, I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive. Having declared that I would not slay you, I shall, of course, honor that promise. As she spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Thus, I choose to grant you a new lease on life. What? At her words, the expressions of Li Daoling and the others shifted dramatically. How dare you disregard the code of conduct? In the next breath, as the frost-laden sword light flickered, anguished cries echoed incessantly. Chapter 26. The reversed heavenly gang and the young Lady Luo. Deep within the Kunlun realm lies the enigmatic water forest. A graceful silhouette appeared in this mystical location. Is this truly the enigmatic water forest? Luo Qinghuan gazed ahead, her delicate brows knitting together. The towering trees here exuded an eerie presence. Even before stepping inside, she could feel the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized by countless eyes. The ground was shrouded in a layer of faint blue water, a haunting sight. What a pity for this rootless water, she mused. In her mind, Suyi let out a soft sigh of regret. Rootless water? A flicker of confusion danced in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. It is a substance that can greatly enhance cultivation. Suyi elucidated, shaking his head afterward. However, it has been entirely consumed by these demon trees. Luo, my dear, when you venture into this forest, do exercise caution. These trees are known to devour humans. Devour humans? A pallor washed over Luo Qinghuan's petite face. Very well, my dear Luo, step inside. Do not fret. Your brother Yi is here to ensure you remain unharmed by the demon trees. After all, I have yet to be devoured myself. So how could I allow you to fall prey to these fiends? Suyi grinned mischievously. Pe. Upon hearing his teasing, Luo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she spat 3 times in indignation. Wretched Su Yi, with his mind filled with frivolous thoughts. Yet, with Su Ye's words, she felt a measure of reassurance. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to enter the perilous, enigmatic water forest. Luo, senior sister Luo? Just as she was about to step into the forest, a joyful voice called out. Turning around, she found it was Anran. Anran, junior sister? What brings you here? Did I not warn you that the depths of the Kunlun realm are no place for you? Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly. The place of opportunity that senior sister Lu mentioned lies within, yet I have remained here, waiting for them, as I have always remembered your words, senior sister Luo, and chose to forego the opportunity, and Ran replied earnestly. You are wise to heed my advice. This place is not meant for you. Luo Qinghuan shook her head gently. Even Su Yi has acknowledged the dangers here. These demon trees feast on humans. It would be tantamount to seeking death for junior sister Lu and her companions, who are merely cultivators of the spirit connection realm, to enter. Wait for me here. I shall retrieve them. Oh, you intend to rescue them? Su Yi crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Certainly not, Luo Qinghuan clarified with a serious demeanor. I have already warned them. They chose to ignore my counsel and pursue folly. I have done my utmost, and my intention is merely to retrieve their life tokens. Indeed, a promising disciple you are. You have not disappointed your brother Ye's diligent guidance. Now, tell me, my dear Luo, how shall you repay me? Su Yi inquired with a smile. With my body as a pledge? Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Su Yi exclaimed, cough, little Luo, isn't this a bit hasty? But what can be done? After all, your brother Ye's charm is undeniable. Falling for me is not entirely your fault. Do not misunderstand. My suggestion to pledge yourself is merely a request for you to log in. As Su Yi indulged in his fanciful musings, a glint of mischief flashed in Luo Qinghuan's enchanting gaze. She then earnestly explained, Su Yi, it's over. The tables have turned. This girl actually dares to tease her back. No, she must be punished. Hee, you scoundrel Su Yi, always bullying me. Witnessing Su Yi in an uncharacteristic predicament, Luo Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with triumph. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted abruptly, her face flushed with a sudden, humiliating sound escaping her lips uncontrollably. Luo Shiji, what's wrong? And Ran, nearby, noticed Luo Qinghuan's unusual behavior and was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. And no, it's nothing. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, her cheeks still warm, as she struggled to regain her composure, inwardly cursing Su Yi. That scoundrel Su Yi. How dare he sneak a touch and pinch my behind? Shameless. Rascally scoundrel. Meanwhile, Su Yi completely ignored the girl's apparent turmoil, lamenting that if it had been his hand, the sensation would have been even more delightful. Reconstructing the flesh, I can hardly wait. All right, stay here and do not wander off. The demon trees here are known to devour people. Luo Qinghuan managed to calm her tumultuous emotions, spoke briefly to Enran, and then drew her sword, turning to enter the Yushui forest, swiftly disappearing into the dense foliage. Will devour people? Enran was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend her words. However, the next moment, she witnessed as Luo Shiji stepped into the Yushui forest. Surrounding eerie trees revealing faces that emitted haunting wails, their mournful cries echoing like demonic whispers, entrancing anyone who heard them into a transient stupor. Then, countless sharp branches gleaming coldly lunged towards the girl in white. Upon seeing this, Enran's complexion changed dramatically, and she quickly called out, "Luo Shiji, be careful." Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, she saw the girl's sword dance gracefully, and in the next instant, the surrounding monstrous trees crashed to the ground, blood gushing forth from where they had been severed. Witnessing such a scene, Enran's face turned ashen, her heart filled with dread. Thankfully, she had heeded Luo Shiji's warning and refrained from rashly entering with Lu Yu and the others. It seemed, Lu Yu and her companions were likely in grave danger as well, and Ran sighed, wishing to say more to Luo Qinghuan. But the girl had already ventured deep into the forest, her figure disappearing from sight. Deep within a chilling scream pierced the air. Lu Yu, swiftly escape. In a horrifying display, a disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect was cleaved in two by a single strike. Following this gruesome act, a bald monk callously stepped upon the lifeless body, extracting the blade embedded within it, his gaze laced with mocking derision as he fixed it upon the woman ahead. Escape? Where could one flee? In that moment, Lu Yu was utterly paralyzed by terror. Upon entering there was no turning back. They had encountered the man-eating demon tree almost immediately, and before they could seek their fortunes, a few had already succumbed to its voracious appetite. After a harrowing passage through the carnivorous woods, they had finally located this so-called spirit spring, only to be ambushed by a band of cultivators that seemed to have materialized from thin air. I am a disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Do you dare to lay a hand upon us? Are you not afraid of the retribution from my sect? Lu Yu glanced at her fellow disciples, all of whom lay either dead or gravely injured, her face a mask of dread as she hastily attempted to issue a threat. Chapter 27. The Sacred Sect of Xianyang and the Sacred Spring of Yanling. The Xuantian Holy Cult? Ha. The bald monk grinned menacingly, viciously trampling on the corpse of the Xuantian Holy Cult disciple. Indeed, we cannot provoke the Xuantian Holy Cult, but this is Kunlun territory. If I were to slay you all, who would know who was responsible for your demise? Heh. I relish the thought of feasting upon you. Plump morsels that have emerged from the grand sections. They were, after all, bandit cultivators lurking in the secret realms, specializing in preying upon disciples from prominent sections. These disciples, endowed with the arrogance of their powerful backgrounds, often believed others would fear them, yet this was a trial secret realm, strewn with countless bones, where no external powers could perceive their end. If I were to eliminate you all, no one would discover the identity of your killer. Upon hearing these words, despair etched itself across Lu Yu's face, her eyes brimming with resentment. It's all Luo Qinghuan's fault. If she had only stayed with us, my brothers wouldn't have met their end here. It's all because of that wretched girl. In this moment, her inherent ugliness of character was laid bare. Even as death loomed, she could not reflect upon her own recklessness, but instead cast blame upon another. Suddenly, Lu Yu seemed to perceive something, a flicker of excitement igniting in her eyes. Not far away, a figure clad in white gracefully emerged. Luo, senior sister Luo, please save me. Help me. My brothers have all been slaughtered by these fiends. You must avenge them. Lu Yu frantically waved her arms, desperately calling out to the distant silhouette in white. Another one? The bald monk followed her gaze and saw a young girl in white slowly approaching. Even from afar, her beauty and ethereal presence were unmistakable. What a stunning little beauty. He then cast a cold glance at Lu Yu, initially intending to toy with her before delivering the final blow. But with the arrival of this girl, there was no longer any need for her to survive. As his words fell, without a trace of hesitation, the bald monk unleashed the aura of a sacred emperor and swung his blade. The condensed blade intent surged towards Lu Yu with ferocity. Senior Sister Luo, save me. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu, aware of her own helplessness, cried out to the distant figure in white. Yet, the girl in white remained unmoved. Advancing with a light, unhurried step, Luo, Senior Sister Luo? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but in the next heartbeat, she was met with the terrifying blade intent of the bald monk, which cleaved her body in two. What a ruthless heart. Your fellow disciple cries out for help, and you remain indifferent, the bald monk remarked, shouldering his massive blade while gazing at the young girl approaching with a graceful stride. Upon hearing this, the girl in white seemed momentarily stunned, halting her steps. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if lost in contemplation. Confronted with such words, the foul-mouthed Suyi pondered how to respond. He recalled. In the next moment, the maiden in the white dress broke into a captivating smile. Breathtakingly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Observing this, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this girl possessed the fierce spirit of a great bandit emperor. However, the bald monk furrowed his brows, regarding the fearless maiden with a grave expression. He spoke in a low tone. Are you not afraid of us? As his words echoed, the surrounding figures silently encircled them, their potent Saint Emperor auras emerging. All were formidable Saint Emperor level cultivators. Without a top-tier prodigy leading them, ordinary disciples would stand no chance against these individuals. Afraid? Rather the opposite. Have you ever witnessed a heavenly sovereign fearing a Saint Emperor? Suyi crossed his arms, yawning in boredom, and addressed Luo Qinghuan. Hurry up and finish this. I can sense that the celestial soul herb we seek lies nearby. They had not arrived here hastily. Instead, they had leisurely searched the depths of the ghost water forest for the celestial soul herb before meandering to this spot. Understood. Luo Qinghuan lightly nodded. Since Suyi had spoken, she would not hold back. In the next moment, frost emerged, and the sword intent became sharp, her aura shifting. Is this the heavenly sovereign level? Upon sensing the change in the maiden's aura, the bald monk's expression altered dramatically, prompting him to make a bold decision. Run. Scatter. As he uttered these words, he was the first to sheath his great sword and flee, with the others promptly following suit. Against a heavenly sovereign, even a dozen Saint Emperor cultivators would possess only a fleeting chance of survival, merely a distinction between dying first or last. Better to flee outright. Witnessing this, the maiden felt somewhat disinterested and casually unleashed a few sword strikes. The frost-laden sword intent seemed to possess an automatic tracking function, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing figures. In no time, several lifeless forms plummeted from the heavens. Remarkable. The fleeing bald monk's expression changed drastically as the frost sword intent surged toward him. It was over. A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. He could not evade this strike. However, just then, a fiery hand surged toward him, crashing down with great force and instantly extinguishing his life force. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows. In her mind, Suyi exclaimed, stealing kills? That was perilously close. I almost let that rogue escape. Fortunate that I intervened. Simultaneously, a fiery figure materialized, the flames receding to reveal a handsome youth clad in red, his aura revealing him to be a heavenly sovereign as well. I am Yin Yun, a prodigy of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. This junior sister need not express her gratitude for my assistance. If she insists on thanking me, then perhaps she could share half of the waters from the sacred spring of flame spirits. What do you think? Chapter 28. Suyi, do you have any objections? Upon hearing the self-introduction of the young man in red, Suyi furrowed his brow. In the realm of the wasteland, there exists a notion of the Yin and Yang sects among the first-rate powers, wherein the Xuantian Holy Sect represents the Yin, while the Xuantian Sacred Sect embodies the Yang. It is said that the founders of these two factions shared significant connections. Luo Qinghuan softly elucidated this to Suyi. I see. Suyi nodded slightly. This must be Luo Qinghuan, the junior sister from the Frost Sword Peak of the Xuantian Holy Sect, whose reputation precedes her. Today, she indeed lives up to the tales of her extraordinary talent and striking beauty. Yin Yun smiled. By the way, Did you hear what I just said, junior sister Luo? I just assisted you in dealing with that fleeing thief. If you insist on expressing your gratitude, he began to reiterate his earlier words. No need for thanks. However, before Yin Yun could finish, Luo Qinghuan interrupted him with her crimson lips. Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react. Luo Qinghuan's unexpected response left him at a loss. Nah, did I tell you to be so polite? His brows knitted together as he recalled that Luo Qinghuan of the Xuantian Holy Sect was known for her gentle disposition. Perhaps if he pressed a bit further, she might relent. Yet, if it weren't for my assistance, that thief would have escaped. And you would not have been able to absorb the flame spirit sacred spring in peace. It is only fair that I receive a portion. With my sword, he would not have gotten away. Luo Qinghuan shook her head slightly, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Having spent considerable time with Su Yi, she was no longer susceptible to such moral coercion. Following Su Ye's guidance, she understood the means required to deal with individuals like him. With narrowed eyes and her spiritual sword shimmering with frost, Luo Qinghuan remarked, "Or do you wish to test your strength, senior brother Yin?" As her voice fell, a formidable aura of a fifth-level celestial emerged from her delicate frame. Fifth-level celestial? How have you cultivated so rapidly? Feeling her intimidating presence, Yin Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed incredulously at the young woman before him. Due to the close ties between their sects, he was privy to some information regarding the Xuantian Holy Sect. If memory served him correctly, Luo Qinghuan ranked 6th on the Holy Sect's list of prodigies, while the 5th-ranked individual he knew personally possessed merely a 2nd-level celestial strength. How could it be that Luo Qinghuan, ranked 6th among prodigies, surpasses the 5th in strength by such a margin? Haha, Luo Jr.'s sister must be jesting. The flame spirit sacred spring is undoubtedly yours alone, and has nothing to do with me. Yin Yun chuckled awkwardly, hastily shaking his head. Though he too was a celestial, he was merely at the 2nd level, and with a 3-level disadvantage, he lacked the confidence to be a match for Luo Qinghuan. However, though he spoke thus, he did not depart. The flame spirit sacred spring is of no trivial matter. This sacred spring not only aids cultivators in enhancing their powers, but the layer of flame spirit fire that envelopes it is also formidable, proving immensely beneficial to the techniques he practices. He could not fathom that after absorbing the spring's energy, junior sister Luo could also capture this flame spirit fire. After all, even a prodigy like him, who played with fire, could not guarantee its absorption. Noticing Yin Yun's abandonment of the pursuit, Luo Qinghuan chose to disregard him and began to reclaim the life tokens of Lu Yu and her companions. Luo girl, do not overlook their storage rings. Su Yi reminded her. Is it not reasonable to collect a small fee for the retrieval of their bodies? Ah, indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded, finding his reasoning quite sound, and promptly placed their storage rings into her own, sparing not even the bald cultivators among them. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun was left momentarily dumbfounded. Wait a moment. Wasn't it said that junior sister Luo of the Xuantian Sacred Sect is pure and kind-hearted? Why does it appear now that she is proficient in burying corpses and seizing storage rings like a ruthless bandit? Once everything was concluded, Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze towards the nearby spiritual spring. A layer of fire enveloped the spring, which contained an abundance of spiritual energy. This must be the spiritual spring Lu Yu and her companions sought, the very flame spirit sacred spring Yin Yun had spoken of. However, it seemed that fortune favored her now. Luo girl, I can sense the heavenly soul grass lies within this spring, and this flame spirit sacred spring is exceptional. Truly, it is worthy of being a place where a great emperor stores treasures. There are indeed numerous good things here. You shall absorb the spiritual energy from the flame spirit sacred spring, and I will take the layer of flame spirit fire for use as alchemical fire. Quality alchemical fire can determine the potency of the pills. With this fire, perhaps I can strive for a transcendent grade pill when refining the sacred soul pill. In his mind, Su Yi smiled and instructed her. Understood, Luo Qinghuan replied softly, then lifted her skirt, revealing her delicate feet as she tiptoed towards the spiritual spring. The water was not deep, reaching just above her smooth, fair calves. With the protection of spiritual energy, the layer of fire covering the spring could not harm her. Soon, she reached the center of the spring, seated herself upon the jade stone, and began to absorb the rich spiritual energy that flowed abundantly from it. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. Luo Qinghuan is decisive in her actions. Luo Qinghuan has undergone a transformation. Reward, unparalleled insight. Would you like to invest? Invest. Suyi did not hesitate. Investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Eye of Fate. The Eye of Fate. Suyi furrowed his brow. Quickly, the system provided an explanation. Eye of Fate can seek the creations of heaven and earth, discover opportunities in the world, and locate the strongest opportunities within a specified range. Oh, was it the most formidable opportunity? A glimmer of joy flickered in Su Ye's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed as he retracted his gaze from the fateful orbs. After a considerable interval, the maiden within the spiritual spring suddenly sensed an enhancement in her comprehension. Gradually opening her enchanting eyes, she assessed her own aura. Yet a faint frown marred her delicate features, revealing a trace of despondency. Oh, could it be that the absorption was unsuccessful? Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. If junior sister Luo had indeed failed in her absorption, then surely it was now his turn. However, in the next moment, he heard the maiden's soft sigh, nearly causing him to choke on his own frustration. Having absorbed all the spiritual energy in this place, there were no signs of any breakthrough whatsoever. Could it be that having ascended several minor realms in one go just days prior rendered this mere feat insufficient? Yin Yun. She absorbed all of the spiritual energy from the Yanling Holy Spring? While he could achieve that, it would take him nearly an entire day, yet this young lady accomplished it in less than a few minutes. Furthermore, she had broken through several minor realms in one breath just days ago. Is that even a coherent statement? Do you treat cultivation as casually as drinking water? Seriously, who taught you to speak like that? Suyi, do you have any objections? Chapter 29. Fierce Wife and Bandit Husband, Taking and Eating Together. Yin Yun took several deep breaths, finally emerging from the suffocating sensation. It was truly terrifying. In comparison to the girl in the white dress in the spiritual spring, he suddenly felt a profound sense of defeat. Damn it, this prodigy shall no longer be mine. Whoever wishes to take on that role may do so. Who could possibly surpass you? Huh, I never anticipated that junior sister Luo would be so formidable. Why then did she act so low-key within the Xuantian Sacred Sect? Yin Yun furrowed his brows, filled with confusion. Luo Qinghuan replied, I was merely awaiting my rewards to arrive. However, now that junior sister Luo has absorbed the spiritual energy of the sacred spring, once she departs, the flame of the fire spirit shall belong to me. Yin Yun murmured. Yet, before he could finish his thought, his words abruptly halted, and his pupils dilated. He suddenly saw the girl lean down, extending her delicate hand to touch the flames that cloaked the spiritual spring. At that moment, within the spring, Suyi remarked, Luo girl, since you have finished absorbing, let me take this flame away. As Su Ye's voice echoed, the girl obediently nodded, relinquishing control of her body to him. Their collaboration was remarkable. Fierce wife and bandit husband, taking and eating together. This would lay the groundwork for a phrase that would later incite widespread panic throughout Tianxian, the dark overlord accompanied by the female Demoness, leaving no trace behind wherever they went. Although this fire spirit flame ranked 89th on the Earth ranking of the Tianxian flame list, failing to breach the top 100, it was still better than nothing, barely suitable for use as alchemical fire. Suyi murmured. He then leaned down, reaching out to touch the blazing flames covering the spiritual spring. At that moment, Yin Yun promptly cautioned, Junior sister Luo, wait. This fire spirit flame ranks 89th on the Earth ranking of the Tianxian flame list and possesses immense power. Even someone like me, who has cultivated the flame technique, would not dare to approach it lightly. You must exercise caution. Suyi paid him no heed, merely extending his fingertip to gently tap on the surface of the spring. The next moment, ripples spread across the water, flames leapt upwards, gathering into a sphere, ultimately forming a flame the size of a thumb, which surged into the girl's brow. What a joke! When I, your elder brother Yi, was an emperor, what flames have I not seized or seen? All right, Luo girl, move that jade stone aside. The heaven soul grass we seek lies beneath it. Having collected the fire spirit flame, Suyi relinquished control of the body back to Luo Qinghuan and then spoke to her. Hearing this, Luo Qinghuan gracefully stepped forward, standing within the spiritual spring, channeling her spiritual energy to move the jade stone aside, revealing a small grass radiating a faint blue light, standing tall. Indeed, it was the heaven soul grass. The purpose of this expedition was thus fulfilled. Suyi chuckled softly. Luo girl, we may leave now. Luo Qinghuan nodded, carefully plucking the heavenly soul herb and placing it into her storage ring before making her way out of the Yushui forest. Throughout the journey, she paid no heed to Yan Yun, who stood nearby, wide-eyed and petrified in shock. Only after the graceful figure in white vanished from view did Yan Yun emerge from his stupor, though the depths of his eyes still bore traces of profound astonishment. She merely touched it lightly and absorbed the flames ranked 89th on the Earth list? What does that make my arduous decades of cultivation that finally allowed me to absorb the flames ranked 99th? A mere trivial effort? This junior sister Luo is indeed remarkable. Moreover, she is not as easily bullied as those fellows claim her to be. Yin Yun's expression turned grave, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him, and a hint of schadenfreude flickered across his face. I've heard that during this debate of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, many have considered that easily bullied junior sister Luo as their prey. It seems they are in for a calamity now. Upon exiting the Yushui forest, Luo Qinghuan spotted and ran, still waiting patiently at the same spot, not wandering about. This made Su Yi sigh, and Ran was indeed one of the few individuals in the Xuantian Sacred Sect that he found pleasing. Luo senior sister, you've returned. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan safe and sound, and Ran breathed a sigh of relief. What about Lu Yu and the others? She glanced behind Luo Qinghuan, only to find it empty. They're here. Luo Qinghuan tossed and ran a storage ring, within which lay the life tokens of Lu Yu and the others. Those who do not heed warnings cannot be saved by even divine beings. I have avenged them by slaying all the wicked cultivators responsible for their deaths. And Ran, please take their life tokens back and report. Yes, Luo senior sister. Looking at the life tokens within the storage ring, and Ran couldn't help but sigh. Had Lu Yu and the others listened to Luo senior sister's counsel, they would not have met such a fate. Soon, and Ran departed with the storage ring in hand. Your junior sister is quite commendable. At least she listens and is pleasing to the eye, Su Yi remarked, glancing at Ran's retreating figure. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan agreed with his sentiment. However, at that moment Su Yi's murmuring voice broke the silence. And her figure seems to surpass yours by quite a margin, Luo Qinghuan. At this remark, the young girl's delicate face flushed with an alluring crimson at a visible pace. She bit her lip, her beautiful visage marred by a look of sulky discontent. Insufferable Su Yi, come out. I want to challenge you one-on-one. I want to come out, but I can control your body and challenge you instead. Luo Qinghuan. How is that any different from fighting myself? Bah, insufferable Su Yi. You wait. In my diminutive form, you disregard me. In my grand stature, you deem me unattainable. The young girl, her cheeks flushed, declared with fervor. Unattainable? Su Yi paused, his mind conjuring an image of a colossal hand overshadowing the majestic snowy peaks, and he couldn't help but clear his throat, saying, Ahem, Luo girl, it suffices to say. Ugh. The girl spat defiantly, her cheeks reddening further. Go away. After a moment of playful banter, Su Yi assumed a serious demeanor and earnestly stated, All right, Luo girl, prepare to follow the route I suggest. Brother Yi will lead you to discover the finest treasures within the Kunlun realm. The finest treasures? The girl's rosy complexion gradually faded as she processed Su Yi's words, feeling a flicker of confusion. Indeed, Su Yi replied, his expression shrouded in mystery as he proceeded to activate the fate-seeking card. System, activate the fate-seeking vision. Range, Kunlun realm. Activating fate-seeking vision. Searching range, Kunlun realm. The most formidable opportunity in the Kunlun realm has been identified for the host. As the system's voice resonated, a faint glimmer emerged within Su Yi's line of sight, seemingly guiding him towards the location of this purported greatest opportunity. All right, Luo girl, follow the path I've outlined. Okay, the girl nodded. Chapter 30, Frugality and Household Management. Under Su Yi's guidance, Luo Qinghuan swiftly navigated through the secret realm. Numerous disciples from various sects were struck by the breathtaking beauty of her figure, their eyes reflecting a moment of astonishment. Just as they contemplated approaching her, she vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. The sight left them in shock, their expressions drastically altered. Walking through the air, a figure of a celestial master. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan, following Su Yi's lead, arrived at the heart of the Kunlun realm. There stood 8 ancient bronze towers, each bound by a heavy iron chain. A total of 8 chains converged towards the center, sealing an enigmatic object within. This object radiated a dazzling white light, resembling a chaotic expanse, rendering it impossible to sense any aura. The guiding light of the fate-seeking card also pointed towards the chained object. Could this be the most formidable opportunity within the Kunlun realm? Suyi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the object cloaked in white light. He sought to discern its nature, but the chaos surrounding it obscured any perception. It seemed that only through direct contact could they unveil the true nature of this opportunity. Luo girl, the 8 chains imprison the fortune we seek. Move a little closer, and let your brother Yi discern what it truly is, he urged her. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan had developed an unwavering trust in Su Yi. She gracefully advanced towards the object shrouded in white light. Yet, just as she approached, a fierce golden light surged violently towards her. Luo girl, be careful, Su Yi exclaimed, alerting her to the sudden assault. Reacting swiftly, Luo Qinghuan harnessed her spiritual energy, her form gliding gracefully aside, narrowly evading the powerful strike. The golden light crashed down, creating a massive crater in the ground. Furrowing her delicate brows, she raised her gaze towards the source of the attack. In the vast sky above, a young man clad in golden armor, exuding an imposing aura, regarded her with a frown. The powerful golden energy he wielded dissipated, clearly indicating that the previous strike was his doing. This individual was none other than Qin Tian from the Battle Heaven Hall. You are from the Xuantian Sacred Sect? To have evaded my strike, I must admit, I underestimated you. Upon recognizing the beauty of the girl in white, Qin Tian momentarily paused. Initially, he had perceived her as a mere flower vase, beautiful yet lacking substance. However, having witnessed her evasion, he realized her prowess was far from ordinary, placing her above most young prodigies of the I am Qin Tian, one of the 3 esteemed disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. My attack was merely a response to your interaction with an object belonging to my sect, which is not to be trifled with, he declared, his tone laced with pride, yet devoid of any true intent to apologize. One of the 5 supreme forces in the Wild Heaven domain, the Battle Heaven Hall? Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Suyi narrowed his eyes. This fellow is truly detestable. Luo Qinghuan frowned slightly, clearly displeased by his indiscriminate attack on her. Why would such a good person be hated? However, Su Yi retorted with a smile. Oh, a good person? Hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, a flicker of confusion passing through her beautiful eyes. Qin Tian was exceedingly arrogant. He hardly resembled a benevolent individual, did he? Indeed. Consider this. As a member of the Battle Heaven Hall, one of the 5 leading forces, he undoubtedly possesses numerous treasures, yet he is so generous as to share them with us. How could he not be considered good? Su Yi smiled knowingly and explained. The young lady paused for a moment. Then a look of realization dawned upon her, understanding the implication of Su Ye's words. Reflecting on it, it did seem that the 3rd disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall was indeed a good person. But do not misunderstand. They were not coveting the treasures within Qin Tian's storage ring. According to the wretched Su Yi, they were merely helping Qin Tian sever his ties to external distractions, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on his cultivation. Wretched Su Yi called this a virtuous act, a great kindness. Senior brother Qin Tian, I believe I know who she is. At that moment, a disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall, standing beside Qin Tian, fixed his gaze on Luo Qinghuan and suddenly recalled something, hastily addressing him. Oh, who? Qin Tian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes as he looked down at Luo Qinghuan, arms crossed. The proud descendant of the Frost Sword Peak from the Xuantian Sacred Sect, Luo Qinghuan, ranked 6th among the younger generation of the entire Xuantian Sacred Sect. The disciple quickly replied, Luo Qinghuan. So she is junior sister Luo of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. No wonder she was able to evade my strike. Qin Tian regarded Luo Qinghuan with mild surprise, then smiled. I shall invite junior sister Luo to my Battle Heaven Hall for tea and discourse one day, as an apology for my earlier rudeness. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall exchanged envious glances. Senior brother Qin Tian was about to acquire yet another companion. He often invited women to his residence for tea and discussions, subsequently turning them into his partners. And this young lady was extraordinarily beautiful, her ethereal presence far surpassing those of the women before. Senior brother Xuantian truly enjoyed great fortune in his romantic pursuits. After all, given senior brother Xuantian's status, appearance, and strength, it was quite difficult for any woman to decline such an invitation. I'm not available. However, the next moment, the young lady's ethereal and melodious voice rang out, unreservedly rejecting Xuantian's invitation. She actually turned down senior brother Xuantian? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall, but it quickly transformed into a sense of schadenfreude. There were indeed women who had rejected senior brother Xuantian, but their fates had all been quite dire. Either face the ruin of one's family or be completely subjugated, reduced to a mere plaything of brother Xuantian. Is junior sister Luo showing such disregard for my authority? Indeed, as the voice of the young maiden resonated, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Xuantian's eyes. That is not the case, the maiden replied, shaking her head. If you truly wish to make amends, perhaps something more tangible would suffice. So that is the case. I happen to possess a golden phoenix hairpin which would undoubtedly look splendid adorning junior sister Luo's head. A smile once again graced Xuantian's visage, as he had presumed that Luo Qinghuan was a paragon of pride, yet she turned out to be a woman of vanity. Such a woman is easily managed. As he spoke, he retrieved from his storage ring a jade hairpin, intricately designed with a lifelike golden phoenix poised for flight. With the words spoken, he extended it towards Luo Qinghuan below. Is this the exquisite golden phoenix hairpin? Exclaimed the disciples of the battle hall, their envy palpable. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan did not rush to accept the offering. Instead, she enveloped it in spiritual energy, meticulously cleaning it inside and out before contemplating its placement in her storage ring. However, it appeared that this was not sufficient for her. She selected an empty storage ring and placed the golden phoenix hairpin within, the entire process reeking of disdain. Is junior sister Luo not inclined to try it on? Observing Luo Qinghuan's dismissive demeanor as she tucked the hairpin away without a glance, Xuantian's smile faltered, his brow furrowing with inquiry. Try it. That won't be necessary. I shall take it home to exchange for some cultivation resources. The maiden shook her head. As Su Yi stated, one must seize the opportunities at hand. I, Luo Qinghuan, am frugal. Perhaps I could even trade it for some elixirs to nourish Su Ye's soul. Chapter 31. The foul Su Yi remarked, You have found your path to demise. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Xuantian was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening further. What did she just say? To exchange the items he gifted for cultivation resources? While others cherished his offerings as treasures, safeguarding and collecting them, Luo Qinghuan not only expressed disdain, but intended to sell them off. What did she take him for? Luo Qinghuan, a joke. However, before he could react, the young woman gracefully turned away. Very well. Witnessing this scene, Xuantian suppressed his fury, opting against an outburst. Humph. Now that he was aware of Luo Qinghuan's identity, she could not escape. Surely, the Xuantian Holy Sect would not dare to offend their war god hall over a mere prodigy disciple, would they? Was this what the hall master referred to as a significant opportunity? He then gazed at the 8 towers, bound by chains and radiating white light, his eyes glimmering with excitement. As long as I can bring this opportunity back, I shall undoubtedly receive resources as a reward from the hall master, and perhaps even attempt a breakthrough to the creation realm. At that moment, I would no longer be the 3rd disciple, but could ascend to the 2nd, or even the 1st. With this thought, Xuantian grew increasingly exhilarated, yearning to touch that white light. Just then, a graceful figure silently appeared before the white glow, extending her delicate hand to make contact with it. Xuantian was momentarily stunned. The girl before him was none other than Luo Qinghuan, who had made a sudden return. By the time he grasped the situation, her slender hand had already touched the radiant light. He immediately shouted in reprimand, Luo Qinghuan, what do you think you are doing? This is the property of the War God Hall, and you dare to meddle? Are you attempting to provoke our War God Hall? Yet the girl seemed indifferent to him, inwardly inquiring of Su Yi. Foul Su Yi, have you sensed what this opportunity is? Do not rush, Su Yi replied, shaking his head, then closed his eyes in concentration. Soon, a flicker of joy crossed his gaze. Indeed, it is connected to me. Within lies the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror's spirit. The Kunlun Mirror? The imperial artifact. Kunlun Mirror? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the girl's beautiful eyes. Indeed, while the Kunlun Mirror may be lost, its spirit's remnant soul has been sealed within. If I consume this spirit, I shall obtain dominion over the Kunlun realm. Suyi nodded, then cautioned, Girl, you must hold Xuantian off. I will consume the remnant soul of the Kunlun mirror's spirit. Xuantian, merely at the 8th star of the celestial domain, would serve as a perfect test for the results of Luo's recent training. Upon finishing his words, a golden light emanated from the center of the girl's brow, unnoticed by anyone, and surged directly into the white glow. Although Su Ye's soul resided within Luo Qinghuan's body, it was not incapable of emerging. However, the conditions for his departure were stringent. He could not stray too far from her, nor remain outside for too long. However, absorbing the remnant soul of the Kunlun mirror's spirit should be more than sufficient. Very well. Luo Qinghuan gently nodded her head, then drew her sword, which was enveloped in frost, its intent sharp and piercing. It seemed that junior sister Luo was resolute in her decision. Nevertheless, it mattered not. I shall impart to junior sister Luo the profound truths of life on behalf of the Xuantian Holy Sect. Xuantian let out a cold chuckle, and the oppressive aura of his 8-star heavenly sovereign realm erupted from his being. Yet, he did not rush to act. His purpose for coming to the Kunlun realm was singular. That was to seize control of the imperial artifact, the remnant soul of the Kunlun mirror's spirit. Xianlao, I entrust the remnant soul of the spirit to you. Xuantian silently conveyed within his heart. In the next moment, a translucent, aged figure materialized from the bone ring in his hand. Hee, rest assured, Sendaozi, leave it to me. The elder laughed heartily and charged directly into the blinding white light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It was evident that the War Heaven Hall also possessed knowledge on how to harness the remnant soul of the Kunlun mirror's spirit. Thus, Xuantian had long brought a bone ring containing the remnant soul of a fallen elder from their hall. Once Xianlao gained mastery over the Kunlun mirror's spirit, the War Heaven Hall would effortlessly seize dominion over the entire Kunlun realm. Suyi. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan froze momentarily, a wave of concern washing over her. Suyi was still lost within this chaotic white light. That elder's remnant soul had rushed in. Surely, he wouldn't come to harm? Yet, this fellow was quite boastful, always bragging about how strong her brother Yi was. He should be capable of handling that old man, right? Junior sister Luo, for now, I shall entertain you. With Xianlao having plunged into the chaos of the white light, Xuantian felt a sense of relief wash over him. In his eyes, the Kunlun mirror had already become their War Heaven Hall's possession. As the thought settled, golden spiritual energy erupted from his entire being, exuding an overwhelming and domineering presence, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. This was a result of his cultivation of the overlord technique. In the next instant, Xuantian surged towards Luo Qinghuan with his powerful golden energy. Seeing this, Luo Qinghuan had no choice but to suppress her worries. She could not disappoint Suyi. Her own spiritual energy surged forth, and the essence of the heaven and earth sword manifested, causing the surrounding air to seemingly freeze, the sword intent sharp and formidable. The essence of the heaven and earth sword? Witnessing this, a flicker of solemnity crossed Xuantian's eyes. He distinctly remembered that just a few days prior, the Grand Daozi of the War Heaven Hall had grasped the thread of the heaven and earth sword essence, even prompting the Hall Master to commend the Grand Daozi's extraordinary talent. Yet, compared to the sword essence displayed by the young woman before him, the Grand Daozi's was but a mere trifle. Could it be that Luo Qinghuan was truly this remarkable? Excellent. Junior sister Luo, you are now worthy of being my cherished possession. A wicked smile appeared on Xuantian's face, his gaze growing ever more fervent. Upon hearing these words, the young maiden's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and an unusual chill graced her exquisite visage as her jade hand tightened around the ethereal sword. To echo the loathsome words of Suyi, this Xuantian had already paved his path to demise. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure emanating from the formidable celestial sovereign enveloped the surroundings, rendering the disciples of the battle sky temple momentarily breathless. Chapter 32. The Principles of the Tyrant Emperor Boom. The commotion here swiftly drew the attention of disciples from various sects engaged in trials nearby. However, when they arrived, they could only witness two figures colliding in the heavens, unleashing a myriad of martial arts, with a terrifying pressure constantly manifesting. Is this a battle of celestial sovereigns? As they beheld the two figures traversing the skies and felt the overwhelming aura, the expressions of the trial disciples changed dramatically. Their eyes filled with astonishment. That golden spiritual energy is incredibly imposing, and that figure looks familiar. Wait, isn't that Xuantian from the War Heaven Palace? No wonder it's so terrifying. It turns out to be Xuantian from the War Heaven Palace. Upon perceiving the figure enveloped in golden spiritual energy, the trial disciples couldn't help but change their expressions. They couldn't help but exclaim that it was no surprise he hailed from one of the 5 top-tier forces. Such a terrifying aura was far beyond that of some elders within their own sections. Yet, who is this person capable of confronting Xuantian from the War Heaven Palace? Is there truly someone daring enough to challenge Xuantian in the Kunlun Mirror? Does he not fear the War Heaven Palace? Soon, the trial disciples became curious about the identity of the individual battling Xuantian. But their own strength was insufficient to discern the person's figure. Boom! Suddenly, in the heavens, Xuantian clenched his fists tightly, and countless strands of golden tyrannical spiritual energy coalesced around them before he unleashed a formidable punch. The sheer power was so terrifying that even the onlookers far away turned pale, their hearts churning with turmoil. Is this truly a genius capable of ranking among the top 20 in the Wild Heaven domain? Xuantian is indeed incredibly powerful. Though they were all of the younger generation, the chasm between them and Xuantian felt insurmountable. With this punch, the outcome of the battle seemed assured. Yet, as a chilling sword intent descended, that terrifying fist intent was unexpectedly cleaved apart by the sword strike. What? It was actually a single sword that neutralized Xuantian's fist technique? Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the surrounding onlookers changed, their eyes widening in disbelief. It is known that Xuantian primarily specializes in fist techniques. If one were to solely consider fist techniques, it is likely that none among the younger generation in the entire Wild Heaven domain could rival him. However, that recent sword strike effortlessly dispelled Xuantian's proud fist technique. Could the person dueling with Xuantian also be a genius from one of the 5 top-tier forces? Junior Sister Luo, I didn't expect you to be able to withstand this punch. I underestimated you, Xuantian remarked, not rushing to attack again after his punch was blocked, instead furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the alluring figure ahead. Junior Sister Luo? The individual combating Xuantian is, astonishingly, a woman? Upon hearing Xuantian's words, the trial disciples finally reacted. And when their gazes fell upon the person engaged in battle with Xuantian, a clear expression of astonishment flickered in their eyes. In the midst of the scene stood a maiden clad in a white dress, wielding a sword, her beauty unparalleled and her demeanor ethereal. That is Senior Sister Luo from the Xuantian Sect, ranked 6th among the young prodigies of her esteemed order. Who would have thought that she could engage in such a fierce battle with Xuantian from the Battle Heaven Palace? As onlookers recognized the identity of the exquisite maiden, a disciple of a faction allied with the Xuantian Sect exclaimed in astonishment. What? A prodigious disciple ranked 6th among a first-rate power can contend with the 3rd-ranked genius of a top-tier force? Moreover, Xuantian possesses the strength of an 8-star heavenly sovereign, while Senior Sister Luo is but a 5-star heavenly sovereign. Hiss! At this revelation, the surrounding trial disciples collectively gasped in disbelief. Since Junior Sister Luo insists on this course of action, she should not blame me for being unyielding. Hearing the discussions among the trial disciples, Xuantian felt his pride pricked. With a cold snort, he unleashed the full aura of an 8-star heavenly sovereign. In response, the maiden uttered no words, merely lifting her sword as countless frost patterns emerged behind her, as if the very fabric of the cosmos could freeze. Observing this spectacle, Xuantian's expression grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan approached, her heart brimming with excitement. Is this what that insufferable Su Yi referred to as a liberating battle? It seems rather exhilarating. A radiant smile blossomed on the maiden's delicate face, causing the surrounding trial disciples to inhale sharply. Had their prowess been sufficient, they would have eagerly come to aid Senior Sister Luo in delivering a sound thrashing to Xuantian. Senior Sister Luo's smile is so sweet. Today, I have finally witnessed what a pure and delightful smile truly is. Yet, unbeknownst to others, the seemingly enchanting smile of the maiden was recognized by only Su Yi. This is no innocent and sweet smile at all. It is, in fact, the grin of a little devil. You all refuse to believe that the sweetness conceals a darker nature. Simultaneously, within the chaotic white light sealed by the 8 towers chains, an ancient translucent figure sought something elusive. Odd. Why can I not find the remnants of that spirit? It was none other than Elder Xian, who had been searching for a long time without catching even a glimpse of the spirit's essence. Are you looking for this? At that moment, a light chuckle echoed through the stillness of the space. Elder Xian froze, instinctively turning around. Not far off, a young man in black attire, handsome in appearance, regarded him with a smile, holding a sphere of golden chaos in his hand. The spirit's remnants? Who are you? Elder Xian furrowed his brow, perplexed by the presence of another. How could anyone else have entered this Kunlun mirror? Do you not know who I am? However, the black-clad youth merely chuckled lightly, inadvertently revealing an aura of imperial might. What? You? No. Could it be that the esteemed elder is indeed the Kunlun Emperor? Xian Lao's expression shifted dramatically, for he immediately associated the cloaked youth before him with the illustrious Kunlun Emperor, the master of the Kunlun mirror. Indeed, the aura of imperial authority radiating from the young man was undeniably authentic. Furthermore, his presence in this location could only signify one possibility: the lingering essence of the Kunlun Emperor. Hastily, he bowed and introduced himself. I am Xian Ming from the Battle Heaven Palace. Honored to meet you, Kunlun Emperor. However, before he could finish his words, the black-clad youth suddenly surged forward, striking him fiercely in the chest. In the next moment, the vitality of his remaining soul began to wane, until his last breath. Xian Lao could not grasp why the Kunlun Emperor would choose to attack him so unexpectedly. The youth shrouded in black was none other than Su Yi, who effortlessly masqueraded as the Kunlun Emperor. After all, he was an emperor in his past life, and such an imperial presence came naturally to him, requiring no deliberate pretense. The rationale behind his sudden assault was straightforward. Though Xian Lao had been reduced to a remnant soul, his power appeared formidable, possessing the strength of the creation realm. The pressing priority at that moment was to absorb the residual soul of the Kunlun mirror's spirit, leaving no time to squander on this old man. This approach was, after all, characteristic of the ruthless emperor. When possible, he would strike from the shadows rather than confront openly, and when a single blow sufficed, he would not waste time with unnecessary banter. Chapter 33. The Kunlun Emperor and the uplifting news for Su Yi. The inhabitants of the Battle Heaven Palace are truly benevolent, bestowing various opportunities. Su Yi glanced at the spirit of Elder Xian, smiled, and resolved to assist him in transcending. He then executed a soul technique, directly absorbing and devouring Elder Xian's essence. The host has absorbed Elder Xian's soul. The soul's realm has been elevated. The host's current soul realm is 5 stars of creation. Excellent. Next, it is time to consume this essence as well. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the remnant spirit of the weapon spirit in his hand. Just then, the chaotic surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into an expansive grand hall, where a solitary, majestic throne materialized. Subsequently, an ancient specter appeared above the throne, exuding an aura of imperial majesty. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi paused, furrowing his brow. Could this be the Kunlun Emperor? A remnant soul of a fallen emperor? This could prove troublesome. Although both are imperial souls, Su Yi's essence differs from that of the Kunlun Emperor's remnant. One possesses the chance for rebirth, while the fallen soul has no such opportunity. As Su Yi contemplated how to contend with the Kunlun Emperor's remnant, the aged figure on the throne suddenly spoke. Predecessor, please take a seat. As his words faded, a throne materialized before Su Yi, appearing even more magnificent than the one occupied by the ancient specter. Taken aback by this development and the Kunlun Emperor's address, Su Yi paused. As a once feared emperor, other imperial beings would indeed refer to him as predecessor. But had he not been reborn? Could the Kunlun Emperor truly recognize him? Do you know me? Su Yi inquired without hesitation, taking a seat and frowning. Though the emperor's imperial might had long since dissipated, the innate aura of a formidable warrior remained unmistakable. Thousands of years ago, tales of the formidable Kunlun Emperor had reached his ears. He never expected to encounter him again after all this time, albeit in this spectral form. A hint of excitement laced the aged emperor's voice, though a sense of melancholy permeated his tone. It was said that the Kunlun Emperor fought alone against the 10 great demon emperors, ultimately perishing after slaying 7 and gravely wounding 3. It was evident now that the legendary emperor had indeed fallen, leaving only this remnant soul. In that moment, he mistakenly believed Su Yi to be akin to himself, merely a fragment of a soul. Brother Yi, however, differs from you. Brother Yi possesses a connection that allows for rebirth. Yet, upon hearing the Kunlun Emperor's words, Su Yi grasped the crux of the matter. Wait, thousands of years ago. Goodness. He initially traversed into this realm, yet how could he be aware of the original plot while remaining utterly ineffectual? It turns out he had unwittingly arrived thousands of years prior to the events of the original narrative. He had arrived too early. This implies that his rebirth did not obliterate the occurrences of his previous life. Rather, he had merely returned to the timeline of the original story. The famed bandit emperor now existed in a bygone era. Does this not suggest that all he had accumulated in his past existence, such as connections, could still be utilized? This notion piqued his interest. Upon this realization, Su Ye's furrowed brow began to relax. All his past endeavors had not been in vain. Should you desire to claim the Kunlun mirror, you may do so, he declared. After all, the treasures I have amassed within the Kunlun mirror were merely appropriated from what you had acquired. At that moment, the remnant soul of the Kunlun emperor chuckled softly. Appropriated from me? Su Yi frowned. When did I engage in thievery? Indeed, the emperor corrected him. It should be described as borrowed. Ah, how amusing. I never imagined this fragment of my soul, having lingered within the artifact spirit until now, would once again encounter one I revered in the past. It must be fate between us. The Kunlun emperor laughed heartily, as if fulfilling a long-held wish, and his residual soul gradually transformed into specks of light, dissipating from the mortal realm. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi felt a twinge of regret. A mighty emperor, reduced to being a mere admirer of his, ending up in such a fate. At least do not vanish entirely. Allow me to absorb your soul essence first. Su Yi shook his head, though he could not consume the emperor's remnant soul. The Kunlun emperor had conveyed a significant revelation. He had traversed back to a time thousands of years ago, and this rebirth did not negate the events of that era. It simply returned him to the narrative timeline of the original story. The acquaintances he had made and the items he had borrowed still existed. And what of those 3 individuals? In his previous life, he had eliminated 7. This time, he would eradicate them all. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, referring, of course, to the 3 surviving demon emperors. However, after so many years, those 3 might have already ascended to the divine realm. No matter. In his previous life, he had nearly obliterated them. Now, having returned with newfound power, he would surely subdue them with great force. With a deep breath, Su Yi commenced absorbing the essence of the artifact spirit. Meanwhile, in the external world, a thunderous clash ensued. As the shadows of swords flickered, golden fists relentlessly countered the piercing sword intent. In a mere span of minutes, the battle in the heavens underwent a radical transformation. Originally, it was merely Qin Tian's ferocious onslaught, with Luo Qinghuan compelled to defend herself. However, as time progressed, Luo Qinghuan appeared to acclimate to the fight, even beginning to launch counterattacks. That overwhelming sword intent, imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth, continuously descended upon her. Even though there exists a noticeable disparity of 3 realms between them, to the girl, it seemed as though it were non-existent. This woman is merely using me for practice. Qin Tian quickly came to this realization, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. The girl before him, merely a 5-star in the celestial sovereign realm, exerted pressure upon him that rivaled those in the top 10 of the talented rankings. However, this was to be expected. After all, even without Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan was the protagonist of the original narrative, possessing extraordinary talent. With Su Ye's assistance, her strength had become extraordinarily formidable. Frost-cold dragon dance. At this moment, the girl murmured softly, and a sword imbued with cold frost materialized in her hand. As she swung her sword, a tempest of sword energy erupted, and a fierce icy dragon formed, roaring towards Qin Tian. Roar! Observing this, Qin Tian's expression shifted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Luo Qinghuan, you are forcing my hand. With that, he waved his hand, and a pitch-black pill appeared. He tilted his head back and swallowed it. As dark blood surged forth from his body, causing his aura to soar dramatically. 9 stars in the celestial sovereign realm. 1 star in the creation realm. Ultimately, it settled at 3 stars in the creation realm. Luo Qinghuan is incredibly formidable, to have compelled him to consume a forbidden pill. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the War Heaven Hall could not help but wear solemn expressions. If one cannot win, one resorts to pills. Observing this, the girl pouted. Xuantian was not one to play fair. Just then, a voice that filled her with reassurance suddenly resonated in her mind. All right, Luo girl. The next part is up to your brother Yi. Chapter 34, The Gamble. Will you perish beneath my blade? In the vast expanse above, as Xuantian consumed the forbidden pill, an overwhelming surge of power enveloped him. No longer intimidated by the frost dragon, born of the girl's icy sword intent, he unleashed a sinister grin and struck forth with a powerful punch. Boom. Crack. Crack. The ice dragon shattered. Yet, the piercing sword intent remained unscathed, hurtling toward Xuantian like a tempest. Whoosh. Whoosh. The blood armor of the overlord. Observing this, Xuantian bellowed. As the dark crimson essence around him coalesced into a formidable armor under the guidance of the overlord's aura, barely managing to withstand the girl's fierce sword intent. Such mastery of sword intent. Luo Qinghuan, I must concede, you are the most adept swordsman among the younger generation of the I have encountered. However, this is merely the beginning. Once I capture you and bring you back to the Battle Heaven Palace, I shall mold you into my sword servant, thus justifying the consequences of ingesting this forbidden pill. With a malevolent chuckle, Xuantian's terrifying aura continued to intensify. This is the realm of creation. Hiss. This wretched Xuantian has actually been cornered to such an extent by Sister Luo of the Xuantian Holy Sect. Truly, she is both beautiful and formidable. Bah! Xuantian cannot play fair. When faced with defeat, he resorts to forbidden pills. Moreover, he is 3 minor realms above Sister Luo. What a disgrace. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding trial disciples frowned, inwardly cursing Xuantian's shamelessness. Compared to him, they favored Luo Qinghuan, for who wouldn't he admire a beautiful and powerful senior sister? After all, they had no interest in any romantic entanglements with Xuantian. Humph, he cannot compete. Feeling the sudden surge of Xuantian's power, the girl furrowed her brow, pouting slightly in disdain. Luo girl, summon your brother Yi. At that moment, a soothing chuckle echoed in her mind, the voice of Su Yi. Su Yi, are you well? Upon hearing that familiar voice, her furrowed brow relaxed instantly, and a smile graced her lips. Did you not encounter that old man? Naturally, she referred to Elder Xian. Indeed, I did, but he turned out to be quite amiable, granting me an opportunity. Su Yi nodded with a cheerful grin. Oh, the girl raised an eyebrow, sighing lightly. He truly is a good person. Not only that, but I also encountered the remnant soul of the Kunlun Emperor, who unexpectedly turned out to be my little admirer, and gifted me the Kunlun Mirror's spirit. You're boasting, the girl scoffed, rolling her eyes. Su Yi chuckled, opting not to elaborate further. He then glanced at the power-hungry Xuantian and praised the girl. Luo girl, you have performed admirably. To contend against an 8-star heavenly sovereign at the 5-star level, and not falter, reflects the grace of your brother Yi in his prime. Luo Qinghuan smiled playfully, then waved her petite fist earnestly, stating, I have only just begun to adapt to fighting freely. Once I accumulate more combat experience, I shall not fear him. Then, she added, I will leave him to you. Brother Yi. Su Yi nodded in agreement, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Indeed, very well. Luo Qinghuan nodded obediently and stepped back. Su Yi then raised his gaze towards Xuantian, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Since he has chosen to consume the forbidden pill to enhance his strength, perhaps it would not be inappropriate for us to engage in a little advantage-taking, would it? In the next moment, the softness in the girl's eyes dissipated, replaced by a cold indifference. Hell, what is this? Has junior sister Luo finally learned to fear? When Xuantian noticed the sudden silence of the girl in white before him, he assumed she was overwhelmed with fear and let out a cold laugh. If you are indeed afraid, then you should apologize to me right now and serve me well. If you make me comfortable, perhaps I shall allow you to keep a place as my sword servant. Damn, Xuantian truly has no shame. To resort to such despicable tactics to threaten senior sister Luo is both vile and cowardly. Upon hearing Xuantian's words, the trial disciples couldn't help but curse him inwardly. The thought of such a beautiful woman as senior sister Luo being reduced to Xuantian's sword servant filled them with indignation. Alas, their strength was lacking, leaving their anger confined to their thoughts. Is that so? However, just as everyone was curious about the choice of the girl in the sky, She slightly parted her red lips, revealing a radiant smile that captivated all, causing the trial disciples to collectively gasp in awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful. How about we play a game? In the midst of their astonished gazes, the girl's voice, though still cool, was now imbued with a playful tone. Oh, junior sister Luo wishes to play a game with me? Xuantian, equally enchanted by her beauty, couldn't resist a smirk at her words. I never imagined junior sister Luo would be so intriguing. What sort of game do you have in mind? With a clang, a sound of a sword echoed as the girl raised her hand, and a spiritual sword materialized in her grasp. Then, she lifted her gaze to Xuantian, her eyes as cold as ancient ice. Let us wager on how many of my strikes it will take for you to fall. As her words settled in the air, an overwhelming aura emanated from her delicate form. With a casual swing of her sword, she directed it towards Xuantian. Junior sister Luo, you truly are overestimating yourself. Observing this scene, Xuantian couldn't help but scoff. Perhaps he had indeed underestimated Luo Qinghuan earlier, but now, having consumed the forbidden pill, his strength had surged to the third level of the creation realm. To grasp the petite Luo Qinghuan, is it not akin to holding a mere puppet? However, with a resonant clang, the sound of a sword echoed through the air. Xuantian's expression shifted abruptly. The seemingly inconspicuous sword intent emitted by the young girl before him belied a tempestuous force, evoking a profound sense of dread that surged from the depths of his soul. Wait, how could this single strike suddenly possess such overwhelming power? In that instant, Xuantian finally recognized the discrepancy. The girl's prowess and sword intent were on an entirely different echelon than before. Even after consuming a forbidden pill to forcibly enhance his strength, he now felt an insurmountable sense of suffocation, as if he were utterly outmatched. What is happening? This is impossible. Xuantian's complexion paled, and he hastily summoned his own transformative power, conjuring a torrent of inky blood that coalesced before him into a towering blood armor, determined to withstand the girl's seemingly mundane strike. Is Xuantian truly so fearful of death? This strike from senior sister Luo appears so unremarkable, yet he resorts to such grand measures for defense? As the onlooking trial disciples witnessed the girl's light flick of the sword, they regarded Xuantian's deployment of the colossal blood armor with puzzled expressions. Yet, in the next moment, they comprehended the rationale behind Xuantian's actions. The sword intent descended, and with a resounding crack, the blood armor he had painstakingly assembled crumbled into dust in an instant. Chapter 35. Who says I dare not to kill you? Alas! 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 As the blood armor crumbled under the might of the sword intent, the trial disciples were engulfed in a chorus of astonishment, their eyes wide with profound shock as they gazed at the girl in the sky. Sister Luo's seemingly unremarkable strike concealed such terrifying power. That wretched Su Yi is formidable. How I wish I could become so strong. Deep within the soul, the petite figure clad in a white dress widened her beautiful eyes. Clang! This sword intent effortlessly shattered Xuantian's towering blood armor and did not cease, but rather descended heavily upon Xuantian, piercing through his body amidst his desperate gaze. Puff! In an instant, a ghastly wound appeared on Xuantian's chest, revealing the rhythmic thumping of his heart within. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, gravely injured. It seems you are unable to withstand even a single strike. Su Yi, sword in hand, looked down upon the wounded Xuantian with an air of disdain, his eyes devoid of emotion. Hiss! At this moment, the surroundings fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the sound of many gasping in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that Xuantian, after consuming the forbidden pill, would have his fortunes reversed by Sister Luo's single stroke, leading to such severe injury? This is simply absurdly powerful. With a beauty that could captivate the world, who would have thought that Sister Luo's innate talent surpassed even her stunning appearance? Wow! At this moment, Xuantian lay on the ground, his eyes still reflecting deep-seated terror, blood continuing to spurt from his mouth. Yet, he uttered not a word, merely directing his gaze towards the white luminescence ensnared by the chains in the eightfold tower. As long as Elder Xian could devour the remnants of the weapon spirit, he had not yet lost. Are you waiting for him? However, Su Yi, aware of his thoughts, chuckled softly and waved his hand. In the next moment, the chains of the eightfold tower shattered, and the white luminescence soared into his palm. What? Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in confusion. Why would the Kunlun mirror's weapon spirit obey her? Where is Elder Xian? Did he not enter the white luminescence to devour the remnants of the weapon spirit? Where the hell is everyone? Damn. At this moment, Qin Tian felt a surge of anxiety. You people from the Battle Heaven Hall are all good souls, just like that old gentleman, even granting me such a rare opportunity. Yet, Su Yi merely chuckled softly, delivering a silent blow. To kill, one must strike at the heart. What? Are you implying that Elder Xian? Puff. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's pupils contracted, fury overwhelming him, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The girl before him had been engaged in battle with him all along. How could she possibly have had the time to address the matter of devouring the weapon spirit's remnants? Could it be that everything is under her control? Luo Qinghuan, I truly underestimated you. You are indeed remarkable. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Thank you for the compliment, but you need not belittle yourself. At the very least, you are rather straightforward, replied the girl in the sky with a seemingly radiant smile. Uffed. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian could no longer withstand it, spewing a mouthful of blood and nearly fainting. Su Yi, you are truly wicked. Observing this scene, Luo Qinghuan could not help but tease. Luo girl, remember that when it comes to killing, one must strike at the heart. Su Yi chuckled. Oh, I understand. Deep within her soul, the petite figure in a white dress began fervently taking notes. Luo Qinghuan, do you dare to kill me? I am one of the 3 Daozi of the Battle Heaven Palace, one of the 5 supreme powers. If you kill me, you will be opposing the entire Battle Heaven Palace. Do you truly believe that a mere Xuantian sacred cult can protect you? Ha! Even your Xuantian sacred cult cannot withstand the wrath of my Battle Heaven Palace. Uffed. While spewing blood, Qin Tian laughed maniacally. His arrogance stemmed from the formidable backing of the Battle Heaven Palace. Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brows. The Battle Heaven Palace indeed posed a challenge for both him and Luo Qinghuan at this moment. However, should he truly kill Qin Tian? Aside from the Xuantian sacred cult, perhaps the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace would intervene on their behalf, as they held Luo Qinghuan in high regard. Yet, doing so would mean incurring a favor from the latter, potentially placing Luo Qinghuan at their mercy. Contemplating this, Su Yi felt a surge of frustration. The time for rebirth had been too brief, leaving him and Luo Qinghuan with insufficient time to grow stronger. In the past, a mere flick of his hand could have dispatched the likes of Qin Tian, and if the Battle Heaven Palace sought trouble, it would have merely been an additional slap. However, eliminating so many cultivators around him would inevitably leak information. Even if he wished to eradicate them all, the sheer number would likely result in some escaping. The risks were too great. Luo girl, shall we kill or spare him? He inquired solemnly of Luo Qinghuan. If she wished to kill, then so be it. If the Battle Heaven Palace made a move, he could always utilize his Emperor's Strike experience card, delivering a blow to the Battle Heaven Palace before fleeing with her from this desolate realm. Deep within her soul, the petite figure in the white dress remained silent for a moment before nodding decisively. Kill. If we spare him, upon returning, he will surely not let us off easily. If they capture me and take me back to the Battle Heaven Palace, they might uncover your existence. At that point at worst, if they attempt to seize me, I shall self-destruct, allowing your spirit to escape in the chaos. In that moment, the girl was more concerned not for herself, but for Su Yi, who resided within her. Should they discover Su Ye's existence, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, seeking every means to bring harm upon him. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, a warm sensation flowing through his heart. He then shook his head, his tone earnest. Lo, I will not die, nor will you. Just at that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Luo Qinghuan is decisive in her actions, completing a moment of dark transformation. Congratulations, host. You have received the Great Memory Dissipation card. By using this item, the host can cause cultivators to forget specified memories. As the system's words echoed, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Su Ye's eyes. The system truly was a timely boon. With this item, even if he were to slay Qin Tian, there would be no lingering concerns, for once memories dissipated, who would ever know they had killed Qin Tian? There was no need for investment in this matter. It was best to use it directly. What? Are you afraid to kill me then? Su Yi taunted. Sister Luo, when one navigates this world, it is essential to have a powerful backing. Noticing the girl had indeed paused, Qin Tian erupted into wild laughter, his mirth becoming increasingly deranged. Is that so? Who says I want to kill you? However, a light laugh from the girl caused his expression to shift once more. She approached, sword in hand, her steps light and graceful, advancing toward him. In that moment, to Xuantian, she appeared as a goddess of death. No, no, please don't kill me. Chapter 36 Su Yi, have we become wealthy? With the resounding clash of swords, Xuantian's desperate scream echoed at that moment. No, I am a disciple of the War Heaven Palace. Luo Qinghuan, you cannot kill me. Xuantian glared at the approaching girl wielding the sword, attempting to intimidate her. However, all he saw was her frosty visage and the indifference in her eyes, laced with a chilling intent to kill. His confidence dissipated entirely, leaving him in a state of panic. No, please, do not kill me. I will give you anything. In the next instant, the girl's sword struck down mercilessly, its intent sharp enough to obliterate all of Xuantian's vitality. In the blink of an eye, his life force evaporated, and until the end, disbelief lingered in his eyes. A hushed silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Sister Luo truly had executed Xuantian. You dared to kill senior brother Xuantian. You will pay for this. You of the Xuantian Holy Sect can expect to bear the wrath of the War Heaven Palace. As they witnessed Luo Qinghuan slay Xuantian, the disciples of the War Heaven Palace turned pale, suppressing their fear as they attempted to threaten her. Yet, their response came solely from the girl's sword. Clang! This single strike was beyond what even the drugged Xuantian could withstand. How could his lackeys hope to resist? With the sword's descent, silence enveloped the area, now punctuated only by the lifeless bodies that lay scattered about. Sister Luo is silencing witnesses. The surrounding disciples were left dumbfounded, astonished by the girl's decisive brutality. However, the atmosphere felt discordant. Wasn't Sister Luo of the Xuantian Holy Sect supposed to be innocent and kind-hearted? Now, she appeared more akin to a merciless Demoness. At that moment, the girl's cool voice rang out, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the crowd, accompanied by a seemingly benevolent smile. Upon hearing her voice and seeing her deceptively sweet smile, the disciples shivered in fear. Luo, Sister Luo, do not worry. We saw nothing of this matter. Yes, we will absolutely keep our lips sealed and not speak of this. To be honest, I was blind a moment ago. The disciples hastily assured her, their responses tumbling over one another. Su Yi, what do we do now? In the depths of her soul, the petite spirit in white could not help but inquire. Do not worry, your brother Yi has his methods. We simply need to erase their memories of this event. Su Yi smiled faintly. Killing to silence was far too troublesome, especially with hundreds of cultivators present. There would inevitably be one or two who slipped through the cracks. Thus, he opted for the Great Memory Dissipation card, allowing them to forget this episode. Dissipating memories? The petite figure in a white dress with crimson lips slightly parted was surprised that Su Yi possessed such means. However, if they were to forget this memory, perhaps he could seize a few more opportunities without cost. A smirk played at the corners of Su Yi's mouth, as if a thought had struck him. As the trial disciples stood in trepidation, the girl's cold voice suddenly rang out. Yet, before she could finish, the group of disciples reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly removing their storage rings and tossing them toward the girl. After all, life was far more precious than any opportunity. Observing their perceptiveness, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. With a wave of his hand, he collected their storage rings without reservation. After all, their memories would soon be erased, and when they awoke, they would remain oblivious to the identity of the one who took their rings. Lo, my dear, exploiting opportunities is the essence of humanity. We must elevate this essence to new heights, Su Yi said with a beaming smile directed at Luo Qinghuan. The little spirit in white pondered, her tiny head nodding enthusiastically, thoroughly corrupted by the notion. All right, you may leave now. Su Yi waved his hand. Thank you, Senior Sister Luo. The trial disciples, feeling as if a great pardon had been granted, exhaled deeply and hurriedly prepared to depart. Simultaneously, Su Yi silently invoked, Great Memory Dissipation card activated. All trial disciples have forgotten this memory. As the system's voice echoed, the disciples suddenly froze, their expressions shifting to reveal a hint of confusion. Strange, where am I? When bewilderment clouded their eyes, Su Yi waved his hand, and an invisible force of spatial energy surged forth. causing spatial fluctuations to envelop the trial disciples. In the next moment, they vanished without a trace. Transforming living beings? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. I have mastered the spirit of the Kunlun mirror. The space formed by it naturally lies within our control. Allowing them to exit is quite normal. Suyi explained with a smile. Moreover, henceforth, the Kunlun realm would no longer be a domain accessible to the cultivators of the Wild Heaven region, but rather, a secret realm that belongs solely to us, where all within the Kunlun realm would be ours. Hearing this, the little spirit in white blinked in astonishment. Suyi, are we becoming wealthy? Of course, Suyi replied with a nod, then glanced at Qin Tian and the corpses of the disciples from the Battle Heaven Hall. Luo, my dear, devour their cultivation sources with the swallowing heaven demon technique. With that, he concluded. He relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Meanwhile, outside, a tremendous uproar had erupted. Numerous disciples, who were diligently cultivating in the Kunlun realm, suddenly felt an overwhelming force of spatial energy that expelled them from the secret realm. To make matters even more absurd, many disciples, upon emerging, discovered that their storage rings had inexplicably vanished. In an instant, cries of despair filled the air. What the hell? The celestial yuan pill that I painstakingly found has just disappeared. Damn! The ancient divine garment I finally located, which is said to enhance one's figure. Who on earth stole it from me? Woo woo woo. My cherished image of enchanting maidens. That cursed ultimate collector's edition, which I had not even dared to unseal. Who is the wretched scoundrel that took my precious treasure? In no time, the various factions within the desolate sky domain were engulfed in lamentations and cries for help. When these trial disciples attempted to enter the Kunlun realm through their respective factions' teleportation portals, they found themselves utterly unable to gain entry. Chapter 37. A harsh rebuke to an emperor? As tumultuous waves stirred among various factions, the War Heaven Palace, one of the 5 paramount powers in the Wild Sky domain, remained equally unsettled. Within the Grand Hall, a gathering of elders from the War Heaven Palace wore expressions of profound concern. At the center of the hall lay several shattered life tablets, among which one golden tablet prominently displayed the name Qin Tian. Upon seeing this name, the elders' faces darkened further. This is Sandaozi's life tablet. Hadn't Sandaozi ventured into the Kunlun secret realm? How could he have perished? Moreover, it was known that the other 4 top factions had scarcely any prodigies enter the Kunlun secret realm, and Sandaozi's strength had reached the 8 stars of the celestial sovereign realm. Among the younger generation, he was already a paragon. Who could possibly slay him? Within the hall, the elders of the War Heaven Palace furrowed their brows, engaged in fervent discussions. At that moment, a woman's heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. A noblewoman, her skirt in hand, dashed anxiously from outside the hall, collapsing over the pile of life tablets in tears, her sorrowful wails echoing. Beside her, a middle-aged man in a blue robe gently patted her back, sighing in consolation. He then rose, his brow knitted, and turned his gaze toward an elder with white brows within the hall. This elder was none other than Qin Tian's master, Elder Tian Yuan. Elder Tian Yuan, who has inflicted such harm upon Tianer. I recall that just days ago, Tianer had broken through to the 8 stars of the celestial sovereign realm, and he possessed a forbidden pill I provided, which could elevate his strength to the creation realm for a short time. With his power entering the Kunlun realm, he should have had no adversaries, right? This, Master Qin, I am likewise at a loss regarding this matter, Elder Tian Yuan replied. His brow tightly furrowed as he sighed and shook his head. Qin Tian's identity is not trivial. He is not only Sandaozi of the War Heaven Palace, but also the son of the head of the ancient Qin family. Although the ancient lineage has somewhat waned, it remains formidable. My lord, I care not. If the culprit behind Tianer's demise is not unearthed, then I demand that all who entered the Kunlun realm today accompany him in death. The noblewoman's voice was filled with chilling intensity. Madam, please, calm yourself. Master Qin replied, his brow furrowing. While the loss of his son brought him immense sorrow, he strove to maintain clarity. How many prodigies from various sects have been involved in the Kunlun realm to demand their lives as retribution for Tianu? Even the War Heaven Palace would not dare utter such words, let alone our once mighty ancient family. Rest assured, Master Qin and Madam Qin, your concerns are valid. Tianer is not only a member of your Qin family, but also my Sandaozi of the War Heaven Palace. Whoever dares to slay him shows utter disregard for our palace. Once we thoroughly investigate this matter, the War Heaven Palace will not let this transgression go unpunished. Elder Tian Yuan assured, a glimmer of vengeance igniting in his murky old eyes. To have nurtured such a prodigious disciple, only to lose him on a mere trip to the Kunlun realm. How lamentable. Very well. I entrust this matter to the War Heaven Palace. Upon hearing these words, the head of the Qin family nodded. The War Heaven Palace is indeed one of the 5 great powers of the Wild Heaven domain, and its formidable strength is certainly beyond the reach of the Qin family. Just then, a voice filled with authority resonated throughout the hall. Accompanied by this voice, a rift in the fabric of space tore open, and a middle-aged man with sharp brows and bright eyes clad in golden robes stepped forth. With his arrival, an overwhelming imperial might immediately manifested within the grand hall. In an instant, everyone's breath caught in their throats, as a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped them. All washed over their faces, and even the previously raucous noblewoman, momentarily forgetting her distress, hastily lowered her head in submission. Hall Master, we pay our respects. The crowd in the hall quickly bowed in reverence. This man was none other than the Hall Master of the War Heaven Palace, the most formidable powerhouse in the Wild Heaven domain, the War Heaven Emperor. Rise, the War Heaven Emperor spoke softly, withdrawing the oppressive imperial aura. Only then could the gathered individuals exhale deeply, their hearts gripped by astonishment. An emperor-level powerhouse, indeed terrifying beyond measure. Hall Master, Qin Tian has not returned since entering the Kunlun secret realm, and his life token Elder Tian Yuan hurriedly reported. Yes, Hall Master. My son cannot have died in vain, the noblewoman interjected, but before she could finish, she was silenced by a sharp glare from the head of the Qin family. Silence. The Hall Master does not require the opinions of a mere woman. The noblewoman promptly fell silent. Is it true that the young Qin has perished? Upon hearing Elder Tian Yuan's words, the War Heaven Emperor furrowed his brow, and the temperature within the hall noticeably dropped. Hand over the life token to me. I wish to ascertain the truth of this matter, he commanded. Yes. Elder Tian Yuan quickly complied, presenting the token. Indeed, the life token is bound to Tian's soul. Perhaps we may witness some scenes from before his demise, which could reveal who harmed him. In that moment, the atmosphere in the hall shifted, as excitement flickered in the eyes of those present, all eagerly anticipating the War Heaven Emperor's next move. As he took the life token, a terrifying imperial force surged into it. The token slipped from his grasp, hovering in midair. A beam of light emanated from it, as if images were about to materialize. Here it comes. I shall see who possesses the audacity to lay a hand on my disciple. Elder Tian Yuan scoffed, and the head of the Qin family, along with the others in the hall, turned their attention to the unfolding spectacle. However, as the images began to manifest, they were shrouded in a haze, rendering them invisible and inaudible. Hall Master, what is this? Elder Tian Yuan and the others were taken aback. The great Emperor of War furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly solemn as he murmured to himself, how peculiar. I cannot glimpse any memories within the soul of the fateful token. What? Not even the Lord of the Hall can perceive them? A sharp intake of breath followed this revelation, and the faces of the assembled members of the War Hall turned ashen. This was a being of immense power. If even the Lord of the Hall was unable to do so, what hope was there? Fear not. With a sweeping gesture, the great Emperor of War let the fateful token fall to the ground. I once extracted a fragment of the young Qin's soul as a contingency for the unfortunate demise of these prodigious disciples. If we can locate his corpse and nurture that fragment within it for a while, he shall be revived. Is that truly possible? Can Tian still return to us? Thank you, Lord of the Hall. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope sparked in the eyes of the Qin patriarch and the noblewoman. I shall immediately travel to the Kunlun realm and retrieve Tian's remains. Elder Tian Yuan declared, hastening towards the spatial portal within the war hall. Elder Tian Yuan was swift in his departure, but equally swift in his return. Lord of the Hall, it seems the portal to the Kunlun realm is malfunctioning. I cannot enter. He frowned. Malfunctioning? The declaration stunned the members of the war hall. That portal was crafted by their strongest array elder, forged by a being of Saint Master level. How could it possibly be broken? I shall investigate. With that, the great Emperor of War stepped forward and vanished from sight. When the others caught up to the portal, they found the great Emperor of War frowning deeply. The portal is not broken. Rather, the spirit of the Kunlun realm has been commandeered by someone. rendering it a private possession and thus barring outsiders from entry. It appears that the one who controls the Kunlun mirror is also the one who plots against Xuantian. Fear not, he cannot obstruct me. With that, the great Emperor of War stepped forth, appearing in a shadowy spatial passage. Ahead, a faint light signaled the entrance to the Kunlun realm. However, just as he attempted to force his way inside, a youthful voice suddenly rang out, commanding, "Begone." With those words, the great Emperor of War was violently expelled from the passage. Chapter 38. A power sufficient to move the Emperor, madam, do not worry. With the Hall Master personally intervening. Even if the Kunlun mirror has fallen into the hands of others, he can tear through the void and retrieve Demoness remains. As the head of the Qin family spoke these reassuring words to the noblewoman beside him, the presence of the formidable War Emperor tearing through space brought a sense of relief. However, a shadow of doubt lurked within the noblewoman's heart. But what if even the Hall Master, she murmured softly, her voice trembling. Impossible. The Hall Master is a being of supreme power. One of the most formidable existences in the entire desolate heavenly domain. The Qin family head shook his head firmly, his conviction evident. Madam, rest assured. The Hall Master will certainly be fine, but before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void, and a somewhat disheveled figure was violently expelled from the space passage. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing the figure, their expressions shifted dramatically. Confusion etched across their faces. Is that the War Emperor? Hall Master, are you all right? The members of the War Hall were momentarily stunned, quickly rushing to inquire after witnessing such a scene. I am unharmed. The War Emperor waved his hand, stabilizing his form, though his brow was furrowed, eyes blazing with a hint of fury as he fixed his gaze on the space passage, an aura of imperial might subtly coalescing around him. Clearly, being reprimanded and expelled from the spatial passage had ignited his anger. Yet, just as the members of the War Hall anticipated the Hall Master would unleash his imperial might to shatter the space passage, he instead frowned, letting the gathered imperial aura dissipate. It seems that Demoness remains cannot be retrieved, he sighed, shaking his head slightly. I sensed a peculiar force from that space of force so enigmatic that even I cannot comprehend it. What? Even the Hall Master, a being of imperial stature, cannot discern it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those within the War Hall altered drastically, astonishment flickering in their eyes. The Qin family head and the noblewoman turned pale, despair flooding their features. The one who harmed Tian'er is so terrifying? If even the War Emperor cannot see through it, how can they seek vengeance for Tian'er? In that moment, the entire War Hall fell into a profound silence. The War Emperor lifted his gaze slightly, staring at the space passage with increasing intensity. This power, if it could be harnessed by me, not only the desolate heavenly domain, but the entirety of the 9 realms would bow before me. Within the Kunlun realm, upon a piece of jade, a graceful figure sat cross-legged, her long hair cascading down, concealing her delicate form. As the immense essence of cultivation flowed into her being, Luo Qinghuan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Luo Qinghuan has ascended to the 7th star of the celestial sovereign realm. The host soul realm has ascended to the 7th star of creation. The voice of the system resonated repeatedly within Su Ye's mind. Indeed, at this pace, returning to the realm of the Emperor is merely a matter of time. After gauging the strength of his soul, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Su Yi, just now during my cultivation, I seem to have heard your reprimanding voice. What transpired? Luo Qinghuan inquired curiously, gazing at Su Yi. Nothing of significance. I merely swatted away a bothersome fly. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, though internally he scoffed. An emperor, you say? Humph. He has merely withstood the 6 paths of the emperor's tribulation. Your brother Yi, in his prime, faced the 9 tribulations of the emperor. Now that the Kunlun mirror has rightfully returned to him, not even an emperor may lay a hand upon it, especially with the system at his side. All right, Luo girl, return to the Xuantian Sacred Sect. From now on, we can enter the Kunlun realm at any time, and all the treasures within will be ours. Ha ha. This journey has proven worthwhile, Su Yi declared with hearty laughter. Hee hee, we are now affluent. The young girl chuckled innocently. By the way, I have severed the connection to the storage ring we acquired and placed it into your own storage ring. Be sure to check for any valuable treasures, Su Yi reminded. Recalling something. Understood, Luo Qinghuan replied obediently, turning and stepping out, departing from the Kunlun's secret realm. Chapter 39. The unworthy Su Yi as anticipated. The news of the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror, once again falling into the hands of an unknown master reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the wilderness domain, inciting a considerable uproar. Speculation ran rampant regarding the identity of the formidable being capable of wielding such power. However, after much conjecture, no one could glean any clues. Meanwhile, the true instigator was comfortably concealed within the sanctuary of a young girl's soul, diligently refining the flame's spirit fire. That night, in a tranquil courtyard nestled halfway up Frostsword Peak, Su Yi was engaged in the meticulous process of refining the flame's spirit fire, transforming it to better serve as medicinal fire for the preparation of the sacred soul pill. Meanwhile, the young girl lounged on a wooden chair, gazing at the moon with a hint of ennui as she playfully swung her delicate feet. Suddenly, she recalled Su Ye's words. Oh, the detestable Su Yi mentioned that the storage rings he had acquired were all contained within. It was the perfect opportunity to see if there were any treasures to be found. Perhaps there were elixirs to nurture the soul that she could offer him. With this thought, a flicker of light shimmered over the storage ring in her hand, and one by one, storage rings began to materialize, quickly forming a small mountain. It was akin to a grand looting site. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qinghuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared her throat, her petite face adopting a serious demeanor. Cough. What does Su Yi's business have to do with me, Luo Qinghuan? Having successfully brainwashed herself, she began to examine the numerous storage rings stacked like a mound. This is a body refinement pill, and this is a martial arts manual. As Luo Qinghuan meticulously counted, her attention was suddenly captured by a thick tome, securely bound and meticulously protected. Such careful safeguarding. It must be something valuable, she murmured, her face brimming with determination. She gently cradled the ancient tome in her arms, channeling a smidgen of spiritual energy to dispel the seals. In the next moment, her heart raced with anticipation as she opened the tome. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light erupted forth, illuminating her eyes with wonder. After a brief interlude, as the golden radiance subsided, she finally discerned the contents of the book. Is this illustrated? The young girl was taken aback and tentatively flipped a page. In an instant, the brilliance in her beautiful eyes faded, transforming into a dull, lifeless gaze as she murmured repeatedly, I am tainted. I am tainted. Oh, I am tainted. Simultaneously, within the sanctuary of the soul, a surge of flame coalesced. With a swift gesture, Su Yi commanded the flame to rapidly contract, ultimately condensing into a palm-sized essence that fused with his spirit. With a sigh of relief, Su Yi felt that the medicinal fire had been successfully refined. He then intended to share this news with Luo Qinghuan. Suddenly, he heard the girl mumbling something, her tone tinged with a hint of despair. Su Yi was taken aback. What was this girl up to now? Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to observe her further, only to find the young lady lost in thought, gazing at an ancient book adorned with illustrations, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. What are you doing, Luo girl? He scratched his nose and cleared his throat. Please continue. Your brother Yi is leaving. No, I didn't. It wasn't me. No, come back. Upon hearing Su Ye's voice, the girl froze. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she hurriedly called him back. She thought that if he truly left, she would be irredeemably stained, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Cough. Luo girl, while your brother Yi often teases you, it's not as though you would secretly look at these things, is it? Although the woman in the painting is indeed older than you, it doesn't mean. Su Yi couldn't help but tease with a chuckle. I did not. How was I to know that the ancient book contained such lewd images? The girl, blushing furiously, pouted defiantly, appearing utterly adorable. Seeing this scene, Su Yi burst into hearty laughter. You rascal, admit it. Did you know that this storage ring held such indecent items? You tricked me into looking. Observing Su Ye's unrestrained amusement, the girl narrowed her eyes, a hint of suspicion in her voice. By heaven as my witness, I did not. Regardless, today's events shall not be mentioned again. Otherwise, I shall bite you. Luo Qinghuan declared fiercely, her expression one of exaggerated disdain as she closed the illustrated ancient book. Throw it away. Throw it away. This illustrated ancient book is quite rare. Let your brother Yi study it properly. Just as she was about to discard it, Su Yi burst into laughter, promptly taking a seat on a wooden chair, thoroughly engrossed in his reading. "You scoundrel! If you wish to see it, use your own eyes, not mine." The girl attempted to resist. Yet, facing Su Yi, the shameless rascal, her struggles proved futile. Thus, within the confines of her spirit, the petite figure in the white dress could only curl up, her face nearly as red as ripe fruit. "Now I am truly unclean." Under the moonlight, Su Yi savored the illustrations, while the little spirit in the white dress became increasingly flushed, for this scoundrel not only gazed, but also loudly recited the details of the paintings for her. Simply inhumane. The following day, only 2 days remained until the day of the discourse. The entire Xuantian Sacred Sect gradually became lively, as many disciples within the sect prepared for the upcoming debate day. After all, victory in the debate would grant them coveted cultivation resources as rewards from the sect. Meanwhile, on the Alchemy Peak, one of the 8 major peaks of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, a young girl in a white dress walked alone along the mountain path towards the Grand Hall, her heart filled with confusion. "That rascal Su Yi. Speak honestly. Did you sneak onto my account while I was asleep last night?" After being tormented by him, she had finally managed to ignore his incessant chatter about the details of ancient texts and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, however, she found herself all over, especially in her. "No, your brother Yi is not that kind of person. Su Yi would certainly not admit to such conduct." "You are," Luo Qinghuan retorted mercilessly. "Oh, Luo girl, how could you say that about your brother Yi? You've wounded his heart. What about the basic trust between people? Your brother Yi is off to cry now." Su Yi feigned great sorrow. "Don't run." The girl bit her silver teeth. Had she encountered Su Yi earlier, she might have doubted whether her words had hurt him. Yet, after spending time together, she had long since realized that Su Yi was far from being a normal person. "Your brother Yi truly needs to rest. While you were asleep last night, your brother helped massage you for the entire night. No need to thank me. Just wait until I find a furnace of superior quality to concoct that sacred soul pill for you." Su Yi yawned and soon fell silent. A night of massage. The girl bit her silver teeth, her face filled with resentment. Su Yi truly was not a normal person. Chapter 40. The alchemical furnace of the Xuanqi stage at the Alchemy Peak. Before the Grand Hall, the appearance of a maiden clad in white instantly captured the attention of 2 disciples guarding the entrance. The young lady possessed an exquisite beauty and an ethereal demeanor. "Is that not Senior Sister Luo from Frostsword Peak? What brings her to our Alchemy Peak?" The 2 were momentarily taken aback, then hastily approached her, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Sister Luo. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting our Alchemy Peak?" "Hello. I wish to borrow the alchemical furnace at the Alchemy Peak," the maiden replied politely. "Oh, that is certainly no problem. However, what piqued Senior Sister Luo's interest in borrowing the furnace?" Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Alchemy Peak nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered. "I have recently developed a slight interest in alchemy during my leisure time and have taken to self-study," she said, slightly tilting her face. "I, Luo Qinghuan, never tell lies. This is all due to that insufferable Su Yi." "Ah, I see. May I ask what grade of furnace you wish to borrow?" "A furnace of at least the Xuanqi grade," Luo Qinghuan answered without any hesitation, her red lips parting to speak. She recalled Su Ye's explicit instructions that to concoct the sacred soul pill, one must utilize a furnace of Xuanqi level. What? A Xuanqi grade furnace? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 Alchemy Peak disciples shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the young lady. To require a furnace of at least Xuanqi level, could it be that Senior Sister Luo is capable of refining pills of 6th grade or higher? Hiss. Even among our Alchemy Peak's elite disciples, those who can refine 6th grade pills are few and far between, especially given their specialized training and singular focus on alchemy. Yet Senior Sister Luo is different. She has merely pursued this knowledge out of interest. Such an astonishing talent for cultivation, and her prowess in alchemy is equally astounding. To use a Xuanqi grade furnace, approval from the elders within the hall is necessary. "I shall go report this matter, Senior Sister Luo. Please follow Junior Brother Li into the hall to wait," one of the disciples remarked, gesturing towards the nearby Junior Brother Li before hurriedly departing. "Senior Sister Luo, please follow me," Junior Brother Li said, leading Luo Qinghuan into the Grand Hall of the Alchemy Peak. Inside the hall, an array of alchemical furnaces was displayed, with flames dancing upward, raising the temperature within the room by several degrees. Numerous disciples of the alchemy peak were busily engaged in refining their respective concoctions. As Luo Qinghuan entered the hall alongside junior brother Li, the other disciples instinctively lifted their gazes. However, upon a mere glance, they were immediately entranced by the maiden's beauty. Hiss! What a stunning woman! Could she be a new disciple of our alchemy peak? By heavens! If I had such a beautiful junior sister by my side while refining, would I still be relegated to 3 years of alchemy, only to produce first-grade pills? Indeed, indeed. Hee. Upon catching sight of the ethereal maiden clad in a flowing white dress, the disciples of the alchemy peak were instantly rendered speechless, their admiration spilling forth in hushed whispers. What are you all thinking? That is not our new junior sister from Alchemy Peak. She is Sister Luo Qinghuan from Frost Sword Peak. One of the senior brothers interjected, annoyance evident in his tone. If I recall correctly, Sister Luo has recently ascended to the celestial sovereign realm. Would you dare to address a formidable celestial sovereign as junior sister? As the implications settled among the crowd, their expressions shifted dramatically, the fervor of their admiration intensifying. It was undeniable that they were captivated by the beauty of the senior sister. A striking appearance coupled with immense strength was irresistible. After all, who wouldn't want to bask in the comfort of such allure? What brings Sister Luo to our alchemy peak? Surely, it must be to commission some elixirs, one disciple mused with a sly grin. Allow me to concoct a potion for Sister Luo. Another chimed in. You, with your meager skills in crafting first-grade elixirs, dare to offer assistance? I have already mastered the art of brewing second-grade potions. My dear fellow disciples, my dental woes are a burden, and a fortune teller has proclaimed that I am destined to live off the bounty of others. Thus, this bowl of soft rice from Sister Luo is rightfully mine. Ah, why are you hitting me? Fear not, my brother, I shall assist you. If your teeth are troublesome, let us shatter them completely. So that porridge is all you require. Leave the soft rice to me. In an instant, the hall buzzed with lively discussions, each disciple eager to present themselves favorably before the enchanting maiden. However, at that moment, a venerable voice reverberated through the grand hall. Qinghuan, my dear, I hear you wish to borrow the Xuantian furnace from our alchemy peak? At this proclamation, an elderly man with fiery red hair approached, accompanied by a smiling young man dressed in green, while the disciple who had first greeted Luo Qinghuan led the way. It is Elder Qi Yin and Brother Han Yao. And Sister Luo seeks to borrow the Xuantian furnace? What could she possibly intend? As the two figures strode closer, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowed in curiosity. Having encountered Elder Qi Yin before, Luo Qinghuan offered a slight bow of respect. Junior sister, I understand you wish to borrow the Xuantian furnace for the purpose of refining 6th-grade elixirs. Han Yao inquired with a playful smile. Wait, what? The realization dawned upon them. Sister Luo was not merely commissioning potions. She intended to concoct them herself. The Xuantian furnace was certainly reserved for the creation of 6th-grade elixirs. Such extraordinary talent. Not only had she reached the celestial sovereign realm, but her alchemical aptitude was equally astounding. As Han Yao's words echoed in the hall, astonishment swept through the gathered disciples. Sister, why not allow me to assist you? Although my realm may not match yours, my alchemical skills are quite formidable. I have recently achieved the ability to craft 7th-grade elixirs. Han Yao's expression radiated delight, as if he were on the verge of inscribing praise me upon his visage. Although he ranked merely 9th on the heavenly pride list of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, he held unwavering confidence that, among the younger generation, his alchemical prowess was unrivaled. No one dared to claim the second position. Oh, there's no need for trouble, Brother Han, Luo Qinghuan replied with a gentle acknowledgement. Shaking her head. Praise me, do praise me, Han Yao implored, a smile gracing his lips as he approached. Yet, Luo Qinghuan paid him no heed, brushing past him to address the elder with crimson hair beside her. Elder Qi Yin, might I inquire if I could borrow a furnace of the Xuantian? Han Yao stood frozen in place, disheartened. Alas, Brother Han's old habit has resurfaced. He yearns for his junior sister's commendation. But regrettably our alchemy peak's junior sister regards him as if he were a peculiar entity. After all, there was that time when she unexpectedly emerged from the bath, seeking to praise him, or when she appeared at the window while he was in the restroom. Who would dare to extol him under such circumstances? Witnessing this exchange, the disciples of the alchemy peak could only sigh in exasperation. Of course, you may, Elder Qi Yin chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in his aged eyes. However, before you can borrow a furnace of the Xuantian grade, you must first pass a test. Chapter 41. The shock of Elder Qian. It was evident that he wished to ascertain the extent of Luo Qinghuan's alchemical talent. Very well. Let us proceed as Elder Qian suggests. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Boom. With a grand gesture, Elder Qian conjured a medicinal furnace in the hall, which contained 10 fire platforms. Qinghuan, this is the furnace used to test alchemical aptitude. The more fire platforms ignited, the stronger the talent, he explained. Currently, Han Yao, the most outstanding disciple of my alchemy peak, has ignited 7 fire platforms. As soon as this statement was uttered, the previously petrified Han Yao revived, edging closer. If junior sister Luo finds me impressive, feel free to praise me. There is no need to hold back. Enough. Han Yao, be silent. Yes, master. Han Yao complied obediently. Elder Qian interrupted Han Yao, his murky gaze now fixed on the young girl. Let us see how many fire platforms you can ignite. Boom. However, before his words were fully spoken, a flame suddenly surged within the hall, causing the temperature to soar, and instantly, 9 fire platforms in the testing furnace were ignited. 9. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qian's lips twitched uncontrollably. Han Yao became once again immobile, and the disciples of alchemy peak in attendance gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Only 9? Yet, just as the hall fell into a stunned silence, captivated by the girl's extraordinary alchemical talent, she frowned slightly, her brows knitting together. Only. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's seemingly dissatisfied murmurs, everyone present, including Elder Qian, could not help but be engulfed in confusion. What on earth? Is she speaking human language? Ah, is it perhaps too few? Noticing the wide-eyed stares directed at her, the young girl's cheeks flushed. During this time, Suyi had also instructed her in the art of alchemy, claiming it was quite simple. Just ignite the fire and toss the ingredients into the furnace, and the elixir would be produced. Having been influenced by his simplistic assertions, when she saw that she had only ignited 9 fire platforms, still 1 short, she believed that this was insufficient. After all, the insufferable Su Yi had proclaimed that alchemy was quite straightforward. Upon hearing this, Elder Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. In my day, I only ignited 7. You, little girl, ignited 9 and yet find it lacking? Good heavens! The Grand Elder has fainted. Quick! Someone perform CPR on the Grand Elder. I will do it. My mouth is foul. I should be the one to save my master. Upon witnessing Elder Qian faint, Han Yao rushed forward, appearing eager to save his master. However, had it not been for the words he overheard, and the sight of him forcefully swallowing a few foul-smelling pills, the other disciples might have been deceived. Damn it! Han Yao, get the hell out of here. Shortly after, Elder Qian awakened, cursing profusely, while Han Yao was sent flying by a single punch, vanishing like a shooting star. Li Feng, remember to account for the repairs to the ceiling on Han Yao's tab. Elder Qian glanced at the large hole in the hall, and then calmly regarded his junior disciple. Li. Yes. Li Feng chuckled bitterly, clearly accustomed to such antics. Qinghuan, I must admit I underestimated you. 9 lamps in total. Such talent for cultivation should not go unrecognized in my alchemy peak. Subsequently, Elder Qian's gaze fell upon Luo Qinghuan, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. I came to practice alchemy. What about my status as a celestial? The girl blinked her beautiful eyes, bewildered. Elder Qian's spirit was struck once more. Oh, I forgot this girl is also a prodigy in terms of cultivation. However, he pondered, why did her speech seem different from before? Each word seemed to carry genuine weight. Had she been influenced by some nefarious character? Su Yi, ahem, who called you Brother Yi? All right, Luo girl, you have passed the test. The alchemical furnace of the Xuanqi tier is in that alchemy room. Elder Qian shook his head and pointed to a nearby chamber. After a moment, he added, if you have time, feel free to visit my alchemy peak for self-study. It would be better than relying solely on my instruction. Thank you, Elder Qian, the girl nodded. Yet she did not take his words to heart. After all, if Su Yi discovered she was seeking Elder Qian's guidance in alchemy, he would surely be displeased. In his words, you, Brother Yi, are impressive. Why seek out an old man for instruction? With that, she gracefully stepped towards the alchemy room. Upon opening the door, a rich aroma of elixirs enveloped her. A 2-meter-tall bronze furnace stood at the center of the chamber, with intricate formations carved into the surrounding walls, clearly designed to mitigate any explosive repercussions from the alchemical processes. Once inside, Luo Qinghuan closed the door and softly called out for Su Yi in her mind. Su Yi, Su Yi. After calling several times with no response, she decided to enter the realm of the soul to see what the mischievous Su Yi was up to. However, as soon as she entered, she spotted a shadowy figure stealthily concealing what appeared to be a garment. Within the realm of the soul, Luo Qinghuan could not discern Su Yi's true appearance, remaining unaware of his actual form. Thus, whenever Su Yi claimed his own handsomeness, the young girl would pout and express her disbelief. Consequently, Su Yi could only boast, stating that when the day arrived for him to remold his physical form, he would be irresistibly handsome. You insufferable Su Yi, what are you hiding? The girl narrowed her beautiful eyes, casting a dubious glance in Su Yi's direction. Could this fellow be up to no good in his mind? Nothing at all. I merely discovered a precious treasure among those people's storage rings. Once I finish refining the elixir, I shall present it to you, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. A precious treasure? The girl furrowed her brows in skepticism and shook her head repeatedly. I don't want it. The items within those storage rings are tainted. Whatever precious treasure you speak of, I have no interest. It could be something vile. Su Yi chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. All right, let your elder brother take charge. Luo Qinghuan nodded gently. As the expression in the girl's eyes shifted, Su Yi's gaze gradually settled upon the alchemical furnace before him. A mystical grade furnace. It should suffice for me to concoct a holy elixir, I presume? He murmured, then waved his hand, summoning a surge of fiery spirit from the young girl's brow. In an instant, flames erupted throughout the alchemical chamber. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Elder Qi Yin furrowed his brow, stroking his long beard. Pondering what sixth-grade elixir Qinghuan intended to refine, a query he had forgotten to ask. He then glared at the gathered disciples of the alchemy peak. What are you staring at? You bunch of little rascals, why aren't you getting to work on your alchemy? Upon witnessing the irate Elder Qi Yin, the disciples exchanged glances, feeling aggrieved. Their dear senior sister was treated with kindness, while they faced his wrath. That old man deserves to be single for a millennium. However, just as the disciples were settling down to focus on their alchemy, a sudden event occurred. As the flames surged within the alchemical chamber, the flames in the furnace before them extinguished simultaneously. What on earth is happening? The disciples wore confused expressions upon witnessing this scene. Elder Qi Yin also noticed the occurrence, his brows suddenly knitting together, his aged eyes brimming with gravity, as a thought struck him. Could it be caused by Qinghuan? Chapter 42. The emergence of the golden dragon and the birth of the sacred pill within the alchemical chamber. Su Yi took a deep breath. As the flames of the spirit ignited and surged into the cauldron, it was instantly set ablaze, releasing a magnificent and vigorous aura that erupted forth. All right, Luo girl, I am about to begin the alchemical process. Pay close attention and learn well. In the realm of the soul, the petite figure in a white dress nodded enthusiastically, taking out her notebook to jot down notes. Alchemy is quite simple. It fundamentally revolves around the control of heat and the sequence in which the medicinal ingredients are added to the cauldron, which collectively accounts for merely 20% of the process. As Su Yi spoke, he methodically placed the ingredients for the sacred soul pill into the cauldron. With each addition, the fragrant aroma of the herbs intensified. And what about the remaining 80%? Is it sheer effort? Luo Qinghuan pondered aloud. No, Su Yi chuckled lightly, shaking his head with a smile. It's the talent of your brother Yi. The little spirit in white blinked her beautiful eyes. Stinky Su Yi, always showing off. Su Yi laughed heartily, and as his spiritual energy surged forth, flames danced within the cauldron. At the opportune moment, he placed the final herb, the heavenly soul grass, into the mixture. Boom. As the last ingredient was added, the flames within the cauldron engulfed it entirely, and in an instant, all the herbs were reduced to ash. Luo Qinghuan was bewildered. What do you mean by talent? The herbs have turned to ashes. Patience, Su Yi replied with a knowing smile. Congeal. As his command echoed, the flames within the cauldron suddenly receded, revealing glimmers of brilliance amidst the ashes. Luo Qinghuan gazed in awe, discovering that the glimmer was, in fact, a perfectly formed pill. Round and lustrous. When did it become a pill? At that moment, her expression was one of astonishment. She had long heard of the 3 steps of alchemy: igniting the furnace, guiding the herbs, and forming the pill. While the first two steps were not overly difficult, the final step was said to require 49 days of meticulous crafting, making it the most challenging part. A single misstep could lead to the complete failure of the elixir. Thus, many alchemists preferred to take their time rather than rush the process. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Yi had completed the formation of the pill in mere moments. The pill was flawless, exuding a delightful fragrance without a hint of imperfection. Luo girl, while the world is aware of the 3 steps of alchemy, they remain oblivious to the existence of a 4th step. And it is this 4th step that holds the utmost significance. Su Yi continued, speaking slowly. The 4th step? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered the notion of a 4th step in alchemy. What is the 4th step? Opening the pill. Su Yi replied with a gentle smile. Opening the pill? A trace of confusion flickered in the young girl's eyes. It is quite simple. One must seize the essence of the heavens and the earth, infusing it into the elixir being refined, in order to successfully open the pill. Such a potion is indeed superior to those concocted through merely 3 steps, Su Yi explained with a smile. Seizing the essence of the heavens and the earth? Quite simple. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. At times, she found it perplexing how that insufferable Su Yi could weave the words of others into such nonsensical phrases. All right, my dear Luo, pay close attention. Your brother Yi is about to open the pill. As Su Ye's voice echoed, he waved his hand dramatically, causing the previously waning flames of the alchemical furnace to surge anew, with countless golden rays bursting forth from within. Boom! Simultaneously, within the grand hall, the flames in the alchemical furnaces before the disciples of the alchemy peak extinguished instantaneously, as if half of the essence of creation had been seized from the world. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qi Yin furrowed his brow, his mind racing as if he were desperately trying to recall something significant. A grave expression flickered in his murky eyes. Could this be the legendary 4th step? Realizing this, he sharply inhaled, gazing intently towards the alchemical chamber. Could it be that this phenomenon was instigated by the young Lady Qinghuan? Within the chamber, flames danced in a fervor, and one could vaguely sense the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. What? This? The extinguishing of the furnace flames is related to Sister Luo's alchemy? The disciples of the alchemy peak, momentarily bewildered, were once again taken aback upon hearing Elder Qi Yan's words. However, at that moment, Elder Qi Yin had no time to spare for them. His white brows knitted tightly as he focused intently on the chamber. Consequently, the gaze of the crowd followed his lead. Master, I have returned from Yueyin Peak. Elder Yueyin mentioned he would like to have tea with you another day. I declined on your behalf, Master, as women can only impede your alchemical endeavors. Just then, Han Yao's voice suddenly resonated from outside the hall. Elder Qi Yan. Damn it, Master. And esteemed brothers, what are you all gazing at? As Han Yao awkwardly entered the grand hall and noticed Elder Qi Yan and the disciples transfixed by the alchemical chamber, he felt a surge of confusion. Han Yao frowned and glanced over as well. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the chamber. Following this, as dazzling golden light burst forth, an extraordinarily rich fragrance of herbs filled the air. Good gracious! The golden legend. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Such an intense herbal aroma. Merely inhaling a whiff brings about a refreshing sensation, invigorating and delightful. The surrounding disciples of the alchemy peak began to murmur in agreement, thoroughly impressed. This fragrance is exceedingly rich. Elder Qian inhaled deeply, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, young Luo is an exceptional talent in the art of alchemy. Yet, I wonder what grade of elixir she has concocted. What? Could it be that Sister Luo is in that alchemy chamber? Upon hearing this, Han Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible that Sister Luo could achieve such proficiency on her very first attempt at alchemy? In that instant, a bold and rebellious thought took root in his mind. Boom. Simultaneously, within the alchemy chamber, 7 beams of golden light flickered, and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The quality 7 beams of golden light. This is a perfect grade 7th tier elixir. Moreover, judging by its appearance, it seems even superior to those I have crafted myself. As Elder Qian beheld the dazzling golden light, his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with profound astonishment. Is it true that Sister Luo, on her inaugural attempt at alchemy, has produced a perfect grade 7th tier elixir? What terrifying talent does Sister Luo possess? Upon hearing Elder Qian's words, the disciples of the Alchemy Peak couldn't help but gasp in awe. However, none noticed that above the Alchemy Peak's firmament, a resplendent golden dragon swirled amidst the clouds, only to swiftly vanish as if intentionally concealed. The golden dragon's emergence heralded the birth of a sacred elixir. This was not merely a perfect grade 7th tier elixir. It was, in fact, a sacred elixir. Chapter 43. It turns out Su Yi is so remarkable. Within the alchemy chamber, Su Yi exhaled a long breath, his hand sweeping gracefully as the flames within the alchemical furnace vanished without a trace. In his palm appeared a pill of vibrant crimson hue, perfectly round and exuding a fragrant aroma. Su Yi, what grade of elixir is this? The girl inquired with a bright voice, her curiosity piqued. After all, she had witnessed the extraordinary phenomena of the heavens just moments ago. Aside from the dazzling golden light, a golden dragon had circled within the furnace before soaring skyward, quickly concealed by Su Yi's deft hand. Where there's a golden dragon, a sacred pill emerges. What do you think the grade of this elixir is? Su Yi replied with a smile. Sacred grade? The young girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Even the head of their alchemical peak in the Xuantian Holy Sect could not guarantee the successful creation of a sacred pill in a single attempt. In the entire wasteland domain, only the leaders of the 5 foremost powers, particularly the Pill Alliance, could be confident in such an endeavor. Yet, Su Yi had not only succeeded but had done so with apparent ease. Moreover, he was utilizing her body, and her current mastery of alchemy was rather limited. Despite this, Su Yi achieved the feat effortlessly. How formidable must his alchemical skills be? Then why did you conceal the heavenly phenomena, yet reveal those 7 golden lights? Luo Qinghuan asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Concealing the heavenly phenomena might be to avoid exposing the creation of the sacred pill. After all, although Su Yi had refined the pill, it would be perceived by outsiders as her accomplishment. For someone who had just begun their journey in alchemy to produce a sacred pill would indeed be alarming and provoke unnecessary speculation. She understood the principle that a towering tree attracts the wind. Su Yi was protecting her. Yet, why unveil the 7 golden lights? Showcasing your talents without revealing everything is a strategy. This way, the Xuantian Holy Sect will pay greater attention to you without harboring doubts, and you will gain access to more cultivation resources. Is that not a win-win situation? Su Yi explained with a smile, addressing the girl's concerns. How is a bandit forged? Do you believe this is his limit? That would be a grave misconception. Whenever you think I have reached my peak, I can always push a little further, leaving others in awe yet forever unable to fathom the depths of my abilities. Oh, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. All right, my dear Luo. It's best you step outside. The old man will likely be astonished, and things may get a bit out of hand. Allow your brother Yi to help you navigate this situation, Su Yi advised. Although the shackles of her innate pure sacred body had recently loosened somewhat, they still imposed restrictions. Sending her to face the stunned Elder Qian would likely result in her merely saying, I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive. Luo Qinghuan nodded gently, feeling reassured. Su Yi carefully stored away the sacred soul pill, pushed open the door to the alchemy chamber, and stepped outside. Inside the grand hall, although the extraordinary phenomenon had dissipated, the lingering fragrance of herbs still permeated the air. Creak. At that moment, the door to the alchemy chamber swung open, and everyone turned their gaze, only to behold a young girl in a flowing white dress gracefully emerging. Senior Sister Luo. Upon seeing her, the disciples of the Alchemy Peak were filled with reverence. After all, she had successfully crafted a 7th grade perfect pill on her very first attempt at alchemy. How could they not admire her? Junior Sister Luo, please accept me as your disciple. Just then, Han Yao hurriedly approached the girl in white, bowing deeply 3 times. Indeed, he had defied his master's orders to pledge himself to a new mentor. Elder Qian, standing nearby, was taken aback. Do you truly disregard my presence? The sudden commotion had startled Elder Qian, causing him to wince in discomfort. Su Yi could only sigh, realizing that Han Yao was likely to face Elder Qian's wrath. The petite soul in the white dress, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but facepalm in exasperation. Su Yi, you must not agree to this. All right, I understand, Su Yi nodded, assuring her. Turning to Han Yao, she said, very well. The petite soul, is that what you truly meant? Upon hearing the girl's acceptance, Han Yao's eyes sparkled with joy. Though junior sister Luo had only recently begun her alchemical journey, her ability to produce 7th-grade pills promised an extraordinary future in the art of alchemy. By becoming her disciple now, he envisioned a prosperous path ahead. After all, he had previously taken on 1,000 infants as his mentors. If even one of them possessed the potential of a great emperor, he would have an imperial master. However, since he had chosen to be her disciple, wouldn't it be customary to present a token of gratitude? Suyi smiled lightly. I understand. I have gathered some spiritual herbs to present to junior sister Luo. With that, Han Yao produced a storage ring. Very well. Suyi accepted the ring without hesitation. Since you have become my disciple, I shall teach you your first lesson. Go and pay your respects to Elder Qinghuan. Understood. Han Yao, without a second thought, turned and bowed 3 times to Elder Qinghuan once more. Master, I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple. Get lost. Before Han Yao could finish, Elder Qinghuan's face twitched, and with a swift kick, he sent him flying once again. What a fool. Witnessing this exchange, the other disciples of the Alchemy Peak could only shake their heads in disbelief, filled with profound sympathy for Han Yao, who seemed utterly ensnared by a woman's charm. Sigh. Han Yao was still quite young. Humph. If it were us, we would never allow ourselves to be so easily manipulated by a woman. Brothers, I require some spiritual herbs to continue refining the spiritual pill. Just then, the sweet voice of the young girl resonated softly, her gentle laughter captivating the crowd within the grand hall. Sister Luo, I have it. I have it. Damn, don't all of you compete with me. I want to be Sister Luo's loyal servant. Sister Luo, use mine. In the next moment, the disciples in the hall erupted in excitement. Damn you, Suyi. Get off the line. Deep within her soul, Luo Qinghuan felt her cheeks flush with warmth upon witnessing this scene, hastily urging Suyi to log off. It seemed this fellow had come online to take advantage. If he lingered any longer, her carefully crafted persona would collapse. Qinghuan, did you just employ the legendary 4th step of alchemy? Elder Qinghuan could not help but inquire. What 4th step? Luo Qinghuan slightly turned her face away, fully aware yet unable to disclose the truth. According to legend, thousands of years ago, a great emperor had emerged among humanity, a figure both divine and formidable, whose demeanor was akin to a ruthless bandit despite his imperial stature. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that he was the most distinguished emperor humanity has seen over the ages. He singularly commanded a full 40% of all paths. Moreover, his alchemical skills were truly extraordinary, with this so-called 4th step of alchemy being his unique creation. To seize the very essence of creation, perhaps only such an existence would dare to attempt it. Regrettably, throughout these thousands of years, no one has been able to replicate this 4th step. Elder Qinghuan sighed as he recounted this tale. Upon hearing Elder Qinghuan's words, the young girl stood frozen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Could it be that the figure Elder Qinghuan spoke of was the insufferable Suyi? So it turns out. Suyi is that powerful. Chapter 44. The marvelous sensation of Luo girl Elder Qinghuan remained entirely oblivious to the extraordinary brilliance flickering within the enchanting eyes of the young girl before him, unaware that the formidable being he spoke of resided within her very being at that moment. It is indeed peculiar. This powerful entity's modus operandi is utterly inscrutable. It is said that on one occasion, he single-handedly robbed thousands of cultivators at a grand assembly, even daring to assault the most illustrious alchemy alliance of the 9 domains, annihilating all the elixirs they had concocted, only to resell them at exorbitant prices to their original creators. Wherever he tread, he instilled dread throughout the celestial Xin 9 domains. Elder Qinghuan sighed repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan secretly chuckled, as it seemed to perfectly align with Su Ye's notorious ways. Elder Qinghuan, you may be mistaken. I too have never heard of this so-called 4th step in alchemy, she said softly, shaking her head slightly and turning her face away. Indeed, Elder Qinghuan harbored no lingering doubts, for throughout the millennia, countless alchemical prodigies had emerged, yet none had truly grasped the elusive 4th step of alchemy. If you ever find yourself in need of rare herbs, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Alchemy Peak. As long as I possess it, I shall not be stingy, Elder Qinghuan declared, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily. Though Luo Qinghuan was not a disciple of their Alchemy Peak, he was still eager to nurture talents. Thank you, Elder Qinghuan, Luo Qinghuan replied with a graceful bow. This development also aligned seamlessly with Su Ye's plans. Ah, Luo girl. Before you depart, Elder Qian suddenly called out to her. May I take a look at the elixir you crafted? He inquired somewhat shyly. This caught Luo Qinghuan off guard, and her brows furrowed in concern that Elder Qian might discern that the elixir crafted by Su Yi was not of the 7th grade, but rather of a higher caliber. No worries, let him see it, echoed Su Ye's calm and confident voice in her mind. Very well. With Su Ye's assurance, Luo Qinghuan felt unburdened and retrieved the crimson elixir from her storage ring, presenting it to him. Is this the elixir you crafted, Qinghuan? Elder Qian asked, gingerly accepting it and cradling it in his palm, examining it with great care. This elixir, such formidable alchemical talent. Goodness, this girl is truly born for alchemy. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became, involuntarily gasping in awe. After a prolonged examination, he reluctantly returned the crimson elixir to Luo Qinghuan and cleared his throat. Cough indeed. This elixir is exceptionally well crafted. However, cough, compared to mine, there remains a slight disparity. Qinghuan, my dear, you must strive diligently in alchemy. I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing these words, the young lady accepted the elixir, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of perplexity. But it is Su Yi who is the one practicing alchemy. How could I possibly surpass Elder Qian? This old fellow only cares for his own pride, she mused. In her mind, Su Yi crossed his arms and remarked, ahem, of course. Hearing Luo Qinghuan's retort, Elder Qian coughed again, his aged face flushing with embarrassment, and he promptly ushered Luo Qinghuan out of the grand hall of the Alchemy Peak. My dear Qinghuan, it is getting late. You should take your leave, Elder Qian said, hastily shutting the grand hall doors behind her. All right, Luo, return home. You might as well consume some holy soul pills before the upcoming debate. Otherwise, in your current state, your brother Yi won't be able to perform at his peak. Su Ye's gentle voice echoed in her mind. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. However, just as she turned to depart, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted from within the hall. By heavens, the elixir crafted by Qinghuan is astonishingly superb. The old man could hardly contain his astonishment. Though I hate to admit it, the perfection of that elixir is something I could never achieve even with my utmost efforts. This girl possesses extraordinary talent. Why on earth are all the others in the Alchemy Peak such a bunch of inept fools? You little rascals, if you can't succeed, then work yourselves to the bone. Soon, the hall was filled with the lamentations of the disciples of the Alchemy Peak. Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Qinghuan paused, then burst into laughter. It appeared that Elder Qian truly valued his reputation. No wonder he had been so eager to expel her from the hall. These thoughts must have been tormenting him. If Elder Qian knew that the elixir was crafted by the very one he revered, he would likely feel even more distressed, wouldn't he? Wouldn't you agree, Su Yi? A trace of grievance appeared on the young lady's fair face. He is such an impressive individual, yet he insists on picking on me. Picking on you? Su Yi raised his hands and feigned innocence. Your brother Yi is merely assisting you in becoming stronger. The young lady scoffed, utterly unconvinced. So, you think that your midnight gaming sessions and massages are helping me grow stronger? Luo, you must understand that strength is not solely reflected in power. It manifests in various forms. Haven't you heard the saying that one can become stronger even while losing hair? As a girl, you can't afford to go bald, so it must be expressed through your figure. The young lady. I refuse to believe that. Su Yi. Oh dear. This girl has been thoroughly corrupted. There's no reasoning with her now. Curse it. Who has led my innocent Luo astray? Su Yi, would you share your past exploits with me? I am eager to listen. At that moment, the young girl seemed to recall something and turned to Su Yi, pondering the mysterious powerhouse mentioned by Elder Qian, undoubtedly referring to none other than the insufferable Su Yi. Is that so? Are you pleading with me? Please, I beseech you. Haha, I shall not divulge. And so it went. As the girl descended the mountain, she pouted in her entreaty. Upon reaching the small courtyard nestled halfway up Frostsword Peak, Su Yi could no longer withstand her imploring and relented, recounting a couple of tales. Very well, Luo girl. You have heard the stories. Now you may consume the sacred body pill, yes? Su Yi stretched languidly as he spoke. Luo Qinghuan nodded with satisfaction. For reasons unknown. Her curiosity regarding Su Yi and the events surrounding him only deepened. This peculiar sensation within her, she could only attribute to the bond forged with Su Yi through their connection. In the courtyard at the mountainside, beneath the blossoming peach tree, guided by Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan settled into a cross-legged position, her hair cascading elegantly over her delicate form. She then retrieved the sacred pill from her storage ring and slowly ingested it. As Luo Qinghuan consumed the sacred soul pill, a surge of energy erupted from her being, seemingly enhancing her physical form. Chapter 45. Can one rely solely on the flesh to stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient emperors? The host has invested in a sacred body pill. Reward obtained. Buddha Demon Body Pill. Suyi exhaled in relief. He had finally secured this crucial investment reward. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed once more. The Great Path Sage has been triggered. Luo Qinghuan's physical strength has been greatly enhanced. As Luo Qinghuan's physical prowess continues to grow, when the host reshapes his body, he will be able to rival the ancient emperors solely through his physical form. The system's voice resonated again. To rival the ancient emperors solely through one's flesh? Upon hearing this, Suyi narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Indeed, having a cheat is truly exhilarating. Moreover, there seems to be no limit to this. If he were to cultivate Luo Qinghuan into a physical emperor, then when he reshapes his own body, it might not merely match the ancient emperors, but could even rival the divine. This girl is indeed his treasure. Suyi's gaze fell upon the girl seated cross-legged beneath the peach blossom tree, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He then swallowed the Buddha Demon Body Pill. The host has ingested the Buddha Demon Body Pill. The host can now obtain darkening points, which can be used to reshape the body. After a while, the girl beneath the peach blossom tree finally opened her beautiful eyes, let out a gentle sigh, and brushed off the peach blossom petals that had settled on her fragrant shoulders. She hastily inquired, Suyi, how is it? Did I succeed? Of course. Suyi nodded. So, should we seek another heaven soul grass? Why seek another heaven soul grass? Suyi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Since this sacred body pill can enhance physical strength, then we should refine another one for you to consume. You also need to reshape your body, the girl stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her. The sacred body pill is ineffective if you refine it yourself. The girl pouted, appearing somewhat troubled. However, after a moment, she clenched her small fist. Determination etched on her face. Then I shall strive to improve my alchemy skills. I will refine this sacred body pill for you. Ha ha. At her words, Suyi could no longer contain his laughter, warmth flooding his heart. No need. Your brother Ye's body reshaping won't be significantly influenced by merely a sacred body pill. He shook his head with a smile, then shifted his tone. Or perhaps, after hearing about your brother Ye's glorious deeds, you are eager to catch a glimpse of his handsome visage? And no. The girl's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly shook her head in denial. All right, Luo girl, it's getting late. In a few days, it will be the day of the Tao conference. Do you intend to attend while still in this state? Suyi chuckled. Stinky? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she lifted her hand and inhaled deeply. In the next moment, her delicate face flushed a brilliant crimson. Ugh, how foul. The enhancement of physical strength signifies a return to simplicity, expelling the impurities within the body. This is quite natural. Perhaps a bath would be in order, Suyi proposed. Luo Qinghuan nodded her small head. You mustn't log in secretly. Recalling the last time this rogue played tricks, she remained vigilant. Very well. Are you certain? Suyi never deceive. Luo Qinghuan. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. With a hint of skepticism, she gracefully rose and made her way toward the bathing spirit pool. However, it wasn't long before a delicate voice echoed from the pool. You deceitful Suyi. You've tricked me again. Tricked you? He. I am now Luo Qinghuan, not Suyi. You. After her bath, Suyi, recalling something, swiftly reminded, Luo girl, within your storage ring lies the treasured item I previously mentioned. Do take a glance. Luo Qinghuan pouted but complied. What is this? As she unearthed the item from her storage ring, her brows knitted slightly upon seeing the exquisite ice blue silk garment in her hands. This is an ancient divine garment, capable of altering one's form and enhancing the wearer's figure, Suyi remarked with a meaningful smile. I shan't wear it, the girl retorted stubbornly. Is that so? Suyi chuckled lightly, not pressing the matter further. In the stillness of the night, beneath the luminous moon, in a fragrant chamber filled with the essence of a young maiden, A small head emerged from the thick bedding. After cautiously surveying her surroundings and finding no one, she whispered a few calls to herself. Suyi, Suyi, Suyi. Upon receiving no response, the girl stealthily retrieved the ancient divine garment from her storage ring, curling back into the warmth of her covers, rustling as she donned it. Once finished, she nestled under the blankets, drifting into a serene slumber. In the realm of the soul's sanctuary, Suyi, clad in black, could not help but smile at this scene. Time passed swiftly, and soon, the day of the Discourse Conference arrived. As the host faction of this grand event, the Xuantian Holy Sect had graciously invited nearly all the various powers of the Eastern Wasteland. This gathering was undoubtedly the largest and most lavishly rewarding in the history of the Eastern Wasteland Discourse Conferences. Many disciples of the Xuantian Holy Sect were keenly aware of the opportunity before them. As long as one can excel at the Tao Discussion Conference, their standing within the sect will undoubtedly rise, making it a distinct possibility to be valued by the elders and accepted as a direct disciple. Meanwhile, other prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness seek to seize this opportunity to showcase their talents and secure the generous rewards offered by the Xuantian Sacred Sect. At this moment, the gates of the Xuantian Sacred Sect have swung open, and the protective barriers are fully activated. Countless formidable presences have descended upon this location, with numerous powerful cultivators soaring through the skies, all heading towards the Tao discussion platform established by the Xuantian Sacred Sect. In an instant, the platform is teeming with individuals, as the elite prodigies from various sects and forces emerge in succession. Concurrently, at Frostsword Peak, in a modest courtyard halfway up the mountain, a girl clad in a white dress descends and makes her way toward the Tao discussion platform. Chapter 46. The Rising Stars. The target of many? The Xuantian Sacred Sect. Deep within the mountains, a stone platform measuring several thousand meters emerged, adorned with countless intricate formations, from which a rich aura of the Tao continuously emanated. This was the Tao discussion platform. At this moment, the area surrounding the platform was teeming with people. Numerous disciples and elders of the Xuantian Sacred Sect had gathered here, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced open. The seats around the platform quickly filled up with the formidable talents from various factions, creating a vibrant atmosphere of lively chatter. This Tao discussion conference, hosted by the Xuantian Sacred Sect, had essentially extended invitations to all factions, both large and small, within the Eastern Wilderness. Naturally, this did not include the 5 paramount powers, for they were exceedingly proud and would never lower themselves to attend a Tao forum organized by a sect they deemed inferior in strength. Moreover, they did not believe that the talents of other factions were worthy of debating with their top elites. However, the prominent figures of various factions had long grown accustomed to this situation, viewing the absence of the top powers as a boon, as it significantly alleviated competitive pressure. Currently, the Tao discussion platform was brimming with people, with only the remaining 3 first-rate factions from the Eastern Wilderness yet to arrive. Suddenly, a ball of flames descended from the heavens, crashing onto the platform with tremendous force, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Once the flames dissipated, a group of cultivators clad in white robes, adorned with flame patterns on their sleeves, revealed themselves to the crowd. They belonged to the first-rate force, the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Gasps of awe filled the air as the crowd recognized the leader of the white-robed figures, an individual of formidable strength. The revered master of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, a figure of saint-level prowess. Among them was Yin Yun, the 4th-ranked talent on the Xuantian Sacred Sect's elite roster, who had seemingly advanced to the 3-star celestial venerable realm recently, distinguishing himself among the younger generation of the entire. It was clear that the Xuantian Sacred Sect had come well prepared. As the various factions engaged in hushed discussions, a colossal flying sword, spanning 100 feet, tore through the void. The sheer force of the sword revealed its origin. Without a doubt, it belonged to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Sensing the fierce sword intent, the powerful figures of various factions instinctively raised their gazes. Ha ha ha. Master Yonghua, in the past, the Xuantian Sacred Sect was always the last to arrive at the Tao discussion conference. Why this time are you the first? Could it be that you are eager to see your beloved, Lady Yueji? A booming laughter echoed as the 100-foot-long flying sword landed upon the Tao discussion platform. From the blade emerged a tipsy elder, a wine gourd hanging from his waist, who leapt down gracefully, flanked by 2 identical sword attendants. followed closely by a throng of disciples. It was none other than the master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a powerhouse of saint-level strength. Beside him stood the renowned twins of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Xuantian Yi and Qin Yijian. They ranked second on the Xuantian Sect's list of prodigies. Aside from the sword fanatic of the Xuantian Sect, these two brothers are the strongest among the younger generation, although they possess merely the strength of a two-star heavenly sovereign. When wielding their dual swords in unison, they could very well triumph even against a five-star heavenly sovereign. Witnessing this scene, the various prodigies from different factions on the discussion platform felt an immense pressure. Master Jiao Jin jested. The esteemed Yonghua saint laughed heartily and waved his hand, stating that Yu Ji, now the leader of the Xianyin sacred sect, would have no romantic attachments with him. Haha, I am quite old now and shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the youth. After taking a hearty swig from the wine gourd at his waist, Master Jiao Jin laughed and shook his head. You jest, Master Jiao Jin. For one of your stature, a saint-level expert, you still have a lifespan of at least 10,000 years, so you are far from being old. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. The crowd turned to see a colossal figure, resembling a mountain, appearing on the discussion platform, accompanied by a group of muscular disciples. It was the Mountain Sect's leader, along with the young leader of the Mountain Sect, Wang Yu. To their surprise, it was indeed their young leader who had come to this discussion. The powerful figures on the platform widened their eyes in astonishment. It seemed this discussion conference would be far more thrilling than any previous ones. With that, all the factions from the Eastern Wilderness had arrived for the conference. Thank you for your patience. As the three major first-rate factions gathered, a gentle voice soon rang out. A graceful figure clad in a purple qipao emerged, revealing Yu Ji, the leader of the Xianyin sacred sect, followed closely by 8 powerful figures. The leaders of the 8 peaks of the sect. Oh, Leader Yu Ji, please have a seat. With a wave of her delicate hand, Yu Ji gestured for the prodigies of the various factions to take their places. Then, as the host of this discussion conference, she began to outline the rules. This discussion conference would consist of 2 parts, the discussion of principles and the path of enlightenment. The Xianyin sacred sect, as the host, had dispatched its prodigies to take the lead. The victors of the discussions would receive rewards. Now, allow me to introduce the prodigies of the Xianyin sacred sect. As Yu Ji's words faded, a figure in azure appeared on the discussion platform, with hands clasped in salute. He smiled gently at the assembly. I am Yi Qingyi, the eldest disciple of Qinghua Peak, and it is an honor to meet all esteemed friends. It was Yi Qingyi, rumored to possess terrifying strength, having already reached the 4-star heavenly sovereign level. He ranked among the top 3 on the Xianyin sacred sect's prodigy list. His principles would surely be formidable to discuss. As the figure in azure appeared, the prodigies on the discussion platform furrowed their brows. Even the likes of Wang Yu and Qin Jian from top factions displayed a hint of solemnity. Who could the other prodigy dispatched by the Xianyin sacred sect be? Could it be that the foremost 2 are here? Hiss! The Xianyin holy sect wouldn't be so ruthless, would they? How shall we deliberate on this matter? Just as the numerous talented individuals were engaged in animated discussions, a graceful figure clad in white quietly appeared on the debate platform, her melodious voice resonating like silver bells. I am Luo Qinghuan, the senior sister of Frost Sword Peak. Honored to meet all fellow practitioners. At that moment, when Yu Ji beheld the young lady, a flicker of trepidation surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Surely, the formidable guardian must be silently watching over the girl now? There was also a tinge of envy. After all, few are granted the privilege of being protected by such a terrifying entity. It's senior sister Luo. How stunning she is. I had long heard of senior sister Luo's extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty from Frost Sword Peak, but witnessing her in person today truly affirms those claims. As the white-clad maiden graced the scene, the disciples of the Xianyin holy sect surrounding the debate platform immediately erupted in fervor. Junior sister Luo, Yi Qingyi, observing this spectacle, could only shake his head in resignation. Even he envied junior sister Luo's popularity. Indeed, wherever a beauty goes, she is always the center of attention. However, while senior sister Luo possesses formidable strength, she is also kind-hearted and lacks the ability to refuse others. If everyone were to choose her, despite her prowess, it would be impossible for her to master every path, wouldn't it? Such a scenario would inevitably lead to her downfall. In that moment, The disciples of the Xuantian Holy Sect were engulfed in concern. Senior Sister Luo, among the crowd in the viewing area of the debate platform, and Rand gazed anxiously at Luo Qinghuan. Oh, ranked 6th on the talented individuals list? Is it truly Luo Qinghuan? Yet, the next moment, the talented figures from various factions seemed to have come to a tacit agreement, all turning their gazes toward the young lady in white on the debate platform. Chapter 47. The delicate Qinghuan acquiesced. The tomb of an old friend? I am from the Great Blade Sect, and I, Li Dao Dao, invite Sister Luo to engage in a discourse on the art of the sword. I hail from the Heavenly Fragrance Sect, and I, Miaoyin, beseech Sister Luo to engage in a discussion on music. The chorus of requests for guidance resounded incessantly. An increasing number of prodigies turned their gazes toward the young lady upon the discourse platform, compared to Yi Qingyi, who ranked among the top 3 on the prodigy list. This 6th-ranked maiden appeared significantly more approachable. Moreover, it was widely known that Sister Luo from Frost Sword Peak was amiable and might even show leniency. As they witnessed such a multitude of prodigies approaching for a dialectic, Qin Jiani, Qin Yijian, and Wang Yu exchanged glances and promptly made their way over. Qin Jiani and Qin Yijian of the Heavenly Sword Sect invited Sister Luo to engage in a discussion on the sword. Wang Yu, the young master of the Mountainous Peak Sect, also requested Sister Luo to engage in a discourse on physical prowess. As these words were uttered, an uproar erupted upon the discourse platform. It was astonishing that not only did 2/3 of the prodigies choose to engage with Luo Qinghuan, but even the elites from the 2 foremost factions opted for her as well. Ahem. Please do not gaze at me so, for I did not instigate these 2 young rascals to bully that girl. Perhaps she practices the sword as well, and they wish to spar with her. The master of wine and sword coughed slightly, feeling somewhat sheepish. Ha! You might have taken a liking to that young lady. I must admit, she is indeed beautiful. Even I find her quite charming. Boomed the Mountain Sect master with a hearty laugh. Yin, will you not go and meet that young lady? The Saint of Radiance, Yonghua, inquired, glancing at Yin, who lingered in place. Upon hearing this, Yin hastily shook his head and meekly replied, I would prefer to choose Brother Qingyi as my opponent for the discourse. It seems our disciples from the Xianyang Sacred Sect possess a gentlemanly demeanor. Refraining from bullying a young girl, Yonghua Saint chuckled heartily, clearly pleased. Yin forced a laugh. What gentlemanly demeanor? He merely witnessed the terrifying prowess of Luo Qinghuan in the Kunlun realm. 6th on the prodigy list? Who claims that the 6th is weaker than the 3rd? Although Yi Qingyi is a 4-star celestial being, that Sister Luo displayed a terrifying strength that day, reaching 5 stars. Moreover, he recalled, a group of fools, still contemplating taking action against Sister Luo? Soon, you shall witness her true terror. With arms crossed, Yin wore a look of schadenfreude, clearly anticipating a splendid spectacle. At this moment, nearly all eyes upon the discourse platform were fixed on the maiden in white, curious as to how she would respond to such impudent requests for discourse. Dear Sister Luo, we have traveled a great distance to the Holy Sect solely to engage in a discourse. Surely, you will not find it difficult to fulfill this simple request? Wang Yu and the other prodigies remarked. Upon hearing their words, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. In her previous self, she might have felt flustered and unwittingly acquiesced. However, now, her crimson lips parted, ready to respond, when suddenly the voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind. Little girl, simply agree to it. But I am not proficient in the topics they wish to discuss. The young maiden expressed her concerns, her brow slightly knitted. With your brother Yi present, what is there to fear? Su Yi chuckled softly. Why not seize this opportunity for cultivation? As the champion, should Luo Qinghuan excel in the discourse, she too may acquire these valuable resources. Why let such an opportunity slip away? Hearing Su Ye's words, the maiden felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She nodded obediently, then raised her beautiful eyes, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisite visage, momentarily captivating all present. In terms of beauty, it seemed that none of the women present, not even the Moon Priestess, could rival the enchanting girl before them. Since all of you are so inclined, then Qinghuan shall comply. With her words, a fresh wave of astonishment swept through the discourse platform. Sister Luo has indeed agreed. Oh dear, what shall we do now? Even if Sister Luo is formidable, it is impossible for her to master all 3,000 paths, is it? Moreover, The dual swordsmanship of the Sword Sect is among the finest in the entire Wild Heaven domain, and the young master of the Mountain Sect is no simple opponent either. It is quite a daunting challenge. As the realization set in that the young maiden had indeed consented, the disciples of the Xuantian Holy Sect exchanged worried glances and sighed in resignation. The decision was irrevocable now. Were they truly to witness Sister Luo relinquish the cultivation resources of the Holy Sect so readily? At that moment, from the elevated platform of the discourse stage, the voice of the Moon Priestess resounded once more. I forgot to mention to everyone. The individual who performs the most outstandingly in this discourse will be granted the qualification to enter the divine weapon secret realm of our Xuantian Holy Sect. Upon hearing this proclamation, the atmosphere within the discourse platform fell into a profound silence, soon followed by a chorus of gasps. What? The qualification to enter the divine weapon secret realm? It is said that among the first-rate forces of the entire Wild Heaven domain, there are only 2 slots available for entry. Those who excel in the discourse will earn this qualification. As the powerful figures from various factions processed this information, their expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Moon Priestess, you cannot be jesting. That qualification is of immeasurable value. Even the esteemed Yonghua Saint and the Master of Wine and Sword were momentarily taken aback as they gazed at Yueji. Adding a touch of flair will only enhance the magnificence of this debate, will it not? Yueji remarked with a smile. Such a flair seems rather excessive. Yonghua Saint and the others responded with a wry smile, inhaling deeply. In that case, do not hold back when it comes to exerting our powers, Master Yueji. The divine weapon secret realm, what might that be? Suyi furrowed his brow, feeling that the name rang a bell. Although he had once been an emperor, it had been tens of thousands of years since his fall. Time had changed many things, and he could not be expected to know everything. It is said that this realm was the site of an emperor's demise, filled with countless forged divine weapons and sacred artifacts, a veritable treasure trove. There were even accounts of individuals encountering semi-divine artifacts within that secret realm. As long as one gained the approval of the trials, they could carry out divine weapons. However, the number of those allowed entry was exceedingly scarce, with even the prestigious Xuantian Holy Cult possessing only 2 slots. Upon hearing Su Ye's inquiry, Luo Qinghuan quietly elucidated in his mind. What? The Emperor's fall, filled with divine weapons. Could it be the old man of divine weapons? At Luo Qinghuan's words, Su Ye's expression changed dramatically. In the entirety of the 9 domains, if there existed a place of an emperor's fall brimming with divine weapons, the only person he could think of was that old blacksmith. Could it be that this so-called divine weapon secret realm is, in fact, the tomb of my old acquaintance? Chapter 48. What does Gili Gulu say? I cannot comprehend. Add more. Life and death are vast and unfathomable, a grand dream. Su Yi sighed. Countless years have passed. And to think that even that old blacksmith has already fallen. It is worth noting that in the past, even the emperors of the 9 domains coveted the divine blacksmith to forge an unparalleled imperial weapon for them. Such a figure has also met his demise. What on earth has transpired in this world over these countless years? Are any of my former friends still well? Su Yi, what is the matter? Upon hearing Su Ye's sudden silence in her mind, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt a sense of sorrow emanating from the pitch-black essence of his soul. It is nothing. Su Yi shook his head gently and murmured, Luo, my dear, perform well at the Tao discussion conference. We must venture into the divine weapon secret realm. The girl hesitated for a moment. It was the first time she had witnessed the usually carefree and mischievous Su Yi display such a serious demeanor. She cautiously inquired, Su Yi, what is in the divine weapon secret realm? It is merely the tomb of an old friend. Upon hearing this, the girl became flustered. Realizing she had asked an inappropriate question, she wished to offer comfort but didn't know how to articulate her thoughts, appearing utterly at a loss, her demeanor chaotic. Luo, it is all right. I merely wish to pay my respects to an old friend. Observing her disarray, Su Yi smiled softly and reassured her. Very well. I will strive to perform well and earn the chance to meet your old friend. Upon hearing this, the girl clenched her small fists, her face adorned with earnest determination. For Su Yi, you all must not blame Luo Qinghuan for her ruthlessness. Meanwhile, the assembly of prodigies on the Tao discussion platform suddenly paused. sensing the terrifying aura that erupted from the young girl nearby. They blinked in bewilderment. What is happening? Who has provoked her? Ladies and gentlemen, since the stakes have been raised, let the Tao discussion conference commence, Yuji announced with a light laugh. Immediately, the sounds of discourse filled the platform. Apart from the prodigies from various factions, ordinary disciples also possessed the right to engage in discussion, yet at this moment, nearly all gazes were fixated on that girl in the white dress. Can this senior Sister Luo from the Xuantian Sacred Sect truly handle so many discussions alone? How shameless these individuals are. A group of grown men actually ganging up to bully a young lady. If they have the ability, why not target that pretty boy next to her? Indeed. Yi Qingyi. In an instant, the crowd of cultivators outside the platform erupted in indignation. However, the prodigies from various factions on the platform paid no heed to the scorn, for as long as they could win the discussion and obtain cultivation resources, they would resort to any means necessary. This esteemed friend from the Xuantian Sacred Sect, will you not engage in a discussion with me? Yi Qingyi inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Yin Yun beside him. No need to rush. However, Yin Yun waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixated on the discussion platform. What could be more intriguing than this unfolding drama? Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi followed his line of sight, landing his eyes on the girl in the white dress, his brows furrowing slightly. It seems Brother Yin is quite concerned about Sister Luo. Not at all, Yin Yun shook his head. Why would I concern myself with such a formidable individual as Sister Luo? My focus lies on the weaker ones. I have merely prepared an array of medicinal pills for healing injuries and restoring one's Tao heart, intending to sell them to those in need among my fellow cultivators. Once I have made a considerable profit, I shall engage in discussions with Brother Yi. Yin Yun rubbed his hands together with anticipation. Ever since witnessing Luo Qinghuan's terrifying prowess and extraordinary talent in the Kunlun realm, he had known that many young prodigies would choose the seemingly easy target of Luo Qinghuan as their opponent in this debate conference. At that moment, they would come to realize her formidable nature. When they find their Tao hearts shattered and their faith in themselves wavering, I shall emerge, offering my restorative pills at an exorbitant price, thus reaping a handsome profit. Yi Qingyi, does Brother Yin believe Sister Luo will emerge victorious? Are you unaware of Sister Luo's prowess? Upon hearing this, Yin Yun appeared somewhat astonished. How could Yi Qingyi, a disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, be oblivious to Sister Luo's capabilities? No, this only underscores the depths of Sister Luo's cunning. She is far from the innocent and virtuous being of legend. She is undoubtedly a hidden menace. As this realization struck, Yin Yun gasped, his mind racing as he made a decision. Once he sold the restorative pills and amassed his fortune, he must ensure a share of the spoils with Sister Luo. A 3-7 split. No, perhaps a 2-8 would be wiser. Otherwise, he might find himself ensnared by Sister Luo's schemes. Sister Luo's prowess? Yi Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat perplexed. If we were to truly assess strength, should it not be he, ranked third among the prodigies of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, who holds the upper hand? It's nothing. Yin Yun coughed lightly, unwilling to elaborate further, his gaze drifting once more. Noticing this, Yi Qingyi, though puzzled, said nothing more and followed his gaze. At that moment, on the discussion platform not far away, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a robust man stepped forth from the assembly of prodigies, his fists adorned with gauntlets forged from mysterious iron. He approached slowly, directing his gaze toward the seemingly delicate girl, and spoke in a deep voice. From the Iron Fist sect, I, Wang Ming, challenge Sister Luo to a contest of martial arts. As his words echoed, the crowd on the platform turned their attention, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect harbored some concerns. The young girl was delicate, and given senior Sister Luo's temperament, it was unlikely she would pursue such a brutish martial art as boxing. Please, the girl said, casting a glance at Wang Ming, her head nodding slightly. Although she had not practiced boxing, the rather brash Su Yi had mentioned that the myriad paths stem from the same origin, and with her exceptional comprehension, she could learn it on the spot. At that moment, Su Yi, listening to the girl's inner musings, wondered, what is this girl babbling about? It's incomprehensible. Let us enhance it. Source power. Add 500 boxing techniques. The source power was a unique energy generated from Luo Qinghuan's cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique. which absorbed the essence of foundational cultivation. This source could transform into any energy, enhancing martial arts, sword intent, alchemy, forging techniques, and more when applied. To date, through the devouring heaven demon technique, the girl had accumulated a substantial 7,000 units of source power, ample for her to enhance her abilities at will. Boom. As Su Ye's words resonated, the girl suddenly felt a surge of boxing intent flowing within her. What is this? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she realized this was a newfound skill. Little Luo, your brother Yi has assisted you in comprehending a fragment of boxing intent. Though it may be modest, it is more than sufficient to vanquish this fellow, echoed Su Ye's light laughter in her mind. Chapter 49. What a coincidence, ah. Thank you. Upon hearing the words of Su Yi echoing in her mind, the girl momentarily froze, her gaze reflecting a naive clarity as she instinctively replied. Su Yi. Why does this girl seem so dazed? Her darkness is not yet complete. I must continue to deepen it. Under the guidance of the host, Luo Qinghuan has comprehended the essence of her fist, achieving a state of profound understanding. The host's mastery of fist technique has reached an unparalleled level. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated in Su Ye's mind. Thank you? What kind of relationship do we have? You want your brother Yi to give you a massage, don't you? Su Yi replied with irritation. I forgot. The girl pouted, initially intending to retort, but then considered that if this guy decided to secretly bully her, she would have no chance to resist. After some thought, she chose to remain silent. Moreover, she had stubbornly donned that ancient divine garment in secret. If Su Yi discovered it while giving her a massage, he would surely mock her. However, her worries were entirely unfounded. Luo Shiji, I apologize. At that moment, Wang Ming took a deep breath, his rugged voice booming as he clenched his iron fist. An invisible force of the great Tao coalescing in his hand, embodying the essence of fist technique. In discussions of the Tao, one typically evaluates mastery over it, regardless of personal cultivation level. Such formidable fist techniques. Wang Ming of the Iron Fist sect had likely reached a minor level of achievement in his fist technique. How would Luo Shiji of the Xuantian Holy Sect respond? As this scene unfolded, the spectators around the Tao discussion platform were captivated. Yet, Wang Ming's advance was swift, his momentum overwhelming. Luo Qinghuan lightly clenched her delicate fists, granting Wang Ming no opportunity to counter. With a graceful step, she appeared before him in an instant, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Su Yi had mentioned, if you can defeat an opponent in one move, there is no need for further engagement. He argued this was for the opponent's psychological well-being. If one could defeat an adversary with a single strike, yet chose to toy with them longer, it would only lead to humiliation. This principle was duly noted in her little notebook. Bang! With a resounding crash, Wang Ming didn't even manage to touch Luo Qinghuan. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, followed by a crushing impact as he felt the force of her punch strike him, slamming his body against the stone wall. Then, the girl beamed sweetly. Thank you for your hospitality. Wang Ming was bewildered. He had diligently studied fist techniques, yet he lost without even throwing a punch. He couldn't even comprehend how the girl had appeared before him and delivered that blow. What had all his years of cultivation amounted to? Was he merely a clown, a source of amusement for others? The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, as if something within him was gradually shattering. Just then, a young man clad in a red robe appeared beside him, wearing a gentle smile. He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering a comforting gaze, and then retrieved a pill from his storage ring. This is a heart-stabilizing pill. Wang Ming, you should take it. Wang Ming was taken aback, deeply moved. After accepting the pill, he swallowed it without hesitation. Just as he did, he noticed the young man in red extending his hand, 10,000 spirit coins. The heart-stabilizing pill, 10,000 spirit coins. Wang Ming. At that moment, he finally broke down in tears. The surrounding cultivators. Hiss. What was that punch earlier? The technique was powerful and decisive. Has senior sister Luo truly mastered the realm of integration in her fist technique? Unexpectedly, she has delved into the art of boxing. Poor Wang Ming truly is unfortunate, encountering senior sister Luo in the midst of her training. As everyone recovered from the shock of the girl's swift punch, they collectively inhaled sharply, astonished yet sympathetic towards the unfortunate Wang Ming. What a coincidence. It must be mere coincidence. It is simply Wang Meng's ill fortune. The other prodigies on the discussion platform consoled themselves. Though Luo Qinghuan happened to study boxing, could she not also explore the paths they all mastered? However, soon after, the Blade Sect's Li Dada requested senior sister Luo to discuss the art of the blade. Suyi, what are you babbling about? I don't understand. Add some points. Luo girl, brother Yi will teach you the fiery blade technique. After one stroke, the girl smiled sweetly. Thank you. Xuantian Sect's Miao Yining then requested senior sister Luo to discuss the path of music. Suyi, is the Pipa also aspiring to dominate the path of music? Add some points. Among all instruments, the Suona reigns supreme. Luo girl, brother Yi will teach you a melody on the Suona that can entune the ages. Thus, whenever a prodigy discussed their path, Su Ye's voice echoing in Luo Qinghuan's mind became a constant. At first, the group of prodigies believed this was merely coincidence. Coincidence. Again, just coincidence. This is truly a coincidence. No, one coincidence is just that, but repeated coincidences? What does this mean? Are you even serious? How is it that you seem to master every path? With each successive coincidence, the prodigies could no longer contain themselves, their composure utterly fracturing. I only have a slight understanding. Hearing the frantic shouts from the prodigies, the girl's face flushed, and she whispered. At that moment, her blush surpassed all words of despair. Ufti. Upon hearing this, many prodigies spat blood, their hearts shattering. Goodness, you call this a slight understanding? Hiss. So, senior sister Luo is truly this formidable? Even the members of the Xuantian Holy Sect were left astonished. They were aware of Sister Luo's remarkable cultivation talent, having reached the realm of heavenly sovereign, and her swordsmanship was truly exceptional. However, they never anticipated that Sister Luo would possess such versatility. Upon the elevated platform of the Tao discussion, even the leaders of several major factions were momentarily taken aback. Master of Frost Sword Peak, have you been secretly giving this girl special treatment? The Master of Moon Yin Peak, one of the 8 peaks, turned in astonishment to the Master of Frost Sword Peak. The Master of Frost Sword Peak, an elderly woman with graying hair, could not help but chuckle at the remark. Master of Moon Yin, you are well aware of Qinghuan's disposition. She prefers solitude, and I have had no opportunity to provide her with any special guidance. Indeed, the Master of Moon Yin nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the Master of Frost Sword Peak resumed with a tone of resignation. Even if I wished to give her special treatment, I would not know how. Or perhaps, among us, who possesses such comprehensive prowess? The Master of Moon Yin, Saint Yanghua, Master of Wine and Sword, Master of Mountain. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel a cold sweat as this discourse unfolds? At this moment, however, Yu remained remarkably composed. Was this not to be expected? After all, did they not consider who that girl's protective powerhouse was? With such a guardian offering guidance, subduing these prodigies was merely a matter of convenience. Oh, it seems your esteemed sect has produced an extraordinary genius, remarked the Master of Wine and Sword, stroking his long beard and squinting his murky, aged eyes. Yet, it appears that the upcoming challenge will be a duel between the twin swords of my heavenly sword sect and that young girl. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the leaders of various factions gravitated back to the high platform. They observed as 2 figures simultaneously stepped forth, advancing towards the girl in the white dress. Are those the twins from the Heavenly Sword Sect? What does it signify that they both emerged together? Could it be that they intend to join forces? This seems rather unscrupulous. The spectators on the discussion platform frowned at this scene. From the Heavenly Sword Sect, Qin Jinni, Qin One Sword. We request Sister Luo to engage in a discussion of swordsmanship. The two spoke in unison, turning towards Luo Qinghuan. Qin Jinni then added with a smile. My brother and I practice the twin sword technique. Only through the fusion of our dual swords can we achieve the zenith of swordsmanship. I believe, since Sister Luo seeks to discuss the ultimate path, my brother and I ought to present our strongest stance in a duel with you. Sister Luo, you have no objections, do you? As this statement echoed, the crowd erupted with fervor, denouncing the shamelessness of the two. Indeed, swordsmanship is most formidable. Without the aid of spiritual energy, it is difficult to manifest its fierce qualities. I propose that Sister Luo and we engage freely, utilizing not only our swordsmanship, but also our realms of power, Qin Jinni supplemented. Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled. It was truly not a coincidence just moments ago. Yet now, It seems to be a serendipitous occurrence. The young Lady Luo excels in the art of the sword and possesses formidable strength. Why seek anything else? Why, of all things, court danger? The realm of the soul's abode. Su Yi fetched a small stool and settled down, fully prepared to witness an exquisite performance. Chapter 50. Su Yi's turning enemies into friends. What? Not only must the twins join forces to engage in a sword duel with Sister Luo, but they also intend to employ their full cultivation levels. This seems rather unfair, does it not? Though these two possess merely the strength of a second-star heavenly sovereign, their combined swordsmanship can even defeat a fifth-star heavenly sovereign. How shameless, truly shameless. Upon hearing the words of Qin Jiani and Qin Yijin, an uproar erupted within the debate arena, with many cultivators voicing their discontent towards the duo's actions. On the high platform, Moon Princess furrowed her brows slightly. Cough. Moon Princess, this matter cannot be blamed on me, Master Wine Sword interjected, quickly explaining, these two boys have been inseparable since childhood, even going to the restroom together. Their sword intent significantly diminishes when apart. They prioritize that girl, hence their decision to fight together. Is that so? Moon Princess raised an eyebrow, her gaze landing on the girl in the white dress on the debate stage, eager to see how she would respond. At this moment, not only she, but nearly everyone's attention on the debate stage was fixed upon the girl. Even Yin Yun, who had been quite confident in Luo Qinghuan, wore a frown. Although the girl possessed formidable strength within the Kunlun realm, being a fifth-star heavenly sovereign, the so-called twin swords united were not intimidated by any fifth-star heavenly sovereign. How would Sister Luo respond to such an unreasonable demand? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the girl gently nodded her head. A glimmer of cold light flashed from her jade hand, and a spirit sword materialized in her grasp as she spoke softly to the two. All right. Gasp. Sister Luo truly agreed. Oh dear, Sister Luo is just too kind-hearted, unable to refuse these two young men. At this revelation, the surrounding crowd sighed. Rumors of Sister Luo from Frost Sword Peak being beautiful and kind-hearted had circulated, and today, they witnessed this for themselves. This girl is excessively kind, almost too pure. Indeed, her innate pure sacred body is formidable, which explains why the Divine Palace values her so highly. On the high platform, Moon Princess crossed her arms, her brows slightly furrowed. Unable to suppress a sigh, it is precisely because of her innate pure sacred body that it becomes easier for the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace to gain complete control over her. Then, we thank Sister Luo for her understanding. Truthfully, we did not desire this. We simply hold Sister Luo in high regard and must exert our utmost effort. Qin Jiani smiled, exchanging a glance with Qin Yijin, both of their eyes flashing with a hint of triumph. They then retrieved their spirit swords from their storage rings. Luo girl, you need not trouble your brother Yi with this. In his mind, Su Yi leisurely stretched. No need. Humph. My swordsmanship is quite formidable. The young maiden shook her head, clenching her small fists with an expression of fierce determination. Her beautiful eyes fell upon the two individuals as her crimson lips parted slightly. Since both of you senior brothers hold Qinghuan in such high regard, then Qinghuan shall also exert her utmost effort. I apologize for any offense, junior sister Luo. As soon as the words left their lips, the formidable aura of a two-star heavenly sovereign erupted forth, and in that moment, their spiritual swords gleamed with a sharp brilliance. As they unleashed their strikes, two streams of sword intent surged forth, slicing towards Luo Qinghuan. Twin swords, convergence. To their astonishment, the moment they engaged, they unleashed their most powerful technique. The two streams of sword intent intertwined, merging into a colossal spiritual sword that spanned 100 feet, filling the entire debate platform with an overwhelming aura of sharpness. What an astonishing sword intent! Individually, these two may not possess great strength, but when their swords merged, the terror of their combined sword intent soared to astonishing heights. Their opening move was their strongest, clearly indicating that they had no intention of granting junior sister Luo any opportunity to respond. Witnessing this scene, the spectators on the debate platform furrowed their brows in concern. Rest assured, Moon Princess, these two will exercise restraint, Master Jiujian said, casting a glance at the frowning Moon Princess, offering her a comforting smile. Indeed, Moon Princess nodded in acknowledgement. If Luo Qinghuan were to sustain any injuries, it would be difficult for her to account to the Supreme Forgetting Empress. especially since Luo Qinghuan was pivotal to her ambitions of ascendance and her qualifications for the ancient path to divinity. What a powerful sword intent! Among the younger generation of Frost Sword Peak, there is truly no disciple whose sword intent can rival that of the twins, mused the Peak Master of Frost Sword Peak with a hint of envy. Peak Master jested. After all, my heavenly sword sect dedicates all its resources to the sword path, while you are merely one of the 8 peaks of your esteemed sect. Achieving such accomplishments is already commendable, Master Jian chuckled, though his tone bore a subtle hint of pride. Then, he turned his gaze back to the young maiden on the debate platform, shaking his head. This girl is quite formidable, it's just a pity. However, before Master Jian could finish his sentence, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the white-clad maiden. She lightly stepped forward, soaring into the air, and in an instant, she appeared before the colossal spiritual sword. Extending her delicate finger, she gently tapped it. Buzz! In the next moment, a ripple emerged upon the surface of the 100-foot spiritual sword. To the incredulous astonishment of Qin Yijian, and the surrounding onlookers, the sword swiftly redirected its sharp tip, now aimed squarely at the two who had unleashed it. Qin Yijian and Qin Yijian were left speechless. This girl possesses remarkable comprehension, Su Yi remarked, munching on the soul elixir that Luo had procured for him while watching the spectacle, a tinge of envy in his voice. Had I possessed such a terrifying level of insight in my previous life, none of the 10 demon emperors would have escaped. Yet, it mattered not. The stronger she became, the stronger he would grow. To his astonishment, the girl swiftly mastered the art of turning foes into friends. Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. This technique was one he had imparted to Luo Qinghuan over the past few days, its function as literal as its name suggests. In the vast sky, the young maiden delicately pointed her jade finger at the hilt of the 100-foot sword intent, her ruby lips parting to utter a single word, go. Boom. In the next instant, the colossal spiritual sword surged downwards towards Qin Jian and his companion with tremendous force. Its power, sharp and fierce, was several times greater than before. How could this be possible? Witnessing this, the faces of the two men changed dramatically. Utterly bewildered as to how the sword intent they had wielded was now being manipulated by the girl before them, turning against them, they could only grit their teeth and unleash several fierce sword intents in response. What is happening? How can senior sister Luo control the sword intent of the twins? As this scene unfolded, the expressions of the onlookers on the debate platform were nothing short of remarkable, exclaiming in wonder. Clang! Several sword intents collided violently with the 100-foot spiritual sword, the sound of the clash resonating throughout the debate platform. Qin Jian and his companion exerted tremendous effort to neutralize the colossal sword. However, before they could even catch their breath, a breathtaking figure suddenly materialized before them. Chapter 51. The small tower appearing in the Seoul Dantian, the young girl swung her sword, and what seemed to be an ethereal sword intent concealed an utterly terrifying power. What? The 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the girl's delicate form, Qin Jian and the others were struck with astonishment, their faces paling as they raised their swords in defense. Yet, in the next moment, with a gentle murmur from the girl, the sword intent transformed into a ferocious ice dragon, crashing violently into the two. With a spurt of blood, the two were sent crashing onto the debate platform, rendered unconscious. The seemingly formidable twin swordsmen of the Heavenly Sword Sect proved no match for the girl's single strike. Indeed, the place where the soul resides. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. This was how it should be. This girl truly embodied the formidable essence of the tyrant emperor. Previously, he had always dispatched his opponents with a single move, for only in doing so could he prevent them from utilizing their hidden cards. It was not that Su Yi feared their hidden cards. To him, they were merely an additional slap away. The reason for dispatching them in one move was to ensure they wasted their trump cards. What was there for him to steal? The surrounding area of the debate platform fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes fixed in incredulity on the white-clad girl as she slowly sheathed her sword. What? Senior Sister Luo, the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm? In an instant, the expressions of both the disciples of the Xuantian Holy Sect and the illustrious talents from various factions present changed dramatically as they collectively inhaled sharply. The 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm. Such a level of power was sufficient to rival the unparalleled geniuses of the 5 top-tier factions. This junior sister Luo has actually reached the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm? Yi Qingyi's expression was particularly fascinating. As the 3rd on the genius rankings, he had barely attained the 4th star of the celestial sovereign realm, while junior sister Luo, being 6th, had surpassed him by a staggering 4 minor realms. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! At this moment, the most shocked of all was Yin Yun. He had thought he understood how formidable Luo Qinghuan was, but he never anticipated that the girl before him would once again shatter his perception. No. Wasn't junior sister Luo only at the 5th star of the celestial sovereign realm during her time in Kunlun? In less than 10 days, she had broken through yet again? Yin Yun was left bewildered. This was utterly absurd. On the high platform, the remaining 7 peak masters of the Xuantian Holy Sect stood in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at the Frost Sword Peak Master. How could you, old-timer, have secretly harbored such a monstrous disciple and kept it hidden from us? The Frost Sword Peak Master stammered. I had no idea. Moon Princess's eyes were equally heavy with concern. The stronger Luo Qinghuan became, the more powerful the being protecting her would be. Cough. This sword intent is truly a promising seed for sword cultivation. At this moment, the aged eyes of Master Jiao Jian gleamed with excitement as he gazed upon the young girl, unable to restrain himself. Moon Princess, might I borrow this young lady for a few years at the Heavenly Sword Sect? In but a few years, her sword intent will undoubtedly reach a terrifying level. Moon Princess, I must say, this girl possesses striking beauty and extraordinary talent, making her a perfect match for our Holy Sect's Saint Son. Perhaps a union could be arranged, as our 2 sects have always had a close relationship, chimed in the Saint Venerable of Yonghua from the side. Dear friends, there is no need for such thoughts, Moon Princess replied, shaking her head. Her enchanting gaze fell upon the girl as she spoke softly. Qinghuan has already caught the attention of the Divine Palace, and as for the reasons, I am afraid I cannot divulge further. Of course, she merely invoked the name of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace as a facade. After all, with that formidable being present, should she dare to compel Luo Qinghuan to undertake any task, it would be tantamount to courting death. What? The Divine Palace. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Saint Venerable of Yonghua and the others shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace is one of the 5 paramount powers in the wilderness, an elite faction composed entirely of women. It was unimaginable that such a terrifying force had already taken an interest in Luo Qinghuan. In light of this revelation, the Saint Venerable of Yonghua forced a smile, acknowledging that since Luo Qinghuan had garnered the favor of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace, it was clear that she would not be permitted to develop any romantic inclinations. Moreover, their holy sect's Saint Son seemed somewhat unworthy of her. Suyi, how about it? Am I impressive, or what? On the debating platform, the girl gradually sheathed her sword, seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes surrounding her. Eagerly, she boasted to the figure of Su Yi in her mind. Impressive indeed. Su Yi responded without hesitation, a smile gracing his lips. However, compared to your brother Yi, there remains a slight gap. Humph, you foul Su Yi. The girl pouted, clenching her small fists, secretly vowing that when the wretched Su Yi regained his physical form, she would seek vengeance, determined to bite him fiercely until she felt satisfied. Meanwhile, within Su Ye's mind, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Luo Qinghuan showed no mercy. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 points of corruption value. Luo Qinghuan triumphed with a single sword. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 points of corruption value. Luo Qinghuan astounded the entire audience. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 points of corruption value. As the system's notifications continued to echo, Su Yi realized he had amassed a total of 1,000 points of corruption value. He distinctly sensed the emergence of a small tower within his spiritual dantian, approximately 9 stories high. What is this? Upon seeing the small tower, a look of confusion flickered in Su Ye's eyes, as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Just as he pondered the purpose of this small tower, he beheld that the blackening value, which could reshape his physical form, had transformed into wisps of dark energy, surging into the small tower within his soul's core. Yet, This influx of 1,000 units of blackening value barely filled a corner of the first layer. This suggests, could it be that in order to reconstruct his corporeal body, the blackening value must completely fill this 9-tiered tower? The floating pagoda and the floating demon body pill appeared to be interconnected. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyi could not help but speculate. The system swiftly affirmed his conjecture, indicating that the current amount of blackening value was insufficient for bodily reconstruction. Suyi furrowed his brow. As Luo Qinghuan's degree of blackening increases, her actions may accelerate the acquisition of the host's blackening value. At this moment, the system kindly added. Suyi nodded slightly at this revelation. Brother, it is now your turn. Luo Qinghuan raised her gaze towards Wang Yu, who stood not far away. All the other prodigies had already made their declarations, leaving only Wang Yu remaining. Wang Yu fell silent for a moment, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the girl. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his courage. What of it, being an 8-star celestial sovereign? What is there to fear? At worst, I will deploy all my trump cards. Tell my father that I, Wang Yu, am no coward. Luo Shimi, I concede. In a fit of rage, Wang Yu expressed his frustration. Chapter 52. Is she afraid they won't die? Pursuing the kill? Wang Yu was not foolish. To engage in a fight one cannot win is not bravery, it is sheer folly. In such a scenario, one risks losing face and enduring a beating in vain. To concede is merely to lose one's dignity. But what is dignity, if not a mere abstraction? Compared to mustering the courage to debate with the girl before him, the act of conceding was evidently far simpler. As Wang Yu's words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly surrounding the debating platform. No one anticipated that Wang Yu would forego even the attempt and directly choose to concede. With the young master of Mount Yao admitting defeat, it was declared that Luo Qinghuan emerged victorious in this debate. Were there still any prodigies present willing to challenge her? At that moment, atop the platform, Yuji raised her gaze toward the gathered talents and inquired nonchalantly. Upon her utterance, an unexpected silence enveloped the debating stage. Yuji paused momentarily, then realized that nearly all the prodigies had just been bested by the young woman in the white dress. Hastily, she announced, since there are none left, Luo Qinghuan has successfully defended her title. Following this, her beautiful eyes turned to the girl. Qinghuan, once the debate concludes, you may proceed to the Grand Hall to collect your reward. Thank you, Master, Luo Qinghuan replied with a gentle nod. Qinghuan, I did not foresee that you possessed such profound understanding. It truly surprises this Peak Master, remarked the Master of Frost Sword Peak, his gaze fixed upon the girl with admiration. In response, Luo Qinghuan blushed slightly and felt a tinge of guilt. After all, most of this enlightenment had been imparted to her by Su Yi. A burst of laughter erupted as those prodigies, who had just consumed the heart-stabilizing pill purchased from Yin Yun, suddenly coughed up blood, their resolve shattered once more. Merely a slight understanding. And yet she can defeat them with a single strike, which they have spent their entire lives striving for. They probably never wanted to hear the phrase slight understanding again. Ah, are you all right? Did I exert too much force just now? After all, it's just a slight understanding. I did not anticipate such power. The girl stammered in a flurry of apologies upon witnessing their distress. Strangely enough, Su Yi had clearly stated that he had merely aided her in grasping a fragment of the Tao, nothing more, leaving her at the level of a slight understanding. Upon hearing this, the gathered prodigies spat blood once more. Damn, is she afraid they won't die? Is she truly pursuing the kill? Gasping at the sight, the members of the Xuantian Holy Sect felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that the seemingly harmless girl resembled a female Demoness instead. Enough, Qinghuan. No need to elaborate further. Please take a moment to rest as we await the second phase of the comprehension session after the debate concludes, Yuji promptly advised. She feared that the girl would utter another word. All the prodigies from the eastern wilderness were to account for themselves here today. Yes, Master. Luo Qinghuan nodded before making her way to a nearby resting area. As she approached, the surrounding disciples of the Xuantian Holy Sect gazed at her with admiration, quickly making space for her. Sister Luo is so impressive. It was as if she single-handedly battled all the prodigies of the eastern wilderness. Meanwhile, on the discussion platform, the discourse continued, though it was far less riveting than before. Once Yin Yun and Yi Qingyi concluded their debate, Yin Yun hurried over, sporting a bruised visage from Yi Qingyi's earlier reprimand, yet his face radiated joy. Sister Luo, oh no, Sister Luo, He waved at Luo Qinghuan and adjusted his position. Luo Qinghuan kept her gaze forward, ignoring him. Luo girl, why are you ignoring him? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yin Yun, who was bouncing about. Last time, this fellow tried to snatch my belongings. I have no desire to engage. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. Su Yi mused, does this girl hold grudges? Will she also keep a record of my actions against her? Waiting for the day she can return the favor when I reconstruct my body? At the thought, a smile crept onto Su Ye's face. If, upon his rebirth, she dared to retaliate, the outcome would be singular. She would be counterkilled. Regardless of whether she became an emperor or a divine being, he would not hold back. This fellow brought us gifts. Since she does not wish to engage, let Brother Yi take over. Su Yi chuckled, his tone laden with meaning. Gifts? The girl paused, then nodded slightly. Then you go ahead. That might not be appropriate. Su Yi rubbed his nose. Luo Qinghuan questioned, what? After a brief moment, as she heard the sound of someone's mischievous laughter, realization dawned on her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, transforming her into a steam maiden as she bit her silver teeth. Her beautiful eyes misty. Despicable Su Yi. Shameless scoundrel. Get out of my head with your filthy thoughts. Ha ha ha. Su Yi laughed heartily. The daily teasing of Luo girl was accomplished. As the saying goes, one must take advantage of the innocent rabbit. What if she turned dark and retaliated against him? All right, let Brother Yi take over. As Su Ye's words fell, the girl's shy demeanor swiftly transformed into a frigid calm. She had observed that Yin Yun was a consummate schemer. To deal with such a merchant, it required someone as formidable as herself to intervene. Sister Luo. Sister Luo? Yin Yun called out from the side. What is it? Suddenly, the girl lifted her gaze, her expression icy as she regarded him. Feeling the gaze of the young girl, Yin Yun's expression shifted, overwhelmed by a terrifying and suffocating sense of pressure that enveloped him. It took a considerable moment for him to recover. What just happened? Was it an illusion? Yin Yun paused briefly, shook his head, and then spoke. I have come to share the spoils with senior sister Luo. He then recounted the events that had just transpired. I see. So, your intention is to split these spiritual coins with me, 80-20? Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Yin Yun nodded earnestly. Then I propose that it would be best if you handed over all of these ill-gotten gains to me. You are aware of Elder Qi Yin from the Xuantian Sect, are you not? He specializes in alchemical elixirs. If he learns that you dared to purchase elixirs in his territory, it would be quite difficult for you to leave unscathed. After all, Elder Qi Yin is quite fearsome. What? Such a thing exists? Yin Yun's complexion paled. If you do not believe me, just watch, Su Yi said, turning to where Elder Qi Yin stood on the high platform, smiling as he waved at the elder. Little Qinghuan. Upon seeing the young girl greeting him, a smile immediately graced Elder Qi Yan's face as he waved back. Noticing this, Yin Yun wanted to greet him as well. However, just as he extended his hand, the smile on Elder Qi Yan's face vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the old man truly minded his actions on his territory? Gulping, he thought, would he strike me? Why else would he smile at senior sister Luo, yet appear so serious and intimidating towards me? Then, I shall give all these spiritual coins to senior sister Luo. Thank you for the reminder. Clenching his teeth, Yin Yun resolutely decided to hand over all the illicit funds to the young girl before gesturing towards Elder Qi Yin in the distance, indicating that everything had been given to her. Observing this, Elder Qi Yin wore a look of confusion. What was this foolish boy up to? Yin Yun was completely unaware that Elder Qi Yin bore the same demeanor towards all disciples, only showing a gentle smile to the exceptionally talented Luo girl in alchemy. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Qi Yin was also a part of Su Ye's scheme. Just then, as the first round of discussions concluded, Yu Ji on the high platform looked at the crowd and spoke softly. Next, we will proceed to the second round of the discussion conference, the comprehension segment. Chapter 53, The Soul-Subduing Coffin, Su Ye's Buffet. As the voice of Moon Princess echoed, all gazes turned towards the high platform. Luo girl, keep these spirit coins. They will prove useful in the future. Your brother Yi has completed his turn, Su Yi advised, relinquishing control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. After all, spirit coins serve as currency in the Tianxian continent, capable of purchasing various cultivation resources, martial arts techniques, and spiritual artifacts. Having wealth and not utilizing it is akin to being penniless. Luo Qinghuan glanced at the bag of spirit coins in her hand, lost in thought. That rascal Su Yi truly lived up to his reputation as a rogue, effortlessly swindling the spirit coins from Yin Yun while making him feel he had profited immensely. Soon after, she secured the purse and turned her attention back to the high platform. At this moment, Moon Princess spoke again, her crimson lips parting. The second round is about enlightenment. Traditionally, one either comprehends through artifacts or the spirit. However, this time is different. She smiled mysteriously, then clapped her hands. In the next instant, an elder with flowing white hair from the Xuantian Sacred Sect appeared on the debate stage. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an ancient bronze coffin materialized before them. What is this? A coffin? Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd furrowed their brows, their expressions shifting dramatically. The ancient bronze coffin exuded a sense of lifelessness, imposing a formidable aura that hinted at its complexity. This object is known as the soul-subduing coffin, and as for its purpose, well, as the name suggests, it is quite ominous, Moon Princess explained with a smile. The soul-subduing coffin? How sinister! The surrounding cultivators collectively gasped, their eyes filled with trepidation. This object was acquired by our leader after vanquishing a formidable demonic cultivator, containing the souls of numerous wronged cultivators, who had been refined by that demon. The purpose of this enlightenment is to allow you all to attempt to comprehend the paths these cultivators followed, thereby gaining insight and liberating these tormented souls, Moon Princess elaborated softly. Oh, to comprehend the paths of the wronged souls, gaining insight while liberating them? The leader's intentions are truly benevolent, exceedingly benevolent. The assembly of cultivators quickly grasped the situation, showering praises upon Moon Princess for her grand compassion, liberating tormented souls. Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted in skepticism. What nonsense! Absorbing the remnants of souls for insight is one thing, but to speak of liberation in such lofty terms? Regardless of the approach, these cultivators have long been subdued by that demon, unable to escape their death. Su Yi crossed his arms, his tone laced with irritation. However, for me, this is indeed a sanctum for cultivation. He cast a glance at the soul-subduing coffin, a smile gracing his lips. Moon Princess is truly a good person, aware of his pursuit of soul techniques, and he had been lamenting the lack of a place to devour the remnants of souls. Unexpectedly, she has unwittingly provided him with assistance. Luo ya, in a moment, you. Su Yi began to whisper to Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, the young girl fervently nodded her head, taking notes diligently. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, Yu cast her gaze over the assembly of prodigies and spoke coldly. This soul suppression coffin is rather peculiar. Those whose realms are insufficient or whose minds are not steadfast may succumb to madness. Therefore, only those prodigies who have attained the status of celestial sovereign may approach it for enlightenment. With these words, the number of participating prodigies diminished significantly, leaving only the elite from the four major factions and a select few who had just managed to break through to the first star of celestial sovereign. Now, channel your spiritual energy, step forward, and reach out to the coffin. Then, immerse yourself in contemplation. Yu instructed as she surveyed the dozen or so individuals eligible to participate. Yes, Master. The prodigies nodded in unison and proceeded towards the soul suppression coffin. Among them was Luo Qinghuan, but at that moment, the gazes of her fellow prodigies were tinged with trepidation. With such terrifying talent, could they truly compete with her in the pursuit of enlightenment? However, as Master Yu had mentioned, the coffin contained many lingering souls. Even if Luo Qinghuan's talent was indeed monstrous, it was unlikely that they would all fail to grasp the essence of the souls within. Taking a deep breath, they reassured themselves, it should be fine. Let us begin our quest for enlightenment, Yu declared as the prodigies settled around the soul suppression coffin. Upon hearing her words, they hesitated no longer and placed their hands upon the coffin. Instantly, a chilling and sinister sensation erupted in their minds, causing many to turn ashen and instinctively cry out in agony. What is this feeling? It feels as though my soul is being torn apart. In that fleeting moment of contact, several newly ascended celestial sovereigns screamed and immediately withdrew their hands, collapsing to the ground in pain, thus marking their failure in the pursuit of enlightenment. Although Wang Yu and others did not suffer as severely, their expressions were grave as they struggled to endure. This is the soul suppression coffin, which inherently exerts a suppressive effect on the soul. Moreover, countless vengeful spirits reside within it, Yuji elucidated from the platform. Observing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows, took a deep breath, and placed her delicate hand upon the coffin. As her small hand made contact with the wood, she felt a slight tension, her face turning serious. Yet, upon truly touching it, she found that the purported coldness and sensation of her soul being torn apart were entirely absent. Could it be? Am I a genius? The young girl placed her hands on her hips. You are indeed a prodigy. Gazing at the innocent young girl, Suyi cast her a disapproving glance and remarked, with such a formidable remnant soul residing within you, do you truly believe you would experience such feelings? The girl pouted, you won't even allow me a moment of pride. You insufferable Suyi. All right, little Luo, your elder brother is about to enter, Suyi said, eyeing the soul-restraining coffin before him. Is it truly safe? The girl's concern was palpable. Moments ago, Suyi had informed her that upon her touch on the coffin, he would enter it and partake in what he referred to as a buffet. Although she was unfamiliar with the term, she couldn't shake the feeling that entering such a coffin might be perilous. After all, Suyi was also a soul, and the coffin was designed for the purpose of soul restraint. Underestimating your elder brother will earn you a spanking. She instinctively thought to cover her rear. Rest assured, if I were to be restrained by this contraption, it would be better to let it do so. Suyi chuckled heartily, gesturing for her to relax. After offering her a few words of reassurance, he transformed into an imperceptible streak of golden light and plunged into the soul-restraining coffin. Inside the coffin, the world seemed shrouded in darkness, as if it existed in an isolated realm. Wandering souls drifted aimlessly. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of determination shone in Suyi's eyes. Fear not, my friends. Your elder brother shall swiftly guide you to the other side. Chapter 54. A group of exceptional talents, yet we were bullied by a fragmented soul? Within the soul-restraining coffin, as Suyi gazed upon the multitude of souls, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. This was, for him, an exquisite sanctuary for cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, channeling his soul energy, which transformed into a pitch-black swana. He invoked his soul technique, and the mournful notes of the swana resonated, commencing the absorption of the surrounding souls. Meanwhile, outside the soul-restraining coffin, Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies had managed to overcome the chilling sensation that pierced their souls from the coffin. Each was drenched in cold sweat, their faces pale, and after taking a deep breath, they ventured their perceptions into the coffin. Having endured so much hardship, they could not return empty-handed. With resolute determination, they entered. As their awareness permeated the coffin, their eyes sparkled with excitement upon discovering numerous fragmented souls, each adorned with profound rhythms and insights. The sight filled the prodigies with joy. Their suffering had indeed borne fruit. They prepared to comprehend the principles embodied within these souls. Suddenly, a resounding and mournful note from a swana erupted, startling Yi Qingyi and the others into a moment of stunned silence. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the sound, only to find their pupils constricting in shock. Before them stood a pitch-black soul hovering in the firmament, its features obscured, its form as nebulous as chaos itself, with a swana materializing in its grasp. The haunting melody emanated from this very entity. Beneath the swana's influence, the wandering souls within the coffin paused, gradually converging towards it. Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies clearly discerned a hint of reverence upon the faces of these fragmented souls. What is happening? Who is this soul? It evokes an unfathomable sensation within me. Could this be the path of music? Never have I encountered such a terrifying manifestation of musical enlightenment. Is it also one of the enlightened souls within the coffin? Witnessing this scene, the prodigies were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly igniting with fervor as they regarded the enigmatic black soul. This soul appeared extraordinary, if only they could absorb its essence, to comprehend their own paths. With this thought, they immediately settled into a meditative posture, attempting to grasp the essence of the black soul. At that moment, Suyi, who was devouring the fragmented souls within the soul-restraining coffin using his soul technique, thought, reversal of the heavenly gang. Trying to target me, Suyi? Begone. Suyi was not as mild-tempered as Luo Yatu. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he dispersed the consciousness of the prodigies in an instant, ejecting them from the soul-restraining coffin. Outside the coffin, Yi Qingyi and the others were left utterly bewildered, their eyes wide with confusion. What just happened? They had been overpowered by a fragmented soul? They were somewhat incredulous, yet this only reinforced their understanding of the extraordinary nature of the dark soul spirit. With a surge of fervor, they resolved to enter the soul-sealing coffin once more. However, upon re-entering the coffin, they were met with a startling transformation. What on earth? Where have all the remnants of enlightenment gone? Inside the coffin, the once abundant remnants of enlightenment had vanished without a trace, leaving only the solitary dark soul spirit in the celestial expanse above. What could possibly have happened? Why had not a single remnant of enlightenment remained? Could it be that they had all been devoured by that soul spirit? Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies furrowed their brows. With only this dark soul spirit remaining, they found themselves compelled to seek understanding, even if they had no desire to do so. Thus, with steely resolve, the prodigies surged forth, eager to employ their abilities to grasp the essence of the dark soul spirit. Yet, this dark soul spirit proved to be exceedingly elusive. No matter how they exerted their powers, they failed to comprehend it, and instead found themselves subjected to its relentless torment. The scene was nothing short of harrowing. Just as the consciousness of the prodigies was being mercilessly battered by the dark soul spirit, a figure clad in white suddenly materialized within the confines of the soul-sealing coffin, delivering a powerful strike. Under the overwhelming force of her strike, the dark soul spirit was sent flying. Luo, junior sister Luo? Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies were taken aback. Seniors, retreat behind me. I shall protect you, the girl declared earnestly, her countenance reflecting determination. Thank you, junior sister Luo. Yi Qingyi exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, his expression one of salvation. And no need for thanks, the girl replied, slightly tilting her face before clearing her throat with utmost seriousness. A radiant white light emanated from her hands, enveloping the dark soul spirit. Everyone, step back. I will purify it. Wow, junior sister Luo is so gentle. Truly a kind soul. Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the unfolding scene. Soon, under the illumination of the girl's sanctified light, the dark soul spirit emitted a final, unwilling cry, ultimately seeming to be purified and merging into the girl's being. Witnessing this, Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies wore solemn expressions, offering profound gratitude to the girl in white. They had not anticipated the emergence of such a malevolent soul within the soul-sealing coffin, one that had devoured all other spirits. Had it not been for junior sister Luo's assistance, they feared their own consciousness would have been consumed as well. Malevolent soul. The girl chuckled inwardly at the appellation bestowed by Yi Qingyi and the others, stifling her laughter as she shook her head with feigned seriousness. Senior brother, you jest. Meanwhile, in her mind, Suyi grumbled in exasperation. A bunch of trivial beings at the celestial sovereign level, merely a fragment of consciousness. Your brother Yi is hardly in need of scavenging. Indeed, this was merely a performance, meticulously orchestrated by the two from the very beginning. Their sole objective was to enable Su Yi to seamlessly and justifiably consume all the lingering souls within the soul suppression coffin. This world owes them 2 golden statuettes. Sister Luo, I shall retreat momentarily to assimilate these residual soul powers, Su Yi declared before vanishing from sight. As everyone's consciousness withdrew from the soul suppression coffin, the gazes of the onlookers at the debate platform instantly converged, their curiosity piqued regarding how many souls these prodigies had comprehended. What is the situation? Inquired Moon Princess, her beautiful eyes scanning the scene with a hint of indifference. Returning to the leader, Yi Qingyi bowed, a sigh escaping her lips as she spoke, her countenance betraying a sense of embarrassment. We have not comprehended even a wisp of the Tao. Moon Princess furrowed her brows. What? So many prodigies, yet none have grasped even a sliver of the Tao. I could also try. Upon Yi Qingyi's utterance, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What is going on? Moon Princess inquired coldly. It is as such. Leader Yi Qingyi promptly recounted the events that transpired within the soul suppression coffin to Moon Princess. Are you saying that a terrifying malevolent spirit was birthed within the soul suppression coffin, devouring all the lingering souls imbued with the essence of the Tao? Even your divine consciousness was nearly obliterated? Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's words, Moon Princess furrowed her brows even tighter. The soul suppression coffin was originally acquired from a demonic cultivator, whose methods were notoriously cruel. Thus, It was not inconceivable for a malevolent spirit to emerge from it. How did your divine consciousness manage to escape? Moon Princess gazed at Yi Qingyi and the others, noticing that their divine consciousness did not seem significantly harmed. Well, Yi Qingyi scratched her head in slight embarrassment. This was largely thanks to Sister Luo. Sister Luo? Upon hearing this, the gazes of the crowd instinctively shifted towards the young girl in the white dress standing to the side. Chapter 55. The unmasked Luo girl. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting that the key figure would be Sister Luo. At that moment, wisps of dark energy began to emanate from the girl's body. Could it be that the innate pure holy body was purifying that malevolent spirit? Witnessing this scene, Yuji furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, Sister Luo is truly a virtuous person, sacrificing herself, disregarding her own safety. What noble righteousness she possesses. Observing this spectacle, the disciples of the Xuantian Holy Sect could not help but exclaim in admiration. Upon hearing these words, the girl's face flushed crimson. The sight of her blushing countenance made everyone further marvel at Sister Luo's innocence. However, the blush on the girl's face was not one of shyness. Rather, it stemmed from a touch of embarrassment. The dark energy that was surging forth was not purifying the so-called malevolent spirit, but rather indicating that the malevolent spirit was refining the remnants of souls. Although there were some issues during the enlightenment session, Qinghuan's performance was exceptional, earning her qualification for the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. I trust that none of you will object to this. On the high platform, Yuji announced the final recipient of the rewards from this debate conference. As soon as the words left her mouth, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads. Who could possibly disagree? During the debate session, Sister Luo single-handedly confronted the numerous prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness, leaving them spitting blood and shattering their resolve. In the enlightenment session, she risked her own safety to purify the malevolent spirit nourished by the resentment in the soul-settling coffin. Such acts compelled their respect. Sister Luo was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also possessed great righteousness. Qinghuan, the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, will open in less than half a month. During this time, you should prepare well, as the sect will notify you when it is time to enter the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, Yuji instructed. Her gaze fixed on the girl. Yes, Sect Master, Luo Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd cast envious glances. The Divine Weapon Secret Realm was a coveted place. If one could acquire a weapon that resonated with their spirit, it would mean a lifetime free from the pursuit of spiritual artifacts. Well then, let us conclude this debate conference here. Several days had passed since the debate conference concluded. During this time, Suyi remained silent, engrossed in closed-door cultivation within the sanctuary of souls. Luo Qinghuan would occasionally visit him, observing him enveloped in dark energy. Finding herself somewhat bored, she took out her soul pen and began doodling a turtle on him. The host has devoured the remnants of souls within the soul-settling coffin, resulting in an enhancement of soul power. Current realm, 9th star of the creation realm. Simultaneously, a voice from the system resonated in Su Yi's mind. His soul power had once again achieved a breakthrough, now reaching the 9th star of the creation realm. The 9th star of the creation realm, only by attaining great power and entering the holy realm after reincarnation, could he once more approach the threshold of the imperial realm. Su Yi murmured softly, filled with anticipation. It may seem that there are only a few realms, but as someone who has experienced this journey, he knows that the further one advances, the more challenging the breakthroughs become. Sigh. I wonder how that girl, Luo, has been during my absence these past few days. Su Yi took a deep breath and opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he beheld a small soul clad in a white dress, wielding a soul brush and drawing all over him. For a moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Having caught her in the act, the girl, feeling guilty, glanced at Su Yi and swiftly hid the brush behind her back. As Su Yi, you're awake. Su Yi merely observed the peculiar assortment of drawings, including a tortoise, adorning his ethereal form. 3 lines of exasperation appeared on his forehead as he smiled kindly at the girl. Luo, what are you doing? The girl feigned ignorance. Then, from the corner of his vision, Su Yi noticed a light bulb flicker past. I am not Luo. I am the foul Su Yi. That was just the foul Su Yi logging in, she declared, turning her face slightly away, her small visage serious. Su Yi replied, all right. A splendid case of I am not I. This is the realm of souls, a sanctuary for spirits. I cannot log in here. The little soul in white tilted her head, puzzled. Then, she quickly recalled a phrase often uttered by Su Yi. I, Luo Qinghuan, need not explain my actions to you. Su Yi fell silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. Just then, a gentle sensation graced his backside, causing the girl's face to flush crimson, and she shot him an indignant glare. What are you doing? Su Yi, need not explain why I pinch your bottom, he replied nonchalantly. Luo Qinghuan, in that instant, understood why the old adage declared that ginger is still spicier when aged. Luo, have you obtained the qualification for the divine weapon secret realm? Su Yi ceased his teasing of the now blushing girl and asked earnestly. Yes. Luo Qinghuan nodded her head. That is well, Su Yi acknowledged. As long as they had secured the qualification for the divine weapon secret realm, they could reunite with old friends and learn what transpired in the millennia following his demise. When does the divine weapon secret realm open? In less than half a month, Luo Qinghuan replied obediently, then appeared to remember something. By the way, I haven't claimed the rewards from the Dao conference yet. Oh, we must not forget that. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. All right, Luo Qinghuan nodded obediently. After all, these were hard-won rewards for both her and the foul Su Yi, and they could not afford to forfeit them. Chapter 56, The Elixir Field Before Long. The two returned from the Grand Hall where they had received their rewards from the debate conference. The young girl clutched a shimmering storage ring in her hand. According to the elder's words, all the rewards from the debate conference were contained within this ring. Upon arriving at the small courtyard nestled on the mountainside of Frostsword Peak, Luo Qinghuan promptly closed the courtyard gate and then made her way to the peach blossom tree, gracefully settling beneath its boughs. Luo girl, quickly see what treasures we have, urged Su Yi in her mind. The girl nodded obediently, and as she did, a dazzling light emanated from the storage ring, revealing a pile of rewards that resembled a small mountain. Wow! Su Yi, Yi struck gold again. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the reward mound, a testament to the arduous efforts she and Su Yi had invested. Indeed, the Xuantian Sect is not as stingy as one might think. Su Yi remarked with a satisfied nod. Let us see what we have. In response, the girl crouched before the small mountain and began to meticulously count the rewards, while Su Yi observed in silence. Oh, are these some spirit herb seeds? Su Yi exclaimed, noting the rich aura emanating from the seeds. They would thrive in the fertile soil and abundant spiritual energy of the blessed lands within the Kunlun mirror. As Luo Qinghuan extracted several spirit herb seeds, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and said, Luo girl, allow me to take charge for a moment. These spirit herbs need to be planted immediately to ensure their growth is not hindered. The girl nodded, complying with his request. As her expression shifted, Su Yi took control, summoning a bronze mirror that materialized in his hand, radiating imperial might. It was the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. Ever since Su Yi acquired the Kunlun mirror, it had remained hidden within his soul. Given Luo Qinghuan's current lack of strength, she was unable to utilize the imperial artifact herself, necessitating Su Yi's assistance. Regrettably, the Kunlun mirror had sustained damage and could not fully manifest its imperial capabilities. It could only function as a self-contained space. Su Yi furrowed his brow, sighing softly. He then took a step forward, and the light of the Kunlun mirror enveloped him, transporting him into its unique dimension. Upon arriving in the Kunlun realm, Su Yi silently relinquished control, returning it to Luo Qinghuan. Though we have acquired the Kunlun mirror, alas, it seems we are a bit late. It is said that many treasures once belonging to the esteemed Kunlun Emperor have already been thoroughly scavenged by the 5 major powers. Luo Qinghuan surveyed the vast expanse of the Kunlun realm, a hint of regret lacing her voice. That may not necessarily be the case. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi smiled and shook his head. The girl looked on, puzzled. Su Yi proceeded to explain. When the Kunlun mirror sustained damage, it activated its protective mode. What was plundered by the 5 major powers was merely a fraction. The majority of its treasures remained sealed within, awaiting restoration. Recently, I have made further advancements in my mastery of the Kunlun realm, enabling me to lift one seal. Come, before the seeds of the spiritual herbs, I shall take you, my dear brother Yi, to uncover this precious treasure. Su Yi laughed heartily. Precious treasure. Upon hearing this, a certain young lady, Luo, nervously tugged at her collar, as if attempting to conceal the precious item she was wearing. Soon, following Su Yi's guidance, Luo Qinghuan found herself before a shimmering light curtain. What is this? Observing the scene, a trace of confusion flickered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. Although she had frequently ventured into the Kunlun realm before, the light curtain before her was a first. This is the protective light curtain of the Kunlun mirror. It can only be seen upon subduing the Kunlun mirror. Without its subjugation, not even an emperor could perceive it, Su Yi explained. The treasures once collected by the Kunlun emperor also serve as a form of protection. Just tap the light curtain lightly to open it, Luo. All right. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, then, with delicate steps, approached the light curtain and extended her slender fingers to gently touch it. Buzz. As her finger made contact, the curtain rippled like a smooth surface of water. Soon, as the curtain dissipated, the items protected within revealed themselves before the two. Before them lay a patch of pitch-black earth. Yet the vibrant life force and rich spiritual energy emanating from it indicated that it was extraordinary. What is this? Luo Qinghuan cast a curious gaze. Su Ye's attention was equally drawn to the dark soil. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. I never expected the Kunlun Emperor to possess such a treasure. Treasure? The young lady was taken aback. Indeed, this is a medicinal field known as the longevity herb field. Simply planting spiritual herbs upon it will accelerate their growth and enhance their potency. Su Yi explained with a smile. How marvelous. Luo Qinghuan's lips parted in astonishment. Accelerating growth means that the planted spiritual herbs could rapidly age, transforming into those of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. Precisely. Su Yi nodded with a grin. Alas, in terms of rewards, there are only a few seeds of spiritual herbs. The young lady furrowed her brows. With such a miraculous field, it naturally warranted a greater quantity of spiritual herbs, yet now, the seeds were exceedingly scarce. Just as the young lady wore a troubled expression, an idea suddenly struck her, and a glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes. A smile graced her delicate features. We could ask Elder Qian for, no, rather, borrow a few seeds of spiritual herbs. Oh, upon hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the young girl with unexpected admiration. He had not anticipated that she would so swiftly grasp his method of acquiring wealth. Indeed, she possessed remarkable insight. This young lady had truly captured my heart. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed incessantly in his mind. Within the depths of his dantian, a dark mist coalesced within the first layer of a shadowy tower. A medicinal field enhancement card? However, Su Ye's attention was entirely fixated on the rewards of corruption. What purpose does it serve? He furrowed his brow. Soon, the system provided an explanation. Upon utilizing the medicinal field enhancement card, the field will acquire the ability to elevate the rank of spiritual herbs. This succinct statement ignited a flicker of joy in Su Ye's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the medicinal field enhancement card, realizing that investing it in the young girl would yield no benefit. Dear girl, I have employed a slight stratagem to enhance this medicinal field. It can now not only facilitate rapid growth, but also elevate the rank of the spiritual herbs cultivated within it. Spiritual herb rank? Indeed, just as elixirs possess ranks, so too do spiritual herbs, classified from 1 to 9, including sacred herbs, imperial herbs, and divine herbs. Even a first-tier spiritual herb that has matured for a millennium may be far less effective than a freshly sprouted sacred herb. Thus, the quality of a spiritual herb is contingent not only upon its age, but also upon its rank. Now, the spiritual herbs planted in this longevity field possess the potential for elevation. Allow me to take charge and plant all these spiritual herb seeds. Upon hearing this, the petite spirit clad in white delicately covered her mouth, her enchanting eyes sparkling like stars. Su Yi is truly remarkable. Chapter 57, Divine Level Martial Arts? Luo girl has malfunctioned. After planting the spiritual herbs, all that remains is to patiently await their growth and elevation. At that time, he will assist in refining these herbs into elixirs. With the formidable presence of Su Yi, who has pioneered the fourth step of alchemy, combined with the longevity herb field, it can be said that Luo Qinghuan's future is secured with an abundance of elixirs. She could indulge in imperial elixirs as if they were mere candies. As Su Yi signaled, the two departed from the Kunlun realm. The young girl busied herself with the myriad rewards, discovering several martial arts techniques among them. She was not lacking in methods, for the sky-devouring demon technique taught by Su Yi was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond the reach of any ordinary art. This is Earth-level martial arts, 10,000 swords breaking? Luo Qinghuan found a martial art, a glimmer of joy flashing in her beautiful eyes. It seems this girl has an enduring fondness for sword techniques. What difference does it make if it is merely earth-level? With your brother Yi, one might think we are incapable of cultivating more formidable martial arts. In his mind, Su Yi glanced at the 10,000 swords breaking in her hand. Earth-level superior martial art. Not particularly strong. Not strong, you say? This is a technique that nearly reaches the holy level. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes. Even the most powerful martial arts of their Xuantian Holy Sect are merely superior holy level. In the Tianxian world, martial arts techniques are categorized from high to low as Divine Emperor, Holy, Heavenly, Xian, and Yellow. Within the entire, aside from the 5 supreme powers possessing imperial-level experts, the strongest martial arts techniques held by other first-rate forces are also limited to the holy level. True imperial-level martial arts are solely owned by the 5 top-tier forces. Even if some ancient secret realms or the tombs of emperors house imperial-level techniques, they are typically claimed by these 5 powers. Alas, Su Yi sighed. Luo girl, I apologize for arriving late. I did not allow you to partake in the finest grains. In my previous life, I was a powerful emperor, without imperial-level martial arts. What does it mean to be an emperor? Moreover, even if I lacked such prowess, would other emperors be devoid of it? Let us not forget the name I bear, the Bandit Emperor. It is inconsequential if we lack it, as long as others possess it. Initially, Su Yi intended to teach this girl an imperial-level technique, but at that time, the system rewarded him with the sky-devouring demon technique, though it bore no marked level. Su Yi, being an emperor and a transmigrator, understood that even an imperial-level technique could not rival that bestowed by the system. As for martial arts, this girl had previously been too weak. He feared that if she practiced an imperial-level technique, her body might not withstand it. However, it now appears that his concerns were entirely unwarranted. Luo girl, focus and concentrate. Your brother Yi will transmit a sword technique to you, based on its attributes. It should be quite suitable for you. Su Yi spoke solemnly. Good. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, a serious expression immediately adorned Luo Qinghuan's small face, and she proceeded to follow his instructions. Soon, she felt a torrent of words surging into her mind. The girl hastily looked on. The ancient characters danced elegantly to form the 4 grand words: Frost Dragon, Sword Technique. Luo Qinghuan murmured softly, merely uttering the name of this martial art, and she instantly felt the terrifying imperial might coalescing around her, a chilling sword intent that roared like a dragon. Could this possibly be an imperial-level martial art? The girl was somewhat astonished. Of course, Su Yi nodded, smiling as he explained. This is a sword technique of the ice attribute, perfectly aligned with your own affinity, making it simpler for you to cultivate and enabling you to unleash its utmost power. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the girl was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Su Yi would simply bestow upon her a martial art of imperial caliber that could stir the entire wild heaven domain. Tears welled in the girl's eyes. Su Yi, you. Stop right there. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yi raised his hand, feigning annoyance as he interrupted her. Your elder brother Yi despises sappy scenes. We are not so formal with each other, so spare me the theatrics. No, what I meant was, since you've given me this, why not give me a couple more, hee. The girl wiped her tears and smiled playfully. Su Yi. It's over. This girl has been thoroughly corrupted. Very well, you little Luo. How dare you tease your elder brother Yi? I must punish you. Ah, you insufferable Su Yi, don't you dare tickle me. Hee, your hands, don't move around like that. After a playful tussle, with the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, Su Yi finally admonished her. All right, little Luo, begin to comprehend the Frost Dragon sword technique. Oh, understood. Luo Qinghuan's blush faded, and after shooting a glare at the mischief-making Su Yi in her soul, she nodded gently and then sat cross-legged, commencing her enlightenment of the imperial-level sword technique. Just as the girl began to grasp the imperial-level sword technique, a voice resonated in Su Yi's mind. Detected that Luo Qinghuan has comprehended the imperial-level sword technique. The host's grand mastery has been activated. Imperial-level sword technique, Frost Dragon sword technique, has evolved into the divine-level sword technique, Frost Dragon sword dance. Su Yi was taken aback. What? Divine level? Good heavens. I've never practiced divine-level martial arts, even when I was an emperor. Su Yi felt a pang of jealousy. This little Luo's treatment is exceptionally favorable. Grand Mastery activated. When Luo Qinghuan cultivates the divine-level martial art, Frost Dragon Sword Dance to perfection, it will supplement the host, expanding the host's power of this technique fivefold. When the host reshapes his corporeal form, the power of this technique will expand tenfold. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Tenfold. Suyi. All right. Enough of the envy. He immediately halted the girl who was in the midst of comprehending the imperial-level sword technique. What's wrong? The girl looked up, puzzled. Forget about that. Focus on this instead. Suyi spoke, silently transmitting the martial arts he had upgraded to the young girl. She glanced over, her eyes widening in astonishment. Frost Dragon Sword Dance. Divine. Rank? Huh. In that moment, the girl stood frozen, and Suyi could even see wisps of white smoke rising from her head. Witnessing this scene, Suyi couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no, Luo girl has crashed." Meanwhile, as Luo Qinghuan's mind faltered, a momentous conspiracy was unfolding in the depths of a darkened valley within the Wild Heaven domain. This location was none other than the domain of one of the 5 most formidable factions of the Wild Heaven domain, Extreme Demon Valley. Chapter 58. The Valley of Extreme Demons. In the depths of the mysterious valley, shrouded in darkness, a grand hall stands, entirely enveloped in an abyssal blackness. Within this hall, a figure cloaked in black sits upon a throne of skulls, emanating an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Surrounding him are several tendrils of shadowy essence, each pulsating as if animated by a heartbeat. Masha, our master, has decreed that with the opening of the divine weapon's secret realm, we shall make our move against that old wretch. It is high time to ensnare the last remaining fish that have slipped through the net. A sinister visage formed from the dark essence intoned slowly. Oh, are we finally to strike at that old creature? The cloaked figure raises his head, revealing his chilling eyes. He is none other than Masha, the lord of the Valley of Extreme Demons, one of the 5 paramount powers of the... Is the vessel prepared? That old fellow is quite obstinate. Though he has perished, his soul remains potent. Even we cannot breach his defenses. We must find a vessel to inhabit, and once within the secret realm, we shall devise our plan. The shadowy face replies solemnly. Indeed, Masha nods in agreement. With a wave of his hand, 3 figures emerge from beyond the hall. Their eyes are devoid of life, resembling mere puppets as they mechanically approach the center of the hall. Fang Yuan, the 4th prodigy of the Valley of Extreme Demons. Yi Tiansheng, the 5th prodigy. Song Hun, the 6th prodigy. Masha introduces the 3 individuals, casting a glance at the surrounding ominous energies before stating coolly, "There are 3 vessels. Who among you shall go?" A fine vessel indeed. Huh. I shall not relinquish this opportunity bestowed by our master. The first to speak, a grotesque, aged visage, cackles with glee, immediately plunging into one of the figures without allowing anyone a moment to react. Huh. That old wretch has gone. I cannot lag behind. Humph. I shall follow suit. After 2 more shrill laughs, the remaining shadowy essences dive into the other 2 figures, leaving the rest to dissipate into the void. Now, as the essence enters the vessels and the surrounding darkness disperses, our master gestures towards the 3 figures. Masha commands. As the 3 regain their vitality, no longer resembling mere puppets, they bow deeply in reverence. We pay our respects to the Valley Lord. Arise, Masha replies with a calm gaze. You 3 have been chosen to participate in the secret realm of divine weapons. Yes, thank you, Valley Lord. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Extreme Demon Valley, the 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently enveloped in a wave of elation as they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Very well, you may withdraw, the Lord of the Extreme Demon Valley gestured dismissively, and the trio promptly retreated, their eyes still gleaming with joy. Once they departed, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. The expression of the Lord of the Extreme Demon Valley grew increasingly somber. Had it not been for that accursed human emperor who, single-handedly, vanquished 7 of our demon sovereigns millennia ago, our clan would not have descended into such misfortune. At the mere mention of that human emperor, a flicker of dread, stemming from the depths of his soul, crossed his gaze. He then scoffed once more. Humph. You were able to protect them in life. I shall see who can shield them now that you have fallen. My lord, they have resided in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years. One can only speculate what terrifying heights they have achieved. when they once again descend upon the 9 domains. It will herald the era of our clan's dominion over those realms. In the Xuantian sacred cult, atop Frost Sword Peak, a span of over 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Suyi diligently instructed Luo Qinghuan in her training, and the young lady gradually recovered from her earlier stagnation in the mastery of divine tier martial arts, immersing herself in the rigorous practice of such techniques. At long last, she lived up to Su Ye's expectations and successfully comprehended the essence of the divine tier martial arts. Within the Kunlun realm, an imposing frost dragon shadow, stretching hundreds of feet, manifested, resonating with the sound of a sword's cry as it surged forward. In an instant, a mountain was cleaved in twain beneath the might of this single strike. The sword mark spanned several thousand meters, and one could even feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from it. Indeed, should one survive the blow, the frigid air would surely deliver the final strike. Is this truly what divine tier martial arts entails? How astonishing! The young girl gripped the spirit sword, watching in awe as the frost enveloping it gradually dissipated. Her bright eyes sparkled as she beheld the power her strike had unleashed, her lips parting slightly in surprise. What is this? In her mind, Su Yi languidly yawned. Once your brother Yi has reconstructed his physical form, you shall witness what true divine tier martial arts entails. Humph. The young lady pouted and huffed. That annoying Su Yi only knows how to bully others. Haha. Nevertheless, for one at the heavenly sovereign realm to wield such formidable power with divine tier martial arts is indeed remarkable. Su Yi chuckled heartily, then shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, the young lady's previously pouting lips relaxed slightly. Su Yi had quite the knack for comforting children. Su Yi, please restore the Kunlun realm. I wish to bathe and rest. It seems we are to set forth for the divine armament's secret realm tomorrow, Luo Qinghuan said softly, wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead. Very well. Su Yi nodded in agreement. Almost immediately, the young lady's expression shifted. Phew, it has been ages since I last engaged in physical activity. Su Yi then rose, stretching languidly. During this period, he had been guiding Luo Yatu in her cultivation, thus rarely logging in. If he continued to refrain from engaging, his soul would become rigid. Just then, Su Yi seemed to have unearthed something, emitting a sound of curiosity. What is the matter? The petite soul clad in a white dress, upon hearing his perplexed utterance, instinctively lifted her head in confusion. Luo Yatu, have you gained some weight recently? Su Yi furrowed his brow. Gained weight. Upon hearing this, the little soul was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Indeed, regardless of the worldview, women tend to be quite sensitive about their weight. Right. Su Yi nodded, continuing, I can't shake the feeling that my chest feels heavy. Really? However, before he could finish his sentence, a spark of excitement flashed in the eyes of the petite soul within the realm of souls, who joyfully exclaimed. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Ahem. That might just be the case. With a slight cough, she hastily urged, Oh, never mind that. Let us focus on restoring the Kunlun realm first. It seemed that the ancient divine garment had begun to manifest its effects, and she thought to herself, I mustn't let that rascal Su Yi discover this. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly mock me. Chapter 59. The top of the mysterious Innate Sacred Sect's talents. Han Feng, is it? Upon hearing the girl's words, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, suppressing a laugh. This girl thought she was being quite discreet, unaware that he had noticed her stealthy actions from the very first day. Nevertheless, Su Yi chose not to expose her, instead turning his gaze towards the mountains that she had cleaved through with a single strike. With a grand gesture, he summoned the ancient bronze mirror in his hand, and a radiant light enveloped the area, restoring the entire mountain range to its pristine state. It could be said that the Kunlun realm was an exceptionally suitable place for cultivation. Even casual destruction could be effortlessly mended. Once the Kunlun realm was restored, Su Yi relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan, who then joyfully retreated to the spiritual spring in the courtyard's rear, her spirits evidently high. How could Su Yi be oblivious to her little schemes? That night, beneath the full moon, in a small courtyard nestled in the mountains, the girl stealthily peeked out from her bedding. Upon discovering that a certain rogue was snoring thunderously in the sanctuary of his soul, she finally exhaled in relief. Then, like a thief, she lifted her garment. In the next moment, a spark of determination ignited in her eyes, her small fists clenched tightly. Someday, I shall make that scoundrel Su Yi regard me with newfound respect. Humph. Suddenly, amidst the night, her fervent musings were interrupted by an unexpected chuckle. Luo Qinghuan. She stood there, stunned for several seconds. Although the room was devoid of candlelight, one could almost perceive the blush radiating from her cheeks. Finally, she regained her composure. Her face flushed as she lowered her lifted garment. Inside the room, an oppressive silence lingered, yet the temperature seemed to rise due to the girl's embarrassment. Su Yiyu, you're not asleep? She stammered, her cheeks aflame, biting her silver teeth in a state of nervousness. The only response was the sound of Su Ye's snoring. You must be awake. The snoring persisted. Look, there's a fairy. Witnessing this scene, the girl finally relaxed, patting her not-so-flat chest, relieved that the rogue seemed to be genuinely asleep. Otherwise, if she were to exclaim about a fairy, he would undoubtedly have reacted. Just as she was about to drift off, a thought struck her. Oh, I seem to recall Elder Qian mentioning that there were free medicinal pills available at the Alchemy Peak. Where are they? Luo girl, follow your night brother. Prepare a few large sacks. However, before she could finish her thought, Su Ye's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Luo Qinghuan. Indeed. Only a rogue can attract the attention of a rogue. Cough. Luo girl, I just woke up. I saw nothing, and I heard nothing. For instance, you passionately proclaimed something, yet your elder brother, Su Yi, heard none of it. Su Yi cleared his throat. Luo Qinghuan. Subsequently, her delicate face visibly flushed crimson. How absurd. Su Yi. The following day, in a small courtyard nestled at the waist of Frost Sword Peak, the young maiden pushed open the door and descended the mountain, sword in hand. Today marked the day of her journey to the mystic armament secret realm. Given the considerable distance from the Xuantian Holy Sect, she would not be traveling alone. Instead, formidable members of the sect were to escort her personally. Ah, Luo girl. A thought crossed Su Ye's mind, and he inquired, among the 5 supreme forces, 3 slots are available this time, while the Xuantian Holy Sect, being a first-rate force, possesses 2 slots, one of which is allocated to you. What of the other? Uncertain. Luo Qinghuan shook her head and speculated. It could be either senior brother Yi Qingyi, who ranks 3rd, or senior sister Sun, who ranks 2nd. Oh, Su Yi squinted slightly, suddenly asking, and what of Han Feng? Han Feng, the top contender on the Xuantian Holy Sect's talented disciple list. Within the original narrative, Han Feng frequently bullied Luo Qinghuan. Well aware of her timid disposition, often coercing her into surrendering her cultivation resources, and even claiming some opportunities she secured at the mystic realm under various pretexts. Senior brother Han Feng? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly, her face scrunched in distaste as she shook her head. Senior brother Han Feng usually remains in seclusion and rarely emerges. Moreover, I am not particularly fond of him. He always carries an air of superiority. Has never treated me kindly. Is that so? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. If Han Feng is indeed the other candidate for this mystic armament secret realm, then let us hope he does not make it. Before long, Luo Qinghuan arrived at the training plaza of the Xuantian Holy Sect. At that moment, numerous disciples had already gathered there for their practices, and as the young maiden appeared, she immediately captivated the attention of many, who regarded her with a hint of reverence. Senior Sister Luo. Greetings, Senior Sister Luo. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, standing aside to await the arrival of the sect representatives. Qinghuan, you have arrived. Just then, a woman's voice resonated. A figure clad in a purple qipao, Yu approached, accompanied by a white-haired elder leaning on a cane. Observing this, the crowd promptly bowed in respect. Salutations to the sect leader. Salutations to Elder Xianming. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, elder. Luo Qinghuan turned to look and also offered a gentle bow. Qinghuan, Elder Xianming shall escort you on this journey, Yu remarked, glancing at the elderly figure beside her. Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded gracefully. The elder was at the pinnacle of the great ability realm, with one foot firmly planted in the reincarnation realm. Su Yi cast a glance at the venerable elder of the Xianming sect, fully absorbing his formidable prowess, which could be regarded as top-tier among first-rate powers. Though he still fell slightly short within the ranks of the 5 great factions. Master, may I inquire about the identity of the other candidate? Just as Yu was about to speak, she heard that junior sister Luo had already ascended to the 8th star of the celestial venerable realm. Such swiftness is truly humbling for me, her senior brother. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. Subsequently, from the heavens, a young man dressed in azure garb and wielding a folding fan descended gracefully. The surrounding disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. It is Senior Brother Han Feng. What? Is he the renowned cultivator from our Xuantian Sacred Sect? The number one on the talented genius ranking. Who would have thought he would emerge today? Upon seeing the young man with the folding fan, the crowd instinctively gasped in awe, their eyes reflecting fear. It was said that Senior Brother Han Feng was ruthless. Even fellow disciples who offended him faced dire consequences. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Han Feng not only possessed extraordinary talent, but was also the disciple of the current venerable elder of Xianming. This meant that within the Xuantian Sacred Sect, few dared to provoke him. Han Feng, have you broken through to the creation realm upon your emergence? Yu Ji inquired coolly, casting a fleeting glance at him. Indeed, Master. I have just achieved a breakthrough to the creation realm. My purpose for emerging is to seek a spirit weapon within the divine armament secret realm that resonates with me. To strive for a position within the top 10 of the talented genius ranking in the wild heaven domain, Han Feng replied with a light smile. The creation realm? Aiming for the top 10 of the talented genius ranking in the wild heaven domain? How terrifying, Senior Brother Han Feng. The murmurs of astonishment echoed around. Junior Sister Luo, I have heard that you secured the first position in the recent discourse conference. May I ask what rewards the sect has bestowed upon you? If you do not mind, perhaps you could share them with your senior brother? At this moment, Han Feng's gaze fell upon the young woman, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. This Han Feng seems even more formidable than in the original tale. Is he attempting to seize what is mine upon our first meeting? Am I the rogue, or are you the rogue? Upon hearing this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Very well, very well. You have already embraced the path to your demise. Hearing Han Feng's words, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows, then lifted her gaze to meet his. I do mind. Chapter 60. The opening of the divine armament secret realm. What did you say? Upon hearing the words of the girl before him, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing in confusion. In the past, whenever the girl faced his requests, she would hesitate, but ultimately reveal the rewards bestowed upon her by the sect for his inspection, which he would then claim under the pretext of safeguarding them. But now Luo Qinghuan had outright rejected him. Junior Sister Luo, what did you just say? I did not hear clearly. Could you please repeat that? Han Feng maintained a smile on his face. Luo Qinghuan glanced at him, disregarding his words. Why should I repeat myself just because you didn't hear? Very well, very well. Observing the girl's indifference, Han Feng narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Did she truly believe that breaking through to the 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm granted her the audacity to defy her senior brother? Yet soon, the chill in his eyes dissipated, and the smile returned to his countenance. Since his junior sister was unwilling, he would not press the matter. With that, he shrugged and stepped back to stand behind the Grand Elder Xianming. Now, Grand Elder Xianming, there is no time to waste. We must set off immediately to avoid delaying the opening of the divine armament secret realm. Yu Ji cast a glance at the three of them and spoke. Indeed. Sect leader, Grand Elder Xianming nodded, then tossed his staff into the air. The staff expanded dramatically, reaching several dozen zhang in length, hovering majestically above. He leaped onto it and beckoned to the two below. Feng Qinghuan, come aboard. All right. The two nodded and ascended onto the staff. Once they stabilized their positions, Grand Elder Xianming called down to Yu Ji, Sect leader, we are departing. With a flourish of his sleeve, the enormous staff soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and vanishing in the blink of an eye. The location of the divine armament secret realm lies in the central state of the desolate heaven domain. It is said that as the time for the opening of the secret realm approaches, all spirit weapons, whether owned or abandoned, within the vicinity of the central state resonate, as if lamenting for the fallen divine armament emperor. At this moment, an increasing number of prodigies from various forces qualified to enter the divine armament secret realm were making their way toward its location. The Xuantian Holy Sect was not situated close to the central state. Even a formidable being like Grand Elder Xianming, who was on the verge of the reincarnation realm, required a full day's journey to arrive. During this time, Luo Qinghuan found a secluded corner of the staff, distancing herself from Han Feng. Though she appeared to be quietly meditating with her eyes closed, in reality, she had retreated into her soul space to chat with Su Yi. While Han Feng did not actively seek trouble, The occasional cold glances he cast towards the girl indicated that he was certainly plotting something sinister. Before long, a day had passed. Maple, Qinghuan, prepare yourselves. We are nearing our destination. The voice of the elder, Xianming, resonated suddenly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan emerged from her soul space, slowly opening her enchanting eyes to gaze in the direction indicated by Elder Xianming. Before her lay a desolate expanse. Surrounding them for 100 miles was a barren desert, devoid of any semblance of life, resembling a forsaken land. At the very center of this wasteland stood a broken sword, towering hundreds of feet high, piercing the heavens. This is... A flicker of confusion crossed the young girl's eyes. That is the entrance to the divine weapon secret realm. Elder Xianming, leaning on his staff, fixed his gaze upon the broken sword, his expression grave as he remarked, "It is said that this broken sword was once an imperial artifact. Since the fall of the divine weapon emperor, countless powerful beings at the Saint Lord level, and even those in the imperial realm, have attempted to draw forth this sword, seeking to claim it for themselves. Yet, none have succeeded." Upon hearing this, Su Yi, who was nestled in the soul's haven, crossed his arms and scoffed. Nonsense. While the divine weapon elder may not be formidable in combat, the weapons he forged are beyond the reach of any emperor-level powerhouse. As long as he does not permit it, no one can touch the weapons he has created. Oh, so this divine weapon emperor is quite formidable? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. Su Yi had mentioned that this was the tomb of an old acquaintance, presumably referring to the divine weapon emperor. An emperor is never weak. Elder Xianming shook his head. The true strength of the divine weapon emperor lies in his forging techniques. The imperial weapons he crafted are coveted by all-powerful beings of the 9 domains. All right, Maple, Qinghuan, prepare yourselves. We shall descend now, Elder Xianming announced, guiding his staff towards the broken sword. As they drew nearer, the number of cultivators surrounding them increased, clearly the elite from various factions preparing to enter the secret realm. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. A demonic blade descended from the sky, crashing heavily in front of the broken sword. The powerful shockwave sent Elder Xianming's staff flying, but fortunately, the three managed to stabilize themselves and avoid falling. The impact affected not only them, but also many flying spirit artifacts from surrounding factions, with some even crashing to the ground, resulting in quite the spectacle and fury from their users. Damn it, can't you see all these people here? Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? Fool! One angrily shouted, but was quickly restrained by a companion beside him. The companion, with a pallid complexion, pointed downward. Upon noticing the elderly figure clad in blood-stained garments, accompanied by 3 similarly attired young men, his expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear igniting in his eyes, prompting him to hastily seal his lips. The surrounding individuals were equally affected. Those who had intended to voice their grievances quickly suppressed such perilous thoughts. The reason was clear. The identities of the individuals wielding the sinister blade were far from ordinary. They hailed from one of the 5 foremost powers of the desolate heaven domain, the extreme Demon Valley. Such stature indeed bestowed upon them the audacity and confidence to act with such impunity. Let us descend as well. The esteemed elder of the Xuantian Sect, upon observing the group, furrowed his brow, a shadow of solemnity crossing his visage before he deftly maneuvered his staff, soaring downwards to a spot several hundred meters from the broken sword. This sacred weapon secret realm was not merely a discourse convention of the Xuantian Holy Church. This domain, capable of captivating the entirety of the desolate heaven domain, had only 5 paramount forces as its genuine protagonists, with a 5-star reincarnation realm and 3 1-star creation realm practitioners. These 3 individuals were likely the prodigious youths from the extreme Demon Valley participating in this sacred weapon secret realm. They do not seem particularly formidable. Even without my intervention, Luo would have no trouble dealing with these 3. Within the realm of spiritual comprehension, Su Ye's gaze fell upon the 4 from the extreme Demon Valley, instantly dissecting their strengths with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, just as Su Yi intended to withdraw his gaze, his brows knitted tightly, as if he had discerned a critical clue. Chapter 61, The Phoenix Goddess. The final encounter. As Su Ye's gaze fell upon the 3 prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley, his brow furrowed in contemplation, sensing a familiar yet detestable aura emanating from them. Su Yi, what is the matter? Luo Qinghuan inquired, noticing the shift within Su Ye's soul. It's nothing, Suyi replied, shaking his head. After casting one last glance at the three, he diverted his attention elsewhere. Upon his withdrawal, the expressions of the three prodigies from the extreme Demon Valley suddenly turned blank, as three dark auras flitted through their minds. What is happening? Why do I feel as though a terrifying presence has scrutinized me? Do you too share this sensation? The pallid old man with a sinister demeanor inquired of his companions. Indeed. Moreover, the feeling is profoundly unsettling, as if it has been etched into the depths of my soul. They responded with a ghostly pallor. Why is this occurring? Forget it. We must prioritize eliminating those stragglers. That old fool within the divine weapon secret realm must be dealt with today. The three shook their heads, a glimmer of coldness flashing in their eyes. As time progressed, more powerful forces arrived at the location. When four terrifying auras materialized in the sky, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically, and gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. The Phoenix Goddess of the Supreme Emotion Palace, Li Qingyang of the Pill Alliance, and the Third Prince of the Infinite Empire. These are among the most distinguished prodigies of the five leading factions, indicating that they are determined to seize the divine weapon secret realm. And what about the War Heaven Palace? It appears that the renowned Xuantian is not among those who have come this time. But what of Xuantian? His body has long since grown cold. What? Xuantian of the War Heaven Palace is dead? The revelation sent ripples of shock through the crowd. No one had anticipated that Xuantian, a prominent figure of the War Heaven Palace, had already perished. Who could have perpetrated such a ruthless act? At this moment, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a young girl turned her face slightly, humming a tune. That scoundrel Su Yi has nothing to do with me, Luo Qinghuan. With all five top-tier factions now present, their task was to await the opening of the divine weapon secret realm. Meanwhile, the esteemed elder of the Xuantian Sect, along with Han Feng and Luo Qinghuan, stood quietly aside, allowing the two to conserve their energy in preparation for their impending entry into the secret realm. You must be Luo Qinghuan. At that moment, a chilling female voice broke the silence. The group looked up to see a woman clad in a fiery red dress adorned with a phoenix motif approaching, her arms crossed as she regarded the girl in white before her. This woman was none other than the illustrious Phoenix Goddess of the Supreme Emotion Palace. What is the meaning of this? Why has the Phoenix Goddess approached someone from the Xuantian Holy Sect? Could it be that the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect have offended the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace? How dare they? A splendid performance is about to unfold. This scene was quickly observed by the surrounding onlookers, their gazes converging as they prepared to witness a captivating spectacle. Elder Xianming, a venerable elder of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, furrowed his brows and inquired, I wonder what the Phoenix Goddess seeks from the young lady Qinghuan. However, the Phoenix Goddess paid him no heed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the girl in white. Junior Sister Luo, have you offended the Phoenix Goddess? Shouldn't you hasten to apologize? Han Feng, squinting at Luo Qinghuan, hastily admonished her. The young lady frowned slightly, yet before she could respond, the Phoenix Goddess shot Han Feng a glare. Silence. I am conversing with her. What business is it of yours? Han Feng's expression darkened, his lips twitching in frustration, yet he restrained himself from uttering another word. He could not afford to offend the prodigies of the five supreme powers. I have heard that the divine envoy has chosen you, which makes you one of my competitors. I eagerly anticipate our confrontation, the Phoenix Goddess declared, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in her enchanting eyes as she regarded Luo Qinghuan. With that, she said no more and turned away, leaving the surrounding cultivators and prodigies in a state of confusion as they stared at the girl in white. Is that Luo Qinghuan from the Xuantian Sacred Sect? What does the Phoenix Goddess mean by that? Does she possess the qualifications to be considered a rival? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes fixed upon the young lady. What does she mean by that? Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted in puzzlement. She did not sense malice from the Phoenix Goddess, only an overwhelming spirit of competition. It must relate to the so-called divine envoy and the supreme forgetting emotion technique bestowed upon you by Yuji, Su Yi elaborated. In the original narrative, the supreme forgetting emotion palace would soon hold a selection for the divine maidens, in which Luo would also participate, ultimately emerging victorious as the true divine maiden of the sacred palace. The Phoenix Goddess must be one of the candidates, hence her consideration of Luo as a rival. However, as for the title of divine maiden, it was of no interest to Luo. After a lengthy wait, A sudden and fierce sword intent coalesced above the broken sword in the desolate land. Accompanied by a resounding boom, this terrifying sword intent surged skyward, tearing through the heavens. Boom! In the wake of this, countless phantoms materialized in the sky. The crowd turned their gazes skyward, where these phantoms took the form of divine weapons, swords, sabers, spears, and more, each radiating brilliance and sharpness. They were merely phantoms, yet their presence was striking. Amidst the crowd, one could feel an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from the presence of such formidable divine weapons. Hiss! With so many divine artifacts, it is likely that any one of them could be considered a peerless imperial weapon. Is this truly the sacred realm of the divine weapon emperor? Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators gradually adopted a solemn expression, their gazes infused with fervent longing. This old fellow, even in death, cannot seem to rest, reveling in the display of his divine weapons. Deep within his soul, Suyi cast a glance at the celestial phenomena of those divine artifacts and could not help but utter a playful curse, followed by a shake of his head. What a pity, this old miser refuses to bestow even a single divine weapon upon you, Knight Brother. Surely, you must have wronged the divine weapon emperor in the past for him to hold such a grudge. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan responded with a gleeful tone. Why would I ever bully that old man? Your Knight Brother only bullies you. That is called favoritism. Suyi replied with a beaming smile. Luo Qinghuan retorted. So, should I thank you for that? Indeed, Suyi nodded without hesitation. Humph. The young lady pouted in response. All right, Luo girl. Prepare to enter this sacred realm of divine weapons. Suyi's gaze fell upon the gradually unfolding barrier of the broken sword as he murmured softly. I wonder if I shall have the chance to meet my old friend one last time. Chapter 62. The senior sister of the Xuantian Sect. Is she here to procure goods? Boom. As the barrier on the severed sword gradually unfolded, a sharp sword intent emanated from its core, instantly altering the expressions of many cultivators present. Observing this, the leading powers of various factions swiftly employed their abilities to shield the younger prodigies behind them. Luo Qinghuan. Retreat behind me, commanded the elder Xianming, his gaze revealing a hint of gravity as he struck his cane heavily against the ground, enveloping the two behind him in a formidable aura. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out. The barrier instantaneously expanded, and the fierce sword intent coursed through the bodies of those present, leaving the leaders of each faction with solemn expressions, their eyes filled with apprehension, daring not to let their guard down. Such powerful sword intent. Is this the legendary sword forged by the Sword Emperor? This piercing sword intent was not merely wielded by the Sword Emperor, but rather possessed by the divine weapon itself, a testament to the terrifying might it held. One could only imagine the dreadful level of sword intent that would be unleashed if a master of sword intent were to wield this divine sword. The ripples of sword intent flowed through the crowd in an instant, as if scanning everyone present. Unbeknownst to all, when the sword intent brushed against the figure of the maiden in white, it inadvertently stirred greater ripples in its wake. Finally, as the sound of the sword ceased and the sword intent dissipated, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. Beneath the severed sword, a spatial portal materialized, revealing the divine weapon trial within. Luo Qinghuan. This divine weapon realm only permits the younger generation to enter. So the journey ahead must be undertaken by the two of you. Remember to look out for one another once inside, Elder Xianming advised, gazing earnestly at the two. Rest assured, Master. I will take good care of junior sister Luo, Han Feng replied, his eyes sparkling with warmth as they settled on the maiden. Indeed. Prepare to depart. Elder Xianming nodded. Ladies and gentlemen, since this divine weapon realm is located within my central continent, I, the third prince of the Wuji divine dynasty, should be the first to enter, shouldn't I? The third prince of Wuji laughed heartily, leading two other prodigies from his dynasty straight towards the severed sword. Following suit were Li Qingyang from the Dan Alliance, Fang Yuan from the extreme Demon Valley, and the prodigies of the Battle Heaven Hall, all entering the severed sword. Luo Qinghuan, this goddess shall await you inside. Do not perish. The Phoenix goddess cast a final glance at Luo Qinghuan, snorting haughtily before departing. Once the prodigies of the 5 great factions had entered, the remaining young talents from surrounding forces began to move as well. Junior sister Luo, let us enter as well. Han Feng suggested with a smile, glancing at the maiden beside him. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, yet chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, deep within the divine weapon realm. An ancient spirit suddenly paused, its essence trembling with excitement. This familiar aura, could it be? With a flicker of white light, the surrounding space transformed. Here, a realm unto itself emerged. Ethereal weapons hung majestically in the heavens, and everything visible was a manifestation of these divine armaments. Should one gain their recognition, one could take them away and transform them into personal spiritual weapons. Hence, upon arriving in this space, numerous prodigies from various factions embraced massive trees or knelt upon the ground, attuning themselves to the delicate grasses, for all were manifestations of divine weapons. However, the prodigies from the 5 major factions, or those of elite status, chose not to linger here. Instead, they ventured deeper into the space, drawing closer to the site of the divine weapon Emperor's demise, where the armaments were undoubtedly far more formidable than those outside. Junior Sister Luo, this divine weapon secret realm harbors peril. It would be prudent for us to join forces. Han Feng smiled, already scheming on how to utilize Luo Qinghuan as his tool, intending to exhaust her energy before compelling her to yield the divine weapon, reaping the benefits for himself. However, when he uttered these words, he realized that Luo Qinghuan had offered no response. A flicker of displeasure crossed Han Feng's eyes as he turned to reprimand her, only to find that the young woman had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, his expression darkened even further. Meanwhile, in another part of the divine weapon secret realm, Suyi gazed at a towering tree adorned with icy leaves. Is this tree also a divine weapon? She pondered, her face scrunching in contemplation. Of course. Do you not trust your brother Yi? If not, your bottom may be in jeopardy, a voice echoed in her mind, tinged with irritation. I believe you. Upon hearing the threat to her posterior, the girl's expression shifted, instinctively protecting her pert rear, and she nodded vigorously. Guided by Suyi, she began to comprehend the divine weapon embodied by the tree, placing her small hand upon its trunk, gently closing her eyes. In the next moment, with a burst of radiant light, the tree transformed into an ethereal sword emanating a hint of icy energy. Profound artifact, Frostblade. The girl beheld the spiritual sword born from the tree, extending her hand to grasp it delicately. Observing this, many cultivators embracing trees nearby revealed expressions of envy. To gain recognition from a divine weapon merely through contact was a talent of terrifying strength. Suyi, this profound artifact isn't particularly strong, she remarked. You misunderstand. Suyi replied with a slight smirk. Although this artifact may not be powerful, it is immensely valuable. Oh, I understand now. The girl instantly grasped the idea. These profound artifacts, though not useful for her, could be sold for a profit, allowing her to exchange them for cultivation resources beneficial to her, thus rendering the divine weapons advantageous to her after all. Suyi once proclaimed that one should never miss out on anything that can be obtained for free. With a mischievous grin, she decided to seize the opportunity without hesitation. Thus, she chose not to venture deeper just yet, instead opting to gather resources from this initial area. This truly exemplified the essence of a fierce wife and a bandit husband, taking everything in sight. Wherever the bandits roamed, not a blade of grass remained. After all, even the grass had transformed into divine weapons. Upon witnessing the girl's mere touch upon these myriad objects, the divine weapons instantly recognized her as their master, leaving the surrounding cultivators utterly astonished. What the heck? While other prodigies meticulously select divine weapons suited to their prowess in the sacred weapon secret realm, it seems this sister from the Xuantian Holy Sect is merely here for a shopping spree. Within the confines of the sacred weapon secret realm, while prodigies from various factions endeavored to comprehend and select their own divine weapons, a certain girl, guided by the whispers of her nefarious companion in her mind, began her own collection. Regardless of the weapon's rank, she accepted them all, filling her storage rings to the brim. As she departed to procure more from another location, those who had just arrived found themselves in a desolate area, utterly devoid of anything. They exchanged bewildered glances, some beginning to question their very existence. Had they taken a wrong turn? Chapter 63. 10 Orbs of Light, all sacred artifacts. In the deepest recesses of the divine weapon secret realm, a grand hall stands resolutely. At this moment, the hall is filled with the elite from 5 major factions, along with many distinguished individuals from first-rate powers, all gathered in this sacred space. Within the hall, 10 radiant orbs of light coalesce, each encapsulating a divine weapon, swords, spears, blades, and more. The onlookers, fierce in intent, fixate on these orbs, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Although these divine weapons remain sealed, the aura of their power remains palpable. These 10 divine weapons are undoubtedly sacred artifacts. In the heavenly Xian continent, divine weapons are categorized into several tiers: mundane artifacts, spiritual artifacts, mysterious artifacts, precious artifacts, sacred artifacts, imperial artifacts, and divine artifacts. Below the imperial artifacts, the sacred artifacts represent the pinnacle of what they can hope to acquire. I cannot endure this any longer. Such divine weapons must belong to me. At that moment, a prodigy from a first-rate faction, unable to resist the allure of the sacred artifacts, abruptly surged forward towards one of the spear-shaped light orbs. Humph. Observing this scene, the elite from the 5 major factions remained unfazed, merely snorting disdainfully as they crossed their arms and watched with cold indifference. Ha! This sacred spear is mine. With no one to impede him, the first-rate prodigy's joy intensified, and he could not refrain from laughing heartily as he reached out to touch the orb. Boom! In the next instant, a blinding light enveloped the hall. The prodigy felt an overwhelming joy. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a sound of something piercing the air echoed. Before the prodigy could react, a spear had pierced through his chest. What? Uffed! His pupils dilated, and blood spewed forth as he turned in shock, only to witness a formidable figure, born of the very essence of the spear's intent, standing behind him. The spear lodged deep within his chest. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. No! A despairing and unwilling scream escaped the prodigy's lips as his lifeless body was flung aside, crashing heavily onto the ground of the hall. A mere second for a 2-star heavenly sovereign? Witnessing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall turned grave. It seems that upon touching the orb of divine weapons, the intent of the sacred artifact manifests as a challenger's own self, possessing a prowess that surpasses the challengers by at least 2 minor realms. Defeating it should grant them the sacred artifact contained within. Intriguing, truly intriguing. The third prince of the Wujia divine dynasty smirked, his gaze fixed upon the 10 orbs of light. Then he mockingly addressed those around him. Now that we have discerned the method to obtain the sacred artifacts in this secret realm, I wonder who among you will dare to take the plunge. His words hung in the air, met with a profound silence. Clearly, despite understanding the process, none were willing to be the first to take the risk. After all, the body of the one who had dared to step forward moments ago was still warm. Creak. Just then, the grand door of the hall was suddenly thrust open, drawing the attention of the assembled prodigies. They beheld a stunning young woman clad in a flowing white dress, who entered while carrying a large burlap sack. The contents of the sack were a dazzling array of divine weapons. Witnessing this scene, the crowd of exceptional individuals momentarily paused in astonishment, their lips twitching in disbelief. Was this not Luo Qinghuan from the Xuantian Holy Sect? Had she gone to procure supplies? Sensing the curious gazes of the onlookers, the young woman appeared unfazed as she silently deposited the entire sack of divine weapons into her storage ring. Luo sister, I thought you had abandoned your senior brother. But it seems you were merely scavenging, remarked Han Feng from the crowd. His eyes narrowed, and his tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, having come this far, one cannot simply leave empty-handed, Luo Qinghuan replied with a smile, her eyes radiating sincerity. Senior brother Han, I trust you have gained considerable insight into the divine weapons. Have you not? Han Feng's expression darkened, confusion etched across his features. The once docile girl had transformed into a quick-witted conversationalist. Moreover, senior brother Han, do not forget that this is the hallowed ground where the divine weapon emperor fell. Each weapon here is a manifestation of his painstaking efforts. Although there are varying degrees of strength, they are certainly not the scraps you referred to, she added with a graceful smile. Hearing this, Han Feng's countenance soured further, feeling as though he were being scorched by her words. As her voice faded, he sensed a surge of formidable energy surrounding them. I merely misspoke. He stammered, then gestured toward the 10 luminous orbs within the hall, saying, Luo sister, within these orbs lie sacred artifacts. Why not give them a try? The surrounding elite could not help but internally curse Han Feng's treachery for suggesting that his own junior sister risk herself in such a manner, deeming him utterly despicable. Yet, despite their disdain, none spoke up. as they secretly hoped for a brave soul to test the latent powers of the sacred artifacts, thereby gaining valuable experience for themselves. After all, Han Feng's shamelessness was his own affair. Luo Qinghuan gazed at the 10 glowing orbs, confirming the presence of various sacred artifacts. Why are they all sacred artifacts? When did that old man become so miserly? Suyi furrowed his brow. If his old friend was willing to unveil this divine weapon secret realm, it suggested he intended to release the imperial weapons he had forged. Why, then, were all 10 orbs filled solely with sacred artifacts? Do not approach. A chilling female voice suddenly interjected. Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, lifting her gaze to see a figure clad in a fiery red gown, the Phoenix Goddess, arms crossed and a haughty expression adorning her face as she regarded her. This individual is deceiving you. The sacred artifact is not as splendid as it seems. The Phoenix Goddess remarked coldly. When one comes into contact with a sacred object, its essence transforms into a manifestation of oneself, possessing a realm far superior to one's own. A moment of carelessness could lead to one's demise. Otherwise, why would this individual refrain from approaching it? Hearing these words, the young girl paused momentarily before expressing her gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks, the Phoenix Goddess retorted icily. I merely do not wish to witness my opponent perish in such a manner. After all, I intend to defeat you in a fair and honorable way. Observing the Phoenix Goddess thwarting his intentions, Han Feng's eyes darkened, yet he dared not retaliate and chose to relent. Suyi, this sacred artifact appears rather formidable, does it not? The young girl furrowed her brows in concern. Fear not. Did I not mention that this is the tomb of an old acquaintance? Since it is the resting place of a departed friend, I am well acquainted with its nature. This is merely a trial of the old man's essence, quite straightforward indeed. In his mind, Suyi's voice resonated. The Phoenix Goddess is shaping an ally, avoiding any romantic entanglements. Chapter 64 Lo, are you going to strike him? Indeed. Are you attempting the artifact intent trial? Upon hearing Suyi's words, a look of confusion flickered across the young girl's beautiful eyes. The artifact intent trial is a privilege exclusive to the divine weapons forged by the old master. Any divine weapon he forges possesses formidable artifact intent. And to gain the recognition of these sacred artifacts, one must possess an artifact intent that at least matches their own. Suyi explained, back in the day, your elder brother. Ah, I see now, Luo Qinghuan exclaimed, her realization dawning. With you, my elder brother, here, this endeavor is effortless. The artifact intent trial is not daunting at all. Rather, it presents a splendid opportunity for self-cultivation. Suyi gestured for the young girl to relax. Unfortunately, that old master was rather stingy. Your brother only had one attempt and forbade me from trying again. Only once. Did you offend the great emperor of divine weapons? The girl frowned slightly. If he were truly an old friend, wouldn't he have allowed you more than just a single trial? Indeed, just once. That old man is exceedingly miserly, Suyi lamented, throwing up his hands in righteous indignation. Exactly. The girl nodded in agreement. It was merely a matter of inadvertently activating the trial by touching tens of thousands of divine weapons, and then accidentally unleashing a perfect level of artifact intent, which caused those intents to malfunction. That old man wouldn't let you continue the trial. How miserly. Suyi echoed her sentiments with a string of complaints. Luo Qinghuan fell silent, feeling a twinge of guilt as she quietly apologized to the great emperor of divine weapons. That wretched Suyi. No wonder the great emperor of divine weapons forbade you from further trials. All right, Luo, go ahead. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, raising her gaze to survey the 10 luminous orbs within the grand hall. Her eyes soon settled upon a particularly radiant orb, within which lay a sacred weapon that resembled a sword. At that moment, within the hall, everyone exchanged glances, hesitating to take the first step. Just then, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, a figure in a white dress gracefully approached one of the luminous orbs. Is that Luo Qinghuan of the Xuantian Sacred Cult? Just moments ago, the Phoenix Goddess had deterred her from advancing, yet she remained oblivious to the danger? Did she not notice that even the top talents of the 5 leading factions dared not act so recklessly? As Luo Qinghuan boldly approached a sacred weapon orb, many of the talented individuals from various factions displayed expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Luo Qinghuan, what are you planning to do? The Phoenix Goddess furrowed her brows. To acquire the sacred weapon, The girl replied softly. Huffed. You intend to claim a sacred weapon? Just based on you? As these words left her lips, a wave of laughter erupted around her. Humph. Unaware of her own limitations, Han Feng remarked, arms crossed, watching with a cold smile. Upon hearing these words, the Phoenix goddess furrowed her brows but chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, all gazes were fixed upon the young maiden. However, Luo Qinghuan paid no heed to the scrutiny of those around her. She simply approached the radiant artifact and inquired within her mind, Su Yi, what should I do next? Quite simple. Touch the sacred artifact to commence the trial of its intent, Su Yi replied. Understood. The young maiden gently nodded, placing her delicate hand upon the luminous orb. Instantly, the brilliance intensified, drawing the unwavering attention of the onlookers. Luo girl, here it comes. At that moment, Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. Without the slightest hesitation, the frost blade, an exquisite weapon of profound darkness, materialized in her grasp. She swung it resolutely behind her. Clang! In the next instant, the sound of colliding blades resonated, unleashing a terrifying and fierce sword intent that radiated outward. Unbeknownst to her, a spectral figure, born from the very essence of sword intent, emerged behind the maiden. Its icy gaze locked onto her, while its blade was firmly parried. Hiss! When did this apparition appear? The senior sister of the Xuantian Sacred Sect reacted swiftly. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they finally registered the sound of the sword ringing. Despite their unwavering focus on Luo Qinghuan, they had failed to notice when the sword intent had materialized. Had they been in her position, they would have perished beneath that strike long ago. Such remarkable reflexes. Even the Phoenix goddess, Li Qingyang, and the third prince of the Wujis, the elite of the 5 paramount factions, exchanged solemn glances, increasingly convinced of the young maiden's extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, in the heart of the grand hall, the sound of clashing swords persisted. The spectral embodiment of sword intent appeared mysteriously from various angles, striking with ferocity. A single misstep could result in being cleaved in two. Yet, amidst this unpredictable flurry, the young maiden seemed to anticipate every strike, executing flawless evasions. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Had Sister Luo of the Xuantian Sacred Sect truly entered a realm beyond comprehension? However, unbeknownst to them, within her mind, Su Yi lounged comfortably in a recliner, legs crossed, occasionally offering guidance as if everything unfolded according to his design. Luo girl, to your left. Now to your right. This time, straight ahead, strike faster. Understood. The young maiden absorbed Su Yi's instructions without hesitation, her eyes glinting with sword intent. With a sudden thrust, she lunged the frost blade forward. Clang! A single thrust erupted. The strike directly landed upon the embodiment of the weapon's intent, yet it did not dissipate. Clearly, a single attack was insufficient to conclude the trial. Indeed, my dear Luo, this trial of weapon intent is essentially a test of the perfection of your sword intent. Each move symbolizes a flaw within you, yet as you mend these imperfections and attain perfection, the weapon's intent shall naturally dissipate. In her mind, Su Yi remarked with a smile. Understood. The girl nodded lightly, gripping her sword with an expression of utmost seriousness. Subsequently, she gradually identified her deficiencies in sword intent. Eventually, without needing Su Yi's guidance, she began to keep pace with the fierce sword intent and even initiated attacks on her own. Could it be that her sword intent was becoming increasingly perfect? Might this trial indeed be one of identifying and rectifying flaws? Only by reaching a state of perfection could one earn the recognition of the sacred weapon. Such perfection seemed implausible. After all, no one is without flaws, let alone a weapon's intent. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the assembled prodigies shifted dramatically. Yet in the next moment, as the embodiment of sword intent gradually dissipated and merged into the luminous orb, a sacred sword floated effortlessly into the girl's grasp, rendering them momentarily speechless. Wait a moment. In the brief span of our astonishment, you have already achieved perfection? You have unlocked it? Luo, my junior sister, congratulations. I never anticipated you would pass the trial of the weapon's intent and successfully acquire this sacred weapon at this juncture. Han Feng was the first to regain his composure, his gaze feverishly greedy as it swept over the sacred weapon in the girl's hands. He then grinned and said, Luo, this place is perilous, and your strength is still lacking. Perhaps you should entrust the sacred weapon to your elder brother for safekeeping? Once again, the attempt to seize it had begun. Suyi raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile curling upon his lips. Luo, shall we deal with him? The girl pondered for a moment. Then, observing Han Feng's nauseatingly hypocritical smile, she silently nodded. Let us. Only one update today. I'll take a brief leave. Tomorrow, I shall make up for it with 3 updates. Apologies. Chapter 65. A sword to the throat. A sacred artifact to protect the Master Junior Sister Luo. Since you remain silent, I take it as your tacit consent, yes? Allow me to temporarily safeguard this for you. Upon witnessing the young woman's silence, Han Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he approached, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the sacred artifact, his hand reaching toward her embrace. Shameless. In my view, this fellow claims to offer protection, yet he likely intends to claim it for himself. He must think Junior Sister Luo, with her obedient demeanor, is easy to manipulate. The onlookers, a gathering of talented cultivators, silently condemned Han Feng's brazen actions. Lady Huang furrowed her brow. She contemplated speaking up. Yet recognizing this as an internal matter of their sect, she chose to remain silent. Come now, Junior Sister Luo. Let your senior brother take temporary custody of this sacred artifact. Observing Luo Qinghuan's lack of resistance, Han Feng's eyes gleamed with triumph as he extended his hand, eager to seize the artifact from her embrace. However, at that moment, clang! A resonating sound of a sword echoed. In a flash, Han Feng's outstretched hand was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The speed was so swift that even he failed to react in time. After a considerable pause, it was the intense pain that jolted Han Feng back to reality. He stared at his severed hand, shrieking in agony, Luo Qinghuan. What is the meaning of this? Your senior brother merely wished to assist you in safeguarding the artifact, yet you resorted to severing my hand? The spectators, even the most talented among them, were momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the seemingly demure young woman. They had not anticipated that Luo Qinghuan would take such decisive action. The sacred artifact has acknowledged me as its master. Any with malicious intent who approaches will be automatically defended against. This is not my fault, the young woman declared softly, cradling the sword in her arms, her red lips parting gently. What? Acknowledged you as its master? Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically, momentarily disregarding the pain of his severed hand. Had it truly recognized her so swiftly, mere moments after her comprehension? Indeed, it is not Luo Junior Sister's fault. Remarkably, Han Feng maintained a semblance of a smile despite his grievous injury. However, Junior Sister, this pain cannot be for naught. Why not revoke the artifact's recognition of you as its master and bestow it upon your senior brother? Given your prodigious talent, acquiring another sacred artifact should pose no challenge. Correct? Revoking the artifact's recognition? This fellow is ugly in both appearance and thought, scoffed Suyi, arms crossed, from his place in the realm of souls. To forcibly revoke the recognition would be self-destructive. Why would I harm myself to benefit you? Has Han Feng lost his wits? Luo girl, use the words your brother Yi taught you to scold him. Oh. The young girl promptly nodded and then turned her gaze towards Han Feng. You. What are you thinking? Suyi. Upon hearing the girl's words, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. Since senior brother Han Feng has stated that he does not hold me accountable, why should I owe you any compensation? The girl replied with utmost seriousness. Han Feng, I was merely being courteous. Are you truly not going to be polite in return? When did Junior Sister Luo become so eloquent? Since Junior Sister Luo is unwilling, I shall have no choice but to report this to the sect leader, compelling you to forcibly separate this sacred artifact to compensate for my losses. With a mocking smile, Han Feng ceased his pretense, his face revealing disdain. Vile creature. However, just as Han Feng anticipated that Luo Qinghuan would be frightened, the girl merely nodded nonchalantly. Junior Sister Luo, what do you mean? As Han Feng furrowed his brow, observing the girl's indifferent expression, anger surged within him. He stepped forward, raising his hand to strike her. Yet, before he could utter another word, he suddenly caught sight of a glint of cold light. The sword cradled in the girl's arms seemed to twitch. In the next moment, he felt a warm sensation at his throat. What? As vitality gradually ebbed away, he finally comprehended, his pupils constricting in shock. He had been silenced by Luo Qinghuan's blade. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of her movement. How could this be? Wasn't she merely at the 8 stars of the celestial sovereign realm? I am a 1 star of the transformation realm. This woman, so devious. As his life force dissipated, Han Feng's eyes filled with terror towards Luo Qinghuan. It became evident that what he had perceived was merely what the girl allowed him to see. Her strength was far more profound than it appeared. A transformation realm expert felled in an instant? What is happening? At that moment, upon witnessing Han Feng being struck down, the other prodigies present all changed their expressions, as even they had not discerned how the girl had drawn her sword. Senior brother, I warned you not to get too close. This sacred artifact has just recognized its master and is fiercely protective. Observing this scene, the girl wore an innocent expression. Her small face scrunched up as she caressed the sacred artifact in her arms and sighed. Is it a sacred artifact? Indeed. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be that the sacred artifact was protective of its master? Rest in peace, senior brother. Luo Qinghuan sighed, leaning closer to help Han Feng close his terrified and unwilling eyes. Though no one noticed that Han Feng's essence of cultivation and residual soul power silently flowed into the girl's body. After all, when it comes to killing, one must ensure it is thorough. This was merely a fundamental skill for a fierce wife and her ruthless husband. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Reward, perfect level artifact insight. Would you like to invest? In her mind, the system's voice echoed continuously. Invest. So you did not hesitate. Having achieved the pinnacle of comprehension, what use was this insight to him? Naturally, it was to be invested in the young lady, Luo. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Investment complete. The host's perfect comprehension will be elevated. Oh, the perfect comprehension is to be elevated? Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled with satisfaction and continued. Luo, my dear, I have enhanced your insight. In addition to this sort of sacred weaponry, you may also seek to comprehend and master the remaining 9 sacred weapons. Excellent. The young girl gazed at the 9 remaining sacred weapons, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. In the past, she might have hesitated and timidly inquired if there was a need to leave some for other prodigies. But now, she would simply declare, of course, these prodigies must be left with a stunning silhouette of me mastering all the sacred weapons. Chapter 66. The Remains, the Broken Sword, and the Divine Weapon Emperor? Is she intending to subdue other sacred artifacts? As the young girl suddenly stowed away the sacred artifact she was holding and proceeded toward the remaining 9 sacred artifacts within the Grand Hall, the assembled prodigies could hardly contain their unease. These 10 sacred artifacts embodied distinct concepts of weaponry. They could comprehend that, due to her exceptional swordsmanship, she could attain enlightenment from the sword artifact. However, it would be unreasonable to expect her to grasp the essence of all 10 sacred artifacts, wouldn't it? This junior sister from the Xuantian Sect, could she not be overly greedy? A frown crossed the brow of a prodigy from a first-rate force as he glanced at Luo Qinghuan. Greedy? This senior brother jesting, she retorted. It is merely a case of the capable occupying the position. Besides, I am not preventing any of you from achieving enlightenment with the sacred artifacts. She shook her head dismissively and turned her attention toward a luminous orb. As she walked, she silently retrieved a large sack from her storage ring. The onlooking prodigies were left bewildered. Are you not here merely to procure items? As the girl attempted to sense the second sacred artifact, the prodigies could no longer remain idle and began to follow suit. The Phoenix goddess scoffed, stepping forward to also attempt sensing. This junior sister from the Xuantian Sect is indeed intriguing. Li Qingyang from the Pill Alliance chuckled lightly, shook his head, and joined in the effort. Prodigies from the 5 great forces each selected a sacred artifact to sense. However, it was not long before their brows furrowed in concentration. They quickly realized that the artifacts were far more challenging than they had anticipated, causing them to break into a sweat as they earnestly sought enlightenment. In stark contrast to the perspiring prodigies from the 5 great forces, Luo Qinghuan appeared to be merely shopping. Soon, under her perfect comprehension of weaponry concepts, she began to consecutively grasp the insights of blades, spears, and other sacred artifacts, quietly placing them into her sack. Moreover, the girl exhibited remarkable politeness, waiting until these prodigies were thoroughly tormented by the essence of the artifacts before choosing to take action and attain enlightenment. all while wearing a nonchalant expression as she effortlessly stuffed the sacred artifacts into her sack amidst their bewildered faces. In no time, even the prodigies from the 5 leading forces chose to abandon their attempts at enlightenment. After all, achieving perfect comprehension of weaponry concepts in such a short span of time was nearly an impossible feat for them. However, as their gazes fell silently upon the girl carrying the sack, their mouths twitched in disbelief. For what seemed impossible was not entirely unattainable for Luo Qinghuan of the Xuantian Sect. Meanwhile, within Su Ye's mind, the system's voice resonated continuously. Luo Qinghuan's blade insight has reached perfection. The host has attained the sublimation of perfect blade intent. Luo Qinghuan's spear insight has reached perfection. The host has attained the sublimation of perfect spear intent. He was no longer surprised by this scene. The girl possesses innate talents that far surpass those of the so-called prodigies, not to mention her extraordinary abilities. What can these prodigies possibly compete with? Ultimately, among the 10 sacred artifacts, only the last one, the Dan Furnace, remains. Among the 5 paramount factions, only Li Qingyang of the Dan Alliance continues to persevere, while even the arrogant and proud Prince Wuji has conceded defeat. Alas, the splendid Dan Furnace, regrettably, is beyond my grasp. At this moment, Li Qingyang glanced at the luminous orb before him and sighed. He then turned his gaze to the girl who had been waiting patiently beside him, his eyes inadvertently drifting to the large sack she was carrying, causing his lips to twitch in exasperation. "Junior Sister Luo, please proceed." "Thank you, Senior Brother Li." The girl replied politely with a smile, stepping forward. To Li Qingyang's astonishment, she merely flicked her delicate fingers, and the sacred Dan Furnace transformed into a beam of light. Soaring into the sack, Li Qingyang was taken aback. "I just expended considerable effort, and there was not a hint of movement. Yet, with a mere flick of Junior Sister Luo's fingers, the Dan Furnace simply vanished? Is it that my hands are not as graceful as hers?" He pondered. Could it be that this Junior Sister Luo is also adept in the art of alchemy? Thus, it appeared that the girl had claimed all 10 sacred artifacts within the Grand Hall. Very well. It seems that the sacred artifacts are beyond my reach, and I must settle for less. After all, these are all refined by the divine weapon Emperor. Even a mystical or treasured weapon would suffice. Witnessing this scene, the prodigies sighed, having abandoned any thoughts of seizing the artifacts. After all, just moments ago, Han Feng, who had reached the transformation realm, was inexplicably slain by the so-called guardian sacred artifact. Now that the girl had acquired several more artifacts, they were wary of the consequences should these artifacts choose to protect her. None wished to lose their artifacts and their lives as well. After all, this was the divine weapon secret realm, a place abundant with divine weapons. With this in mind, some prodigies from various factions quietly retreated from the Grand Hall, seeking other divine weapons. However, in the next moment, a cacophony of astonished and bewildered voices echoed outside the hall. What happened to the divine weapons? They have vanished without a trace. How could it be so utterly devoid of remnants? Upon hearing the uproar from outside the hall, the prodigies within were momentarily stunned, their gazes involuntarily shifting to the girl who was silently placing the sack into her storage ring. Could it be that this was the work of Junior Sister Luo from the Xuantian Holy Sect? Coughing slightly, the girl turned her face away as the crowd's eyes bore into her. Suddenly, amidst their astonishment at how such an innocent-looking girl could commit such audacious acts, a thunderous roar erupted within the hall, coinciding with the dissipating beams of light. A skeleton sat upon the Grand Hall. Beside its chilling white bones rested a rusted, broken sword. Could it be the remains of the divine weapon Emperor? Might the object beside him be an imperial artifact? As they beheld the grim skeleton, a frown crossed the brows of the onlookers, and a fleeting glimmer of reverence danced in their eyes. Yet their gaze inevitably shifted towards the broken sword, prompting speculation. Is this truly an imperial artifact? The sword appeared corroded, devoid of any spiritual essence, and even the proud aura of the divine weapon Emperor had faded into oblivion. How could this possibly be an imperial artifact? The third prince of the Wuji divine dynasty crossed his arms and scoffed. The reason an artifact is deemed imperial is due to its formidable imperial might. Even if its master has perished, the imperial power contained within it would never dissipate. Moreover, it was crafted by the divine weapon Emperor himself. Upon hearing this, the elite representatives from the 5 foremost factions, including the Phoenix Goddess, silently nodded in agreement. After all, each of these top factions possess their own imperial artifacts, granting them the most authoritative voices in this matter. Indeed, it is that old fellow. Deep within her soul, Su Ye's gaze lingered on the white bones in the grand hall, and she could not help but sigh, her brow furrowing slightly. However, this sword. It seemed she had never encountered it before. Meanwhile, the expressions of the three prodigies from the extreme demon valley turned numb, as the ominous demonic energy within their bodies began to resonate. Chapter 67. On the brink of annihilation, yet still unrepentant? I can sense within that broken sword a soul I know all too well. Undoubtedly, the remnants of that old wretch's spirit are concealed within it. Ha ha ha. What use is hiding? It has been discovered by me. The sinister aura emanating from Feng Yuan's body cackled ominously. It is high time to eliminate these lingering remnants. The malevolent energy within Yi Tianxing echoed in agreement. What of those little fellows surrounding us? The sinister energy within Song Hun inquired with a frown. Naturally, they must be slain. It is the perfect opportunity to devour them and replenish our primal magic essence. Although the other four major factions pose a challenge, who could possibly trace their annihilation back to us? Haha. The sinister energy within Feng Yuan responded without hesitation. Very well, let us proceed. The three sinister energies exchanged brief communication and promptly prepared for action. At this moment, the attention of all the prodigies was fixated on the desiccated bones and the broken sword, none noticing the terrifying magic essence gradually emanating from the trio of extreme magic valley, enveloping the entire hall. Ah, Feng Yuan, what are you doing? At that moment, a scream laced with fury erupted. Everyone turned abruptly. They beheld, to their astonishment, that the chest of the prodigy from the Battle Heaven Hall had been pierced by a demonic blade, wielded by none other than the prodigy Feng Yuan of Extreme Magic Valley. What is happening? Why would Feng Yuan attack Li Fan? This Li Fan seems to have recently ascended as the third disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall. After Qin Tian's demise, he took on that mantle. Hiss. This suggests that the position of the third disciple in the Battle Heaven Hall may carry an ominous fate. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically, filled with confusion. Feng Yuan, what is your intention? Li Qingyang furrowed his brow, directing a questioning gaze at Feng Yuan. However, at this moment, Feng Yuan's eyes had turned utterly numb, his pupils an abyssal black, devoid of any white, his face contorted with malice, dark mist swirling around him. With a sweeping motion, Li Fan's lifeless body transformed into a pool of pitch-black blood, which Feng Yuan consumed directly. I am merely refining you into sustenance for my own power. Ha ha ha. With each eerie laugh, Feng Yuan's aura surged violently, the terrifying magic essence instantly enveloping the entire hall, while behind him, a massive shadow of a demon loomed, standing 100 feet tall. Simultaneously, the two companions beside him also revealed their auras, magic energy surging forth. This is bad. It appears Feng Yuan and the others have succumbed to the magic essence. Realizing this, the prodigies understood that Feng Yuan and his companions were no longer the individuals they once recognized. Run. Do you think you can escape? Haha. You shall become the nourishment for our restoration of magic essence. Feng Yuan cackled, and with a wave of his hand, the towering demon shadow mimicked the action. As countless terrifying magic tendrils swiftly enveloped the entire hall, blocking all avenues of escape. Some prodigies, undeterred by fate, attempted to force their way out. Yet, merely grazing the malevolent energy resulted in being utterly engulfed, transforming into dark blood. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Even the divine maiden of the Phoenix and the esteemed prodigies of the 5 great factions wore faces of profound dismay. At this moment, Feng Yuan and his companions had already ascended to the realm of reincarnation, continuously devouring the flesh and blood of the elite, restoring the essence of their dark energy. And their power was ever on the rise. Suyi, what is happening? Observing this spectacle, the young lady furrowed her brows, quietly channeling her spiritual energy. No wonder I sensed something amiss with these individuals earlier. They are merely cowardly rats lurking in the shadows. In her mind, Su Ye's gaze fell upon the 3 figures, and he could not help but smirk coldly. Fear not, with your elder brother Yi present, these rodents cannot harm you. However, amidst the continuous wails echoing within the grand hall, an ancient soul slowly materialized above the broken sword. With a sweeping gesture, he instantly dispelled the malevolent energy, then fixed his gaze upon Feng Yuan and his companions, letting out a sigh. You lot, nearly obliterated by that young lad Su in the past. Are you still unwilling to awaken from your delusions? Chapter 68. The most resplendent emperor of humanity. Is it Su Yi? Boom. As the ancient sigh resonated from the broken sword, a gentle imperial aura enveloped the hall, granting a momentary respite to the celestial prodigies who had been desperately resisting the demonic energy. They swiftly turned their gazes towards the upper chamber. It was the divine weapon emperor. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the aged soul upon the shattered blade, the prodigy's pupils contracted, their eyes brimming with reverence. The apparition towered immensely, standing 100 feet tall, with hair as white as snow and eyes that glimmered like silver swords suspended in the air. Surrounding him, countless shadows of divine weapons materialized, confirming the identity of the elder's remnant soul. It was indeed the divine weapon emperor. You old relic of the divine weapon. One among them sneered. I knew you hadn't perished completely. You still cling to a wisp of your soul in this world. No matter. Today I shall enslave this remnant to forge soul weapons for my celestial demon clan. As dark energy emanated from Feng Yuan, his countenance darkened significantly upon hearing the words of the divine weapon emperor. What? The entity possessing Feng Yuan and the others was actually the celestial demon clan? Hadn't they vanished from the annals of history thousands of years ago? Upon hearing this, the third prince of the infinite divine dynasty's expression shifted, growing pale with palpable fear. The celestial demon clan? What is that? Nearby prodigies, unaware of the history, turned to him with curiosity. Thousands of years ago, a dark force descended upon the Tianxian continent, and within this ominous darkness thrived a warlike and bloodthirsty race known as the Celestial Demon Clan. They emerged from the shadows. Born of the void, this clan possessed extraordinary talents and cultivated at an alarming pace, achieving a terrifying scale in merely a few millennia. By the time the practitioners of the 9 domains of Tianxian discovered them, they had already obliterated several top-tier powers, devouring the flesh of cultivators and refining their blood, committing unspeakable atrocities. At that time, numerous powerful emperors joined forces in an attempt to extinguish the Celestial Demon Clan. Yet, they all returned defeated, and some even perished in the attempt. In a fleeting moment, the fearsome reputation of the Celestial Demon Clan permeated throughout the 9 domains, instilling dread in all. The third prince inhaled deeply, slowly articulating what? They devoured top-tier powers in just a millennium? Even the combined might of emperors could not contend with them? As the third prince's words echoed through the hall, a profound fear flickered in the eyes of the assembled prodigies. Thankfully, this terrifying race had gradually faded from existence thousands of years ago. Otherwise, with their alarming cultivation speed, they could have enslaved the entire 9 domains of Tianxian in mere millennia. Yet the question remained, why would such a formidable race suddenly vanish? After all, even a coalition of emperors could do nothing against them. Meanwhile, not far away, the young girl in the flowing white dress listened intently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she yearned to know how the events would unfold. She had an inkling that the sudden silence of the formidable demon clan might be linked to a certain nefarious individual, seemingly aware of the confusion among the crowd. The third prince of the infinite god dynasty sighed deeply, his expression grave as he slowly articulated, because the celestial demon clan has provoked someone. Someone. Within the grand hall, the gathered prodigies were momentarily taken aback, astonishment flashing across their faces. No, it cannot be. They were incredulous. The combined strength of numerous emperors had proven ineffective against the celestial demon clan, with some emperors even perishing in the struggle. Yet, this clan had merely roused the ire of one individual, leading to their decline and nearly their extinction? How could this be possible? Initially, the prince himself had doubted it. Yet the ancient texts of our dynasty never err. The third prince sighed once more. That individual is the most resplendent emperor of our human race, yet also the most peculiar. He is known as the Bandit Emperor, leaving desolation in his wake wherever he goes, vexing the strongest of the 9 heavens and 10 domains. He has even achieved the audacious feat of robbing thousands of cultivators single-handedly. Truly, he embodies the essence of a bandit. However, prior to his emergence on the ancient path to divinity, the Celestial Demon Clan had taken action against a friend of this bandit emperor, ultimately provoking his wrath. Consequently, this formidable being charged into the heart of the celestial demon clan, catching them off guard as the clan's 10 emperors prepared for their ascent on the ancient path to divinity, annihilating them with ruthless efficiency, nearly eradicating their entire lineage. Furthermore, upon the ancient path to divinity, he single-handedly confronted the 10 tribulation demon emperors. Though he fell, he managed to obliterate 7 of them and severely wound the remaining 3. As he spoke, the third prince's eyes gleamed with excitement. One man against the 10 tribulation demon emperors, slaying 7 and injuring 3. Regardless of who it was, such an accomplishment could be boasted about for a lifetime. The crowd within the hall collectively gasped in disbelief, their expressions filled with shock. They had initially wondered why this bandit emperor was heralded as the most illustrious among human emperors. However, it was now evident. This was the answer. Throughout history, no emperor has ever achieved such dazzling feats. To confront 10 and emerge victorious, vanquishing 7. How could one claim that the terrifying 10 emperors of the demon clan were incapable? They could not. It simply spoke to the overwhelming prowess of that venerable bandit emperor. Su Yi, they whispered, it cannot be you, can it? At that moment, within the grand hall, the girl's eyes shimmered like stars, her heart fluttering with excitement as she could not help but inquire about Su Yi in her mind. In response, Su Yi simply replied nonchalantly, basic skills. No need to overthink. Humph. But what of it? He ultimately fell, did he not? The 3 demon emperors of my celestial demon clan have ascended to the divine realm. Now transformed into demon gods. Feng Yuan let out a cold snort. Though he claimed to be indifferent, the fear within him manifested in his very posture. The thought of that human emperor sent shivers through his 100-foot demon form. At that time, he was merely a peak sovereign, not the strongest in the entire 9 domains, yet still someone whose words held weight. However, on that fateful day, when the human emperor descended upon the celestial demon clan and merely cast a glance at him amidst the crowd, his entire demon body exploded without a shred of resistance. Truly, a mere glance could lead to annihilation. Had it not been for the Lord preserving a fragment of his soul, he would have long been worn away by the forces of the universe. The divine weapon emperor, however, merely smiled with arrogance. Alone, he faced 10 and slew 7 old hounds. That was more than sufficient. Chapter 69, My dear girl, may I wield the sword of an old friend to vanquish the minions of the demon race. Upon hearing the indifferent laughter of the divine weapon emperor, the expressions of Feng Yuan and his companions instantly darkened. Although the outcome revealed that the celestial demon clan had triumphed, successfully slaying the human emperor, the toll they paid was grievous. Their clan was nearly obliterated, fading into obscurity for millennia. Even among the 10 demon emperors, only 3 remained alive. This was indeed a profound humiliation. No matter how resplendent that being was, he ultimately fell, his body shattered into countless pieces. While his spirit was bound to the flames of the abyss, burning for 1,000 years before it was extinguished, Feng Yuan cackled maliciously. Yet, he failed to notice the young girl in the grand hall, who, upon hearing those words, revealed a fleeting glimmer of coldness in her beautiful eyes, instinctively clenching her small fists. So, my spirit was bound to the flames for tens of thousands of years. No wonder my rebirth took so long. Su Yi slightly furrowed his brow. However, he bore no grudge against those old hounds for their actions. It mattered not. Once his physical form was restored, he would personally visit to express his gratitude. Luo girl, why are you so silent? He raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden chill in the girl's demeanor. It was the first time he had seen such indifference in her gaze. They treated you so harshly. I shall avenge you. The girl gritted her silver teeth, her expression earnest. Upon hearing this, Su Yi was taken aback, warmth blossoming in his heart. And he responded with a gentle smile. Rest assured, your brother Yi will not spare those old hounds either. Yes. The girl nodded vigorously, already gearing up for action. Her spirit ignited. He. After the fall of that being, have not you, his closest friends, fared even worse? Are you truly better off than our celestial demon clan? Have you not suffered loss, fleeing, and wounding as well? Over the years, our celestial demon clan has gradually begun to regroup, and our first order of business is to eradicate everything he held dear. Let us commence with your pitiful, lingering soul. Feng Yuan cackled sinisterly. Upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Su Ye's eyes. Is that so? You three were merely insignificant insects, effortlessly slain by Su Yi with a mere glance. Do you truly believe that having gained the strength of those old hounds has elevated you? Even in this weakened state, I shall annihilate you three today. The divine weapon emperor bellowed, and with that, his immense spirit surged forth. With a wave of his hand, countless divine weapons materialized, relentlessly charging toward the three demon figures. Humph. The venerable old master of divine weapons, while your forging skills may be unparalleled when it comes to combat prowess, you are likely the weakest among the heavenly palace, are you not? Upon seeing the multitude of divine weapons, the three demons displayed no hint of fear, snorting coldly as the tumultuous demonic energy surged from their forms, charging directly towards the celestial armament. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the young prodigies within the grand hall shifted dramatically as they hastily sought refuge, only to discover there was nowhere to escape, their eyes filling with despair. After all, this was a battle once fought by an emperor. Even if his strength had waned, the repercussions of being caught in the fray could lead to a bitter demise. However, at that moment, the spectral figure of the divine weapon emperor waved his immense hand, a gentle yet formidable imperial aura enveloping all present. Is it the esteemed divine weapon emperor? In an instant, the young prodigies were taken aback, their hearts stirred with emotion, gazing at the aged apparition with profound reverence. Among you, perhaps there exists a chance, even if it is a mere fraction of a billion. I shall always believe he still lives, so remain at ease and hidden. The divine weapon emperor sighed, urging the celestial weapons onward. Lo, my dear girl, summon your brother for aid, he instructed. Simultaneously, Su Yi murmured softly, yes. The young maiden nodded slightly. Yet just then, an incredibly gentle imperial force manifested, flowing over her, seemingly restraining her actions. What does this old master of divine weapons intend? Su Yi furrowed her brow. Boom. At that moment, the celestial weapons collided with the surging demonic energy. Crack, crack, crackle. One divine weapon after another shattered. Witnessing this, the divine weapon emperor felt a pang of sorrow. These weapons, regardless of their strength, were all forged by his own hands, each a product of his toil and dedication. Regrettably, as the sands of time flowed, he no longer possessed the vigor of his youth, and these divine weapons had similarly diminished alongside his fall from grace. You old fool still believe that fellow lives? What a jest! His body shattered into countless pieces, his soul scorched for millennia. Even if a god were to intervene, he would surely meet his demise and find no rebirth. He is no exception. Very well, since you so ardently miss him, once I have enslaved this remnant of your soul, I shall take you to behold the infernal pillar that consumed his very essence, cackled Feng Yuan. At that instant, the three demons commenced their conjuration of demonic energy. In an instant, countless celestial weapons were obliterated. Though the three demons were once inferior to the divine weapon emperor, they had since evolved beyond their former selves, now bolstered by the demonic energy bestowed by their master. The remnant soul of the divine weapon emperor, flickering like a candle flame in the wind, stood no chance against them. The wheel of demonic fate turns. Feng Yuan shouted loudly, and behind him, the towering demonic figure coalesced its dark energy into three sharp, spinning demonic blades, launching them fiercely at the divine weapon emperor. Divine shield. Upon witnessing this, the divine weapon emperor's brow furrowed. With a vigorous sweep of his aged hand, countless phantom weapons materialized behind him, forming a thick shield to protect him. Bang! Shatter! However, the terrifying energy within Feng Yuan's trio of demonic wheels was overwhelming. With a single strike, the divine shield cracked massively and ultimately shattered, cascading debris onto the divine weapon emperor. Divine weapon emperor. Senior. At this sight, the faces of the gathered prodigies turned pale. Su Yi, observing this scene, Luo Qinghuan was alarmed, her small face etched with worry. Little girl, leave it to your elder brother Yi. Su Yi's eyes brimmed with killing intent, disregarding the gentle imperial aura of the divine weapon emperor that sought to restrain him. He could not bear to watch his old friend's soul be enslaved, trapped in eternal torment. Cough. Ha. Who would have thought those three old hounds harbored such hatred for the young Su, willing to risk exposure just to borrow a wisp of demonic energy from you? However, at this moment, the divine weapon emperor wore a bitter expression as he sat upon his throne. Ultimately, His gaze slowly fell upon a broken sword. If it is to be so, then I must resort to the last remnants left by the young Su. With a deep sigh, he murmured, "What? That artifact?" At this remark, the faces of Feng Yuan's trio shifted with trepidation, their resolve wavering. Something I left behind. Su Yi was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the broken sword. He could not recall leaving anything behind. Alas, it is a pity that in my current state, I cannot wield it. But I can temporarily loan this power to another. The divine weapon emperor sighed deeply. Senior, choose me, I can do it. At this declaration, the surrounding prodigy's eyes lit up, eagerly raising their hands to volunteer. The divine weapon emperor's aged gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on a young girl in a white dress. "Little girl, I see in you the demeanor of an old acquaintance. Might you wield this sword, which I never had the chance to bestow upon my old friend, to vanquish these vile demons? Just to inform everyone, I have modified the system. It was originally a darkening female protagonist cultivation system, now transformed into a darkening investment system. Its function is as follows. Under the host's influence, each time Luo Qinghuan darkens, she will receive rewards, which can be either invested or not. Investing in the female protagonist yields even greater rewards. This change makes the system easier to write and facilitates naming during book testing. To avoid starvation, such modifications were necessary. However, rest assured, there have been no alterations to the previous plot, aside from chapters 19, 20, and 21, which originally depicted Su Yi modifying the cultivation technique. Luo Qinghuan learned it, but found it excessively suffocating. Consequently, it has been altered to portray Luo Qinghuan's refusal to cultivate, while Su Yi showcases his talents before others. Interested readers may revisit these chapters. However, it is not obligatory, as it does not affect the overall narrative. Primarily, these chapters have dissuaded a considerable number of readers, prompting my need for revisions. Chapter 70. The Master himself takes the stage. Can it be any less impressive? As the words of the divine weapon emperor resonated, his gentle, aged gaze fell upon the girl in the white dress, causing the once competitive heroes in the great hall to momentarily pause and redirect their attention. Me? Upon sensing the collective gaze of the crowd, the young lady appeared momentarily taken aback, a faint blush coloring her delicate visage. Why was she chosen? Why not reserve such a grand opportunity for us? Furthermore, if the intention was to endure the power of the esteemed divine weapon emperor, shouldn't he, the one selected, possess the highest realm and greatest strength? How could they possibly choose her? Witnessing this scene, the assembled talents cast envious and perplexed glances. The divine weapon emperor achieved his status through the essence of weapons. He alone could comprehend 10 sacred artifacts. Can any of you claim the same? The phoenix goddess crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. At her words, the heroes fell silent, realizing the futility of their thoughts. Not to mention 10 sacred artifacts. Even a single one was beyond their reach. What should we do, Sui? At that moment, the girl finally emerged from her daze and quietly inquired of Sui, deep within her soul. It's all right, Luo girl. Let your brother take the stage. Sui replied with a slight shake of his head. He was equally eager to discover what the old man had left behind as his final legacy. Understood. The girl nodded obediently. Then, unnoticed by anyone, her originally gentle gaze suddenly shifted, transforming into a cold and composed demeanor. With a wave of the divine weapon emperor's colossal spiritual hand, a rusted, broken sword appeared in his grasp. He gazed at the sword and sighed deeply. This sword should be regarded as the strongest weapon I have ever forged. This is the strongest? The talented individuals exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. The broken sword, tarnished and incomplete, devoid of any trace of weapon essence. How could it be deemed his most formidable creation? Regrettably, the young man departed in haste, leaving this sword unclaimed. If only my forging skills had been stronger back then, perhaps I could have lent him some assistance during that terrifying battle on the ancient path to divinity. The divine weapon emperor lamented, his tone heavy with self-reproach. Then, with another wave of his hand, the broken sword flew before Luo Qinghuan. Child, I see you possess the grace of an old friend. This broken sword contains a fragment of my late friend's primordial power. His intention was to leave it for our protection. However, I believe this young man, being so extraordinary, would not perish so easily. Thus, I preserve this power, never having utilized it even in death, hoping that one day it might return to its rightful owner. The divine weapon emperor sighed, his gaze remaining fixed upon Luo Qinghuan. In the eyes of the onlookers, the divine weapon emperor appeared to be conversing with an old friend, someone he had known for ages. However, the trio known as Feng Yuan dared not make any movements. They could only gaze warily at the broken sword, compelled to listen. The terror instilled in them by that formidable presence was indelible, etched deeply into their very souls. Source power? Suyi furrowed his brow, raising his hand to grasp the broken sword, immediately sensing an extraordinarily familiar aura. In that instant, he comprehended the true nature of this so-called power. Before embarking on the ancient path to divinity, he had been concerned about his friends and had bestowed upon them a fragment of his own source power, intending it to serve as a safeguard. Yet, he had never anticipated that even before his fall, the divine weapon emperor would refrain from utilizing this power, simply believing he would not perish easily. This source power could still be of assistance to him. That stubborn old man, on the brink of death, still worried about others? Though Su Ye's words were reproachful, a hint of a smile tugged at his lips. To have such a friend, his previous life had not been in vain. Meanwhile, a small soul in a white dress deep within him wept inconsolably. Lu, the divine weapon emperor, is truly a good person. All right, my dear. Feel the power within this broken sword with your heart. Fear not. I shall lend you my support. The divine weapon emperor inhaled deeply, his expression growing increasingly grave. Subsequently, in the eyes of the crowd, the young girl nodded coolly, extending her delicate hand to grasp the broken sword. Could she truly handle it? After all, within this sword lay the power of the most resplendent emperor of humanity. Witnessing this scene, the other prodigies in the grand hall grew tense and anxious, for their fates rested in the hands of the young girl. Should the remnant soul of the divine weapon emperor be enslaved, they too would be doomed to a fate of consumption. However, under the watchful and nervous gazes of the multitude, Suyi merely smirked slightly. Why should he strive to feel what was inherently his? Was it not simply a matter of thought? Boom! As he grasped the hilt of the broken sword, a brilliant radiance erupted from it, and a terrifying power surged into his body, enveloping the entire hall in a shroud of deathly aura. Hiss! Had she merely touched it and already felt the power of that existence? Sister Luo was truly magnificent. In that fleeting moment of unleashed power, the expressions of the prodigies who had feared the girl would be unable to sense the power transformed into sheer astonishment. What the hell, this is too smooth, one exclaimed. To put it crudely, Sister Luo's ability to perceive that existence's power is smoother than my own bodily functions. Goodness, friend, your words are rather crude. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Within the grand hall, the distinguished individuals collectively exhaled in relief. As long as Luo Qinghuan could perceive the strength of that formidable being, they still had a chance at survival. Ha ha ha. Indeed, my dear girl, I have not misjudged you. You possess the essence of a bygone acquaintance. I have come to assist you. The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily, and then his figure transformed into a beam of light, plunging directly into the fragmented sword. What? This is... What aura is this? Could it truly be that being? The expressions of Feng Yuan and his companions drastically changed. Their eyes filled with terror as they sensed the familiar dread awakening from the depths of their souls. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That entity had perished thousands of years ago. Even if any of its power remained, it would hardly be formidable, especially in the hands of a mere girl who could hardly unleash its true might. Do not panic. Feng Yuan was the first to regain his composure, dark energy swirling around his demonic form as he spoke urgently to his companions. Yes, we must complete the task entrusted to us by our Lord today. Song Hun and Yi Tianxing exchanged glances and nodded solemnly in agreement. Is that so? However, upon hearing the words of Feng Yuan and his companions, the young girl's crimson lips curled slightly, revealing a breathtaking smile that sent shivers down their spines. Others to unleash their power. How fortuitous. Little did they know, the very essence of that power belonged to her. Chapter 71. The demon god frightened away at a glance as the girl's cool voice faded. A breathtaking smile graced her delicate face. In the next moment, a resounding roar echoed through the air, as the light emanating from the broken sword in her hand grew increasingly radiant. Behind her, an imposing figure suddenly materialized, shrouded in dark robes, towering as if it stood between heaven and earth. Alas, the onlookers could not discern its visage, for their strength was insufficient to behold its true form. Could this be the infamous bandit emperor? Upon witnessing the colossal silhouette behind the girl, the countenances of the assembled prodigies shifted dramatically. Even a mere shadow born of primal power instilled within them a suffocating pressure. Is this the foul Suyi? In the depths of her soul, the petite spirit clad in white gazed at the towering figure cloaked in black, her beautiful eyes shimmering like stars. How is this possible? How could this little girl awaken the primal force of such an existence? At that moment, the trio known as Feng Yuan could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces paled in fear, and even the spirit trembled incessantly. Flee! We must report this matter to our master at once. The three demons possessed not even an ounce of courage to continue their battle. They made a swift decision to retreat. After all, they had once been annihilated by a mere glance from the bandit emperor not far away. What courage remained to confront him now? Attempting to escape? Observing their flight, the girl merely smiled gently. As she raised her hand, the towering figure behind her mirrored her action, lifting a palm to strike down upon the three demons. That descending hand seemed capable of annihilating worlds, rendering all to silence. No. As they beheld this scene, the fear in the eyes of the Feng Yuan trio intensified. Realizing their escape was futile, they resolved to fight to the death, unleashing their most potent techniques. Demon Wheel Transformation. Blood Sacrifice to the Celestial Demon. Demon Bloodblade. Amidst the torrent of demonic energy, their power was formidable. Yet, the girl maintained an unsettling calmness, a tranquility devoid of any ripple. As she pressed down with her delicate hand, struggling was a mere exercise in futility. Boom! With that strike, all their raging demonic energy and desperate gambits were rendered to naught. In an instant, the three towering demonic forms vanished without a trace, leaving behind only three minuscule spirits attempting to flee. Alas, they could not escape Su Yi's gaze. With a mere wave of his hand, he ensnared them and utilized the indestructible soul technique to consume them entirely. At that moment, the great hall fell into a deathly silence. The faces of the gathered prodigies were etched with shock. None could have anticipated that the trio, who had recently forced the divine weapon emperor to the brink of death, would be reduced to ashes by the girl's singular strike. How formidable! The prodigies swallowed hard, their astonishment palpable. Is this the formidable power of the Emperor of Bandits? Even after falling for tens of thousands of years, a mere wisp of his primordial force remains astonishingly potent. Oh, those were the days of the Emperor. In this moment, Suyi couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he found satisfaction in overwhelming anyone with a single strike. What do you think, little Luo? Isn't your brother ye impressive? Suyi glanced at the small, white-dressed soul, which was once again in a state of stasis deep within his own consciousness, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The tiny white-dressed soul nodded vigorously. Boom. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed across the heavens. An invisible, terrifying force violently tore apart the space of the secret realm, forcefully manifesting here. In that instant, the entire wild heaven domain reverberated with the sound of that furious bellow, as if a demonic deity had descended. Who dares to harm my kin? In an instant, as the roar resonated, the entire wild heaven domain erupted into chaos. Many cultivators of various factions plunged into panic. The five supreme powers immediately sensed the ominous aura that did not belong to the 9 domains. In the infinite god dynasty, the ruler furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky. Being situated in the central continent, closest to the divine armament secret realm, he was the first to perceive this dreadful presence, his expression grave. This aura is that of a demon god. How can the aura of a demon god from the higher realms descend upon my central continent? Meanwhile, in the supreme forgetting emotion palace, a beautiful woman in palace attire frowned as she looked skyward. In the battle heaven hall, the powerful figures of the Pill Alliance observed with bated breath. Within the extreme demon valley, upon sensing this aura, the valley master became exceedingly excited. This is the aura of our master. Could it be that our master has come to retrieve us? However, just as the experts throughout the wild heaven domain changed countenance, their expressions heavy with concern, a magnificent figure clad in black suddenly appeared amidst the heavens and the earth. As he materialized, the leaders of the various factions waiting near the divine armament secret realm were taken aback, feeling an overwhelming pressure that left them breathless. What is happening? Why is it that while waiting, I am drenched in sweat? This figure is. Simultaneously, the leaders of the 5 supreme factions also laid eyes upon this imposing figure, their brows furrowing deeply, their expressions filled with profound trepidation. This towering figure was inscrutable even to them. In this small 9 domains, who dared to harm my kin? In the sky, the furious demonic voice resonated, as if a projection of the demon god would descend at any moment. Yet just then, it suddenly caught sight of the majestic figure clad in black standing in the central continent, causing its body to tremble. What? You? How can you still be alive? This is impossible. In the next moment, as the astonishing and shocking voice resonated, the shadow of the demon abruptly vanished without a trace, and the heavens returned to their tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired. The various factions in the desolate realm were left in disbelief. Was that a retreat? The demon merely cast a glance and fled? What could possibly be the origin of that towering figure? The Lord of the Extreme Demon Valley remarked, "Your master has retracted a projection of a demon god." Who might that be? Meanwhile, the sovereign of the Wuji divine dynasty, closest to the divine weapon's secret realm, paused momentarily, seemingly catching sight of a diminutive figure beneath that grand silhouette. Was that a young girl? In the divine weapon's secret realm, one could not help but think, who would have thought that this old mutt, upon attaining divinity, would still remain so timid? As the majestic form dissipated, Su Yi cast a glance at the heavens, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle. The demon god's phantom that had just appeared must have been one of the surviving 3 demon emperors. It seemed they were faring quite well in the upper realm. Otherwise, why would they so casually project a demon god's apparition towards the 9 domains? However, after such a commotion, they would surely hesitate to recklessly descend again. Allow you a little more time to revel in your carefree days. Once Night Brother ascends to the upper realm, it will be the end for you old hounds. Chapter 72. You are. Su Xiaozai. What was that just now? At this moment, within the sacred weapon's secret realm, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. They had just felt an overwhelming, terrifying surge of demonic energy, as an immense phantom shattered the very fabric of the realm, as if it would descend upon them in the next instant. Yet, just as the palpable dread gripped them, the demonic energy abruptly vanished. Could it be because of that individual? In the grand hall, the elite youths, still shaken, turned their gazes towards the girl in the flowing white dress. At that moment, the menacing aura surrounding her had dissipated, and the colossal figure that loomed behind her gradually faded away. The onlookers gasped, recalling how effortlessly senior sister Luo had harnessed that power, as though the notorious bandit emperor himself had graced them with his presence. Observing the serene girl, they couldn't help but marvel at how she had effortlessly slain 3 demons with a mere slap. "Haha, little girl. You truly possess the demeanor of an old friend of mine," boomed the voice of the ancient sacred weapon emperor, his laughter echoing as the light from the broken sword dimmed, allowing his imposing apparition to emerge, gazing fondly at the girl in white. "Thank you for your kind words, Senior," the girl replied bashfully, her cheeks flushed. At this moment, Su Yi had relinquished control, returning autonomy to her. "May I inquire as to your sect and name, young lady?" the sacred weapon emperor asked, his eyes fixed on her. In response, "Esteemed senior, I am Luo Qinghuan, a disciple of the Xuantian Holy Sect," she answered softly and promptly. "Luo Qinghuan, a lovely name indeed," the sacred weapon emperor exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Might you, dear Qinghuan, indulge this old man in a cup of wine? After millennia of waiting, I have finally encountered someone worthy." At his words, the assembled elite youths were momentarily taken aback, their gazes toward the girl filled with envy. It was evident that the sacred weapon emperor intended to pass on the true legacy of the sacred weapon secret realm to senior sister Luo. For countless years, no one had met his expectations, until now, it seemed. Hearing this, the girl nodded, though hesitantly, her expression slightly furrowed. "Senior, could we perhaps limit it to just 1 cup? I have a low tolerance for alcohol." She feared that intoxication might lead her to utter foolishness, inviting ridicule from the ever-smirking Su Yi. "Haha, one need not drink at all." The sacred weapon emperor chuckled heartily, for his intention was never solely to partake in wine. He then addressed the assembly of elite youths. "All right, little ones, it is time for you to depart." With a grand gesture, the sacred weapon emperor enveloped them in radiant light, swiftly transporting them out of the sacred weapon secret realm. Meanwhile, as the elite youths emerged, the leaders of various factions waiting outside turned their gazes expectantly toward them. What? had transpired within the secret realm? As they beheld the elite youths, the leaders hastily inquired, their voices filled with curiosity. Before the Phoenix Goddess and others could explain, an ancient voice suddenly resonated, declaring to all present, I am the Divine Weapon Emperor, and I have decided to bestow my legacy upon Luo Qinghuan of the Xuantian Holy Sect. This legacy embodies my imperial might. Let anyone who dares to seize it test the power of my ultimate imperial authority. The Divine Weapon Emperor's words unmistakably served to protect Luo Qinghuan, safeguarding her from the covetous eyes of others. After all, even without his declaration, the gathering would have recognized that the legacy had indeed been claimed by her. His assertion that the legacy contained his ultimate imperial might, which could only be wielded by one he deemed worthy, would instill a sense of caution in others. What? A disciple of the esteemed Xuantian Holy Sect has obtained the legacy of the Divine Weapon Emperor? Even the prodigies of the 5 great powers have met with failure? A gasp of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Who exactly is this Luo Qinghuan? Moreover, why have so many prodigies vanished after entering the secret realm? Even the 3 outstanding talents from the extreme Demon Valley have seemingly disappeared without a trace. In that moment, upon hearing the words of the Divine Weapon Emperor, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their faces a canvas of astonishment. What? The girl Qinghuan has obtained the legacy of the Divine Weapon Emperor? The elder of Xianming was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with incredulity. Phoenix Goddess, what on earth is happening? A wrinkled matron from the Forgetting Emotion Palace inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she glanced towards the Phoenix Goddess clad in red. Esteemed elder, allow me to explain. The Phoenix Goddess crossed her arms and recounted the events that had transpired within the secret realm. As her words gradually subsided, the expressions of those present shifted once more. What? The legendary celestial demon race has possessed the 3 prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley? With the aid of the Divine Weapon Emperor, Luo Qinghuan comprehended the primal power of the Raging Bandit Emperor and vanquished those 3 demons? The mention of the Raging Bandit Emperor sent ripples of shock through the assembly. They were all well aware of the illustrious reputation of this emperor from millennia past. Yet, none had anticipated that this young girl could fathom the primal essence of such a formidable being. Who would have thought that our Xuantian Holy Sect could produce such a prodigious talent? The elder of Xianming laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, the Divine Weapon Emperor waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery began to shift. The Grand Hall vanished, revealing a secluded courtyard before the 2 individuals. In the courtyard stood a stone table, adorned with 2 wine cups. Although the Divine Weapon Emperor had transformed the wine into tea. Come, my dear Qinghuan, take a seat, the Divine Weapon Emperor beckoned, adopting the demeanor of an ordinary elder as he poured a cup of tea for the young girl. Thank you, esteemed elder, she replied, obediently sitting down, cradling the cup in her hands and taking a gentle sip. Suddenly, a faint fragrance lingered between her lips and teeth. It was delightful. A glimmer of light flashed in the young girl's beautiful eyes. You truly resemble that lad, sharing the same fondness for the tranquil tea brewed by this old man. The Divine Armament Emperor chuckled. Am I really similar to that smelly Suyi? The girl blinked her lovely eyes and pouted. Not at all. Not even slightly. That rascal bullied her every day, while she had never treated Suyi in such a manner. By the way, Luo Qinghuan seemed to recall something. Setting down her teacup and gazing at the Divine Armament Emperor, you often say I possess the demeanor of an old acquaintance. I wonder from where this resemblance arises? Oh, that. The Divine Armament Emperor pondered momentarily. He then pointed to the storage ring adorning the girl's delicate hand. If my guess is correct, your storage ring should contain all the divine armaments from my secret realm, right? That lad, upon first meeting me, treated this place as a source of goods. Just as you do. Upon hearing this, the girl's charming face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, it's a pity that rascal is so headstrong, insisting on confronting the 10 great emperors. I told him not to go, but he refused to listen. The Divine Armament Emperor sighed. Old man of divine armaments, are you only preparing 2 cups? Do you not intend to invite me, your old friend, for a drink? Just then, a teasing voice of a young man suddenly echoed from within the small courtyard. The Divine Armament Emperor was taken aback, looking at the girl. She covered her mouth and shook her head. It wasn't me. In the next moment, a pitch-black soul spirit gradually materialized behind the girl, seemingly grinning at the Divine Armament Emperor. You. Are that Sulat? At this moment, upon seeing the dark soul spirit, the divine armament emperor was momentarily stunned, his old eyes becoming extraordinarily moist. Chapter 73, Not Seeking Divinity. Only to bring back my junior disciple, though the spirit before him appeared as a swirling chaos, obscuring its visage. The remarkably familiar voice and aura unequivocally confirmed that this individual was the long-awaited friend he had yearned for over the years, the illustrious emperor of humanity from millennia past, the fearsome bandit emperor, Su Yi. Ha ha, I knew it. I knew you were still alive. The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily, his tone brimming with joy, and the corners of his eyes grew increasingly moist. Oh, how did you know I was alive? Su Yi inquired with a smile, gazing at the divine weapon emperor. As the saying goes, a calamity leaves a stench for eternity. Individuals like you, who wreak havoc across the 9 domains, cannot merely be said to leave a stench for 1,000 years. Even 10,000 or 1,000,000 years would be an understatement. The divine weapon emperor chuckled. Wreaking havoc across the 9 domains? Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and shook his head with a smile. How can I be considered a calamity? Borrowing their treasures merely aids them in their cultivation. You rascal. The divine weapon emperor shook his head in exasperation. What then of your audacious act of robbing the divine pill hall of their freshly forged emperor pills? Their alchemical skills are utterly inferior. Brother, you merely assisted them in refining their craft. And after you refined it, selling it back to them at a high price. What do you mean by that? A service fee, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. At this, a soft giggle escaped the lips of the girl who had been quietly observing the banter, as she delicately sipped her tea. By the way, young Su, what is the situation here? How did you emerge from this young lady's body? The divine weapon emperor, unable to counter Su Ye's jest, adopted a serious tone to change the subject. He glanced at the demure girl beside him, a slight frown creasing his brow. What exactly is your current state? It's a long story. Currently, Luo's essence and I are in a dual soul state. I am able to take control of her body. Just now, I subdued the 3 demons. Su Yi offered a brief explanation. Ah, now I understand. I was wondering how this girl could comprehend your power so swiftly. The divine weapon emperor realized, then furrowed his brow, speaking in a solemn tone. With 2 souls sharing a single body, you might seek your senior sister Mu. Perhaps she could assist you in reconstructing your corporeal form. Senior sister Mu? Su Yi was taken aback, a gentle figure emerging in his mind. Mu Wanqing, the most formidable alchemist in the heavenly palace aside from himself. Upon his arrival in this realm, after considerable efforts, he had joined a sect known as the Heavenly Palace, which, unlike other sects, comprised merely a few dozen individuals, where he, being the youngest, was affectionately referred to as the junior disciple. His senior brothers and sisters treated him with great kindness, akin to family for someone who had traversed worlds. Have they not ascended to the upper realm? Su Yi furrowed his brow. Eons ago, on the ancient path to divinity, only he, a prodigious being, attained the status of a 9-calamity emperor, while some acquaintances, including the divine weapon emperor, remained at the 1-calamity emperor level. The disparity in power between each calamity was akin to a chasm, vast and insurmountable. Their entry into the ancient path to divinity rendered their return exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, among his old companions, only Su Yi ventured forth alone, and he perished after battling 10 demon emperors on that ancient path. However, tens of thousands of years have passed. By now, they should all have reached the 9-calamity emperor realm and entered the ancient path to divinity. Yet, according to the divine weapon emperor, the senior disciples of the heavenly palace seem not to have ascended to the higher realms. Could it be that something went amiss? Upon this realization, Su Yi felt a surge of apprehension. The subsequent words of the divine weapon emperor deepened his furrowed brow. The ancient path to divinity. They had embarked upon it, but they had all left midway. What? Departing midway? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, his brow knitting tighter. The implications of abandoning the ancient path midway were grave. Not only would one bear the terrifying karmic consequences, but their cultivation and lifespan would also suffer greatly. Most crucially, once one forsook the path, ascension to the higher realms would become utterly unattainable, thwarting the journey to become a true deity. Ascension to divinity had always been the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators in the Tianxian continent. To gain entry into the ancient path to divinity was tantamount to having one foot firmly planted upon this lofty goal. Yet, He could hardly believe that his senior disciples from the heavenly palace would choose to abandon their quest prematurely. Could it be? At that moment, Suye's expression shifted dramatically as understanding dawned upon him. The divine weapon emperor sighed and spoke softly. During the tens of thousands of years of your demise, the people of the heavenly palace have never ceased in their pursuit of a means to resurrect you. They possess fragments of your primal power, and should they locate a remnant of your soul, there may be a glimmer of hope. Given that you fell on the ancient path to divinity, your lingering essence is destined to be scattered along that very path. Thus, whenever the ancient path to divinity opens, a disciple from the heavenly palace steps forth, treads the path, and bears the karmic burdens, only to depart midway, not for the sake of becoming divine, but to search for a fragment of your soul and bring their junior brother back. Upon hearing these words, Suyi stood frozen in place, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Oh, Suyi, your senior disciples are all doing well. A nearby maiden wept, moved to tears. How could anyone be so cruel as to stab you in the back? Regrettably, those 3 old hounds, upon ascending to the higher realms, obliterated your spirit entirely, leaving the heavenly palace with naught to show for their efforts, sighed the divine weapon emperor. Suyi remained dazed for a prolonged moment before regaining his composure. The weight of this camaraderie was profoundly heavy. By the way, divine weapon elder, you haven't ventured onto the ancient path to divinity as well, have you? Suyi inquired, his brows knitting together as his gaze fixed intensely upon the white-haired elder before him. Huh, what? Do you look down upon me, old man? The old man, after all, is a great emperor of calamity. The divine weapon emperor stroked his white beard and laughed heartily, saying, I am old now, and those young ones in the heavenly palace were still in their prime back then. How could I bear to watch them suffer the consequences and lose their lifespans? Thus, after your fall, I was the first to enter the ancient path of deification. Suyi fell silent once again. Now it all made sense. He had previously thought the divine weapon emperor was a formidable being with a long lifespan, and due to his forging skills and wide circle of friends, no one in the 9 domains would dare to lay a hand on him. How could he possibly have fallen? It turns out that this old man was the first to enter the ancient path of deification to seek the remnants of souls, bearing the consequences, which ultimately diminished his already limited lifespan and led to his premature demise. The divine weapon elder. Suye's brows knitted tightly. Haha, why be so sentimental? This is not like you, Su-boy. The divine weapon emperor chuckled nonchalantly, then turned his gaze to Suyi. I was already running out of time. Whether I died early or late, it was all the same. Better to die on my own terms. At the very least, I know that you, my boy, are alive. By the way, that Feng Yuan-possessed demon mentioned something about those who are dead, those who escaped, and those who are injured. What does it mean? Suyi thought of something and hurriedly inquired. The heavenly palace has long since declined. Upon hearing Suye's words, the divine weapon emperor sighed and slowly explained. After your fall, the 3 great demon emperors ascended to the higher realms. With their assistance, the heavenly demon clan, which you had once annihilated, found a chance to breathe and revived once more. Naturally, the people of the heavenly palace could not stand idly by and watch this unfold. However, they left the ancient path of deification midway, suffering damage to their own cultivation and bearing the weight of the consequences of the great Tao. Over time, they naturally became no match for the revived heavenly demon clan, which was bolstered by support from the higher realms. Thus, the people of the heavenly palace dispersed to hide across the 9 domains, waiting for the opportunity to resurrect you. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon clan established their own powers throughout the 9 domains, intent on exterminating every last remnant of the heavenly palace. Chapter 74. With the presence of the 2 of them, the future of the 9 domains is bound to be extraordinary. As the words of the divine weapon emperor faded, Suye's countenance had already darkened, his eyes brimming with a chilling murderous intent. The celestial demon clan is truly detestable. Beside him, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows, a frosty expression gracing her fair visage. It is not merely detestable, Suyi corrected, shaking his head. They have already chosen their path to demise. Indeed. The young girl nodded earnestly, fiercely waving her small fists. Rest assured, Suyi, I will train diligently to assist you, as well as to avenge the divine weapon seniors and the celestial palace elders. They have already chosen their path to demise. No, It is more accurate to say they have embraced the path of reincarnation. We shall send them to their next life. We are the virtuous ones. The path of reincarnation? At that moment, the divine weapon emperor appeared momentarily dazed, as if he glimpsed the shadow of the once notorious Su Xiaozi in the sweet and innocent girl before him. For words flickered through his mind. Fearsome wife, bandit husband. A faint smile graced the corners of the divine weapon emperor's mouth. Thousands of years ago, a bandit emperor had caused the celestial demon clan endless suffering. Who could have imagined that after all these millennia, not only had the bandit emperor survived, but he had also nurtured a female bandit? He could almost envision the future where the two would join forces, leaving the celestial demon clan in despair. Regrettably, he would ultimately not be able to witness it with his own eyes. Su Xiaozi, I do not have much time left. Since you have come, this source of power and the strongest divine weapon I forged shall be returned to its rightful owner. The divine weapon emperor waved his hand, and the broken sword appeared on the stone table before them. He had endured for so long, merely to see if among the myriad prodigies, there was one who was the reincarnation of an old friend. Yet, after all these years of waiting, he had not encountered the reincarnation of his friend, but rather the familiar essence of that friend. Thank you, elder divine weapon. Su Ye's tone was graver than ever. Subsequently, he refrained from saying more, simply retrieving the source of power from the broken sword. I shall entrust this divine weapon to Luo. If she masters it, I shall also be able to wield it. Furthermore, my physical body has yet to be remade. Even if I possess the source of power and find Senior Sister Mu, it would still be challenging to reconstruct my form. The system has indicated that only by accumulating sufficient darkening values and filling the small pagoda within the depths of my soul can my physical body be reshaped. Clearly, the remaking of one's body is not as simple as it appears. Upon hearing this, the divine weapon emperor frowned but chose not to press the matter further. He had not anticipated that Su Xiaozi's physical body would be so difficult to reconstruct. Elder divine weapon, please protect me as I absorb this source of power. With that, Su Yi ceased his discourse, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the source of power that belonged to him. The gratitude he felt towards the divine weapon emperor and the Celestial Palace's members was far too profound to be expressed in mere words. What he must accomplish is quite simple: to return to his pinnacle, to grow stronger, to eradicate evil, and to resolve the consequences that have arisen from his actions. You, young lad, truly take me for a servant, don't you? The divine weapon emperor jested, though his hands remained unceasing in their motions. With a sweeping gesture, a formidable aura enveloped Su Yi's dark soul, providing protection along his path. Observing this, Luo Qinghuan stealthily approached. Qinghuan, my dear, are you perhaps seeking to inquire about the exploits of Su Yi? The divine weapon emperor smiled knowingly as he noticed the girl inching closer. The young maiden nodded vigorously in response. Very well then, the divine weapon emperor chuckled, proceeding to recount the tales of Su Yi's past. As she listened, the brightness in the young girl's eyes grew ever more radiant. By the way, senior divine weapon, Luo Qinghuan suddenly recalled something. Her gaze fixed on Su Yi's meditating dark soul. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her red lip and asked, Is Su Yi handsome? Upon uttering the question, the maiden seemed to realize the impropriety of her inquiry and hastily added, Senior, please don't misunderstand. I am merely curious. That rascal Su Yi boasts about his looks daily, and I am just curious. After speaking, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Oh, such a feeble explanation that even you do not believe it, chuckled the divine weapon emperor. I understand, my dear Qinghuan. He laughed heartily before continuing. In his youth, Su Yi was renowned as the most handsome man across the 9 domains. Though I am reluctant to admit it, even in my prime, I could not compare to his charm. For a man to acknowledge another's good looks speaks volumes about Su Yi's allure. He reminisced, in those days, not only the celestial beauties but also the holy maidens from various sacred lands, and the empresses of divine dynasties were his admirers. Truly, he was quite fortunate. At this, the divine weapon emperor sighed with envy. Humph, a notorious flirt, the maiden pouted, letting out a soft huff. Not at all, the divine weapon emperor replied with a smile. Shaking his head, Su Yi has always been one to decline such advances. Really? This rogue would refuse? The girl blinked in disbelief. Su Yi, who constantly teased her and took advantage of her, a true scoundrel. Would he really turn down the affections of those holy maidens? Indeed, The Divine Weapon Emperor nodded with a grin. Suyi claimed that if he were to become a partner with them, he could no longer rightfully plunder their sections. Luo Qinghuan pondered. That certainly sounds like Suyi. But what does he look like? Could you show me a portrait, senior? Oh, perhaps it is best for you to wait until this lad reconstructs his physical form, so you may behold him with your own eyes. The Divine Weapon Emperor laughed heartily. He then handed the broken sword resting on the stone table to the young maiden. This sword, which was never destined to be entrusted to Su Xiaozi, shall now be placed in your care, my dear girl. Me? The young maiden hesitated upon hearing this. After all, this was a divine weapon forged by the esteemed elder for the wretched Su Yi. Take it, child, the Divine Weapon Emperor chuckled. If Su Xiaozi places his trust in you, then I shall likewise trust you without reservation. Thank you, esteemed elder, the maiden replied, nodding gently. No longer hesitating, she accepted the broken sword. Do not be deceived by its tattered appearance. It simply has not yet recognized its master. My dear, if you truly attune yourself to the sword's essence within you, its form will begin to transform, the Divine Weapon Emperor elucidated. Now, begin your own journey of enlightenment. The maiden nodded lightly, cradling the broken sword as she sat beside Su Yi, closing her eyes to concentrate on her meditation. Meanwhile, the Divine Weapon Emperor observed the two individuals entering a state of seclusion for cultivation, took a sip of tea, and glanced at his own gradually fading form, chuckling softly. With them around, the future of the 9 domains should be quite splendid, indeed. Chapter 75. Old friends ultimately fade, yet you, Night Brother, will retain a hand at this moment. Su Yi remained oblivious to the occurrences beyond his immediate surroundings, as he was still in the process of absorbing a fragment of his original power. Although millennia had passed, this trace of primordial energy, while diminished from its former glory, still belonged to him and offered some assistance in restoring him to his peak form. To his astonishment, within this flicker of original power lay the essence of the laws I had previously comprehended. Su Yi murmured, gazing at the dark primordial force. He could vaguely sense the chill emanating from it. This is the laws of heaven and earth, the aura of death. Without further hesitation, Su Yi chose to engulf this deathly essence, simultaneously devouring the 3 demonic souls consumed by the undying soul decision. Regrettably, these 3 souls were rather weak, their strength merely conferred by the demon god. Host has absorbed original power, mastering the force of the laws of death. Host has devoured souls, resulting in an elevation of soul realm, current realm, 2 stars in the great power stage. As the voice of the system resonated in his mind, a glimmer of joy flickered in Su Ye's eyes. He murmured, in my previous life, I barely brushed against the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth upon reaching the Emperor stage. I never anticipated mastering the power of the laws of death so swiftly in this life. If I can reclaim the remaining primordial forces, my strength will only amplify. It appears that in addition to gradually nurturing the darkening of Luo's spirit, I have acquired another objective, to locate my former senior brothers and sisters from the Celestial Palace, retrieve the original power, and assist them in severing the grand causal threads born from my actions. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi slowly opened his eyes, only to behold a young girl beside him, clutching a broken sword, her eyes tightly shut. Have you completed the absorption? As Su Yi opened his eyes, the Divine Weapon Emperor immediately turned his gaze toward him. Yes, Su Yi nodded affirmatively. Young Su, it is imperative that you keep this fragment of your soul concealed. The Divine Weapon Emperor cautioned gravely. You are no longer as you were. Should those 3 old hounds discover that you are alive, they will undoubtedly stop at nothing to eradicate you completely. Yes, I understand, Su Yi replied with a slight nod. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he would not remain passive. Since those 3 old hounds intended to extend their reach into the 9 domains to hunt down his senior brothers and sisters from the Heavenly Demon Clan, he would systematically eliminate their grasp. Very well. Once Qinghuan comprehends this divine weapon, you may depart. However, it seems you possess a damaged imperial artifact. While I still draw breath, hand it over to me, and I shall aid you in its restoration, the Divine Weapon Emperor remarked with a smile. Casting a glance at Su Yi, the Kunlun mirror? Su Yi then recalled that he had the perfect being here capable of repairing the damaged Kunlun mirror. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Kunlun mirror and handed it to the Divine Weapon Emperor. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, the domain of the demon god, What? Third brother, are you saying that fellow is still alive? How is that possible? Within the grand hall, a malevolent aura surged, and 3 colossal shadows of demonic gods loomed ominously. Upon hearing the words of one of the demonic deities, the other 2 furrowed their brows, casting glances at the demon that had fled in terror from Su Yi. I cannot say. However, I witnessed a formidable figure clad in black, and the dread that emanated from my very soul is unforgettable. That presence was undoubtedly him. The 3 demonic gods wore expressions of grave concern as one spoke in a hushed tone. As for whether he is dead or alive, I cannot ascertain. A profound silence enveloped the hall following this declaration. After several long seconds, the other 2 demonic gods slowly responded. Regardless of the truth, this matter must be taken seriously. Inform our kin in the 9 domains to remain vigilant. If that individual has indeed been reincarnated, we must spare no effort to eliminate him. Clearly, the fear instilled by Su Yi lingered in their hearts, indelible even in the face of divinity. In the sacred weapon secret realm, very well, young Su. I have completed the restoration of this imperial artifact. As for its capabilities, you may explore them at your leisure. As the radiance of the Kunlun mirror faded, the sacred weapon emperor returned it to Su Yi. Thank you, venerable master, Su Yi replied with a light smile as he accepted the artifact. Just as he intended to examine the restored Kunlun mirror's capabilities, he suddenly noticed a broken sword cradled in the maiden's arms, radiating a resplendent golden light, accompanied by the faint sound of dragon roars. It seems that Xuantian is also reaching the conclusion of her journey. The sacred weapon emperor smiled at this sight. Could this sword be the legendary divine sword, Luo Qinghuan? Did you forge it, old master? Su Yi asked, momentarily taken aback by the gleaming sword in the maiden's embrace, the echoes of dragon roars resonating softly. Merely a stroke of luck. The sacred weapon emperor replied with a kind smile. Did you not mention being bullied by a demon dragon in the abyss of annihilation? I, along with your senior brother, ventured there and extracted that dragon's essence to forge this sword. Su Yi, indeed, such an event did occur. At that time, I was merely at the reincarnation realm, while that dragon had already attained the imperial realm. When I sought revenge at my imperial level, I could not find that dragon, only to realize it had been forged into a sword by the sacred weapon emperor beforehand. However, my abilities are limited, and I could not create a true divine artifact. It is merely a semi-divine weapon. Yet, it possesses a unique trait. The stronger its master, the mightier the Luo Qinghuan sword becomes. I hope that both you and this young lady can elevate the Luo Qinghuan sword's reputation throughout the heavenly Xian. The sacred weapon emperor chuckled, beginning his final farewell. Well then, young Su, I must now relinquish this last remnant of my soul. I shall not wait for this young lady to finish, lest it cause her sorrow. In any case, knowing that you are still alive fulfills my greatest wish. After the old man's soul dissipates, this secret realm can still endure for a while. Farewell. As the words fell, the divine weapon emperor smiled and waved at Su Yi, and then his soul gradually transformed into countless specks of golden light, slowly fading away. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi remained silent, merely observing with a quiet demeanor. Su Yi, senior divine weapon, I am well now. As the girl opened her eyes, eager to showcase the Luo Qinghuan sword to the 2, she discovered that apart from Su Yi, the old man's figure had vanished from the small courtyard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su Yi, where is senior divine weapon? The girl hesitated, though she had an answer in her heart. She could not help but inquire. The last remnant of the old man's soul has already dissipated, Su Yi replied calmly. The girl fell silent, her eyes gradually moistening. However, at that moment, Su Yi spoke again, raising his hand as a strand of golden aura appeared. This old man preserved my original power for tens of thousands of years. Thus, it would be only fair for me to retain a fragment of his soul power, wouldn't it? Chapter 76. The darkening of Luo girl once more is this. The soul power of the revered divine weapon? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan could not help but gaze at the golden aura in his hand, asking, with this strand of soul power, can we resurrect the divine weapon? Perhaps. Su Yi shook his head, lacking certainty about the resurrection of the divine weapon emperor. Yet it was preferable to watching a dear friend fade away in vain. The young girl fell silent for a moment. Then, she clenched her small fists, her delicate face filled with determination. All right, Luo girl, let us depart. Su Yi secured the strand of soul power, and then this dark soul returned to Luo Qinghuan's body, urging her onward. The expedition through the divine weapon secret realm had indeed yielded significant rewards. Luo Qinghuan not only acquired the semi-divine dragon abyss sword, but also broke through to the creation realm, while he himself absorbed his own essence, advancing to the great power realm and mastering the laws of death. Most importantly, he had come to understand the sacrifices made by the celestial beings for him. The girl nodded, carefully stowing away the semi-divine dragon abyss sword before turning to leave. Outside the divine weapon secret realm, a multitude of cultivators remained, unwilling to depart. Clearly, they were eager to witness the grace of the girl from the Xuantian Sect, who had garnered the approval of the divine weapon emperor. After all, over the millennia, countless prodigies had entered the secret realm, yet none had received such recognition, underscoring the girl's extraordinary talent. Boom! At that moment, a resounding sword cry pierced the sky. What is happening? The crowd turned to look, and they beheld a sword, towering 100 feet and reaching the clouds, suddenly emitting a cry before transforming into countless specks of golden light and dissipating. The last remnant of the divine weapon emperor's soul has vanished. It seems that the disciple of the Xuantian Sect has comprehended the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Simultaneously, as the golden lights faded, a young girl clad in a white dress appeared before them. Qinghuan girl. Upon the emergence of the figure in white, the Grand Elder of Xianming immediately focused his gaze, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Is this Luo Qinghuan? A beauty of unparalleled grace, truly a celestial being. I never imagined the Xuantian Sect harbored such an outstanding talent. Not only is senior sister Luo stunning, but her strength is formidable as well. I could only wish to bask in her glory, he chuckled, pondering who might be fortunate enough to win her favor in the future. As the observers beheld the girl in white, their gazes were drawn to her, momentarily stunned by her breathtaking beauty. Qinghuan girl, over here. The Grand Elder of Xianming waved his hand. As the girl approached, he paused, puzzled. Where is that lad Han Feng? At first, he did not notice Han Feng, assuming he was still within the secret realm waiting for Luo Qinghuan. Hearing this, Luo Qinghuan slightly turned her face and spoke. Senior brother Han Feng forcefully attempted to comprehend the divine artifact and, as a consequence, was ultimately consumed by its backlash. What? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of Xianming furrowed his brow tightly, eventually letting out a sigh. Although I was aware that the lad had a flawed disposition, I did not expect his demise to come so abruptly. Alas, such was his fate. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder turned to Luo Qinghuan with a serious expression and inquired, Qinghuan, did you truly comprehend the legacy of the divine weapon emperor? As these words were uttered, the powerful figures from surrounding factions immediately directed their gazes towards her. The young girl nodded slightly, tacitly confirming the assertion. After all, the predecessor of the divine weapon had already proclaimed this, and she saw no need to refute it. However, aside from the semi-divine weapon, the Longyuan sword, and its weapon intent, there were no other legacies bequeathed. The Grand Elder's forging techniques were not passed down to future generations. According to the somewhat arrogant Su Yi, while the world proclaimed the divine weapon emperor's forging skills to be unparalleled across the 9 domains, he himself did not share this sentiment. He believed his techniques were not refined enough. If he were truly the unrivaled master, he would have forged the Longyuan sword for Su before his ascension on the path to divinity. Thus, the divine weapon emperor chose not to leave his forging techniques for posterity. In his own words, if I were to pass on my forging techniques, future generations would mistakenly believe this is the pinnacle of forging, aiming solely to replicate my methods rather than striving to surpass them. Gasp! Could it be that she truly has grasped it? Does this imply that all the prodigies who entered the secret realm over the millennia are inferior to this young girl? Hearing this, the powerful figures could not help but draw in a sharp breath, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Luo Qinghuan. If they were to cultivate a favorable relationship with her now, would it not mean that she could assist them in forging divine weapons in the future? Little girl, why don't you demonstrate the legacy bestowed upon you by the divine weapon emperor? It would be a delight for us to witness. One of the leaders from a first-rate faction could not restrain himself from asking. Indeed, we too wish to behold the artistry of the divine weapon emperor as forging, echoed the others around. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of Xianming frowned. Yet, he hesitated to refuse the young girl. For the factions that had spoken were all first-rate powers, and it would be unwise for the Xuantian Sacred Sect to offend them. As the gazes of those around fell upon her, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows, and the expression on her charming face grew icy. Oh, it is the first time I have witnessed such a demeanor on the face of the young lady. In his mind, upon observing the girl's expression, Su Yi immediately propped his chin, adopting a posture of leisurely amusement. The forging technique of the Master of Divine Weapons is not merely for the eyes of the onlookers to enjoy nor a source of entertainment, let alone the crafting of a night pot. Elder, are you insulting the forging skills of the Master of Divine Weapons? The young girl lifted her beautiful eyes, for the first time devoid of any anxiousness, and addressed all present with a voice that was as cold as ice. She had witnessed the Master of Divine Weapons lament his inability to assist Su Yi due to his insufficient forging prowess. She had also heard Su Yi recount how, when the Celestial Demon clan threatened the entire realm of cultivators, the Master of Divine Weapons forged innumerable protective divine weapons and bestowed them upon the cultivators of the 9 domains. In the eyes of the Master of Divine Weapons, his forging art was indeed a means to save the world. As the girl's chilling words resonated, the surroundings were instantly enveloped in silence. Many powerful figures from various factions regained their composure, displaying expressions of embarrassment, their faces flushed. They nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Qinghuan has a point. We may have been somewhat presumptuous. The forging art of the Master of Divine Weapons is indeed a life-saving technique. In the past, he provided many cultivators with divine weapons for protection against the Celestial Demon clan. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. Luo Qinghuan has completed a transformation, rewarded with the forging technique of the Master of Divine Weapons. Would you like to invest? Chapter 77. The Art of Forging Divine Tier Attributes. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Su Yi paused momentarily before regaining his composure, and without a hint of hesitation, he chose to invest. Investment successful. Luo Qinghuan has mastered the art of forging divine weapons. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of forging divine tier attributes. Art of forging divine tier attributes. When forging divine weapons, attributes may manifest, and the host can enhance the forged item with these attributes, which possess formidable effects. For instance, the attribute, one sword severs throat. When the Longyuan sword is imbued with this attribute, it can achieve a lethal strike against foes whose strength does not exceed 3 minor realms. The system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Oh, exclusive forging attributes? As Su Yi absorbed the detailed explanation, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. If it were to bear the attribute of invincibility, wielding a divine weapon with the invincible attribute would indeed render one truly invincible. Of course, the system seemed aware of Su Ye's thoughts and promptly responded. However, this presumes that the divine weapon will manifest the invincible attribute. Although one cannot actively add attributes, it remains an excellent outcome. Su Yi was pleased to comprehend the art of forging divine tier attributes. Su Yi, why do I feel as if something has entered my mind? At that moment, Luo Qinghuan's puzzled voice broke the silence. Nothing much. Your brother Yi has merely helped you grasp some of the divine weapon forging techniques. Su Yi chuckled softly. The art of forging divine weapons? Could it be the legacy of the divine weapon predecessors? The young girl gasped in astonishment. Indeed. Su Yi nodded with a smile, saying, make sure to train diligently. Your brother Yi is looking forward to you forging that Longyuan sword into a true divine artifact. I will. The girl nodded enthusiastically, filled with determination. Wait, why don't you forge it yourself? Because your brother Yi is lazy. The girl pouted, treating me like a mere tool, you scoundrel Su Yi. Just as the girl was drawing circles in the air to curse Su Yi, a prominent figure from a top-tier faction, who had spoken first, suddenly wore a grim expression. The girl's words had turned him into a spectacle for ridicule. Xianming, is this how your Xuantian Sacred Sect instructs the younger generation to speak to their elders? Such blatant disrespect. The formidable figure from the top-tier faction shot a disapproving glance at Elder Xianming. Elder Xianming furrowed his brow, yet before he could respond, the girl, with her brows slightly knitted, retorted mercilessly, then, esteemed elder of the Fire Fist sect, is this how your sect teaches you to slander the forging techniques of the divine weapon predecessors? Such utter disrespect. Her words were a direct reflection of the earlier remarks made by the Fire Fist sect strongman. While the impact was minimal, the insult was profoundly sharp. The strong warrior from the Fire Fist sect was instantly enraged, his face flushed with anger. "You audacious little girl with your sharp tongue." His expression shifted as he exuded a formidable aura, seemingly ready to strike. Observing this, the elder Xianming stepped forward, shielding Luo Qinghuan behind him. "Impudent." At that moment, a commanding voice resonated, belonging to a middle-aged man. "Who permitted you to show disrespect to the esteemed elder?" In the next instant, as his words fell, a terrifying imperial might descended upon the warrior from the Fire Fist sect, silencing any cry of despair as he was crushed into a mere puddle of flesh. Gasp! An imperial might, an emperor-level power? Witnessing this scene, the surrounding forces gasped in shock, their expressions transforming dramatically. An emperor had arrived? Who is this? Father? Suddenly, amidst the crowd, the voice of the third prince of the Wuji divine dynasty rang out, filled with surprise. He gazed ahead, questioning. "Father, were you not in seclusion? How did you suddenly appear here?" "Father?" At this revelation, the powerful forces were taken aback. There was only one individual capable of eliciting such a title from the third prince of Wuji divine dynasty. It was the ruler of one of the 5 great powers, Emperor Tian. The onlookers quickly turned their attention skyward, where a man clad in a golden dragon robe, with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuded an aura of authority. Indeed, it was the emperor of the divine dynasty. "Greetings, your majesty." "Greetings, your majesty." The crowd hurriedly paid their respects, even the members of the Fire Fist sect, witnessing their own warrior being publicly vanquished, dared not breathe a word and followed suit in bowing. After all, this was an emperor-level power. Not even their sect leader would dare oppose him, likely applauding the act of execution. Having sensed the commotion, Emperor Tian casually remarked, "I felt a disturbance and thus emerged from my seclusion." His gaze then fell upon the young girl in the crowd, scrutinizing her as imperial might gradually manifested. "You are Luo Qinghuan. The legacy of the esteemed elder has fallen into your hands?" The oppressive imperial might loomed, seemingly intended to intimidate the girl. Under the weight of such pressure, even the elder Xianming felt a chilling sense of dread. "Girl, summon your brother Yi." The girl furrowed her brows, biting her silver teeth in defiance. But upon hearing those reassuring words, she quietly complied, retreating into her soul space to observe discreetly. Yes, as Su Yi was summoned, the girl's beautiful eyes underwent a subtle transformation. She lifted her gaze, calmly meeting Emperor Tian's eyes. Emperor Tian was taken aback, a jolt of surprise coursing through him. He had not anticipated that the girl would dare to meet his gaze, and in her eyes, he found not a trace of fear, only a tranquil depth. "It seems that the maiden before me at this moment resembles a sovereign, and moreover, a sovereign even more formidable than myself. Truly, she is a person acknowledged by the esteemed divine weapon. Entrusting the legacy of the divine weapon emperor to you brings me great solace." With a satisfied smile, I, the emperor, withdrew my imperial aura and began to elucidate. A millennium ago, I received assistance from the predecessor divine weapon emperor, which enabled me to gradually expand the limitless divine dynasty. Thus, during these 1,000 years, upon the demise of the divine weapon emperor in my central continent, I have silently assumed the role of guardian over this sacred resting place. Consequently, I cannot idly stand by and allow the legacy of the divine weapon to fall into the hands of the mediocre. My earlier remarks were merely a test for Miss Luo, and for that, I apologize. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures from various factions around us could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated that, in an imperceptible manner, the maiden had already passed the emperor's trial. How could they possibly know? Under the oppressive weight of imperial authority, they could scarcely lift their heads. How could they be aware that the maiden dared to meet the emperor's gaze? The maiden slightly inclined her head. "I have come here for 2 purposes. One is to evaluate the successor of the divine weapon emperor, and the other is to make a request of this successor." Chapter 78. The Emperor Tian educated by the younger generation? What? The illustrious sovereign of the divine dynasty, a powerful emperor, finds himself seeking assistance from that young girl? Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, the expressions of the formidable powers present shifted, as none could have anticipated that a mighty emperor would ever find himself in such a position of entreaty. "What is it?" The young girl lifted her cold, clear gaze, regarding Emperor Tian with an indifferent air. Upon meeting her captivating eyes, Emperor Tian found himself momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the girl before him were the true emperor, while he stood as the junior. No matter how he attempted to persuade himself of his own imperial status, the moment he beheld the girl's frosty gaze, that disconcerting illusion resurfaced within him. What is happening? How can this girl's gaze evoke such trepidation within this emperor? A tremor coursed through Emperor Tian's heart when he locked eyes with the girl. It felt as though a towering figure cloaked in black loomed behind her, scrutinizing him intently. As you gaze upon the young lady, your brother Yi is also observing you. Is it truly the case that the esteemed emperor of the divine dynasty must resort to seeking favor in this manner? Su Ye's eyes glinted coldly, and a hint of indignation tinged his tone. When did a mere 6 calamities emperor dare to act so brazenly? Having received the benevolence of the senior divine weapon, why then impose pressure upon the benefactor's successor? Would this not be somewhat inappropriate? He still possessed 2 emperor strike cards. If necessary, he would not hesitate to unleash his power against this divine dynasty emperor. While others might regard their trump cards as mere lifelines to be employed only in dire circumstances, for Su Yi, they were instruments of intimidation. If he were to be belittled, could he still be deemed the fierce bandit emperor? Upon hearing the girl's words, Emperor Tian stood frozen in place. Strangely, despite her admonishment, he felt no anger arise within him, as if he were rendered speechless by her words. In that moment, the onlookers experienced an uncanny sensation of a junior reprimanding a senior, and disturbingly, the junior in question was none other than the Emperor Tian of the divine dynasty. Su Yi is so cool. Witnessing this scene, the soul within the petite white-dressed figure widened her beautiful eyes in admiration. It appears that this emperor has been rather thoughtless. I hope Miss Luo can be forgiving. After a brief silence, Emperor Tian spoke with an air of regret. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable dread began to surface within his heart. Should he fail to adjust his attitude, that fear might very well materialize. As those words escaped his lips, the surrounding powers collectively inhaled sharply. No one had anticipated that the illustrious sovereign of the divine dynasty would voluntarily apologize to a junior. Good gracious! Beside the young girl, the venerable elder Xianming widened his eyes in astonishment, glancing incredulously at her. What an extraordinary turn of events! When did Qinghuan become so audacious? This was a sovereign of the empire. Even the leader of their Xuantian Holy Sect had barely reached the pinnacle of the Saint Master realm, and he would never dare to speak to an emperor in such a manner. Yet, this young maiden had the audacity to scold a formidable emperor directly? The most astonishing part was, in her presence, the emperor appeared almost like a junior. The girl's boldness left elder Xianming utterly astounded for a millennium. May I inquire what brings the ruler of the divine dynasty to seek my presence? Observing the emperor's demeanor, Su Yi retracted the card of imperial might and raised his gaze to meet the emperor's. Some time ago, the esteemed divine weapon elder bestowed upon my Wuji divine dynasty a tower of creation for cultivation, intended for our outstanding disciples. However, in recent years, the tower has failed to retain its former glory. Thus, I wish to invite Miss Luo to my Wuji divine dynasty to assess whether it can be restored. The emperor articulated slowly. The tower of creation? Su Yi mused, recalling the legends that spoke of the divine weapon emperor forging this tower for his own cultivation. Designed to absorb the most potent spiritual energies from the heavens and earth, significantly enhancing the speed of cultivation within its confines. So, this tower resided within the Wuji divine dynasty. No wonder, over the years, the majority of the top talents on the heavenly pride list hailed from there. Upon hearing the emperor's words, a flicker of envy passed through the eyes of the surrounding powerful figures. Oh, so the divine weapon elder has entrusted the tower of creation to the Wuji divine dynasty. Su Yi raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, recalling how excited the divine weapon emperor had been when he first created the tower, seeking him out for testing. This tower could draw the most concentrated spiritual energy from the world, comprising 10 levels. With each ascent, the energy would amplify exponentially. He had ascended to the 10th level with just a few steps, rendering it of little use to him. Nonetheless, to support the divine weapon elder, he had deliberately placed a chance opportunity at the 10th level. It remained uncertain whether any prodigies from the Wuji divine dynasty had managed to reach that level over the years. If not, perhaps Miss Luo could ascend to the 10th level and claim that opportunity. Heavenly Creation Tower. Option to add entries. Divine Speed, Tower Master. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. Was this the entry that could be added to the Heavenly Creation Tower? He paused for a moment, intrigued. Divine Speed. Adding this entry will significantly enhance the rate at which practitioners absorb spiritual energy within the Tower of Creation. Tower Master. Designate one individual as the Tower Master. All practitioners entering the tower must contribute their absorbed spiritual energy, greatly amplifying the energy acquired by the Tower Master. These two entries seemed quite advantageous. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Su Ye's eyes as he pondered how Miss Luo might respond. Seeing that the young girl remained silent, Emperor Tian inquired again. What benefits might there be? Su Ye did not rush to respond and casually posed a question in return. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd gazed at the girl in utter astonishment, while Elder Xuanming's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't the advantage quite apparent? If you assist Emperor Tian in repairing the Tower of Creation, wouldn't you gain the favor of a formidable emperor? That is indeed a significant boon. Su Ye, do you think this is entirely appropriate? A timid voice from the depths of her soul asked, concerned that Su Ye might provoke the ruler of the divine dynasty. Not at all, Su Ye replied with a smile, shaking her head. The two souls communicated. Lo, our principle is to seize every opportunity. What does it matter if they are emperors? They possess even greater treasures, which we must pursue. I see, the little soul in the white dress exclaimed, her face lighting up with understanding as she quickly took notes in her small book. Even Emperor Tian was momentarily taken aback, though he was not angered. Rather, he admired the girl's audacity. In that case, he pondered for a moment before continuing. If Miss Luo can indeed restore the Tower of Creation, I shall grant you the opportunity to visit my imperishable imperial tomb. Chapter 79. The Tomb of the Infinite Emperor. What? Father, how can this be permissible? The Tomb of the Infinite Emperor has long served as the resting place for fallen great powers of our divine dynasty. How could we allow an outsider to enter? While those around pondered the significance of the tomb, the third prince of the infinite divine dynasty, Emperor Yun, suddenly changed countenance and hastily interjected. Yun'er remained silent. Emperor Tian remarked, casting a mere glance at the third prince. In response, though Emperor Yun wished to articulate further, his lips moved but ultimately chose silence. The tomb of the infinite emperor? Upon hearing this, Su Ye raised an eyebrow. Su Ye, what is this tomb of the infinite emperor? Inquired the petite spirit in a white dress, momentarily taken aback, her curiosity piqued. It is a treasure trove, a place where we can procure invaluable items. Su Ye replied with a smile. Oh, I understand now. The petite spirit's eyes sparkled with excitement as she discreetly assessed the quantity left in her large sack. What are you mumbling about? I don't comprehend. Sack procure. However, the prerequisite is that we must restore the Tower of Creation forged by the esteemed elder of the divine weapons. The young lady furrowed her brows. Although Su Ye had just imparted the art of divine weapon forging to her, she had yet to grasp it fully. Fear not. You possess an advantage. Advantage? Brother Ye. Advantage, comprehend? Understood. Once the young lady felt reassured, Su Ye turned towards Emperor Tian and nodded. Let us proceed as per the elder's guidance. After speaking, he looked at Elder Xianming. Elder Xianming, you should return to the Xuantian Sacred Sect. I shall accompany Elder Tian to the infinite divine dynasty. Yes. Elder Xianming, recovering from his astonishment, nodded eagerly, his gaze towards the young lady filled with lingering awe. Whether it was the inheritance of the divine weapon emperor or the calm demeanor in the presence of such a mighty figure, it was evident that this young lady had surpassed all the past prodigies of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Very well, Miss Luo, come with me, Emperor Tian said solemnly. Then waved his hand, leading the young lady and Emperor Yun, along with others from the infinite divine dynasty, as they stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. The Xuantian Sacred Sect has produced an extraordinary prodigy indeed. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding factions sighed in admiration before gradually departing. The infinite divine dynasty, located in the most prosperous region of the desolate heaven domain, known as Zhongzhou, stands distinct amidst the myriad sects of the other four states. It is the sole power in Zhongzhou, home to hundreds of millions of citizens and countless cultivators. Soon, within the royal palace of the infinite divine dynasty's royal city, as the heavens above shattered, several figures materialized. The emperor has returned, and the third prince too. Having returned from the mystic armament realm, one wonders what treasures the third prince may have brought back. Upon observing the silhouettes of individuals appearing in the heavens, a multitude of formidable warriors from the Xuantian dynasty promptly emerged to offer their greetings, their anticipation palpable. In the celestial expanse, Emperor Tian paid no heed to the gathering crowd, his gaze fixated upon Luo Qinghuan as he spoke. Miss Luo, the Tower of Celestial Creation has been in a dormant state these past few days and is likely to remain so for some time. You may reside within the royal palace of our dynasty during this interval. The entire palace, as well as the city, is at your disposal for exploration. Should you require guidance, you may summon Deepen. At this juncture, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow and altered his phrasing. Deepen may be somewhat occupied, therefore, I shall have my daughter accompany you on your excursions. That won't be necessary, Senior Emperor Tian. I can manage on my own. The young lady promptly shook her head, politely declining. After all, she was not entirely alone. The presence of the enigmatic Su Yi would accompany her. Very well, Emperor Tian acquiesced without further ado. Miss Luo has recently grasped the legacy of the armament ancestor. I shall refrain from intruding upon your rest. When the Tower of Celestial Creation is set to awaken, I will personally notify you. Understood. The young lady nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Emperor Tian arranged for several maidservants to escort her into the royal palace, guiding her to the most opulent guest chamber. Who is that maiden? She is extraordinarily beautiful, and His Majesty treats her with utmost courtesy. Witnessing this scene, the warriors of the dynasty marveled at Luo Qinghuan's beauty while expressing intrigue over Emperor Tian's respectful demeanor. Their curiosity about her identity piqued. She is the distinguished daughter of the Xuantian Sect, Luo Qinghuan. Deepen elucidated from the sidelines. The Xuantian Sect? Isn't that merely a first-rate power? Upon hearing the third prince's words, the warriors exchanged glances, their brows knitted in disbelief. Even if a prodigy from a first-rate power were to arrive, His Majesty need not extend such courtesy, would he? Humph. She is different, Deepen retorted with a scoff. Although he held a lofty opinion of himself and regarded the prodigies of first-rate powers with disdain, he could not overlook the young lady. After all, he had witnessed her single-handedly procure 10 sacred artifacts and comprehend the might of the notorious armament emperor, vanquishing the 3 demons. Different how? Because she has inherited the legacy of the armament emperor, Deepen stated matter-of-factly. What? The legacy of the armament emperor? The moment these words escaped his lips, the warriors of the dynasty became visibly agitated. It is well known that due to Emperor Tian's role as the guardian of the armament emperor's tomb, their Xuantian dynasty had more opportunities to enter the mystic realm than the other 4 great powers. Yet, after all these years, they had managed to return with only a single sacred artifact at most. As for the legacy of the armament emperor, it was beyond their wildest dreams. Do not mention the endless divine dynasty. Even across the vast expanse of the wilderness domain, no prodigy has ever earned the recognition of the divine armament emperor. Yet now, the third prince claims that the girl who has just departed has gained the emperor's approval? What an astonishing feat! Has she truly eclipsed all ancient prodigies? Third prince, what on earth is happening? The expressions of the powerful figures of the divine dynasty turned grave, their curiosity piqued as they inquired earnestly. It was then that Emperor Yun recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm. Upon concluding his account, the assembled potentates were left in a state of profound astonishment. So, Your Majesty, do you intend for Miss Luo to assist us in repairing the Tower of Celestial Creation? A minister furrowed his brow, hesitantly voicing his concerns. But Miss Luo has only just grasped the legacy of the divine armament emperor. Can she truly accomplish this? If she cannot, can you? Emperor Tian cast him a fleeting glance. Your Majesty, you jest. The minister's countenance shifted instantly, and he promptly fell silent. The Tower of Celestial Creation must be repaired without delay. The millennia of our endless divine dynasty's legacy cannot be allowed to crumble into oblivion. A flicker of seriousness crossed Emperor Tian's eyes as he murmured to himself. Chapter 80. The Moon Princess aligns, space restrictions soon. Under the guidance of several palace maids, Luo Qinghuan was led to a luxurious courtyard within the royal palace. This place was relatively tranquil, infused with rich spiritual energy, ensuring she would not be disturbed. It was evident that Emperor Tian had invested considerable effort to provide the young girl with an opportunity to fully comprehend the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. Lady Luo, we shall take our leave now. The palace maids gracefully bowed to Luo Qinghuan before departing. Truly, as a top-tier power, their generosity surpassed that of first-rate factions. As even the spirit-absorbing array was present, Suyi glanced around the courtyard, noticing a small array operating on the ground. A spirit-absorbing array? The girl expressed her curiosity. Do you see the abundant spiritual energy in this courtyard? It is the handiwork of this array. If you are interested, when you return to the Xuantian Sect, I can assist you in acquiring one as well. Suyi replied nonchalantly, arms crossed. You can't? The girl was taken aback. I'm not interested in learning it, but I would like to take it with me, Suyi stated earnestly. Luo Qinghuan. All right then. My dear girl, take these days to rest well, Suyi yawned. Seizing the moment to study the treasures contained within the Kunlun mirror, which had been restored by the divine weapon emperor, a once damaged imperial artifact, while not on par with the semi-divine Luoyuan sword, was nonetheless a genuine imperial treasure. The girl nodded lightly, pushing the courtyard door open and stepping inside. Days passed. When the divine weapon secret realm concluded and news of the divine weapon emperor's legacy being inherited by a young woman from the Xuantian Sect spread throughout the vast wilderness, it caused quite a stir. Although many with ulterior motives considered seizing the opportunity, they ultimately succumbed to the chilling words of the divine weapon emperor, choosing to abandon their ambitions. After all, the supreme imperial might of the divine weapon emperor was not something even powerful emperors of the same realm dared to provoke lightly. Within the Xuantian Sect, when the news reached them that Luo Qinghuan had triumphed over numerous prodigies and gained the divine weapon emperor's recognition, the 8 peak masters and various elders were left utterly astonished. They were aware of Luo Qinghuan's formidable talent, but none had anticipated it would reach such a transcendent level. Yet only the Moon Princess remained composed. Though astonished, she did not display the same shock as the others in the Xuantian Sect. After all, she was privy to the existence of a terrifying protector behind that girl. With such a formidable guardian, coupled with her extraordinary talent, it was hardly surprising she would overpower a multitude of prodigies. However, at this moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. With the sacred goddess selection of the Supreme Forgetting Palace approaching swiftly, it was certain that the palace would seek to make Luo Qinghuan their new goddess to exert control over her. Yet that powerful guardian would undoubtedly oppose such a scheme. Thus, how would she choose? Sigh. The Moon Princess sighed deeply. Whether it is the Supreme Forgetting Emotions Palace or the formidable guardian of the Tao, neither can be trifled with by their Xuantian Holy Sect. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, ultimately resulting in a descent into the abyss. Alas, it is prudent to observe for now. Yuji sighed softly. However, at that moment, an aged figure materialized in the heavens, with a mighty cane striking the ground. The esteemed elder of Xianming approached with a steady gait. Elder, you have returned? Yuji's gaze fell upon the elder, only to find him alone, with no sign of the maiden clad in white. Where is Qinghuan? Yuji inquired, momentarily taken aback. Reporting to the sectmaster, the Lord of the Divine Court has summoned the girl Qinghuan to the Wujia Divine Court, purportedly to mend the Tower of Creation left by the Emperor of Divine Weapons. Elder Xianming responded promptly. The Wujia Divine Court? A grave expression flickered across Yuji's beautiful eyes, revealing yet another formidable entity that their Xuantian Holy Sect could not afford to offend. Moreover, Sectmaster, it appears that Qinghuan has gone quite mad, Elder Xianming exclaimed, his face a mask of alarm. That girl dared to reprimand the Lord of the Divine Court, who, astonishingly, did not even dare to retort. It was as if an elder was admonishing a junior, yet that junior was the Lord of the Divine Court. As Elder Xianming recounted the events, Yuji stood frozen, her mind racing. What? Upon hearing Elder Xianming's account, Yuji was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the reason the Emperor Tian behaved as a junior, allowing Luo Qinghuan to scold him, was entirely due to that venerable guardian of the Tao? Gasping at the realization, Yuji's previously hesitant gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve. With such a formidable elder backing her, what was there to hesitate about? Meanwhile, within the extreme Demon Valley, the Valley Master was engulfed in fury. Not only had they failed to complete the mission assigned by their lord, but they had also suffered the loss of 3 demons, necessitating the urgent recall of a phantom of the demon god. Could it be due to discontent with their actions? Damn it. Investigate. I must uncover the origins of that little girl who dares to resonate with the power left behind by that venerable being. In the central continent, at the Wujia royal city, within the small courtyard of the palace, Luo Qinghuan had been diligently cultivating and comprehending the art of divine weapon forging. Meanwhile, Su Yi was engrossed in the study of the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. Is this a spatial seal? Upon restoring the Kunlun mirror, the Emperor of Divine Weapons had transformed it from a mere tool for storage into an artifact imbued with various capabilities. This spatial seal was among them. Once enacted, it could confine selected foes within a spatial realm, limiting their mobility, effective against practitioners of any realm. However, the greater the disparity in strength, the shorter the duration of the spatial confinement. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the introduction of the spatial confinement technique, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. This divine weapon martial art seemed rather extraordinary, didn't it? It appeared to be effective against practitioners of any realm. Although the duration of confinement might be shortened due to differences in strength, even a mere second of control could prove to be an astonishing advantage in life and death battles, potentially altering the tide of combat. Indeed, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. He promptly conveyed the significance of this Kunlun mirror's spatial confinement technique to Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, the young woman widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. How impressive. Spatial confinement restricts movement. Doesn't that mean one can do anything they desire? Precisely, Su Yi affirmed. Then with a smile, he elaborated. However, the true purpose of this spatial confinement should be to eliminate the opponent if possible, and if not, to exploit this interval to uncover their hidden cards. Luo Qinghuan exclaimed, I've learned something new. Chapter 81. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, the young girl expressed her newfound understanding, her brows lifting as a thought crossed her mind. With a slight frown, she murmured, this technique could also be useful in helping other cultivators cleanse themselves, right? We should prepare a few more bags. Su Yi replied, all right. This girl has really learned to think critically. By the way, it would be worth using the divine tier inscription forging technique to see what enhancements can be added to the Kunlun mirror. With that thought, Su Yi immediately activated the divine tier inscription forging technique. As his gaze fell upon the Kunlun mirror, a faint inscription materialized. Indeed, there was one. 1v1 true man combat. Adding this inscription allows the cultivation level of a cultivator trapped in spatial confinement to match that of Luo Qinghuan. In just a few short words, Su Ye's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped. Wow, that's quite the cheat, isn't it? If a great emperor were trapped, even if only for a second, with this inscription, during that second, their cultivation would be aligned with Luo Qinghuan's. Even if it couldn't obliterate the emperor in that moment, it would certainly leave them injured. Is this the sensation of having an advantage? This is utterly exhilarating. Su Yi couldn't help but marvel. If he had such an advantage in his previous life, this continent wouldn't be known as the Celestial Profound Continent, but rather as Su Yi's backyard. Luo girl, your brother Yi has granted you another boon. What boon? The girl asked curiously. You'll find out in due time, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Oh, she murmured softly, unable to contain her excitement. Su Yi, Senior Emperor Tian mentioned that the Tower of Heavenly Creation won't open for a while. How about we take a stroll in the royal city? I've heard that the royal city of the Wujia dynasty is the most prosperous place in the entire Wild Heaven domain. There must be plenty of sights, amusements, and delicious food. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sure, if you want to go, then let us go, Su Yi agreed with a smile, nodding. It was only natural for Luo Qinghuan, who had spent years in the Xuantian Sect, to wish to explore a thriving place now that she was here. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the girl's expression brightened even further as she nodded slightly. Then let us be off. The Wujia royal city did not disappoint as the most prosperous city in the entire Wild Heaven domain. The streets were alive with the calls of vendors, and cultivators filled the thoroughfares like a sea of humanity, bustling with activity. Amidst the crowd, a girl in a white dress stood out remarkably, curiously wandering among the vendors. Her every smile and frown captivating the attention of many passers-by. Whose daughter is this? She's simply stunning, absolutely enchanting. In that moment, gasps of admiration echoed throughout the bustling streets. At this moment, the young girl was oblivious to the gazes of the crowd, her attention captivated by a vendor selling meat buns. Miss, we have a new product, durian meat buns. 10 spirit coins each. Upon seeing the girl's exquisite beauty, the vendor was momentarily struck by awe, but quickly regained his composure and enthusiastically introduced his new offering. Durian, meat, bun? Luo Qinghuan arched her delicate brows. How could these words possibly be combined? Yet, after some hesitation and with Su Ye's encouragement, she decided to purchase one. However, as she held the peculiar durian meat bun in her hands, doubt crept in once more. Su Ye, perhaps it's best to pass. Luo Qinghuan's lips quivered. She simply lacked the courage to take a bite. If you want to eat it, let your brother Yi try it. Su Ye was equally curious about the taste of this oddity, having never encountered anything like it before. Well then, you should eat it. Ultimately, she relinquished her resolve. No. Wait. Just as the words left her mouth, she realized the absurdity of her situation. Even though she wouldn't be eating it, Su Ye would, thus consuming it through her body. What was the difference? Alas, her realization came too late. With a shift in her expression, Su Ye took control and silently took a bite. Ugh, it's a tonic. Gag, gag, gag. The girl struggled, but it was too late. A bizarre flavor overwhelmed her taste buds. How is it? The vendor, noticing she had taken a bite, beamed with delight. The girl, her face darkened, replied, delicious. But I shall never eat it again. After Su Ye relinquished control, he noticed that the girl, after wandering around the royal city, had consciously distanced herself from the snack vendors, clearly apprehensive that Su Ye might take control again and sample more oddities. Just then, while the girl continued her stroll, a group of elegantly dressed young men, fans in hand, turned their attention towards her and approached with smiles. My lady, might you be interested in joining us at the Fengyue Tower for a poetic recital? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows, glanced at the group, and shook her head. I'm not free. Is this a classic scenario? Su Ye was taken aback. What era is this? Such brazen flirtations in broad daylight. Surely this cannot be real. My lady, fret not. We are not villains. Truly, we only wish to invite you for a poetic gathering at Fengyue Tower. The young men waved their folding fans, extending their invitation once again. Seeing this, Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted tighter. Su Ye had mentioned that persistent pests like these could be dealt with by treating them kindly, and they would eventually depart. Thus, the girl prepared to draw her Longyuan sword and unleash the aura of a creation realm powerhouse. But just then, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. What an audacity! What are you all doing? A striking woman clad in a black leather coat appeared, wielding a long whip, her figure exuding allure. The fourth princess? Several young men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they quickly bowed in respect. The surrounding merchants also lowered their heads in deference. Miss Luo, are you unharmed? The woman ignored the group, instead directing her attention to Luo Qinghuan. After inquiring, she muttered to herself, Wait, these fellows couldn't possibly harm you. After all, Miss Luo, you are at the same level as I am, in the transformation realm. What? The transformation realm? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. They were astonished to discover that not only was the young woman breathtakingly beautiful, but her power was equally formidable. Who are you? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity, casting a glance at the alluring figure, particularly noting her statuesque form, which prompted her to pout slightly. Demoness, the fourth princess of the infinite divine dynasty. The woman introduced herself while brandishing her whip, her expression turning stern as she addressed the young men. How dare you harbor ill intentions towards a distinguished guest of our dynasty? Your Highness, we are wronged. We merely wish to invite this young lady to recite poetry at the Wind and Moon Pavilion. The group protested vehemently. They then discreetly produced storage rings. And as radiant light flickered, various poetry collections materialized before them. Turns out they are indeed scholars. As they recounted their intentions, it became clear that today's poetry gathering at the Wind and Moon Pavilion was themed around beautiful maidens, prompting them to invite the stunning Luo Qinghuan. Su Ye interjected. What kind of respectable learning place is named the Wind and Moon Pavilion? To dispel the misunderstanding, Demoness ordered the young men to leave promptly. Then, turning her gaze back to the young woman, she marveled at Luo Qinghuan's beauty and remarked, I have long heard tales of Miss Luo, and have always wanted to invite you to visit the imperial city. Unfortunately, my father advised against disturbing your cultivation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you here. What are your plans? I am just about to visit the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion. If you have no particular destination in mind, perhaps you would accompany me? The Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion? Upon hearing those 4 words, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. That name felt strangely familiar. Chapter 82. Could it be that my third senior brother is behind this? What exactly is the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Qinghuan's eyes. The Heavenly Sacred Pavilion can barely be deemed a first-rate force in the wild heavenly domain. Yet its Heavenly Sacred Auction is one of the largest auctions held. This is because the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion is spread throughout the 9 domains, as explained by D. Lonner. Oh. Upon hearing D. Lonner mention that the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion spans the entire 9 domains, Su Yi could not help but raise an eyebrow, his suspicions intensifying. His third senior brother from the Heavenly Palace, known as the Heavenly Treasure Taoist, had once aspired to amass the wealth of all cultivators in the 9 domains. Could this Heavenly Sacred Pavilion be secretly established by him? What do you think? D. Lonner turned to Luo Qinghuan with a smile and asked, Miss Luo, would you like to join us for a stroll? It is said that there are many valuable items at this Heavenly Sacred Auction, perhaps something you desire. Su Yi? The young lady did not respond to her, but secretly inquired of Su Yi. Let us go take a look. Su Yi nodded. Just as D. Lonner stated, there are indeed many treasures at the Heavenly Sacred Auction. If there are useful items to procure for Luo, it would also serve to validate his suspicions. He wished to discern whether the proprietor of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion truly was his third senior brother. Although his senior brothers and sisters in the Heavenly Palace had diminished in strength due to the karma of the Heavenly Tao, they remained formidable beings. Should he find them quickly and establish recognition, Luo would gain several powerful protectors, facilitating his endeavor to reconstruct his physical form. Then let us proceed together. With Su Yi's affirmation, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. In that case, Miss Luo, please follow me. D. Lonner flicked her whip and tossed her hair. In the royal city, the most prosperous central area, a magnificent crimson pavilion stood tall. This was the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion. At this moment, as one of the largest auctions in the wild heavenly domain commenced, numerous powerful forces rushed from various locations, making the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion crowded. Many cultivators lingered at the entrance, awaiting entry. At that moment, 2 graceful figures appeared, instantly capturing the attention of many cultivators. What stunningly beautiful women! One was fiery and alluring, while the other exuded a pure and sweet charm, both considered ethereal beauties of the mortal realm. Oh, why aren't they waiting in line? They can enter directly? As the cultivators marveled, some noticed that the 2 young women seamlessly entered the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion. Of course. Did you not see the woman in black leather wielding a long whip? That is D. Lonner, the 4th princess of the Wuji divine dynasty. Hiss. No wonder. Amidst the surrounding chatter, D. Lonner had already led Luo Qinghuan into the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion. We greet your highness, the princess. As the 2 entered, a representative from the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion promptly approached, bowing to D. Lonner before casting a curious glance at the young woman in the white dress beside her. Who might this be? This is Miss Luo, a distinguished guest of our Wuji divine dynasty, attending the Heavenly Sacred Auction alongside me, D. Lonner introduced. Oh, a guest from the divine dynasty. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Luo. Please follow me, the representative responded, leading the 2 ladies into a private room designated for the auction. This is the Heavenly Room. It serves to shield one's aura and safeguard the privacy of the auction participants, D. Lonner explained to Luo Qinghuan. The young woman nodded in understanding. Once seated in the chamber, Su Yi's voice echoed in Luo Qinghuan's mind. Luo girl, be sure to inquire whether she knows anything about the proprietor of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion. The proprietor of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. Indeed, I suspect that the mastermind behind the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion may very well be my third senior brother from the Celestial Palace, Su Yi affirmed gravely. Could the mastermind of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion truly be your third senior brother, Su Yi? Hearing this, the young woman widened her eyes in astonishment. It seemed Su Yi was not an ordinary individual, and neither were those surrounding him. After all, D. Lonner had mentioned that the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion spanned the 9 realms, boasting immense financial resources. Just how wealthy must Su Yi's third senior brother be? Very well, I shall ask her, Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod. With still some time before the auction commenced, numerous powerful factions and individuals entered the venue. Some scattered cultivators or weaker factions remained in the main hall, while the more formidable individuals were assigned to the various private rooms. Seizing the opportunity before the auction began, The two women engaged in conversation. Luo Qinghuan took the chance to pose the question Su Yi had suggested. Fourth princess, do you happen to know who the proprietor of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion is? The proprietor of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion? A trace of perplexity flickered in Demoness's beautiful eyes before she pondered for a moment. The Heavenly Sacred Pavilion spans the 9 realms. Each pavilion has its own master. If we are speaking of the master of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion in the Desolate Sky realm, it should be Master Qingfeng. As for the masters of the other pavilions across the realms, I am not privy to that information, Demoness replied, shaking her head. Su Yi, is that your third senior brother then? Luo Qinghuan immediately inquired within her mind. Su Yi shook his head. Luo girl, there is no need to ask further. Since Demoness can only identify the master of a branch pavilion, it is unlikely she possesses knowledge of the true mastermind behind it. Why the sudden inquiry, Miss Luo? Demoness asked, puzzled. It was merely a matter of curiosity. After all, to establish a pavilion that spans the 9 realms. The individual behind the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion must indeed be remarkable, Luo Qinghuan replied softly. That is certainly true. Demoness nodded in agreement, then sighed. However, the master of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion has never revealed himself to the public. He remains quite enigmatic. Now, Miss Luo, I understand this is your first time attending the Heavenly Sacred Auction, having stayed at the Xuantian Holy Sect all this while? Hee. Soon you will witness the splendor of this auction. Splendor? A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Qinghuan's eyes. What could be so remarkable about an auction? Dear Miss Luo, do not underestimate the Heavenly Sacred Auction. Its status as one of the largest auctions in the speaks volumes of its uniqueness. After all, it showcases a plethora of items. Auctioning off virtually everything, Demoness said with a mysterious smile. They even have catgirl maids and wolfdog butlers. If you are interested, perhaps you might consider auctioning one yourself. Upon hearing this, the young girl's face flushed crimson, and she quickly shook her head. At that moment, Demoness added, moreover, there are artifacts that can compel obedience. Artifacts that compel obedience? The girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Should we arrange one for that insufferable Su Yi? After all, he bullies me every day. Su Yi, my foolish Luo girl, have you not considered that you might end up being the one to face dire consequences? Chapter 83. The Fruit of Creation, Yet to Mature? Soon after, the two women engaged in casual conversation, when suddenly, the grand doors of the auction hall thunderously shut, signaling the commencement of the Heavenly Saint auction. Thank you for your patience, a sultry voice echoed, as a woman clad in a red qipao, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, gracefully ascended the auction stage. Her every smile and frown radiating allure. What a captivating woman, Luo Qinghuan remarked, captivated by the qipao-clad beauty. Even she, as a female, could perceive the enchanting charm of this woman, let alone the throng of male cultivators, whose faces flushed with excitement and fervor upon her appearance. Merely a common tactic, Su Yi stated nonchalantly in her mind. A common tactic? Luo Qinghuan pondered. To ignite the passions of these cultivators with a beautiful and alluring woman, thus enlivening the atmosphere, allowing them to spar fiercely during the auction. As the saying goes, a pretty smile can be worth a fortune. Oh, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. If I were an auctioneer, would I have the same effect? You? Su Yi scoffed. The auctioneer possesses not only beauty but also a figure that captivates. You, on the other hand, have the physique of an elementary school student. Luo Qinghuan. She felt that Su Yi was belittling her. Moreover, she had evidence. Wasn't it said that the ancient divine garment could improve one's figure? She had been secretly wearing it for quite some time, yet she felt no significant change. Su Yi, you get out here, and I promise I won't bite you. The girl pouted. Is that so? I fear that once your brother Yi emerges, you would hesitate to bite. Su Yi replied, crossing her arms with a chuckle. What do you mean? The girl paused, puzzled. Why wouldn't I dare to bite? This woman was Yuehua, the premier auctioneer of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion. Beside them, Demoness remarked slowly, it seems this auction will feature numerous treasures, for Yuehua seldom makes an appearance. When she does, it is usually to auction off remarkable items. At that moment, as Su Yi had predicted, when Yuehua appeared, the cultivators present looked upon her with the fervor of hungry wolves, their gazes ablaze with desire to catch but a glimpse of Miss Yuehua. Even waiting for 10,000 years would be worth it, a young man holding a folding fan chuckled. Ha ha, the Heavenly Qiong Saint is jesting. Yuehua seemed amused by the flattery, covering her mouth with a smile, and shaking her head. 10,000 years. You, a mere saint from the Holy Land. Think you are worthy of such a weight? The surrounding crowd dismissed the young man's sweet talk with disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us commence this heavenly treasure auction, Yuehua announced, clapping her hands, as a maid approached with the auction items in hand. Earth Tier Moon Spirit Technique. Starting bid at 200,000 spirit coins. With each increment, the bidding rose by no less than 10,000 spirit coins. As the words fell from her lips, the surrounding cultivators immediately began to scramble for the prize. After all, not everyone belonged to the top tier or first-class powers. This earth-level technique held considerable value for them. 250,000 spirit coins. 270,000 spirit coins. Ultimately, this earth-level technique was secured by a formidable figure from a second-tier power for the price of 500,000 spirit coins. The auction continued unabated. Within the heavenly box, Demoness occasionally placed bids, while Luo Qinghuan merely observed in silence. It was not that she lacked the funds. Rather, Suyi had remarked that bidding for such trifles was a sheer waste of money. Instead, she preferred to wait for a fortunate soul to bring forth these trivial items, allowing her to assist in clearing the clutter. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows can be regarded as one of the highlights of this auction. At that moment, as Yuehua's voice resonated, a maid approached carrying a wooden box. Even before the box was opened, an enchanting fragrance wafted forth, instantly captivating those present. What could possibly be inside? The aroma was so exquisite that it left everyone pondering its extraordinary nature. This item might seem inconsequential to the gathered crowd, yet it bore immense significance for the younger prodigies of their sections. Yuehua smiled mysteriously, then waved her hand. The maid promptly opened the box. Inside lay a fruit resembling a core, radiating with a brilliant luminescence and imbued with the essence of the great Tao. This is the pupils of the onlookers constricted. The fruit of creation, Yuehua softly proclaimed. What? The fruit of creation? According to legend, the realm of creation was meant to seize the very essence of heaven and earth and forge one's own destiny. However, who could truly claim the essence of heaven and earth? Thus, the majority of those in the realm of creation were merely counterfeit, lacking the true essence of the cosmos. Aside from a select few extraordinary prodigies capable of seizing this essence, most aspiring cultivators would require the fruit of creation to become authentic beings of creation rather than mere imitations. To everyone's astonishment, such a remarkable item appeared at this auction. Upon hearing Yuehua's announcement, the cultivators present gasped in disbelief, their gazes fixated on the fruit within the box, their eyes burning with fervor. Ha! I offer 1 million spirit coins. Just right to procure a fruit of creation for my precious granddaughter. Humph! What is 1 million? I bid 2 million. In an instant. Before Tianhua could announce the starting price for the fruit of creation, the entire auction hall erupted into a frenzy of competition. The fruit of creation? The young woman was momentarily taken aback. Even Demoness beside her felt an undeniable stir of excitement. After all, this object holds immense allure for any prodigy at the stage of creation. Others may lack the essence of creation, merely existing in a state of counterfeit creation. While should you absorb the fruits of heavenly creation, you would attain the genuine stage of creation. The disparity is indeed monumental. The fruits of creation seem to be profoundly linked to our dear Luo. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Suye's eyes. Although it could enable Luo to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth, having these fruits would undoubtedly facilitate her journey. Did you also consume the fruits of creation back then, Suyi? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity, as it was her first encounter with the distinction between the genuine and counterfeit stages of creation. Did your elder brother Yi possess such conditions? Suyi retorted with an eye roll. Even if he had sought to seize the fruits of creation, he would have to tread cautiously around the formidable beings behind them. Were you then in a state of counterfeit creation? Not quite, Suyi replied, rubbing his nose. Since your elder brother Yi lacked the fruits of creation, I endeavored to grasp the essence of heaven and earth on my own, and to my surprise, it was rather straightforward. I comprehended it in no time. Luo Qinghuan remained speechless. Everyone, please remain calm. At that moment, Yuehua raised her hand, interrupting the crowd clamoring for the fruits. There is one more matter that I must clarify. This particular fruit of creation is not yet ripe. It requires an additional 500 years to reach maturity. Yesterday, I was unwell and took a day off, compounded by writer's block. I feel my recent writing has not been up to par, and I apologize. I will gradually adjust my state. Chapter 84. Suyi, we have struck it rich. What? It will take 500 years for it to fully mature? As Yuehua's words fell, the attendees of the auction could not help but furrow their brows, their previously fervent spirits doused, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. The creation fruit that requires 500 years to mature. Purchasing it now would mean they must wait another 500 years. Even employing certain methods to hasten its maturation would still necessitate at least 200 to 300 years. They intended to acquire this creation fruit for the prodigies of their sect. By the time a century passes, these prodigies might have already broken through to higher realms. After all, if one remains stagnant for several hundred years at the creation realm, they can hardly be deemed a prodigy, and thus unworthy of such a creation fruit. Very well, esteemed guests. With Yuehua's words, the choice lies solely with you all, he. Yuehua covered her mouth with a smile, and then announced the starting price for the creation fruit. The starting bid was set at 10 million spirit coins, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100,000 spirit coins. Gasp! 10 million. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures present collectively inhaled sharply. The starting price for an immature creation fruit reached 10 million spirit coins. What would the price be for a mature one? The Heavenly Dome's sacred land offers 10 million spirit coins. Just as the powerful figures hesitated, a youthful voice resonated from a private box designated with the character Tian. It was none other than the previously seen young man wielding a folding fan, the son of the Heavenly Dome, who nonchalantly drew back the curtain of the private box, revealing his identity without a care. The son of the Heavenly Dome truly exemplifies the extravagance of a first-rate sacred land, making his bid with grandeur. With every smile and frown from Yuehua, she had the son of the Heavenly Dome firmly in her grasp, intensifying the heat in his gaze. The son of the Heavenly Dome has bid 10 million spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? As Yuehua's voice faded, a cold snort interrupted. Humph, son of the Heavenly Dome, your strength is merely at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm. Do you truly expect to break through to the creation realm in 100 years? Perhaps it would be better suited for someone of the later generations. I, from the Blood Moon Sect, am willing to bid 15 million. An elder sneered, rising to his feet. 17 million. 20 million. In an instant, aside from the elder from the Blood Moon Sect, powerful figures from both the auction hall and various private boxes began to raise their bids. Although the creation fruit remained unripe, it did not diminish the fervor of the crowd's desire. They could simply purchase it now and bestow it upon their sect's prodigies 500 years hence. In terms of financial prowess, my Heavenly Dome sacred land is not afraid of any of you. The son of the Heavenly Dome scoffed. I bid 30 million. Suyi, we are so impoverished. Upon witnessing the transformation fruit of creation ascend to an astonishing price exceeding 30 million spirit coins in the blink of an eye, the young maiden felt an overwhelming sense of impoverishment. Despite having previously acquired 100,000 spirit coins from Yan Yun, such a sum paled in comparison. Was she truly destitute? Suyi chuckled softly. He had never held any tangible perception of spirit coins. Perhaps for the cultivators of the 9 domains of Tianxian, spirit coins served as the sole universal currency. However, for him, the formidable tyrant emperor, they were not the only means of exchange. After all, it was rather cumbersome to first extort spirit coins and then purchase treasures with them. It was far more efficient to directly acquire the treasures themselves. Nevertheless, the transformation fruit of creation was a necessity. Wasn't it said that it would take another 500 years to mature? No. That thought quickly dissipated as Luo Qinghuan realized her error. While it may take 500 years for others, it would not be the case for her and Suyi. The longevity herb fields within the Kunlun realm. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the maiden's beautiful eyes. Indeed, Suyi nodded with a smile. The longevity herb fields not only facilitated rapid growth, but also enhanced the grade of the herbs cultivated within. By planting this immature transformation fruit in the herb fields, not only could its maturation period be accelerated, but its quality could also be elevated. Luo girl, let us bid 40 million. 40 million? The maiden was taken aback. Suyi, how could we possibly have that many spirit coins? Your lack does not imply that your brother Yi lacks, Suyi replied with a mysterious grin. Have you forgotten about the Kunlun mirror? The old weapon master helped us repair it, and with its self-protective barrier lifted, The Kunlun mirror is essentially the private treasury of the Kunlun Emperor. Do you think a great emperor would be impoverished? Haha. Just how many spirit coins are in that treasury of the Kunlun Emperor? The maiden smiled innocently, revealing a hint of a treasure seeker's expression. I haven't calculated, but it should be in the ballpark of several billion spirit coins. Suyi shook his head. Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Several billion. Ha ha ha. Suyi, we are about to strike it rich. 38 million spirit coins. I, the Holy Sun, shall see who dares to contest me for this transformation fruit of creation. At that moment, the celestial sun let out a cold snort, raising the original bid of 33 million spirit coins to 38 million without hesitation. After making this declaration, he cast a smug glance at Yuehua, embodying the sentiment of spending a fortune merely to elicit a smile from a beauty. What a fool, driven by base desires. Originally, an immature transformation fruit would have reached its limit at around 30 million spirit coins, yet this insufferable Holy Sun insisted on elevating it to 38 million. As they observed this scene unfold, within the auction hall, a myriad of powerful individuals could not suppress their inner curses. Although the Tao fruit of creation possessed formidable strength, it merely offered an opportunity for cultivators of the creation realm to seize the essence of heaven and earth. Whether they could truly grasp this essence depended on the cultivator's innate talent. In the esteemed VIP box, D-Loner hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to forego the bidding. This was not due to a lack of funds. As a princess of the supreme force, the Wujishan dynasty, she certainly had the means. Her decision stemmed from the consideration that the Tao fruit of creation was not yet ripe. Even if she were to employ her father's influence to expedite its growth cycle, it would still require 200 to 300 years. In that time, she would have already advanced to the realm of great power, rendering the Tao fruit unnecessary. However, just then, a voice from the young girl beside her suddenly rang out. 40 million. At this proclamation, the entire auction hall fell into stunned silence, and once they regained their composure, their astonished gazes turned toward the VIP box. 40 million. The heavenly sun was momentarily taken aback, and his expression darkened considerably. Chapter 85. Celestial Sun, do you take us for fools? A guest in the celestial box bids 40 million spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, this divine fruit of fortune shall belong to the guest of the celestial box. Upon hearing the young girl's bid, Yuehua stifled a laugh, inquiring of the crowd. 45 million spirit coins. The celestial sun snorted, raising the bid once more. 45,100,000. The girl's voice rang out again. 50 million. 50,100,000. From then on, regardless of how much the celestial sun bid, the girl in the celestial box merely added 100,000 spirit coins to his offer. Hiss! Inside the celestial box, Demoness gasped, her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at the young girl beside her. Miss Luo is actually quite affluent. Although Luo Qinghuan was also a prodigy of a top-tier force, she was not comparable to the celestial sun, whose father was the celestial sovereign, essentially the ruler of the celestial realm, making his wealth quite ordinary. Yet the young girl was fundamentally just a talented disciple within her sect. How could her financial resources possibly surpass those of the celestial sun? But it seems, she appears to possess considerable wealth. Suyi, aren't we being a bit too modest, only increasing the bid by 100,000 spirit coins each time? At this moment, the girl, oblivious to Dylan Ayer's astonished expression, quietly inquired of Suyi. Modest? No. Suyi merely shook his head with a smile. This is called frugality. Every coin saved counts. Oh, I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded in contemplation. Soon, with the two of them continuously raising the bid, the price of this divine fruit of fortune escalated to over 50 million spirit coins. Celestial Sun, if this continues, we shall be unable to participate in the subsequent bidding. Meanwhile, within the celestial sun's box, the elder behind him furrowed his brow, unable to bear it any longer, and hastily reminded him, rest assured, Lu Lao, this sun is well aware of his limits. The celestial sun narrowed his eyes, then glanced at the celestial box. Through the delicate veil, he seemed to perceive the enchanting figure of the young girl within, and a fervent glimmer sparked in his eyes. This young lady, though I know not which sect she belongs to, how about granting this son a favor and letting me have this divine fruit? However, upon hearing this, The girl in the celestial box paid no heed to his words and quietly added another 100,000 spirit coins to his bid. Upon hearing this, the celestial son's expression darkened further. Wretched woman, should I discover your identity, I will ensure you are thoroughly toyed within my grasp. Su Yi, what shall we do if this fellow continues to raise the bid? Inside the celestial box, Luo Qinghuan cast a glance at the heavenly sun, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Although they had recently acquired wealth, it was still unwise to squander it. This matter. Su Yi pondered for a moment, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Quite simple, let your brother Yi assist him in purging his sins. If he lacks the funds, what can he offer to increase his bid? Purge sins. Here, the maiden was taken aback. Have you forgotten the new skill you just acquired? Su Yi replied with an enigmatic smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated a spatial blockade against the heavenly sun in the private box marked with the character Tian. Being merely at the celestial sovereign level, it would suffice to confine him for several hours. However, Su Yi opted not to do so and chose instead to impose the blockade for just 1 second. This brief moment was precisely enough to cleanse the sins while ensuring the entire process remained undetected. Spatial blockade successful. Target, heavenly sun. As the system's voice faded, the heavenly sun felt an inexplicable emptiness, as though he had been forcibly transported to another realm. A fleeting shadow of black light flashed before him. Just as his confusion began to settle in, the sensation vanished after a mere second. What just happened? The heavenly sun was momentarily dazed, feeling an oddity within himself. Young master, what is the matter? The elder beside him, a figure of considerable strength, remained oblivious to the fact that the heavenly sun had been momentarily drawn into another space. Did the holy sun just travel elsewhere? Elsewhere? The elder furrowed his brow and shook his head. No, the holy sun has been here in this private box the entire time. Is that so? The heavenly sun frowned, instinctively reaching for his storage ring, only to be met with a sudden sense of emptiness that caused his expression to shift dramatically. He looked down in shock to find that his storage ring was gone. Hiss, where's my storage ring? Inside it were a staggering 500 million spirit coins, given to him by his father for the auction. What? Holy sun, where's your storage ring? The elder also suddenly grasped the situation, bewildered. I have no idea. The heavenly sun's complexion changed as he felt a sudden, burning pain on his face. What the hell? Holy sun, your face seems to have been slapped. The elder gasped in astonishment. What? The heavenly sun pulled out a bronze mirror, only to see his once handsome visage inexplicably swollen to the appearance of a pig's head. What is happening? In that moment, the heavenly sun was utterly bewildered. Had he encountered a ghost? Not only had his storage ring vanished, but now his face had been struck as well. A guest in the Tian box has bid 53 million spirit coins. Does the heavenly sun wish to raise the bid? At that moment, the scene unfolded. The voice of Yuehua resonated once more. Raise the price? What nonsense. My storage ring has been stolen. Not only was it stolen, but my handsome face was also struck. The heavenly sun bellowed, pulling back the curtains, revealing to the crowd the pitiful visage of the heavenly sun, now resembling a pig's head. What? Upon hearing this, Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, her delicate brows knitting together. Heavenly sun, do you mean to say that, in the eyes of all these powerful cultivators, not only was your storage ring stolen, but the thief also had the audacity to slap you? She gazed at the heavenly sun, her expression akin to that of someone looking at a fool. Do you presume that everyone present is blind? Who could possibly storm into your private box, steal your storage ring in front of you, and then slap you? Indeed, the heavenly sun, clutching his face, nodded earnestly. The cultivators present, upon hearing this, regarded him as a simpleton, bursting into hearty laughter. Could it be that the heavenly sun, lacking the means to negotiate, staged this charade to save face before Yuehua? However, he is indeed quite ruthless to inflict such a slap upon himself. How infuriating! Realizing the foolishness of his outburst, the heavenly sun blushed crimson, gritting his teeth in a display of barely contained rage. Meanwhile, within a certain private box, a young girl observing the scene could no longer suppress her laughter. Chapter 86, A Half-Emperor Artifact. You mischievous Su Yi. Why did you purify his sins only to slap him afterward? The girl couldn't help but ask with a laugh. The crowd in the auction hall gazed at the heavenly sun as if he were a fool, Yet only Luo Qinghuan understood that the heavenly sun's words were indeed true. Just moments ago, the mischievous Su Yi had initiated a spatial blockade, forcibly drawing the heavenly sun into a separate dimension, and within a mere second, he completed the purification of sins, followed by the slap. Brother Yi helped him cleanse his sins and then rid him of his ugliness. Just look at his pig-like face. It's rather endearing, at least not ugly, Su Yi chuckled. Upon hearing this, the girl stifled her laughter, thinking Su Yi was truly wicked. Indeed, this Tao fruit of creation essentially becomes a gift from this fellow to us, Su Yi remarked, glancing over the heavenly sun's storage bag, which contained approximately several 100 million spirit coins, and nodded in satisfaction. This heavenly sun is quite generous, Luo Qinghuan chimed in with a grin. Miss Luo, what's this? Upon noticing the smile on Luo Qinghuan's lips, Demoness's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. She vaguely sensed a hint of a rogue aura emanating from Luo Qinghuan. Ahem, it's nothing. The girl shook her head, cleared her throat, and then turned seriously towards Miss Yuehua on the auction stage. Miss Yuehua, since the heavenly sun no longer has the financial means to bid, shall we announce the victor of this Tao fruit of creation? Prompted by the girl's reminder, Yuehua regained her composure and surveyed the audience. Is there anyone who wishes to raise the bid? If there are no further bidders, this Tao fruit of creation will belong to the esteemed guest in Box Tian. As soon as Yuehua uttered these words, the powerful figures surrounding hesitated briefly before ultimately choosing to forfeit. Thus, the Tao fruit of creation was concluded at a price of 53 million spirit coins, with the esteemed guest in Box Tian declared the victor. Soon after, Yuehua announced the final result. Damn it! In another box, the heavenly sun's expression was extremely grim as he covered his pig-like face, seething with resentment and casting a hateful glare towards Luo Qinghuan's box. Even now, he couldn't comprehend the situation. This Tao fruit of creation is mine, he declared. Lu Lao, keep an eye on that woman. Yes, the elder beside him nodded. After Yuehua announced the result, Luo Qinghuan settled back comfortably, now only needing to wait for the auction's conclusion to complete the transaction. Miss Luo, I never imagined you were so wealthy, surpassing even me in riches, Demoness exclaimed, gazing at the girl in awe. Spending such a vast amount of spirit coins without a hint of regret. Ahem. Luo Qinghuan lightly coughed and slightly turned her face away. Wealth, after all, is but an external possession. Upon hearing these words, Demoness slightly parted her crimson lips, gazing at Luo Qinghuan in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Miss Luo would possess such a nonchalant disposition, almost embodying an enlightened spirit. Luo Qinghuan remarked, since it is not my money, I hold no sentiment towards it. Meanwhile, Yuehua continued to preside over the auction proceedings. The subsequent items up for bid were indeed remarkable, drawing the attention of numerous formidable powers who eagerly participated in the bidding. During this time, Su Yi encouraged Luo Qinghuan to acquire several useful items, which not only astonished Demoness but also left the powerful factions in bewilderment. Who, after all, was the affluent lady from this prestigious box? All of this was keenly observed by the heavenly dome Saint Sun. However, devoid of spirit coins in his storage ring, he had long lost the qualification to bid, merely watching helplessly while searching within the box for his elusive storage ring. At that moment, Yuehua abruptly clapped her hands, signaling for silence throughout the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. What follows is the highlight of this auction, as well as the final item to be auctioned. Upon these words, the hall fell silent. All powerful entities turned their curious gazes towards Yuehua, eager to discover what this last auction item might be. Finally, it had arrived. Some individuals within the boxes, already privy to certain information, brightened with anticipation. This item was crafted from extraterrestrial meteorite iron, rumored to be the burial place designed by a great emperor for himself. As Yuehua's voice resonated, the atmosphere in the auction hall grew somber. Extraterrestrial meteorite iron? A burial place created by a great emperor? While its exact nature remained unknown, its association with an emperor assured its extraordinary value. Bring it forth, Yuehua commanded with a gentle clap of her jade hands. Accompanied by several maidservants, a pitch-black coffin was lifted, enveloping the auction hall in a chilling and eerie aura. The countenance of the assembled powers shifted dramatically, filled with trepidation. This item is named the Emperor Suppression Coffin. After evaluation by the masters of the Tianbao Sacred Pavilion, it is determined that while it is not an imperial artifact, it certainly surpasses a sacred artifact, qualifying as a semi-imperial artifact. Its precise function remains unknown. The starting bid is set at 100 million spirit coins, with each subsequent increase not to fall below 10 million spirit coins. After introducing the ancient black coffin, Yuehua declared the starting price, 100 million spirit coins. Upon hearing this, the powerful factions present inhaled sharply, even without knowledge of the coffin's function. The mere association with the term emperor justified the staggering starting bid of 100 million spirit coins. The might of an emperor is indeed fearsome. Nevertheless, despite the ambiguity surrounding its purpose, the mere designation of a semi-imperial artifact was sufficient to incite fierce competition among the powerful factions, resulting in a tumultuous struggle. The aged man declared a staggering bid of 150 million. No one dare compete with me. The elder from the Blood Moon Sect snorted coldly, immediately elevating the starting price to 150 million. Humph, what is 150 million? In our Thieves Guild, we are never short of wealth. At that moment, a corpulent cultivator stepped forth, letting out a disdainful snort. Hiss, the Thieves Guild has made their move. It is said that this guild revels in thievery, and they are most abundant in spirit currency. Their involvement could escalate the price to an alarmingly high figure. Upon seeing the rotund cultivator, the expressions of numerous powerful figures shifted to one of concern. As expected, when the Thieves Guild cultivator stood up and forcefully placed his storage ring upon the table, he announced with authority. What bid would he declare? Witnessing this scene, many powerful figures felt their hearts race. If the sum exceeded their expectations, they would have no choice but to concede. The Thieves Guild cultivator snorted once more and was about to declare a price that would dishearten all the other cultivators when he suddenly noticed a light illuminating from a private booth. Instantly, he shuddered, his flesh quivering, and his voice diminished in strength. Ahem. The Thieves Guild bids 160 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with perplexity. You were so imposing, yet you merely raised it by the minimum increment? Chapter 87. The item transferred is a sack? Humph. I had thought you were rather impressive. The elder of the Blood Moon Sect scoffed disdainfully and then coldly proclaimed, Our Blood Moon Sect bids 180 million, 200 million, 220 million. The other powerful figures, witnessing the modest bid from the Thieves Sect, eagerly joined in the bidding frenzy. As the bids escalated, the price for this semi-emperor artifact soared to a staggering 300 million spirit coins. However, at that moment, a hoarse, aged voice thundered through the room. 500 million. Today, this imperial suppression coffin shall belong to the Blood Moon Sect. The elder of the Blood Moon Sect, nearly driven to madness, gritted his teeth and raised the bidding price to an astronomical 500 million. Gasp! 500 million. The ancestor of the Blood Moon Sect has truly lost his mind. Surely, this ancient being does not intend to use the imperial suppression coffin as his own burial chamber? Upon hearing the bid of 500 million, the powerful figures in the auction hall collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Humph. I have declared that this imperial suppression coffin belongs to the Blood Moon Sect. The ancestor of the Blood Moon Sect snorted coldly. Sui, should we participate? In the private box, the young girl glanced at the obsidian ancient coffin and inquired curiously. No need. We shall not wade into this murky water, Sui replied, shaking his head. This imperial suppression coffin holds little value for them, being merely a semi-emperor artifact. Why not? It is a semi-emperor artifact. If we were to acquire it, and then employ the forging techniques of the esteemed sword master to transform it into an emperor artifact, wouldn't it fetch a far greater price? The girl said earnestly. Hearing this, Sui couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, she was a young woman of remarkable insight, embodying the spirit of a fierce bandit. My dear girl, have you ever considered the quality of the Dragon Abyss sword that the sword master bestowed upon you? Sui asked silently. The girl responded softly, a semi-divine artifact. Wow. A semi-divine artifact. It was only then that Luo Qinghuan realized the immense strength of the Dragon Abyss sword forged by the sword master. If a mere semi-emperor artifact could incite such fervor among the powerful factions, one could only imagine the chaos a semi-divine artifact like the Dragon Abyss sword would unleash. Stinky Sui, what should I do? I feel a bit hesitant to wield the Dragon Abyss sword now, the girl said timidly. What is troubling you? Sui inquired, puzzled. Knowing the prowess of the Dragon Abyss sword, shouldn't she be more eager to wield it? It feels as though I am swinging around tens of billions of spirit coins, and with every swing, I lose a few billion. Luo Qinghuan replied earnestly. Ha. In terms of true value, the Dragon Abyss sword is worth far more than merely tens of billions. It is worth hundreds of billions, Sui quietly added. Luo Qinghuan. All right, now I feel even worse. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Blood Moon sect glanced at the silent, powerful figures from various factions, letting out a satisfied cold snort. He then turned to Yuehua, saying, Miss Yuehua, is it time to announce the ownership of the Zhendi coffin? If there are no further bids, then this Zhendi coffin. Yuehua nodded, about to inquire further when suddenly, a voice filled with authority echoed softly, 1 billion. What? 1 billion. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the auction hall changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across their faces as they exchanged incredulous glances, eager to discern who could dare to call out such a staggering sum. Friend, are you intentionally trying to oppose my Blood Moon sect? The expression of the Blood Moon ancestor also turned exceedingly grim, as he searched for the source of the voice. His countenance shifted abruptly. In a private box, lights suddenly illuminated, revealing a figure of immense authority seated within. Above that box, there was but a single character, Emperor. This was not the esteemed box known among the attendees, but rather, the Emperor box. This signified that within that box sat an expert of the Emperor realm, perhaps even a great emperor. Hiss, Senior, I have just been quite offensive. The Zhendi coffin rightfully belongs to you, esteemed Senior. We, the Blood Moon sect, concede. Upon recognizing the character above the box, the Blood Moon ancestor hastily shook his head in a fluster, choosing to withdraw. What folly it would be to compete with a great emperor. Even if they had the wealth, did they possess the life to match? Oh, a great emperor has intervened? Witnessing this scene, Sui was somewhat taken aback. Would a great emperor truly covet a mere semi-emperor artifact? Why has my father also come? At that moment, the imperial Lanner immediately recognized the voice as belonging to her father, the ruler of the Wuji Divine Dynasty, Emperor Tian. So it is Emperor Tian. What could he possibly want with the Zhendi coffin? Upon hearing Imperial Lanner's words, Sui furrowed his brow. Therefore, the rightful owner of the Zhendi coffin must be the guest in the Emperor box. Yuehua subsequently announced the ownership of the final auction item. After all, with a great emperor intervening, almost no one dared to continue bidding, especially since 1 billion was already a substantial sum. Then, Yuehua declared the conclusion of the auction. Thus, the Tiansheng auction, hosted by Tiansheng Treasure Pavilion, comes to an end. We thank all for your participation. Within the Emperor box, Miss Luo, you shall be retrieving the Tao Fruit of Creation next, correct? Imperial Lanner glanced at the wealthy Lady Luo Qinghuan beside her. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Then, Miss Luo, you may proceed. I must inquire with my father regarding the purpose of the Zhendi coffin. After speaking, Imperial Lanner rose to take her leave. Very well, Miss Luo, let us also go retrieve those items we acquired without cost. Sui remarked with a smile in his mind. Although she spent hundreds of millions, it was not her own money. It was akin to obtaining something for nothing. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan was in high spirits. Finally understanding why the insufferable Sui claimed that getting something for free could bring joy. At the very least, she felt quite happy now. In the Tianbao Sacred Pavilion, within a private chamber, Yuehua addressed the stunningly beautiful young woman. Miss Luo, your auction items are all contained within this storage ring. She gently placed a storage ring on the table. After sensing its contents, Luo Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction and handed over another storage ring filled with spirit coins. Yuehua merely glanced at it before instructing a maid to collect it, for no one dared to acquire items from the Tianbao Sacred Pavilion without settling the payment. Miss Luo, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Yuehua smiled alluringly, preparing to leave the chamber. Wait, the young woman's voice suddenly cut through the air. Yuehua turned back, a hint of confusion in her gaze. I would like to ask Miss Yuehua to help me deliver something, the girl spoke softly. Oh, apart from auctions, the Tianbao Sacred Pavilion offers other services, including parcel delivery. Yuehua responded with a charming smile, then looked at the girl with curiosity. May I ask what Miss Luo wishes to send and to whom? As Yuehua inquired, the girl fell silent, her mind echoing with two voices. Sui, do I really want to send this? Of course, Su Yi nodded in affirmation. Very well. The girl bit her silver teeth and quietly retrieved an item from the storage ring. It is this? What is this? Yuehua questioned. Her forehead creased with 3 lines of disbelief. A sack? Chapter 88. A sack? No, this is your brother Ye's supreme weapon. Upon seeing the substantial sack in the young girl's hands, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yuehua's beautiful eyes, 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead. Yet, her impeccable professionalism compelled her to maintain a smile. Miss Luo, are you certain that what you entrusted to the heavenly sacred pavilion is this, sack? At this moment, the young girl's face flushed crimson as she weakly nodded, wishing she could dig a hole and disappear. That wretched Su Yi. Why must he pass on a sack of all things? However, Su Yi responded earnestly, what do you understand? This is your brother Ye's supreme weapon. If the true master behind the heavenly sacred pavilion is indeed my 3rd senior brother, he will undoubtedly recognize his identity upon seeing this sack. Miss Luo is quite intriguing. Observing the girl's flushed face as she nodded shyly, Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle softly, then nodded, producing a brand new storage ring and placing the hefty sack within. This time, I shall waive the fee. Consider it a gesture of friendship from the heavenly sacred pavilion to you, Miss Luo. After saying this, Yuehua turned her gaze to Luo Qinghuan and inquired, by the way, to whom does Miss Luo intend to transfer this sack? Our heavenly sacred pavilion can assist with deliveries throughout the 9 domains, haha. The pride in Yuehua's tone was unmistakable. Their heavenly sacred pavilion services span the entirety of the 9 domains, with few rivals to be found. Well, Luo Qinghuan pondered for a moment before responding. This item is to be transferred to the master of your esteemed pavilion. The master of our heavenly sacred pavilion? Yuehua was taken aback. You mean Pavilion Master Qin Feng? The master of the heavenly sacred pavilion in thee is indeed Qin Feng. No, Luo Qinghuan shook her head. I am not referring to the branch pavilion master, but rather the true master of the heavenly treasure sacred pavilion. What? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed in Yuehua's beautiful eyes, her lips parting in disbelief. The Grand Master of our heavenly sacred pavilion? The Grand Master is so elusive that even Pavilion Master Qin Feng seldom sees them. This is, as she spoke, a hint of difficulty appeared on Yuehua's face. No worries. If the opportunity arises, Sister Yuehua, please help me with the transfer. Luo Qinghuan gently suggested, shaking her head. Very well. Seeing the girl's determination, Yuehua ceased to press further and nodded in agreement. Having conveyed her instructions, Luo Qinghuan departed from the heavenly sacred pavilion, making her way toward the palace of the infinite empire. Simultaneously, as the young girl's figure emerged from the heavenly sacred pavilion, an elderly man's gaze suddenly turned toward her, then gradually faded into the crowd. Saint Sun, we have found her. In the royal city, bustling streets teemed with people. The girl in white strolled along, suddenly diverting into an empty alley. As she walked, a cold sneer echoed from behind her. Humph. The young lady, little did you know, you are courting death by daring to enter an uninhabited alley. Before her stood a youth, grasping a folding fan, whose swollen visage resembled that of a pig, casting a chilling gaze upon the girl clad in white. Accompanying him was an elder with a hawk-like nose. The heavenly sun? The maiden turned to face them. Indeed, the loathsome Su Yi spoke true. Fortune has indeed smiled upon her with unexpected benefactors. No wonder she was lured into this desolate lane. Upon recognizing the young girl's countenance, the heavenly sun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes igniting with fervor. To his astonishment, there was an unforeseen reward. My dear lady, if you willingly surrender that fabled fruit of creation and accompany me to the heavenly sanctum for but a night, perhaps I shall grant you your freedom, he sneered, his gaze glinting with avarice. Otherwise, with a cold chuckle, he added, I shall confine you within my sanctum, to become my plaything. Though he understood that the girl before him hailed from a prestigious lineage, much like himself, she stood alone, lacking the protective company of an elder. There seemed to exist a disparity in their statuses. As long as his actions were discreet, who would ever suspect him? Ah, heavenly sun, though you may possess an unappealing visage, your thoughts are indeed fanciful. Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze, stifling a laugh at his pig-like face, marred by Su Ye's previous blow. She wondered what method the loathsome Su Yi had employed, for even after such time, the heavenly sun's countenance had yet to return to its former state. I never expected this little wench to possess such sharp wit. The heavenly son's expression shifted as her words struck a nerve. He had sought the counsel of skilled practitioners regarding his grotesquely swollen face, only to be told by the physician that it was irreparably damaged, destined to remain in this state forever. This implied that he might as well abandon the title of Heavenly Son and adopt the moniker of Pighead Son instead. This calamity stemmed from Su Ye's hand, a mere punch imbued with a hint of the law of death. Huh, but I find it rather amusing, the Heavenly Son chuckled, licking his lips with a lecherous grin. Lu Lao, there is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to handle this little wench. He was already at the threshold of the creation realm, capable of looking down upon the majority of the younger generation in the arid realm, unless he encountered those exceptional prodigies. Indeed, Lu Lao nodded, a formidable aura emanating from him, intentionally or not. Fear not, I shall be gentle with you. Once I have captured you and brought you back to the heavenly sanctum, my tenderness shall remain. He laughed heartily. With a sinister chuckle, the heavenly son's folding fan transformed into a razor-sharp weapon, lunging towards the young maiden. In response, she merely withdrew a sword of obsidian hue, her expression remaining impassive as she swung it with precision. A mere inch of sword intent surged forth. Is this all you've got? Beholding the seemingly unremarkable sword strike, the celestial son of the firmament let out a derisive laugh, dismissing it entirely, as the fan in his hand became increasingly sharp. However, not far away, old Lu's gaze fixated upon the sword intent emanating from Luo Qinghuan, his brow furrowing with growing concern. Beware, son, her sword intent is far from simple. How could a mere inch of sword intent be anything but trivial? The celestial son frowned, yet remained unperturbed. An inch is merely the size of my brother's blade. What is there to fear? Clang. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of cold light flashed from that inch of sword intent. As it traveled, the intent expanded dramatically, ultimately reaching several dozen meters in length. What? Witnessing this transformation, the celestial son's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively raising his now razor-sharp fan to shield his chest. Boom. Yet, as the sword intent surged forth, his fan was effortlessly cleaved in two, and a deep gash appeared across his chest, blood gushing forth, revealing the frantic beating of his heart within the wound. Puff. You, a being of the creation realm? How despicable for one of such stature to resort to this means. The celestial son collapsed heavily to the ground, spitting blood, his gaze filled with incredulous fury directed at Luo Qinghuan. Thank you for the compliment, the young girl replied with a sweet smile. Stinky Su Yi said this is called lowering the enemy's guard before delivering a decisive blow. Chapter 89. Utterly perished. How audacious! How dare you harm the holy son of our sacred land? At this moment, Elder Lu could no longer remain seated. He unleashed his formidable aura, his hands morphing into claws as he lunged fiercely at Luo Qinghuan. Elder Lu, save me. The heavenly son, seeing Elder Lu's intervention, felt as though he had spotted a beacon of hope, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. However, this fleeting joy was short-lived. As Elder Lu advanced, the young girl suddenly raised her hand, completely disregarding the terrifying aura of power. Dark energy coalesced into a gigantic hand, effortlessly seizing Elder Lu by the throat, lifting him into the air. Ugh. You are also a powerful being? Elder Lu struggled desperately, yet he was firmly restrained, unable to move an inch. His gaze towards the girl was filled with sheer terror. To him, she seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, her once warm eyes now cold and indifferent, her ebony irises harboring a hint of deathly energy. This was the critical moment when Su Yi made his presence known. Let yourself perish, he remarked, casting a detached glance at Elder Lu. With little interest in this mere first-star powerful being, he discarded Lu to the ground. Just because you wish for Lu to die, does that mean he will? Elder Lu exclaimed, panic-stricken. Quickly, kill her. Upon hearing this, the heavenly son erupted in a fit of frantic rage. Old man. Yet at that moment, Elder Lu felt as though he were under the whispers of a demon, his body rendered immobile as dark energy began to manifest in his eyes, gradually engulfing him. The next instant, a chilling scream echoed as Elder Lu's vitality was consumed by the dark energy. Witnessing this, the heavenly son's complexion drained of color, disbelief etched across his face. What is happening? A powerful being, just like that, has perished before my very eyes. This death was far too effortless. You You are nothing short of a demon. The heavenly son regarded the young girl with palpable fear. Is that so? Suyi replied with a benign smile. Suyi, what was that just now? So powerful. At this moment, the little spirit in a white dress, witnessing the scene, was utterly captivated, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The law of death, Suyi explained with a gentle chuckle. The law of death? What is that? It is one of the heavenly laws. Once you reach the imperial realm, you will naturally comprehend it, Suyi responded with a smile. Oh, so one must attain the imperial realm to grasp its threshold? The girl nodded, then curiously inquired. Indeed, that is typically the case, Suyi affirmed with a slight nod. If one could regard the laws of death as a form of creation during the girl's formative stage, perhaps Luo Qinghuan might grasp some semblance of the power of these laws. However, such a notion remains merely a fantasy. In reality, its realization poses considerable difficulty. With a shake of his head, Suyi cast a glance at the terrified eyes of the heavenly son beside him. Luo girl, this fellow is yours to handle. Only when Suyi issued his command did Luo Qinghuan turn her attention to the heavenly son. Please don't kill me. I was wrong, esteemed lady. Upon meeting the girl's gaze, the heavenly son, fearing he might meet the same fate as Lu Lao, hastily begged for mercy, disregarding his injuries. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. Upon hearing these words, the heavenly son exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Yet, the girl's voice rang out once more. After all, you are quite the benevolent person. I am a benevolent person? The heavenly son was taken aback. Indeed, were it not for your generous support of my spirit coins, how could I have acquired that creation fruit and other items? Thus, it is evident, heavenly son, you are genuinely a good person. Luo Qinghuan revealed a sweet smile as she gazed at him. At that moment, the heavenly son, having received the good person card, finally comprehended the situation after a brief pause. That storage ring of mine, and that punch was it you're doing? No need for thanks. The girl chuckled softly. Uffed. Witnessing her smile, the heavenly son ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood, the last remnants of his life force dissipating along with it. As the spark of vitality in his eyes gradually faded. Observing this scene, Luo Qinghuan could not help but sigh. If you have perished, there is no blame to be cast upon me. I have vowed not to kill you, and I shall uphold my word. After all, I, Luo Qinghuan, am not one to deceive. I merely choose to guide the heavenly son to the afterlife. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of dark transformation value. As the system's voice resonated, a wisp of dark energy surged into the small tower, marking a step closer to the remaking of her corporeal form. Dark transformation reward. When modifying the creation of heaven and earth, the host may manually alter the essence of creation. Will this be invested in Luo Qinghuan? At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement. Manual alteration of the creation of heaven and earth? This is splendid. The system truly was a timely reign, providing exactly what he desired. Very well. Su Yi decided to refrain from immediate investment, as the creation fruit had yet to be planted in the longevity herb field, and Luo Qinghuan would require more time to seize the essence of creation. All right, Luo girl. Tidy up the scene, and then let us depart. Su Yi instructed, and then two individuals, one harnessing the devouring power of the swallowing heaven demon art, consumed the cultivation essence of the celestial prince and elder Lu, while the other employed the indestructible soul technique to absorb their soul origins. It can be stated that the celestial prince and elder Lu met their demise utterly and completely, a phrase seldom used to describe death in such a manner. After meticulously clearing the scene, the two departed. Su Yi acquired nearly 10,000 units of cultivation essence, intending to invest this opportunity in Luo Qinghuan next time. Upon returning to the tranquil courtyard of the royal palace, Su Yi promptly invited Luo Qinghuan into the Kunlun realm to locate the longevity herb field, where he planted a Dao fruit of transformation. Su Yi, how long do you estimate it will take for this Dao fruit to mature? Luo Qinghuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the fruit nestled in the soil. Perhaps a few days or a couple of weeks, Su Yi pondered before responding. With the enhancements from the system, the longevity herb field's growth capacity has significantly accelerated. 500 years would merely be a fleeting moment for it. Regrettably, this phenomenon is beneficial solely for spiritual herbs. Were it advantageous for humans, he would have long since planted Luo Qinghuan within it. Perhaps after several decades, the young lady might ascend to the status of an emperor. Naturally, this remains a mere thought. Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 90. Beneath the lava, a severed finger. In the depths of the royal palace of the Wujia divine dynasty, the capital city. Father, you must honestly confess. That imperial box at the heavenly sacred treasure pavilion was indeed yours, wasn't it? D. Laner inquired, clinging to D. Tian's arm and shaking it gently. Indeed. D. Tian glanced at his beloved daughter, affectionately ruffling her hair. Father, what purpose does the Jeune D pavilion serve? Our divine dynasty already possesses imperial artifacts. Why then spend a fortune to auction off a semi-imperial artifact, especially one of uncertain utility? D. Laner gazed at D. Tian with curiosity. Well, D. Tian paused momentarily. Under the eager gaze of D. Laner, he slowly uttered 4 words. Wealth breeds caprice. D. Laner. She tightened her grip on the long whip in her hand, contemplating that were this old man not her father, she might have impulsively lashed out with it. This Jeune D coffin certainly possesses its significance. D. Tian shook his head. Very well. Observing her father's enigmatic demeanor, D. Laner realized he was aware of something but would not divulge it, prompting her to abandon further inquiries. Shouldn't the one in the same heavenly box be Miss Luo? D. Tian asked, casting a glance at D. Laner. Yes. D. Laner nodded earnestly, stating, Miss Luo is quite the affluent lady, extravagantly spending as if money were nothing. Seemingly wealthier than myself. It appears Miss Luo is indeed remarkable. D. Tian's brow furrowed slightly. The fact that Luo Qinghuan, a prodigy of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, could rival the wealth of top-tier forces elites attested to her extraordinary nature. After D. Laner managed to coax some spirit currency from her father and left contentedly, D. Tian narrowed his eyes. He then stepped into the void, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself in a subterranean realm filled with molten lava, surrounded by an invisible fire raging fiercely. Upon his arrival, even the spiritual energy surrounding him began to ignite. However, D. Tian paid it no mind. He raised his gaze slightly, and there stood a towering spire at the apex of this lava-filled domain, seemingly suppressing the area. At the base of the tower, several iron chains extended deep into the molten core, each link ablaze with fierce flames. Following the fiery chains, one could discern a palm-sized ember of imperial flame burning intensely. Upon sighting this ember, a profound gravity shadowed D. Tian's eyes as he murmured, What divine entity does this severed finger belong to? Within that ember of imperial flame lay a severed finger, elongated and radiating an inexhaustible, violent power. Had it not been for the layers of imperial flames suppressing the situation, and the continuous influx of heavenly spiritual energy from the Tower of Creation standing tall above, a mere flick of that finger, if it were to strike the territory of their Wuji divine dynasty, would likely lead to the utter annihilation of their entire dynasty in an instant. This severed finger had materialized thousands of years ago, appearing out of thin air above the Wuji divine dynasty. Its formidable power made even this emperor's heart race. Should it be unleashed, the dynasty would be rendered non-existent. Consequently, he employed every means at his disposal to seal this finger beneath the Tower of Creation, utilizing imperial flames in an attempt to exhaust its potency. Yet, after all these years, the power of the severed finger seemed to remain unscathed. Instead, the energies of the Tower of Creation and the imperial flames had been significantly depleted, causing considerable damage to the tower itself. Realizing that the combined might of the tower and the imperial flames could not contain it, he decided to introduce an additional force. With a grave expression, Emperor Tian took a deep breath and waved his hand, sending a pitch-black ancient coffin to suppress the severed finger engulfed in imperial flames. Boom! As the imperial might descended, the severed finger appeared to finally settle down. Sigh. This situation cannot persist. Observing the subdued finger, Emperor Tian couldn't help but exhale in exasperation, feeling a headache coming on. Initially, he had intended to transfer this finger elsewhere, anywhere but within his Wuji divine dynasty, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of relocating it. This indicated that the finger's owner possessed strength far superior to his own. Thus, he had no choice but to seal it beneath the Tower of Creation. As long as this severed finger remained, it was akin to a ticking time bomb, posing a grave threat to their Wuji divine dynasty. He could only hope that Miss Luo could restore the Tower of Creation. Even achieving a mere 30% restoration would suffice. Weary, Emperor Tian rubbed his temples. While other sacred sects were suppressing true demons or ancient demon lords, why was it that his Wuji divine dynasty was burdened with a severed finger? This script feels all wrong. Moreover, whose finger is this anyway? It is undeniably powerful. Yet it is also insatiably greedy, continuously absorbing the energies of the Tower of Creation and his imperial flames. With only a severed finger remaining, it still demands more, leaving no respite for the cultivators. It is utterly perplexing. In 7 days, Miss Luo would arrive to repair the Tower of Creation. Emperor Tian sighed once more. A few days later, within the Wuji royal palace, in a small courtyard, Su Yi exclaimed, "I've grown. I've grown," as the girl's voice brimmed with excitement. Su Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "Grown? What is grown? Could it be? That shouldn't be the case. The ancient divine garment improves gradually. It shouldn't be this swift. Miss Luo hasn't made any mistakes, has she?" He frowned. "Luo girl, you should log in to see for yourself. This matter cannot be rushed, and there is no need for you to feel inferior. After all, you are still in the prime of your youth." "Inferior? In the throes of growth? What are you saying?" Upon hearing Su Ye's solemn words, the young girl was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly realize the implication. Her charming face instantly flushed with a deep crimson as she shot him a glare. "Pa, you scoundrel. I was speaking of the Tao fruit of creation. What are you thinking?" Chapter 91. Repairing the Tower of Creation and Transformation. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. It turns out that the girl was referring to the fruit of creation. He had thought, "Ahem. To be honest, what your brother Yi is talking about is indeed the fruit of creation." Su Yi cleared his throat. The girl immediately displayed a skeptical expression. "Humph. You insolent Su Yi. After spending so much time together, do you think I don't know your true nature?" Luo Qinghuan crossed her arms and chuckled coldly. "Oh, then tell me, what kind of person is brother Yi?" The girl replied with a huff. "Humph, you are undoubtedly." At this point, her words suddenly halted. "A strikingly handsome figure. An incredibly handsome figure. Thank you for the compliment." Su Yi smiled faintly. "Luo Qinghuan, you insolent Su Yi. Do not secretly log in and use my voice to praise yourself." "Ha ha, I refuse." Su Yi laughed heartily. He must sell this sword. After teasing Luo Qinghuan for a while longer, he finally took a glance at the fruit of creation planted in the longevity herb field. Indeed, as the girl had said, it had grown considerably. Visible were the rhythms of the great Tao flowing, with an enticing fragrance wafting through the air. It was evidently close to ripening. After all, the longevity herb field not only accelerates the maturation of the fruit of creation, but also aids its advancement. "It seems it will ripen very soon." Su Yi murmured to himself. "Su Yi, it seems someone is coming." Just then, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Demoness' voice. "Miss Luo, His Majesty has sent us to summon you. Today marks the opening of the Tower of Creation and Transformation." As Luo Qinghuan opened the door, she saw Demoness, clad in leather with a whip in hand, and the third prince, Yun, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. "Miss Luo." Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan, Demoness immediately turned her gaze toward her. "You have grown stronger again?" Yun's gaze also shifted. Upon sensing the girl's aura, his expression changed, revealing a hint of astonishment. During this time, under Su Ye's guidance, Luo Qinghuan had once again broken through, elevating her strength to the 3-star level of creation. "Isn't it normal to see an improvement in strength after a few days?" Hearing Yun's words, the girl innocently furrowed her brow. This person speaks quite oddly. Time flows, and all things grow, so her cultivation level also rises. Is that not a natural occurrence? Upon hearing this, Yun, his lips twitched slightly, observing the girl's nonchalant demeanor. He nearly found her reasoning convincing. Had it not been for the reminder of his own stagnant progress over the past 3 months, he might have believed her words. That was close. However, the girl before him was a formidable opponent. At that moment, Yun looked at Luo Qinghuan with eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Third brother." Beside her, Demoness cast an irritated glance at her third brother, saying, "Do not even think about competing with Miss Luo. Haven't you already been thoroughly bested by her in the divine armament secret realm?" Yun replied, "Very well. Miss Luo, please follow us." After Demoness spoke, she disregarded Yun and took Luo Qinghuan by the hand, leading her away. As they walked, she continued, "Miss Luo, pay no heed to my third brother. He is notoriously obsessed with battle, always eager to spar with anyone stronger than himself. Yet he invariably ends up on the losing side, a true masochist. Deepen was struck once more by her words, feeling the sting of her remarks. Soon, the trio arrived deep within the royal palace, where they beheld a towering edifice, the Tower of Creation. At this moment, numerous ministers of the Wuji divine dynasty had gathered around, with Detian among them. Upon noticing the three figures, Detian promptly approached with a retinue of ministers. Miss Luo. Observing this scene, many ministers gasped in astonishment. It seemed that Miss Luo held considerable weight in Detian's esteem. After all, it was unlikely that even the leader of the Xuantian Sacred Sect would receive such a personal welcome from him and his ministers. Senior Detian. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, then lifted her gaze to the towering structure. Is this the Tower of Creation forged by Senior Shinbing? Indeed. Detian affirmed with a slight nod, his gaze also drawn to the tower. Regrettably, perhaps due to the passage of time, the Tower of Creation has suffered damage, and the density of the spiritual energy it once gathered has diminished significantly. Detian chose to conceal the true purpose of the Tower of Creation, which was to suppress the mysterious severed finger incident. After all, this matter was unknown even to the ministers of the Wuji divine dynasty. Only he and the core figures of the dynasty were privy to it. He merely hoped that Luo Qinghuan could restore at least a third of the tower's former power. The passage of time? Luo Qinghuan mused, her brows furrowing slightly. Senior Detian, does your Wuji divine dynasty have so many prodigies? Logically speaking, the Tower of Creation forged by Senior Shinbing should not be so fragile. Upon hearing this, Detian broke into a cold sweat. This Miss Luo was remarkably perceptive. She could deduce discrepancies from his words. However, he merely concocted a casual excuse to brush it off without elaboration. Subsequently, Luo Qinghuan chose not to pursue the matter further and began to examine the Tower of Creation. In response, Detian and the ministers remained silent, following her quietly. Little Luo, move a bit closer. At that moment, the voice of Su Yi echoed in Luo Qinghuan's mind. Without hesitation, she took a few steps closer to the Tower of Creation. When instructed by Su Yi to halt, she paused and inquired, "What is it?" I vaguely sensed a somewhat familiar force. Su Yi furrowed his brow. Do you feel a connection with it? The young girl raised her delicate eyebrows. Indeed. How did you know? You always say that. She pouted silently. Su Yi. In the past, it was the perception of a fierce bandit, sensing that there was something in this place connected to him. But now it is different. It is a strangely familiar power. Yet, he could not quite articulate its exact nature. Miss Luo, what do you think? Is it possible to restore it to 30%? Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan suddenly approach the Tower of Heaven and Earth Creation, Detian eagerly inquired, thinking she was about to commence the restoration. 30%? The young girl frowned slightly. What? Is 30% not feasible? At this, Detian felt a sinking sensation in his heart. No matter, 20% will suffice. If it is merely 20%, I can always employ a bit more of the imperial flame to suppress that peculiar severed finger. Just 20%? It seems. His Majesty's expectations might be in vain. After all, this is a direct inheritance from the divine weapon emperor. How could it only be restored to 20%? This is hardly. Among the crowd, a minister furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. However, before he could finish his words, Detian struck him aside with a single blow. Miss Luo, do not mind. I merely sent him to the frontier to tend to the sheep. Chapter 92. Accumulating wealth. Having completed all necessary tasks, Emperor Tian spoke in a nonchalant manner. The young maiden blinked, amused by his authoritative demeanor. If there are further discussions regarding Miss Luo, I shall personally strip you of your titles and send each of you to the borders to tend sheep, he declared, casting a cursory glance at the ministers of the Wuji divine dynasty. Without Luo Qinghuan, do not even dream of receiving a fraction, let alone 2/10, of what you desire. Yes, Your Majesty, the ministers trembled in fear. Did you think that the sheep Emperor Tian mentioned were mere livestock? Such a notion would be a grave misunderstanding. They were, in fact, the ferocious beasts they had domesticated, colossal in size and capable of devouring a person when enraged. Senior Emperor Tian, there is something I am unsure whether I should voice, Luo Qinghuan remarked, glancing at the Tower of Cosmic Creation before turning her gaze back to him. Please, speak freely. Miss Luo, Emperor Tian encouraged. Is it truly so modest a request? I possess the capability to restore the Tower of Cosmic Creation to its former glory. Yet you only asked me to restore 2/10? The young maiden gazed at him earnestly, her expression innocent. Emperor Tian, I am merely offering you an opportunity to step down gracefully. Who would have guessed that you were so remarkably talented, capable of a full restoration? A flicker of seriousness passed through his eyes as he regarded Luo Qinghuan with unexpected surprise. Then I must trouble you, Miss Luo. Certainly, she replied sweetly, remembering that Emperor Tian had promised her access to the Wuji imperial tomb. Seeing her radiant smile, Emperor Tian felt an inexplicable unease wash over him. Hadn't he merely consented to grant her the chance to enter the Wuji imperial tomb? Why did it feel as though he was handing her the entire tomb itself? Very well, Miss Luo, you may begin. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, poised to commence her work when suddenly, the voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind. After listening, Luo Qinghuan paused, then lifted her gaze to Emperor Tian, her lips parting slightly. Senior Emperor Tian, could you prepare a modest quantity of spiritual energy? A modest amount? Emperor Tian was taken aback. 1 billion points, she clarified. Very well, he nodded, refraining from further inquiry, assuming such an extensive amount was required for the restoration. With a grand gesture, he summoned forth a dazzling light from his storage ring. Before them rose a mound of spiritual stones, reminiscent of a small mountain. Each stone was imbued with an exceptionally rich essence of cosmic energy. As the stones accumulated, the area surrounding the Tower of Cosmic Creation was instantly suffused with an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy. Su Yi, does it truly require this much energy to restore the tower? Luo Qinghuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the towering pile of stones. 1 stone is sufficient. Su Yi replied calmly. 1 stone? The young maiden blinked in confusion. Then why mention 1 billion points? Luo girl, do you not understand the principle of accumulating much from little? Su Yi intended merely to impart to Luo Qinghuan the principle of accumulating little by little. After all, how do you think he built his fortune from scratch after traversing here? Indeed, yet this place seems to possess quite a few resources. Luo Qinghuan cast a timid glance at the towering pile of spirit stones. Yes, accumulation leads to abundance, and abundance can yield billions. Su Yi replied with a smile. Who says it can only be a gradual process? That would be too slow. Luo Qinghuan remained speechless for a moment, but gradually, her eyes began to glimmer with understanding. I see now. I've learned, she exclaimed. All right, let your brother Yi take over. Su Yi glanced at the Tower of Heavenly Creation and spoke. You won't allow me? The girl paused, as she had been eager to showcase her newfound skills in front of the insufferable Su Yi after comprehending the ancient forging techniques. No need. Your brother Yi will handle it. With a mysterious smile, Su Yi replied, once your brother Yi has completed the restoration, you will understand why. Oh, all right. The girl nodded obediently, relinquishing her turn. As her expression shifted, the once naive look in her eyes soon transformed into one of cold determination. She then slowly approached the Tower of Heavenly Creation, extending her hand to touch its surface. Upon witnessing this scene, Tian momentarily froze. Why did it seem as though the girl before him had transformed into a different person? As she began the restoration, her demeanor was markedly serious in contrast to her earlier demeanor. Could this be professionalism? At that moment, the surrounding ministers dared not even breathe, their gazes fixed upon her. Before long, as the immense aura of her intent surged, a vast array manifested beneath her, continuously expanding until it enveloped the entire Tower of Heavenly Creation in the blink of an eye. Is this an array for restoring artifacts? With this revelation, Tian finally felt a sense of relief. The presence of this array indicated that Miss Luo had indeed mastered the legacy of the great artifact emperor. Simultaneously, within Su Ye's mind, the system's voice resounded. Detected irreparable artifact, Tower of Heavenly Creation. Would you like to begin restoration? Tian assumed it was a matter of inheritance and effort, unaware that it was merely a hidden advantage at play. Restore, Su Yi said with nonchalance. Even without the system, he could still repair the Tower of Heavenly Creation, but the crux lay in the consumption of spirit stones. Therefore, why not utilize a cheat? It would allow him to gather a substantial amount of spirit stones for Luo Qinghuan's cultivation. Before long, as the array radiated a brilliant light enveloping the entire Tower of Heavenly Creation, Tian, along with the ministers of the Divine Dynasty, witnessed the restoration of the tower's aura. Simultaneously, the towering pile of spirit stones began to diminish silently, Di Tian furrowed his brows, unable to suppress a sigh. It appeared that restoring the Tower of Creation was indeed a monumental task, as the consumption of spirit stones was alarmingly swift. Meanwhile, within the Kunlun realm, a petite soul clad in white gazed at the multitude of spirit stones flowing in, her eyes shimmering with delight. Hee, one spirit stone, another spirit stone. This is precisely the principle of accumulating vast wealth, as that insufferable Su Yi mentioned. Soon, as the final spirit stone was consumed, the girl slowly rose. The radiance of the restoration array beneath her fading gradually under the watchful eyes of Di Tian and the anxious ministers of the divine court. Miss Luo, is it repaired? Di Tian could not help but inquire upon witnessing the scene. Not yet, just one step remains, Su Yi replied, shaking her head. She then silently activated the divine level inscription forging technique. The Tower of Creation has been successfully restored. The host may add the following inscriptions. Divine speed. Adding this inscription will significantly enhance the rate at which cultivators within the tower absorb spiritual energy. Tower Master. Designate one individual as the Tower Master. All cultivators entering the tower for training must contribute their acquired spiritual energy, substantially increasing the energy gained by the Tower Master. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi promptly added both inscriptions and designated Luo Qinghuan as the Tower Master. Chapter 93. The legendary 10th layer. Having completed the addition of the two entries, Su Yi turned to Di Tian with a smile, proclaiming, "The Tower of Creation has been restored, and I have made some enhancements." Enhancements? Di Tian furrowed his brow, gazing at the girl with curiosity. Indeed, upon entering the Tower of Creation, the speed at which cultivators can absorb spiritual energy has significantly increased, Su Yi explained while glancing at the tower. In other words, cultivating within the Tower of Creation is now much faster than before. Di Tian narrowed his eyes, somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought that asking Miss Luo to repair the tower would yield such unexpected benefits? Absolutely, Su Yi nodded affirmatively. Di Yun, you may go now. Di Tian gestured towards Di Yun and then pointed to the Tower of Creation. Di Yun nodded and, amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, stepped into the tower. Su Yi, have you truly made enhancements to the Tower of Creation? Meanwhile, the petite spirit in a white dress curiously inquired of Su Yi. Of course. Moreover, I have not merely made a few modifications, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. I have bound you as the Tower Master. Once Di Yun emerges, Luo girl, you will be able to sense the changes in the spiritual energy within you. Tower Master? The girl was momentarily taken aback. Soon, the Tower of Creation began to stir, and when Di Yun emerged, his astonishment and incredulous expression spoke volumes, despite his silence. Third brother, is what Miss Luo said true? Di Lanner asked eagerly. Yes. Di Yun nodded gravely, his gaze filled with awe as he looked at the smiling girl. After Miss Luo's enhancements, the speed of cultivation within the Tower of Creation has increased several-fold compared to before. At this rate, I fear it won't be long before I break through to the third level of the creation realm. Wow, is it truly real? Di Lanner gasped. Miss Luo is indeed extraordinary. Not only did she repair the Tower of Creation forged by the Divine Weapon Master, but she also managed to improve upon it. Haha. From now on, the might of our Wuji Divine Dynasty shall grow even stronger. Around them, the ministers of the Divine Dynasty were equally astonished. Initially, many had opposed Di Tian using the entry qualifications to the Wuji Imperial Tomb as a reward, but now, it seemed that not only would they support entry into the Wuji Imperial Tomb, but they would also wholeheartedly endorse any whim of Miss Luo, even if it meant dancing atop the graves of the ancestors. Hey, Su Yi, why do I feel an exceptionally rich flow of spiritual energy surging in? At that moment, the girl also noticed something unusual. This is the advantage of being the Tower Master. Su Yi smiled and explained. All cultivators who enter the Tower of Heaven and Earth transformation must offer the spiritual energy they have cultivated, and the energy obtained will be significantly enhanced. How impressive, the young girl exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that one can grow stronger even while lying down? Lady Luo, I owe you a great favor, Di Tian said gravely, casting a serious glance at Luo Qinghuan. The young woman had not only repaired the Tower of Heaven and Earth transformation, but had also inadvertently aided in strengthening his divine dynasty. Thus a debt of gratitude was indeed warranted. As for the Wujing Imperial Tomb, you may visit at your convenience. No rush. Su Yi shook his head, and turned to Tian. Since I have restored the Tower of Heaven and Earth transformation, I should also have the right to enter and cultivate within it, correct? There are opportunities on the 10th level that I left behind. It would be perfect for the young lady to retrieve them. Of course, Tian nodded. At any time, as long as Lady Luo wishes to come, she is free to enter and cultivate. Very well. Coincidentally, I have an opportunity to break through. So I shall take advantage of the Tower of Heaven and Earth transformation for my advancement. Su Yi agreed, then quietly returned control of his body to Luo Qinghuan. Hearing this, Yun interjected, "Wait a moment. Lady Luo, did you not just break through a few days ago? This seems rather fortuitous, does it not? Yun Lanner, you should enter the Tower of Heaven and Earth transformation alongside Lady Luo." Tian instructed his obedient daughter and rebellious son. "Yes, father," they replied in unison. As the three entered the Tower of Heaven and Earth transformation, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. What abundant spiritual energy! Lanner could not help but exclaim, gazing in awe at Luo Qinghuan. This Tower of Heaven and Earth transformation is indeed far superior to before. You are truly remarkable, Lady Luo. Although Su Yi was responsible for this enhancement, the girl was no longer the same as before. Had it been the old Luo Qinghuan, she might have blushed from the praise, but now she merely placed her hands behind her back and huffed. It's just mediocre, barely acceptable. What is this? Suddenly, Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed as she noticed a stone pillar in the center of the first level. Her gaze lifted, and she saw that the jade stone pillar was inscribed with names, accompanied by what appeared to be the levels and rankings of the tower. Tian, 9th level. Wuji, 8th level. Zhan, 8th level. Lanner, 7th level. Yun, 7th level. The girl read each name thoughtfully. These are the highest levels attained by the prodigies of our Wujing divine dynasty. Lanner explained from the side. I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded in understanding, then shifted her gaze to the top of the jade stone pillar, where a vague name seemed to be inscribed. That is something we are not entirely certain about. However, we do not perceive it as a name of distinction. It may well be a remnant from the trials of the divine weapon emperor. After all, the existence of the 10th floor is merely a legend. And considering this tower comprises only 9 levels, one must question the origin of a 10th. Meanwhile, Lanner shook her head. Is that so? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brow. In truth, that name was bestowed by your brother Yi. At that moment, Su Yi quietly spoke in his mind. Chapter 94, The Astonished Siblings. I knew it. A look of realization spread across Luo Qinghuan's delicate face. Only that insufferable Su Yi would be so ostentatious. Wasn't he the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation only 9 stories high? Where did the 10th layer come from? The young girl furrowed her brows and inquired. There is no 10th layer. One simply constructs it. Su Yi replied with a light chuckle. Construct it, you say? You will understand shortly. Su Yi wore an air of mystery, smiling as he added, moreover, your elder brother has left you a splendid treasure on the 10th layer. Very well. The young girl nodded obediently. Soon after, Yun and Lanner accompanied Luo Qinghuan as they ventured deeper into the first layer, explaining the precautions necessary for navigating the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation. Between each layer, there exists a formidable pressure. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth becomes increasingly potent as one ascends. Understood. I will keep that in mind, Luo Qinghuan murmured, slightly nodding. Miss Luo, I recognize your exceptional talent, but the pressure within the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation is significant. Simply do your best, Lanner remarked, her gaze steady as she cautioned. I will do my utmost, Luo Qinghuan affirmed with a nod. Lanner felt a sudden sense of unease. She had the impression that the young girl had misunderstood her words. What she meant by doing one's best was to exert oneself appropriately. Yet it seemed the girl interpreted it as giving her all. Ladies, I shall take my leave now, Luo Qinghuan announced, turning to ascend the steps toward the second layer. Wait, Miss Luo, Lanner called out once more. Every layer of the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation bears ancient script. Our Wuji divine dynasty refers to it as the primordial divine script. If you perceive it carefully, you may gain insights. Primordial divine script? Luo Qinghuan paused, then gently nodded. Committing it to memory. Once I enter, I shall diligently transcribe and gather those primordial divine scripts. Ahem. Little Luo. In truth, you need not remember those primordial divine scripts, for your elder brother simply scribbled them. Who knows how the Wuji divine dynasty came to regard them as some so-called primordial divine script. In his mind, Su Yi coughed lightly. Luo Qinghuan. Why is that insufferable Su Yi so fond of mischief? Lanner, do you, in the Wuji divine dynasty, have insights derived from that primordial divine script? Luo Qinghuan could not help but ask. The thought of the Wuji divine dynasty considering Su Ye's random scrawls as supreme scriptures almost made her laugh. Of course. Lanner nodded earnestly. Not to mention the predecessors of our Wuji divine dynasty, among this generation's youth, aside from myself and my third brother. Both my eldest brother and second sister have also gained enlightenment from the primordial divine script inscribed on the tower walls. Luo Qinghuan was stunned, her mind momentarily blank. In her thoughts, Su Yi chuckled in amusement. Though it may be the ramblings of your night brother, it is nonetheless penned by the hand of the emperor, and thus possesses a certain enlightening quality. Even if the emperor were to merely pass gas, it might very well lead an ordinary cultivator to profound realization. Would you care to give it a try? Ugh, no, said Luo Qinghuan, shaking her head vigorously. Then, she exchanged a few words with Lanner before turning to ascend to the second level of the Tower of Creation. Third brother, with Luo's talent, how far do you think she can ascend on her first attempt? Lanner inquired curiously, raising the whip in her hand towards Yun. Her innate ability surpasses ours. We only managed to reach the 5th level on our first try. With her prowess, she should at least reach the 6th level, Yun replied, crossing his arms with a dismissive huff. Oh my. Third brother, are you actually conceding that Luo's talent exceeds your own? Upon hearing this, Lanner cast a teasing glance at Yun. Humph, I never claimed someone stronger than me to be weak, Yun retorted coldly. All right, let us set off as well and meet Luo at the 6th level. The two were just about to move when suddenly, a resounding boom erupted from the jade-like stone pillar of the 1st level. They paused, immediately looking towards the source of the sound. To their astonishment, a name appeared on the stone pillar. Luo Qinghuan, 6th level. Is this Luo? Yun frowned. Indeed, she has reached the 6th level, just as I suspected. But how is it possible for her to ascend so quickly? It has barely been a few minutes since she parted ways with us. Has she scurried up like a rat? If memory serves, third brother, it took you a full 3 days to reach the 6th level. Lanner chuckled softly beside him. This disparity seems rather significant, Yun remarked, his lips twitching slightly. He cast a glance at the whip tied at her waist, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to snatch it and deliver a sound thrashing to his foolish sister. Alas, she is my sister, he sighed. Wow, third brother, look. At that moment, Lanner exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Fourth sister, you are a royal. This excessive surprise is rather unbecoming. Yun reprimanded her lightly, his expression returning to neutrality. In the next instant, a shout even louder than Lanner's exclamation erupted. Wow! They beheld the stone pillar, where Luo Qinghuan's name radiated a brilliant glow, and under this shimmering light, her name moved forward once more. This is the 8th level? As they witnessed this spectacle, their expressions transformed into sheer incredulity. In but a fleeting moment, the young lady had ascended directly to the 8th level. Even after their extensive training within the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation, they could only reach the 7th level. The oppressive force of the 8th level was utterly terrifying. Even a mere brush against it would send them flying. Yet, the young lady not only adapted to the tower's pressure in such a brief span, but even ascended to the 8th level. Hiss! Third brother, could it be that Miss Luo is excessively extraordinary? Is she truly on par with peers of the same caliber? Lanner widened her beautiful eyes. This, Yun's expression was equally grave. Even their prodigious prince, renowned within the infinite divine dynasty, had only recently managed to barely enter the 8th level after numerous attempts. But now, Miss Luo has so effortlessly and swiftly entered the 8th level. Has she unlocked something? At this moment, Luo Qinghuan had already left them both in a state of slight astonishment. Third brother, do you think Miss Luo might directly reach the 9th level? Lanner, her heart still racing, gently patted her ample chest and whispered her query. Yun, not likely. He shook his head. Throughout history, only a scant few from the infinite divine dynasty have attained the 9th level, all of whom were mighty emperors. Could it be that Miss Luo possesses the bearing of an emperor? Third brother, don't say it lightly. You might just be onto something. Just then, Lanner's trembling voice broke the silence. Her gaze fell upon the jade stone pillar. The young lady's name was once again enveloped in radiance, undergoing a transformation. Witnessing this scene, the two siblings were instantly petrified. What? Third brother, could it be that this young lady can truly manifest her words into reality? Chapter 95. The 10th level. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Creation, Emperor Tian had arranged for his ministers, instructing them to frequently enter the tower for cultivation. Lady Luo is truly a benefactor of our divine dynasty. Not only did she assist in the restoration of the tower, but she also enhanced its capabilities, fortifying the strength of our nation. The ministers of the divine dynasty expressed their admiration, acknowledging Lady Luo's invaluable contribution. Emperor Tian nodded, recognizing that most importantly, she had restored the tower to its most perfect state. As a result, the suppression exerted by the tower would be even more stable, alleviating his concerns about the peculiar seal on the severed finger loosening. With a sigh of relief, Emperor Tian prepared to depart into the molten depths. Suddenly, the entire Tower of Creation trembled violently. What is happening? Lady Luo had just completed the restoration, and now the tower was damaged again? The tremors of the tower captured the attention of the ministers, their brows furrowing as they turned their gaze toward it. Emperor Tian's eyes narrowed in concern. Has someone entered the 9th level? What? The 9th level? Who could it be? The 3rd prince or the 4th princess? Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, the ministers were filled with astonishment, quickly looking for answers. It is not them. Emperor Tian shook his head, his voice grave. For them to reach the 8th level is already commendable. The 9th level is beyond their reach. If it is neither the 3rd prince nor the 4th princess, then it must be. The ministers paused, their expressions shifting dramatically as realization dawned upon them. It is Lady Luo, Emperor Tian stated gravely. He realized that every time he thought he had grasped Lady Luo Qinghuan, she would surprise him in an unexpected manner. The fact that she could reach the 9th level of the tower implied that her talents rivaled his own. It suggested that she could one day ascend to the imperial throne. Perhaps the future of the Xuantian Sacred Sect could also rise to the ranks of top-tier powers. He mused. The future emperor, he murmured, marveling at her extraordinary talent. We bear witness to the birth of a future sovereign. Such terrifying potential. Who would have thought that a mere sect like the Xuantian could produce such a prodigy? Perhaps we should invite Lady Luo to our Wuji divine dynasty for personal cultivation, or arrange a marriage between her and the 3rd prince or the 1st prince. Amidst the minister's shock, an elder could not refrain from suggesting, but she is destined to be a future emperor. Are the 3rd prince and 1st prince suitable matches? Another minister hesitantly inquired. At once, the surrounding ministers fell into a thoughtful silence. It seems somewhat unworthy. You may withdraw and refrain from disturbing Miss Luo's cultivation. Emperor Tian cast a faint glance at the gathered ministers. Indeed, the ministers of the divine dynasty nodded in agreement. Good heavens, Your Majesty, look, how has an invisible staircase appeared at the pinnacle of the 9th level? Furthermore, there is even a courtyard. At that moment, an unexpected exclamation pierced the air. Emperor Tian and the ministers turned in astonishment. Before them, the 9th level was enveloped in resplendent light, and as the staircase extended, a courtyard manifested above the Tower of Creation, as if the fabled 10th level had truly come into existence. Is the 10th level not a mere legend? In that instant, Emperor Tian's pupils constricted. The Tower of Creation, 9th level. The aura of heaven and earth was rich and ceaseless. A graceful young maiden sat cross-legged, seemingly having reached the 9th level swiftly. However, she had lingered on each level, for Suyi had remarked that this spiritual energy should not be squandered. Luo Qinghuan also upheld the admirable tradition of frugality, diligently collecting the spiritual energy from each level before ascending further. Suyi, I have nearly absorbed all the spiritual energy from the 9th level. How shall I enter the 10th level? Luo Qinghuan concluded her cultivation of the swallowing heavenly devil technique, the dark aura dissipating from her delicate form, and then inquired within her mind. Where there is no path, create one. Where there is no tower, build one. Little Luo, sense the entirety of the Tower of Creation with your will, and perceive the intangible 10th level. Suyi replied with a gentle smile. Very well. I shall give it a try. The maiden nodded, sitting cross-legged once more. As she attuned her will, it seemed as though she perceived the entire tower imbued with such essence, and she proceeded to gather that essence as Suyi had instructed. In an instant, the entire 9th level was bathed in radiant light. Invisible steps manifested at the summit of the 9th level, and a courtyard stood proudly atop the Tower of Creation. This was indeed the fabled 10th level. Chapter 96. The Emperor's Insights left by Brother Yi. This girl possesses remarkably high attributes. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi couldn't help but marvel at Luo Qinghuan's exceptional perception. Among the younger generation in this desolate realm, she is undoubtedly an extraordinary hero, endowed with exceptional talent and an array of advantages, leaving others in her wake. Is this a success for me? Upon sensing the intangible will of the heaven and earth creation tower, the young girl eagerly opened her beautiful eyes. Indeed, Su Yi replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. Now, Luo girl, make your way to the 10th level. The young girl nodded obediently, rising gracefully. Meanwhile, outside the heaven and earth creation tower, what on earth is happening? The 10th level? How is this possible? A group of divine court officials stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on their faces, their speech faltering. Lord Su, strike me if you will, but I feel as though I am in a dream. One official furrowed his brow, gazing at the magnificent, radiant courtyard in disbelief. Not a problem, Lord Zhang. Lord Su rolled up his sleeves, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he grinned. Just as he prepared to throw a punch, suddenly, a fist as large as a sandbag loomed before his eyes. Ouch! Lord Su cried out in agony, covering his eyes. Does it hurt? Lord Zhang inquired with a concerned expression. Can you stop with the nonsense? And what about the agreement to let me deliver a punch? Lord Su retorted, his anger flaring. Hee, I merely thought that if you felt pain, it would confirm that I am not dreaming. So why should I inflict pain upon myself? Lord Zhang replied, his smile unwavering. You scoundrel! I shall report you thrice. Then I shall report you 10 times, 20 times, 300 times. The two old officials bickered, leaving the surrounding officials exasperated. After all, they were caught between marveling at the so-called 10th level and finding time to witness the two squabbling. Both of you be silent. Otherwise, I shall send you to the frontier to tend sheep. Emperor Tian's cold gaze silenced the two old men. The 10th level. Could it be that the inscriptions on that jade pillar were not merely the cruel whims of the former divine weapon, but truly existed? After reprimanding the two, Emperor Tian's expression grew serious as he turned his gaze towards the heaven and earth creation tower, murmuring to himself. He had ascended the 9th level before, yet had never laid eyes on the supposed 10th level, thus doubting its existence. At that moment, within the heaven and earth creation tower, two panicked figures emerged, Di Yun and Di Lanner. Father, Miss Luo has stopped acting. She has directly opened it. She ascended to the 9th level. However, upon their exchange, it became evident that Emperor Tian and the courtiers of the divine court wore expressions devoid of astonishment. They merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." Witnessing this scene, the two were immediately unsettled. Father, that is the 9th level. Is this truly your reaction? Or does ascending to the 9th level merely signify a basic achievement? What does that render our efforts? Emperor Yun expressed his bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian regarded his third son with an incredulous gaze, then silently pointed to the pinnacle of the Tower of Creation. Since Miss Luo has reached the 10th level, why should we react to her stepping onto the 9th? At this revelation, both Emperor Yun and Lady Lanner were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, they exclaimed in disbelief, the 10th level? Does the Tower of Creation truly possess a 10th level? Their faces transformed, brimming with astonishment. Miss Luo is indeed extraordinary. Your Majesty, look. At that instant, amidst the exclamations of a divine court minister, a graceful figure suddenly materialized upon the ethereal steps, advancing step by step, ultimately entering the invisible courtyard under the gaze of the multitude. Is that Miss Luo? The crowd gazed on, their expressions filled with curiosity. What kind of fortune could possibly await them in this 10th level? When Luo Qinghuan emerged within the courtyard of the 10th level, she instantly sensed a rich influx of spiritual energy surging towards her. The most significant distinction of this 10th level was that, unlike the others which required one to absorb the spiritual energy, here it was automatically drawn in, as if the entire Tower of Creation existed solely for her benefit. What is this? Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes scanned the courtyard, where a figure clad in black sat motionless, resembling a statue. The more she looked, the more familiar the figure appeared. Is that you, Su Yi? Indeed, it was her brother Yi. In her mind, Su Yi chuckled softly, then shook his head, gazing at the black-clad figure with a sense of nostalgia. This is a remnant of my insights as a great emperor from years past. I never imagined that after all this time, no one could reach the 10th level to perceive it, only for it to benefit you, my dear girl. What do you mean by benefiting? Upon hearing this, the girl pouted her lips, clearly displeased. Then, with a serious expression, she replied, "This is merely fate bringing us together." Hearing this phrase, Suye's lips twitched slightly. This girl has learned well, or perhaps too well. And at that moment, the narrative continued to unfold. The young girl had stealthily approached the figure cloaked in black, seemingly eager to glimpse its true visage. Alas, the sight before her was nothing but an impenetrable darkness, akin to a realm of chaos. Witnessing this scene, the girl could not help but exclaim her regret. "Humph, does your brother Ye's handsome face permit such casual viewing?" Suyi jested in response. "This is merely a profound insight of the great emperor. How could his true appearance be revealed? And how am I to comprehend it? Should I give him a beating?" A glimmer of mischief flickered in the girl's beautiful eyes, her demeanor exuding eagerness and readiness for action. Suyi raised an eyebrow, sensing that the girl was itching for a bit of fun. "Since this is a great emperor's insight left by your brother Yi, there is no need for you to grasp it. I shall provide it directly." He chuckled, shaking his head. However, he noted that the pressing matter at hand was not this great emperor's insight, for it would only be of use when one ascended to the ranks of the emperor. "I see." Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. "Luo girl, that fruit of creation should be ripe by now. Retrieve it, and with the abundant spiritual energy of the 10th layer, you can seize the opportunity to ascend to true mastery of creation," Suyi advised earnestly. Luo Qinghuan affirmed with a slight nod, then proceeded to extract the matured fruit of creation from the Kunlun mirror. Suyi's gaze fell upon it, and immediately the information regarding the fruit materialized before his eyes. Chapter 97. Thus, did Miss Luo seize the essence of heaven and earth with a burlap sack? The fruit of creation has ripened. It has been cultivated in the elixir field, matured and advanced. Originally, the fruit of creation was sufficient to capture merely 20% of the essence of heaven and earth. But now it can assist the user in claiming 50%. Oh, has the initial 20% surged directly to 50%? Suyi raised an eyebrow. This implies that if Luo Qinghuan can seize an additional 50% of the essence of heaven and earth, she would attain a flawless manifestation of creation, a feat seemingly achieved by only a handful among the formidable in the 9 domains. Upon consuming the fruit of creation, Suyi instructed her to sit cross-legged and attune herself to the essence of heaven and earth, and afterward, to gather it in a burlap sack. Understood. The young woman nodded slightly, then settled into a cross-legged position. The ethereal energy surged within her delicate form as she began to perceive the essence of creation. Observing this, Suyi did not hesitate in the slightest. He directly manipulated the essence of creation, channeling the laws of death to infuse a wisp of its essence into the fabric of creation. In his mind, the system's voice resonated. The host has successfully invested. Reward obtained. Divine level martial art death's annihilation finger. Outside the Tower of Creation, amidst a cacophony of thunderous roars, the crowd heard booming echoes in the heavens. Soon after, dark clouds gathered, and a peculiar aura manifested above the Tower of Creation. What is this? The ministers of the divine court were filled with perplexity. The essence of heaven and earth. Nearby, Emperor Tian's expression grew solemn as he slowly spoke. The essence of heaven and earth. Could it be the creation essence comprehensible during the creation realm? The ministers of the divine court were taken aback. Many among them had ascended beyond the creation realm, yet had failed to grasp the essence of creation during that phase, rendering their status merely a faade of the creation realm. This was their first encounter with someone genuinely capable of seizing the essence of creation. So, Miss Luo is now claiming the essence of heaven and earth? Indeed. Emperor Tian nodded, then sighed. The essence of creation can be transformed into a practitioner's means, aiding them in becoming invincible among their peers. It is astonishing that Miss Luo can also seize this essence. However, upon further reflection, it is not surprising for one who could enter the fabled 10th layer to harness the essence of creation. Could it be that fruit of creation? Yet, that fruit is not yet ripe? Di Lanner furrowed her brow. She was aware that Luo Qinghuan had acquired a fruit of creation, but it had not matured. She was astonished that Miss Luo could claim the essence of creation without it. What, then, was the purpose of her acquiring the fruit? Indeed, The world of the affluent is beyond her comprehension. Boom, boom. As the thunder continued to rumble and dark clouds loomed, the essence of creation in the heavens grew increasingly rich, causing the powerful of the divine court to salivate in anticipation. Alas, it was regrettable. The ethereal essence of creation was summoned by Luo Qinghuan, untouched by others. With the manifestation of the world's creation, the next step was to observe how much of this celestial essence Miss Luo could seize. Tian, with keen anticipation, awaited the unfolding events. If my memory serves me right, Father, you too are a genuine master of the realm of creation, are you not? How much of this celestial essence did you manage to claim during your own ascendance? Inquisitively, Demoness posed the question. As her words echoed, the gazes of the divine court's ministers converged upon the emperor, their curiosity palpable. As for me, Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. The acquisition of celestial essence is exceedingly challenging, for it intertwines with the will of the heavens. It is not something mere cultivators can easily grasp. I have only managed to attain less than 40%. 40%? Your Majesty, that is indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, the ministers promptly lavished praise upon him. Then, Father, what is the maximum percentage of celestial essence one can obtain? The utmost is a complete 10%. Possessing 10% of celestial creation is referred to as perfect celestial essence. Tian expounded slowly. Perfect celestial essence. Demoness and the ministers exchanged glances, astonished. Tian, a six-calamity emperor, stands as one of the most elite prodigies across the 9 domains, yet even he could scarcely claim 40% of celestial essence. Thus, does such a perfect 10% truly exist? Historically, throughout the 9 domains, only 3 individuals have achieved this feat, as if sensing the thoughts of those present. Tian continued, 3 individuals? The crowd's pupils dilated in astonishment. Who could possibly attain such a feat in this realm? The first is the current ruler of the most formidable power in the divine realm, the Chaos Emperor. The second is the Open Sky Emperor. But what of the third? These 2 names were familiar to all, renowned ancient deities, igniting curiosity regarding the individual who could stand alongside them. As for the third, he existed thousands of years ago. His name was the Ruthless Bandit Emperor. At this revelation, even Tian's eyes reflected profound reverence. The name of the Ruthless Bandit once resonated throughout the entire Tianxian 9 domains. The mention of the Ruthless Bandit Emperor sent shivers down the spines of Demoness and the others. Although this title may not carry the same weight as the former 2, it inexplicably unsettled their spirits. The first 2 might not pose a threat to them, but encountering the latter could indeed lead to dire consequences. Now, it remains uncertain how much celestial essence Miss Luo can acquire, Tian mused, shifting his gaze towards the tower of celestial essence, prompting those around him to follow suit. What is this? Just then, as the dense essence of creation materialized, a peculiar object manifested in the firmament, resembling a colossal bag, diligently gathering all the celestial essence. Is that the manifestation of Lady Luo's intent? It appears that Lady Luo is about to seize the very essence of creation. The emperor's gaze was grave and intense. However, why does this enormous sack seem rather peculiar to me? Indeed, it is neither a burial sack nor a storage pouch. Could it possibly be a formidable spiritual artifact? The ministers of the divine court nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on the strange sack, their brows furrowing in confusion. Do you not think it resembles a burlap sack? At that moment, Emperor Lanner timidly remarked, "Hey, burlap sack?" Both the emperor and the ministers were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, does it not resemble one? As Lanner spoke, she suddenly retrieved a burlap sack from her storage ring and gave it a shake. The crowd's eyes widened, and their lips twitched. It seems quite similar. So, are we to conclude that Lady Luo is now using a burlap sack to seize the essence of creation? Goodness. With 200,000 words, the rating has reached 8. It has not been an easy journey, although the results are rather disheartening, to the point of struggling for meals. I shall persevere until I reach 1,000,000 words. Everyone, please encourage me to continue, as I create out of love. Chapter 98. The Perfect Creation of Heaven and Earth, the 4th person. At this moment, Emperor Tian and the ministers of the Wuji divine dynasty exchanged astonished glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. Could one truly seize the essence of heaven and earth using a mere sack? Boom. Just just as the crowd stood in shock. An astonishing force emanated from the sack in the heavens, drawing an ever-increasing amount of heavenly essence into its depths. What caliber of sack is this? It possesses such remarkable capacity. Minister Su exclaimed in astonishment. The other ministers nodded in agreement, equally bewildered. It is not the sack that holds the power. It is Miss Luo who wields it. Emperor Tian shook his head and turned to Di Yun and Lan Er, instructing, Di Yun, Lan Er, observe closely. Perhaps you may gain insights into your own essence. Yes, Father, they replied, nodding in unison. Now, it remains to be seen how much heavenly essence Miss Luo can seize. Emperor Tian murmured, his gaze intent. The crowd followed suit, their eyes transfixed on the unfolding spectacle. As time progressed, the essence in the heavens continued to be devoured by the sack. Your Majesty, Miss Luo has already captured 10% of the heavenly essence. Your Majesty, Miss Luo has now seized 20% of the heavenly essence. Your Majesty, silence. I can see for myself. Emperor Tian's lips twitched as he shot a fierce glare at the old minister. But, Your Majesty, the old minister protested, looking quite aggrieved. I am merely the historian tasked with recording these events. Can I not document what transpires within the Wuji divine dynasty? Emperor Tian sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. Then speak more quietly. As you command, Your Majesty, the historian resumed his writing. Your Majesty, why does it seem that under Miss Luo's sack, the spiritual energy surrounding the Tower of Heavenly Essence has been completely swept away? The historian asked in astonishment. To seize the essence of heaven and earth, it is only natural to inadvertently draw away some surrounding spiritual energy. Emperor Tian waved dismissively, unperturbed. Your Majesty, Miss Luo's sack is now aimed at our national treasury. Many spirit stones have already been drawn forth, vanishing into the sack. The historian added. Seizing the essence of heaven and earth also involves spirit stones, which are formed from the same source of spiritual energy. Thus, it is quite normal, Emperor Tian replied indifferently, confident in the wealth of spirit stones within the Wuji divine dynasty. Your Majesty, the force emanating from Miss Luo's sack has lifted your beloved consorts into the heavens. But fortunately, they managed to escape after discarding some jewelry to lighten their load. Emperor Tian, why does it seem that Miss Luo's sack has an overwhelming number of targets? Nevertheless, Emperor Tian's expression grew grave as he gazed upward. The once abundant heavenly essence had unexpectedly diminished by more than half, leaving only a few remnants resisting. Yet their resistance appeared futile. Boom! As the final remnants of the world's creation coalesced, they transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, clawing and thrashing as if yearning to break free from the confines of a burlap sack. Yet, with a swift descent of the inky sack, the last traces of creation were completely ensnared, as though everything had settled into stillness. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the resounding thunder began to fade. Was it over? Witnessing this scene, the members of the infinite divine dynasty were momentarily taken aback, then collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Had it continued any longer, they feared that Miss Luo's sack might be aimed at their storage rings. However, Your Majesty, how much of the world's creation has Miss Luo seized? The crowd's gaze turned towards Emperor Tian, eagerly inquiring. The heavens were entirely bare, not a trace of creation remaining. What do you think? How much could it be? Emperor Tian's expression turned grave as he glanced at the empty sky. Could it be? Could it be complete? Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at the pristine heavens, their expressions shifting dramatically as they inhaled sharply. Yet, Emperor Tian remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the 10th layer. When a cultivator seizes the world's creation, it triggers celestial phenomena, allowing for an accurate assessment of the extent of their acquisition based on these manifestations. Boom. At this moment, 10 radiant golden beams erupted in the sky, resembling 10 suns. 10 beams of golden light. Perfect creation. This. At this instant, even Emperor Tian, a formidable sovereign, could not maintain his composure. His face etched with profound astonishment, gasping in disbelief, his speech faltering. Perfect creation. Just moments ago, only 3 individuals had achieved this feat across the entire Tianxian 9 domains. And those 3 were renowned figures of immense power. Yet now, there were 4, as one who had attained perfect creation stood before them, as vibrant as ever. This revelation was bound to resonate through the ages, shaking the very foundations of the Tianqian 9 domains. It is easy to imagine the tumultuous emotions stirring within Emperor Tian at this moment. What? Perfect creation? Miss Luo has become the fourth individual in history. At this juncture, the ministers of the divine dynasty were equally astounded, their hearts tumultuously roiling. Even the historian struggled to hold his pen in disbelief. Miss Luo's friend is undoubtedly worthy of our nation's profound alliance. Emperor Tian narrowed his eyes, swiftly regaining his composure. Addressing the assembly with imperial authority, this matter must not be disclosed. Should anyone dare to reveal it, I shall be the first to claim their life. The emergence of a prodigy who has seized perfect creation is enough to incite a stir throughout the 9 domains. Simultaneously, it will inevitably attract calamities. Indeed, the crowd nodded gravely. As the phenomenon began to dissipate, just when everyone believed it had come to an end, suddenly, a formidable aura of an emperor erupted from the 10th tier. Could it be that Miss Luo has absorbed the essence of the universe and ascended directly to the status of an emperor? Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the deities turned tense as they exchanged glances with the minister. However, this was not the case. The imperial aura felt distinctly different from that of Miss Luo. Emperor Tian shook his head, his face grave as he gazed towards the 10th tier, pondering. How could such a terrifying emperor's presence exist in this realm? Just as Emperor Tian was engulfed in contemplation, the courtyard of the 10th tier suddenly became ethereal. Before the eyes of the onlookers, a young girl sat cross-legged, and soon after, an enormous figure materialized in the heavens above, clad in black garments, exuding a colossal presence. This was the aura of a 9th-tier emperor, along with the black attire. Could it be that esteemed being? Emperor Tian's pupils constricted. Other emperors typically donned white robes, exuding an ethereal charm, yet there was one emperor who only wore black. He was the Bandit Emperor. Once, someone had curiously inquired why he chose to wear only black. The Bandit Emperor merely smiled faintly, saying, "What do you understand? Clad in black, under the cover of night, I seize treasures and vanish. Can you discern my presence?" Chapter 99, The Emperor's Blessing. The mark of death. It is said that the esteemed elder of divine weapons once invited the fierce Bandit Emperor to test his prowess upon the completion of the Tower of Creation. However, the outcome of that encounter remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, it is indeed recorded upon the stone pillar that there exists a 10th level. Could it be that the one who ascended to this 10th level was none other than the fierce Bandit Emperor himself? Might the opportunities left at this 10th level be a legacy from him? Emperor Tian furrowed his brow, pondering these possibilities. As Emperor Tian voiced his thoughts, a wave of curiosity washed over the gathered crowd. What fortune could Miss Luo possibly receive? Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, a figure clad in black slowly extended a hand, seemingly caressing the head of the young girl seated in meditation, before gradually fading away. What does this signify? Witnessing this scene, the gods and ministers alike exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Is it possible that this emperor is a lecher, taking liberties with Miss Luo? The innocent Emperor Yun'er inquired, bracing herself for a reprimand from her father. As anticipated, her words elicited a rolling of eyes from Emperor Tian. He shook his head and clarified. The emperor's touch upon her crown signifies that this illustrious being is imparting profound insights of the emperor to Miss Luo. In other words, when she cultivates to the imperial realm, it shall be far easier for her to become an emperor. What? A collective gasp resonated among the people of the divine dynasty. It turns out that this venerable figure had left such an opportunity at the 10th level, but regrettably, our divine dynasty remains unworthy of such a boon. Even when given the chance, it proves futile. Emperor Tian sighed heavily. Hearing these words, the people of the divine dynasty, including Emperor Yun, lowered their heads in shame. "Father, did you not just enter the 9th level yourself?" However, Emperor Lanner was not swayed by this reasoning and was determined to rectify the court's affairs. She pouted and huffed in response. At this moment, as the magnificent figure dissipated, the girl was enveloped in radiant light and returned to the 9th level. The host has integrated the alteration of heaven and earth, and the law of death has merged into her creation. Now, Luo Qinghuan can wield a modicum of death energy, infusing it into her attacks, thereby bestowing the mark of death. The death energy will gradually accumulate, but should the mark of death solidify completely, she shall find herself in a perilous predicament. Luo Qinghuan has acquired the insights of an emperor. At this juncture, The voice of the system continuously echoed within Su Ye's mind. The mark of death? Such a formidable manifestation of the death principle. Upon discerning the description of this death mark, even Su Yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Phew! Su Yi, how is it? Have I succeeded? At that moment, the girl slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, her visage brimming with anticipation as she directed her inquiry towards Su Yi. Feel it for yourself. Su Yi replied with a smile. Luo Qinghuan eagerly contemplated her own transformation. As she slowly lifted her delicate fingers, a wisp of dark energy emerged, gradually coalescing into a faint black character for death. What is this? The death mark, Su Yi remarked, gently explaining the implications of this mark to the young girl. Overlapping death marks? A certain demise? How impressive. Did you assist me in comprehending this, Su Yi? Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. I can openly express my admiration for you, Brother Yi. Su Yi, with arms crossed and a beaming smile, responded, not at all. The girl pouted defiantly, resolutely shaking her head. If she voiced her thoughts, this insufferable fellow would undoubtedly mock her. All right, Luo girl, since the spiritual energy of the entire tower converges here, it is best to focus on your cultivation. After all, the Wuji Imperial Tomb can be visited at any time. We must not waste this spiritual energy. Su Yi encouraged with a smile. Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. By the way, the items around can be stored in your storage ring. At this moment, Su Yi offered another reminder. The items around. The girl was taken aback, glancing around. Her small face instantly lit up with excitement. On the ground lay spiritual stones, various ornaments, and other treasures. Where did these come from? When you seized the world's transformation, your brother Yi conveniently collected these as well, Su Yi replied with a grin. Having already claimed the world's transformation, isn't it reasonable to take a few extra items? Luo Qinghuan, Ovo. All right. It seems we truly came to the Wuji divine dynasty to procure goods. She then quietly gathered these treasures and commenced her cultivation. With the spiritual energy from the Tower of Heavenly Transformation converging here, along with the abundant spiritual stones in her storage ring, the young girl's aura steadily began to rise. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Transformation, why hasn't Miss Luo come out yet? The members of the Divine Dynasty awaited Luo Qinghuan's emergence from the tower, eager to witness the fourth individual in history to seize the perfect transformation of the world. Unfortunately, they had yet to see her figure for quite some time. Miss Luo must be cultivating inside. We shouldn't disturb her. Once she emerges, we can take her to the Wuji Imperial Tomb, Emperor Tian suggested, shaking his head. Indeed. Your Majesty, the ministers of the Divine Dynasty nodded in agreement. Initially, when they heard Emperor Tian state that regardless of whether Luo Qinghuan repaired the Tower of Heavenly Transformation, she would be granted access to the Wuji Imperial Tomb, they had some reservations. However, now they wholeheartedly supported this decision. If necessary, they could even send a few ancestors to accompany Miss Luo. After all, she was the fourth individual to seize the perfect transformation of the world. Holding on to her tightly was imperative. Su Yi, hugging Luo girl's leg. You might as well cling to your brother Ye's hairy legs instead. With a deep breath, Emperor Tian declared, no one is permitted to enter the Tower of Creation during this time without my consent. Do not disturb Miss Luo. He exhaled, his intentions twofold, to shield Luo Qinghuan from interruptions, and to descend into the molten depths to reinforce the peculiar seal of the severed finger using the Tower of Creation and the Imperial Flame. As the crowd dispersed, Emperor Tian stepped forth, reappearing in the molten abyss. He gazed at the severed finger, shrouded in imperial flames, his brow furrowed with concern, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. He then summoned the imperial flames to manipulate the Tower of Creation, intensifying the seal on the severed finger. Observing the array of sealing formations materializing upon the finger and its subsequent stillness, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, it was concluded. Once all tasks were accomplished, his figure vanished once more from the molten depths. However, just as he departed, the imperial flames upon the severed finger dimmed slightly. In the Tower of Creation, on the 9th level, while the young woman was engrossed in her closed-door cultivation, Su Yi was not idle. He was perusing the divine-grade techniques available as rewards for system investment. The Death Annihilation Finger, he mused, regrettably, given his current strength, it would be challenging to fully unleash the power of this divine-grade technique. Perhaps with a suitable vessel, some of its might could be realized. Suyi furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing something, his gaze shifting downward. That familiar power, it seemed to emanate from below. Chapter 100. Alas, this girl is truly here to procure goods. Below? Does it refer to the depths beneath? It seems there exists an intensely blazing flame below, obstructing his perception. Is it the imperial flame of the Emperor Tian? Suyi furrowed his brow, sighed, and chose to relinquish the endeavor. At present, his prowess was merely at the level of a great being. And with the imperial flame of Emperor Tian guarding this underground realm, it was beyond his capacity to disregard such formidable flames. However, this only served to further substantiate the notion that there were indeed secrets concealed beneath. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Accompanied by a pitiful whimper from the Tower of Heaven and Earth, all the spiritual energy converged into the body of the girl on the 9th level. When the officials guarding the Tower of Heaven and Earth witnessed this spectacle, they were rendered utterly dumbfounded. The Tower of Heaven and Earth had stood in their Wuji divine dynasty for millennia, and such a scenario, where an entire tower had been drained, had never before occurred. 9th level. Huh. Suyi, I am finished. The girl languidly stretched, revealing her nearly perfect figure, and then gradually opened her bright and beautiful eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging energy within her, excitement sparkled in her lovely eyes. This was her first experience of such unrestrained cultivation. Regrettably, it consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy and spirit stones. The spirit stones obtained from the esteemed Emperor Tian had already been depleted by more than half. To this, Suyi silently mused. Wool can be sheared more than once, and the sheep are not limited to just one. The girl's eyes gradually brightened. That crafty Suyi makes a valid point. Luo Qinghuan has broken through to the 5th level of creation realm. Host strength has been replenished, breaking through to the 5th level of great being. The voice of the system echoed in Suyi's mind. He yawned. Had he truly advanced merely by lying around for a few days? How delightful it was to cultivate without exerting effort. All right, Lady Luo, let us depart. It is time to allow the Tower of Heaven and Earth a few days of rest. The girl nodded, gracefully rising to leave. As Luo Qinghuan exited the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the guarding official immediately approached her with utmost respect. Miss Luo, I have already notified the 4th princess to come and escort you. As soon as she arrives, you shall be able to proceed to the Wuji imperial tomb. Thank you. Luo Qinghuan softly replied with a slight nod. Miss Luo is too kind, the official said, waving his hand slightly. Observing the sweet smile adorning the girl's exquisitely beautiful face, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, thinking how exceedingly kind-hearted she was. Soon, a figure clad in leather and wielding a long whip, Demoness, hurried over. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan emerge from the Tower of Heaven and Earth, her eyes lit up with awe. Wow, Miss Luo, you have finally come out. How impressive. Not only have you reached the legendary 10th level, but you have also comprehended the insights of the great emperor. More importantly, you are still perfect. Demoness hastily covered her mouth, realizing her slip. No, Father Emperor forbids such talk. It suffices that Miss Luo understands. Luo Qinghuan certainly knew what she meant. The perfect creation of heaven and earth. The insufferable Suyi had mentioned that she was the 4th individual to seize this perfect creation in the realm of Tianxian, preceded only by him. Yet, she did not perceive her own perfect creation as particularly remarkable, considering it was due to Suyi that she had attained the elevated fruit of creation. She merely needed to claim half to achieve perfection. In this light, Suyi seemed quite impressive, managing to reach perfect creation solely through his own merit. Truly, Suyi was formidable. It was merely luck, she mused, shaking her head. Upon hearing her words, Demoness and the nearby tower officials gazed at the young woman with newfound admiration. Oh, how could Miss Luo, so powerful, remain so humble? I am utterly moved. Miss Luo, come with me. I shall take you to the imperial tomb. Demoness exclaimed to Luo Qinghuan. The girl nodded slightly in agreement. The two proceeded deep into the palace, arriving at a dense forest where towering ancient trees stood proudly. As they approached, they found Di Tian and Di Yun had been waiting there for some time. Senior Di Tian, fellow Taoist Di Yun, Luo Qinghuan greeted them with a graceful smile. At this moment, the once fierce battle intent in Di Yun's eyes had completely dissipated. He had initially sought an excuse to spar with her, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. Sparring and seeking a beating were two distinct matters. Otherwise, he would truly become the masochist his fourth sister described. Congratulations, Miss Luo. To be the fourth individual since ancient times. Even I, the Emperor, am greatly impressed, Tian remarked, his gaze lingering on her. You jest, Senior Tian. It is merely luck, Luo Qinghuan replied, shaking her head. Luck is also a form of strength, Tian observed, taking note of the potent aura surrounding the young woman. In just a few days, your strength has noticeably advanced. It appears that you are destined to be the foremost among the younger generation of the Wild Heaven domain. Advanced? Dian was taken aback. What was happening? Does cultivation truly lead to increased power? The first time he met Luo Qinghuan, she was weaker than he. Yet after a brief separation, her strength had surged. Would she soon ascend to the status of an emperor? Are you ready to enter the Wujidi tomb, Miss Luo? Tian inquired. Yes, the girl replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she nodded. All right, let us commence, Tian said. Oh, Miss Luo, your bag has fallen. He observed the starry-eyed girl and quietly noted her oversight. The young woman silently picked it up, turning her face slightly to whistle. Tian felt a pang of realization. Oh no, this girl truly came to my Wujidi divine dynasty to procure goods. Commemorative card for 100 chapters. 1 chapter, tomorrow, 6,000 words to supplement 3 chapters. Chapter 101. The Imperishable Emperor's Tomb and the 3 Ancestral Elders. Soon, Emperor Tian brought the crowd to a clearing in the dense forest. He extended his hand and pointed towards the air ahead. In the next moment, the seemingly empty space around them rippled as if disturbed by water. Miss Luo, please follow this emperor inside, Emperor Tian proclaimed, taking the lead as he stepped into the rippling surface. As his body made contact with the waves, he seamlessly merged into them, vanishing from sight. A barrier, I see, Su Yi remarked, crossing his arms as he discerned the truth. Miss Luo, step in with him. All right. Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod and gracefully stepped forward, entering the barrier. As the group entered, they beheld a magnificent hall standing tall before them, filled with numerous spirit tablets honoring the formidable ancestors of the imperishable divine dynasty. Miss Luo, this is the hall of heroic spirits of my divine dynasty, dedicated to our illustrious predecessors. Within the imperishable emperor's tomb, the remnants of their souls remain preserved. If you gain their recognition, they shall bestow their legacy upon you. Emperor Tian explained as he guided them inside, casting a glance at Luo Qinghuan. Now I understand, the young lady said, tightly clutching the bag in her hands. Nodding in comprehension. Next, by touching this stele, you shall enter the imperishable emperor's tomb. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask Yuner. Emperor Tian indicated the stele atop the hall, addressing the two of them. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly and approached the stele to make contact. As radiant light enveloped the stele, her form gradually faded away. Observing this, Emperor Yun followed closely behind. As the two entered the imperishable emperor's tomb, Emperor Lanner approached curiously, inquiring, Father, which ancestor do you think Miss Luo will choose to inherit from our divine dynasty? Those interred in the imperishable emperor's tomb are predominantly formidable figures from various eras of the imperishable divine dynasty, most being at least sovereign level, with many being spirit emperors, and even a few extraordinary great emperors below the 3 calamities threshold. The ranking is such that those at 3 stars are called spirit emperors. 4 to 6 stars are known as profound emperors, and 7 to 9 stars are referred to as great emperors. Only after surpassing 9 stars and overcoming the great emperor's tribulation do they earn the title of several calamity great emperors. Given Miss Luo's prodigious talent, she will likely choose the legacy of the founding emperor of our divine dynasty, Emperor Tian mused, raising an eyebrow and reflecting for a moment before speaking. The founding emperor? Emperor Lanner gasped in surprise. The imperishable emperor's tomb is the resting place of the 3 venerable great emperors of their divine dynasty, and the founding emperor is the mightiest among them. She had only speculated about the other 2 great emperors, as Miss Luo's talent was indeed remarkable. Yet, it seemed her father held an even higher regard for her. I recall, since the establishment of the imperishable emperor's tomb, the founding emperor's legacy has remained unclaimed, hasn't it? Moreover, the founding emperor has a fearsome reputation, which I do not favor. Lanner frowned, vaguely recalling that even her elder brother, the prodigious genius of the Wuji divine dynasty, had entered the Wuji imperial tomb, only to foolishly seek the inheritance from the ancestor of the beginning emperor. As a result, he was scolded and expelled from the tomb. Indeed, the ancestor of the beginning emperor was rather fierce. Tian also furrowed his brow. He had once entered the Wuji imperial tomb as well, but instead of choosing the inheritance from the ancestor of the beginning emperor, he opted for the legacy of one of the other two ancestors. Boom. At that moment, a resounding noise echoed. A radiant light suddenly burst forth from the stone tablet within the hall. Names began to appear continuously upon the stone tablet. These were the prodigies who had entered the Wuji imperial tomb over the years, each accompanied by the name of an ancestor from the Wuji divine dynasty. Oh, it seems this has begun. As they witnessed this scene, Tian and Lanner instantly felt a surge of anticipation. Would Miss Luo truly be able to comprehend the inheritance of the most powerful ancestor from their divine dynasty's tomb, as they hoped? As for Dian, he was merely an onlooker, and they held no expectations for him. In the Wuji imperial tomb, two figures materialized, revealing countless tombs standing in rows, each adorned with several flickering candles for the deceased. This was indeed the Wuji imperial tomb. The young girl gazed at the tombs, pondering how she might procure what she sought. Was it necessary to excavate these tombs? That wouldn't be very proper. After all, digging with one's hands was rather unseemly. She would need to lend a shovel from that annoying Su Yi. Su Yi, surely not. Miss Luo, this is the Wuji imperial tomb, where many great ancestors of our divine dynasty are interred. Yun explained to the girl, then produced a candle for the deceased and handed it to her. You may take one of these candles to light before the tomb of the ancestor whose inheritance you wish to comprehend. Offer a stick of incense, and awaken the residual soul of the ancestor. After passing their trial, you may obtain their inheritance. So, lighting incense opens the trial? Luo Qinghuan accepted the candle. Miss Luo, there are numerous powerful ancestors buried within the Wuji imperial tomb, and their inheritances vary in strength. Based on your talent, you might attempt to comprehend the tombs of the three great ancestors of our divine dynasty. Dian further advised. 3 great ancestors. The young girl looked on with curiosity. Indeed, among the tombs, 3 stood out for their grandeur and size, likely the tombs of the 3 great ancestors of the divine dynasty, as Yun had mentioned. All 3 of the great ancestors of the Wuji divine dynasty are formidable emperors below the third tribulation, and their inheritances are immensely powerful. The 3 great ancestors are the Phoenix Emperor ancestor, the Azure Emperor ancestor, and the most powerful, the ancestor of the beginning emperor. I personally suggest that, Miss Luo, you might try the inheritance of the Phoenix Emperor ancestor, as she is also a female emperor and would be more suitable for you. Dian spoke slowly. The Phoenix Emperor ancestor, you say? Luo Qinghuan raised her delicate brows slightly and shook her head. Since one seeks to comprehend a legacy, it is only natural to pursue the most formidable inheritance. While her words rang true, there lingered an unspoken concern. Dian let out a bitter smile and explained helplessly. The trials set by the ancestor of the beginning are far from simple. Gaining his approval is exceedingly challenging. Most crucially, his temper is notoriously foul, and it is quite possible that he may not even grant you the opportunity for a trial. Even my royal brother, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, faced harsh rebuke from the ancestor after choosing his legacy. Moreover, I have heard tales that even our father once opted for the ancestor's trial, only to end up with a rather humiliating outcome. He sighed. So, one can only imagine the plight of someone like you, Miss Luo, an outsider. Is that so? The young woman furrowed her brows slightly. Now that I have arrived, I must seek the most substantial and powerful legacy to justify my journey. The ancestor of the beginning? In her mind, Su Yi also furrowed his brows. After a moment of contemplation, he softly suggested, Luo girl, why not inquire with Yun about the full name of this ancestor of the beginning? Chapter 102. The astonishment of the ancestor of the first emperor. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, pondering the implications. Could it be that the insufferable Su Yi was acquainted with the ancestor of the first emperor of the Wuji divine dynasty? A flicker of curiosity danced within the young maiden's heart as she turned to Yun, parting her crimson lips to inquire, esteemed Yun, might I ask what the true name of this ancestor of the first emperor is? Yun paused, momentarily taken aback, before he reflected and replied. It seems the true name of the ancestor of the first emperor is Wuji. Wusher? Su Yi narrowed his eyes, a smile gradually spreading across his face. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's little Wuji. You know him? The maiden asked with intrigue. Of course, Su Yi affirmed with a nod, his tone casual. Back when the ancestor of the first emperor had yet to establish the Wuji divine dynasty, he was stuck at the pinnacle of the Saint Master realm. I merely offered him a few pointers, enabling him to break through to the imperial realm. He then grinned. Lo girl, you should log off now and let your brother Yi take over. After all, it's time for this old fellow to have his moment of fortune. All right. The young maiden replied obediently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a change of expression as Su Yi silently logged in. Lo girl, I still think you should choose the ancestor of the Phoenix Emperor. Di Yun continued earnestly persuading, completely oblivious to the shifts in the maiden's demeanor. Esteemed Di Yun, I find your reasoning quite compelling, she said, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Subsequently, with her delicate hand clutching the rebirth candle, she made her way toward the 3 grand tombs. Upon witnessing this scene, Di Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Lo girl was receptive to his advice. He certainly did not wish to see such an extraordinary talent return empty-handed. That would be a tragic waste. However, just as Di Yun relaxed, he suddenly noticed the maiden with the rebirth candle heading directly toward the most magnificent tomb, igniting the candle with determination. That was unmistakably the tomb of the ancestor of the first emperor. Esteemed Di Yun, your words are indeed wise, but alas, I choose not to heed them, Su Yi said with a faint smile. In the next moment, as he lit the rebirth candle and inserted it into the soil of the tomb, a tremendous imperial might erupted. Almost instantaneously, an enormous and ancient spirit materialized atop the grand mausoleum, its fiery red hair resembling blazing flames. The overwhelming imperial aura it exuded unmistakably revealed its identity as the ancestor of the first emperor. Which insolent junior dares to disturb my peace? The irate voice echoed, and the ancestor's sharp gaze slowly descended upon the 2 figures before him. Oh, another descendant of my imperial family? Merely at the 2nd star of the creation realm? How dare you disrupt this old ancestor? He glared at Di Yun, his brows furrowing in displeasure. The expression on his face seemed to convey a warning. Should you fail to pass my trial, I shall unleash my wrath upon your foolishness. No. Cough. Esteemed ancestor, it is not the younger generation at fault. When the piercing gaze of the ancestor of the beginning fell upon him, Di Yun's complexion turned ashen, and he hastily shook his head. Oh, if it is not you, then it must be this young lady. The ancestor of the beginning shifted his focus to the girl in the white dress, his brow slightly furrowing. It appears the blood that flows is not from the Di clan. Returning to the ancestor, Di Yun hurriedly explained, Miss Luo is not from our Wuji divine dynasty. She merely rendered a favor to our dynasty, which is why my father permitted her entry into the Wuji imperial tomb. What? Not from our Wuji divine dynasty? Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the beginning's brow furrowed tightly, his expression darkening with displeasure. This is utterly absurd. What is that rascal Di Tian thinking? The Wuji imperial tomb is a resting place for the remains of our dynasty's formidable warriors. These opportunities are meant for our dynasty's prosperity, not to be bestowed upon outsiders. Young lady, you may leave. You are not of our dynasty, and I have no desire to scold you, Di Yun remarked. So this scolding is reserved solely for those of our dynasty. However, at that moment, the ancestor of the beginning's voice resounded once more. I shall not grant you the opportunity to undergo the inheritance trial. Depart at once. Not only will I not open it for you, but the entire imperial tomb's inheritance shall remain closed to outsiders. The blood spilled by our dynasty's warriors shall not flow for the likes of you. What? Ancestor, this is rather unfair, is it not? After all, my father has already promised Miss Luo a chance, at the very least. She has greatly aided our Wuji divine dynasty. We cannot be untrustworthy. Di Yun's expression shifted slightly as he earnestly pleaded for the maiden. While saying this, he continuously gestured towards the girl, silently urging her to speak in favor, hoping to persuade the ancestor of the beginning to allow the trial to proceed. However, in response to Di Yun's imploring gaze, the girl appeared indifferent, her arms crossed as she regarded the ancestor of the beginning with a calm demeanor. Then, her lips parted. Little Wuji, it has been quite some time. I did not expect you to have become so. Little Wuji? Upon hearing this, Di Yun was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is Miss Luo saying? What did you just call me? You dare address me in such a manner? Yet, as soon as the girl finished speaking, the ancestor of the beginning's face flushed crimson, an expression of indignation taking hold. He despised being called Wuji, for it implied a lack of the most important bonds of brotherhood. Thus, following the establishment of the Wuji divine dynasty, he had chosen to adopt the title of Ancestor of the Beginning. Impudence! How dare you, a mere child, address me by my name? As the voice of the ancestor of the first emperor faded, a terrifying imperial might immediately began to radiate outward. Hiss! Miss Luo, should you not hastily apologize to the ancestor of the first emperor? Observing this scene, Emperor Yun's expression changed drastically, and he interjected on behalf of Luo Qinghuan. Ancestor. Miss Luo did not act with intention. You have been dead for so many years, there is no need to hold grievances against the living. Ancestor of the first emperor? Oh, is that so? However, the young girl merely offered a gentle smile, her eyes kind as she gazed upon the ancestor, then raised the pitch-black burlap sack in her hand. Look, what is this? What? As the girl's words fell and the sight of the dark sack registered, the ancestor of the first emperor was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the girl. In that instant, it was as if he perceived the shadow of another within her. It was the formidable figure clad in black. His form began to merge gradually with the delicate silhouette of the girl. At that moment, the ancestor of the first emperor's eyes became remarkably clear. You. Who are you? Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly glanced at Emperor Yun, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, he silenced him entirely, rendering Emperor Yun unable to hear a single word. Chapter 103, The Primordial Emperor, and you are Senior Suyi? After the imperial cloud was obscured, the primordial emperor cautiously cast a glance at the girl in the white dress and whispered his inquiry. At this moment, his demeanor was markedly diminished, devoid of the arrogance and temper he had just displayed. Can you guess? Suyi replied with a benevolent smile. The gentle expression on the girl's face seemed to awaken a deep-seated fear within the primordial emperor, further confirming that this girl was indeed the formidable emperor Su Yi from tens of thousands of years ago. Senior Su Yi, what is happening here? The primordial emperor, perplexed, scrutinized the girl before him, furrowing his brow. I recall, weren't you supposed to have perished on the ancient path to ascend? He pondered aloud. Could it be? You have been reborn as a beautiful maiden? Su Ye's handsome face darkened. What do you mean by reborn as a beautiful maiden? I merely borrowed someone else's body. Someone else's? The primordial emperor was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. He then closely examined the girl's exquisite beauty, marveling that her appearance was indeed befitting of Senior Su Yi, who was once renowned for his striking handsomeness across the realms. Who is compatible with that detestable Su Yi? At the primordial emperor's remark, the petite figure in the white dress blushed and retorted indignantly. I must take revenge on that insufferable old man. I shall thoroughly plunder the entire infinite imperial tomb. The girl clenched her silver teeth, exuding a fierce demeanor. You are overthinking, Su Yi chuckled softly, casting a nonchalant glance at the primordial emperor. Now that you are aware of my identity, will you still permit Miss Luo to depart? Ahem. Since it is Senior Su Yi who is safeguarding Miss Luo, there is indeed no need for that. The primordial emperor coughed lightly, speaking in a subdued tone. In truth, I merely wish to prevent others from addressing her. However, if it is you, Senior, I would be quite pleased to hear it. Witnessing this exchange, the petite soul in the white dress secretly chuckled, who claimed that the primordial emperor had a volatile temper. He seemed rather docile before that detestable Su Yi, didn't he? Humph. As the saying goes, every creature has its match, but your brother Yi can subdue them all. Su Yi remarked with a light laugh. Rest assured, I shall ensure that this trial is opened for Miss Luo, the primordial emperor proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest in assurance. No need for that. However, Su Yi shook his head. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the beginning emperor was instantly drenched in sweat, genuinely fearing that he might have provoked this esteemed elder, turning his ire towards the infinite divine dynasty. After all, this venerable figure was rather benevolent. Should he be angered? It was likely that the infinite divine dynasty would suffer no casualties, yet it could find itself impoverished overnight. Elder, what is the matter? The ancestor of the beginning emperor inquired cautiously. My intention is clear. There is no need to initiate the trial. Simply grant the opportunity of inheritance to Miss Luo. Su Yi slowly responded, countering. Your trial merely serves to assess whether Miss Luo is qualified. With my presence, is it not assured that she possesses the requisite credentials? The ancestor of the beginning emperor paused, realizing the validity of this logic. Very well. I shall bestow my inheritance upon Miss Luo at once, he nodded decisively. Hold on. Su Yi interjected, retrieving a dark, tattered sack. Elder, what is it? The ancestor of the beginning emperor questioned with curiosity. Su Yi simply replied with 2 words. Fill it. Clearly, his ambitions extended far beyond the inheritance of the ancestor alone. Having arrived, his aim was to acquire everything. What? Do you have objections? Su Yi regarded him kindly. Miss Luo's talent is no less than mine. She is bound to become a formidable 9 tribulations emperor, destined to ascend to the divine realm. She will not tarnish your legacies. Moreover, your inheritances are not limited to a single recipient. The descendants of your dynasty will have further opportunities. The ancestor of the beginning emperor grasped the implications. His gaze sharpened, and he drew a sharp breath, clearly taken aback by Su Ye's high regard for Miss Luo. Without further hesitation, he nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, the Emperor Yun was left in a state of confusion. What on earth are Miss Luo and the ancestor discussing? I can't hear a thing. Have I gone deaf? He slapped himself, the sound resonating loudly and painfully. Feeling aggrieved, he realized he had been excluded from the conversation. Who truly belongs to the infinite divine dynasty? Thus, he could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. However, the more he observed, the more he felt that something was amiss. Although the dialogue between the two was inaudible, he could see their gestures, noticing that the ancestor, who had initially appeared arrogant and irritable, quickly transformed into a figure of remarkable docility. What could this mean? Had Miss Luo tamed the ancestor? At that moment, with a wave of the ancestor's hand, Emperor Yin suddenly found himself able to hear their voices. Miss Luo, please wait a moment. I shall visit each of you in turn. The venerable ancestor of the primordial emperor spoke a single phrase, and the colossal spirit vanished without a trace. Miss Luo, what did you discuss with the ancestor? Di Yun immediately approached, perplexed. It was nothing significant. I merely exchanged a few words, hoping to sway the ancestor's heart. Su Yi waved his hand, subsequently returning control of his body to Luo Qinghuan. Luo girl, prepare for the procurement. All right, the young lady replied, her small head nodding excitedly. Swaying? Di Yun remained in a state of confusion. Yet, his bewilderment swiftly transformed into astonishment, accompanied by a series of resounding booms. Numerous ancient phantoms began to materialize within the infinite imperial tomb, revealing themselves to be the esteemed ancestors of the infinite divine dynasty. What is happening? Are these the revered ancestors of our dynasty? Di Yun's eyes brimmed with disbelief. It was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. How peculiar. Why have all the ancestors manifested? Just as Di Yun pondered in shock, he suddenly caught sight of the maiden in white, holding a pitch-black sack, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she approached the assembly of ancestors. At this sight, Di Yun's heart quivered. No way. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Heroic Souls, Father, look at the stone tablet. At that moment, Di Lanner, who had been observing the changes in the stone tablet, suddenly changed her expression. She saw that Luo Qinghuan's name had abruptly appeared on the tablet, and behind her, the names of the ancestors were prominently displayed. The primordial ancestor and... Chapter 104. A truly exhilarating procurement. As Di Lanner cast her gaze, her eyes became remarkably clear, as if she were momentarily frozen in place. And why was there an end? Lanner, what is the matter with you? Observing his fourth daughter, who appeared to be in a state of mental stasis, Di Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow, following her line of sight. Upon the stone tablet, radiant light emerged, and Di Tian soon discerned the name of Luo Qinghuan inscribed upon it. He raised an eyebrow, realizing that the young lady had successfully completed her trials. Yet he pondered, which ancestor of the Wujigod dynasty had she chosen to undergo? Curiously, he continued to look. After the name Luo Qinghuan, the name of the ancestor gradually appeared. It was the primordial emperor ancestor. When Di Tian recognized the name following that of Luo Qinghuan, his pupils constricted sharply, and he involuntarily gasped. He had believed that there was a possibility for the young lady to complete the trials set by the primordial emperor ancestor, but he also acknowledged the potential for failure, given the ancestor's notoriously unpredictable temperament. However, he had not anticipated that the name of the primordial emperor ancestor would indeed manifest after that of the young lady, signifying her success in the trials. Luo Qinghuan had gained the ancestor's approval. The primordial emperor ancestor had been interred within the Wujig imperial tomb for countless years, and none of the descendants of the divine dynasty had ever caught his attention. Yet, unexpectedly, Luo Qinghuan had succeeded. She truly deserved recognition as the fourth individual from the 9 domains to attain perfect celestial transformation. Di Tian shook his head, unable to suppress his admiration. It should be time to welcome Luo Qinghuan and the others out. He exhaled deeply, just as he was about to rise. Suddenly, his gaze was once again drawn to the luminous stone tablet. Hadn't Luo Qinghuan's name already been inscribed? Why was there still light emanating from the tablet? Di Tian furrowed his brow and looked closer. What is this? After the name of the primordial emperor ancestor, the word "and" unexpectedly appeared. Wait a moment. What doesn't signify? Di Tian suddenly realized that something was amiss. Typically, upon entering the Wujig imperial tomb, one would receive only a single life-bringing candle, thus allowing only one ancestor's legacy to be inherited. Yet, what could this and following the primordial emperor ancestor's name imply? Did it mean there were more names? How could this be possible? Di Tian's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. As the light continued to etch the names of various ancestors, Di Tian's concern intensified, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The Phoenix Emperor ancestor, the Azure Emperor ancestor, the Celestial Soul ancestor, the Moonlit Night ancestor. As each name emerged, Di Tian's complexion grew increasingly serious, and the sweat poured down. This. Was it possible that all the ancestors interred within the tomb were being revealed? How is it that their names all appear after Miss Luo's? Could it be that Miss Luo has completed all their trials? Wasn't there only one life-bringing candle? At this moment, Emperor Tian was drenched in cold sweat. This is bad. It seems that Miss Luo has truly come to procure from his Wuji divine dynasty. Meanwhile, in the Wuji Emperor's tomb, the siblings Di Yun and Di Lan'er seemed to share a singular consciousness. When Di Lan'er faltered, Di Yun appeared equally incapacitated. He gazed in astonishment at the array of ancestral figures, reverently placing their legacies into the young lady's dark bag. At that moment, Di Yun's heart was already tumultuous with waves of confusion. What is happening? When did Miss Luo acquire such a multitude of legacies? Moreover, shouldn't one first undergo the trials set by the ancestors to obtain a legacy? He had not witnessed Miss Luo completing any trials. So why were these ancestors each depositing their legacies into her dark bag? Could it be? Suddenly, a spark of understanding illuminated Di Yun's eyes. The prince comprehended. Could it be that today marks a rare grand sale of legacies at the Wuji Emperor's tomb? As long as one possesses a bag, one could acquire the ancestors' legacies? With this thought, Di Yun hesitated no more, rummaging through his storage ring, but finding no bag, he reluctantly settled for a random storage pouch. After all, who carries a dark bag around as a matter of course? With the storage pouch in hand, Di Yun scampered over, attempting to blend in. However, what is this little brat doing here? Scram! The first ancestor cast a glance at Di Yun amidst the crowd, furrowing his brow, and with a wave of his hand, sent him flying far away. Di Yun, feeling aggrieved, picked himself up. How infuriating! Who is truly the junior of the Wuji divine dynasty here? The first ancestor remarked. You may indeed be my descendant, but remember, the person behind this lady is not someone we can provoke. She is akin to our father. Simultaneously, as various opportunities entered the bag, the system voice resonated in Su Ye's mind. Luo Qinghuan has acquired the Emperor-level martial art, First Emperor's Palm. Would you like to begin using the Grand Master to assist her comprehension? Luo Qinghuan has acquired the Emperor-level martial art, Phoenix Flames Surging. Would you like to begin using the Grand Master to assist her comprehension? Luo Qinghuan has acquired the Emperor-level martial art, Green Lotus Devouring Heaven Technique. Would you like to begin using the Grand Master to assist her comprehension? In addition to the Emperor-level martial arts from the 3 ancestors, there were also numerous Saint-level martial arts. In response, Su Yi did not remain idle, methodically assisting Luo Qinghuan in comprehending each of these martial arts. After half an hour, he said with a light smile, Luo girl, it's about time. The procurement is complete. The young maiden stretched lazily before gracefully rising to her feet, offering a sweet smile to the esteemed ancestors, including the grand ancestor of the beginning. Thank you, esteemed ancestors, she expressed. There is no need for such formality, Miss Luo. The grand ancestor of the beginning replied with a wave of his hand. His amiable demeanor caused Emperor Yun to rub his eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be the Grand Ancestor of the beginning? If Miss Luo encounters any uncertainties, feel free to enter the Infinite Emperor's tomb to consult with me, the Grand Ancestor of the beginning said, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily. That won't be necessary. The maiden gently shook her head. The Grand Ancestor was taken aback. I understand everything, so there is no need to trouble the esteemed ancestors, she replied earnestly. What? You grasped it all so swiftly? Upon hearing this, the Grand Ancestor and the other ancestors exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, the Grand Ancestor sighed with a wry smile. With that particular guidance, it is not surprising that Miss Luo could master all our teachings in such a brief period. After all, I was once trapped at the pinnacle of the Saint Lord realm for several millennia. Yet, upon hearing a single word from Elder Su, I experienced an epiphany and directly broke through to the Emperor realm. This underscores the vastness of Elder Su's extraordinary abilities. Chapter 105. The Roar from Beneath. The astonishment of Emperor Tian. Esteemed ancestors, I shall take my leave now, the young maiden said to the old ancestors, lifting the jet-black sack upon her shoulder. Taoist Emperor Yun, let us depart. At that moment, Emperor Yun gazed at Luo Qinghuan with an expression that was unmistakably altered, his eyes brimming with profound astonishment. The maiden had become exceedingly enigmatic in his eyes. After all, he had yet to fathom how Miss Luo managed to convince the assembly of ancestors to bestow their legacy upon her. As the two departed, the entire Wuji Emperor Mausoleum fell into a profound silence. With their exit, old Ancestor Shi let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, that venerable one has left. Old Ancestor Shi, why do you sigh in relief now that he is gone? A nearby ancestor queried, perplexed. You wouldn't comprehend. Had that venerable one been in peak condition, this mausoleum would likely have yielded nothing. Even our very bones might have been stripped away. The fact that Wuji Emperor Mausoleum remains intact is a remarkable feat, old Ancestor Shi explained, shaking his head. Is it truly that terrifying? Some of the bewildered divine dynasty ancestors furrowed their brows. Just moments ago, old Ancestor Shi had visited each of them, urging them to hastily transfer their legacies to that young girl, lest they wish for perpetual unrest. Do you dare to underestimate the fierce bandit emperor? Old Ancestor Shi sneered. Do you think the land of the Wuji divine dynasty was simply bestowed? It was only because the preceding top force offended the fierce bandit emperor that they were stripped of everything, allowing him to establish the Wuji divine dynasty here. At that moment, the young maiden abruptly returned, addressing old Ancestor Shi and the assembly of ancestors with a clear voice. Old Ancestor Shi, the wretched Suyi mentioned that your Wuji Emperor Mausoleum possesses a unique spiritual gathering array. He claimed he was too lazy to inscribe it for me and suggested I take it away. Old Ancestor Shi, the surrounding ancestors, very well. Now that we understand the terrifying nature of that fierce bandit emperor, take it, old Ancestor Shi replied, his lips twitching as he waved his hand. For them, it mattered little. At worst, they could have that young rascal Emperor Tian recreated. Thank you, old Ancestor Shi. The maiden chuckled, pulling out the sack to gather her loot. Once she completed her task, she departed with satisfaction. Watching her retreating figure, old Ancestor Shi's lips twitched slightly. No wonder he perceived a familiar essence in the maiden. It turned out that a part of his old acquaintance resided within her. Oh dear, old Ancestor Shi sighed, only to feel a flicker of relief. It was fortunate that he had passed away early. He could hardly imagine how skewed a girl, endowed with such formidable talents and having seized the perfect creation of the heavens and earth, would become under the influence of the venerable Su Yi. At that time, it seems the entire 9 domains will be thrown into chaos by the antics of those two. I never expected that being would still be alive. After all, it was the combined force of the 10 great demon emperors. Beside him, the Phoenix Emperor ancestor let out a heavy sigh, his gaze filled with gravity. Truly, he is the most resplendent emperor in the history of our human race, exhibiting such tenacious vitality. The Azure Emperor ancestor could not help but express his admiration. The terror of Senior Su Yi is far beyond our imagination. The primordial emperor ancestor shook his head. Although they are all emperor-level beings, one must understand that there exists a vast disparity among emperors. I cannot even begin to imagine how splendid the future of the 9 domains will be. In the Soul Hall, as radiance materialized, 2 figures appeared within the Grand Hall. D. Tian and D. Lanner immediately turned their gazes, fixating intently on the young girl. Luo. Miss Luo, is this your acquisition? Oh no, have you returned with the inheritance? Tian spoke solemnly, his voice measured. Yes, the girl nodded, clearly satisfied with her recent endeavor. But, why did you return so quickly? Each trial typically requires several days, does it not? Tian inquired again, perplexed. Because the ancestors did not subject Miss Luo to trials. They directly bestowed the inheritance upon her. Yun interjected quietly. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Tian and Lanner transformed into sheer astonishment. No trials? Just handed over? By heavens! Who, then, is truly the junior of the Wuji divine dynasty? Enraged, Tian recalled how, when he sought out the primordial emperor ancestor, he was not only scolded but also spanked. Yunner, what on earth is going on? Tian turned to Yun, urgently seeking clarification. I am not sure either. The ancestor kicked me out of the group chat. I only saw the ancestor converse with Miss Luo for a while, and then the ancestor began visiting each of the other ancestors. Before long, they all appeared, stuffing their inheritances into Miss Luo's bag. Yun replied, equally bewildered. What? Such a thing exists? Tian furrowed his brow, then swiftly moved to investigate the Wuji imperial tomb. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Soul Hall. Father, what did the ancestor say? Lanner and Yun immediately looked at him with curiosity. At that moment, Tian's expression darkened, awkwardly rubbing his nose. The ancestor told me to scram. Yun, Lanner. The primordial emperor ancestor remains as irascible as ever. Lanner could not help but exclaim. Hearing this, the corner of Yun's mouth twitched. Irascible. The primordial emperor ancestor's temperament varies from person to person. Just now, he was exceedingly amiable and benevolent towards Miss Luo. Nonetheless, since this is the choice of the ancestors, I have no right to voice any objections. This further underscores the astounding talent of Miss Luo. Tian shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Luo Qinghuan and sighed. Miss Luo truly continues to redefine my understanding. It is merely luck. Senior Tian is overly flattering. The girl replied playfully, winking. It's just that the notorious Su Yi is quite formidable. At this moment, however, Tian's gaze upon Luo Qinghuan was filled with immense gravity. There was one thing he refrained from uttering. The first emperor ancestor, aside from ordering him to depart, had specifically remarked that this Miss Luo is not someone our Wuji divine dynasty can afford to offend. If one can cultivate a good relationship with her, it is imperative to do so. The fact that the first emperor ancestor would utter such words speaks volumes about the extraordinary nature of the young lady before him. Very well, since Miss Luo has concluded her business, we shall take our leave and not disturb the esteemed ancestors any further, Tian announced, leading the group away. However, just as they exited the Yinghun Hall and emerged beyond the barrier, a sudden, thunderous rumble resonated as if emanating from the depths of the earth. Huh, what is that sound? The two Tang siblings were momentarily taken aback. Not good. Yet, in that instant, Tian reacted swiftly, his figure vanishing abruptly. Chapter 106. A severed finger. What could be the reason for Father Emperor's urgent departure? Upon witnessing the hurried exit of Emperor Tian, the two siblings, Dang Ji, were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion. This force, as the rumbling from beneath the earth echoed, Su Yi felt an increasingly familiar power. Let us follow that girl, Luo, he suggested. Without further hesitation, he beckoned Luo Qinghuan to join him. To where? The young girl inquired, slightly taken aback. To the Tower of Creation. Deep within the molten depths, a figure radiating imperial might suddenly emerged. It was none other than the hastily arriving Emperor Tian. What is this? Upon arriving and observing the scene below, Emperor Tian's expression changed drastically. The lava surged violently, and countless imperial flames gradually dissipated, while the peculiar severed finger, enveloped in these flames, erupted with resplendent light. Countless imperial flames were being devoured by it. How is this possible? Merely a severed finger. Yet it can consume imperial flames that even I do not fear, and it can even reverse the consumption? Emperor Tian's face paled as he was overwhelmed by profound shock. These imperial flames were meant to suppress the ominous severed finger. To think that it could turn the tables and suppress his flames instead? What on earth is this severed finger? How terrifying can it be? Could it be a severed finger of an ancient god from the upper realm? No matter. Today, regardless of whose severed finger it is, I shall suppress you, and I will not allow you to pose any threat to my imperishable divine dynasty." Gritting his teeth, Emperor Tian's eyes flashed with ferocity. He unleashed the formidable aura of a six-calamity emperor, as torrents of terrifying imperial flames began to converge, enveloping the eerie severed finger entirely. "Seal it," Emperor Tian bellowed. The imperial flames surged, causing the temperature of the entire underground to skyrocket. The overwhelming imperial flames instantly engulfed the severed finger. Boom! As the imperial might coalesced. The underground trembled incessantly. However, when the imperial flames enveloped the strange severed finger, it did not remain passive. Instead, it struck out with a singular, forceful gesture. In an instant, a jet-black flame emerged, menacing as a deathly black dragon. "What? This is my imperial flame?" Emperor Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the eerie severed finger could not only consume his imperial flames, but also wield them. Boom, boom. As the deathly black dragon flame manifested, it began to actively hunt down the imperial flames unleashed by Emperor Tian, and that deathly black dragon expanded relentlessly. Emperor Tian was astounded. Just as he attempted to retract his flames, he was horrified to discover that the black dragon had latched onto his imperial flames with ferocity, as if to declare, "Having arrived, how could one possibly retreat? This severed finger is rather too tyrannical, isn't it?" Tian gasped in shock. "No, it is not mere tyranny. It is akin to that of a ruthless bandit." Boom. As the deathly black dragon devoured a sufficient amount of yen, it let out a roar and swallowed the severed finger, then shot directly towards the ground, breaking through it with astonishing force. "This is bad. It has shattered the seal." Witnessing this scene, Tian's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan had reached the vicinity of the Tower of Creation, accompanied by the two siblings, Tang Ji. "Miss Luo, what brings you to the Tower of Creation?" Demoness inquired, puzzled. Yet, at that moment, the young girl's enchanting eyes were fixated on the ground of the Tower of Creation, not responding, but instead communicating in her mind with Su Yi. "Su Yi, is this the place?" "Yes, there is no mistaking it. I sensed it before while at the Tower of Creation, and it seems I was right." Su Yi affirmed with a nod in his mind. "What is that familiar power?" Luo Qinghuan asked, her curiosity piqued. "As for that," Su Yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Your brother is also uncertain, but this power should originate from me." "Very well," Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, realizing they would have to witness it for themselves to uncover the truth. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. "What is that sound?" Demoness was taken aback. "It seems to be emanating from the depths of the earth," Yun remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. "Get back." Upon hearing the thunderous roar, Luo Qinghuan glanced at the ground, her brows knitting together. With a sharp command, she unleashed a powerful strike that sent the two of them flying hundreds of meters away, while she herself lightly touched the ground with her foot, propelling herself skyward, swiftly distancing from the earth. Almost simultaneously, the ground they had just stood upon cracked open, and dark flames surged forth, as a shadowy entity burst from the depths. That was a close call. Thankfully, Miss Luo reacted swiftly. Demoness and Yun steadied themselves, their faces turning pale upon sensing the terrifying aura, revealing expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster. "What on earth is this? Such a dreadful presence," they exclaimed, gazing at the heavens, where the entire sky was ablaze with dark flames, a fearsome black dragon coiling above. Even a fraction of its aura instilled fear within them. "Humph. Don't think you can escape." Just then, accompanied by a cold snort, Dway erupted from the depths, a figure clad in dragon robes emerging in pursuit. "Father?" Upon perceiving that figure, both Emperor Yun and Princess Lanner momentarily stood in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing them, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow. "Father, what is that? Why is it beneath the Tower of Heavenly Creation?" Emperor Yun hastily inquired. "This matter is rather complicated," Emperor Tian sighed, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. "I will explain in detail later. For now, you must notify the ministers to swiftly evacuate the citizens of the royal city to prevent casualties." "What? Evacuate the citizens of the royal city?" Upon hearing this, the two immediately wore grave expressions. Without a hint of hesitation, they turned to depart. The fact that even their father had uttered such words implied that the situation was exceedingly troublesome. It suggested that even Emperor Tian lacked complete confidence and was prepared to abandon the royal city. Miss Luo, you should leave quickly as well. If this entity spirals out of control, even I shall tread carefully. Emperor Tian cast a glance at the young woman in the white dress and promptly urged her. Even a formidable emperor like you must tread carefully? Upon hearing this, the girl's lips parted in surprise, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her beautiful eyes. The power emanating from the repugnant Su Yi was indeed so formidable? This only heightened her curiosity. Senior Emperor Tian, what exactly is it? Her gaze fixed upon the enormous dragon wreathed in black flames as she inquired. This is... Emperor Tian's gaze followed suit, his expression laden with gravity as he slowly articulated, a severed finger. Chapter 107. Piercing the Emperor's coffin, a divine hand. As the voice of Emperor Tian resounded, a severed finger gradually emerged from the depths of the dark dragon flames in the sky. A severed finger? Upon hearing this, the young maiden's expression shifted, her brows knitting together in concern. Could this severed finger possibly be? Suddenly, realization dawned upon Su Yi as he calmly gazed at the severed digit before him. During his confrontation with the 10 demon emperors, he had once pierced the body of a demon emperor with a single finger. However, that demon emperor was formidable. In the moment of penetration, he self-destructed, severing Su Yi's finger in the process. To his astonishment, this very severed finger had ended up within the bounds of the Wujian dynasty. According to the words of the divine weapon emperor, after his fall in battle against the 10 demon emperors, the 3 remaining demon emperors had obliterated his body entirely. Yet, this severed finger had escaped destruction due to its fragmented nature, thus being preserved. It was the perfect vessel for the death obliteration finger. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Yi's eyes. The emperor's severed finger, and it was his very own. Using it would be second nature to him. The young maiden furrowed her brows in concern for Su Yi. She had never imagined that the power he wielded, which felt so familiar, stemmed from his severed finger. Oh dear, how unfortunate for Su Yi to have lost a finger. Just a minor inconvenience, Su Yi replied dismissively, chuckling lightly. Though I lost a finger, that old demon emperor forfeited his life. Well, when compared like that, it seems less pitiable, Luo Qinghuan mused, but still, it is unfortunate. How can that wretched demon emperor be compared to the illustrious Su Yi? What shall we do now? Luo Qinghuan inquired hastily. This severed finger rightfully belongs to me. Su Yi smiled, already resolved to reclaim it. At that moment, Emperor Tian ceased his conversation with the maiden, the might of the emperor radiating as he stepped forth, ascending directly to the heavens above. Your Majesty, I have arrived late. Just then, 3 figures suddenly tore through the void, emerging from the ethereal realm. The imposing aura they exuded indicated they were also formidable figures of the emperor realm, though not emperors themselves, rather Xian emperors. Oh, Chancellor Zhang, Grand General Gongsun, and Inspector Qin, your arrival is timely, Emperor Tian remarked, a flicker of joy crossing his gaze. Quickly, join me in suppressing this severed finger. Yes. The other 3 emperor realm warriors of the Wujian dynasty nodded in agreement, encircling the severed finger engulfed in dark flames from various directions. Meanwhile, Emperor Yun and Emperor Lan'er had already alerted the ministers and evacuated all citizens and cultivators from the royal city. As they beheld the nearly ignited heavens deep within the palace, fear filled the eyes of all present, including the ministers, who were profoundly shaken by the ominous aura. Third Prince, what? What is that? One minister could not help but tremble as he inquired. I am equally unaware, Prince Yun replied, shaking his head solemnly. Father has already gone to handle the situation. We must first evacuate the citizens within the royal city. Has His Majesty already taken action? The ministers questioned, glancing towards him. Without further inquiry, they rallied their manpower, swiftly evacuating the populace of the royal city to a safe distance of several dozen miles. Once their task was complete, they turned their gazes towards the depths of the palace. At that moment, an abyss of darkness loomed, black flames engulfing half the sky. An aura of dread pervaded the atmosphere. It was unthinkable that such a phenomenon had erupted from beneath our divine empire, had not His Majesty intervened. The consequences would have been dire indeed. In that instant, Prince Yun briefly recounted the recent events to the assembled ministers. Boom! In the palace depths. For imperial auras materialized. For figures stood against the heavens, seemingly casting a formation to suppress the black flames. It was His Majesty, along with Chancellor Zhang, Grand General Gong's son, and Inspector Qin. The realization that such a terrifying force necessitated the combined might of four imperial powerhouses left the people of the Divine Empire in utter shock. Simultaneously, within the palace depths above the heavens, Emperor Tian and the other three coalesced their imperial might into a colossal sealing formation, directing it towards the black flames. Great Emperor's Annihilation Formation. Disperse. Emperor Tian bellowed, his hands sweeping forcefully, the overwhelming imperial power accompanying the formation crashing down upon the massive black dragon. Boom! In an instant, the flames enveloping the black dragon began to dissipate. Subsequently, the true form of the object concealed within the dark flames was revealed. It was a severed finger. As the black flames cleared, the ministers of the Divine Empire beheld the object's true nature, aghast to discover it was merely a severed finger. Their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with profound astonishment. A mere severed finger could compel His Majesty to such lengths? It necessitated the intervention of one great emperor and three profound emperors to suppress it? What divine being did this finger belong to? This is quite alarming. Your Majesty, should we destroy this severed finger? Grand General Gong's son inquired, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he looked at Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian pondered deeply. If this severed finger were to be sealed once more, it might, in the near future, become a source of calamity, a ticking time bomb for their boundless divine empire. However, it could not be destroyed. If destruction were possible, it would have been obliterated long ago. Tian sighed and shook his head. He had attempted this long ago, but to no avail. It was best to seal it away. After speaking, he summoned the Burial Emperor coffin. Three of you, take control of it. I shall use the Burial Emperor coffin to thoroughly suppress it. Yes, Your Majesty, responded Prime Minister Zhang and the other two with solemn nods. Immediately, the imperial might manifested, resembling chains that firmly bound the severed finger. Taking a deep breath, Tian waved his hand, and the overwhelming imperial aura, accompanied by the ominous ancient coffin, surged towards the severed finger, swiftly imprisoning it within the coffin. Had they succeeded? Observing this scene, the hearts of the members of the Wujian dynasty tightened, and anticipation began to swell within them. Boom! As the lid of the Burial Emperor coffin closed, it felt as though everyone's anxieties were finally released. However, just then, with a resounding roar, a fierce noise erupted from within the coffin. To the astonishment of Tian and Prime Minister Zhang, the Burial Emperor coffin was inexplicably penetrated by a single finger. What? How could this be possible? Witnessing this, the expressions of the several emperor-level powerhouses drastically changed. This Burial Emperor coffin was, after all, a semi-imperial artifact. How could it be so easily breached? Who on earth does this severed finger belong to? Can someone come forth? The Wujian dynasty is struggling to withstand this. Boom! After piercing through the Burial Emperor coffin, the severed finger rapidly expanded in the sky, transforming into a colossal digit thousands of zhonglong, akin to the hand of a deity, descending upon the four below. What? Tian's expression shifted. Simultaneously, in an unnoticed corner, a young girl's gaze flickered with change as she lightly stepped forward. Chapter 108. Reclaiming a fragment of one's power, is it not a simple task? Minister Zhang, you shall protect the citizens of our divine dynasty. The expression of Emperor Tian grew solemn as he gazed upon the colossal finger looming ominously in the heavens. His heart sinking, he immediately turned to Minister Zhang and his companions, declaring, I will stand against this finger. He possessed the strength to confront it, yet he feared that beneath this finger, the entire royal city would be obliterated. Without the protection of several imperial-level powerhouses, even the common folk would be caught in the catastrophe. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing these words, Minister Zhang and the others nodded gravely, their eyes filled with concern. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Tian felt the imperial aura surging within him. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the entire royal city. The oppressive atmosphere was terrifying. Whose divine presence did this finger belong to? Your Majesty, can you truly withstand it? Outside the royal city, the citizens of the divine dynasty and those within the city gazed in horror at the scene unfolding in the sky, whispering amongst themselves. Emperor Tian was, after all, a sixth tribulation emperor, a figure capable of commanding respect among the powerful of the desolate heavens. Yet, inexplicably, the people felt a sense of foreboding when they beheld the enormous finger. Wait, Who is that next to His Majesty? At that moment, a government official from the divine dynasty noticed something amiss. His gaze widened in shock as he looked toward the sky, where the immense finger descended with palpable force. Beside the solitary Emperor Tian, a figure had seemingly appeared. Is that Lady Luo? As Emperor Yun and Lady Tianlan recognized the person beside Emperor Tian, their expressions shifted, astonished. What? Lady Luo? What is she doing here? Surely she doesn't intend to assist His Majesty in blocking that finger? Although Lady Luo possessed extraordinary talent, she was still merely at the creation realm. To confront a finger that instilled fear even in seasoned warriors like themselves seemed exceedingly reckless. Upon hearing their words, the eyes of the assembled ministers were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, Emperor Tian's imperial might surged as he prepared to unleash a devastating counterattack. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed the approach of others. Minister Zhang, did I not instruct you to protect the citizens of my royal city? Why are you still? As he spoke, he turned to look, but his words faltered mid-sentence. For it was not Minister Zhang and his companions who stood behind him, but rather Luo Qinghuan. Lady Luo, what are you doing? Di Tian cast a puzzled glance. Elder Di Tian, even if you can withstand this finger, the residual energy will cause the entire royal city to fall into irreparable ruin, will it not? The girl spoke softly, her crimson lips parting slightly. At this moment, upon hearing her words, Di Tian's brow furrowed deeply, yet he remained oblivious to the changes in the girl's gaze. Indeed, that was the case. But it was the only option available. Di Tian sighed. Is that so? It is merely a severed finger. What is there to fear? Suyi replied with a faint smile. After all, the owner of the severed finger is right here. If Elder Di Tian lacks confidence, why not allow me to take a turn? Upon hearing the girl's words, Di Tian was momentarily taken aback. You? Even he, an emperor, found himself powerless against this severed finger, let alone a girl who was merely in the realm of creation. Since Elder Di Tian lacks assurance, why not let me give it a try? Suye's lips curled slightly as her gaze fell upon Di Tian. The two exchanged looks. Di Tian was momentarily stunned. What is happening? That gaze again. It was the same expression she wore when she reprimanded him last time. It was as if the person standing before him was not Luo Qinghuan, but an emperor, a being far above him. Gazing at the towering finger before him, Di Tian had no time to ponder further. Gritting his teeth, a flash of determination crossed his eyes. Then let Miss Luo give it a try. To be honest, he did not feel very confident. He had long prepared for the reconstruction of the royal city. There was no choice. The boundless divine dynasty had ample resources. After saying this, he took a step back. Your Majesty has stepped back? It seems as though he is allowing Miss Luo to step forward and counter that towering finger. Although Miss Luo is indeed formidable, her talent is nothing short of monstrous. But such matters should not be attempted by someone of her generation, should they? What is going on here? When the onlookers saw Di Tian actually retreating a step to stand behind Luo Qinghuan, their expressions changed, and a deep sense of confusion flickered in their eyes. At this moment, while everyone in the boundless divine dynasty was perplexed, they witnessed a terrifying pressure manifesting above the heavens. As that finger descended, even the void was crushed beneath its weight. Despite the distance, the people of the dynasty could feel the overwhelming dread of the pressure. Hiss, such immense pressure. Di Tian, being the closest, could most acutely sense the suffocating force. Even his own imperial might instinctively erupted at that moment, a primal instinct to protect his master. Whose severed finger is this? This severed finger appears to be in an attacking state. Who is its owner targeting with this strike? If this blow lands, even this emperor would likely perish on the spot. At this moment, Di Tian's expression was exceedingly grave. He then turned his gaze towards the girl before him. Unaware of what method Miss Luo might possess, could it be a sealing technique that even the emperor has never heard of? After all, the ancestor once remarked that Miss Luo is exceptionally formidable. He murmured to himself. As his gaze fell upon the young girl, his pupils suddenly constricted. At that moment, the girl had not utilized even a fraction of her spiritual energy. She merely raised her delicate finger and pointed at the colossal finger before her. What? The emperor's pupils narrowed. No, this is a gesture that even I fear. You are extending a single, dainty finger like this. What is Miss Luo attempting to do? Witnessing this scene, the members of the Wuji Divine Palace were also struck with astonishment. Was this not akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, courting destruction? However, Just as the crowd found it unbelievable, the two fingers met. The girl remained unharmed, as countless forces surged into her body. What? In that moment, everyone was baffled and immensely shocked. Yet, Suyi merely smiled slightly. It was simply a means to reclaim a portion of his own power. Chapter 109. The Tower of Flesh Rebirth. First layer fully engaged. Boom. As the slender finger of the young woman collided with the colossal finger, everyone anticipated that the terrifying force would engulf her in an instant. Strangely, however, that force did not erupt, but rather surged entirely into the young woman's body. What is happening? Tian, observing from the side, felt the intensity of the moment more acutely than anyone else, his heart filled with astonishment. Oddly enough, why did this terrifying power have no effect on Miss Luo? Tian did not doubt the integrity of the force. He was certain that if he were to extend even a single finger, he would likely be blasted away on the spot. The anomaly lay with Miss Luo. Nevertheless, he faintly sensed a resemblance between the source of her power and that of the severed finger. Could it be? Tian furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Was there a connection between Miss Luo and the owner of this severed finger? Enlightenment dawned upon him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tian's eyes as he comprehended the entire situation. Miss Luo was, in fact, a descendant of the severed finger's master, who was far superior to Tian himself. No wonder the ancestor had advised him that Miss Luo's identity was extraordinary. Tian appeared enlightened, as if all the pieces had fallen into place. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan remained oblivious to her unexpected status as a descendant of the loathed Suyi. At this moment, she was observing Suyi display his formidable prowess. How extraordinary! Is this truly the original power of the loathed Suyi? The young woman murmured, her eyes sparkling like stars. The host is absorbing fragments of past power, elevating the host's soul energy to the 7th star of the great power realm. The host has acquired a severed finger of the Han Emperor. The Han Emperor's severed finger can serve as the vessel for the divine level technique. The deathly annihilation finger and the inherent power of the severed finger will remain, allowing the host to utilize it. However, the power of the severed finger is limited, so the host should use it judiciously. As the voice of the system echoed in her mind, Suyi's own soul energy soared at that moment. He also discovered that upon acquiring this severed finger, the first layer of the 9-story tower, which was designed for the rebirth of flesh, had become suffused with a pitch-black aura, completely filling the first layer and extending into the second. Oh, impressive. Not only had he gained a formidable method, but even the tower for reshaping his body had ascended to the second layer. The day of flesh rebirth was drawing near. Satisfied with his gains, Suyi nodded approvingly. Simultaneously, as the voice of the system resonated in his mind, the power of the severed finger began to wane significantly. Ultimately, countless black flames dissipated, and along with them, the severed finger vanished. As the celestial phenomenon dissipated, the oppressive force and fear evoked by the severed finger vanished completely. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Wuji divine dynasty heaved a collective sigh of relief. The imminent crisis had finally been averted. Grateful to Miss Luo, they realized that had it not been for her intervention, even if His Majesty had managed to withstand the severed finger, its residual power could have laid waste to the entire royal city. Without Miss Luo, they would not have emerged unscathed from this ordeal. Miss Luo, we are profoundly grateful for your assistance today. The people of our divine dynasty shall forever remember your kindness, Emperor Xuantian expressed earnestly. The distant members of the divine dynasty cast appreciative glances her way, still astonished by the unexpected savior of their royal city. Senior Emperor Xuantian, you flatter me, the young lady replied with a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Suyi had quietly relinquished control of the body back to Luo Qinghuan. Miss Luo, please return to your courtyard to rest. I shall handle the matters henceforth, Emperor Xuantian suggested, assuming she was fatigued from blocking the severed finger. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. Suyi, did you absorb that severed finger? She inquired curiously as they returned to their residence. Indeed, that severed finger was originally a part of your brother Ye's body. While it cannot be used to reconstruct flesh at present, it can serve as a means of defense. Suyi replied with a smile. A means? Is it powerful? Luo Qinghuan asked, her curiosity piqued once more. With a single strike, even a typical Emperor Realm practitioner would either perish or be gravely injured, Suyi remarked nonchalantly. Impressive. Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened in amazement. However, the energy contained within that strike cannot be wielded indefinitely, yet it makes little difference. Having it or not is an entirely different matter. The enemy will forever remain oblivious to whether that strike is truly my last, Su Yi stated with a shake of his head. All right, young lady Luo. Rest for a few days, and you should be able to return to your sect soon. The young lady nodded. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The memory of the finger that seemed poised to shatter the heavens lingered vividly in the hearts of the Divine Dynasty's members, prompting them to exclaim in awe. Had that finger truly descended, even with His Majesty present, their entire royal city would likely have needed complete reconstruction. Yet, in comparison to that terrifying finger, the members of the Divine Dynasty were even more astounded by the young lady in the flowing white dress, who effortlessly countered the finger with her delicate jade-like fingertip, achieving what even His Majesty could not guarantee. The astonishment among the crowd was palpable. In the royal city, within a secluded courtyard of the imperial palace, Emperor Tiantian furrowed his brow as he addressed Luo Qinghuan. Miss Luo, are you indeed planning to depart today? Yes, Luo Qinghuan affirmed with a nod. I am grateful for the care extended to me by the Divine Dynasty during this time. Miss Luo, you need not say such things. It is we of the Wuji Divine Dynasty who owe you our heartfelt gratitude. Tian shook his head and then laughed heartily, saying from now on, Miss Luo shall be an eternal friend of the Wuji Divine Dynasty. Should there be any matters, Miss Luo may freely seek my assistance. Rest assured, I will certainly reach out to you. Senior Tian, the young lady replied, nodding without a hint of reluctance. Tian, however, took no offense. He had a general understanding of her straightforward manner. By the way, Miss Luo, may I inquire about your relationship with the master of that severed finger? I have sensed a peculiar resemblance between your essence and the source power of that severed finger. At this moment, Tian hesitated for a brief moment, ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity. He yearned to uncover the identity of the master of the severed finger, who had managed to put him at a disadvantage, especially considering it was merely a severed finger. If it were a whole hand, would that not imply he could easily subdue him with a mere gesture? Well, Luo Qinghuan appeared to ponder deeply, yet in truth, she was mentally consulting Su Yi. Su Yi, how should I respond? Should I simply mention your name? Indeed. Su Yi replied nonchalantly, informing Tian poses no significant consequence. Understood, the young lady nodded obediently. She then lifted her gaze to Tian and cleared her throat. Ahem. Senior Tian, please listen carefully. Chapter 110. The Void Vessel, returning to the Xuantian Holy Sect. Upon hearing the maiden's words, Tian's expression grew increasingly grave, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The owner of this severed finger is the fearsome bandit emperor, Su Yi. As the girl's icy voice resonated, Tian fell into a profound silence. Whose severed finger is this? The fearsome bandit emperor? Senior Su Yi? No wonder I was tormented so mercilessly. It all makes sense now. Initially, Tian felt an intense sense of injustice. After all, he was the most formidable prodigy of the Wuji Divine Dynasty, having subdued countless powerful beings in the wild heaven domain. He had never been truly humbled until this severed finger had plagued him for millennia, even subjecting him to humiliation. So it was indeed the severed finger of the fearsome bandit emperor. That changes everything. Truly, it changes everything. The fearsome bandit emperor is a 9 calamities emperor, a person capable of trading blows with the top 10 9 calamities demonic emperors, overpowering 7 at a time. Moreover, the reason he is a 9 calamities emperor is merely because prior to his ascension, the pinnacle of cultivation attainable across the 9 domains was that of the 9 calamities emperor. This does not represent the limits of Senior Su Yi. It turns out it is a severed finger belonging to Senior Su Yi. No wonder it is so terrifying. Once Tian grasped the full scope of the situation, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, devoid of any frustration. Next, he cast a somewhat astonished glance at the maiden. He had not anticipated that Miss Luo was a descendant of Senior Su Yi. It all made sense now. No wonder her demeanor was so similar. A legendary bandit from tens of thousands of years ago, and a budding female bandit from a millennium later. Not a descendant. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan quickly shook her head. If she were truly a descendant of that loathsome Su Yi, their relationship would be utterly convoluted. Not a descendant? Tian was taken aback, frowning. Could it be a child bride? The maiden was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing, and she spat in protest. That cannot be right. The time span is far too vast. Tian furrowed his brow and muttered his musings. Could it be a daughter? A granddaughter? A great-granddaughter? A great-great-granddaughter? Luo Qinghuan, hearing Tian's increasingly ludicrous speculations, felt exasperated and quickly waved her hands. Senior Tian, you need not concern yourself with the nature of my relationship with that detestable Senior Su Yi. It is of no consequence. Indeed. Tian fell into silence for a moment, ultimately exhaling a sigh, filled with regret. After all, this once illustrious emperor of our human race has been gone for tens of thousands of years. May Senior Su Yi rest in peace. Your brother Yi is not dead. No, he should not be completely dead. Su Yi muttered indignantly, exuding a sense of living well while those around him mourned his departure. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan, privy to the truth, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. And thus, the tale continues. This matter shall remain undisclosed. Tian gently shook his head. Then, esteemed Tian, I shall take my leave, the young maiden said, performing a graceful bow, her figure radiating with spiritual energy. No need to hurry, Tian called out to her. He then produced a storage ring, and with a flicker of light, a palm-sized object appeared before the young girl. What is this? Luo Qinghuan inquired, gazing at the artifact, which resembled a small vessel imbued with a hint of void-breaking power. This is a spatial sacred artifact, the void vessel, capable of traversing the void at remarkable speed. As I must attend to matters of the divine court, I am unable to escort Miss Luo back personally. Thus, I bestow this item upon you as an apology. Tian explained slowly. Oh, a spatial sacred artifact, the void vessel? The maiden's beautiful eyes sparkled as she accepted it graciously. Thank you, esteemed Tian. She recalled what the insufferable Su Yi had said about politeness being a form of self-neglect. Miss Luo, simply establish your consciousness as its master. Tian advised from the side. Nodding gently, Luo Qinghuan proceeded to acknowledge the void vessel as her own. As she did so, Su Yi also perceived the attributes of the vessel before him, along with a prompt regarding the entry for inscription. Void vessel. Can add entry. Godspeed. After adding the entry, the speed of the void vessel may rival that of an imperial-grade spatial spirit artifact. Without hesitation, Su Yi activated the inscription technique to affix the Godspeed entry to the void vessel. Esteemed Tian, I shall take my leave now, Luo Qinghuan declared. Upon finishing her words, she tossed the palm-sized void vessel into the air. As her spiritual energy enveloped it, the vessel expanded dramatically, transforming into a formidable craft that measured dozens of feet in size, cloaked in iron armor, exuding an air of dominance. Indeed, Tian nodded in approval. The maiden then stepped onto the void vessel and, with deft control, vanished into the void in the blink of an eye, disappearing from the royal city. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Is the speed of this void vessel truly so astounding? In an instant, it had disappeared. Soon, the vessel had navigated the void, departing the royal city and heading towards the realm beyond the limitless divine court. Meanwhile, at the moment the void vessel exited the royal city, a shadow seemed to dissipate in the heavens above. Just returned from the factory, utterly exhausted, unable to write the third update. I will owe it for now, and will make up for it when I have time. The book has already begun, so please encourage me for more updates. Chapter 111. Night Brother will help you wash in the vast emptiness. A warship of considerable size continuously leapt through the void. This vessel was no ordinary spatial artifact. It was a sacred item, capable of autonomously arriving at any destination that Luo Qinghuan envisioned in her mind without her needing to manipulate it. To her surprise, the ship was quite luxurious, equipped with all the amenities one could desire. Su Yi glanced around the interior of the vessel, noting the abundance of facilities for rest and cultivation, even a hot spring room. Indeed, there was also a tea room for brewing tea. The esteemed divine weapon emperor had gifted her a substantial amount of tranquil tea leaves, yet regrettably, she did not possess the skill to brew them. Otherwise, she could have enjoyed a cup to alleviate her weariness. The girl pouted, expressing a hint of regret. The tea brewed by the divine weapon emperor not only alleviated fatigue, but was also exceptionally delightful. Su Yi commented, "Isn't the emphasis supposed to be on its delightful taste?" In truth, he too knew how to brew the tranquil tea. Really? The girl asked, her voice tinged with skepticism. Given her understanding of the infamously mischievous Su Yi, She suspected ulterior motives behind his claim. Since when has your night brother ever deceived you? Su Yi retorted, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes at Luo Qinghuan. Come, let your night brother take charge. I shall brew it for you. Fine. After a moment's hesitation, she eventually nodded, trusting Su Yi completely, albeit with a flicker of uncertainty in her beautiful eyes. As he quietly prepared, he made his way inside the vessel. Su Yi, where are you going? The tea room isn't this way. The petite spirit dressed in white instinctively reminded him, sensing he had gone in the wrong direction. Your night brother knows exactly where he is headed, he replied with a cheerful demeanor. Luo girl, let me ask you, are you seeking to alleviate fatigue? Or are you merely craving something? Well, that is certainly. The girl's cheeks reddened, and she coughed lightly, eager to assert, of course, it's the former. Then that is settled. A nice bath will also ease your exhaustion. Let your night brother assist you. Afterward, I shall brew you a cup of tea. Wouldn't tea that be more enjoyable? The girl paused, contemplating. Indeed, as Su Yi suggested, a bath followed by tea sounded quite delightful. However, she questioned, but why must it be you who helps me wash? Because you are tired, and your night brother is here to help. I am not tired. No, you are tired. I am not tired. No, you are tired. Su Yi took control of the girl's body, guiding her toward the bathing chamber. Soon, within the bathing room of the warship, the sound of her mischievous laughter echoed, albeit in a tone reminiscent of Su Yi. Wait, I can undress myself. As Su Yi indulged in his own amusement, a shadowy figure abruptly materialized in the void, its menacing aura coalescing ominously in its grasp. To the figure's astonishment, the spatial vessel that had been hovering before it vanished in an instant. The figure paused, furrowing its brow in perplexity. What grade of spatial artifact could possess such swiftness? According to the information from the Valley Chief, our 3 demons perished in the Divine Weapon's secret realm due to the collaboration of this woman and the Divine Weapon Emperor. What secrets does she conceal? Nonetheless, the Valley Chief has decreed that she must be brought back to the Extreme Demon Valley. This shadowy figure was indeed a formidable force from the Extreme Demon Valley. In the blink of an eye, several hours had elapsed. The young girl, her cheeks flushed, emerged from the bathing chamber, having donned her attire. That scoundrel Su Yi. His hands were utterly unrestrained. I shall ignore him henceforth. Luo girl, I have just brewed you some clear heart tea. Go enjoy it. All right, she responded, scampering off to savor the tea prepared by Su Yi. Poor girl, she was completely under the thrall of a shameless rogue. As the soothing tea flowed into her, she felt revitalized. Is it to your liking? Su Yi inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yes. She nodded vigorously, then bit her rosy lip. Su Yi, could you teach me how to brew this clear heart tea? Why? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, while the girl hesitated, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Once you have reformed your body, I shall brew it for you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's smile deepened. You don't misunderstand. Sensing Su Yi's gaze, her delicate face flushed, and her pearly teeth gently nibbled her lip as she hastily clarified. I merely feel that since you have always brewed it for me, I should return the favor. Is that so? Then your night brother shall await eagerly. Su Yi chuckled. However, before I teach you how to brew tea, we must first deal with some pesky rodents. He squinted, directing his gaze towards the forefront of the spatial vessel. Rodents? Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted together. Boom. Just then, before she could inquire further, a deafening explosion resonated from the front of the spatial vessel, shattering the surrounding void. Alarmed, Luo Qinghuan quickly ordered the vessel to halt, steering it away from the danger. In the next moment, as a torrent of sinister energy surged forth, the space where the vessel had just been was instantaneously obliterated, consumed by the terrifying malevolence. Phew! Witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan patted her now less trembling chest, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, that scoundrel Su Yi had alerted her. Otherwise, she and the void vessel shall meet a fate as desolate as the emptiness itself. At last, I have managed to halt your advance. At that moment, amidst the manifestation of dark energy in the heavens, a voice filled with invective resonated. An elder clad in blood-red garments, leaning on a skeletal staff, stepped forth from the void, his countenance betraying his displeasure. For several hours, this esteemed spirit emperor was utterly unable to catch up to the spatial artifact wielded by this young prodigy of the creation realm. and even his numerous attempts to unleash powerful attacks had been rendered futile, a humiliation of the highest order. Enraged, he resorted to his most formidable abilities, shattering the void along the trajectory of the void vessel and thus forcing the spatial artifact from its confines. A one-star spirit emperor? Suyi cast a glance at the blood-clad elder, his brow furrowing slightly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows knitted together, sensing the malign intent of this spirit emperor. I am the blood demon ancestor, the guardian of the extreme demon valley. I beseech this young lady to accompany me to my domain, lest. The blood demon ancestor cackled ominously, his sinister gaze fixated on the young woman, the threat in his words unmistakable. The extreme demon valley? The girl's brow furrowed deeper, her expression turning icy. Are you not sending those 3 old hounds of the celestial demon clan to seek me out personally? She harbored a deep resentment towards the celestial demon clan, for it was those loathsome beings that had led to Su Ye's demise, completely obliterating his soul and body. Even the severed finger was a consequence of their actions. Chapter 112. The arrogant blood demon ancestor. How do you know the true identity of my extreme demon valley? Upon hearing the words of the young girl in the white dress before him, the blood demon ancestor's expression abruptly changed, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the girl. It seems you indeed possess some knowledge that is not meant to be known. Today, I must take you back to the extreme demon valley and extract your soul to uncover what you truly know. As his voice fell, a torrent of demonic energy surged from the blood demon ancestor, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Suyi, come forth. Teach this old fool a lesson. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the blood demon ancestor, the girl pouted slightly, coldly retorting, At present, I am no match for you. But fear not. I have Suyi, my human auxiliary. Leave it to you, brother Yi, she added, her voice imbued with trust. Suyi nodded and cast a fleeting glance at the blood demon ancestor. So, you belong to the heavenly demon clan? How delightful. You dare approach me when I have not sought you out? As he spoke, the girl's expression shifted to one of chilling indifference. Oh, are you attempting to flee with this peculiar spatial artifact? I shall not grant you such an opportunity. The blood demon ancestor scoffed, waving his hand to seal the entire mountain space with his overwhelming demonic energy. The surrounding void was thoroughly enveloped by his power, rendering any escape futile, even for this extraordinary spatial artifact. Once assured that the girl had no retreat, he declared, Oh, flee. Yet, upon hearing my words, you now seem to smirk, as if mocking me. Do you imply that unless I am slain, you cannot leave? What a peculiar demand. Rest assured, I shall comply. Suyi regarded the blood demon ancestor with a benevolent smile, bemused by the absurdity of his request. In the realm of soul containment, the little girl in the white dress could hardly contain her laughter, her eyes sparkling with anticipation at the thought of Suyi delivering a thorough beating to the blood demon ancestor. No, we shall refer to him as the blood demon old dog. What? The blood demon ancestor was taken aback for a moment. Once he processed her words, a cruel smile spread across his face. A mere transformational realm practitioner dares to fantasize about vanquishing me? You are unaware of my true power, are you? I am a one-star spirit emperor. With a disdainful laugh, he proclaimed, even if I stood still for you to attack, you would not be able to harm me in the slightest. Is that so? Suyi replied, his tone calm. Indeed, if I were to move even a finger, I would be the dog. The blood demon ancestor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glimmering with a sense of amusement. Upon uttering these words, the young girl before him seemed momentarily speechless. She merely waved her delicate hand, and a severed finger materialized in the void behind her, pointing faintly in his direction. What? A severed finger? Observing this, the blood demon ancestor was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed disdainfully. Is it that you dare not use your own finger, resorting instead to this mere severed digit? What have I to fear from such a triviality? However, with a thunderous roar, as the young girl channeled her spiritual energy and directed the finger forward, an incomprehensibly terrifying imperial might erupted from it. In the next heartbeat, that severed finger transformed into a colossal form, towering like a pillar reaching the heavens, aimed straight at the blood demon ancestor. What? Such overwhelming imperial might. Whose severed finger is this? The blood demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to howl like a dog, his blood-red, demonic aura swirling around him as he fled for his life. Was this some sort of jest? Such unfathomable imperial might, one that even he did not possess. This severed finger must belong to a being of at least the emperor level, far beyond what he, a mere one-star spirit emperor, could withstand. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the aura of this severed finger instilled in him a primal fear, as if it emanated from the very depths of his soul. Seeing this scene, a smile of increasing benevolence crept upon Su Ye's lips as he pointed without a hint of hesitation. Though the energy within his severed finger was limited and could not be replenished at present, what of it? First, he would eliminate you, and then address the rest. Furthermore, he possessed 2 more Emperor-level attack cards. You could never fathom the extent of your brother Ye's capabilities. With a thunderous crash, as the towering finger descended, it instantaneously suppressed the fleeing figure of the blood demon ancestor. The mountain, which had once soared thousands of feet high, crumbled under the weight of the celestial pressure, sending dust swirling into the air, transforming the great mountain into an unfathomable abyss. It was as though the entirety of the central continent trembled in response. As the dust settled, within that abyss lay not only the shattered stones of the mountain, but also the blood-soaked figure of the blood demon ancestor. Yet at this moment, he had long since lost all vitality. A dignified one-star spirit emperor, who had not even a chance to strike back, was obliterated by a single finger from Su Yi. While you may be arrogant, your brother Ye's finger shall silence you forever. Chapter 113. I, Luo Qinghuan, never hold grudges. Boom. With the descent of a finger, the world returned to tranquility, leaving only the lifeless body of the blood demon ancestor in the vast pit. Su Yi, have we sent him to the afterlife? Inquired the petite soul donned in a white dress. Certainly, Su Yi nodded affirmatively. We are truly benevolent. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Now, it is time to collect the rewards this old dog has provided us. After all, he is a treasure trove in himself. Su Yi remarked with a light chuckle as he glanced downward. Aside from the storage ring worn by the blood demon ancestor, both his cultivation essence and soul could be absorbed by the two of them. With a fierce wife and a formidable husband, they were set to take everything. Their journey to the afterlife would ensure a clean departure. Subsequently, Su Yi moved swiftly, appearing directly in the abyss. He first retrieved the blood demon ancestor's storage ring, then instructed Luo Qinghuan to utilize the devouring demon technique to completely absorb his cultivation essence. 30,000 units of essence power, Su Yi noted, observing the amount consumed by the devouring demon technique. This 30,000 essence power, if devoted to cultivation, would suffice to elevate Luo Qinghuan by 2 minor realms. However, this essence power is universal. It seems it could also be employed to replenish the energy of my severed finger. If the replenishment occurs swiftly enough, wouldn't that render this severed finger infinitely usable, essentially transforming into a formidable emperor? Indeed, it is feasible. The system appeared to comprehend his speculation, promptly responding. Essence power can be utilized for everything, including replenishing the energy of this severed finger. However, each replenishment will require an increasing amount of essence power. Currently, the requirement is 50,000 units. Oh, is that possible? Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded slightly. Although each replenishment demands more essence power, this world seems abundant in such energy. At worst, he could let Luo Qinghuan devour freely. Thereafter, he also activated the indestructible soul technique to absorb the soul of the blood demon ancestor. This blood demon ancestor is truly a generous individual, he mused, filled with satisfaction. How delightful. The petite soul in white giggled. I hope more such generous individuals come our way. Su Yi, we've purified his storage ring, cultivation essence, and soul power. Does he have nothing else left to purify? The young girl curiously glanced at the body of the blood demon ancestor, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Once the seed of a fierce bandit takes root, it flourishes within her heart. About that, Su Yi furrowed his brow. Miss Luo, are you all right? Just as the two had finished purifying the sins of the blood demon ancestor and were contemplating how to fully exploit this imperial corpse, a rift suddenly tore through the void. Then, an utterly bewildered Emperor Tian emerged from the void. When Emperor Tian reappeared, he was soon astonished by the sight before him. He vaguely remembered that this place was once the pinnacle of a lofty mountain in his central continent. Yet at this moment, dust swirled around, ancient trees lay in ruins, and the so-called peak had vanished without a trace. Where was the mountain? He cast his gaze downward. only to find that the once mighty mountain had collapsed, transforming into a bottomless abyss. This was a terrifying assault. Could it be? A shiver ran through Emperor Tian as a thought struck him. He hurriedly peered into the depths of the abyss, where he spotted a striking figure in a white dress at the bottom, beside a lifeless corpse. Miss Luo, and was that the blood demon ancestor from the extreme demon valley? Emperor Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly descended to the abyss's depths. Miss Luo, what is this? Huh. It turns out to be Senior Emperor Tian. The young woman raised her indifferent gaze to glance at Emperor Tian, her demeanor still that of Su Yi. How could Senior Emperor Tian appear here? I just sensed a terrifying aura of a great emperor erupting. And since it was in my central continent, I came to investigate. Upon nearing, I felt your presence, Miss Luo, and thus hastened to see. Emperor Tian explained, his eyes now fixed on the lifeless body of the blood demon ancestor on the ground. He attempted to kill me, and I merely retaliated. Su Yi offered a calm explanation in response. Hearing the girl's unperturbed words, Emperor Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. This blood demon ancestor was a one-star spirit emperor, and he had been so effortlessly slain by Miss Luo. The realms of emperors are categorized as follows: 1 to 3 stars as spirit emperors, 4 to 6 stars as profound emperors, 7 to 9 as great emperors, with only 9-star great emperors able to withstand the 9 great emperor tribulations. This massive pit seemed as though it had been created by a mere finger. Could it be the severed finger of some esteemed predecessor? It appeared that Miss Luo had harnessed the power of that predecessor's severed finger. Emperor Tian quickly realized that the vanished finger had indeed been borrowed by Miss Luo. Truly, she was extraordinary. The extreme demon valley is excessively bold, daring to harm even the esteemed guests of my Wuji divine dynasty. It seems those old fellows in the extreme demon valley need to be taught a lesson. Emperor Tian huffed, his tone laden with displeasure. To dare attack his esteemed guests within his central continent, the extreme demon valley clearly held him in contempt. Senior Emperor Tian, there is no need for that. However, the young woman merely shook her head, her bright eyes shining. I, Luo Qinghuan, hold no grudges. Emperor Tian was taken aback. He did not expect Miss Luo to be so magnanimous. Nevertheless, a life had been taken. It seemed Miss Luo felt no loss. However, Senior Emperor Tian. At that moment, the young woman's voice suddenly rang out again. Do you know any puppet masters? Puppet masters? Emperor Tian was momentarily stunned. What does Miss Luo intend to do? Although the blood demon ancestor has perished, he remains a formidable imperial corpse, which could potentially be utilized to forge a puppet. The girl quietly mused, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Emperor Tian, did you not claim to hold no grudges? Yet here you are, contemplating turning someone into a puppet, and you still assert that you bear no malice? A puppet? At this moment, within the realm of souls, the petite figure in a white dress was taken aback. Indeed, if one could forge a puppet from an imperial corpse of the Soul Emperor, it would undoubtedly be a significant asset in battle. Su Yi nodded with a smile. After all, the power of his emperor's strike and the energy from severed fingers are limited. He cannot rely on these two every time, or it would be quite an extravagant misuse of resources. However, possessing a puppet of imperial caliber would elegantly resolve this dilemma. I see now. The petite figure in white nodded, unable to suppress a remark of admiration. The might of an imperial being is truly formidable. The spatial ring is useful. The cultivation of essence is beneficial. The power of the soul has its merits, and even his corpse holds value. Su Yi, we truly embody frugality and resourcefulness, wasting not a single thing. Blood demon ancestor, are you even human? Chapter 114. The Emperor's corpse puppet. The members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were taken aback by the mention of a puppet master. Upon hearing the young girl's words, Tian's brows furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. Su Yi was also knowledgeable in the art of puppet making. Yet the materials required to forge an emperor's corpse puppet were exceedingly numerous and costly, and the process itself was remarkably intricate. Thus, it was more prudent to wait for an opportunity rather than undertake the task himself. Indeed, there was a master puppeteer within the Wild Heaven domain. After a prolonged period of reflection, Tian finally spoke. Oh, who? Su Yi inquired with curiosity. Among the 5 foremost powers, the current leader of the Pill Alliance was not only adept in alchemy, but also possessed skills in puppet creation. However, Tian's brow knitted together as he trailed off. However, Suyi's gaze sharpened. It seemed that he had long since retired from the art of puppet forging, having previously declined requests for assistance from other formidable forces. Nonetheless, if Miss Luo truly wished to transform this emperor's corpse into a puppet, I could certainly advocate on her behalf. Yet, I cannot guarantee that old fellow will acquiesce, Tian elucidated. The Pill Alliance among the 5 major powers? Suyi frowned slightly, then nodded in acknowledgement. It's of no consequence. As long as I am informed of certain details, that suffices. It appears I must find an opportunity to visit the Pill Alliance, he concluded. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyi cast the Blood Demon Ancestor's Emperor's corpse into the Kunlun realm. Miss Luo, since we are still some distance from the Xuantian Sacred Sect, allow me to escort you personally. In the event that anyone dares to make a move against you, I can ensure your safety, Tian proposed. Indeed, Suyi nodded slightly. With a free bodyguard at his disposal, he promptly returned control of his body to Luo Qinghuan. Once the young girl summoned the void vessel, Tian took the helm himself, steering the vessel towards the direction of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. To have an emperor personally navigate the vessel, such treatment was likely afforded to none other than the young girl throughout the entire Wild Heaven domain. Meanwhile, at the extreme Demon Valley, Valley Master, the life token of the Blood Demon Ancestor has shattered. What? Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the Valley Master's brow furrowed, and his expression instantly shifted. The Blood Demon Ancestor was not comparable to the 3 demons. The latter were granted power by their master, while the Blood Demon Ancestor was a genuine powerhouse of their extreme Demon Valley. One spirit emperor has perished just like that? What transpired? The Valley Master tightened his brows. Wasn't he Blood Demon tasked with retrieving that young girl from the Xuantian Sacred Sect? How did he meet his demise? I do not know. When our shadow arrived at the battlefield, all that was visible was an unfathomable abyss, seemingly created by a single finger strike. Even the Blood Demon Ancestor's body had vanished. Along with what? Along with the young girl from the Xuantian Sacred Sect, who departed aboard a spatial spirit artifact, the subordinate replied softly. What? Why do you not apprehend her? The leader of the extreme Demon Valley's expression shifted, incredulous. Are you mere automatons? You have a target in sight, yet you allow her to escape? Fear holds us back. Fear of what? Because upon her spatial artifact sits the sovereign of the Wuxi Divine Dynasty, Emperor Tian. The leader of the extreme Demon Valley fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Then all is well. Could it be that the Blood Demon Ancestor perished at Emperor Tian's hands? Yet, should the Blood Demon Ancestor truly have met his end at the hands of Emperor Tian? I dare not speak further. After all, regarding the matter of the Divine Weapon Emperor's secret realm, our valley has publicly declared that our 3 prodigies were merely possessed and that we bear no responsibility. Acknowledging otherwise would implicate us in the tragic fates of those prodigies, inciting the ire of the other 4 premier forces. Thus, even if the Blood Demon Ancestor fell to Emperor Tian, we, the extreme Demon Valley, would have no recourse but to swallow our grievances in silence. What secrets does this girl from the Xuantian Holy Cult harbor? In the Grand Hall, the leader of the extreme Demon Valley muttered to himself. On the journey back to the Xuantian Holy Cult, Emperor Tian inquired why the Blood Demon Ancestor of the extreme Demon Valley sought to hunt the girl. She merely responded, perhaps we disrupted their plans within the Divine Weapon secret realm. At this, Emperor Tian squinted, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. While the extreme Demon Valley publicly professed that their 3 prodigies had been possessed by demons, it would be absurd for the other 4 premier forces to believe such a tale. They were astute enough to grasp the truth, merely waiting for the right moment to unveil it. Before long, the void vessel returned to the eastern wilderness, materializing above the Xuantian Holy Cult's celestial dome. Boom! The immense warship tore through the fabric of space, its thunderous roar capturing the attention of numerous disciples and elders of the Xuantian Holy Cult, who looked up in astonishment toward the sky. What is this? A Saint-tier spatial artifact. Who could it be? Could it be a prodigy from one of the 5 premier forces? As they sensed the aura of the void vessel, the elders of the Xuantian Holy Cult gasped in unison, while the disciples stared wide-eyed, filled with curiosity. Esteemed friend, may I inquire about your visit to our Xuantian Holy Cult? One elder of the Xuantian Holy Cult ascended into the air, bowing respectfully as he asked. Yet, there was no response from the void vessel. After a moment, A figure clad in a flowing white gown emerged gracefully from the vessel, standing upon its deck. What a stunning woman! The disciples whispered to one another, marveling at her beauty. Are the prodigies of the 5 premier forces not only powerful, but also this breathtaking? Gasp! As they beheld the enchanting figure in white, the disciples of the Xuantian holy cult collectively inhaled sharply. Wait a moment. She looks somewhat familiar. One disciple from Frost Sword Peak suddenly realized, and the more he looked, the more he felt a sense of recognition. Goodness! What 5 premier force prodigy! This is clearly our esteemed senior sister from Frost Sword Peak, Luo Qinghuan. What? Senior Sister Luo? Sister Luo actually possesses a sacred tier spatial artifact. Upon realizing the identity of the enchanting figure in white, the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Sect could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. It turns out, Sister Luo is quite affluent. Thank you for your escort, Senior Emperor Tian. At that moment, on the void vessel, the young girl smiled gracefully, while a figure emerged beside her. Upon seeing this figure, the elders of the Xuantian Sacred Sect gasped in shock, their speech faltering. Goodness! Is that the monarch of the Wujishan dynasty, a supreme emperor? The supreme emperor personally escorted the young lady Qinghuan back? Chapter 115. Our task is to please her, not offend her. What? A formidable emperor? Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Xuantian Sacred Sect, the disciples' faces transformed, their eyes filled with astonishment. None could have anticipated that the one steering the sacred spatial artifact on behalf of Sister Luo was, in fact, an emperor of the highest order, and the sovereign of the esteemed Wuji divine dynasty, one of the 5 paramount powers. Boom! At that moment, deep within the Xuantian Sacred Sect, the sound of breaking air echoed as several figures rushed forth, including Yu Ji and the venerable Xian Ming, alongside other top-tier powerhouses of the sect. We pay our respects to the emperor. The emperor has traveled from afar, and we have failed to offer a proper welcome. We beseech your forgiveness. Yu Ji, somewhat flustered, promptly bowed with the venerable Xian Ming and the others. The relationship between the Xuantian Sacred Sect and the Wuji divine dynasty was rather tenuous, with little opportunity for interaction with such a prestigious force. Yet, unexpectedly, the emperor of the Wuji divine dynasty had personally come to their sect. No matter. I have merely returned Miss Luo. On the void vessel, Emperor Tian waved his hand dismissively, speaking lightly. What? Miss Luo? Yu Ji was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and only then did she turn her gaze towards the slender figure in white on the void vessel. The venerable Xian Ming had informed her that Luo Qinghuan had been invited to the Wuji divine dynasty, but she had not anticipated that Emperor Tian would personally escort Luo Qinghuan back, traveling countless miles. An emperor personally seeing off a junior. Such treatment was likely unparalleled throughout the entire wilderness realm. Could it be due to the esteemed protector behind the young lady? With this thought, Yu Ji's expression grew more solemn. Gasp! Personally returning the young lady? The elders and powerful figures of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were oblivious to the truth, gasping in astonishment. The master of Frost Sword Peak was utterly bewildered. How had her disciple become so remarkable? The most crucial aspect was that she remained entirely unaware. Miss Luo, since you have arrived home, I shall take my leave. Emperor Tian paid no heed to the Xuantian Sacred Sect members, instead smiling at Luo Qinghuan, his demeanor warm and gentle, contrasting starkly with his regal bearing towards the others. It was as if, before the Xuantian Sacred Sect, he was a lofty emperor, while before the young lady, he was merely an equal. Farewell, Emperor Tian. Luo Qinghuan waved at him with a smile. Miss Luo, you are always welcome to visit the Wuji divine dynasty. You shall forever be our esteemed guest. With that, Emperor Tian stepped into the void, vanishing from the sight of the Xuantian Sacred Sect members in the blink of an eye. Gasp! An esteemed guest of the Wuji divine dynasty. Upon hearing the emperor's parting words, the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect gazed at the young lady with even greater astonishment. Those few words alone sufficed to demonstrate Sister Luo's standing in Emperor Tian's eyes. What exactly had Sister Luo accomplished within the Wuji divine dynasty? Once Luo Qinghuan had stowed the void vessel into her storage ring, Yu Ji promptly beckoned her to accompany her to the Xuantian Sacred Hall, evidently with matters to inquire about. Within the grand hall of the Xuantian Sacred Hall, Yu Ji and the assembly of elders encircled Luo Qinghuan with palpable tension. their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion. How had this girl, after merely visiting the Wuji divine dynasty, become a distinguished guest of theirs? It is known that only a select few are deemed worthy of such an honor. Qinghuan, what was the purpose of Senior Emperor Tian taking you to the Wuji divine dynasty? Yu Ji inquired with curiosity. Senior Emperor Tian merely requested that I refine the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation within the Wuji divine dynasty, as that tower was bestowed by the divine armament emperor. And coincidentally, I have also inherited the legacy of the divine armament, Luo Qinghuan candidly replied, as this matter was widely known and required no concealment. Is that truly all? Yu Ji's brows furrowed slightly, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, yet she refrained from pressing further. The legacy of the divine armament emperor. Upon hearing this, the elders in the hall were momentarily taken aback. It dawned upon them that the girl had seemingly accomplished something extraordinary, considering that the legacy of the divine armament emperor had eluded countless prodigies and leaders over the millennia. If there is nothing further, Qinghuan, you may take your leave, Yu Ji suggested. Understood, Luo Qinghuan replied, acknowledging the distance from the Xuantian Sacred Sect to the Wuji divine dynasty. I shall return to rest now. With a slight nod, Yu Ji signaled for the young woman to depart. Luo Qinghuan gracefully turned and exited, leaving the elders of the Xuantian Sacred Sect in a state of admiration, astonished that such a formidable prodigy had emerged from their ranks. By the way, that sacred-grade spatial spirit artifact must have been acquired by Qinghuan in the divine armament secret realm, correct? One of the elders pondered aloud, furrowing his brow in speculation. Indeed, since Qinghuan has obtained the legacy of the divine armament emperor, all treasures within the secret realm should rightfully belong to her. I recall there being numerous sacred artifacts within that realm. Shouldn't they also be hers? Master, should we suggest that Qinghuan contribute these sacred artifacts? An elder of the Xuantian Sacred Sect ventured to propose. At this suggestion, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the surrounding elders, who felt an impulse stirring. The Xuantian Sacred Sect possessed few sacred artifacts. If Luo Qinghuan were to offer these treasures silence. However, upon hearing this, Yu Ji's expression turned icy, and she cast a sharp glare at the elder, stating coolly, such discussions are not to be entertained again. The treasures that Qinghuan has acquired through her own merit need not be surrendered to the sect. Do you not comprehend that she is far more extraordinary than our superficial understanding suggests? She has already become a distinguished guest of the Wuji divine dynasty. Even if she were to leave our Xuantian Sacred Sect, she could still journey to the Wuji divine dynasty. What we must endeavor to do is to retain such extraordinary talents within our Xuantian Sacred Sect, striving to please her rather than offend her. At this moment, the elders within the grand hall exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Although Luo Qinghuan remains a disciple of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, she has transcended to a status that they can no longer afford to offend. Chapter 116, The Dan Alliance Grand Assembly. Imperial Grade Dan recipe. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. Under the guidance of Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan diligently practiced in a small courtyard nestled on the mountainside. At that moment, on the pill refining peak, the air was saturated with the fragrant aroma of concocted elixirs, as numerous disciples engaged earnestly in alchemical practices, displaying an unprecedented level of diligence. Primarily due to Elder Qian's relentless oversight. Whenever they felt satisfied with their creations, Elder Qian would silently drift over like a specter, questioning their contentment, reminding them that Luo Qinghuan had successfully refined a remarkable pill on her very first attempt. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit chamber on the pill refining peak, a voice erupted with exuberance. Ha ha ha, I did it. I finally succeeded in refining a 7th grade elixir. Han Yao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, emerged from the room, proudly holding a round, aromatic pill aloft. What? Brother Han has refined a 7th grade elixir? How impressive! The fellow disciples marveled. Han Yao had secluded himself for over 2 months, pouring his heart and soul into this endeavor, driven by the desire to earn a compliment from senior sister Luo. As Han Yao burst forth from the chamber, the other disciples could not help but turn their gazes towards him. Oh, a 7th grade elixir has been successfully refined? Elder Qian, seated nearby, calmly sipped his tea. Master, shouldn't you be proud that your precious disciple has achieved this? Han Yao queried, disheartened by his master's nonchalance. Initially, when senior sister Luo had refined her 7th grade elixir, Elder Qian had been anything but indifferent, his astonishment nearly causing his dentures to fall out. Ah, I see. Preferential treatment is at play here. First, the 7th grade elixir you produced has imperfections, while the one crafted by Qinghuan is flawless. Second, you've spent years refining before achieving this level, while Qinghuan has accomplished it on her first try, Elder Qian retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Han Yao. Han Yao, struck by the harsh reality of comparative capabilities, lamented, "Indeed, there is a disparity between individuals. I shall go weep for a while." "Go cry far away," Elder Qian replied. "I will seek out Elder Yueyun on Yueyun Peak to lament my woes." "Ah, good disciple, do not cry." After half an hour of insincere praises from Elder Qian, Han Yao finally felt content. "All right, I shall go boast to senior sister Luo," he chuckled, clutching the 7th grade elixir and making his way towards Frost Sword Peak. "I advise against it," Elder Qian cautioned, casting a casual glance in his direction. "Why?" Han Yao paused, realization dawning upon him, his expression shifting to one of concern. "Could it be that during my seclusion, senior sister Luo has managed to refine an 8th grade flawless elixir?" Upon reflection, given senior sister Luo's extraordinary talent, it indeed seemed plausible. "Not quite," Elder Qian replied, shaking his head. "That is acceptable." Before Han Yao could breathe a sigh of relief, Elder Qian's voice resounded once more. "This girl has not visited the Alchemy Peak recently. She has dominated the Eastern Wilderness Debate Conference, entered the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, and acquired the legacy of the Divine Weapon Emperor, becoming a distinguished guest of the Wuji Divine Dynasty." Han Yao, what the heck? Has junior sister Luo gone to rectify the cultivation world of the wilderness? However, merely achieving the 7th grade elixir is still far from sufficient. It is said that that old rascal's disciple has already attained half-grade Saint elixir. Elder Qian then glanced at the 7th grade elixir in Han Yao's hand and could not help but sigh. "That old rascal?" Han Yao was taken aback. "He is just an elder brother with whom I cannot see eye to eye." Elder Qian snorted coldly. "An elder brother? Huh?" Han Yao frowned. Elder Qian was once a member of the Pill Alliance and, it is said, had an antagonistic relationship with Han Yao's elder brother. In a fit of anger, he withdrew from the Pill Alliance and subsequently joined the Xuantian Sect. The thought of being mocked by that old rascal at this Pill Alliance Grand Assembly makes me feel quite distressed. Elder Qian's teeth gnashed in irritation, and his expression darkened. The Pill Alliance Grand Assembly is a grand event for all alchemists in the wilderness. Naturally, the Xuantian Sacred Sect, as a first-rate force, is qualified to participate. However, these fools at the Alchemy Peak are utterly inept. No matter how they are taught, they remain hopeless. The only one with any merit, Han Yao, can only just manage to refine 7th grade elixirs. While this is sufficient to defeat the majority of the young prodigies at the Pill Alliance Grand Assembly, it still pales in comparison to the prodigies of the Pill Alliance, especially that old rascal's disciple. "Master, do we not also have junior sister Luo? With her talent, she might very well rival those prodigies of the Pill Alliance." At this moment, Han Yao seemed to have thought of something and quickly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Elder Qian was taken aback and suddenly slapped his thigh. "Indeed, you finally spoke some sensible words. Han Yao? Ha. It is time to let that arrogant bunch from the Pill Alliance witness what a true prodigy is. Let us allow Qinghuan to rectify the atmosphere of the Pill Alliance properly." Elder Qian laughed heartily. Then, without delay, he rose to his feet. "I shall go speak with the sect master right away." Soon, Elder Qian arrived at the Grand Hall of the Xuantian Sect, where Moon Princess was currently engaged in a meeting with Elder Xianming and other elders. "Sect Master, the Pill Alliance Grand Assembly is about to commence. The Pill Alliance has already invited various forces from the wilderness, and it is said that the victor of this assembly will receive an imperial-grade elixir formula, which was left behind by the Empress of Medicine from the Heavenly Palace, a pinnacle force thousands of years ago." Elder Xianming bowed and addressed Moon Princess in the Grand Hall. "What? An imperial-grade elixir formula? Moreover, one that was left by the Empress of Medicine from thousands of years ago? That individual is the most formidable alchemist throughout the ages. The formula she left behind must be extraordinary." Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. However, it seemed that the matter of claiming victory was hardly within their grasp. Yet, it did not take long for an elder to respond, offering a rueful smile. Not only were they lacking in qualification, but even other factions might find themselves similarly unqualified. After all, with the Alchemy Alliance in existence, the talents of other forces appeared somewhat unremarkable. It seemed that the most formidable talent from our alchemy peak, Han Yao, could only concoct perfect 6th grade elixirs, falling short of the 7th grade mark. Though he could rival most prodigies, he was still vastly outclassed by the extraordinary individuals of the Alchemy Alliance. Indeed, those wretched members of the Alchemy Alliance, the formulas left behind by the Empress of Medicine would likely continue to circulate within their ranks. For only the prodigies of the Alchemy Alliance stood a chance at victory. Hush, keep your voices down. The elders began to murmur among themselves. Our Xuantian sacred cult must attend the upcoming Alchemy Alliance grand meeting. In the great hall, Yuji gently parted her crimson lips to speak. Just then, an elderly figure appeared outside the hall. Elder Qi Yan, what brings you here? Upon seeing the hurried figure of Elder Qi Yan, Yuji's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity. I was just discussing the Alchemy Alliance grand meeting with Elder Xianming. What a coincidence. I too have come for this matter. Elder Qi Yan replied with a hearty laugh. Oh, Yuji and the other elders looked at him in confusion. It is thus, esteemed leader. For this Alchemy Alliance grand meeting, I wish to add a slot for a disciple, though this individual is not a disciple of our alchemy peak, which is why I have come to seek your approval. Elder Qi Yan spoke slowly. Oh, we, the Xuantian sacred cult, have a disciple who is not from the alchemy peak, yet possesses alchemical skills? Yuji and Elder Xianming looked on with intrigue. Who is this individual? Qinghuan. Chapter 117. Enhancing Sword Intent through Sword Dance? Dear Su Yi, shall we go? As Elder Qi Yan's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. After a considerable pause, the various elders, including Yuji and Elder Xianming, turned toward him with puzzled expressions, disbelief etched upon their faces. What is this? The young lady Qinghuan can also refine pills? Are you telling me that Luo Qinghuan, not only extraordinarily beautiful and possessing astonishing talent, adept in myriad paths, can also concoct elixirs? What else is she incapable of? Su Yi, what Luo does not know depends on what your brother Yi cannot do. Unfortunately, your brother Yi is proficient in all. Elder Qi Yan, you must be jesting. Elder Xianming looked at Elder Qi Yan in shock. Certainly not. What you may not be aware of is that last time, the girl Qinghuan ignited 9 cauldrons at my pill refining peak, showcasing her remarkable talent. And on her first attempt, she produced a perfect 7th grade elixir. Elder Qi Yan shook his head, a smile gracing his face. Gasp. 9 cauldrons? To craft a perfect 7th grade elixir on her first try? Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall, including Yuji, could not help but inhale sharply. They were somewhat knowledgeable about pill refining. The cauldrons measure the talent of the practitioner. And for anyone to ignite 9 cauldrons in the history of the Xuantian sacred cult's pill refining peak is unprecedented. To concoct a 7th grade perfect elixir on the first attempt further signifies the girl's extraordinary gift. No wonder she has garnered the attention of that powerful guardian. Yuji murmured, unable to contain her thoughts. Very well, let us invite Qinghuan to join. Wait. Just as Yuji's words fell, she suddenly realized the oversight. We should first consider Qinghuan's opinion. If she is unwilling, there is no need to compel her. Indeed. Elder Qi Yan nodded. I shall inquire. At Frost Sword Peak, in a small courtyard halfway up the mountain, beneath a cherry blossom tree, a young girl danced gracefully with her sword, her lithe figure moving elegantly. As she completed her dance, she was drenched in fragrant sweat, letting out a deep breath. Phew. Su Yi, are you certain this will truly enhance my sword intent? Luo Qinghuan wiped her perspiration, sheathed her long yuan sword, and inquired curiously of Su Yi. These past few days, that troublesome Su Yi suddenly suggested that performing this sword dance could lead to an understanding of the sword intent of heaven and earth. Thus, she complied, yet now she harbored serious doubts, suspecting that the mischievous rascal was merely seeking amusement in her realm of spirit. Of course, the sword dance is indeed a form of sword intent, particularly suited for your cultivation, Luo. The sword moves in harmony with the body, enabling a deeper connection, thereby enhancing your sword intent. Trust in your brother Yi. You shall not be mistaken. However, just as Luo Qinghuan began to harbor doubts, Su Yi's earnest voice rang out. Oh, is that so? The girl was taken aback. So it is like this. It appears that she has misunderstood the amiable Su Yi. How could I have misjudged such a wonderful person? Sighing, she decided to dance once more. The young girl clenched her little fists and retrieved the Longyuan sword. Su Yi was so eager, she simply could not disappoint him. Thus, in the courtyard, she gracefully wielded her sword, dancing elegantly. Meanwhile, in the realm of souls, Su Yi sat on a bench, savoring a divine fruit while watching the girl dance with great enjoyment. Indeed, it was a wise choice to have her practice swordplay. Ever since she donned that ancient divine garment, her figure had significantly improved. The art of swordplay could truly foster an understanding of sword intent, and most importantly, it brought joy to Yi Ji's heart. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Huh. Luo Qinghuan paused her dance, sheathed her Longyuan sword, and walked over to the wooden door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Elder Qian, who awaited her presence. Qinghuan, there you are? Perfect timing, for I have matters to discuss with you. Elder Qian, what brings you to me? Is it perhaps a zero-cost acquisition of medicinal herbs from the Alchemy Peak? The girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. Elder Qian responded, zero-cost acquisition? What nonsense is that? There is no such event at the Alchemy Peak. With your talents, if you require herbs, you can simply come to the Alchemy Peak and take whatever you need. He chuckled softly, recalling that Yu Ji had already declared that all spiritual herbs from the Alchemy Peak would be unconditionally provided to Luo Qinghuan to aid her cultivation. Oh, the girl exclaimed, having grown accustomed to the practice of purifying others and receiving gifts during her time with Su Yi. This kind of unearned generosity was somewhat unfamiliar to her. Then, Elder Qian, what is it that you wish to discuss? Elder Qian began to explain, detailing the upcoming alchemy conference organized by the Alchemy Alliance. The Alchemy Conference? The Imperial-grade alchemy recipes? Upon hearing Elder Qian's words, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, before she quickly whispered in her mind to Su Yi, Su Yi, the Empress of Heavenly Medicine must be your senior sister, right? Indeed, Su Yi nodded slightly. The Empress of Heavenly Medicine was indeed his senior sister, Mu Wanqing. It was unexpected to hear news of his Heavenly Sect seniors from Elder Qian. Shall we attend? The girl inquired. Of course. Why would we pass up the opportunity for Imperial-grade alchemy recipes? Moreover, we might glean some information regarding senior sister Mu, Su Yi replied with a light chuckle. Additionally, we still need the Alchemy Alliance's leader to assist us in refining that Imperial Corpse puppet. But I have yet to refine any elixirs myself. The girl expressed her concerns, recalling that the last time they had concocted potions, it was Su Yi who had taken the reins. Fear not. With you, Night Brother, everything will fall into place. Su Yi smiled gently. All right. The young girl nodded slightly. She then raised her gaze towards Elder Qian. Elder Qian, may I accompany you to the Alchemy Alliance Grand Conference? Might I inquire as to when the event will take place? In less than half a month, Elder Qian replied promptly. If you wish to attend, we must prepare to leave in a few days. Very well. I shall make the necessary preparations. Chapter 118. Journey to the Alchemist Alliance Grand Assembly in the desolate realm of the West Wilderness. The sacred alchemist city of the Alchemist Alliance is currently teeming with an overwhelming number of cultivators arriving from various parts of the wasteland, all eager to enter the city. Meanwhile, in the sky, a colossal void battleship suddenly pierced through the fabric of space with a thunderous roar, instantly capturing the attention of many cultivators below. Could this be a sacred tier spatial artifact? The thought sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. After all, even first-rate forces rarely possess such treasures, let alone a spatial sacred artifact, known for being the most expensive and least practical among the sacred artifacts, serving primarily for travel. Typically, only the 5 top-tier forces, renowned for their substantial resources, would possess such a vessel. As the enormous void battleship gradually descended, one could hardly believe how swiftly it had arrived. The journey, which would normally take at least 7 days, had been condensed to just over a day. Elder Qian stepped out from the void ship, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, speed is undeniably advantageous. But the real question is, why must I be the one piloting this vessel? Han Yao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, clambered up from the helm, evidently having been unwittingly chosen by Elder Qian as the helmsman for the duration of the journey. You don't expect me to let Qinghuan take the helm, do you? Elder Qian retorted with an exaggerated eye roll. ISNT there, you master? Do you lack hands? Han Yao weakly replied. If you persist, know that not only can my hands steer the ship, but they can also discipline you. Elder Qian shot Han Yao a fierce glare. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan, clad in a flowing white dress, gracefully emerged from the cabin of the void ship. In truth, the vessel could navigate autonomously, requiring no effort on Han Yao's part. Elder Qiyan. Han Yao. Then why didn't you mention it earlier, Sister Luo? Han Yao inquired. You never asked, the young woman replied quietly. Han Yao's lips twitched. She had a point. Very well, Elder Qiyan, let us prepare to enter Sacred Alchemist City. Once everyone disembarked from the void ship, Luo Qinghuan elegantly waved her hand, and the massive battleship, enveloped in radiant light, shrank to the size of a palm, which she then stored within her spatial ring. What a stunning young lady. That sacred tier spatial artifact seemed to belong to her. However, it dawned on them that this was not one of the 5 top-tier forces, but rather the first-rate force from the eastern wilderness, the Xuantian Holy Sect. The red-haired elder appeared to be none other than Elder Qiyan, a former member of the Alchemist Alliance. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, soon someone recognized the identities of the group. Xuantian Holy Sect? How could a prestigious force possess a sacred spatial artifact? Why do we not have one? Upon uttering these words, the surrounding crowd exhibited a sense of perplexity. Do you not comprehend? Have you noticed that maiden clad in white? Her name is Luo Qinghuan. In this divine weapon secret realm, she has emerged as a paragon, surpassing numerous prodigies. Neither the Phoenix goddess of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace nor the third prince of the Infinite Divine Dynasty could rival her, as she directly attained the legacy of the Divine Weapon Emperor. Within the secret realm, numerous sacred artifacts abound. Perhaps this spatial sacred artifact was acquired therein. Soon, someone began to elucidate the matter. What? So it is she? Chapter 119. Wang Yun? Unaware of her fate, the name of the divine weapon secret realm resonates throughout the vast expanse of the wild heaven domain. Numerous prodigies have ventured into this realm, and even some elders of various sects had entered during their youth, yet all have met with failure. For nearly 10,000 years, no one has succeeded in inheriting the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. Yet unexpectedly, it has been inherited by a young girl from a first-rate power. If that is the case, does it mean she possesses all the divine weapons from the secret realm? An individual of formidable strength seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes gleaming with a fervent greed. This revelation stirred many cultivators, who contemplated the audacious idea of capturing the maiden from the Xuantian Holy Sect in secrecy, thereby acquiring the divine weapons of the secret realm, perhaps even the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. You might as well abandon that thought. When this young lady comprehended the inheritance, the esteemed divine weapon emperor had already warned everyone that the legacy bore the might of the emperor. Attempting to seize it would likely result in being struck down by that very might. The emperor's inheritance certainly has its safeguards. Do you dare entertain such nefarious intentions? However, a cultivator who had been present in the divine weapon secret realm soon spoke coldly. What? The might of the emperor? Upon hearing this, the previously greedy gazes of those surrounding transformed into expressions of clarity. The might of the emperor? Then there's nothing to worry about. Wait, how did Luo Qinghuan arrive in Sacred Pill City? Suddenly, a cultivator reacted. The Pill Alliance Grand Assembly is an exclusive event for alchemists. Only those who possess the art of alchemy may attend, not just anyone off the street. Yet now, how could Luo Qinghuan from the Xuantian Holy Sect possibly be here? Could it be that she also practices alchemy? This seems implausible. The cultivators were utterly astonished. After all, not long ago, Luo Qinghuan had overwhelmed numerous prodigies in the divine weapon secret realm. It is well known that alchemy and cultivation are 2 distinct pursuits, both demanding immense energy, akin to the age-old adage of having to choose between fish and bear's paw. Few can master both alchemy and cultivation to their zenith. Could it be that Luo Qinghuan considers the Pill Alliance Grand Assembly as a mere marketplace? Fresh from acquiring treasures in the divine weapon secret realm, she has come to exploit the Pill Alliance Grand Assembly? Surely not. As the crowd cast bewildered glances, the entourage of the Xuantian Holy Sect had already arrived at the entrance of Sacred Pill City. Sacred Pill City. It has been ages since I last returned. Elder Qiyan, gazing at the ornate characters spelling Sacred Pill City above the gate, could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia, letting out a soft sigh. Since departing from the Pill Alliance, he had not returned. Now, seeing this familiar place evokes a deep sense of reminiscence. Master, what are they doing? At this moment, Han Yao directed a puzzled gaze toward a certain area, inquiring of Elder Qiyan. At the city gates, The guards of the Dan Alliance were meticulously screening each alchemist attempting to enter the Holy Dan City. They required the practitioners to place their hands upon a jade stone, permitting entry only after a brief interval of examination. However, some were denied access altogether. This jade, developed by the Dan Alliance, was capable of assessing an alchemist's innate talent. Elder Qian cast his gaze in that direction and elucidated. Only those with alchemical abilities may enter the Holy Dan City. Those lacking such talent shall be turned away. Understanding dawned upon Han Yao and the disciples of the Xuantian Sacred Cult's alchemy peak as they nodded in acknowledgement. Qinghuan, we merely need to await the Dan Alliance's assessment of our alchemical talents before we can proceed, Elder Qian remarked, directing his attention towards the young lady beside him. MHM. Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod, unconcerned by the wait as she could still engage in conversation with the insufferable Su Yi. As time passed, an increasing number of factions arrived at the Holy Dan City. Curiously, many of these groups, despite arriving later than the Xuantian Sacred Cult, were permitted to undergo the Jade assessment before them. Initially, Elder Qian did not take much notice of this anomaly. However, when he gestured to the Dan Alliance guards only to find them completely disregarding him, his expression soured considerably. Rising slowly, he confronted the guards, questioning their intentions. What does the Dan Alliance mean by this? Oh, is that not Elder Qian? A rare sight, indeed, a mocking voice echoed from within the city gates, belonging to a middle-aged man clad in alchemical robes who approached leisurely. Wang Yun. Upon recognizing the man, Elder Qian was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was a disciple of his former senior from the Dan Alliance. The implication of the guard's disregard became clear to him. To think Elder Qian still remembers me. I am truly flattered. But why return to the Dan Alliance with such eagerness after having departed so abruptly? Wang Yun chuckled amiably. Meanwhile, the unfolding dispute attracted the curiosity of numerous onlookers among the practitioners. What is happening here? It is said that Elder Qian of the Xuantian Sacred Cult was once part of the Dan Alliance, but seems to have left in a huff due to discord with his senior. It appears he has not been forgotten and is now facing some hostility. Sighs of exasperation filled the air. Elder Qian is rather foolish, forsaking a top-tier faction to serve as an elder in a mere first-rate one. Whispers circulated among the crowd. What do you mean by returning with such eagerness? Elder Qian retorted, his expression darkening as he huffed dismissively. The Dan Alliance gathering? Just a motley crew of mediocre practitioners looking to pad their numbers, Wang Yun sneered, glancing disdainfully at Han Yao and the others behind Elder Qian. You. The word stung, causing the faces of Han Yao and the other disciples from the alchemy peak to darken in response. In conclusion, the alchemical stones have reached their limit. If you wish to test, you shall have to wait patiently, humph. Without testers, none shall qualify to enter my sacred Dan City. Wang Yun scoffed coldly. Upon hearing this, Elder Qian's expression turned incredibly grim, yet he felt powerless. After all, this was the territory of the Alchemy Alliance, and Wang Yun was one of their own, making it difficult for him to retaliate. Qinghuan, my apologies. This is all due to some old matters of mine. Elder Qian sighed, casting an embarrassed glance at Luo Qinghuan. It's quite all right, the young girl replied with a subtle shake of her head. At that moment, Wang Yun finally noticed the young woman among the crowd of the Xuantian Holy Church. Upon seeing her beauty, his pupils constricted. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face, and a sinister smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. However, if you allow this junior sister to accompany me for an evening, perhaps I could persuade the guards to expedite your entry. Heh. What? You are outrageous. Wang Yun, I am a disciple of Feng. At these words, Han Yao and the other disciples of the alchemy peak changed their expressions, immediately unleashing their fury without restraint. Chapter 120. A swift strike of the sword. Oh, what did this senior brother just say? Apologies, I did not quite catch that. As the disciples of the alchemy peak, including Han Yao, spoke in a flowery manner, the young girl seemed not to have heard clearly. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently at him, inquiring. Upon witnessing her enchanting smile, Wang Yun's heart was filled with a gluttonous desire. What the senior brother means is, if you accompany me for 3 nights, I shall persuade the guards to expedite your entry. However, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of cold light surged before his eyes, so swift that it left no room for reaction. In the next instant, Wang Yun's words were abruptly silenced, a dark character rapidly materializing above his head. Accompanied by that fleeting glimmer, His head instantly rolled from his shoulders, disbelief etched across his features. This fellow specialized in alchemy, a sixth-tier alchemist, and his own strength barely reached the Saint Emperor realm. Faced with this sword strike, he had no chance for resistance. Senior brother, I bid you farewell to the afterlife. No need for thanks. The young girl smiled faintly, retracting her sword into her storage ring. None could discern how she unsheathed and wielded her sword. Everything transpired too swiftly, too fast for the vast majority of the cultivators present to comprehend, leaving even the afterimages shrouded in mystery. She has reached the 5th tier of the creation realm. Her strength is astonishing. That sword was so swift. However, there were elders from various sects observing, and as they barely managed to perceive the girl's movements, they could not help but express their astonishment. Yet how dare this girl slay a member of the Alchemy Alliance on their territory? Although Wang Yun was indeed disrespectful, the consequences of such an act were unimaginable. The Xuantian Holy Sect is in for trouble now. As they gazed upon Wang Yun's lifeless body, the surrounding cultivators cast glances filled with schadenfreude. The girl remained expressionless, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Stupid Su Yi said, enhancement of strength is not meant for enduring grievances. When faced with unpleasant matters, it is better to sever them with a sword than to engage in futile debate. Moreover, she was merely assisting this senior brother in departing for the afterlife ahead of time. Stupid Su Yi, am I in the wrong for this? The girl murmured. Su Yi silently replied, well done, but your methods still lack a certain maturity. Lack maturity? A hint of confusion flickered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. She had just beheaded this fellow. Could her methods still be deemed immature? Luo girl, for someone like him, a single strike is still too lenient. Su Yi shook his head, and then seriously added in a soft voice, once your realm is elevated, your elder brother will guide you in comprehending the laws of life within the grand principles of the universe. Laws of life? The girl inquired, perplexed. Indeed, let him die and be reborn, and repeat this cycle countless times. Would that not be far more exhilarating? Su Yi explained with a cheerful smile. Oh, I see now. Upon hearing these words, the young girl suddenly experienced an epiphany, expressing her newfound understanding. Accompanied by the surge of dark energy, her corruption level increased by 1, and congratulations were issued to the host for acquiring 100 points of dark power. This dark power transformed into a sinister mist. Ascending to the 2nd level of the tower, the system's voice resonated once more, announcing, congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 flames paying homage. Will you invest? 10,000 flames paying homage. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to invest immediately, opting to reserve it for a more opportune moment. Trouble loomed ahead. That old scoundrel would defend his own to the utmost. Although Wang Yun was not his favored disciple, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to create difficulties for me and the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Upon witnessing Wang Yun's lifeless body, Elder Qian's expression shifted, yet he refrained from admonishing the girl. Enough, he declared. This matter is my doing. Do not speak of it later. Elder Qian shook his head and then drew his sword, piercing Wang Yun's corpse multiple times. It was evident that he intended to shoulder this calamity for the girl, adhering to the principle of one person bearing the consequences of their actions. Master, this cannot be allowed. How can I permit my master to bear this alone? Sister Luo, please turn away. Han Yao furrowed his brow. This normally heartless individual displayed unexpected loyalty at this moment. He instructed Luo Qinghuan to turn her back, then proceeded to lower his trousers and urinated upon Wang Yun's head. Well, now I too bear guilt. I shall share the burden with my master. Han Yao. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Alchemy Peak were momentarily stunned, quickly following Han Yao's lead, lowering their trousers and urinating upon Wang Yun's head in unison. At Alchemy Peak, we shouldered difficulties together. Poor Wang Yun, inexplicably slain by a sword, denied peace even in death, subjected to such indignity. Preposterous. Who dares to kill my disciples within the Alchemy Alliance? At this moment, a furious voice rang out. An elder appeared, stepping through the air, and upon seeing the decapitated body reeking of urine, his expression changed drastically. You know, who dared to slay my disciple? As the voice echoed, an elder clad in a black alchemist's robe emerged, adorned with a prominent red moon emblem on the chest of his attire. The onlookers gasped as they recognized the significance of the red moon insignia upon the alchemist's robe. This is a minor saint alchemist? The crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically upon sighting the emblem, collectively inhaling sharply. The Alchemy Alliance issues robes according to the alchemist's rank, each adorned with corresponding symbols indicating their level. From 1st to 9th rank, there are 9 stars, while a red moon signifies a minor saint alchemist, and a gold moon denotes a major saint alchemist. An imperial rank is represented by a complete golden elixir emblem. As for divine ranks, little is known, presumably due to the absence of any alchemist capable of concocting divine elixirs. This is Elder Heiyun. Upon the sight of the elder, the guards of the Dan Alliance were instantly invigorated, hastily bowing in respect and recounting the events that had just transpired. What? A mere disciple of a second-rate power dares to lay hands on my disciple? Elder Heiyun narrowed his eyes, casting a disapproving glance. Upon noticing Elder Qi Yan and others, his brows arched in recognition, and he sneered. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be my foolish junior brother. Pray tell, is it that your inability to cultivate outstanding disciples has compelled you to resort to harming mine? Elder Qi Yan's expression darkened at the words. This elder was none other than his senior brother with whom he had previously clashed within the Dan Alliance. Your disciple speaks with arrogance, lacking in respect. I merely sought to impart a lesson, Elder Qi Yan retorted coldly. Is that so? Regardless of how arrogant Wang Yun may be, you are not the one to educate him, nor does your insignificant Xuantian Sacred Sect possess that authority. You lack the qualification, and the Xuantian Sacred Sect is even less qualified. Elder Heiyun scoffed derisively. He then waved his hand decisively, commanding, dare to kill within my Dan Alliance's territory? Summon the guards. Seize the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Yes, Elder Heiyun. The guards of the Dan Alliance surged forth from Xuantian City. However, at that moment, a voice filled with cold laughter echoed through the air. Chapter 121. Lady Luo's Qualifications? The second princess, Di Qingzhu, as the young man's voice echoed. Several figures suddenly approached the gates of Xuantian City. Who granted you the? Elder Heiyun furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting. Abruptly swallowing the words he intended to utter, a young man clad in a golden robe approached, accompanied by a gentle woman adorned in an elegant dark green qipao. The moment they appeared, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators shifted dramatically. Ah, the third prince of the Wujishan dynasty, Di Yun, and the second princess, Di Qingzhu. It is said that the second princess possesses exceptional talent for alchemy, having been sent to the Alchemist Alliance by the ruler of the Wujishan dynasty at an early age. There, she was accepted as a disciple by the Alliance's leader due to her remarkable abilities. Interesting. I recall that the Wujishan dynasty and the Xuantian sacred cult have little interaction. Why is the third prince speaking on behalf of the Xuantian sacred cult? As the crowd murmured among themselves, Elder Heiyun forced a smile and approached them. Third prince, Qingzhu, what brings you here? However, the two ignored the approaching Elder Heiyun and walked directly towards the members of the Xuantian sacred cult, halting before the exquisite young lady. Lady Luo, it is a pleasure to see you again. Di Yun smiled warmly at the girl. Ah, this lady is acquainted with the third prince of the Wujishan dynasty? My goodness, junior sister Luo even knows the third prince of the Wujishan dynasty? Simultaneously, upon witnessing this scene, both the surrounding cultivators and disciples from the Alchemy Peak, including Han Yao, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Then her beautiful gaze fell upon the gentle woman in the dark green qipao. Lady Luo, this is my second royal sister, Di Qingzhu. Royal sister, this is Lady Luo. Di Yin promptly introduced the two to each other. Greetings, second princess. The young lady inclined her head slightly. You are too kind, Lady Luo. Unfortunately, I was immersed in my training at the Alchemist Alliance that day and could not personally host you. Di Qingzhu replied with a smile, then continued. I am a bit older than you, so if you don't mind, you may call me Qingzhu Jia. Titles like princess are merely what others choose to call me. As this statement left her lips, the expressions of those around them became even more intriguing. They could certainly discern that Di Qingzhu's words were an attempt to close the gap between her and the young lady. Yet, what extraordinary charm did this girl possess that warranted such humility from the esteemed second princess of the Wujishan dynasty, now a direct disciple of the Alchemist Alliance's leader? Oh my, what has junior sister Luo accomplished? At that moment, the disciples from the Alchemy Peak, including Han Yao, were filled with questions. What astonishing feat had junior sister or sister Luo secretly achieved without their knowledge? Now they feel a certain distance from Luo Qinghuan. How to describe it? It is akin to the disparity between a child of 3 or 4, still playing in the mud, while you have already transcended to ethereal realms. In the face of the astonished gazes of those around her, Di Qingzhu remains unfazed. If they were aware of the deeds accomplished by the young girl before them, and the high regard in which she is held by the emperor and the esteemed elders, they might share similar sentiments. Ah, Miss Luo, during your hasty departure last time, the emperor forgot to present this to you. At that moment, Dian seemed to recall something and swiftly retrieved an object from his storage ring, offering it to her. The onlookers leaned in with curiosity, only to behold a token carved from precious jade, emblazoned with a golden character representing Emperor. Gasp! This is the Emperor's token, a golden one, no less. It is said to signify the status of esteemed guests of the Wujishan dynasty, with the golden variant representing the highest echelon. Upon sighting the token, those knowledgeable immediately recognized its significance, their expressions shifting dramatically as they exclaimed in disbelief. What purpose does it serve? The token itself holds no substantial power. It is merely crafted from rare materials, an elder explained. Then what is its use? You do not comprehend. While the token may lack intrinsic utility, its significance is extraordinary. There have been instances where holders of this esteemed guest token encountered peril, prompting the Wujishan dynasty to dispatch 3 sovereign-level beings for their rescue. Furthermore, that token was merely purple in hue, while this one is golden. Should she find herself in danger, it could even summon formidable forces from the imperial realm, or even an emperor. The knowledgeable elder shook his head and insisted. What? As this revelation echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Disbelief etched across their faces as they watched Di Yun slowly hand the golden token to the stunning young woman. Incredible! Has she saved the Wujishan dynasty? How could she warrant such a prestigious guest token? Had Luo Qinghuan merely averted a calamity or restored the Tower of Creation, perhaps Di Tian would have only issued a purple-gray token. However, her exceptional talent, being the 4th individual, coupled with the praise from the ancestors of the imperial tomb, was sufficient to merit this golden tier token. In that case, I express my gratitude to Senior Di Tian. Luo Qinghuan accepted the token and stored it away. Meanwhile, Elder Qian and other alchemy disciples from the alchemy peak stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless by the astonishment. Elder Heiyun, do you see? Does Miss Luo still possess such qualifications? Di Qingzhu raised her beautiful eyes towards Elder Heiyun, inquiring nonchalantly. This, of course, she does. Elder Heiyun's expression shifted, yet he quickly forced a smile. Though both the Alchemy Alliance and the Wujishan dynasty are among the 5 leading powers, he is merely a minor holy alchemist within the Alchemy Alliance, while Luo Qinghuan is an esteemed guest of the Wujishan dynasty. Should any conflict arise, the Dan Alliance will undoubtedly cast him aside. Yet, the Wujishan dynasty is truly willing to unleash their formidable powers for the sake of the girl before them. Humph. Wang Yun dares to speak insolently to a distinguished guest of the Wujishan dynasty. Death is indeed the best outcome for him. Di Yun cast a cold glance at Wang Yun's lifeless body and nonchalantly summoned several imperial beast hounds to tear and devour his remains. It is the 3rd prince. Elder Heiyun was drenched in cold sweat, unwilling to utter another word. So, may we proceed with the alchemical stone testing? The girl raised her gaze, lightly resting it upon Elder Heiyun as she inquired. Oh, of course we may. At this moment, Elder Heiyun dared not speak further, hastily nodding and instructing someone to bring forth the alchemical stones. After all, the girl before him was no longer merely a prodigy of the Xuantian Sect. She also possessed the status of a distinguished guest of the Wujishan dynasty, a level of authority he did not dare provoke. Soon, following Elder Heiyun's directive, the guards of the Dan Alliance brought forth the alchemical stones and distributed them among the members of the Xuantian Sect. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qi Yin and Han Yao felt a surge of exhilaration. Thanks to Sister Tua Luo, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, no longer enduring humiliation. And at last, they could hold their heads high. Chapter 122. Is Miss Luo's alchemical talent mediocre? As the alchemical jade fell into the hands of each member of the Xuantian Holy Sect, they promptly began to channel the art of alchemy as required. And soon the jade began to emit a radiant glow. However, when it reached Han Yao, 7 beams of light instantly emerged from the jade. albeit the seventh beam was somewhat dim. Could it be a seventh-grade alchemist? The surrounding spectators were taken aback upon witnessing the brilliance radiating from the alchemical jade in Han Yao's grasp. They were astonished to discover that the Xuantian Holy Sect indeed boasted an alchemical prodigy. A seventh-grade alchemist is considered quite exceptional among the younger generation mastering the art of alchemy in the vast wilderness. They couldn't help but ponder what level Miss Luo might achieve. Curiosity piqued, they turned their attention to Luo Qinghuan, who held the alchemical jade. Soon, a dark green glow radiated from the jade, mirroring the brilliance of the disciples from Alchemy Peak, indicating that she barely met the qualifications to enter the sacred alchemy city. What? Why is it like this? Is it possible that she merely possesses a slight understanding of alchemy? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. They had anticipated that the young lady's talent in alchemy would be formidable, yet it appeared to align closely with the other disciples from Alchemy Peak, showing little distinction, and even lagging behind Han Yao. However, upon reflection, this was understandable. After all, Luo Qinghuan had already reached the remarkable 5th level of the creation realm. She could be deemed a prodigy. Given that she had focused her energies on cultivation, it was only reasonable that her alchemical skills were not exceptional. Otherwise, if her cultivation talent were extraordinary alongside her alchemical prowess, how could any other prodigies hope to compete? At the very least, this young lady was not merely attending the Alchemy Alliance Grand Assembly to stock up on supplies. This was quite normal. Observing this scene, Emperor Qingzhu remained calm, neither surprised nor disappointed. After all, no one is flawless. It was entirely reasonable for Miss Luo, whose cultivation talent was astounding, to possess only average alchemical abilities. Yet, at this moment, the young lady furrowed her brow. Although she had yet to practice alchemy, after a period of training, guidance, from Su Yi, she felt this outcome was not entirely just. Do not worry, this alchemical jade is provided by the Alchemy Alliance, and there is no need to let others judge your talent, echoed Su Yi's voice in her mind. Luo Qinghuan nodded obediently. How preposterous! Within her, there resided a master alchemist, and she need not heed the Alchemy Alliance's assessment to gauge her alchemical talent. A mere 7th-grade alchemist. What do you have to compare with me? Black Cloud Elder thought to himself with a cold smirk, amused by the unfolding events. Soon, after all talents were assessed, and everyone qualified to enter the city, the group finally proceeded into the sacred alchemy city. Other factions were guided by disciples or elders of the Dan Alliance, who arranged accommodations in preparation for the upcoming grand event. However, due to the influence of Emperor Qingzhu, Luo Qinghuan and her companions did not require the assistance of other Dan Alliance disciples or elders. They could rely solely on her. After all, aside from her identity as the second princess of the Wuzhishenqiu, she held a significant status within the Dan Alliance as a direct disciple of the Alliance Master. Soon, under the meticulous organization of Emperor Qingzhu, the members of the Xuantian Sacred Church were assigned to stay in the most luxurious inn in Xuantian City. The elder Qi Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that in my lifetime, I would have the fortune to stay in this Xuantian Inn? All thanks to the young lady Qinghuan. Master, is this inn truly remarkable?" Han Yao inquired with a puzzled expression. Is that even a question? This Xuantian Inn is the most opulent establishment in Xuantian City, opened exclusively during the grand events of the Dan Alliance. And it only accommodates the 5 top-tier factions, along with a select few alchemists capable of refining high-level elixirs, Elder Qi Yin replied curtly, before smiling and bowing to Emperor Qingzhu. Thank you for the arrangements, second princess. You're too kind, Elder Qi Yin. Miss Luo is a distinguished guest of our Wuzhishenqiu, and we shall certainly treat her with the utmost respect, Emperor Qingzhu replied with a gentle shake of her head. Luo Qinghuan, I must take my leave now. Emperor Yun is also residing in this inn. Should you require anything, feel free to summon him. As a member of the Dan Alliance herself, Emperor Qingzhu would not be staying there. Beside her, Emperor Yun patted his chest, exuding confidence as if to say, leave everything to me. See you at the Dan Alliance grand event. Sister Qingzhu, Luo Qinghuan waved goodbye. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qi Yin and the others couldn't help but marvel at what Luo Qinghuan had done to warrant such attentiveness from the third prince of Wuzhishenqiu, who was behaving like a mere innkeeper, truly astonishing. Once Emperor Qingzhu departed, the group entered their designated rooms to rest and prepare for the upcoming grand event. Upon entering her room, Luo Qinghuan found it to be the most lavish, equipped with all necessary amenities, including a dedicated alchemy furnace. Emperor Qingzhu is quite exceptional. A voice echoed in her mind. Exceptional? Luo Qinghuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her curiosity piqued. In what way is she exceptional? Her physique surpasses yours. The young lady was left utterly bewildered. I am earnestly inquiring, and this is your response? Just this? Grim Reaper's garment, you better improve quickly. At that moment, the young lady's desire to express her frustration toward a certain mischievous individual intensified. Haha, just a jest. Suyi laughed heartily before continuing in a serious tone. The reason I say Emperor Qingzhu is exceptional is that she has already reached the ability to refine significant small sane elixirs. She can refine significant small sane elixirs? Upon hearing this, the young lady could not help but exclaim in astonishment. After the 9th grade spiritual elixir comes the sacred elixir, which is further divided into minor and major sacred elixirs, and each of these is classified into 3 small realms: minor completion, major completion, and perfection. To evaluate the quality of the elixirs, she was somewhat taken aback. Di Qingzhu, observing someone so youthful, merely in their early 20s, was already capable of refining a major completion minor sacred elixir. No wonder, at such a tender age, they were accepted as a direct disciple by the leader of the Alchemist Alliance. Such innate talent for alchemy is indeed formidable. Indeed, it appears that in order for you to seize the top position at this Alchemist Alliance Grand Assembly, you must refine at least a minor sacred elixir of perfection. Suyi said with a light chuckle. Me? The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes. Do not worry. Although you have yet to refine any grade of elixir, with your brother Yi by your side, you need not be concerned. Suyi smiled reassuringly, gesturing for the girl to feel at ease. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. Very obediently. Rest assured. Of course, she was at ease. After all, despite Su Ye's mischievous nature, his talent for alchemy was indisputable. After all, the 4th step in the legendary alchemy process was created by him. All right, little Luo, now your brother Yi will teach you alchemy. Great. The 1st step, disrobe. Okay. After a playful bout, Suyi began to earnestly teach Luo Qinghuan the art of alchemy. Though there was one matter he did not disclose to the girl, that he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Di Qingzhu. That aura was strikingly reminiscent of his with senior sister. Meanwhile, in the innermost depths of Sacred Elixir City, within a secret chamber, a dark green silhouette appeared. Chapter 123. The Alchemy Alliance leader Gu He, the Empress of Medicine, is none other than the esteemed Di Qingzhu. Upon entering the secret chamber, she beheld a cauldron ablaze with fervent flames, and an intoxicating aroma of elixirs enveloped her senses, as if the potion was on the verge of becoming a masterpiece. Yet, in the next moment, a deafening roar echoed, and a surge of celestial energy surged into the concoction. Alas, it appeared that the potion could not withstand such formidable power, resulting in a myriad of fissures. Not only the potion, but the entire cauldron began to fracture as well. Boom! With another resounding explosion, the elixir erupted violently, taking the cauldron along with it. Was this yet another failure? An aged sigh resonated softly in the air. Before the cauldron stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a simple alchemical robe that exuded an ethereal aura, yet devoid of any insignia to indicate his level of mastery. Master, at that moment, a gentle female voice broke the silence. The old man turned to see Qingzhu, his cherished disciple, who was one of the few permitted to enter the sanctum. This venerable figure, Gu He, was the current leader of the Alchemy Alliance. Master, are you once again attempting the legendary 4th step of alchemy, the opening of the elixir? Di Qingzhu inquired, her brows slightly furrowed as she glanced at the shattered potion and cauldron, her curiosity piqued. Does this mythical 4th step truly exist? As a prodigious alchemist herself, Di Qingzhu had heard whispers of the 4th step. It was widely acknowledged that alchemy comprised 3 stages: igniting the furnace, drawing the essence, and forming the elixir. The existence of a 4th step was relegated to the realm of legends, as no one had genuinely achieved it over the years. About that, Gu He sighed, then spoke with unwavering conviction. The 4th step absolutely exists. I even suspect that only by reaching this so-called 4th step can one transcend from an imperial elixir to a divine elixir. The chasm between imperial and divine elixirs, he asserted, was rooted in the will of the heavens. Only by opening the elixir and gathering the essence of heaven and earth within it could an imperial elixir undergo transformation into a divine elixir. At this juncture, Guhi's eyes sparkled with fervor, his excitement palpable. The notion of gathering the essence of heaven and earth into a single elixir seemed utterly fantastical to Di Qingzhu. She marveled at the difficulty with which cultivators wrested the essence from the cosmos, let alone condensing it within a mere potion. Only a transcendent being could accomplish such a feat. So, Master, has anyone truly achieved this fourth step? Di Qingzhu could not restrain her inquiry. Indeed, Guhi nodded, setting aside its originator, even the elder sister of the founder, who is, in essence, your half-ancestor, has reached the state of opening the elixir on several occasions. Although she did not produce a divine elixir, she created a semi-divine elixir. Half-ancestor, Di Qingzhu murmured softly. She had once heard Guhi recount the tale of this half-grandmaster. Thousands of years ago, he was among the elite of the 9 domains, a member of the Celestial Palace. Though few in number, each individual was the strongest of their time, and this half-grandmaster was none other than the illustrious Empress of Medicine, Mu Wanqing. The title of half-grandmaster was bestowed upon him because her own master was not a true disciple of the Empress of Medicine. Rather, he had merely received her guidance, thus barely qualifying as a half-master. It was said that even the Empress of Medicine had only reached the realm of Dan creation a few times. Di Qingzhu furrowed her brows in contemplation. If that were the case, could the originator not have achieved it a dozen times? Incorrect. Guhi shook his head, his tone grave. As for that individual, I have heard the Empress of Medicine mention that her junior brother's talent in alchemy far surpassed her own. He simply chose to keep it concealed out of respect. After all, the pills he casually concocted were sufficient to create Dan. What? Upon hearing this, Di Qingzhu's crimson lips parted slightly as she inhaled sharply. Regrettably, that individual has already fallen, and even the Empress of Medicine has been implicated, now living in seclusion. Guhi sighed, fully aware of the formidable talent of that alchemist, and feeling a sense of loss. Well, Qingzhu, since you have returned, it must mean you have received esteemed guests from your Wujigod dynasty? Guhi inquired, gazing at Di Qingzhu. Indeed, Di Qingzhu nodded. It is quite strange that your Wujigod dynasty would bestow the D Jade pendant to an outsider. This is the first time I have witnessed such a thing. Guhi frowned, aware of some decisions made by the Wujigod dynasty, yet unable to comprehend them. Master, Miss Luo's talent is far more complex than you perceive. Di Qingzhu shook her head, refraining from elaborating further, as some matters were confidential regarding the Wujigod dynasty. I have encountered many prodigies. Guhi shook his head, dismissing the notion. Master, my father also mentioned that, if possible, he would appreciate your assistance in crafting a puppet for Miss Luo. Impossible. Before Di Qingzhu could finish, Guhi let out a cold snort. My father said, granting Miss Luo a favor would only benefit your alchemy alliance. Di Qingzhu persisted in her attempts. There is no necessity. Guhi waved his hand dismissively. I have made a promise to others, never to employ the art of puppet forging again. I will not break my vow for the sake of a mere girl. This matter is non-negotiable. Not even if your father were to come. Very well. Di Qingzhu sighed. Miss Luo, I have tried my best. In the blink of an eye. Several days passed. During this time, Xuantian City became increasingly bustling, as more and more cultivators arrived, all drawn by the Alchemy Alliance's grand event. Xuantian Inn. Luo Qinghuan rose early in the morning. Although in recent days, the rather peculiar Su Yi had imparted to her a considerable amount of alchemical knowledge, he had strangely refrained from allowing her to practice the art of refining elixirs herself. After all, engaging in hands-on experience would undoubtedly equip her with the necessary skills to avoid confusion in the future. Yet, Su Yi adamantly prohibited her from doing so. When she inquired about the reasoning behind this, he merely replied, there are reasons for my brother Ye's prohibitions. Fifth update, a total of 10,000 words. I have not broken my promise. Chapter 124. The grand gathering commences, invited by the alliance leader in the sacred Dan city. The air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs, creating an atmosphere of lively anticipation. Today marked the commencement of the Dan Alliance Grand Assembly, prompting Elder Qi Yin to lead his entourage away from the inn and toward the heart of the city. Before participating in the assembly, it was necessary to collect jade tokens and essential alchemical materials. Soon, the group arrived at the main hall of Sacred Dan City, which was already teeming with individuals. Numerous talented figures and wandering practitioners were queuing to attend the Dan Alliance Grand Assembly. Upon noticing Luo Qinghuan and her companions, many from the line cast glances filled with schadenfreude, pondering that by the time their turn arrived, the assembly would likely be in full swing. Securing the participation jade tokens and alchemical materials first would provide ample time for preparation. Seeing the long queue, Elder Qi Yin furrowed his brow, realizing that despite arriving early, they would have to wait patiently. "Miss Luo, you have arrived." A gentle voice suddenly resonated as Elder Qi Yin prepared to queue. A graceful figure clad in a dark green qipao emerged from the hall. Upon recognizing the woman, several disciples and elders of the Dan Alliance quickly paid their respects. Even the practitioners waiting in line changed their expressions. Was this the second princess of the Wujigod dynasty, Princess Qingzhu? It was said that Princess Qingzhu possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy, a veritable natural alchemical body, and had swiftly become a direct disciple of the Dan Alliance leader after being sent for training by the emperor of the Wujigod dynasty. The implications of her identity were indeed staggering. However, what could Princess Qingzhu's purpose in the hall be? As the practitioners pondered, Princess Qingzhu smiled and approached the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, seemingly having awaited their arrival. "Miss Luo, have you had a restful few days?" The young woman nodded in response. "Then please, Miss Luo and Elder Qi Yin, follow me." Princess Qingzhu beckoned with a smile, indicating for them to accompany her. "Okay." Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod and led the way. Observing this, Elder Qi Yin and Han Yao exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before delightedly following suit. Is this what it feels like to have connections? Truly exhilarating. Upon witnessing this scene, many of the previously gleeful onlookers in the queue were left wide-eyed, exclaiming in disbelief. What is happening? How is Princess Qingzhu leading the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect in? While the Xuantian Sacred Sect was a first-rate power, the focal point was not merely them. Did they not see the enchanting young woman in white? Yes, I saw her. She is indeed beautiful. It is not merely a matter of her beauty. Although she is indeed stunning, what I wish to convey is that she is a distinguished guest of the Wujishenqiu. Possessing the illustrious golden imperial token, it is said that during her arrival in Xuantian City, she was personally welcomed by the Princess of Qingzhu. The Princess of Qingzhu herself came to receive her. What could this young lady's true identity be? In that moment, the line of practitioners waiting in the grand hall could not help but gasp in astonishment. As the crowd of astonished practitioners marveled, Emperor Qingzhu had already led Luo Qinghuan and her companions into the grand hall, where they sequentially received their participation tokens and essential alchemical materials. "Master Qian, you may now proceed to the alchemy chamber," Emperor Qingzhu gently addressed Elder Qian and the others after everything was completed. "Thank you, Princess Qingzhu." Elder Qian promptly expressed his gratitude. "There is no need for formalities. Once you enter the alchemy chamber, an elder from the Alchemy Alliance will explain the rules of this grand assembly." Emperor Qingzhu replied with a slight shake of her head. Upon hearing this, Elder Qian could not help but feel a sense of admiration. He understood well that the reason for Emperor Qingzhu's kindness towards them was entirely due to the young Lady Qinghuan. After all, though Emperor Qingzhu was but a junior, her status was indeed formidable. Even the likes of Moon Princess, if present, would likely find herself humbled in conversation with her. He found himself increasingly unable to fathom the depths of Luo Qinghuan. "Miss Luo, please wait a moment." Just as Luo Qinghuan was about to follow Elder Qi Yin into the alchemy chamber, Emperor Qingzhu suddenly called out to her. What is it?" Luo Qinghuan turned back in confusion. Elder Qi Yin and the others halted as well. "There is no need for concern. My master merely wishes to meet Miss Luo." Emperor Qingzhu explained with a gentle smile, hoping to alleviate any worries from Elder Qi Yin and the others. "What? Master? Master?" Elder Qi Yin was taken aback, gasping in astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief. Wasn't Emperor Qingzhu's master the current leader of the Alchemy Alliance, Guhi? The esteemed leader of the Alchemy Alliance actually desired to meet the young Lady Qinghuan by name? Even he, a former elder of the Alchemy Alliance, had only met Guhi a handful of times. Instantly, Elder Qian's gaze towards Luo Qinghuan was filled with envy. "Ha, Qinghuan, you two enjoy your conversation. I shall take these young ones to the alchemy chamber," Elder Qian said, not wanting to delay any further, and he departed with Han Yao and the others. "Miss Luo, I heard from father that you wish to request your master to concoct a puppet. Once they were alone, Emperor Qingzhu leaned in closer and whispered, Indeed. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. This matter, both father and I have discussed with my master, but he is quite stubborn and refuses to agree. So I can only try to facilitate a meeting between you and him. Emperor Qingzhu sighed, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Is that so? The young maiden furrowed her delicate brows and then smiled softly at Di Qingzhu, saying, Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, Sister Qingzhu. Miss Luo is too modest. Di Qingzhu replied, shaking her head, and then led Luo Qinghuan towards a particular area of the grand hall. Soon, under Di Qingzhu's guidance, the two arrived at a side hall. As they entered, the grand doors swung shut of their own accord, sealing them inside. Before them appeared an elderly man clad in alchemical robes, his flowing white hair giving him an ethereal presence. Oh, another sixth tribulation emperor? It appears that the Tao of alchemy has reached the imperial alchemy realm, skilled in the art of alchemical fire. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, instantly discerning the essence of the ancient river. Upon hearing Su Ye's murmurs within her mind, the young woman's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. That clever Su Yi is truly remarkable. Master, I have brought Miss Luo back. Di Qingzhu addressed the white-haired elder with a respectful bow. Indeed, you must be Luo Qinghuan. Gu, he remarked, his gaze scrutinizing the young maiden before him. He was curious about what abilities this young lady possessed to be a distinguished guest of the Wuji divine dynasty. Yet, as his gaze lingered, he was unexpectedly taken aback to find that the maiden was also observing him intently. In that moment, Gu was stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a bold junior. Chapter 125. A warning of temptation. Although he did not wield the might of an emperor, it is important to note that even the leaders of first-rate forces would not dare to gaze directly at him, let alone a mere junior. Little girl, are you not afraid of this old man? Gu narrowed his eyes and inquired. Afraid? The young girl was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? She bore within her the fierce spirit of a nine tribulations emperor and felt no fear. Such audacity indeed surpassed any prodigy the old man had ever encountered. Gu withdrew his gaze, nodding in admiration. This old fellow also carries the aura of junior Sister Mu. Could it be due to the alchemical formula from her? Or perhaps he has met her before? At this moment, Su Ye's attention was fixed on Gu, scrutinizing him with furrowed brows. Meanwhile, Gu felt a tightening in his brow as the aura of imperial might instinctively surfaced, suddenly sensing the unsettling impression of being watched. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found no one else present. Could it be an illusion? Relaxing his furrowed brow, he dismissed the thought. If there were others nearby, he would undoubtedly have sensed them, being a six tribulations emperor himself. He then directed his gaze back to the girl in the white dress. Little girl, I had mentioned to Di Tian and Qingzhu that I would assist you in crafting a puppet. However, I had promised an old acquaintance not to dabble in puppet techniques any longer, thus I cannot fulfill your request. Nevertheless, Gu's tone shifted. Since Di Tian and Qingzhu have lowered themselves to beseech me, it would be remiss not to honor their request. You seek my aid in crafting a puppet, presumably for self-protection. I possess several puppets of formidable strength, ones I forged in my youth, which have now become of no use to me. I shall bestow them upon you. With a wave of his hand, several puppets clad in silver armor materialized within the hall. Here you go, little girl. Take them. Puppets of formidable strength? The young girl was momentarily stunned, then quietly gathered the puppets, murmuring, Thank you, Senior Gu. Now, prepare for the Alchemist Alliance Grand Assembly. Gu had yet to finish his statement when the girl's voice interjected once more. However, what I seek your assistance with is not merely puppets of formidable strength. What do you mean? Gu was taken aback. Not just formidable strength. You are at the creation realm. How could you possibly acquire the corpse of a reincarnation realm expert? It is widely known that puppets are forged from corpses, with the strength of the corpse determining the puppet's upper limits. And if you do not intend to craft a puppet of formidable strength, then why accept them? Luo Qinghuan interjected. Sour Su Yi once said that taking things without effort is a sin. With that, Luo Qinghuan quietly retrieved the drained corpse of the blood demon ancestor from within the Kunlun realm. Guha Lima gazed into the past, intrigued by the unfolding events. Beside him, Di Qingzhu also looked on with curiosity. She had only heard her father mention that she should assist her master in crafting a puppet for Miss Luo. Yet the specifics of its rank remained undisclosed. When the drained corpse of the blood demon ancestor materialized in the grand hall, Guha's brow furrowed. The sight of such a wretched form was disheartening, its essence nearly siphoned away, leaving not even a trace of spiritual power, truly a pitiful sight. Upon uttering these words, a young girl turned her face away in silence. What does that have to do with me, Luo Qinghuan? She thought. Suddenly, a realization struck Guha as he leaned in closer. The aura of an emperor? Could this possibly be an emperor's corpse? What? An emperor's corpse? Di Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, inhaling sharply. The puppet that Miss Luo intended to forge is of the emperor rank. Wait, this corpse seems increasingly familiar. Guha's gaze fell upon the visage of the emperor's corpse, recognition dawning upon him. Good heavens! So it is this ancient wretch, the blood demon ancestor of the extreme demon valley. I have long wished to rid the world of this scoundrel, but was restrained by the balance of power. Who would have thought he would meet his end here? Nonetheless, I have made a promise to another. Even if I were to leap from the walls of my sacred dance city, I shall not employ the art of puppet crafting again. Guha withdrew his gaze, inhaling deeply, resolutely declaring, very well. My mind is made up. Qingzhu, see our guests out. It is time for me to preside over the sacred meeting of the Dan Alliance. With that, he stepped forward and vanished into the void. What shall we do now, Sui? Seeing this unfold, Luo Qinghuan returned the emperor's corpse to the Kunlun realm, her brows knitting in concern as she queried Sui in her mind. Must we compel the insufferable Sui to use his severed finger to subdue Elder Guha? But, is that truly wise? The young girl's brows remained furrowed. Primarily, such an action would waste Sui's energy. Yet she saw no harm in giving Elder Guha a sound thrashing. After all, he was of advanced age, and a good cracking of his bones might do him well. Do not rush, Sui replied with a subtle smile, entirely unperturbed. He had already spoken his mind, and what awaited him was but one outcome. What outcome? A delightful warning? A delightful warning? The girl was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the term. Soon after, under Di Qingzhu's guidance, Luo Qinghuan arrived at the alchemy venue to meet with Elder Qian and others. At that moment, the alchemy grounds were teeming with people. Aside from the expansive seating for spectators, there was also a vast alchemy plaza capable of accommodating tens of thousands. It is evident that this venue is intended for alchemists preparing to attend the Dan Alliance Grand Conference. Miss Luo, please make your preparations. I shall take my leave now. After addressing the crowd, Di Qingzhu departed. As a prodigy in alchemy, she naturally intended to participate in this esteemed gathering. Princess Qingzhu is also an exceptional alchemist. It is likely that she will concoct the minor saint pill this time. Observing her retreating emerald silhouette, Elder Qi Yin stroked his beard, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. What? The minor saint pill? Upon hearing this, Han Yao and the other disciples from the alchemy peak gasped in astonishment. Brother Han Yao, being the foremost young alchemist of the Xuantian sacred teachings, could barely manage to refine a 7th grade pill. The disparity is staggering. Truly, one cannot help but feel despondent in comparison. Han Yao sighed deeply, yet a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Since it is so, do not blame me for being unrestrained. The disciples of the alchemy peak were taken aback. Could it be that Brother Han Yao, feeling challenged, would strive to become an unparalleled genius? However, just as the disciples were moved by this thought, Han Yao bellowed, "Since they are all so formidable, then I, Han Yao, shall no longer remain passive." The disciples of the alchemy peak were left speechless. By the way, Qinghuan, do you have confidence in refining any particular grade of pill this time? At this moment, Elder Qi Yin seemed to recall something and turned to the young girl beside him. Indeed, our Xuantian sacred teachings also have senior sister Luo. Last time, she successfully refined a perfect 7th grade pill. Given her talent, it is likely she could concoct a 9th grade pill after these few months. The disciples of the alchemy peak gazed at her with eager anticipation. Chapter 126. What mischief is the odious Su Yi up to? As for this, I am not entirely sure. Faced with the expectant gazes of the crowd, Luo Qinghuan shook her head. She had yet to truly engage in the art of alchemy. However, with the insufferable Su Yi around, she felt a sense of reassurance. Although he was a shameless rogue, he sometimes provided a comforting presence. Uncertain, Elder Qi Yin was taken aback. Could it be that Qinghuan had not touched the art of alchemy since her last attempt? After all, it seemed the young girl had accomplished numerous astonishing feats in recent months, making it entirely plausible that she had no time for alchemy. No matter. My dear Qinghuan, feel free to proceed as you wish. He then let out a hearty laugh and casually addressed those present. Although Qinghuan possessed considerable talent in alchemy, her experience remained limited, leaving her somewhat behind the likes of Emperor Qingzhu or Li Qingyang, who were among the elite. Of course, this disparity was due to the time spent in cultivation rather than innate talent. He believed that with a few more years, Qinghuan would undoubtedly surpass these renowned alchemists. Elder Qi Yin then turned his cheerful gaze towards Han Yao and the other disciples from the alchemy peak. With a warm smile, he remarked, Han Yao, prepare yourselves. Should you fail in your attempts, you shall feel the depth of my affection upon your return. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Han Yao and the others trembled slightly, nodding eagerly as they began to prepare earnestly. Meanwhile, as everyone was getting ready, the young girl sat leisurely to one side, conversing with Su Yi in her mind. Regarding this last-minute rush to study, Luo Qinghuan expressed her strong disapproval, choosing instead to discreetly give herself a little advantage. Is it the same? Not quite. One is a last-minute effort, while I am merely seeking the support of Su Yi. As time passed, more and more cultivators received their competition tokens and entered the alchemy arena, which soon became a cacophony of voices. Ahem. May I request silence, everyone? At that moment, a feeble yet commanding cough resonated through the air. Instantly, an aura of imperial power swept across the arena, silencing the previously raucous crowd. All cultivators lifted their gazes toward the center of the audience seating. There stood Gu He and several elders from the Alchemy Alliance. Alliance Master of the Alchemy Alliance. A formidable emperor. We pay our respects to Alliance Master Gu He. As the presence of Gu He became apparent, the expressions of the cultivators shifted dramatically, filled with profound respect as they bowed to him. It is important to note that all present were alchemists themselves, fully aware that Gu He was not merely an emperor, but one of the few emperor-tier alchemists in the vast wilderness domain, earning their utmost reverence. There is no need for such formalities, Gu He said with a gentle smile, stroking his long beard. All of you have gathered for the grand event organized by the Alchemy Alliance. I shall refrain from reiterating the rules, as they remain unchanged. As in years past, it will be a competition involving thousands of alchemists. The one who produces the highest grade elixir shall claim victory. There are no restrictions on the types of elixirs or materials used. You may utilize your own alchemical furnace or the ones we have provided. Upon concluding this statement, an impressive array of over 10,000 alchemical furnaces materialized in the venue. The reward for the champion is well known to all, the imperial formula of the Empress of elixirs. Exceptional talents or those of remarkable ability may also earn the title of honorary elder within our alliance, granting them access to our rich resources. As Ancient River spoke, the expressions of the competing cultivators within the alchemy venue transformed into fervent anticipation. The allure of the championship prize, the imperial formula of the Empress of elixirs, was undeniable. Even if one could not utilize it personally, selling it would yield considerable wealth. However, they all recognized the daunting challenge of standing out among such a multitude of prodigies. Thus, their focus shifted towards the title of honorary elder. A commendable performance could earn them the Alliance's regard, thereby granting them the coveted resources of the Alchemy Alliance. This was the true reward they sought. This time, I must concoct my signature elixir, the unfailing pill. To stand out, I must first seize the judge's attention, one cultivator declared with determination. Coincidentally, my mighty kidney pill shall not disappoint. In an instant, the atmosphere in the alchemy venue crackled with excitement, as the cultivators buzzed with anticipation. Everyone, please be quiet, Ancient River gestured for calm. Then, under the gaze of the gathered crowd, he proclaimed, I hereby announce that the Alchemy Alliance Grand Event is now officially underway. You may enter the alchemy venue in an orderly fashion. With this declaration, the cultivators surged forward. Junior Sister Luo, let us proceed as well, Han Yao called out. Soon, the group made their way to the alchemy venue, swiftly selecting their location. Competing alongside thousands of others is quite intriguing. It certainly adds an element of convenience. Luo Qinghuan mused, glancing at the surroundings, while Su Yi remarked with cryptic significance, more convenient, indeed. More convenient? The young lady blinked, her curiosity piqued. What scheme does that rascal Su Yi have in mind? You shall find out soon enough, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 127. She truly is a wealthy lady as all the cultivators gradually entered the arena. Guhi announced the commencement of the Alchemist Alliance's grand assembly from the elevated platform. If everyone is prepared, we may begin, he said with a gentle smile while stroking his long beard. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the cultivators began to channel their spiritual energy, igniting the alchemical furnaces before them. They promptly retrieved their pre-prepared medicinal herbs to commence the alchemical process. However, some cultivators chose not to rush into refining elixirs. Instead, they took out their personal alchemical furnaces and arranged them in front of themselves. The assembly's regulations permitted the use of one's own furnace and the herbs they had prepared, which was entirely within the rules. Suddenly, a violet flame erupted skyward, radiating intense heat. This purple flame crackled like a bolt of violet lightning, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Is that the heart of purple lightning, ranked 15th on the Heavenly Flame ranking? Observers in the audience gasped as they recognized the origin of the violet flame, their expressions shifting in astonishment. Amidst the exclamations, a young man clad in purple robes smiled slightly. He waved his hand, allowing the heart of purple lightning to surge into his alchemical furnace, igniting a fierce blaze. He was Qing Xuanzi, the young vice-master of the Xuantian Sect, renowned for his unparalleled alchemical prowess within the Alchemist Alliance. It was rumored that he could refine ninth-grade elixirs, and there was speculation about his potential to challenge the realm of holy-grade elixirs. Such remarkable talent at such a tender age, capable of refining ninth-grade elixirs and even aspiring to holy-grade ones. A collective gasp of awe escaped the lips of the cultivators upon realizing the identity of the young man in purple. Just then, a disdainful snort pierced the air as a bald youth retrieved his alchemical furnace, slamming it heavily onto the ground. Unlike the other cultivators' furnaces, which stood only a meter tall, his loomed at an impressive 3 meters. Simultaneously, crimson flames surged into the towering furnace. This was the red flame, ranked 9th on the list. He was Wang Ran, the chief disciple of Elder Heyoon from the Alchemist Alliance. It was said that Wang Ran could already refine half-grade minor holy elixirs. Soon, the disciples of the Alchemist Alliance cast adoring glances toward him. Wang Ran, sensing their admiration, let out a cold snort and provocatively glanced toward the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect nearby. The enmity between his master and Elder Qian, along with the death of his junior brother, had left him with a lingering displeasure toward the Xuantian Sect. As more and more prodigies summoned their flames and furnaces, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. 4 exceedingly powerful flames erupted into the sky. The intensity of their presence was palpable, and the uniqueness of their flames piqued curiosity. Who were these 4 individuals? When the 4 flames soared into the sky, they immediately captivated the attention of the crowd. These 4 individuals are no ordinary contenders. The candidate for victory will undoubtedly emerge from among them, a middle-aged cultivator in the audience explained with a sneer. The woman in the emerald green qipao is the second princess of the Wuji divine dynasty, Di Qingzhu, who is also a direct disciple of the current leader of the Dan Alliance. She wields the Xin Bamboo Heart Flame, ranked 55th on the Heavenly Flame list, which is said to be extraordinarily effective as alchemical fire. Did you see that alchemical furnace belonging to Princess Qingzhu? That is a sacred artifact. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Truly, the wealth of the Wuji divine dynasty is unmatched. The other 2 individuals are equally remarkable. The young man in blue is named Li Qingyang, also a direct disciple of the Dan Alliance leader, with his alchemical fire ranked 65th on the Heavenly Flame list. The man, Dan Xinhan, hails from the extreme Demon Valley, and his alchemical fire is similarly listed among the flames of the Heavenly Flame list, making it exceptionally suitable for alchemy. As for the other woman, she is the prodigy Yao Qianqian from the Taishang Wuqing, who should not be underestimated. It is said that all 4 of them are capable of refining the Greater Minor Sacred Pill. The mention of the Greater Minor Sacred Pill left the crowd utterly astonished. Is it true that the prodigies have reached such heights? Have they progressed to the Greater Minor Sacred Pill? Historically, at past Dan Alliance gatherings, merely being able to refine the Minor Sacred Pill granted one the qualifications to compete for victory. Yet now, is it possible that one among these 4 must refine a perfect Minor Sacred Pill to claim the crown? A perfect Minor Sacred Pill. It is likely that many elders of the Dan Alliance would find it difficult to achieve such a feat as this thought crossed their minds. The audience members widened their eyes in anticipation. If this were indeed the case, this gathering would be the most thrilling in the history of the Dan Alliance. Humph. Qi, is your Xuantian Holy Sect so impoverished? No alchemical fire, and not even a decent alchemical furnace to speak of? Upon seeing Han Yao and others seemingly preparing to use the alchemical furnaces provided by the Dan Alliance, Elder Heiyun sneered, casting a smug glance at Elder Qi. It was as if he were saying, if you cannot refine alchemy, at least have proper tools for it. You. Elder Qi's face flushed crimson, wanting to retort, but at a loss for words. In terms of financial strength, the first-rate Xuantian Holy Sect is certainly no match for the 5 top-tier forces of the Dan Alliance. However, just then, a melodious voice rang out from below the alchemy platform. Brother Han Yao, I have some spare alchemical furnaces here. You can use them for now. As the girl's words fell, the gazes of those around her immediately turned, brows furrowing in curiosity. Spare alchemical furnaces? Some ordinary furnaces seem inferior to those provided by the Dan Alliance, which at the very least offers spirit artifacts. What could be the significance of the alchemical furnace you no longer use? The crowd cast perplexed glances. However, Luo Qinghuan paid no heed to the surrounding cultivators. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, several beams of light emerged from her storage ring, transforming into an array of furnaces that hovered before Han Yao and the others. Upon witnessing these radiant manifestations, the gazes of the surrounding practitioners suddenly sharpened. They could discern that these lights were dazzling, indicative of the extraordinary nature of these furnaces. These are semi-holy artifacts. The notion of possessing furnaces of such caliber seemed superfluous. Then, what did she utilize? At that moment, a collective shock rippled through the crowd, their eyes fixating intently on the maiden clad in white. What on earth? Semi-holy artifacts. Han Yao and the other disciples from the alchemy peak exclaimed in astonishment, their expressions transforming into a tapestry of wonder. Could it be that semi-holy artifacts are within the reach of us mere novices? Then, what does junior sister Luo employ? Han Yao inhaled deeply, unable to restrain his curiosity. It's nothing. I utilize this. The young woman smiled radiantly, and with another flourish of her hand, a furnace emanating a sacred aura stood resolutely before her. Incredible. A holy artifact. No wonder they perceived the young woman as an affluent figure. It turns out she truly embodies wealth. Chapter 128. The Spirit Pill, waiting for the right moment truly, as the heir of the divine weapon emperor. The number of sacred artifacts possessed by this young girl is astonishing. Upon witnessing her produce a sacred artifact alchemical furnace along with several semi-sacred artifact furnaces, the onlookers among the cultivators could not help but exclaim in admiration, their eyes brimming with envy. Even Elder Qi was momentarily taken aback, his lips curling into a smile after a lengthy pause. This girl, Qinghuan, has certainly brought honor to her name. However, these are semi-sacred artifacts, something he has never utilized himself. Alas, the Xuantian Sacred Sect is indeed impoverished, barely managing to utilize semi-sacred artifacts or sacred artifact furnaces for alchemy. He then cast a glance at Elder Heiyun, letting out a sigh. Elder Heiyun, upon hearing the sardonic undertone in Elder Qian's words, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his earlier remarks had boomeranged back at him. Who would have anticipated that amongst the Xuantian Sacred Sect, there was a hidden ultimate heiress? Even though his alchemist alliance possessed sacred artifacts, they were not for his personal use. With no other recourse, Elder Heiyun could only emit a heavy snort, his expression darkening. Observing Elder Heiyun's predicament, Elder Qian's spirits soared. What a delightful turn of events. Qinghuan truly brings honor to her name. In the alchemy chamber, Wang Ran watched the scene unfold, his eyes flashing with envy. Nonetheless, he crossed his arms and sneered coldly. What does it matter if you possess sacred artifacts or semi-sacred artifact furnaces? You are still an alchemist of no merit. You. Han Yao and others furrowed their brows. What do you mean by that? You lot are worthless. However, before Wang Ran could elaborate further, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him, causing his body to tremble. He turned to see the girl in white, her indifferent gaze fixed on him. That mere glance instilled a sense of dread within him. The aura of a transformation realm expert was overwhelming, rendering him motionless. Brother, do you think you could withstand a few of my strikes? The girl smiled gently at Wang Ran, inadvertently revealing the golden imperial jade token hanging from her waist. Upon seeing that jade token, Wang Ran immediately chose to fall silent. Although he excelled in alchemy, his cultivation level was merely at the pinnacle of the sacred emperor realm, making him no match for a transformation realm expert. Furthermore, he understood the implications of that golden token. If he provoked the girl, a single strike could end him. And given the Alchemist Alliance's ties with the Wuji Divine Dynasty, they likely would not intervene. Wang Ran, apologize, Di Qingzhu said softly, casting a glance at him. Her lips parting gracefully. Di senior sister, I. Wang Ran stammered, biting his lip, then glanced at Li Qingyang, seemingly seeking his support. However, Li Qingyang also chose to remain silent. Apologize. Those of the Alchemist Alliance shall not behave in such a discourteous manner. Wang Ran clenched his teeth, ultimately compelled to face Luo Qinghuan and the members of the Xuantian Holy Sect under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. I apologize, it was my lack of decorum, he stated. Upon hearing this, Han Yao and the other alchemy disciples felt a surge of vindication. However, they also reflected with a hint of melancholy, grateful for the presence of senior sister Luo. Otherwise, they would have had to swallow their indignation in silence. As this minor upheaval subsided, the alchemy venue buzzed with activity as the practitioners began their potion making. After his embarrassment, Wang Ran refrained from further comments, merely gritting his teeth in displeasure. Since this approach is futile, I shall concoct potions that will serve as a resounding slap to your faces. Suyi, what potion are we to create? Luo Qinghuan inquired curiously, observing the surrounding crowd already engaged in their alchemical endeavors. Although Su Yi had been instructing her in the art of alchemy during this period, he had yet to disclose what specific potion they would be crafting or the grade of the elixir. This, Su Yi replied with a subtle smile, a gentle curve gracing his lips. We shall create the Qi extraction pill, one that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, the vitality of cultivators, and the energy of all things, aiding me in the refinement of my elixirs. The more we extract, the more potent the pill, and the greater the enhancement it offers upon consumption. The Qi extraction pill. The young woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. When shall we commence our crafting? Patience. We shall wait for the opportune moment. Before long, as time passed, the alchemy venue was alive with the fervent flames of the cauldrons, and the participating cultivators were busily engaged in their tasks. The intense blaze within the cauldrons flickered vigorously, and the aromatic fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. However, amidst this flurry of activity, an unexpected sight caught the attention of the practitioners. A young woman clad in a flowing white dress had, unbeknownst to anyone, taken out a chair and settled herself upon it, applying a face mask made from spiritual herbs, her small feet idly swinging. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding the other cultivators, she appeared utterly relaxed and carefree. Witnessing this spectacle, a chorus of perplexed expressions emerged among the audience. What is she doing? While others are refining potions, she is applying a mask. Is she on vacation? What is Qinghuan doing? Even Elder Qi Yin wore a puzzled expression. Alliance leader, what is this? Should we intervene? At that moment, atop another high platform, the elders of the Alchemy Alliance observed the young woman's actions with equal confusion, prompting them to inquire of Gu He. There's no need. She has not breached any rules. Perhaps she has merely chosen to forfeit, Gu He replied, shaking his head. Yet, he harbored an understanding within. Luo Qinghuan's purpose for attending the Alchemy Alliance conference might simply be to seek his assistance in crafting a puppet. The conference itself was likely just a formality. With her primary objective thwarted, she naturally lacked the desire to engage in alchemy. Understood, the elders of the Alchemy Alliance nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing the girl's antics. Meanwhile, the alchemical proceedings continued to unfold with fervor. Boom. Just then, accompanied by a resounding roar, an exceedingly rich fragrance of medicinal herbs surged towards the heavens. Upon inhaling this aromatic essence, the assembled cultivators in the audience felt an immediate rejuvenation. What is happening? Such an intense aroma of medicinal herbs. Merely catching a whiff has made me feel as though I have regained decades of youth. Is this a sacred grade elixir? The spectators could not help but gasp in astonishment upon experiencing this scent. Haha, it has succeeded. Meanwhile, before Li Qingyang, the alchemical furnace emitted a dazzling green light, and a medicinal pill gradually took shape, the fragrance emanating from it. Oh, this young lad Qingyang has actually refined a Shengyuan pill? This elixir is at least a minor sacred grade pill of remarkable achievement, one of the most challenging to concoct among the minor sacred grade pills. On the high platform, witnessing this spectacle, Guhi could not help but stroke his long beard, expressing his surprise. What? It is indeed a Xuantian pill. It is said that the Xuantian pill is one of the most difficult to refine among the minor sacred grade pills, and it is a significant achievement. Upon hearing Gu He's words, the surrounding cultivators turned their gazes, their expressions transforming into one of utmost astonishment. While it may not be a perfect minor sacred grade pill, it is undeniably among the most challenging to concoct within the realm of significant achievement. Chapter 129. The Conspiracy of Dan Xinhan, Refining the Luo Qi Pill. As a multitude of cultivators marveled at Li Qingyang's extraordinary talent, an enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs unexpectedly wafted from the alchemical furnace of the esteemed Yao Qianqian of the Supreme Forgetting Palace. This aroma rivaled that of the pills refined by Li Qingyang, suggesting that its quality could very well match his. Is that the Xianyu pill? It is also a greater small saint pill, and in terms of refining difficulty, it is comparable to the Sheng Yuan pill crafted by this young lad. Guhi observed with a hint of astonishment. The little girl from the Supreme Forgetting Palace possessed such remarkable alchemical talent? He had not anticipated that the disciple he had chosen would opt for some of the most challenging variants of the greater small saint pill. Li Qingyang's gaze turned towards her, equally surprised. Senior Brotherly, please do not jest. The decision to refine the most difficult variants of the greater small saint pill was made out of necessity. After all, my current alchemical skills are still insufficient to create a perfect quality small saint pill. Yao Qianqian chuckled with a hint of resignation. If one had the confidence to refine a flawless small saint pill, who would ever choose the greater small saint pill? Indeed, perfect quality small saint pills are exceedingly difficult to produce. Li Qingyang sighed softly. He then gradually directed his attention towards the graceful figure in dark green nearby. Now we shall see whether junior sister Qingzhu and that Yao Qianhan can manage to refine a perfect quality small saint pill. Otherwise, the situation will reach a stalemate. Yao Qianqian nodded in agreement. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Di Qingzhu. Both Li Qingyang and Yao Qianqian were engaged in the most arduous task of refining the greater small saint pill, leaving the outcome to hinge solely on whether Di Qingzhu could produce a flawless small saint pill. Otherwise, it would be difficult to determine a victor. After a considerable time had passed, as the verdant flames in Di Qingzhu's furnace surged and coalesced, an exquisitely round pill gradually materialized. Gui's expression changed dramatically as he focused his attention. Qingzhu was refining the Tianxian pill. Once completed, it would undoubtedly be a perfect quality small saint pill. What? The Tianxian pill? A perfect small saint pill? Upon hearing Gui's exclamation, the eyes of the gathered cultivators widened in disbelief, their expressions shifting dramatically. The alchemical talent of Princess Qingzhu was indeed as legendary as rumored. Should she succeed in crafting the perfect small saint pill, the identity of the victor would be beyond question. It seems that we have lost this time. Witnessing this scene, Li Qingyang and Yao Qianqian exchanged glances, both managing a wry smile. With the emergence of this perfect quality small saint pill, the outcome was essentially sealed. Boom! As a radiant golden light shot into the heavens, the air was filled with an intensely rich fragrance of medicinal herbs emanating from the alchemical furnace, causing the gathered crowd to gasp in astonishment as they inhaled sharply in disbelief. This is a celestial phenomenon exclusive to the perfect grade Saint Dan. Remarkably, Princess Qingzhu has truly refined it. This indicates that the victor of the Alchemy Alliance Grand Meeting is already beyond doubt. Qingyue is indeed a once-in-a-millennium prodigy in alchemy. Upon witnessing this scene, Gui couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, stroking his beard, his eyes brimming with delight. However, just as everyone was astonished by Empress Qingyue's creation of the perfect grade minor Saint Dan, a dark flame surged skyward. From the previously silent Dan Xinhuan's alchemical furnace emanated an even more terrifying aura of elixir. What is happening? The Major Saint Dan? Is Dan Xinhan attempting to refine a Major Saint Dan? As the crowd processed this, a flicker of astonishment crossed their eyes. While everyone speculated that a perfect grade minor Saint Dan might emerge at the Grand Meeting, no one had anticipated the appearance of a Major Saint Dan, especially since no such monstrous prodigy had ever arisen among the youth of the Wasteland Domain. At that moment, on the high platform, Gu He's gaze snapped toward the source of the dark flame, his brow knitting tighter in confusion. How could this be? Has it suddenly transformed into a major Saint Dan? He had been discreetly observing everyone during their alchemical endeavors and was well aware of the grades they intended to refine. Dan Xianhun should have been aiming for a perfected minor Saint Dan. How could it have morphed into a major Saint Dan in the blink of an eye? Could it be? Alliance leader, could this young man be cheating? Beside him, the elders of the Alchemy Alliance turned their eyes toward him, hastily inquiring. Regarding this matter, Gu He, after a moment of subtle perception, furrowed his brow even further but ultimately shook his head. Alliance leader Gu, you wouldn't suspect me of cheating simply because the title of champion is about to change hands, would you? At that moment, Dan Xianhun seemed to sense something, lifting his delicate face to offer Gu He a faint smile. This major Saint Dan is my prized elixir. It was my first attempt, and I didn't expect to refine it so quickly. As his words fell, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators turned toward Gu He, eager to discern whether Dan Xianhun had truly achieved this feat by his own merit. After all, among the alchemical prodigies of the wasteland domain, while Dan Xianhun was indeed a standout, he was far from the foremost among the youth. If he had genuinely refined it himself, the leap in his capabilities would be astonishing. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Gu He examined Dan Xianhun intently. The latter, however, displayed no signs of anxiety. After a considerable pause, Gu He finally shook his head slowly. He has not cheated. The grand meeting shall proceed. What? He has genuinely refined a major Saint Dan by his own hand? How could this be possible? Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of uproar swept through the crowd. Humph, then I shall serve as the champion. Dan Xianhun seemed to have anticipated the outcome long before. A faint smile graced his lips as he resumed the alchemical process within the cauldron. Once he succeeded in refining this elixir, he would have accomplished the task assigned to him by the Valley Master. The mission was straightforward: to seize the formula of the Empress of elixirs. As for his sudden enhancement in alchemical skills, it was merely the clandestine art of the extreme Demon Valley. How could these mere mortals ever discern it? At that moment, the young woman observed the unfolding scene, her brow furrowing in confusion. What was the meaning of Dan Xianhuan's actions? His path in alchemy did not seem to have reached the level required to concoct the Grand Sage Pill, and the elixirs in his cauldron did not possess the requisite caliber. How could he suddenly? It was simple. He had merely employed a modicum of celestial demon power. Su Yi had discerned this immediately. After extensive dealings with those aged schemers, he had become intimately familiar with their tactics. Given the intricate connections between the extreme Demon Valley and the Celestial Demon Clan, he could not allow his senior sister's formula to fall into their hands. Very well, Luo girl, the timing is perfect. Let us commence the alchemical process, he stated. Understood. With Su Ye's words, flames erupted fiercely from the cauldron before the young woman. The pill of plunder could seize the essence of all things in the world. Naturally, it could also appropriate the aura of elixirs. Thus, it was quite reasonable for her to elegantly conduct a heist. Meanwhile, Wang Ran was entirely unconcerned with their affairs. He had not even contemplated claiming the top position, fully aware of his own limitations. Therefore, his sole objective was to refine elixirs of a higher grade than those of the members of the Xuantian Holy Sect, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. To his astonishment, his first attempt at a semi-holy elixir was nearing success. Humph, Xuantian Holy Sect, just you wait. Wang Ren mused coldly. He was about to consolidate his efforts to solidify the burgeoning elixir within the cauldron when, at that very instant, a wave of plundering energy surged past him. In the next moment, he witnessed cracks appearing in the elixir within his cauldron. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Ran's expression shifted dramatically. The third update. Chapter 130. Are you certain this is just a first-grade pill? What on earth is happening? The elixir he was about to refine in his alchemical furnace suddenly manifested numerous cracks, and most terrifyingly, he could distinctly sense the medicinal essence within his pill beginning to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, the pill transformed into a cloud of black ash. What? My elixir? How could this happen? Witnessing this scene, Wang Ran's expression drastically changed, his eyes filled with disbelief. What is going on? Why is there a wisp of black smoke emanating from Brother Wang Ran's furnace? Suddenly, as black smoke billowed from Wang Ran's alchemical furnace, it instantly drew the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Has he failed in his alchemical endeavor? Observing this spectacle, Elder Qian immediately cast a gloating glance, crossing his arms as he sneered at Elder Heiyun beside him. Although my disciple is foolish, he would never overestimate his own abilities. Over there, Han Yao has already succeeded in refining a 7th-grade pill. A 7th-grade pill is certainly superior to a failed one. You. Upon hearing Elder Qian's words and witnessing Wang Ran's failure, Elder Heiyun's expression soured, akin to one who had consumed something vile. His gaze towards Wang Ran was now brimming with ire. What on earth is this incompetent fool doing? Humiliated by Elder Qian, he was now deeply unsettled. However, at this moment, Wang Ran felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He too was perplexed by the inexplicable turn of events. Boom. Meanwhile, an increasing number of cultivators began to sense that something was amiss. The elixir that had been progressing smoothly moments ago suddenly exhibited cracks, as if its medicinal essence had been forcibly extracted, transforming it into a cloud of black ash. What is happening? My void pill. Could it be that it was too potent, causing it to explode? In an instant, numerous cultivators gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that those who had lost their medicinal essence were all individuals who had previously cast disdainful glances at the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect at the gates of the Holy Pill City. What is going on? Why are so many people failing in their alchemical attempts? On the high platform, the elders of the Pill Alliance observed this scene with furrowed brows, their eyes filled with confusion. Gu He remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the alchemical furnaces of these individuals, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a particular spot in the alchemical arena. There, a young girl in a flowing white dress had ignited the furnace before her, and a wave of predatory energy emanated from within. This is Gu He's pupils constricted, and his countenance shifted. Subsequently, he gravely shook his head. They are not failing in their alchemy. Rather, the medicinal essence they were refining has been seized, leading to the failure of their elixirs. What? The medicinal essence can be seized? Upon hearing Gu He's words, both the elders of the Dan Alliance and the powerful figures seated in the viewing area were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Naturally, Gu He stroked his long beard and spoke in a deep voice. The forces of heaven and earth, as well as the fortunes of individuals, can be seized. Thus, the essence of elixirs can likewise be appropriated. In order to seize this essence, one must concoct a specific elixir. What kind of elixir? A palpable heaviness fell upon the crowd, their gaze fixated on Gu He. The legendary Luo Qinghuan, he slowly proclaimed amidst the throng. Luo Qinghuan, this. I have never encountered such an elixir, one that is capable of appropriating elixir essence. Could it be an imperial-grade elixir? Upon hearing this, the assembly of cultivators changed their expressions, bewildered. Luo Qi, as the name suggests, signifies the appropriation of the essence of all things, and naturally, elixir essence is included. This. Gu He's expression turned peculiar, and he continued slowly. The Luo Qinghuan is, in fact, merely a first-grade elixir. What? Gu He? Senior Gu He, what do you mean? This Luo Qinghuan is merely a first-grade elixir? Surely, the leader of the Gu Alliance is jesting? How could a first-grade elixir possess the ability to appropriate the essence of heaven and earth, and elixir essence, among other functions? Even some imperial-grade elixirs do not possess such capabilities, do they? Indeed. With Gu He's words, the surroundings erupted into a clamor, the cultivators' eyes widening in disbelief. After all, a mere first-grade elixir could be concocted by anyone present, couldn't he it? Such a terrifying elixir, capable of appropriating elixir essence. How could it possibly be classified as merely first-grade? Ha! I assure you, I am not jesting. Gu He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head with a sigh. The act of concocting is one matter, but achieving true appropriation of essence is an entirely different endeavor. Elder Gu He elucidated the essence of the Luo Qinghuan. Concocting is one thing. Appropriating essence is another entirely. Upon hearing this, the cultivators also paused, as if they suddenly grasped the logic. Subsequently, Elder Gu He continued, the initial grade of the Luo Qinghuan is indeed first grade. Yet if it appropriates the essence of a holy elixir, it transforms into a holy elixir itself. If it can seize the essence of an imperial elixir, then it becomes an imperial elixir. Upon this revelation, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators became exceedingly vivid. Is there truly such an absurd elixir in the Tianxian 9 domains? Guhi, surely you jest? Some cultivators expressed skepticism. If this Luo Qinghuan is indeed so formidable, why has no one concocted it in the past millennia? I am certainly not jesting. This elixir has long been lost to time. Yet there are indeed records of the Luo Qinghuan in the Tianxian 9 domains. Guhi shook his head, his tone grave as he spoke slowly. Thousands of years ago, at the grand assembly of the medicine god sect in the 9 domains, a young man clad in black once concocted a pill that allowed him to seize all the medicinal essence refined by the cultivators present, resulting in the creation of an imperial-grade pill known as the Plunder Essence Pill. The name, I believe, is familiar to you all. What? The Plunder Essence Pill? Who was this individual? Could it be? The countenance of the cultivators shifted as they collectively thought of one person, the fierce bandit emperor. As Elder Gu He's words hung in the air, expressions of realization spread among the crowd. The prowess of the medicine god sect is indeed among the pinnacle of the 9 domains, and only that individual would dare to siphon the essence of all cultivators during such a significant gathering. It aligns perfectly with their notorious style. This implies that the current situation indicates someone is refining the Plunder Essence Pill, and furthermore, has succeeded. Suddenly, a cultivator reacted, bewildered as they spoke. While the Plunder Essence Pill is merely a first-grade pill, achieving the ability to plunder essence is no ordinary feat yet. The fact that the essence from the cultivator's pills is being siphoned signifies that the one crafting the Plunder Essence Pill has indeed triumphed. Who could it possibly be? Who possesses such remarkable capability? In an instant, the faces of the cultivators shifted dramatically, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Chapter 131. The Unyielding Flames of Worship. Who would perish if he remains unscathed? Naturally, the ancient river deity nodded gravely, his aged gaze falling upon a young maiden clad in white within the alchemy chamber. Observing this, the crowd's eyes followed suit. Is that Qinghuan? Elder Qian also turned his attention, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the familiar silhouette. What? Is this not the prodigy of the Xuantian Holy Sect, Luo Qinghuan? Can she truly concoct the coveted Luo Qi pill? How can this be? As the onlookers focused on the maiden in white, their expressions shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, she appeared to be merely applying a facial mask, as if on a leisurely holiday. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had commenced the crafting of the Luo Qi pill, beginning to siphon the alchemical energy from the other practitioners. It became clear that she had merely been biding her time. Why concern yourself with my alchemical prowess? I need only to forge a grade 1 pill, elegantly siphoning your qi. If you produce a sacred pill, then so shall I. Should you concoct an emperor pill, mine will be of the same caliber. Oh no, this is dire. She has indeed come to the Alchemy Alliance's Grand Assembly to stock up. Some of the powerful figures and prodigies who had previously witnessed the young maiden's capabilities in the Divine Armory secret realm felt a chill run down their spines at this revelation. They had not anticipated that Lady Luo could concoct the legendary Luo Qi pill. Meanwhile, Di Qingzhu had just completed her flawless small sacred pill, her beautiful gaze drifting toward the maiden in white, somewhat surprised. However, it seemed that Luo's Luo Qi pill did not seek to siphon their qi. Could it be that her true target was, in fact, Dan Qianhun? Li Qingyang was taken aback, a slight frown forming on his face. Boom. As his thoughts lingered, an overwhelming aura of siphoning surged directly toward Dan Qianhuan's alchemical furnace. Indeed, witnessing this, Li Qingyang's pupils constricted. As the siphoning energy approached Dan Qianhuan's furnace, the assembled practitioners also caught sight of this unfolding scene, their expressions shifting once more. What is this? Simultaneously, Dan Qianhuan, who was wholly focused on crafting a grand sacred pill, suddenly sensed this aura of siphoning and furrowed his brow. Is the alchemical energy dissipating? Quickly, Dan Qianhuan connected the dots, looking in the direction from which the siphoning energy originated. Ah, a member of the Xuantian Holy Sect. Upon seeing the breathtaking maiden in white, Dan Qianhuan frowned, letting out a cold snort. Do you think you can siphon my alchemical energy? Presumptuous. Immediately, he waved his hand decisively, channeling a thread of heavenly demonic power from within. In an instant, the pitch-black flames in his furnace surged skyward, effectively isolating the tendrils of siphoning energy from encroaching upon the alchemical essence of his crafted pills. Upon witnessing this, the maiden's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Desiring to seize the sacred danqi of the Dan Qianhun, Upon witnessing this scene, Gu He squinted his eyes, instantly discerning the girl's intentions. However, he merely shook his head and sighed, lamenting, "Alas, while the thought is commendable, it is indeed quite arduous." The Danfire of Dan Xianhun is far from simple. Meanwhile, within Luo Qinghuan's mind, Su Ye's gaze fixated on the pitch-black flames of Dan Xianhun, narrowing slightly as he chuckled lightly. "Luo girl, you may proceed. Your night brother is here." All right." The girl nodded obediently. As the Danfire surged, the plundering aura of the Qi Dan once again surged forth, launching fiercely towards the Dan furnace of Dan Xianhun. Truly overestimating oneself. Observing this, Dan Xianhun scoffed. "System, invest in Luo girl's myriad flames worship." At this moment, Su Ye's voice resounded softly. "Host has invested in Luo Qinghuan's myriad flames worship. Host has acquired the heart of the fire goddess law of heaven and earth." Accompanied by Su Ye's investment, the system's voice echoed. "The heart of the fire goddess law?" Hearing this, Su Yi was taken aback, somewhat astonished. This fire goddess law was something he had not comprehended even in his previous life, let alone this heart of the flame law. It would allow for a deeper alignment with the fire goddess law, maximizing its power. As for the myriad flames worship, it implied that all flames present would pay homage, enabling Luo girl's Danfire to reign supreme among flames. Myriad flames worship has been activated. As the system's voice faded, a thunderous roar erupted. Instantly, within Luo Qinghuan's Dan furnace, the blazing Dan fire erupted forth. Simultaneously, the flames in the surrounding cultivators' furnaces suddenly surged before extinguishing in an instant, transforming into a palm-sized flame that darted towards the girl's furnace. What is happening? The flames in the furnaces have extinguished? As this scene unfolded, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed dramatically, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was not only the ordinary cultivators' Danfire. Even the renowned flames of the likes of Di Qingzhu and Li Qingyang, celebrated in the Tianxian fire ranking, were extinguished, morphing into palm-sized flames that swirled away. At this moment, aside from the black flames of Dan Xianhun, only Luo Qinghuan's Danfire blazed fiercely. This is the myriad flames extinguished. Could it be the legendary myriad flames as vassals? On the high platform, Gu He's complexion shifted drastically upon witnessing this spectacle. Instantly, as the myriad flames extinguished, the flames in Luo Qinghuan's furnace soared towards the heavens, resembling a sovereign of flames, standing proudly atop the furnace, with the plundering Qi Dan becoming even more intense under the searing blaze. Boom! In the furnace of the Dan Xianhun, a swirling mass of black flames seemed to be influenced, yearning to merge with the surrounding fire. However, the flame's sovereign, born from the Dan fire, regarded it with disdain, transforming into a fiery palm that swiftly dispersed the black flames. It was as if to say, "What makes you worthy to integrate?" In an instant, the Dan fire within the furnace extinguished. Realizing the dire situation, Dan Xianhun immediately sensed the urgency and attempted to summon the power of the celestial demon to reignite the Dan fire. Yet, he was a moment too late. As the flames died, the young girl recognized her opportunity and seized the Dan energy entirely. The medicinal pill within the Dan Xianhuan's furnace cracked and soon turned to a pile of black ash. Witnessing this, Dan Xianhuan's heart turned to desolation. At that moment, within the girl's furnace, a brilliant golden light surged. The onlookers, surrounding cultivators, were engulfed in an eerie silence. This was a supreme-grade energy pill. How could this be? How dare this wretched girl? This was clearly cheating. Wasn't the act of seizing Dan energy a form of deception? Such filthy and despicable tactics. How could a lowly wretch? Dan Xianhun, in a state of despair, screamed in rage. The task assigned by the sect leader now seemed impossible, and he feared punishment upon his return. "Wretched girl?" As the words escaped his lips, a flicker of darkness flashed in the girl's beautiful eyes. In the next moment, unnoticed by anyone, the space surrounding her shimmered, mirroring a similar phenomenon around Dan Xianhun. Yet, it was but a fleeting second before tranquility returned. However, not far away, Dan Xianhun fell silent, for he had transformed into a headless corpse. Entangled with the notorious celestial demon clan and cursing the wretched girl, he had accumulated all manner of buffs. If he were not to perish, who else would? Chapter 132. Why is Miss Luo still refining the elixir? In that fleeting moment, everyone stood frozen, gazing at the headless corpse of Dan Qianhan, momentarily rendered speechless. What? What transpired? How did Dan Qianhan meet his demise? As comprehension dawned, gasps of disbelief filled the air, eyes wide with shock. How could Dan Qianhan perish in the blink of an eye? Even more disturbing was the fact that none could discern how or by whom he had been slain. As if the event transpired in the blink of an eye. It was utterly unfathomable. Is that the flow of spatial energy? Meanwhile, atop the platform, Gu He's gaze fixated on the lifeless body of Dan Qianhan, his brow furrowing slightly. In that brief instant, it seemed he had sensed a flicker of spatial disturbance surrounding Dan Qianhan, as though he had been abruptly drawn into another realm. Moreover, he vaguely perceived that the girl had also emanated this spatial fluctuation. Could it be her? Gu He's brow tightened, a grave expression settling upon his features as he scrutinized the young woman in the flowing white dress. Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed it as mere illusion. This girl, merely at the level of transformation, could not possibly possess the ability to manipulate space, especially not in the presence of a mighty emperor like himself, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, only Su Yi was privy to the truth. It was quite simple. Just moments ago, Luo Qinghuan had utilized spatial confinement to draw Dan Qianhan into the Kunlun realm. Although Dan Qianhan excelled in alchemical talents, his cultivation prowess was rather mediocre, merely at the Saint Emperor level. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. To eliminate Dan Qianhan, it took but a single strike from the girl. Thus, the entire event unfolded in the blink of an eye. Leader, what shall we do now? Dan Qianhan has inexplicably perished within our alchemy alliance, and the extreme Demon Valley will find it difficult to explain. An elder from the Alchemy Alliance furrowed his brow. Perished within our Alchemy Alliance? Elder Guhi raised an eyebrow. With a swift motion of his hand, Dan Qianhuan's corpse vanished into the void, unknown to where it had been sent. Witnessing this, a certain young woman and a certain rogue lamented, "What a pity. At least let us purify it before discarding it." When did Dan Qianhan ever die within our Alchemy Alliance? Did you see it? Or did you all witness it? Having completed the task, Guhi turned to the gathered elders and cultivators of the Alchemy Alliance, offering a benign smile as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Alchemy Alliance immediately grasped the implication, shaking their heads vigorously. What Dan Qianhan? Never seen him. Indeed, there was no such individual at our Grand Assembly. Never seen him. Unfamiliar. What of Qianhan or Baihan? Completely unheard of. Since it was difficult to account for, it was quite simple. Simply do not account for it at all. At this moment, the myriad cultivators in the alchemy chamber realized what was unfolding. Upon observing Gu He's cheerful countenance, a shiver ran down their spines, and they hastily shook their heads, declaring they had never encountered this elusive Dan Qianhan. The leader pondered whether the achievements of Miss Luo from the Xuantian Holy Sect, who had concocted the elusive Qi pill, would be recognized at this Dan Alliance Grand Assembly. At that juncture, an elder inquired. Although Miss Luo had indeed crafted a first-grade Qi pill, she had managed to extract the spiritual essence from the Dan Qianhan's Grand Sage pill, resulting in a Grand Sage-grade Qi pill. One might argue her talent was remarkable, yet it was merely a first-grade pill she had forged. Conversely, one could also question her talent, given that she could siphon the essence from a Grand Sage pill. Gui furrowed his brow slightly. In truth, he had already deduced the answer regarding Luo Qinghuan's creation of the Qi pill and the recent fervent adulation. He shook his head, asserting that the Dan Alliance's vision was not so limited. The Qi pill produced by this young lady from the Xuantian Holy Sect was undoubtedly valid. Indeed, Alliance leader, the elders behind him nodded in agreement. Since the leader had voiced his opinion, they had no objections, especially since witnessing the revival of the long-lost Qi pill from millennia ago was indeed a revelation. However, they were left to ponder how this young lady had managed to concoct the Qi pill, as it was believed to have been lost since the demise of its previous master. Before announcing the victor as Luo Qinghuan, Gu He's gaze fell upon the young girl, his mind in a whirl of confusion. Simultaneously, the girl's beautiful eyes sparkled at the sight of the plump pill in the cauldron, and she eagerly sought to claim credit from Su Yi. Su Yi. Look. Her innocent demeanor resembled that of a young bride eager to show off her accomplishments. Luo girl, while others have only 3 steps in alchemy, we have a 4th step. However, Su Yi, with a composed smile, shook his head earnestly. The fourth step? The girl was momentarily taken aback, her confusion evident. She was aware that the insufferable Su Yi had a fourth step in his alchemical techniques. Yet could she truly grasp it so soon after embarking on her alchemical journey? Can I? She asked hesitantly. Of course, Su Yi replied with unwavering conviction. Su Yi, the girl exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, realizing how much faith he placed in her. I will not disappoint your trust. Indeed, this is all thanks to your elder brother Yi's guidance. Yet, in the next moment, Su Yi spoke with earnestness. Luo Qinghuan. Insufferable Su Yi. Ultimately, she felt she had misallocated her affections. Nevertheless, setting aside her frustrations, the young girl focused her mind and began to channel her alchemical fire, commencing the fourth step of pill creation. Very well. The results of this Dan Alliance Grand Assembly have been determined, and I believe you all have come to a conclusion regarding the victor. At this point, with all factors settled, Gui prepared to announce the champion of this alchemical gathering. As his words fell, the gaze of everyone in the alchemy arena converged upon the young girl clad in a flowing white dress, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. A single high-grade spirit-soaring pill was sufficient to overshadow all the prodigies present. It was utterly astonishing that Miss Luo could concoct the legendary spirit-soaring pill and even siphon away the grand medicinal essence of the Dan Thousand Souls. It was simply beyond belief. Li Qingyang let out a rueful smile, acknowledging his defeat with genuine respect. Beside him, Yao Qianqian nodded in agreement. Had the young lady begun with the spirit-soaring pill, it was likely that even their refined pills and essences would have been usurped. Yet, this realization left both of them utterly devoid of ire, for they had lost in a more decisive manner. As for Di Qingzhu, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her lips slightly parted in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Miss Luo not only possessed formidable cultivation talent, but also exhibited such monstrous aptitude in alchemy. No wonder the elders of the Di lineage had repeatedly urged the need to cultivate a closer relationship with her. Miss Luo, the elderly man declared, I hereby announce you as the victor of this Alchemy Alliance Grand Assembly. As Gu He's voice resonated, all eyes turned toward the girl in white. However, at that moment, she appeared unresponsive. Gui was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the flames in the young lady's alchemical furnace had not extinguished. Rather, they burned with an even more fervent intensity. What was happening? Was she not yet finished with her concoction? Chapter 133. Beyond the ancient river. Meanwhile, the assembly observed that the medicinal furnace before the young maiden had not extinguished its flames, leading to a collective sense of bewilderment. Hadn't the event concluded? Why was Miss Luo still engaged in her endeavor? As the crowd pondered this enigma, a clear, resonant sound echoed through the cosmos, akin to something shattering. An overwhelming brilliance of golden light flooded the heavens, converging upon the alchemical furnace of Luo Qinghuan. Could it be? As Gu He witnessed the celestial gold coalesce around the elixir being refined by the young maiden, his pupils contracted sharply, disbelief washing over his countenance, rendering him momentarily speechless. What has come over the alliance leader? The elders of the Alchemy Alliance and various formidable figures exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the disarray of a sovereign. Typically, those of such lofty status possessed unshakable resolve. They rarely faltered unless faced with extraordinary circumstances. What revelation had Gu He encountered? In an instant, all gazes gravitated towards the young woman in white. What remarkable feat had Miss Luo accomplished to so profoundly unsettle a sovereign? To their eyes, only the cascade of golden light continuously poured into her furnace remained visible. Was this not the hallmark of a sacred elixir? What else could it signify? However, with careful scrutiny, they could discern the ethereal resonance of Tao encircling the maiden, a manifestation of the profound art of alchemy. Upon perceiving the swirling Tao energy enveloping her, Gui gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. He stood transfixed for a considerable moment before involuntarily chuckling. I, Gu He, have been refining elixirs for countless years and have encountered innumerable prodigies, yet I find myself lacking in perception at this moment. I never anticipated that this young maiden would touch upon the very realm I have long coveted. With this revelation, the countenance of the surrounding cultivators shifted dramatically. If Gu He deemed his insight deficient, did that not imply that Miss Luo was an extraordinary alchemical prodigy, perhaps even rivaling Gu He himself? I knew it. The girl Qinghuan is undoubtedly a genius in alchemy. Elder Qian laughed heartily from the viewing platform, reveling in his triumph over Elder Heiyun. Oh, my dear senior brother, do not envy. Perhaps you shall have the opportunity to mentor Miss Qinghuan, compensating for the regret of not having guided such a talent before. But wait, can you even concoct a great saint elixir? At these words, Elder Heiyun's composure shattered, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. While all attention remained focused on Gu He's earlier statement, Emperor Qingzhu discerned the true crux of the matter. Had Miss Luo indeed approached the realm that her master had yearned for? In the depths of Di Qingzhu's beautiful eyes, a flicker of astonishment flashed by. Suddenly, realization struck her. This was the realm of Dan opening. Wasn't this the coveted state that her master had longed for? The legendary fourth step of alchemy. Hiss! How could Miss Luo, at such a tender age, achieve the realm of Dan opening? From a certain perspective, Miss Luo's alchemical talent could not merely rival Gu He. She had completely surpassed him. Di Qingzhu covered her red lips, utterly astonished. With the presence of the Qi gathering pill and the realm of Dan opening, the more she observed Miss Luo, the more she resembled that extraordinary being. Gu He's gaze fell upon the young girl, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he sighed. If only her master could see this, she would surely be reminded of her little junior brother. Boom! At that moment, with a resounding rumble, a brilliant golden light illuminated the heavens and the earth. Within the alchemical furnace, a round pill imbued with unique alchemical energy had fully formed. It was done. Su Yi, it is accomplished. Simultaneously, a glimmer of joy danced in the young girl's beautiful eyes, and she could not help but share her delight with Su Yi, completely forgetting her earlier misstep. Hee, we are truly remarkable. Indeed. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. With her inherent talent deemed monstrous, it was only reasonable that, with his human-like support, she could reach the realm of Dan opening in her first attempt at alchemy, right? Gu He, what then of my decades of exploration yielding no insights? As the alchemical flames gradually extinguished, Luo Qinghuan exhaled softly, storing the qi gathering pill away. Then, she turned to survey her surroundings. And upon witnessing the entire alchemical venue enveloped in a deathly silence with all eyes shockingly fixed upon her, the young girl's brows furrowed slightly. What was the matter with these people? Had she not simply concocted a pill? Was their reaction truly warranted? The crowd. You dare to call this simply concocting a pill? The dazzling effects nearly blinded my eyes. Is this what you call simple? Cough. At that moment, Gu He cleared his throat, regaining his composure, though his aged eyes still reflected profound astonishment. Very well. Since Miss Luo's pill has been successfully crafted, I shall now announce the outcome of this alchemical gathering. His gaze fixed upon the young girl, he spoke solemnly. This time, the victor is none other than the prodigy of the Xuantian Sect, Luo Qinghuan. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Clearly, these cultivators were still in a state of shock, unable to process the news. Haha. Our Xuantian Sect has finally claimed victory in the Alchemical Alliance's Grand Assembly. Elder Qi Yin could not help but exclaim. Recalling that previous gatherings had always seen the Alchemical Alliance's prodigies triumph without fail, yet this time, an unexpected twist had unfolded. Sister Luo is truly formidable. Hee, we are indeed impressive. Han Yao and the others also chuckled in astonishment. Elder Tiandan, please escort the esteemed members of the Xuantian Sect to rest, instructed Gu He, disregarding the idle cultivators. Indeed, Alliance leader, Elder Tiandan nodded in acquiescence. Wait a moment, Gu He suddenly called out to him, turning his gaze towards Elder Qian and others. If my memory serves me correctly, you are Qian, the young man from my Dan Alliance years ago? Returning to the Alliance leader, I am indeed Qian. Upon hearing Gu He address him, Elder Qian was overwhelmed with excitement and hastily performed a respectful bow. His departure from the Dan Alliance had been fueled by a dispute with Heiyun, yet he retained a profound respect for the Dan Alliance, particularly for Alliance leader Gu He. I am aware of the circumstances from back then, and you bear no fault. Gu He gently spoke. However, many years have passed. You are welcome to return to the Dan Alliance at any time. Elder Qian hesitated momentarily, shaking his head. Thank you for your kindness, Alliance leader, but I am, after all, a member of the Xuantian Sect. That is of no consequence. You may serve as an elder of the Xuantian Sect, while also holding the honorary title of elder in my Dan Alliance. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Upon hearing these words, Elder Qian was instantly filled with elation, as if the grievances from his previous departure were being washed away in that very moment. Now, Miss Luo, please accompany me to the Grand Hall of the Dan Alliance, where I shall personally present you with the rewards for your victory. Gui then turned his attention to the young lady beside him. Indeed, she responded with a slight nod. Chapter 134. Does our Holy Dan City have walls? In the Grand Hall of the Dan Alliance, Ancient River walked at the forefront, with the young girl silently trailing behind him. Suddenly, a peculiar laughter echoed from Ancient River, who turned to glance at the girl. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, accompanied by an overwhelming imperial presence, the grand doors of the hall slammed shut with a thunderous crash. As Ancient River slowly turned around, he occasionally emitted that strange laughter. The girl, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but furrow her brows. Ancient River's demeanor was rather unsettling. It seemed imperative to summon the detestable Su Yi to enlighten him. Miss Luo, at this moment, the only ones remaining in the Grand Hall of the Dan Alliance are you and me, Ancient River said, his fervent gaze fixed upon the girl. If I am not mistaken, the pill you just refined was the long-lost Plunderchi pill, and you have just entered the realm of Opening Dan, haven't you? Humph. I advise you to honestly disclose how you entered this realm, Miss Luo. Otherwise, a chilling glint flashed in Ancient River's eyes as the terrifying might of the Emperor coalesced. Are you going to take action? The girl's delicate face tightened, bracing herself to call upon the loathsome Su Yi. However, Ancient River abruptly shifted his tone. Otherwise, do not force me to kneel and beg you. Luo Qinghuan. Su Yi. This old man has been so imposing only to end up with this. Coughing awkwardly, as if sensing the girl's strange gaze, Ancient River cleared his throat and shook his head helplessly. I have pondered over the realm of Opening Dan for countless millennia, yet I have yet to touch its threshold. If it were not for sheer desperation, I would not be this. Miss Luo, you need not be so reserved. Do not regard me as an emperor. After all, with your ability to grasp the legendary realm of Opening Dan, surpassing my accomplishments is merely a matter of time. It was evident that Ancient River's eyes brimmed with a fervent desire for the path of alchemy. After all, the threshold he had yearned to reach for thousands of years was now within his grasp. How could he not feel exhilarated? Lowering his stature was merely a pursuit of his goal. The realm of Opening Dan, you say? Upon hearing Ancient River's words, the girl slightly furrowed her brows. And after receiving Su Ye's approval, she nodded lightly. Indeed, what I just performed was the fourth step of alchemy, Opening Dan. As she spoke, a surge of profound alchemical essence enveloped her, with dark green inscriptions swirling around her. In that instant, Ancient River seemed to perceive the aura of the path of medicine emanating from the girl. Gasp! At that moment, Ancient River's expression shifted dramatically. You, Miss Luo, you can actually enter the realm of Opening Dan at will. It is essential to understand that even his revered master, the Emperor of Medicine, cannot freely traverse into the realm of Dan Opening at all times. According to the words of the Emperor of Medicine, in this instance, there is only one individual capable of entering the realm of Dan Opening at will within the 9 domains, and that individual is none other than her junior disciple. At this moment, Gui inhaled sharply, feeling increasingly unable to fathom the enigmatic young woman before him. With the ability to harness the Qi Dan and the capacity to access the realm of Dan Opening at any moment, he gazed at her, perceiving within her the reflection of the most illustrious emperor of humanity from times long past. Miss Luo, you truly astonish me, Gui remarked with a wry smile, lamenting. Thousands of years ago, only one person could achieve such a feat, and now, a descendant has reached it. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the former waves perish upon the shore. Su Yi interjected. You are the one who will perish on the shore. Senior Gu, the so-called realm of Dan Opening is not as arduous as you imagine. Su Ye's grumbling made Luo Qinghuan stifle a laugh, and she shook her head, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is rather simple. That scoundrel Su Yi taught me just once, and I grasped it effortlessly. It is truly uncomplicated. I cannot comprehend where Senior Gu's insights over these tens of thousands of years have gone astray. However, the young woman coughed lightly, her tone laden with meaning. To enter the realm of Dan Opening, one must possess fate. Fate. Gui was taken aback, quickly realizing the implication. If Miss Luo does not mind. Oh? Luo Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, mimicking Gui's previous manner of speaking. Did not Senior Gu say that even if I were to leap from the walls of St. Dan's City, I would no longer employ the art of puppet forging? Well, Gui scratched his head awkwardly, then cleared his throat, suddenly channeling the might of an emperor. He unleashed a powerful force upon the exterior of the grand hall. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from outside. What the hell? Who dares to strike at my St. Dan's City? How dare they dismantle the walls of my St. Dan's City? As the cacophony of curses echoed from the outside, Gui concealed his presence, his expression darkening as he solemnly remarked, "All right, Miss Luo, now that my St. Dan's City is without walls, it signifies that I cannot leap down, and it further implies that I will be compelled to use puppet forging techniques." Luo Qinghuan. Suyi. His reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving the two momentarily speechless. What is the significance of an old friend? Is it more important than the realm of Dan opening? Clearly not. The truth is, the reason he agreed to cease puppet forging stems from two main factors. First, he became enamored with alchemy, which is far more esteemed than the creation of corpses. Second, it happens to be somewhat costly. In the past, his pursuit of puppet forging led to the bankruptcy of the Alchemist Alliance on several occasions. The stipulation for him to become the new leader of the alliance was a prohibition against puppet forging. The old man has been buried for several centuries. Stealthily utilizing the resources of the Dan Alliance to forge a body should pose no significant issue. At worst, one could inflate the prices of the elixirs sold to these factions several-fold. Thus, this imperial corpse puppet shall be entrusted to Senior Gu He. The young girl silently retrieved the imperial corpse from her storage ring. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your imperial corpse is crafted into the most formidable puppet, Gu He declared, securing the corpse with a reassuring pat on his chest. I appreciate your assistance, Senior Gu He, the girl replied with a gentle smile. Now, Miss Luo, regarding the realm of pill crafting, Gu He said, rubbing his hands with anticipation. About that, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly. Young lady, please provide this to him, Suyi instructed, holding a brush and inscribing a few words onto a piece of parchment. Today marks a single update. Tomorrow, I shall compensate with 3. As I organize the plot, I wish to avoid taking leave, for it is essential to make up for lost ground. Writing without substantial content is unsatisfactory for the readers, evoking discomfort. Chapter 135. The Empress of Medicine personally requests, all right, my dear Luo, please hand this to him. After completing all necessary tasks, Suyi addressed Luo Qinghuan. The young girl nodded obediently, then took the parchment Suyi handed her and presented it to Gu He, her small face adorned with utmost seriousness. Senior Gu He, the insights into the realm of Dan opening are contained within this. Oh, upon hearing this, Gu He could hardly contain his excitement as he rubbed his hands together, accepting the scroll and opening it. Written upon it were a few prominent characters. Seize the creation of the heavens, and you may enter the realm of Dan opening. Gu He. Witnessing this scene, Gu He involuntarily inhaled sharply. Hiss. Truly befitting the insights of the Dan opening realm. This is profound. So profound that it feels as if I have not comprehended it at all. Wait a moment. Is this even considered insight? This seems to be merely the most fundamental introduction to the realm of Dan opening. Soon, Gu He regained his composure, his mouth twitching slightly as he cast a resentful glance at the young girl beside him. Miss Luo, this is not right, is it? Luo, let him perceive it carefully before drawing any conclusions. Suyi seemed to have anticipated Gu He's reaction and immediately directed his words to Luo Qinghuan. The girl gave a slight nod and then added, Senior Gu He, why don't you take a moment to perceive it more thoroughly? Perceive it carefully? Gu He was taken aback, but then he said nothing further, focusing intently on the prominent characters of the parchment. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he discerned a unique Tao rhythm emanating from those characters. His expression shifted to one of utmost gravity. He uttered not another word, his gaze fixated on those words. In that moment, what had initially appeared as mere ordinary characters was now imbued with boundless Tao resonance. Suyi, do you think Senior Gu He can grasp the realm of Dan opening? Luo Qinghuan inquired curiously upon witnessing this scene. Well, Suyi shook his head slightly, then continued, in truth, your brother Yi is quite generous. The insights into the realm of Dan opening have long been shared with everyone. It is simply these words, seize the creation of the heavens, and you may open the Dan, yet, who would have thought that for millennia, These individuals have been unable to even replicate the answer. So foolish. With a hint of exasperation, Su Yi rubbed his forehead. The tyrant emperor laments. I cannot carry them along. Truly, I cannot. Precisely, the girl beside him nodded in agreement, her small head bobbing. Su Yi's insights into the realm of Dan opening are not difficult at all. I comprehended them in an instant. If any cultivators were to overhear the conversation between the two, they would likely mutter in silence. Two clueless fools, please be quiet. As the two continued their discussion, Gui gradually opened his eyes, his aged face still bearing the marks of profound astonishment. Senior Gui, what are your thoughts? Luo Qinghuan immediately inquired. The essence of the Tao and the rhythm of the Dan are exceedingly profound. Given my current level of understanding, it may take me some time to fully comprehend. However, it should not be too long. Guhua let out a long breath, his body trembling with uncontainable excitement. After pursuing the realm of Dan for an entire millennium, he was now perhaps closer to this coveted stage than ever before. How could Guhua not feel exhilarated? How long will it take? The young girl inquired with curiosity. Oh, merely a few thousand years. Guhua waved his hand dismissively. 1,000 years? The girl furrowed her brows in disbelief. Such a long time. Lady Luo, I presume you have also comprehended the realm of Dan through this ancient scroll, correct? May I ask how long it took you? Guhua asked, equally intrigued. Given your talent, I assume it was only a matter of years? At this point, a hint of envy tinged Guhua's tone, revealing the vast disparity in their talents. One took tens of thousands of years, while the other merely required a few. The girl fell into silence for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. I'd rather not say. I fear you may not be able to bear it. What is there to not bear? Guhua chuckled heartily, waving his hand. Huh, what storms have I not weathered? Speak freely, Lady Luo. After all, it was merely a few years, and I can vaguely guess. He continued, it must have been just a few days. However, as the girl's speculative words resonated, the smile on Guhua's face instantly froze. What? A few days? A shocked exclamation echoed throughout the Dan Alliance's Grand Hall. Just a few days? To put it bluntly, I would be intoxicated for several days after a sip of immortal wine. Meaning you attained enlightenment in the realm of Dan within the time I would be inebriated? Indeed. The girl nodded silently, observing Guhua's astonishment. If you insist on asking, I shall tell you, but I doubt you would be pleased. Luo Qinghuan, hee. Guhua, not hee. Had I known, I would not have asked. Guhua sighed, then carefully stored away the precious sheepskin scroll inscribed with a few bold characters penned by Su Yi. Thank you, Lady Luo. With that, he cautiously retrieved an object from his storage ring. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a page from an ancient book. As this page emerged, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs spread throughout the Grand Hall, and one could faintly sense a woman's aroma mingled with an almost imperceptible imperial aura. This is, Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze. This is the reward for the victor of this Dan Alliance grand event. The imperial formula of the Empress of Herbs, Guhua said, his eyes fixed on the ancient page. The imperial formula of the Empress of Herbs? Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly took it. Upon examining the page, she noticed the delicate handwriting of a woman. However, after only a brief glance, she felt a wave of dizziness, as if her mental energy had been significantly drained. Little girl, you cannot stare at it for too long. The formula bears the mark of the Empress of Medicine, and prolonged gazing upon it can lead to significant mental fatigue. In her mind, Su Yi quickly reminded her. Oh, understanding dawned on Luo Qinghuan, who nodded slightly and promptly folded the ancient page. Curiously, she inquired, Elder Gu, since this is the imperial formula of the Empress of Medicine, why would your alchemist alliance bestow it as a reward for the victor? Should it not be preserved with utmost care within the alliance? Historically, although the alchemist alliance has offered formulas during grand gatherings, they have only ever provided sacred grade ones. This imperial formula is indeed a first. Well, Elder Gu furrowed his brow. It serves no purpose remaining in our alchemist alliance. Oh, why is that? Because even I cannot comprehend this formula. It would be of no use to the alliance, Elder Gu replied, shaking his head slightly. Even Elder Gu cannot understand it? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. Yet she did not feel overly concerned. After all, she had Su Yi by her side. However, Elder Gu's next statement made both of them uneasy. Moreover, this formula was specifically requested by the Empress of Medicine herself to be awarded to the victor. Chapter 136, The Dead Mountain of Black Soil, Debt relations. Upon hearing this, Suyi narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, there seemed to be a connection between Gu He and senior sister Mu. He had sensed a similar aura emanating from Di Qingzhu when he first encountered her. The two must share some profound ties. Naturally, as the master of Di Qingzhu, Gu He could not be excluded from this relationship. Senior Gu, have you met the Empress of Medicine? Luo Qinghuan inquired eagerly, aware that the Empress of Medicine was, in fact, Su Ye's senior sister. She wished to gather some useful information for him. Of course, Gu He replied, stroking his long beard with a jovial demeanor. My relationship with the Empress of Medicine is rather exceptional. At this, Suyi cast a glance at Gu He, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that senior sister Mu's taste remained impeccable. Gu He's claim could not possibly imply a romantic entanglement. After all, with a strikingly handsome junior brother constantly by her side, it was inevitable that Mu Wanqing's aesthetic sensibilities would be elevated. The Empress of Medicine is, in a sense, half my master. She was the guiding light on my path in the realm of medicine. In my earlier days, I shamelessly sought her tutelage, without which I would not have achieved my current accomplishments, Gu He boasted. Luo Qinghuan. Suyi. So it turns out, he was actually Gu He's half-disciple? Then, esteemed senior Gu, do you know where the Empress of Medicine is currently? I wish to meet her, the girl asked. You wish to see the Empress of Medicine? Gu He was taken aback, then furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he replied, the Empress of Medicine is most preoccupied with a certain entity. You, my dear, bear a striking resemblance to that entity. Whether in the realm of spirit elixirs or the domain of pill formation, it's uncanny. I even suspect you might be the reincarnation of that being. Should she see you, perhaps it would help resolve some of her lingering concerns. Very well, I shall tell you. Due to certain circumstances, the Empress of Medicine currently resides in the dead mountain of black soil. However, I am unable to contact her at this time. At this point, Gu He shifted his tone. But, Miss Luo, allow me to caution you. The dead mountain of black soil is not a place for just anyone to tread. As one of the few life-restricted zones in the wilderness domain, its depths are said to be capable of devouring even the mightiest of emperors. A life-restricted zone, capable of devouring emperors? Upon hearing Gu He's grave words, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brow, yet she did not falter, quietly expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the warning. Senior Gu, the dead mountain of black soil? However, upon hearing Gu He's words, Su Ye's expression shifted, revealing a hint of peculiar intrigue as he frowned. Why had senior sister Mu ventured to that bothersome woman's domain? That bothersome woman? The perceptive girl immediately caught the crux of the matter, transforming into a delicate figure clad in a small white dress. She squinted at Su Yi, her lips pursed. That gaze seemed tinged with a touch of melancholy. In the realm of absurdity, Su Yi, a notorious libertine, flits from one infatuation to another with unabashed audacity. Little does he perceive the girl's lingering resentment. The master of the dead soil mountain, the goddess of death, was where Su Yi brazenly pilfered the secrets of mortality, only to find himself ensnared by her, compelled to pay a so-called tuition fee. What an absurdity! Su Yi, with arms crossed and a scornful expression, declared that he had acquired his knowledge through sheer talent, rendering any notion of payment utterly preposterous. He had always been the one to exploit others, never the victim. The prospect of relinquishing his wealth was out of the question. Alas, the unfortunate news reveals that Su Yi and the mistress of Dead Soil Mountain indeed share a connection, though it is merely one of debt. The girl exhaled in relief, patting her slightly fuller bosom, realizing her worries were unfounded. Yet, she pondered, even if Su Yi harbored some romantic entanglement with the goddess of death, what concern was it of hers? She dismissed the thought with a whispered denial. Sister Mu's retreat to Dead Soil Mountain was to evade the relentless pursuit of the celestial demon clan, seeking refuge under that woman's protection, or perhaps to sever her ties with the heavenly order. The gravity of their karmic entanglement had escalated to such a degree. Su Yi furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. Such life-forbidding zones typically exist in isolation from the heavenly order. Should one seek refuge there, the weight of their karmic ties might diminish somewhat. However, for the esteemed Empress of Medicine to conceal herself within such a realm, it was evident how dire their circumstances had become. It was imperative to locate his fellow disciples swiftly and assist them in dispelling their karmic burdens. With a sigh, Su Yi contemplated the journey ahead. When shall we depart? Su Yi? Luo Qinghuan inquired, displaying little fear towards the perilous domain, having grown accustomed to Su Ye's presence. If need be, she would simply rely on his prowess. In a few days, he replied with a cheerful demeanor. We shall visit Dead Soil Mountain to seek the woman's guidance in refining the principles of death. As for that energy pill, hold off on using it. Its true potential shall reveal itself in due time. Su Ye smiled, likening the experience to shearing a sheep only once to fully appreciate its wool. There will be another update, IO1. One day, I shall make up for the 5 updates. Woof woof woof. Chapter 137. The Day of Life Cycle and the Elixir of Divine Mechanisms. Miss Luo. If you are preparing to journey to the Black Earth Death Mountain, you might consider departing from my Western Wilderness domain, as the zone of life restriction is precisely situated at the intersection of the Western and Southern Wildernesses. At this moment, Guhi offered a reminder. Indeed. The young girl nodded slightly. There is no need for you to rush, Miss Luo. The crafting of the Imperial Corpse puppet requires a fortnight's time. You may wait until I have completed the puppet before setting off. With the Imperial Corpse puppet by your side, your venture into the Black Earth Death Mountain will be considerably safer. Moreover, if my memory serves me correctly, there will be a day of life cycle in half a month, which would be an opportune time for you to enter the Black Earth Death Mountain. What is the day of life cycle? Upon hearing Guhi's words, a hint of curiosity flickered in the young girl's enchanting eyes. The Black Earth Death Mountain is a forbidden realm of death, saturated with a dense aura of demise. The essence of death is Yin, while the essence of life is Yang. The day of life's cycle signifies the transition between Yin and Yang, a moment of transformation between life and death. On this day, the deathly aura of the Black Earth Death Mountain is comparatively weaker. Thus, most cultivators embarking on trials within the mountain choose this day for their entry. Su Ye elucidated in her mind. Ah, I see, Luo Qinghuan acknowledged. Very well, during this period, you may reside in my alchemy alliance. I shall have Qingzhu arrange accommodations for you. Furthermore, the victor's rewards extend beyond merely the imperial-grade elixir formulas. You may indulge in all the cultivation resources of my alchemy alliance, and you are also welcome to select certain spiritual herbs from the medicinal fields. Guhi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the young girl's eyes sparkled with delight. After exiting the Grand Hall, Luo Qinghuan swiftly reunited with Elder Qian and other members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect. Qinghuan. As Luo Qinghuan emerged from the hall, Elder Qian's gaze toward her grew increasingly grave, filled with silent admiration. When he first witnessed the girl's formidable talent in alchemy at the Alchemy Peak, he had sensed her extraordinary nature. However, he had not anticipated her to be so exceptional that even an emperor-level powerhouse, such as Guhi, would be astounded. The depths of her capabilities were merely the tip of the iceberg. Nevertheless, Elder Qian refrained from inquiring about the imperial-grade elixir formulas, for those were earned by Luo Qinghuan through her own merit, and she was under no obligation to surrender them to the sect. Elder Qian, you and the others may return to the sect. I shall remain in the Alchemy Alliance for a while longer. After a brief exchange, Luo Qinghuan addressed Elder Qian and the others softly. Of course, no problem. Elder Qian nodded slightly, choosing not to pry further. Given the girl's current status, the regulations of the Xuantian Sacred Sect could no longer constrain her. Once Elder Qian and his companions departed, Imperial Qingzhu gracefully approached. Miss Luo, I have been instructed by my master to arrange accommodations for you during your stay in the Alchemy Alliance. Please, follow me. The Princess of Qingzhu gazed at the young girl with profound astonishment. Just moments ago, she had exited the Grand Hall, where she observed the uncontainable delight in her master's eyes. It was evident that, through the guidance of Miss Luo, her master had gleaned some understanding of the path to the Dan realm. Miss Luo was truly formidable. The ancestors within the imperial tomb possessed remarkable foresight. Those ancestors remarked, "Is that foresight?" It is a matter of first-hand observation. They had witnessed the celestial techniques manifesting before them. To not seek their support would be sheer folly. Soon, Luo Qinghuan followed closely behind Di Qingzhu as they made their way into the inner sanctum of the Dan Alliance. Shengdan City merely served as the faade of the entire alliance, while the true essence lay behind it, where the spiritual energy was far denser, and the rich aroma of medicinal herbs permeated the air. Upon seeing the elegant figure clad in deep green, accompanied by the girl in white, the eyes of onlookers lit up with intrigue. Oh, that's senior sister Qingzhu. Is that girl behind her perhaps our newly accepted disciple? A new disciple? Hee hee. Could she be my lovely little junior sister? I adore sweet and gentle little sisters. Upon hearing this, a disciple's mouth watered in anticipation. Junior sister? How absurd. Do you even know who that girl in white is? One nearby disciple shot a disdainful glance at the one who spoke. She is the champion of this Dan Alliance gathering, known as Luo Qinghuan. She has bested senior brother Li Qingyang, who concocted the greater Saint Dan, and senior sister Qingzhu, who crafted the perfect lesser Saint Dan. Even such a prodigious talent can only be regarded as our senior sister in the Dan Alliance. Junior sister? Dream on. Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding disciples changed dramatically, collectively inhaling sharply. They had never anticipated that the breathtaking young lady before them was the recently crowned prodigy. Amidst their astonished gazes, Di Qingzhu led Luo Qinghuan to a tranquil courtyard, informing the girl that she could seek her whenever needed before departing. Luo girl, take a moment to check the Imperial Grade Dan formula, echoed Su Yi's voice in the young girl's mind after Di Qingzhu left. The girl nodded obediently. Transforming into her petite white-dressed spirit, she rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing. As the girl's expression shifted, Su Yi seized control of her body and retrieved an ancient tome from his storage ring, his gaze falling upon the elegant script of a woman as he began to study it intently. This is indeed Sister Mu's handwriting. This Dan formula is. Su Yi's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the page, his demeanor turning grave. After a considerable time, his furrowed brow finally relaxed, and he could not help but exclaim, Sister Mu is truly deserving of the title Empress of Medicine. She has even managed to develop a Dan that can temporarily shield against the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, a question mark materialized above the head of the petite spirit clad in white. Temporarily shield against the heavenly Tao? Are the denizens of the celestial palace merely jesters? This formula pertains to the concoction of the celestial secret pill, which, upon ingestion, temporarily obscures the celestial secrets. It seems that Sister Mu seeks to remedy her past regrets. Had she been able to formulate this elixir earlier, perhaps they would have been spared the repercussions of karmic retribution. Su Yi could not help but exhale a sigh. Alas, this formula arrives rather too late. What purpose does this celestial secret pill serve? The maiden inquired with curiosity. Its significance is indeed profound, Su Yi replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If one can temporarily shield themselves from celestial secrets, they may act with impunity. Act with impunity? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the maiden's beautiful eyes. Concerning the laws of the celestial path, even if an ordinary cultivator were afforded the opportunity to comprehend them, they could grasp only a fragment. To delve too deeply would attract the scrutiny of the celestial order, potentially resulting in a backlash from the very laws they sought to understand. Even your brother Yi, in his previous life, could not fully fathom the laws of the celestial path. Yet, with the celestial secret pill, one could surreptitiously attain a profound understanding of these celestial laws. Do you not see the utility of this celestial secret pill? Su Yi remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. Indeed, it is useful, the maiden exclaimed, her head nodding vigorously, her eyes alight with excitement. Wait, she suddenly interjected, as if a thought had struck her. If this celestial secret pill is so formidable, why would your sister bestow its formula as a prize for the victor of the grand event? Is she not concerned that other cultivators might seize it? Chapter 138. The Temple of Death. Commencement of alchemy. Upon hearing the maiden's perplexity, Su Yi merely smiled, considering that even the current leader of the Alchemist Alliance, who is arguably the most formidable figure in the alchemical arts within the entire Wild Heaven domain, cannot comprehend this recipe. Do you truly believe that an ordinary cultivator could grasp it? Indeed. The maiden nodded in agreement. Then why does your senior sister linger here? Perhaps she believes I am not dead, or maybe she seeks to unravel her own emotional turmoil. To harbor a lingering thought? Su Yi speculated tentatively, before gently shaking his head. Enough of that. While we remain in the Alchemist Alliance for these few days, we shall take full advantage of the spiritual herbs available to us. Let us see if we can succeed in concocting this heavenly mechanism pill. Yes, indeed. The maiden nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, in the Wild Heaven domain, within a realm saturated with the essence of death, lay the ominous Black Earth Dead Mountain, a place that instills trepidation in the hearts of all cultivators. In this darkened domain stood an imposing grand hall, where a woman clad in a black gown languidly rested her chin in her hand, her beautiful eyes radiating resentment as she gazed at the figure before her, a woman in a green gown, audaciously occupying her throne. Mu Wanqing, must you truly remain here with me? The black-gowned woman inquired. As the illustrious Empress of Medicines, is there truly no other refuge for you across the 9 domains? Unperturbed by the incessant complaints of the woman in black, the green-gowned figure slowly opened her enchanting eyes, offering a faint smile. In the vast expanse of the 9 domains, where else could be as comfortable as your temple of death? Is that so? The black-gowned woman was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope, before she broke into a silly grin. Hee. I knew it. This divine temple is indeed the most comfortable place. Indeed, the green-gowned woman concurred, effortlessly soothing the black-gowned lady as if she were a child. Truly, those from the heavenly palace possess an uncanny talent for placating the naive. Mu Wanqing is an example. As is Su Yi, a certain maiden in white cast a discerning gaze, pondering, something feels amiss. At that moment, the black-gowned woman finally regained her composure, her expression laden with melancholy. You have been consuming my resources during your stay. My black earth dead mountain is nearly impoverished because of you. This must be accounted for, along with your little junior brother. As she spoke, the black-gowned lady became increasingly agitated. You have exploited my deathly laws, the imperial artifacts aligned with those laws, and drained my black earth dead mountain of its abundant pure death energy. You have even carted away several shovels of the dead soil. None of this has been compensated. My black earth dead mountain is truly destitute. I usually rely on those ignorant cultivators for support, yet they have ceased visiting of late. After all this time, you still remember? The green-gowned woman regarded her with unexpected surprise. Upon hearing the mention of little junior brother, she could not help but let out a soft sigh. Moreover, the junior disciple merely took away a few shovels of iron. A few shovels? Suddenly transformed into countless miles of iron shovels? The woman in the black dress scoffed. The woman in the green dress replied, "This is typical of the junior disciple. Let him return these on his own accord. Furthermore, add my portion to the junior disciple's tab." The woman in the black dress retorted, "Are all of you from the celestial palace so shameless? He is dead. How can he repay? What a perfect case of a dead man with no accounts to settle." The woman in black crossed her arms and let out a cold snort. Just as the woman in green was about to say something further, she suddenly furrowed her brows, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her beautiful eyes, leaving her momentarily stunned. Mu Wanqing, do not pretend to be dead. Seeing her frozen in place, the woman in black frowned and waved her hand in front of her. I seem to sense the presence of the junior disciple. After a long while, the woman in green finally took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, a glimmer of excitement appearing in her beautiful eyes. What? That fellow's aura? How could this be? He has been dead for so many years, and in such a tragic manner, with both body and soul obliterated. It is impossible for him to still be alive. The woman in black was taken aback and immediately shook her head. However, it seems my elixir recipe has been stirred. That recipe contains my magical arts, and only one person can see through it in the 9 domains. And that is the junior disciple. As she spoke, the tone of the woman in green was filled with confidence and assurance. As the Empress of Medicine, she had the right to say such things. No, I must go and see, the woman in green declared, attempting to rise from the throne. However, as she moved, a mouthful of blood spurted forth, her complexion turning pale. Upon witnessing this, the woman in black quickly supported her. You should conserve your strength. The heavenly causality within your body has yet to be eliminated. It is best to remain in my death hall. If your junior disciple is indeed alive, he will naturally come to find you. After all, you have sacrificed so much for him. Although that fellow is somewhat detestable, he has indeed treated you well. Hearing this, the woman in green slightly nodded. Then I shall patiently await the arrival of the junior disciple. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. When the results of this Alchemist Alliance Grand Assembly were announced, the cultivators of the Wild Heaven domain could hardly contain their restlessness, for the champion of this assembly was not one of the Alchemist Alliance's prodigies. Instead, it was a prodigy from a first-rate power, the Xuantian Holy Sect, Luo Qinghuan. This was truly a rarity. After all, in terms of alchemy, the prodigies of the Alchemist Alliance had always overshadowed all others in the Wild Heaven domain. What was even more astonishing was that the young girl had refined a grand sage pill instantly. This left many powerful factions astonished. prompting them to urgently seek information about this young woman. However, those who were already aware of her name could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Did she truly attend the Alchemist Alliance's Grand Assembly to procure goods? Meanwhile, amidst the astonishment of various factions, the young woman was diligently gathering resources in the Alchemist Alliance's medicinal fields, successfully locating all the necessary herbs for crafting the celestial mechanism pill. She then planted these herbs in the longevity herb field within the Kunlun realm. According to the rather unpleasant Su Yi, only after they advanced and enhanced their efficacy could the process of concocting the celestial mechanism pill commence. Furthermore, it should be reiterated that this narrative is centered around a singular female lead. The relationship with the senior sister is one of familial affection, thus ruling out any notions of a harem or ambiguous romantic entanglements. Chapter 139. The conspiracy of the extreme Demon Valley. As the fierce wife and her bandit husband were preparing the heavenly secret pill, in the desolate realms of the western wilderness, within the extreme demon land, a troubling query arose. Why was it that the victor of the Alchemy Alliance Grand Convention was once again this woman named Luo Qinghuan? The master of the extreme Demon Valley furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. The first time she entered the secret realm of the divine weapon Emperor, she disrupted their plans, and although the Valley Master considered it mere coincidence, could this second occurrence also be attributed to chance? Moreover, was this woman not dabbling in too many fields? First, the divine weapon secret realm, and now the art of alchemy? What of Dan Xianhan? Hadn't he, the Valley Master, bestowed upon him the demonic power of Master Yao Tianma? Shouldn't he have easily subdued those youngsters of the Alchemy Alliance with such power? How could he have been outperformed by Luo Qinghuan? The master of the extreme Demon Valley furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing toward the elder responsible for the Alchemy Alliance convention. How could Dan Xianhan, clearly possessing advantages, still fail? Truly pathetic. Dan Xianhan lamented. Woo, the opponent also had advantages, and her advantages specifically countered mine. The elder of the extreme Demon Valley hesitated before responding. According to reports from the Alchemy Alliance, Dan Xianhan did not even appear at the convention and did not participate at all. What? The master of the extreme Demon Valley's expression shifted dramatically. Where is Dan Xianhan? I don't know. We are still searching, the elder replied weakly. The master of the extreme Demon Valley retorted. You were tasked with ensuring he attended the Alchemy Alliance convention, and yet you managed to lose him? Found him. Reporting to the Valley Master, we have located Dan Xianhuan's lifeless body. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency rang out from outside the hall, and soon an elder rushed in, cradling a seemingly drained corpse. The gazes of the assembly turned towards the body, and from its features, it was unmistakably Dan Xianhan. How did he meet his end? The master of the extreme Demon Valley frowned, incredulous that he had been so woefully inadequate, only to find that he was indeed dead. This was discovered several hundred miles from the Alchemy Alliance, the elder explained hastily. According to the elders of the Alchemy Alliance, that area is known for bandit activity. Are you implying that our prodigy from the extreme Demon Valley was ambushed by bandits before even reaching the Alchemy Alliance convention? The Master's face clouded with anger. Who would believe such a tale? It appears to be the case. The elder nodded, offering an explanation. It seems the storage ring on Dan Xianhan was completely looted, and even his source of cultivation and soul essence was entirely drained. This must have been the work of the bandits. The master of the extreme Demon Valley frowned deeply. However, if Guhi were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be bewildered. The old man recalls that when he discarded the corpse, he did not disturb the wealth, cultivation, or the essence of the soul that lay upon it. A certain bandit remarked, "Lo girl, surely no one would be so idle as to traverse the void in stealth, scavenging treasures and assisting that Dan Xianhan in purifying the corpse, would they?" A maiden clad in white chimed in. Indeed, who would be so bored? Alas, it matters not. The Lord of Extreme Demon Valley shook his head. Since the prescription of the Empress of medicinal herbs had fallen into the hands of that Luo Qinghuan, they must devise a means to reclaim it. Furthermore, have we uncovered the whereabouts of the Empress of medicinal herbs? Reporting to the Valley Lord, the shadowy messenger stated. The Empress has concealed herself within the desolate Black Earth Mountain. The Lord of Extreme Demon Valley narrowed his eyes. Oh, the Black Earth Mountain, a zone of life prohibitions? Do you think hiding in such a forbidden area deters my heavenly demon clan from acting? Ridiculous. Valley Lord, are we finally to take action against her? The fact that she has been driven to hide in the Black Earth Mountain, seeking the protection of the goddess of death, indicates that her karmic ties with the heavenly Tao have become exceedingly grave. If we do not act now, when shall we? The Lord of Extreme Demon Valley nodded. However, the life prohibition zone is no trifling matter. Even ordinary Emperor-level powers face peril within. It seems we must summon some of the ancient ancestors from the heavenly demon clan to intervene. In mere days, the cycle of life will be upon the Black Earth Mountain. That day shall be the weakest for this forbidden zone, and on that day, we shall seize the Empress of medicinal herbs. Then, we will gradually ensnare all remnants of the heavenly palace. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Dan Alliance, Gui had just concluded a meeting with several elders when he waved them off. At that moment, one elder approached and whispered, "Alliance Master, Qingzhu mentioned that Miss Luo wishes to borrow our alchemy platform, and I was sent to inform you." "Let her be," Gui dismissed with a wave of his hand. However, he soon sensed something amiss and quickly looked up. "Wait, did you just say who needed to use it?" "Luo." "Miss Luo? What is it?" The elder was taken aback. "What? Miss Luo intends to refine pills." Gui finally grasped the situation, his expression shifting dramatically, and he hastily called back the departing elders of the Dan Alliance. "Do not leave just yet. Quickly, summon all disciples and elders to the alchemy platform to observe Miss Luo's pill refining techniques." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Dan Alliance were momentarily stunned. While it was understandable to allow disciples to observe, among them were those capable of concocting Grand Saint pills. Their mastery of alchemy should rival that of the young lady. Surely, it was unnecessary to watch a junior refine pills, was it? However, Gui merely uttered 5 words in response. "You know nothing at all." Chapter 140, Devouring the Heavenly Path? Gui was astonished by the Alchemy Alliance. At this moment, the alchemy platform was surrounded by disciples of the Alchemy Alliance. Their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What was happening? I was just refining a pill, an imperial-grade elixir, so close to success, only to be interrupted by the elder, causing my refinement to fail. Indeed, I was engrossed in studying the diagram of the enchantress, and before I could even put on my trousers, my master summoned me. Another disciple of the Alchemy Alliance chimed in. As these words were spoken, curious glances were cast around. "Oh, it seems he really isn't dressed. Oh, brother is quite modest. What on earth is going on? It appears we are not alone. Even the elders seem to have gathered. I heard they want us to observe the alchemy at the platform." "What? Observe the alchemy? Could it be that the Alliance leader is personally refining pills? This is the most elite alchemist in the Wasteland domain. Observing him could truly enhance our understanding of the alchemical arts." Upon hearing this, the disciples' eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, just then, one disciple suddenly noticed Gu He and a group of elders appearing on the high platform in the distance. Wasn't the Alliance leader supposed to refine pills? Why is he over there? Who is the one refining? Upon seeing Gu He, the disciples were momentarily stunned. Moreover, the Alliance leader was not refining pills, but rather sitting aside, intently observing. Who could be the one refining? A wave of confusion and curiosity washed over the disciples of the Alchemy Alliance. At that moment, a figure in a white dress suddenly appeared on the alchemy platform. Is that Miss Luo, who triumphed at the recent Alchemy Alliance Grand Gathering? Soon, as the white-dressed girl appeared, some disciples recognized her identity with astonishment. Could it be that the divine figure refining pills is actually Miss Luo? This revelation caused an uproar among the crowd. Indeed, Miss Luo possessed remarkable talent in alchemy, able to refine great saint pills at such a young age. But was it enough to warrant our presence for observation? After all, some elders of the Alchemy Alliance could also refine great saint pills, and their observation yielded no significant improvement. Moreover, it seemed unlikely that the elders, and even Gu He himself, would personally attend to observe. One might think that the Empress of Medicine had come to refine pills. On the high platform, not far from the alchemy platform, the elders of the Alchemy Alliance were equally perplexed by this situation. As esteemed elders of the Alchemy Alliance, why should they observe a junior refining pills? Wouldn't this undermine their dignity? However, when they looked at Gu He, they noticed that he bore an exceptionally grave expression, his serious gaze fixed on the girl in white, as if he were eager to discern every single movement she made while refining. Among all present, the mastery of alchemy in the ancient river is unparalleled. Only he comprehends the terrifying nature of a young girl entering the realm of alchemy. Yet out of a desire to protect her, he cannot reveal the truth to the public, instead choosing to solemnly caution everyone, pay attention. Do not be arrogant. Miss Luo's talent in alchemy is on par with any of yours. What? Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Alchemy Alliance were momentarily taken aback, their previously indifferent demeanor gradually shifting to seriousness. The leader must have his reasons for such a statement. Could it be that the young girl in the white dress is not as simple as they had imagined? At this moment, upon the alchemy platform, the girl thought to herself, is it really necessary for so many to observe the making of a mere pill? Watching the grand spectacle organized by the Alchemy Alliance, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. The reason she chose not to practice secretly was due to Su Ye's suggestion that concocting such elixirs is best performed on the alchemy platform, where it can gather more spiritual energy, enhancing the potency of the pills produced. How about it? Will you come, or shall it be your brother Yi? Su Yi inquired with a smile, seemingly unfazed. The girl pondered for a moment, glancing at the throngs of onlookers, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of her mouth, revealing a mischievous grin. You come. With so many witnesses, she intended to showcase just how remarkable the insufferable Su Yi truly is. Upon displaying her cunning, Luo Qinghuan acquires an alchemical faith card, elevating the understanding of alchemy among those around her, which in turn will reflect back on her. Will you invest? The host gains darkening points. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. Oh, with a raised eyebrow at the system's announcement, he chose to invest without hesitation. Investment successful. The heavenly mechanism pill crafted by the host will receive a slight enhancement. It can not only shield against the heavenly path, but also allow the host to absorb the powers of the heavenly path. The system's voice reverberated in his mind once more. Absorb the powers of the heavenly path? Su Yi narrowed his eyes. The karmic consequences experienced by his seniors could indeed be considered a form of heavenly path power, right? Could he then also consume these? With this thought, Su Yi ceased to hesitate. Once he concocted the pill, all would be revealed. All right, my dear Luo, let your brother Yi take the stage, he said with a light chuckle. The girl obediently nodded. As her beautiful eyes changed with anticipation, unbeknownst to her, Su Yi had quietly taken control of her body. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary of her soul, the little white-dressed spirit widened her eyes, resting her chin on her hands, filled with eagerness, her sparkling gaze fixed on Su Yi. She had set up her little stool, ready to witness the astonishment that the insufferable Su Yi would bring forth. Seeing this scene, Su Yi could only smile helplessly. Since it had come to this, he would have to display a glimpse of his prowess. In an instant, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Su Yi slowly retrieved a sacred-grade alchemical furnace from his storage ring. Taking a deep breath, flames erupted within the furnace, heralding the commencement of the alchemical process. Observing this, Gui wore a solemn expression and quickly turned his attention to the scene. Although with the ancient scroll bestowed upon him by Miss Luo, he might, after several millennia, reach the realm of alchemy. Witnessing Miss Luo's alchemical mastery could potentially save him several hundred years. Yet, he remained curious about the elixir she intended to concoct. At this moment, he was unaware that Luo Qinghuan had already comprehended the imperial-grade formula. Suddenly, Gui was taken aback, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the young girl at the alchemical platform. The moment the flames blazed within the furnace, he distinctly sensed a shift in the girl's demeanor, as if she were no longer merely a maiden, but rather the embodiment of an ancient emperor. At this juncture, the essence of the Tao and the rhythm of alchemy began to coalesce around her, and faintly, a figure seemed to materialize. Gui peered intently, his pupils constricting in surprise. What was this? Chapter 141. The Emperor's Alchemy? The fragrance enraptures all what is happening. Why do I suddenly feel the profound essence of the Tao of alchemy intensifying around me? Moreover, it appears that this essence is gravitating towards Miss Luo. Before long, an elder of the Alchemy Alliance also perceived the rich Tao essence surrounding the young girl. Goodness! Look quickly. What is that behind Miss Luo? At that moment, a disciple of the Alchemy Alliance gasped in astonishment, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. As countless Tao essences manifested around the girl, they coalesced into an exceedingly colossal figure clad in black, standing ominously behind her. The appearance of this imposing shadow left everyone present utterly astounded, and they felt an overwhelming aura of imperial might. Strangely, when this shadow emerged, they sensed a disturbance within their own alchemical pathways, a wave that seemed to emanate fear, as if this towering figure could seize their very essence at any moment. Who is this? The oppressive aura is terrifying. This figure not only possesses unparalleled strength, but also represents the pinnacle of alchemical mastery, giving me the impression that he is even mightier than the Alliance leader. An elder of the Alchemy Alliance couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Stronger than the Alliance leader?" Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Alliance were taken aback, for in their understanding, He was the most formidable alchemist they had ever encountered. Yet, the elders were suggesting that this shadow surpassed even the Alliance leader? Who is this person? Miss Luo? Among the disciples, the beautiful-eyed Di Qingzhu gazed in astonishment at the girl in white on the alchemy platform. Each time she believed Miss Luo to be extraordinary, the girl would surpass her expectations. Initially, she thought Miss Luo's talent for cultivation was exceptional, only for her to subsequently demonstrate the aptitude to refine the Great Saint Pill. Just when Di Qingzhu thought that was the pinnacle, Miss Luo ascended to the coveted realm of alchemical awakening that He yearned for. And now, she had even attracted the Tao essence, summoning the ethereal presence of a mysterious emperor. This left her feeling increasingly perplexed about the girl before her. Alliance leader, what is this colossal figure? The elders of the Alchemy Alliance could not help but inquire upon witnessing the scene. At this moment, Guhi's expression was gravely serious. His gaze was fixed intently on the magnificent, shadowy figure before him. Although the figure bore no discernible face, he could sense a familiar aura. It could not be mistaken. It was undoubtedly the most illustrious of our human emperors, the fierce bandit emperor. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his alchemical prowess was also among the finest in the 9 domains, even surpassing that of the Empress of Medicine. Gui sighed, his tone grave as he spoke slowly. The fierce bandit. Emperor? The moment those words escaped his lips, the elders of the Dan Alliance could not help but draw a sharp breath. It was this formidable entity. No wonder the imperial aura was so terrifying. No wonder their Taoist alchemical resonance had just manifested with such fluctuations, trembling in fear of being plundered. If this entity was indeed present, then everything made sense. However, how could Miss Luo summon the manifestation of such an existence? Could it be that Miss Luo's mastery of the alchemy realm had reached such an exquisite level? Exquisite enough to evoke the phantom of the creator of the alchemy realm? Observing this scene, Gui furrowed his brow in speculation. Yet, he could not fathom that it was not Miss Luo Qinghuan's proficiency that had summoned the phantom of the bandit emperor, but rather, the bandit emperor resided within the young girl herself. Boom. At that moment, as the Taoist alchemical resonance emerged, the girl slowly retrieved from her storage ring several medicinal herbs that exuded a rich fragrance. These are the medicinal herbs from our Dan Alliance's herb field? However, why do they seem to be of such a high grade? Witnessing this scene, the members of the Dan Alliance were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, these were the herbs from the Dan Alliance's fields, albeit slightly enhanced by Su Yi in the longevity herb field. At this moment, the herbs floated before the girl, yet she chose not to cast them into the alchemical furnace ablaze with flames. Just as everyone was filled with curiosity, they suddenly noticed that the imposing figure clad in black behind the girl had moved. With a wave of its massive hand, a medicinal herb was tossed into the roaring flames of the alchemical furnace. Subsequently, one herb after another was cast into the furnace under the shadow of that black-clad figure. This is the Emperor assisting in alchemy? Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the Dan Alliance members turned exceedingly peculiar. What on earth? It can be done this way? Is this proxy refining? Could it be that Miss Luo intends to concoct an Emperor-grade elixir? One elder of the Dan Alliance could not help but exclaim, "An Emperor-grade elixir? How could that be possible?" The others instinctively thought, "Boom." However, when all the medicinal herbs were placed into the furnace by that colossal figure, the furnace suddenly emitted a thunderous roar, and then countless Taoist alchemical resonances erupted, transforming into dazzling beams of golden light. This is an Emperor-grade elixir? Seeing this, Guhi's pupils contracted. Could it be that Miss Luo has already comprehended the formula for the Emperor-grade elixir? What? The faces of the Dan Alliance members changed dramatically as they all turned their gaze towards the elder who had just spoken. "You old rascal. Did you speak a truth that should not be spoken?" The elder was also taken aback. It shouldn't be. Could it be that I truly possess such capability? If so, I could have 7. Miss Luo, How did you suddenly gain the ability to concoct emperor-grade elixirs? Such rapid progress? Or could it be that upon entering the alchemy realm, one can elevate their alchemical grade? At this moment, the brows of Guha furrowed deeply, prompting his speculation. After all, having never ventured into the realm of Dan, he could only rely on conjecture regarding its formidable nature. At this moment, as the Tianji Dan was being refined, countless nuances of the Dan Dao emerged. Simultaneously, Su Yi also activated the Dan Dao Faith card. When the members of the Dan Alliance sensed the resonance of the Dan Dao, they were unexpectedly aware that their own mastery of the Dan Dao seemed to be advancing. What? Just as the leader had claimed, observing Miss Luo refined pills truly enhances one's Dan Dao? How astonishing. Who was it that just remarked that watching the younger generation refine pills was beneath them? Ahem, I never said such a thing. In an instant, the members of the Dan Alliance were struck by a sudden realization. As their understanding deepened, they continuously imparted their newfound insights to the young girl. Su Yi is indeed remarkable, heh? Witnessing this scene, a little spirit in a white dress pouted and giggled foolishly. Meanwhile, within the Dan furnace, the Tianji Dan was gradually taking shape. Chapter 142, The Super Promotion Truly Burnt Money. Amidst the continuous gasps of astonishment from those around, both the disciples of the Alchemy Alliance and the esteemed elders were taken aback, realizing that while observing the young lady refine pills, they themselves were also gaining insights. Miss Luo is indeed remarkable. Di Qingzhu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, one would not expect that witnessing Miss Luo's alchemical prowess would yield such profound rewards. Even my long-stagnant skills in alchemy have seen a significant advancement. Li Qingyang could not help but exclaim. The first time he encountered Luo Qinghuan was in the mystic realm of divine weapons. At that time, the young girl, with her astonishing talent, secured 10 sacred artifacts and earned the recognition of the divine weapon emperor, leaving a lasting impression on him. Yet, he never anticipated that her alchemical talent would be equally formidable. Miss Luo's mastery of alchemy has surpassed our capabilities, and she has even outstripped some of the elders. Li Qingyang sighed in awe. Di Qingzhu beside him nodded in agreement, initially believing Miss Luo to be a peer, only to realize she was a predecessor of predecessors. Goodness, a direct super promotion. Under the enhancement of the Alchemy Faith card, Di Qingzhu has gained insights into alchemy, thereby enriching Luo Qinghuan's profound mastery of the Tao of alchemy. Under the enhancement of the Alchemy Faith card, Li Qingyang has gained insights into alchemy, thereby enriching Luo Qinghuan's profound mastery of the Tao of alchemy. At this moment, with the system's voice resonating in her mind, the young lady's alchemical path was continually being elevated. Luo Qinghuan's alchemical mastery has reached an extraordinary realm. Simultaneously, a heaven's mechanism pill was gradually taking shape within the alchemical furnace. Just as this pill was on the verge of completion, the essence of creation coalesced in the heavens and earth. Is this the initiation of pill formation? Is Miss Luo about to enter this realm? Or is it that extraordinary being who will initiate it? Observing this scene, Gu He's expression turned gravely serious, intently focusing his gaze on the young lady and the immense shadow cloaked in black behind her. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. Could it be that his inability to reach the realm of pill formation was due to the absence of that formidable presence? As Gu He attentively observed, the colossal shadow behind the young lady suddenly reached out a mighty hand towards the heavens, causing a multitude of golden lights to converge directly towards the pill within the furnace. In an instant, the fourth step of pill formation was completed. Witnessing this, Gu He felt his lips twitch in disbelief. The supreme realm he had pursued for tens of thousands of years seemed to be achieved with such simplicity and brutality by that being. The disparity is simply too vast. Boom. With the influx of creation into the furnace, the golden light blazed brilliantly, and an imperial-grade heaven-s mechanism pill was successfully refined. Phew. After a long hiatus from refining, I felt somewhat out of practice. Nevertheless, it turned out tolerably well. As the alchemical flames extinguished, Su Yi inhaled deeply and stored the heaven-s mechanism pill from the furnace. All done. Little Luo, your elder brother has completed his task. Su Yi quietly relinquished control of his body back to the young girl, and as the expression in her eyes shifted, the immense figure cloaked in black behind her gradually faded away. After a considerable time had passed, The members of the Alchemy Alliance surrounding the alchemy platform finally emerged from their stunned silence. Miss Luo, what you just concocted. Was it the Imperial-grade elixir formula? Once He regained his composure, he turned in astonishment towards the girl at the alchemy platform. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan, with an unflushed face and steady heart, nodded slightly with an air of calm. Had it been in the past, her cheeks would have flushed crimson, for in truth, it was the insufferable Su Yi who had crafted the elixir, but after spending so much time with him, she had long been influenced by his ways. Who was she to Su Yi? His pretensions were equivalent to her own. To think even I could not fathom the complexity of that formula. Yet Miss Luo could see through it. Upon hearing the girl's affirmation, He involuntarily inhaled sharply, marveling at her insight. Of course, after all, I am somewhat superior to Senior He, the girl replied with utmost seriousness, nodding once more. He's face darkened, his lips twitching slightly, before he cleared his throat to change the subject. Ahem. Since the elixir has been successfully crafted, I hope Miss Luo will continue to stay in our alchemy alliance for the time being. I shall also hasten to create that puppet during this period. He refrained from inquiring about the nature of the elixir produced from the imperial-grade formula, recognizing that without understanding the formula itself, even if Luo Qinghuan explained it, he would likely remain in the dark and thus spare himself the humiliation. The girl nodded gently. In the days that followed, under Su Ye's guidance, Luo Qinghuan embarked on a period of focused cultivation within the Alchemy Alliance. He, keeping his promise, began crafting the Imperial Corpse puppet, seemingly making swift progress. As the girl often heard the anguished cries of the Alliance's elder echoing through the night. Alliance Master, please stop. If you continue, our alliance will truly go bankrupt. We have already sold numerous elixirs to purchase spirit stones, even liquidating the secret collections of our disciples, yet it is still insufficient. The cost of crafting this puppet is exorbitantly high. Hearing these cries, the girl couldn't help but reflect on the situation. The process of creating this puppet was indeed financially taxing. While she felt sympathy for the plight, she also felt fortunate. After all, she was enjoying the benefits without cost. Chapter 143, Black General, please hold on, urgent need for supplies. After several days, observing the desolate Alliance treasury, the elders of the Pill Alliance felt their hearts sink in despair. Ultimately, the Pill Alliance had fallen into poverty. At this moment, in a tranquil courtyard of the Pill Alliance, a young girl sat cross-legged, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. With a deep breath, her aura surged dramatically. And after a while, it seemed she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Luo Qinghuan has ascended to the 9th star of the transformation realm. The host's soul strength has similarly received a notification. Current realm is the pinnacle of the great being realm. In Su Ye's mind, the system's voice echoed continuously. Oh, another breakthrough? Su Yi yawned leisurely, a relaxed expression gracing his features. The method by which this girl, Luo, cultivated allowed him to grow stronger as well. It was simply delightful. Su Yi, look, I'm almost at the great being realm. The girl pouted her lips, beaming with pride as she spoke to Su Yi. Her expression seemed to implore, hurry, praise me. Being under 20 and already a formidable presence in the great being realm was an unparalleled achievement across the entire Tianxian 9 domains. Observing her look of unbridled pride, Su Yi chuckled softly, mediocre at best, just barely, not as good as your elder brother Yi. You smelly Su Yi. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan couldn't help but pout her rosy lips. Haha. In his mind, Su Yi teased the girl, laughing heartily. Hearing the playful laughter of that shameless rogue, the girl fell silent, merely narrowing her beautiful eyes. Endure. Once that smelly Su Yi reconstructs his body, I will make sure he pays for it. She vowed to turn the tables and seize control. Knock, knock. Just then, outside the courtyard, a series of knocks were accompanied by the voice of Di Qingzhu. Miss Luo, Master has asked me to take you to the main hall. It seems the Emperor's corpse puppet has been successfully refined. I'm coming. Shortly, the girl replied and opened the courtyard door. Upon witnessing the white-clad girl stepping out and sensing her recently enhanced, formidable aura, Di Qingzhu was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in surprise. Miss Luo, have you broken through again? Why the word again? Because in the nearly half-month's time, she often visited to provide the girl with spiritual herbs. During this period, the girl's cultivation seemed to strengthen every few days, which left her astonished. Yes, Luo Qinghuan lightly nodded, affirming with a gentle hum. Miss Luo's talent is indeed extraordinary. Di Qingzhu couldn't help but exclaim. Such a terrifying aptitude for cultivation would likely drive even her cultivation-obsessed royal brother to madness with envy. Mediocre at best, just barely. The girl slightly shook her head. Uffed. Hearing this, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was truly a quick learner. Di Qingzhu. This is somewhat acceptable, I suppose. Miss Luo, please follow me. The young girl nodded. At this moment, she was also somewhat eager to see the imperial corpse puppet. Soon, Luo Qinghuan followed Di Qingzhu to the Great Hall of the Dan Alliance, where Gu He had long been waiting. Miss Luo, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the girl approach, Gu He immediately greeted her with a smile. The imperial corpse puppet that I promised to forge for you has been completed. With that, Gu He waved his hand, and a figure shrouded in a black robe, exuding an aura of solemnity and menace, emerged. It was indeed the imperial corpse puppet he had crafted. Is this the imperial corpse puppet? Luo Qinghuan gazed with curiosity. The puppet, after Gu He's refinement, bore no resemblance to the original corpse. Not only was its appearance concealed beneath the black robe, but its very presence was imbued with a chilling aura, standing there like a heartless assassin. Miss Luo, you may now bestow a name upon this puppet and establish a connection with its spirit, Gu He said with a smile. After all, it would be rather cumbersome to refer to it as the imperial corpse puppet indefinitely. A name? Luo Qinghuan raised her delicate brows, momentarily perplexed, for she was rather inept at naming. If she were to have children in the future, they would likely be named something as simplistic as Su Xiaoming for a boy or Su Xiaomei for a girl. Wait a moment. Why does it feel like something isn't quite right? The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes and ultimately posed the question to the insufferable Su Yi. A name for the imperial corpse puppet? Su Yi pondered for a moment before finally conjuring a formidable name. How about we call it Black General, Stay Thy Hand? Black General, Stay Thy Hand. The girl was taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She immediately inquired of Su Yi. Is there a particular significance to this name? Su Yi chuckled and explained, Black General is the title, and Stay Thy Hand is the name. If you engage in combat, simply shout Stay Thy Hand, while the opponent is momentarily stunned, allowing the imperial corpse puppet to strike with lethal precision, an advantageous double whammy. The young girl. So that is how it is. I've learned something new. Taking a deep breath, she made a resolute decision. Oh, may I ask what name Miss Luo has chosen for this imperial corpse puppet? Observing Luo Qinghuan's apparent contemplation, both Gu He and Di Qingzhu looked on with curiosity. Stay Thy Hand. The young girl parted her crimson lips slightly. What is it? Hearing this, Gu He and Di Qingzhu were momentarily taken aback. Witnessing this scene, the girl's eyes sparkled even brighter. Indeed, it was effective. The insufferable Su Ye's idea proved fruitful. No, this is merely the name of the puppet. Black General. Stay Thy Hand. The girl shook her head and then proceeded to establish a connection with the puppet's spirit. Meanwhile, beside her, hearing the words of the young girl, Gu He and Di Qingzhu could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, momentarily taken aback. Miss Luo refers to this puppet as wait a moment. Then during battles with cultivators, does that mean? Goodness, is this really a possibility? I have spent the better part of my life crafting puppets, yet I never conceived that they could be utilized in such a manner. Remarkable, truly remarkable, although it does carry a certain ominous undertone. The expressions of the two transformed into a spectacle, particularly Gu He, who appeared to be in a state of delayed realization. Miss Luo, the method of operation for this puppet is rather peculiar. It cannot engage in combat at any time and place like a cultivator. It requires energy to sustain its function. Thus, puppets generally entail considerable expenses, especially since it is a corpse-level puppet. At this moment, Gu He hastily interjected, Energy? What sort of energy? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows, having inquired beforehand to ensure that Su Yi could assist her in stockpiling supplies. Spirit stones, Gu He replied. Spirit stones contain a wealth of pure spiritual energy, serving both as a universal currency and as a source of cultivation energy. However, the formation of spirit stones is a particularly prolonged process, which is why I mentioned the expenses. Spirit stones? The young girl's brows knitted slightly. Then, with a flick of her jade hand, a radiant glow emanated from her storage ring. Within the grand hall, a mountain of spirit stones materialized before their eyes. So many spirit stones? Gu He was taken aback, realizing that Miss Luo was rather affluent. Why do these spirit stones seem so familiar? Upon witnessing the pile, Di Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. Ahem. Naturally, they seem familiar. As they were procured from the treasury of the Wujigod dynasty, the girl silently reflected before quietly inquiring. Then, Senior Gu He, how many times can these spirit stones activate the Black General? To activate this corpse puppet at least requires 1,000 spirit stones, sustaining its operation for approximately the duration of an incense stick. Given Miss Luo's current reserve of spirit stones, it could be activated less than a dozen times. Gu He calculated after a glance. Fewer than a dozen times? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's brow furrowed deeper. It appears that replenishing spirit stones is an urgent necessity. After all, she did not wish for Su Yi to handle every matter, as he too would tire. Chapter 144. Has the Emperor been kidnapped? Journey to the Forbidden Zone. The spiritual stones are in urgent demand. Replenishment is necessary. It remains uncertain whether the Black Earth Dead Mountain harbors any fateful treasures related to her and Su Yi. Thus, Luo Qinghuan promptly retracted the Black General, choosing not to test its powers, for utilizing it even once would be somewhat extravagant. She must practice frugality, considering that these spiritual stones were painstakingly acquired by Su Yi. Moreover, this artifact was crafted by a formidable emperor. It is unlikely to be lacking in quality. Beside her, Gu He chuckled and suggested, "Why not give it a try, Miss Luo?" "I lack funds," the young woman replied, shaking her head. Gu He's lips twitched. "What about that enormous pile of spiritual stones you just had? Perhaps you could lend me a bit, senior?" The girl sweetly addressed him, her smile charming yet mischievous. However, Gu He quickly shook his head, realizing that her flattery was merely a ploy for his money. Ahem. I too am somewhat financially constrained. Why not seek assistance from Qingzhu? She is the princess of the Wuji divine dynasty and quite affluent. Their gazes silently shifted towards the nearby Di Qingzhu. Di Qingzhu paused momentarily, then helplessly shook her head at the girl. My father mentioned that the treasury of the Wuji divine dynasty is also depleted. Any intention to lend would be futile. The Wuji divine dynasty is empty as well. Gu He frowned upon hearing this. That shouldn't be the case. Have you also engaged in puppet crafting? Not at all, Di Qingzhu answered, shaking her head once more. How peculiar. As the two murmured, the young woman nearby whistled, adopting an indifferent demeanor, perfectly embodying the adage, wherever a fierce wife and a rogue husband tread, not a blade of grass grows. Whether to attempt it or not seemed inconsequential, as the Black General could indeed exhibit the strength of a one-star spirit emperor. Gu He sighed, expressing a hint of regret. Alas, its cultivation essence has mysteriously vanished. Otherwise, it could at least manifest the power of a two-star spirit emperor. Luo Qinghuan interjected. How could it lack a cultivation essence? I am uncertain. Regardless, what does the mischief of that wretched Su Yi have to do with me, Luo Qinghuan? Well, since the puppet is complete, it is time for us to embark on our journey. The voice of Su Yi resonated in her mind. Yes, indeed. The young woman nodded lightly, then conversed briefly with Gu He and Di Qingzhu. Oh, are you planning to set off at this very moment, Miss Luo? Considering the time, we have only a few days until the day of the Black Earth Dead Mountain's life cycle. Departing now seems appropriate. Gu He nodded, adding, allow me to escort you to the Black Earth Dead Mountain. The treatment afforded to the young woman was indeed enviable. No matter where she went, she was accompanied by a powerful emperor. Thank you for your kind offer, Senior Gu He, but it is unnecessary. However, Luo Qinghuan shook her head in response. With the void vessel at her disposal, there was ample time. According to the words of that insufferable Su Yi, the speed of the great emperors was so swift that they might easily miss opportunities along the way. Since there was no rush, it would be best to adhere to Miss Luo's plans. Upon hearing the young lady's words, Gu He nodded slightly and did not press further. Miss Luo, I have informed my father about your intention to journey to the Black Earth Death Mountain. Unfortunately, he is occupied with matters of the divine dynasty and will not be able to accompany you. However, should you encounter any peril, you may shatter the imperial jade pendant, and my father will come to your aid, added Di Qingzhu, who stood nearby. Understood, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, and then, under the gaze of the two, she exited the grand hall and summoned the void vessel. Is this the void vessel bestowed upon you by my father? Di Qingzhu squinted her beautiful eyes at the somewhat familiar flying artifact. Senior Gu He, I shall take my leave now, the young lady said, stepping onto the vessel and waving goodbye to the two. Soon after, she activated the void vessel, and in an instant, the colossal warship tore through the void, vanishing before their eyes. Is the speed of the void vessel truly so astonishing? Di Qingzhu expressed her confusion as she witnessed this incredible velocity. Even Gu He could not help but marvel, noting that the speed of this sacred artifact was comparable to that of imperial-grade items. Qingzhu, Gu He said, squinting at the departing figure of Luo Qinghuan, suddenly calling out to Di Qingzhu. Yes? Di Qingzhu furrowed her brows in curiosity. Quickly prepare some life-reviving pills for me. These pills can ward off the deathly aura. I have a premonition that the Black Earth Death Mountain will soon be thrown into chaos by Miss Luo, and many cultivators will seize the opportunity to enter and seek fortunes. If we sell these life-reviving pills, we might make a considerable profit, Gu He said, stroking his long beard with foresight. Indeed, the most common merchants are those who refine pills. This statement rings true. Indeed, Di Qingzhu nodded slightly. It is regrettable that Miss Luo departed in haste. Otherwise, I could have provided her with a few life-reviving pills of the great sage rank to help her fend off the deathly aura of the Black Earth Death Mountain. Gu He sighed as he gazed at the storage ring in his hand. However, the next moment, the gentle, melodic laughter of the young lady echoed. I am not in a hurry. Senior Gu He, you can give them to me now. Immediately, a crack appeared in the void before the two, and a delicate jade hand suddenly reached out from the rift, gracefully taking the storage ring from Gu He's grasp. Thank you, Senior Gu He. You are a good person, she said, and as her words faded, the rift in the void dissipated, accompanied by a booming sound, as if a void warship was departing. In front of the grand hall, only Gu He and Di Qingzhu remained, standing silently in the wind. Indeed, there are several life elixirs within, but there are also other potions, particularly. Upon realizing this, Gu He's lips twitched. What? Has he been robbed? A great emperor has been robbed? Never mind. It matters little to Miss Luo. After a while, he sighed, not overly concerned. After all, a great emperor wouldn't be so petty. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he often saw a familiar silhouette in the girl. Why must it resemble that particular being? Meanwhile, in the void, a warship sailed towards the junction of the western and southern wilderness. On board the vessel, the girl gazed at the storage ring in her hand, feeling quite pleased. Su Yi was indeed correct. Gradually venturing into the death mountains of the Black Earth, she truly made a significant discovery. Chapter 145, The Dead City of the Forbidden Zone. Do you wish to survive? At the juncture of the western wilderness and the southern wilderness, an aura of desolation pervades the air. For it is here that the infamous life-restricting zone known as the Black Earth Death Mountain resides. Yet, contrasting the surrounding barrenness, a city entirely cloaked in black, with even its gates shrouded in darkness, stands before the foreboding mountain. This place is called the Dead City. Unlike the desolation beyond its walls, the interior of the Dead City teems with practitioners, and merchants can be heard hawking their wares. Although the Black Earth Death Mountain is a zone of peril, numerous cultivators dare to venture within its confines in search of fortune. Should they succeed, they may attain great heights, but failure inevitably leads to demise. Few can resist such temptation. Thus, the Dead City serves as a hub for these practitioners to trade and form alliances. Come and take a look. Our shop has recently developed the Everlasting Life Elixir, capable of warding off the deathly aura of the Black Earth Death Mountain. The merchants' voices filled the air within the Dead City. Oh, can it truly resist the deathly aura? A practitioner questioned skeptically, his gaze fixed intently on a pitch-black pill. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, this appears to be merely a 9th-grade elixir. Can it genuinely fend off the deathly energy? Absolutely, the merchant replied confidently, a smile gracing his face. After all, no one who purchased this elixir has ever returned to lodge a complaint. 0 negative reviews. Does that not attest to its efficacy? If it were ineffective, surely someone would have come back to criticize us. Oh, 0 negative reviews. The practitioner's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then I shall take one. Excellent choice. Would you care to peruse our other offerings? We have various spiritual artifacts that, when paired with this elixir, can also repel the deathly aura, also boasting 0 negative reviews. The merchant continued to promote eagerly. Oh, bring me one of each. The practitioner laughed heartily. Once he had procured all the recommended items, he strode confidently toward another gate of the Dead City, beyond which lay the ominous, swirling deathly energy, the entrance to the Forbidden Realm. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Armed with these items, Wang Tung was resolute in his belief that he would conquer the Black Earth Death Mountain. A mere life-restricting zone cannot deter me, Wang Tung. Yet, another naive fool. Alas, he was blissfully unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. Within the dead city, many cultivators observed this spectacle with cold smirks, casting scornful glances his way. 0 negative reviews. Does that truly indicate the potency of this item? It merely suggests a 100 mortality rate. Can the deceased lodge complaints? However, no one would offer a word of caution in this place. After all, the practitioners who ventured into the Black Earth Death Mountain were merely seeking their own fortunes. As Wang Tung entered, several others stealthily followed, awaiting his inevitable demise, when his possessions would be ripe for the taking. Another gullible soul ensnared. The merchant tucked away the spirit coins, a sly smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared before his stall. Another one? The merchant was taken aback and quickly donned a smile, glancing over. Esteemed friend, might I interest you in? However, as he raised his gaze and beheld the figure before him, his words were abruptly silenced. Before him stood a maiden clad in a white dress, her beauty surpassing that of any woman he had ever encountered. She was so stunning that he felt a pang of reluctance to deceive her. But, fair lady, might I inquire what you seek? I offer only the essentials for the treacherous journey into the Black Earth Dead Mountains, all of which have received nary a negative review. In that fleeting moment, professional integrity triumphed over greed. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators regarded him with newfound respect. Only such a shrewd merchant was worthy of swindling my money. The maiden's enchanting gaze swept across the offerings, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. If there is anything you do not comprehend, perhaps I could offer some guidance. Yet, just as the merchant intended to elaborate, his eyes darted towards a group approaching from a distance. His expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly fell silent. Not far away, a cluster of individuals was making their way toward the maiden. Simultaneously, the faces of the surrounding cultivators paled, their eyes alight with schadenfreude. It was the notorious Black Blood sect. These individuals were infamous within the dead city, and to think they had also arrived here was unexpected. Naturally, with the cycle of life approaching, they would be eager to venture into the Black Earth Dead Mountains. How could they resist? It was a pity for the maiden, so exquisitely beautiful, to dare enter this perilous realm alone. She was likely akin to the recently departed cultivator, having just left her sect. Alas, what a shame! As sighs of lament echoed around, the group clad in black blood robes advanced towards the maiden. Chapter 146. The word death above one's head, or a habitual offender. This young lady, I am the heir of the Black Blood sect. You, alone in the city of death, intend to venture into the Dead Soil Mountain, do you not? Why not accompany us into this forbidden zone? As members of the Black Blood sect approached, the leading youth spoke to the girl in white. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators exchanged glances and could not help but scoff. The heir of the Black Blood sect was utterly deluded. How could a mere second-rate force from the western wilderness dare to enter the Dead Soil Mountain? It was nothing more than a pretext to ambush some cultivators, exploiting them as pawns in their pursuit of fortune within the Dead Soil Mountain. To enter the Dead Soil Mountain with you? Very well. The more, the merrier, surely. There are greater fortunes to be had. Upon hearing the heir's words, the girl in white smiled gracefully and nodded slightly. The heir of the Black Blood sect, upon perceiving her enchanting demeanor, narrowed his eyes, and a look of delight crossed his face. It seemed they had ensnared yet another naive soul. Judging by her appearance and aura, her identity must be extraordinary. The more extraordinary she was, the more of a prize she would be in this city of death. After all, this was a place where life was perilous, and the most reckless of individuals abounded, whether one belonged to a first-rate or top-tier sect. If they could be taken down, they would not hesitate. At worst, when these sects sought vengeance, they would plunge into the realm of death without a care. Once they reached the edge of the Dead Soil Mountain, they would kill and seize treasures. Although she was beautiful, she paled in comparison to the allure of fortune. Once my strength grows formidable, what beautiful women will I not be able to claim? Though perhaps not as striking as this girl before me. At least I would have peace of mind, free from any unforeseen complications. With that, he hastily chimed in, Haha, this young lady speaks wisely. The more people, the greater the opportunities. At that moment, The heir of the Black Blood sect appeared completely oblivious to the fact that the young lady's mention of opportunities was directed at them. Truly, a naive soul. Alas, this unsuspecting lamb had fallen into the hands of the Black Blood sect. How enviable. Witnessing this scene, many cultivators sighed with regret, wishing they had acted sooner. Had they known how easily the girl could be deceived. However, just then, the melodious voice of the girl rang out once more. Why is there a pitch-black character for death above your heads? At her words, the heir of the Black Blood sect and his companions were momentarily taken aback. The character for death? What death character? They exchanged glances, searching each other's heads, but found nothing resembling the death character the girl spoke of. Dear lady, you jest. Although this is the city of death, surely there is no such character appearing above our heads. The heir chuckled and reached out, seemingly intent on leading the young lady away. All right, my lady, it is getting late. Why not accompany us into the mountain? The young girl gracefully stepped back, her delicate fingers pointing at the word death inscribed upon the brow of the Black Blood sect's young master, accompanied by a sweet smile. Behold, is this not the character for death, adorning the head of your esteemed young master? The young master of the Black Blood sect paused, furrowing his brows in confusion. Indeed, there is a character for death upon your head, urged a nearby powerful member of the sect. Unlike before, this time they finally perceived the ominous black character of death upon their young master's forehead, a sight most chilling. What in the world? How could a character for death truly appear upon my brow? The young master hastily retrieved a copper mirror to inspect his reflection. Upon seeing the character, a shock coursed through him. Could it be the influence of the cursed Black Earth Death Mountain? Yet, why had he never heard of this before? Wait, not only you, but also he, and others, bear the character of death upon their heads. At that moment, the members of the Black Blood sect also discovered the ominous mark above them, resulting in a wave of panic. Why do you not have it? The young master questioned, bewildered, as he glanced at the young girl before him, noticing her head was devoid of any such mark. I will not die, so naturally, I bear none, she replied, her exquisite face adorned with a gentle, sweet smile. What do you mean? The young master was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could ponder further, the girl suddenly snapped her fingers. Instantly, a terrifying aura of death erupted above her head, enveloping him completely, as all vitality was consumed in that singular moment. What? So it was you. The young master's expression shifted dramatically as he belatedly grasped the situation. The seemingly benevolent girl was, in fact, a ruthless predator. Young master, how dare you kill our young master? We shall not let this go unpunished. The expressions of the Black Blood sect's warriors soured as they drew their weapons. Yet, suddenly, they were reminded of the character of death looming above their own heads. How fortunate! This character of death was indeed sown by this girl before us. We are beyond salvation. Consequently, the blades that were meant for the girl turned towards the ground, as they silently dug their own graves, lying down within. In an instant, the atmosphere turned somber. As the surrounding cultivators of the Death City witnessed this unexpected turn of events, they fell into a profound silence, gazing at the smiling girl in white. Their pupils were filled with deep terror and trepidation. This was no sweet maiden. She was a cold-blooded female fiend. They had no idea when she had inscribed the character of death upon the heads of the Black Blood sect members. The entire process had been executed without her revealing even a hint of her cultivation, aside from a mere snap of her fingers. How formidable must the young maiden's prowess be to so effortlessly vanquish the formidable members of the Black Blood sect? Hiss! Upon this realization, many cultivators from the Dead City, who had initially set their sights on the girl and now regretted not acting sooner, suddenly changed countenance, gasping in trepidation. As they felt relieved, they hastily made their exit. Yet, they remained oblivious to the sinister aura of death that had stealthily entwined itself around them. Having completed her task, the maiden's expression remained unperturbed, her countenance still adorned with that gentle, sweet smile. Was what Suyi had done acceptable? Indeed it was. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Haha, then I shall reluctantly assist them. Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes fell upon the members of the Black Blood sect as she began to adeptly purify their exhaustion from cultivation, dispel the restless souls, and relieve them of the burdens of their storage rings. Prior to their arrival at the Dead City, Suyi had mentioned to her that such a place was rife with desperate individuals, if one wished to avoid incessant troubles. one must display a ruthless demeanor to instill fear. It appears she has proven sufficiently ruthless, has she not? Heh. As the maiden in white effortlessly absorbed the cultivation essence of the Black Blood sect members, devouring their soul energy and stripping them of all valuables. The cultivators trembled in fear. It was over. She was indeed a habitual offender. Chapter 147. The Eve of Entry, the Blushing Maiden. Having completed all tasks, Luo Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction. Su Yi, we truly are benevolent souls, assisting them in purifying this and that, even guiding them to the afterlife. Alas, where in the world can one find individuals as kind-hearted as us? The maiden declared proudly, hands on her hips. Indeed, Su Yi wholeheartedly agreed. If a nearby cultivator were to overhear this, they might very well spit blood in disbelief. You call this kindness? A great benefactor? The essence of virtue? Su Yi, where shall we go now? Should we enter first? Luo Qinghuan glanced at another gate of the dead city that led to the life-forbidden zone, which loomed dark and foreboding, resembling another realm entirely. There's no rush. The cycle of life will not commence for several hours. For now, you should rest well. Su Yi replied, shaking his head with a smile. All right, Luo Qinghuan obediently nodded. She then ventured into the dead city, casually seeking a corner, where she took out the void vessel and entered its ethereal space. After all, the vessel was equipped with resting quarters, rendering a tavern unnecessary. The inns within the dead city were undoubtedly overpriced and deceitful. It would be wiser to conserve resources for the time being. Once the unseemly Su Yi had his body reforged, she would treat him to some dashing attire. She noticed that his ethereal form was always clad in black. Was Su Yi simply indifferent to fashion? Perhaps. Not to worry. She will be there for him. Inside the chamber of the void vessel, the maiden curled her legs, seated upon the soft bed. In her mind, Su Ye's reminders echoed persistently. Luo girl, you can now consume one of the everlasting life pills crafted by that old man Gu He. Although the cycle of life will weaken the deathly aura of the Black Earth Dead Mountain, do not underestimate it. Your control over the death energy is still somewhat unrefined, so taking an everlasting life pill would be the safest course. However, fear not. Once we encounter the goddess of death, we shall gather some deathly laws. Su Yi chuckled. This happens once every several millennia, so acquiring a bit more should pose no issue, right? All right, Luo Qinghuan gently nodded. She then followed Su Ye's instructions, rummaging through the various storage rings in her possession until she located Elder Gu He's ring. Soon, she unearthed several pills imbued with the essence of eternal life. These must be the pills Su Yi spoke of. Suddenly, the maiden froze, her gaze fixed upon a pitch-black pill emanating a scorching aura. What is this? That's a pure yang pill, used to help male cultivators restore their vitality. Before she could scrutinize it further, Su Ye's exasperated voice rang out. Restore vitality? Shouldn't a restorative pill be a spirit recovery pill? Why is it a pure yang pill? And why is it exclusively for male cultivators? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly, for in certain matters, she had indeed been led astray by Su Yi. However, in other aspects, Su Yi had yet to corrupt her, primarily due to a lack of opportunity. It was rather trivial, as this was a pill meant to be consumed only after matters of intimacy had transpired. Su Yi spoke again, his tone tinged with irritation. Ah, matters of intimacy. Luo Qinghuan's delicate face flushed crimson. She was adept at purifying wealth and dealing with rogues, yet when it came to the so-called affairs between men and women, she was utterly inexperienced. I never imagined that Elder Guha would be such a person, this pure yang pill. Perhaps I should just discard it. With her face aflame, Luo Qinghuan reached for the pure yang pill, intending to throw it away. Wait, this is an imperial-grade pill. Discarding it would be such a waste. Keep it for your brother Yi. It may prove useful in the future, Su Yi interrupted with a smile. Cough. Do not overthink it. He is a serious man and has no need for such a so-called pure yang pill. Unlike Guha, that pretender. Guha asked for me? Luo Qinghuan paused, her cheeks reddening further. However, upon recalling how Su Yi bullied her daily, she quickly devised a retort. Did you not claim that you, the rogue emperor, were formidable? How is it that you also require this pure yang pill? In my opinion, you are merely a pretender. Though slightly embarrassed after voicing this critique, the thrill of retaliation was undeniable. After all, Su Yi had been an incessant source of torment for her. Huh, is your brother Yi a pretender? Back in the day, your brother Yi. Su Yi scoffed, ready to counter, but his words abruptly halted as if he had realized something. Wait a moment. When he had first traversed into this world, he had no time to ponder such intimate matters. His life had been on the line, leaving no room for such thoughts. His mind had been solely occupied with cultivation, and yet more cultivation. With no resources, he borrowed. Lacking spiritual tools, he begged. Without pills, he volunteered for reasonable taste tests. Before he knew it, he had become the rogue emperor without ever having truly engaged in real combat. Watching Su Yi suddenly fall silent, Luo Qinghuan believed she had struck a chord and felt a surge of triumph. What? Still mulling over it? Once your brother Yi has reshaped his body, the first thing he shall do is to use you as proof. Yet, as she reveled in her victory, Su Yi shot her a glare filled with annoyance. Huh? Use me as proof? The girl blinked in confusion, but once the realization dawned, her charming face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, as if it might bleed. Still not keeping quiet? Oh, the girl pouted, her face still flushed. Who said I? No, that's not right. All right, after consuming the pill, we should rest for a while. Entering the Black Earth Dead Mountain, a zone of life prohibition, requires utmost vigilance, Su Yi urged. The young girl, having consumed the elixir of eternal life, weakly murmured, Su Yi, I long to savor the tea you brew. I am certain it will banish my fatigue. She implored him with a gentle plea. Oh, you gluttonous little rascal, you truly leave me no choice. Let your brother Yi take charge. Su Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. As he prepared to log in, the girl transformed into a delicate spirit clad in white. Resting her chin on her hand and intently watching as Su Yi utilized her body to prepare the tea. Yet, she pondered, when would she finally taste the tea brewed by the hands of the infuriating Su Yi? At that moment, was it the tea she yearned for or simply the desire to behold Su Yi in person? Chapter 148, Absorbing Death Qi? Concealed Energy? Several hours later, within the void vessel, as Luo Qinghuan ingested the everlasting pill, she could feel the vitality surging within her body. Luo girl, the time is nearly upon us. We may commence our journey, echoed Su Ye's voice in her mind. The young girl nodded obediently, guiding the void vessel out of the void. She then gracefully stepped down, stowing it away, only to realize that dusk had descended. Within the dead city, numerous cultivators had begun to mobilize, making their way toward the city gate leading to the Black Soil Death Mountain. Luo girl, let us also proceed, Su Yi remarked. Luo Qinghuan followed suit, joining the throng of cultivators. Upon exiting the city gate that led to the Black Soil Death Mountain, the young girl immediately sensed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Even the air was suffused with a chilling, oppressive cold. Surely, this must be the death qi that Su Yi had spoken of. Simultaneously, all the cultivators who had emerged from the dead city halted at the periphery of the Black Soil Death Mountain, hesitant to venture further. After all, the cycle of life and death had yet to commence, and the death qi here was exceedingly potent. Even the mighty emperors dared not delve into its depths, let alone these cultivators. Thus, they could only await the alternation of yin and yang, the rotation of life and death, before daring to enter. Is this truly the Black Soil Death Mountain? Luo Qinghuan pondered, her beautiful eyes scanning the horizon with curiosity. Before her lay a series of mountains. And true to the name of this life-restricting zone, everything, be it soil or stone, was shrouded in an ominous darkness. This darkness was not of the ordinary kind. It bore an essence that seemed capable of devouring all, embodying an eerie stillness that suggested anything daring to trespass into this forbidden realm would be consumed by the death qi of the Black Soil Death Mountain. Ah, Luo girl, within the Black Soil Death Mountain, there exists no spiritual energy, only death qi. Once a cultivator's spiritual energy is depleted and they succumb to the encroaching death qi, they shall transform into the very black soil of this place. Su Ye's warning resounded in Luo Qinghuan's mind as the cultivators waited for the cycle of life and death to turn. Indeed, the one most knowledgeable about the Black Soil Death Mountain was now within the girl herself. After all, Su Yi was the only individual who had successfully navigated the domain of the life-restricting zone unscathed. No spiritual energy? At this revelation, Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed. Whether it be resisting the death qi of the Black Soil Death Mountain, confronting its inherent dangers, or guarding against other cultivators, all these actions would inevitably deplete spiritual energy. Sooner or later, it would run out. Once it was exhausted, would there not be only a path to death? No wonder it was deemed a life-restricting zone. What shall we do? Luo Qinghuan's brow knitted in concern. Fear not, for we possess ample concealed reserves of energy, Su Yi replied with a light smile. Concealed reserves of energy? The young girl was taken aback. As realization dawned upon her, the young girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. So, you refer to these cultivators? Indeed, she quickly comprehended, for she was the fierce bandit Empress's protégée. Su Yi nodded with a smile, explaining that the plundering chi pill was not merely a tool for gathering energy during its refinement. Once consumed, it could also absorb the essence of heaven and earth, including the spiritual energy of these individuals. A moment of enlightenment struck her. So you intended for me to retain the plundering chi pill for this very occasion. Indeed, the fierce bandit is as astute as Su Yi. Yet, he gently shook his head, clarifying that this was merely a component of their grand design. Their true aim was not merely to seize spiritual energy. Luo girl, await the commencement of the life cycle day, he instructed. Even if we were to siphon off their spiritual energy, it would likely prove inadequate for our journey into the depths of the Black Soil Death Mountain. Since you have already grasped the fundamental laws of death, perhaps you can harness the death energy to substitute for spiritual energy. Allow your elder brother to contemplate this further. Absorb death energy? Replace spiritual energy with death energy? While others struggled to fend off death energy, she could potentially achieve the reverse. The thought of pursuing death energy exhilarated her. Her eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. With Su Yi by her side, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. Was this the feeling of having an advantage he spoke of? So delightful. Unbeknownst to her, she had gradually become accustomed to his presence. Soon, as Su Yi pondered how to enable Luo Qinghuan to directly absorb death energy, an increasing number of cultivators emerged from the Death City, gathering at the periphery of the Black Soil Death Mountain, all waiting in anticipation for the life cycle day to commence. Surprised by the multitude of cultivators eager to venture into the forbidden zone of life, one could not help but voice their curiosity. Of course, this is an exceedingly rare life cycle day, not merely a gathering of scattered practitioners. Likely, many factions from the western and southern wildernesses will arrive to partake in the opportunities it presents. If one could unearth any fortuitous encounters within this forbidden zone, it would be a significant gain. This is a place where powerful emperors have perished. Discovering any imperial opportunities would be immensely profitable. Immediately, some cultivators expressed their irritation at the obviousness of the statement. While first-rate factions would undoubtedly be present, there was uncertainty regarding the attendance of the 5 paramount powers. Proximity to the western and southern wildernesses suggested that the Pill Alliance, focused solely on alchemy, would rarely engage in such events. Yet the southern wilderness's extreme Demon Valley would certainly participate. The question lingered as to whether the other 3 top-tier factions would take action. As this conversation unfolded, the surrounding cultivators furrowed their brows. However, they did not appear overly concerned. Should powerful leaders guide them through the forbidden zone, they might still glean some benefits. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms erupted from within the Death City. The main force has once again arrived at the desolate mountains of the Black Soil. Chapter 149. Unique Elixirs? The art of ruthlessness. As time progressed, a brilliant radiance unexpectedly pierced through the once pitch-black sky, heralding the imminent commencement of the life and death cycle of the Black Earth Dead Mountain. Simultaneously, within the desolate city, formidable energies surged forth, indicating that these powerful factions could no longer remain idle. The eruption of such overwhelming auras immediately captivated the attention of the onlookers. With a resounding whoosh, a long sword cleaved through the air, embedding itself at the very edge of the forbidden grounds of the Black Earth Dead Mountain. Subsequently, an imposing presence emerged. It was the First Sword Sect, a premier force from the Western Wilderness. Did you see the silver-haired elder leading the charge? That is none other than the Grand Elder of the First Sword Sect, the Venerable Wan Jian. It is said that he has ascended to the realm of 8-star Saint Lords. One cultivator gasped in astonishment. The mention of 8-star Saint Lords caused the expressions of many to shift, drawing sharp intakes of breath as they swiftly turned to look. The silver-haired elder slowly stowed the piercing sword into his voluminous sleeves, his eyes brimming with an air of haughty indifference, seemingly unfazed by the crowd's attention. An 8-star Saint Lord. It appears that this Xuantian intends to seize the opportunity during the vulnerable moment of the life cycle at the Black Earth Dead Mountain to venture into the Forbidden Zone in search of an imperial opportunity. Should he succeed, the First Sword Sect would gain an additional formidable presence at the imperial level. The crowd couldn't help but sigh, their eyes reflecting envy. Ha ha, Xuantian. It seems that only the two of us from the Western Wilderness have arrived. Those other fellows are too hesitant to take risks if they wish to grow stronger. Amidst the laughter, an intangible force akin to a fist intent rippled through the air, seemingly tearing apart the very fabric of space. Then, a dazzling light emerged, blindingly bright. The onlookers were left in shock, wondering if this radiant display could be. To their astonishment, a bald-headed man materialized from the void, accompanied by a retinue. His hands adorned with a pair of formidable-looking gauntlets emanating a terrifying fist intent. This was the Divine Fist Hall, another elite faction from the Western Wilderness. The bald man, known as the Hall Master of the Divine Fist, was also rumored to be at the 8-star Saint Lord level. Moreover, he was exceptionally adept in the art of fist fighting, having seemingly reached unparalleled heights in his craft. Upon seeing the bald-headed figure, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Indeed, one could gauge the prowess of a fist practitioner by the amount of hair they possessed. The sparser the hair, the mightier the fists. Witnessing this scene, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. Is it true? Upon hearing Suye's words, a girl in a white dress felt her heart skip a beat. Could it truly be? During the discourse conference, Suyi had assisted her in grasping the essence of the fist technique, albeit just a fraction. Did that mean she too might? Elixirs, however. The gauntlets this fellow possessed seemed quite impressive, despite their somewhat lower grade, merely at the saint level. Nevertheless, if she could acquire them for Luo Yao to use temporarily, it might not be a bad idea after all. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the hands of the Deputy Lord of the Divine Fist Hall, as he began to assess his surroundings. For a formidable bandit such as himself, the emergence of these factions merely served to reveal the identities of his competitors. However, for Su Yi, it was merely an opportunity to scout for fortuitous encounters. So it is the Deputy Lord of the Divine Fist. Those fellows from the Western Wilderness are rather predictable. As for the matter of collaboration, it may be worth considering. The Elder of 10,000 Swords reigned in his haughty demeanor, turning to nod slowly at the bald middle-aged man. It appeared that the Pill Alliance, as a premier force in the Western Wilderness, had no intention of participating in this cycle of life and death at the desolate Black Earth Mountain. Upon witnessing the arrival of two factions from the Western Wilderness, the gathered powers furrowed their brows in concern. The absence of the Pill Alliance, a leading faction, was indeed perplexing. This was not an isolated incident. They had consistently chosen not to attend the cycles of life and death at Black Earth Mountain. However, an elderly cultivator remarked nonchalantly that the alchemical fanatics were fixated solely on one thing: alchemy, and once again, alchemy. They paid no heed to other matters. Nonetheless, certain forbidden zones might capture their interest, particularly if they held the potential for rare, millennium-grade sacred herbs or even imperial medicines. Yet, the Black Earth Mountain is a realm steeped in death, devoid of any vitality, rendering it incapable of nurturing spiritual herbs. Hence, it holds no allure for the Pill Alliance. Now it becomes clear. Upon hearing the Elder's elucidation, the other cultivators were struck with realization. No spiritual herbs in Black Earth Mountain? Within the crowd, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed at this revelation. If that were the case, wouldn't it diminish the chances of her and Su Yi encountering something of significance? Disregarding the misguided notions of others, Su Yi chuckled softly to himself. As someone who had gleaned a modicum of fortune from the death goddess of Black Earth Mountain, he possessed unparalleled insight into this realm. In fact, he understood it even better than the death goddess herself. After all, while she might lack the time to probe the depths of the earth, the formidable bandit emperor certainly had the leisure to do so. Although Black Earth Mountain does not yield ordinary spiritual herbs, it is home to a unique kind of elixir. Su Yi smiled mysteriously. What kind of unique elixir? Curiosity danced in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. The elixir of immortality. A subtle smile graced Su Ye's lips. The elixir of immortality? The young woman gasped, her lips parting in surprise. Though she did not fully comprehend, the mere name sounded extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, Su Yi nodded, elaborating. Any spiritual herb capable of thriving in the peculiar life-restricting conditions of Black Earth Mountain possesses a degree of immortal energy and remarkable vitality. It is said that if a cultivator consumes a millennium-grade elixir of immortality, not only can it enhance their physique and allow for the concoction of various immortal pills, but it may also extend their lifespan by 1,000 years. It can be said that it is the elixir of dreams for the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. To extend one's life by a myriad of years? Upon hearing this, the young maiden's eyes widened in astonishment. How many peak sovereign realm experts have exhausted their lifespans without ever touching the threshold of the Emperor realm? If one were to obtain an immortal sacred herb that could prolong life by 10,000 years, the likelihood of achieving the Emperor realm within that time frame would be significantly enhanced. After all, if you were granted an immortal sacred herb, adding a myriad of years to your lifespan, yet still could not break through to the Emperor realm, then you truly deserve to perish. However, it seems that the immortal sacred herbs of the dead mountains of the black soil are now in short supply. As this thought crossed his mind, Suyi seemed a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat softly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan felt there was a hidden mystery in his words. The immortal sacred herbs of the dead mountains of the black soil have vanished overnight. Could it be a moral decline? Or perhaps a distortion of humanity? No, neither of those. It is merely the passage of a figure clad in black, leaving no trace of the sacred herbs behind. It is simply the artistry of a bandit. Chapter 150. The Immortal Elixir and Two Great Powers. At that time, Brother Yi did not take much. He left a considerable amount for the Black Earth Dead Mountain. However, despite the passage of tens of thousands of years, in terms of the maturation period of the immortal elixir, it is still quite early. Suyi lightly coughed, indicating that he did not act so ruthlessly. Even a fierce bandit has principles. The roots remained honestly in the Black Earth Dead Mountain. After all, if everything is taken now, what would he have to take next time? No worries, we have the longevity herb field, the young girl quietly remarked. Suyi's eyes lit up. It seems he could reap benefits again? Back then, Brother Yi only harvested 10 immortal elixirs from the Black Earth Dead Mountain and was pursued for an entire forbidden area by that death goddess. Exactly, just 10 elixirs. Suyi said indignantly. The girl pouted and nodded in agreement. Though there were only 10 elixirs at that time, Suyi's voice resounded again. Luo Qinghuan. However, it was precisely thanks to these 10 immortal elixirs that Brother Yi was able to slay a few old dogs. Suyi chuckled. Upon hearing this, the girl was taken aback. She knew who Suyi referred to as those old dogs. But what did the immortal elixirs have to do with this? After all, at that time, Brother Yi had activated a forbidden martial art that consumed his lifespan, gnawing on the immortal elixirs while using this forbidden technique. It was precisely because of those 10,000 years of lifespan that Brother Yi could employ the forbidden ultimate skills multiple times. Suyi explained. A flicker of astonishment crossed the young girl's beautiful eyes. Martial arts that consume lifespan are all forbidden. They can be considered as extraordinary ultimate moves. So Suyi was gnawing on the immortal elixirs while treating these so-called ultimate moves as mere basic attacks. Thinking of the stunned expressions of those 10 old dogs as they witnessed Suyi unleash his forbidden ultimate skill, nearly at death's door, only to see him instantly rejuvenated after a bite of the immortal elixir, made her want to laugh. However, while the immortal elixir is indeed terrifying, there exist even more formidable and fearsome entities within the Black Earth Dead Mountain. At this moment, Suyi's voice resonated once more. What is it? The girl's eyes seemed to shine when she asked this. The legendary Immortal Divine Medicine. Immortal, Divine Medicine. The young girl's eyes widened. In the Tianxian 9 domains, anything associated with the term divine is destined to be extraordinary. Indeed, yet it only exists in legends. No one has ever witnessed this true immortal divine medicine. Suyi shrugged. Even Brother Yi had never seen it. He had almost turned the entire Black Earth Dead Mountain upside down, yet he never encountered this legendary immortal divine medicine. However, one thing is certain. The existence of the immortal divine medicine is indeed present in the Black Earth Dead Mountain. As he spoke these words, Suyi's tone was filled with unwavering certainty. Why? The girl curiously inquired. Suyi smiled and said, because this is what I extracted from the lips of the death goddess. Luo Qinghuan replied. The death goddess, what a pitiful woman. Yet she seems rather gullible. Then she also, with the arrival of the two major first-rate forces from the West Wilderness, An increasing number of powerful figures began to appear within the dead city. The eastern and northern wildernesses, however, sent no forces, only a handful of wandering cultivators. Boom. At that moment, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, seemingly engulfing the dead city. As the demonic energy manifested, both Luo Qinghuan and Su Yi furrowed their brows. This aura was unmistakable. It must be the extreme demon valley, a top force from the southern wilderness with ties to the celestial demon clan. What could these fellows be doing in the Black Earth Dead Mountain? Luo Qinghuan frowned slightly. Due to her association with Su Yi, her impression of the extreme demon valley was exceedingly poor. Su Yi also frowned slightly. If the extreme demon valley were merely a top force from the southern wilderness, their presence in the Black Earth Dead Mountain would pose no issue. However, the extreme demon valley was backed by the celestial demon clan, and at this moment, his senior sister was hiding within the Black Earth Dead Mountain. Why did the extreme demon valley choose to arrive on the day of the cycle of life? The weakest day for the Black Earth Dead Mountain? Was it for the opportunities within the life-restricted zone, or was there something else at play? Regardless of the reason for the extreme demon valley's visit today, with him present, they would not have an easy time. What a colossal and terrifying wave of demonic energy. Could this be from the extreme demon valley, a top force of the southern wilderness? Such frightening demonic energy. It is said that the cultivators within the extreme demon valley are human, yet they practice demonic arts. To cultivate demonic energy to such an extent is no less than that of the orthodox demon clan. Indeed, it seems a top force has arrived. When the crowd sensed this overwhelming wave of demonic energy, their expressions changed drastically. Accompanying the demonic energy were dozens of figures clad in black robes, led by a gaunt, one-eyed elder, leaning on a skeletal staff. Although he appeared frail, the terrifying demonic energy emanating from him was enough to command the attention of everyone present. That was the aura of an emperor. This was the demon bone ancestor, one of the 3 supreme elders of the extreme demon valley, who was said to have reached the 6th star of the emperor realm, qualifying him as a profound emperor. A profound emperor? Hiss! What could the extreme demon valley desire from the Black Earth Dead Mountain to dispatch such a formidable figure? Upon sensing the aura of the emaciated elder, the gathered cultivators became restless. Even the previously arrogant elder Wang Jian fell silent. After all, he was merely at the 8th star of the Saint Lord realm. Let alone a 6th star profound emperor, even a 1st star spirit emperor could easily claim his life. A 6th star profound emperor? Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. That black general would have no means to contend with this old fellow. However, it is of no consequence. He possesses a few tricks up his sleeve. Yet, he harbors a lingering suspicion that this old man is not as straightforward as he appears. Although the aura he exudes is deeply concealed, as an old acquaintance, he is unable to escape its detection, no matter how obscured it may be. It is the aura of a celestial demon, reminiscent of that which enveloped Dan Xianhan during the Grand Assembly of the Dan Alliance. It appears that these individuals are indeed here to stir trouble, not only from the extreme demon valley, but also from the Bone Demon Ancestor and the Shadow Sect of the Southern Wastes, along with various other first-rate forces from the region. While they may not be led by those of the Imperial Realm, they are nonetheless formidable, each possessing a master of the saintly realm, and should not be underestimated. At this moment, as they beheld the assembly of powerful figures from the southern wastes behind the extreme demon valley, many cultivators began to break into a cold sweat. It seems there are an unusually large number of strong individuals arriving at the Black Earth Dead Mountain. Are these individuals truly so fearless? Fortunately, only one of the 5 paramount forces has made an appearance, which prevents matters from escalating too severely. However, before the cultivators could even exhale in relief, the Bone Demon Ancestor suddenly lifted his gaze. His eyes, devoid of any vitality, resembled those of a corpse. He fixed his attention on a particular spot and spoke in a calm tone. Since friends from the War Heaven Hall have arrived, why not show yourselves? What? The War Heaven Hall? They have come as well? Now, 2 of the 5 paramount forces have appeared all at once. In that instant, the crowd could no longer remain seated. Chapter 151. This grudge shall be avenged. As I remained silent, a light chuckle echoed through the heavens, revealing that nothing escapes the perception of the Bone Demon. With the words of the Bone Demon elder fading, an elderly figure clad in a blue robe emerged, exuding a profound aura of Tao. accompanied by a multitude of remarkable figures. Each of these individuals donned white robes, with a fierce character for battle inscribed upon their chests. The Battle Heaven Hall. Indeed, one of the 5 paramount powers had arrived. Their presence was unexpected. As 2 leading factions prepared to engage, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. After all, the opposing force was equally formidable. The venerable Qingshan Elder of the Battle Heaven Hall possessed the same strength as the 6-star Xian Emperor, a match for the Bone Demon Elder of the extreme Demon Valley. The sight of these figures in the sky unsettled the surrounding cultivators. Should these 2 powers covet a particular opportunity, the consequences would be monumental. A clash between 6-star Xian Emperors would be nothing short of an imperial battle. At this moment, beside the Qingshan Elder stood a distinguished young man named Yi Xiao, the 3rd individual to hold the title of Sandaozi in the Battle Heaven Hall, following Qin Tian and Li Fan. Despite the warnings from many not to accept this title, citing its ill fortune, after all, both Qin Tian and Li Fan had met untimely deaths, Yi Xiao remained undeterred. He believed in the principle of individual destiny. If one were to shy away from the notion of misfortune, how could they confront the Tao? How could they aspire to attain divinity? Thus, Yi Xiao was unafraid. Upon assuming the title of Sandaozi, he embarked on a path of audacity, challenging the strong and practicing forbidden martial arts, surviving each encounter. This led him to conclude that it was not the title itself that bore ill fortune, but rather the inadequacy of Qin Tian and Li Fan. To further validate this belief, when he learned of the opening of the Black Earth Death Mountain cycle of rebirth, he volunteered to accompany the Qingshan Elder. This forbidden zone was one that few prodigies dared to enter. Despite their strength, they were mere peers. Even an imperial-level cultivator could perish with a single misstep within such a life-threatening domain. As the sole prodigy present, his willingness to venture forth was a testament to his courage. Moreover, should he emerge unscathed from the Black Earth Death Mountain, it would further affirm his conviction that the title of Sandaozi held no ill omen. With the formidable Qingshan Elder by his side, how could he possibly meet his demise? However, Yi Xiao remained oblivious to the enchanting gaze that had settled upon him from within the crowd. Perhaps his previous brushes with danger were not merely a result of luck, but rather the absence of a triggering condition, such as a certain individual? Oh, Qingshan Dao friend, you jest. The Bone Demon Elder waved his hand dismissively, narrowing his eyes. Since Qingshan Dao friend has also arrived, let us await the commencement of the cycle of rebirth together. The venerable Qingshan offered a slight nod. Thus, the assembled crowd remained in silent anticipation of the dawn of the cycle of life. However, after a while, an irate voice pierced the stillness. It was you who killed my son. As the words echoed, a middle-aged man clad in a black blood-stained robe emerged from the dead city. His gaze swept over the gathering, ultimately resting upon a graceful figure in a white dress among the throng. Has vengeance led him to the desolate Black Earth Mountain? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. No one had expected such an interruption while awaiting the cycle of life. Isn't that the leader of the Black Blood Sect? His son has been slain? Good riddance. The Black Blood Sect has been rampant for far too long, and I have long harbored disdain for them. Yet the leader of the Black Blood Sect is a formidable figure of the 5th tier of the Great Power Realm. Who would dare to kill his son? Following the leader's gaze, the crowd observed that the cultivators surrounding the young woman were subtly retreating, wary of becoming collateral damage. Amir Jr.? How could such a trivial youth dare to slay the son of the Black Blood Sect leader? Besides, the son of the Black Blood Sect leader is not weak either. Could she, a woman, truly have the strength to vanquish a host of Black Blood Sect powerhouses along with their young master? A strikingly beautiful maiden, what a pity. To provoke the leader of the Black Blood Sect is surely a path to demise. As the onlookers beheld the girl in white, sympathetic glances were cast her way. Even if she could have defeated the young master of the Black Blood Sect, it was likely she possessed only the strength of the Fate Realm. She stood no chance against the Great Power Realm leader. Nevertheless, the crowd maintained a detached demeanor, for even if the girl was enchanting, it was hardly worth risking the ire of a formidable being. Yet, she is not to be underestimated. When the young master of the Black Blood Sect and his companions were marked by the character for death, they perished the moment it solidified. That girl had not even lifted a finger throughout. Quite mysterious indeed. Soon, a cultivator present during the incident recounted what had transpired. What? A character for death? They died from its mere appearance? She didn't even strike a blow? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and they instinctively distanced themselves further from the girl in white. For a death shrouded in mystery is the most terrifying of all, leaving one oblivious to the cause. Not far away, the previously indifferent forces such as the War Heaven Hall and the extreme Demon Valley furrowed their brows, casting glances in her direction. Such means were beyond even their capabilities. I understand now. No wonder she seems so familiar. She is a prodigy of the Xuantian Holy Sect, Luo Qinghuan. Just then, a wandering cultivator arriving from the eastern wastes observed the girl with growing recognition, furrowing his brow before exclaiming, "The Xuantian Holy Sect? A premier power of the eastern wastes? As a prodigy of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, how could she venture alone into the desolate Black Earth Mountains? Was this an act of sheer recklessness?" Upon hearing the words of the cultivator, a wave of confusion swept over the gathered practitioners. A first-rate power? The Lord of the Black Blood Sect paused, hesitating momentarily as a murderous intent coalesced in his eyes. Although he could not afford to offend a first-rate power, this was a forsaken city far from the eastern wilderness. Even if the Xuantian Sacred Sect sought vengeance, he was confident in his ability to evade them amidst the treacherous terrain of the Black Earth Mountains. This vendetta must be avenged. She was not to be underestimated. In the eastern wilderness, she had single-handedly dominated all the other prodigies to enter the Divine Weapon secret realm, acquiring the legacy of the Divine Weapon Emperor. The eastern wilderness cultivator quietly added, "What?" The Lord of the Black Blood Sect furrowed his brow. She obtained the Emperor's legacy? This? No matter. The Divine Weapon Emperor has been dead for countless years. This vendetta must be avenged. He had but one son. Moreover, she was a distinguished guest of the Wujiga dynasty. Having received the imperial token, Princess Qingzhu had declared that anyone who dared to harm her would surely invite the wrath of the emperor-level power of the Wujiga dynasty. The Central Zhou cultivators also murmured in agreement. What? A distinguished guest of the Wujiga dynasty? The Lord of the Black Blood Sect trembled. Then, this grudge. Furthermore, not long ago, she had just triumphed at the Alchemy Alliance Grand Conference, and it was said that the Alliance Master, the great Emperor Gu He, held her alchemical talent in high regard. The Western Wilderness cultivators began to realize the gravity of the situation. The Lord of the Black Blood Sect. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat. This vendetta. Avenge it? Though I have but one son, as long as I live, I can still father countless others. Chapter 152. The Weight of Death. Even the divine cannot save. Upon hearing the words of the cultivators, the practitioners from Black City were suddenly struck with realization, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they turned to gaze at the young maiden clad in white. How astonishing it was to discover that this girl before them possessed such remarkable prowess. Whether it was inheriting the legacy of the Divine Weapon Emperor, being honored as a distinguished guest of the Infinite Divine Dynasty, or triumphing at the recent Alchemy Alliance Grand Assembly, each accomplishment stood as a testament to her extraordinary talent, an achievement unattainable by ordinary prodigies. Yet, this young woman had singularly accomplished it all. What terrifying potential must she possess? Moreover, how is it that she seemed to be everywhere? Now, as the cycle of rebirth commenced, she had once again arrived at the dead mountain of Black Earth. Wherever there was opportunity, there she was, as if she treated these fortuitous locations as her personal marketplace. This was utterly absurd. The crowd stared at the girl, their minds racing with a bold and terrifying thought. Could it be that this dead mountain of Black Earth would also be turned upside down by her presence? Surely not. Even with her formidable abilities, she should only be at the transformation stage at most. Yet, while the cultivators were reeling in astonishment and the leader of the Black Blood Sect was drenched in sweat, the girl's beautiful eyes quietly fixated on him, appraising him from head to toe. She then softly inquired within her mind, Suyi, what do you think of him? Is he wealthy? All right, let me take a look, Suyi replied with a slight nod. Immediately, a golden light flickered in the depths of his soul, illuminating the leader of the Black Blood Sect. Under the scrutiny of the seeking fate divine eyes, the opportunities surrounding the leader were laid bare. With a mere glance, Suyi shook his head, offering his assessment. He is quite impoverished. Well, that's disappointing, the young maiden pouted. She had initially considered summoning a few powerful puppets to handle the leader if he proved affluent, but it would be a waste if he was indeed destitute. After all, She prided herself on being thrifty. A little saving now would allow them to enjoy lavish feasts together once Su Yi had restored his corporeal form. Then, Su Yi, it's your turn to take action, she decided. It seemed she would have to let the somewhat unpleasant Su Yi take the lead, allowing him to stretch his limbs a bit. Let my brother Yi handle this. Su Yi chuckled softly. Both of them had never intended to spare the leader of the Black Blood sect. If he sought his own demise, so be it. They would gladly oblige, for they were, after all, benevolent souls. This, Miss Luo, the leader of the Black Blood sect, managed to force a smile as he looked at the girl in white. I must have misunderstood. How could my son possibly perish at your hands? Well, I shall take my leave now. With no son left to care for, I shall busy myself with begetting more. With that, he turned to flee, clearly intimidated. Cowardice? No, this was a genuine fear. What else can be done? This girl possesses an astonishing identity. If she were merely a talented prodigy from an ordinary first-rate force, it would be one thing. But now she is intricately connected with two of the most formidable powers. Who would dare offend her? The surrounding cultivators, witnessing the leader of the Black Blood sect choose to comply, were not particularly surprised. After all, the girl's identity was simply too outrageous. Offending her would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. Did I permit you to leave? At that moment, the girl's voice, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, resonated. A beautiful smile graced her delicate face as she gazed at the leader of the Black Blood sect with a friendly demeanor. Yet, none noticed that the expression in her eyes had already shifted. As her voice rang out, the leader of the Black Blood sect suddenly trembled, stiffly turning to face the enchanting girl adorned with a radiant smile, and forced a laugh. I wonder, what does Miss Luo wish from me? Nothing much. You may leave. Upon hearing this, the leader felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to depart. Did you express your gratitude? However, the girl's voice echoed once more. Thank you, Miss Luo. The leader of the Black Blood sect hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage to utter a word of thanks. Yet, who would have thought that this fleeting burst of bravery would elicit from the girl a mischievous remark? I prompted you to say it. Is that all it takes? Do you possess no will of your own? Instantly, the leader fell silent, a surge of frustration swelling within him. Unable to contain himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you are the one who allowed me to leave. Yet you are also the one who restrains me. You urged me to express my gratitude, and yet you also hinder me from doing so. What on earth do you want from me? Damn it, how infuriating. How did I not realize that this girl could be so exasperating? She is ruining my resolve. In the spiritual realm, the petite soul clad in white could no longer contain her amusement at this spectacle. That scoundrel Su Yi is simply too wicked. To this, Su Yi retorted, is it truly my fault for striking at the heart while dealing the final blow? Poor leader of the Black Blood sect, toyed with at the whims of a woman. Observing this scene, the surrounding cultivators cast sympathetic glances. Indeed, as Mother always said, the more beautiful the woman, the more malevolent she tends to be. Miss Luo, what do you truly desire? Do you really believe that I, the leader of the Black Blood sect, fear you? The leader wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at the girl in the white dress with her slightly parted crimson lips, and shouted in anger. His words were straightforward. It was not Luo Qinghuan herself he feared, but the formidable forces standing behind her. If pushed to the brink, he was certainly not one to be trifled with. Do not provoke me, or else. Or else what? The girl narrowed her eyes, seemingly ready to cease their playful exchange. Or else, death. Before the leader of the Black Blood sect could finish his sentence, suddenly, the maiden in the white dress stepped forward with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly appearing before the master of the Black Blood sect. Gathering the essence of death in her hand, she struck with a resounding palm. In an instant, the character for death was swiftly inscribed above the master's head. As her palm descended, the dark character solidified, rendering even the divine powerless to intervene. Boom. Splutter. In the next moment, the master of the Black Blood sect violently expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, as if all vitality had been ruthlessly siphoned away. The spark of life in his eyes rapidly faded, and he crashed heavily to the ground, devoid of breath. Forcing you to the brink of death? Indeed, you have perished, Su Yi remarked coolly, casting a glance at the lifeless form of the master. In her mind, the girl, witnessing this scene, felt her beautiful eyes sparkle with brilliance, reflecting the myriad of stars. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the surrounding cultivators momentarily stunned as the battle concluded. Only a handful of those present, including a few powerful saints and 2 profound emperors, managed to discern the movements. However, they remained utterly perplexed as to how the maiden in white had inscribed the character for death, leading to the Master's swift demise. Chapter 153, Night Brother's Might. Bravely confronting the Forbidden Zone. Even the most formidable experts within the Emperor realm were utterly confounded by her actions. Who exactly was this maiden in white? Hiss. A being of the 5th tier in the Great Power realm has perished. Just like that? Without even a chance to retaliate? What level of power does she possess? At this moment, as the assembled cultivators began to regain their composure and turned their astonished gazes towards the young woman, they were left in sheer disbelief. The ease with which she dispatched a powerful figure was nothing short of terrifying. What was most alarming was that throughout the entire ordeal, the girl exhibited not a trace of her spiritual energy, merely wielding that peculiar word death. With a single strike, even a great power could be obliterated in an instant. This, even Yishio found himself rendered speechless. He had thought himself the sole prodigy, daring enough to venture into the treacherous black soil Dead Mountain. Yet now, compared to her, could he truly call himself a prodigy? What was he then? A mere joke? Wait, what is she about to do now? Before the crowd could fully recover from their astonishment, they beheld the white-clad maiden expertly collecting the storage ring of the Black Blood Sect's master, along with various valuable items, and placing them into her own storage ring. Her movements were so deft that they could only be described as masterful. In less than a few seconds, she completed the purification of her fortune. The onlookers were left speechless. So elegant. However, there was more to come. With a wave of her hand, the black mist swirled and engulfed the master of the Black Blood Sect, completely draining him of his cultivation essence and soul essence in that moment. Hiss! What ruthless measures! Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the cultivators shifted, their eyes filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the Boan demon ancestor from the extreme demon valley furrowed his brow. The master of the valley had sent Dan Xianhun to the Alchemy Alliance's grand event, and he had seemingly met the same fate. Could it be her? The Boan demon ancestor's heart raced as his gaze fell upon the maiden. Although the valley master had insisted that the alchemical formula must be obtained and that Luo Qinghuan could not be spared, it was clear that now was not the opportune moment for action, with so many eyes upon them. To strike now would risk offending the 2 paramount forces, the Wuji Divine Dynasty and the Alchemy Alliance, which would yield more losses than gains. It was imperative to act discreetly. Moreover, he had other matters to attend to in the Black Soil Dead Mountain. First, he would take care of the Valley Master's foremost priority, and once free, he would deal with Luo Qinghuan. After ensuring the Black Blood Sect Master met a clean demise, Su Yi quietly retrieved a shovel and buried him. Truly, I am a good person, sending him to the afterlife and even laying him to rest. Having completed his tasks, Su Yi sighed, then returned control of his body to Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, the cultivators present could not help but twitch their lips. You dare to call yourself a good person? You are nothing short of a pure female demon. At this moment, upon gazing at the girl's exquisite beauty, the onlookers were not only captivated but also gripped by a profound fear, terrified that they too might fall victim to the girl's lethal allure. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a brilliant light in the sky grew increasingly radiant, resembling a newly formed sun suspended high above the desolate Black Earth Mountain, illuminating the entire area. Was that the sun? Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of confusion crossed the girl's enchanting eyes. That is not the sun. Su Yi shook his head and elucidated. It is the manifestation of life's fury at this moment. The Black Earth Mountain is experiencing a pivotal transition between life and death. Do you not sense that the light casting down is not sunlight, but rather the essence of vitality? Upon hearing this, the girl turned her gaze and indeed realized that it was not the so-called sun. Under the radiance of this life-giving essence, the deathly aura surrounding the Black Earth Mountain waned significantly, making this the moment of greatest vulnerability during the cycle of life and death. With each surge of vitality cascading down, even the entire Black Earth Mountain reverberated with a series of booming sounds, as if the forbidden land itself was resisting this discomforting force. Throughout this process, all the cultivators stood in silent anticipation, awaiting the emergence of a path leading into the Black Earth Mountain. After a considerable passage of time, the life-imbued sun hung high in the sky, exposing the deathly energies of the Black Earth Mountain, which at that moment reached their most feeble state. At last, the Black Earth Mountain had opened. Qinghuan, I shall not wait for you any longer, cackled the bone demon ancestor, and without a moment's hesitation, he led his followers swiftly into the mountain's depths. Let us proceed as well, the Qinghuan ancestor remarked nonchalantly, gesturing for the members of the Battle Heaven Palace to enter. At this juncture, Yi Xiu among the crowd felt a twinge of regret, as if sensing his impending doom. However, there was no path left for lamentation. Opportunities, they are all mine. No one shall snatch them from me. As both formidable factions ventured into the Black Earth Mountain, the remaining forces and powerful individuals could scarcely contain their eagerness to follow suit, perhaps hoping to share in the spoils. Loya, shall we enter as well? Su Yi chuckled inwardly, remarking, this is my first time stepping into the Black Earth Mountain under the cycle of life. I wonder what differences await us. Oh, have you always entered directly before? The girl paused in surprise. Indeed, Su Yi nodded. Hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered in the girl's beautiful eyes. That cheeky Su Yi is truly formidable. He dared to confront the realm of life and death. The silence has descended, and alas, no one is watching. I humbly request your support through heartfelt appreciation and 5-star reviews. Chapter 154, The Palace of Death. Tense maiden as the cycle of life and death commenced and the day of rebirth dawned upon the desolate Black Earth Mountain, within the deepest recesses of this cursed realm. The goddess of death suddenly turned pale. The once formidable aura she exuded waned significantly, her delicate features contorting in agony. The influence of the day of rebirth is indeed potent. Beside her, Mu Wanqing furrowed her brows. Oh, it is but a trifling matter. This goddess fears not the day of rebirth, she remarked, forcing a smile despite the evident strain. As the sovereign of this life-restricting domain, the activation of the life-death cycle bore a pronounced weight upon her, rendering her aura frail and her being considerably affected. Perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from speaking, Mu Wanqing suggested, casting a concerned glance at the goddess of death's ashen visage. Shaking her head, she retrieved a cauldron. I shall concoct a death elixir for you. It may alleviate your suffering. This time, the goddess of death surprisingly refrained from her usual defiance. The day of rebirth had indeed drawn numerous souls into the Black Earth Mountain. These feeble beings only dare to enter during this time of weakness, she scoffed. Yet, she sensed the absence of her junior disciple's presence. At this juncture, Mu Wanqing, focused on the elixir preparation, furrowed her delicate brows, remaining silent. It is also possible that my perception has been dulled by the day of rebirth, thus failing to detect all the practitioners who have ventured into the Black Earth Mountain, the goddess of death added. Indeed, Mu Wanqing nodded, her gaze fixed upon the flames of the cauldron. What is this? Suddenly, the goddess of death's attention shifted to Mu Wanqing, noticing her frame trembling slightly. Beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, and the spiritual energy within her rapidly depleting. How could the esteemed Empress of Medicine expend such energy in elixir creation? Is this the consequence of heavenly retribution? At this moment, both women found themselves in dire straits, one afflicted by the day of rebirth, the other by the repercussions of celestial karma. I hope we can navigate this without incident, the goddess of death sighed, unaware that the reason for her inability to sense the brigand's presence was due to the latter's current entanglements with a young maiden. In the Black Earth Mountain, shrouded in a suffocating miasma, a graceful figure traversed the dead air, emanating a vibrant life force that repelled the surrounding death energy. Upon entering this forbidden realm, Luo Qinghuan did not hasten to seek out her fated opportunities. Instead, she followed Su Ye's guidance, delving directly into the depths of the Black Earth Mountain. After all, their ultimate purpose in coming here was to locate the odious Su Ye's senior sister first, and only then would they leisurely explore the opportunities that this forsaken place had to offer. Su Yi, are you suggesting that if the Empress of Medicine were to perish in the Black Soil Dead Mountain, she would only find herself in the Death Palace, at the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone? The young girl inquired as she traversed the Dead Mountain, addressing Su Yi within her mind. Indeed, Su Yi nodded, providing an explanation. Typically, the innermost regions of a life-restricting area are cut off from the heavenly Tao. If senior sister seeks to evade the causal effects of the heavenly Tao, She must be within the Death Palace. Yet, can I access such depths with my current abilities? The girl furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of concern evident. Despite her power being on the verge of the great being realm, the Black Soil Dead Mountain was perilous enough to claim even the lives of Imperial-level experts with a single misstep. Fear not. You have your brother Yi with you. Su Yi reassured her with a smile, encouraging her to relax. While this place may indeed be a life-restricting zone for other cultivators, for a certain audacious bandit who has turned the Black Soil Dead Mountain upside down, it feels as comforting as returning home. The most terrifying aspect of the Black Soil Dead Mountain, my dear Luo, lies in the deathly aura that instills dread in all practitioners. Any ordinary cultivator that comes into contact with it would simply succumb to sleep. However, for those of us who have mastered the laws of death, it is quite different. Others are left with no choice but to resist the deathly aura. Su Yi continued with a grin. Different? The girl blinked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, Su Yi chuckled. If we cannot overpower it, we can choose to join it. Oh, I understand now, the girl exclaimed, her realization bringing her relief. She then quickened her pace, following the path Su Yi had indicated, moving deeper into the Black Soil Dead Mountain. Along the way, many cultivators were gritting their teeth, struggling against the terrifying deathly aura. Meanwhile, a graceful figure suddenly glided past them, leaving behind an exquisite silhouette that left them in awe. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were astounded. Did she not feel the pressure emanating from the surrounding deathly aura? Several hours later, Luo Qinghuan had reached the very edge of the deepest part of the Black Soil Dead Mountain. Here, the deathly aura was significantly denser than at the periphery. Although the life-giving energies were present, the surrounding deathly aura remained exceedingly formidable. Soon, she had consumed the last of the life-sustaining pills she had initially ingested. Fortunately, the ancient river had produced several more. Thus, the girl continued to consume pills while venturing deeper. Suddenly, a corpse of a cultivator caught her attention. While her primary goal was the Death Palace within the Black Soil Dead Mountain, this fortuitous opportunity could not be overlooked. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the cultivator's body had been entirely consumed by the deathly aura, devoid of any trace of life. It appeared to have been deceased for quite some time. Yet Su Yi, with a mere glance, discerned that this was a recent death, with the essence of both their cultivation and soul still intact. Beside her lay a storage ring, beneath which was pressed a note. Curiosity piqued, Luo Qinghuan leaned in to read it. The note bore 3 prominent characters, complaint letter. The content read, "My name is Wang Tong. I met a tragic end in the desolate Black Earth Mountain due to the unscrupulous wares of a deceitful merchant. This scoundrel has deceived me into believing that the goods were flawless, and now I finally comprehend the reason behind the 0 reviews. Should any fellow cultivators come across this letter, please ensure it reaches that scoundrel. The storage ring may be taken at any time. Consider it a token of gratitude for my fellow cultivators. Luo Qinghuan." Su Yi, what a tragic fate for one. The young girl silently took the complaint letter and the storage ring, offering a moment of purification for Wang Tong's lingering pain. Once her task was complete, she continued deeper into the Black Earth Mountain. Soon, a mountain entirely different from the surrounding peaks emerged before her, its aura thick with death, crowned by a grand, pitch-black palace. Was that the Palace of Death? At last, she had arrived. Gazing at the ominous palace atop the mountain, the girl exhaled in relief, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. Yet, for reasons unknown, the thought of soon encountering the repugnant Su Ye's senior sister brought a twinge of anxiety to her heart. Why did it feel as though she were a bride meeting her in-laws? Bah. She was not ugly at all. Chapter 155, The Stairway of Death. Su Yi, does this signify the Palace of Death? The young girl inquired eagerly. Indeed, Su Yi replied, casting a subtle nod at the long-anticipated Palace of Death. However, the path before them was undoubtedly the most arduous stretch within the entire Black Soil Dead Mountain. The most challenging path? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows and glanced ahead. Before them lay a series of steps leading to the Palace of Death, each step imbued with an intensely potent aura of death. There were over 10,000 steps, and the deathly energy intensified with each tier. That was the Stairway of Death. To enter the Palace of Death, one must ascend the steps one by one. The atmosphere within the Black Soil Dead Mountain was saturated with death energy. Even those at the Emperor's realm could not traverse through the air nor shatter the void here. Thus, Even the mightiest of emperor-level warriors had to ascend the steps in a disciplined manner. Consequently, this daunting stairway of death, with its myriad of steps, was enough to dissuade many. I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, though there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Clenching her fists, she boldly approached the stairway of death. At this moment, beneath the mountain peak, numerous figures of cultivators were already gathered. Those who made it this far were no ordinary individuals. Aside from a few formidable rogue cultivators, most belonged to first-rate factions such as the previously encountered Sword Gate, Divine Fist Hall, and the Shadow Sect of the Southern Wilderness, as well as the Ghostly Soul Sect. It seems the top-tier factions are absent. Could they have already entered the Palace of Death? Suyi frowned upon seeing these individuals. We need to hurry, the young girl declared earnestly. Wait, is that the multifaceted Luo Qinghuan? As the young girl appeared, the powerful figures lingering beneath the mountain peak were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that she could arrive at the summit of the black-soiled Dead Mountain's Palace of Death entirely on her own. It was known that they had been accompanied by saint-level guardians for protection to reach this point so smoothly. Yet, this girl had ventured into the depths of the black-soiled Dead Mountain alone. Did she not fear the surrounding death energy? Is that the aura of the life-preserving pill? One strong cultivator, sensing the vibrant life force emanating from her, along with the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, gasped in awe, his expression shifting dramatically. What? She traversed here by consuming emperor-grade pills to counteract the death energy? Wow, that is truly extravagant. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators towards the young girl were filled with profound envy. Miss Luo, I presume you have come here with the intention of entering the Palace of Death as well? However, with the ominous death staircase obstructing the way, ascending becomes a formidable challenge. Perhaps the life force of the Emperor Dan could counteract the deathly aura of the Black Earth Dead Mountain in other areas. Yet, the malevolent energy of this death staircase intensifies progressively. The higher one ascends, the stronger the deathly presence becomes. Why not join us? The Elder of 10,000 Swords was the first to cast a glance at the young maiden, narrowing his eyes as he inquired eagerly. Tomorrow's plot is poised to reach a minor climax. Let us take the time today to carefully contemplate. I have perused all your comments and will gladly incorporate your valuable suggestions. Chapter 156. As easy as turning one's hand. A breakthrough in cultivation. The girl before him was of no ordinary origin. If he could forge a friendship with her, he might leverage her status to connect with the Wuji Divine Dynasty and the Pill Alliance. Securing their patronage would undoubtedly ensure a smooth journey for the One-Sword Sect in the future. However, upon hearing the Elder of 10,000 Swords, Luo Qinghuan shook her head. The question of whether the One-Sword Sect could ascend this death staircase was one matter. She was confident that with Su Yi by her side, they would surely reach the summit. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's resolute refusal, the Elder of 10,000 Swords was momentarily taken aback. The smile on his face faltered, and a frown crossed his brow as a flicker of displeasure flashed in his gaze towards the girl. Humph, such arrogance. Even if you possess extraordinary talent, how could a mere junior like you hope to conquer the death staircase? Truly, your hubris knows no bounds. At that moment, the girl tossed her hair back, disregarding the gazes of those around her. With graceful steps, she proceeded directly towards the death staircase. Su Yi, may I ascend? In her mind, Su Yi nodded slightly. With his affirmation, Luo Qinghuan no longer hesitated. She took a delicate step forward and set her foot upon the first step of the death staircase. As her body fully landed on the initial step, she felt an uncanny chill pass through her. What is happening? The girl was momentarily stunned. She had expected to be overwhelmed by a terrifying aura of death upon stepping onto the first tier, one that would seek to drain her vitality entirely. Yet the reality was this it? You still harbor the essence of the life-continuing pill within you, and you have grasped some of the laws of death. Therefore, this mere aura of death poses no threat to you, Su Yi explained with a smile in her mind. Understanding dawned upon her. The girl nodded, her heart finally at ease, and she commenced her ascent up the death staircase. In the blink of an eye, she had already traversed several hundred steps. What is going on? How did Luo Qinghuan ascend several hundred steps in the blink of an eye? Was the death staircase truly so easy to navigate? Could it be that the influence of the celestial cycle day had weakened it considerably? Indeed, that must be the case. If she could do it, so could they. As the onlookers processed this revelation, Luo Qinghuan gracefully ascended the numerous steps, causing their expressions to shift in astonishment. They had all approached this death staircase previously, yet their fears of the deathly aura had kept them lingering for a long time, waiting for a fearless warrior to venture forth. However, after waiting in vain, no daring souls had emerged, only the cautious remained. Yet here came Luo Qinghuan, effortlessly making her way up. Witnessing this scene, some cultivators regained their confidence. A cultivator of significant prowess hesitated for a moment before summoning all his courage. Thus, he took his first step forward. I haven't perished. Observing this moment, a flicker of joy passed through his eyes as he bravely took a few more steps forward. Yet, nothing had changed. Could it be that the influence of the cycle of life has indeed diminished the difficulty of the stairway of death? Witnessing this scene, the assembled cultivators were momentarily taken aback, some already itching to try their luck. However, just as that powerful cultivator ascended to the 50th step, his expression suddenly shifted. Accompanied by a swirl of dark energy, his face turned an alarming shade of pale, vitality dissipating in an instant as he transformed into a cloud of black ash. Merging into the 50th step, ultimately, a fleeting moment of courage had cost him a lifetime of reticence. After all, the black ash he had become was absorbed inward into the step. Observing this, those cultivators who had been eager to proceed immediately changed their expressions, gasping in shock. Their faces drained of color. Hiss! Even a formidable cultivator could only reach the 50th step, and this was under the influence of the cycle of life? How terrifying! Is this truly a realm of life and death? Their outstretched feet were retracted in silence. The stairway of death, a retreat for the esteemed guests. What? How did Luo Qinghuan swiftly ascend to the 1000th step? When the crowd beheld the graceful silhouette of the girl atop the stairway of death, their expressions shifted once more. The ominous aura was so terrifying, yet it seemed to have no effect on her, as if she were untouched by it. Surely, only a cultivator of the reincarnation realm could approach these thousands of steps. Could it be that she has reached the reincarnation realm? A certain girl in a white dress remarked, I am not yet of the Saint Lord realm, merely possessing a slight comprehension of the laws of death, with a golden finger from the 9 tribulations emperor in my mind. This, the elder of 10,000 swords, who had just mocked the girl for her overestimation, now changed his expression, his composure faltering. Meanwhile, on the stairway of death, Luo Qinghuan was ascending step by step, having already reached over 4,000 steps, rendering the emperor pill useless at this stage. Luo girl, you can now invoke the laws of death, Suyi reminded her in her mind. The girl lightly nodded her head and began to channel the laws of death, a wave of dark, deathly energy appearing around her delicate form. Unable to overcome the challenge, she decided to embrace it. Stinky Suyi said the best way to conquer fear is to become the embodiment of fear itself. Below, as they observed the girl climbing higher and seemingly unaffected by the deathly aura, the powerful figures from various factions were left speechless in astonishment. However, to the side, as they noticed the girl nearing the summit, the leaders of several first-rate factions, including the Shadow Sect and the ghostly cult, exchanged concerned glances. Lord Bone Demon has decreed that no faction is permitted to enter the Palace of Death, lest it disrupt his affairs. Regarding Luo Qinghuan, should we? The ghostly cult leader furrowed his brow and glanced at the leader of the Shadow Sect. Both were formidable cultivators of the Saint Lord realm. Upon returning to this place, they were already under the command of the Bone Demon ancestor, forbidding anyone from entering the Palace of Death. Although the Battle Heaven Pavilion had ventured in, were they truly human? They were formidable beings of the Imperial realm, and it seemed they chose to ignore the command. However, the rest could not be spared. As the Ghost Lord spoke, a hint of hesitation flickered in his mind. After all, the young girl's identity was far from simple, and she was connected to 2 of the most powerful factions. Nonetheless, if Lord Bone Demon were to discover that we had failed in our task, we would face dire consequences. We are but hounds of the extreme Demon Valley, and we must obey their commands. If trouble arises, the extreme Demon Valley would cover for us. The Shadow Lord shook his head, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he regarded the girl. Indeed, the Ghost Lord nodded, adding, however, I refuse to be a mere dog of the extreme Demon Valley. If anyone is a dog, it is you. What then are you? I am a hound, a ghost hound. It sounds more elegant. The Shadow Lord, resolute, The two immediately exchanged glances with the nearby powerful beings. Meanwhile, upon the stairway of death, the young girl walked onward, only to find her inner essence surging. Is this a breakthrough to the great ability realm? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. While others faced peril upon this stairway of death, she was not only unscathed but had also advanced. Quite normal. You are already at the peak of the creation realm. The deathly aura of the stairway poses no threat to you. Rather, it refines you, making your breakthrough entirely reasonable. Suyi remarked within her mind. At that moment, his own realm advanced due to the girl's breakthrough, ascending to the reincarnation realm, 1 star. Yet, I recall that when I traversed this stairway of death, I could not achieve a breakthrough. To be honest, I envy you. Suyi's voice echoed once more. Humph. Hearing this, the girl placed her hands on her hips. Did this imply she surpassed the insufferable Suyi? Hee. After all, you, my dear brother Yi, were already a 9-tribulation emperor. There was no room for further advancement. Suyi's voice resonated softly again. Luo Qinghuan. That insufferable Suyi truly was unbearable. Suddenly, just as the girl was at a loss for words, a sound slicing through the air resonated. Luo girl, be careful. Chapter 157. Night Brother is online. All of you shall perish. As Suyi's warning resonated, Luo Qinghuan instinctively reacted, swiftly evading a surge of malevolent energy. However, her brows soon furrowed in displeasure as she turned to glance behind her. To her astonishment, 4 figures had appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura that marked them as formidable reincarnation realm experts. Were these the formidable members of the Shadow Sect and the Ghost Cult? Why would they target Miss Luo? Did they not fear her extraordinary identity? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers below were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flickering with confusion. There was no enmity between them. What prompted this sudden assault? Had the Shadow Sect and the Ghost Cult lost their senses? What were their intentions? A frown of displeasure adorned Luo Qinghuan's delicate features. Their abrupt attack seemed aimed at preventing them from ascending the death stairs and entering the Palace of Death. It appeared that the objectives of the extreme Demon Valley might align with theirs. Suyi scrutinized the 4 adversaries and began to analyze the situation. It seems, my dear Luo, we must hasten our pace. Suyi narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the young lady nodded in agreement. These foes will have to contend with Night Brother. My cultivation has returned to the reincarnation realm. Though modest, it suffices to deal with these trifling opponents. Suyi spoke with an air of nonchalance. The young lady nodded once more, her expression shifting as the displeasure on her face transformed into an icy indifference. Do not blame us, young lady. No one is permitted to enter the Palace of Death, sneered one of the Ghost Cult experts. Begone. However, the retort came from the young lady, her words frosty. What? The utterance momentarily stunned the crowd. They found it hard to fathom such crude language emanating from her lips. No, it should be die. The young lady seemed to correct herself. Before the 4 reincarnation realm cultivators could react, she took the initiative, stepping forward to confront a Shadow Sect expert. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, conjuring a pitch-black character for death. As her death character struck, it began to coalesce, gradually solidifying until it could directly drain the vitality of her target. However, this technique, in Suyi's hands, was altogether different. He did not require the gradual accumulation of the death character. With a mere gesture, the character was inscribed and could instantly siphon the life force of the cultivator upon contact. Was Suyi akin to the King of Hell, who presides over the ledger of life and death? Observing this spectacle, the petite figure in a white dress widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. The inscription of the death character meant that whoever it fell upon would meet their demise. Perish. Suyi let out a cold sneer and forcefully hurled the character for death at the shadowy figure of the strongman from the Black Shadow Sect. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of death erupted forth, seemingly under his control, even the death energy from the death stage. What? The face of the Black Shadow Sect's strongman shifted drastically. He began to circulate his spiritual energy, ready to retaliate, but his body was instantly consumed by the death energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyi devoured both his cultivation essence and soul essence, discarding the lifeless body as if it were mere refuse. The act of murder and purification transpired in the blink of an eye. As the strongman's corpse tumbled down the steps, it quickly disintegrated into a cloud of black ash, scattered by the wind. Who is next? Having completed his task, Suyi raised his gaze, his eyes devoid of emotion, surveying the remaining 3 individuals. Suyi is so handsome. Witnessing this scene, the little spirit in a white dress felt her heart race. If only that face were his and not hers. She could only imagine how incredibly striking Suyi would appear in this moment. What? The other 3 were momentarily stunned, their faces turning pale. They had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle girl before them was capable of such terror. What the hell? Even a reincarnation realm expert was dispatched in an instant? What kind of power does this character for death embody? Is it truly the case that with its appearance, vitality is destined to perish? Could it really correspond to the saying, when the character for death solidifies, even gods cannot save? Furthermore, did she just utilize the death energy from the death stage? As they witnessed this, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped the surrounding cultivators, their faces etched with disbelief. How could the girl, who had seemed so tranquil just moments ago, transform into a remorseless killer in the blink of an eye? Such a stark contrast. Enough. You have no choice in this matter. Observing the 3, now ensnared in shock. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Suyi's eyes. He had no intention of wasting any more time with them. A wisp of death energy manifested at his fingertip. With a casual gesture, he pointed toward the trio. Divine rank martial art, Death's annihilation finger. However, he did not employ the full power of his severed finger, as these 3 were not worthy. As the laws of death surged, he executed the move. Countless tendrils of death energy poured forth from the death staircase, coalescing into an enormous finger spanning thousands of feet, aimed directly at the 3. What? What is this martial art? Such terrifying power. Can she truly wield the death energy of the Black Earth Death Mountain? What connection does she have to the Black Earth Death Mountain? Witnessing this, the assembled cultivators were struck with horror. The 3 reincarnation realm practitioners had never encountered such a spectacle. They were utterly unprepared, not only for the divine martial art, but even for the death energy emanating from the staircase. In an instant, as the finger descended, rumbling sounds echoed. Countless death energies effortlessly shattered their defenses, consuming their vitality. For formidable masters of the reincarnation realm found themselves utterly powerless against a mere girl, unable to withstand even a single strike. The air was thick with tension as the leader of the Shadow Sect and the Lord of the Ghost Sect exchanged glances, each reflecting shock at the unexpected challenge posed by the young maiden. Her effortless subjugation of the 4 reincarnation realm 1-stars suggested her prowess surpassed even 7 stars. However, a reincarnation realm 7-star was by no means their match. Wait, the girl interjected calmly. What? Wait. The Shadow Sect leader sneered. Does Miss Luo have something to say? Or perhaps you wish to shatter the jade pendant of the infinite divine dynasty. Regrettably, we shall not grant you that opportunity. Before he could finish, a shadow descended from the sky, delivering a crushing blow. Boom. The leader of the Shadow Sect was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. What? The Lord of the Ghost Sect gasped in shock. Was it truly that simple? His expression shifted as he beheld the dark figure responsible for the devastation, a silhouette clad in black armor, devoid of any spiritual aura yet radiating an overwhelming presence. Was this a puppet? And more specifically, an Imperial Corpse puppet? The Lord of the Ghost Sect's countenance paled. Why hadn't you revealed this earlier? If you had, we might have avoided our demise. You didn't have to wait. I merely summoned my puppet, Suyi remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the Lord of the Ghost Sect before addressing the armored figure. Wait, this one is yours to handle. Spare no effort in extracting the storage ring, the source of cultivation and the essence of the soul. Understood, the armored figure responded in a deep, resonant voice. What? You dare to call this weight? Are you truly playing with fire? The Lord of the Ghost Sect's complexion darkened, and he exploded with indignation. Even the surrounding cultivators shifted uneasily, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, Suyi had no time to dwell on their reactions. After issuing commands to his puppet, he did not relinquish control back to the girl, but instead soared rapidly toward the pinnacle of the ladder of death. Given that the minions of the extreme Demon Valley barred passage, it was evident their true objective lay hidden within the Death Palace, likely the elusive Mu Wanqing. As Suyi ascended the ladder of death with fervor, he beheld the ominous Death Palace, which suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, a terrifying imperial might radiated outward. A chilling, furious voice of a woman rang out. Intruders in the forbidden grounds shall perish. Chapter 158. The enveloping demonic aura, heart of the crimson demon. As that chilling voice reverberated, the entire Death Palace erupted with a thunderous roar. It was as if all the deathly energy was summoned at that moment, converging towards a singular point. What is happening? Beneath the stairway of death, the Elder of 10,000 Swords and the Deputy Master of the Divine Fist Hall, along with other formidable beings, were taken aback by the scene before them. They observed, with astonished expressions, as the deathly energy surrounding them began to dissipate. Moreover, the deathly aura from the stairway of death swiftly surged towards the summit of the Dead Mountain, the very location of the Death Palace. Is the death energy truly dissipating? Such terrifying imperial might. Could it be that an emperor-level expert has arrived? In that instant, the faces of Elder of 10,000 Swords and the other powerful figures shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, in another part of the Death Palace, the venerable Elder Qinghuan and the warriors of the Battle Heaven Hall were wandering about. Have you located the deathly battle armor? Elder Qinghuan inquired, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the group of warriors. Upon hearing this, the warriors of the Battle Heaven Hall shook their heads in unison. Still no news? Elder Qinghuan's brow knitted further, his murky old eyes filled with perplexity. The reason they had ventured to the Black Soil Dead Mountain was due to rumors of a semi-artifact known as the Death Battle Armor, said to significantly enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. It was even rumored that the cultivation of the 3,000 Great Avenues would achieve a qualitative leap in a short span of time. If combined with the Battle Heaven Hall's path of warfare, their power would be formidable indeed. However, despite their extensive search, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of the Death Battle Armor. Could it truly be nothing more than a mere rumor? As Elder Qinghuan pondered, a sudden roar echoed from nearby. What is that? Such overwhelming imperial might, emanating from within the Grand Hall. A gleam flashed in Elder Qinghuan's eyes, and without hesitation, he led the warriors of the Battle Heaven Hall towards the main hall of the Death Palace. Let us proceed and investigate. Upon hearing this, Yixiao, amidst the crowd of the Battle Heaven Hall, turned pale. Isn't this akin to courting death, leading us to witness the imperial battle? Soyi, the deathly energy is converging towards the Death Palace, and that voice, just now, was it your senior sister? In the realm of soul containment, the petite figure in a white dress, with her delicate brows knitted in worry, quickly inquired. No, it was that woman, the goddess of death, Soyi replied, his expression indifferent as he shook his head. Lo, dear girl, allow your knight brother to take the lead from here. The young girl nodded. Her fierce little fist clenched. Let Suayi flatten them all. Let us go, Suayi declared, with a decisive strike. The black general obliterated the Spectre Lord and swiftly retracted his fist, examining the two Emperor strike cards in his system space. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself towards the ominous Palace of Death. At that moment, the Palace of Death was suffused with an overwhelming aura of demise. As the deathly energy from the entire Black Earth Dead Mountain converged here, a woman clad in a black gown stood imperiously before the Grand Hall, her gaze icy, as countless tendrils of death energy swirled around her delicate figure. Behind her, upon a throne, sat a lady in a green dress, surrounded by a protective shroud of death energy. Death, let us strike together, murmured Mu Wanqing, furrowing her brow. You are still bound by the laws of heaven. Should you leave my domain here, you will be detected by the celestial order. Your efforts would be futile, the goddess of death replied, her eyes fixed upon the looming figure shrouded in malevolent energy. I alone can handle this adversary. Before them, beyond the hall, a towering figure leaned on a cane. His gaze locked onto the two women, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. It was the bone demon ancestor from the Valley of Extreme Demons. A mere 6-star Xian Emperor dares to intrude upon the Black Earth Dead Mountain? He taunted. The goddess of death narrowed her eyes, her expression one of disdain. Under normal circumstances, a mere 6-star Xian Emperor would not dare to tread in the presence of two 9 Tribulation Emperors. Yet, due to the constraints imposed by the heavenly order, Mu Wanqing could not leave her seat of death, and the effects of the cycle of reincarnation had diminished her power significantly. Nevertheless, she harbored no fear of a 6-star Xian Emperor. Why do you insist on protecting her? Goddess of death? You know our goal has always been the Celestial Palace. The bone demon ancestor sneered, his gaze leering at Mu Wanqing. Is it not simply because your kin nearly faced annihilation at the hands of that individual? Did not 7 of your own perish at his hand during your ascension? The goddess of death retorted coldly, her arms crossed. Indeed, it is a disgrace to be outnumbered 10 to 1 and suffer such losses, she mused, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You. The bone demon ancestor's expression darkened, his countenance twisted with fury. So what of it? That person has still perished, and our demon lord has 3 who have ascended to the divine realm. Ah, so this is your justification for your losses? To be outmatched 10 to 1 and to lose 7? The goddess of death replied with an air of indifference. You. The bone demon ancestor's face contorted with rage, but regardless of what he said next, the goddess of death merely countered with the fact of their losses. Enough. I said enough. Ultimately, the bone demon ancestor could no longer contain his frustration. Goddess of death, should you choose to withdraw now, I might still grant you mercy. Old man of the black earth dead mountain. After all, we have yet to contemplate taking action against the forbidden zone of life. However, should you persist in this manner, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The bone demon ancestor's visage was fraught with malevolence, and the aura of dark magic surrounding him intensified. With your mere 6-star Xian Emperor? The goddess of death raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with disdain. I am fully aware that even with the cycle of life and death, as the sovereign of the black earth dead mountain, your strength, despite being significantly diminished, would still embody the power of a calamity emperor. Yet, I have come prepared. Do not fault me for my rudeness then. With a sinister chuckle, the bone demon ancestor tore open his tattered robe, revealing a withered upper body devoid of flesh, composed entirely of blackened bones. His internal organs shrouded in a torrent of dark magic. At the location of his heart, a pulsating mass of blood-red magic was visible, continuously throbbing. This essence of magic clashed starkly with the surrounding dark magic. Undoubtedly, this blood-red magic was far more potent than the bone demon ancestor's own dark energy. Is this the heart of the crimson sky demon? Not far away, upon the throne of death, when Mu Wanqing beheld the heart pulsating with blood-red magic. A flicker of astonishment crossed her exquisite features, her brows knitting tightly, and her pupils constricting. She had previously encountered the Crimson Sky Demon, one of the 10 demon emperors of the Celestial Demon clan, and the impression of its blood-red magic lingered vividly in her mind. Moreover, this crimson demon had perished at the hands of her junior disciple on the ancient path to divinity. Yet, she never anticipated that the heart of the Crimson Sky Demon would reside within the body of the Bone Demon Ancestor. Chapter 159, A Severed Finger. A cloak of black as the Bone Demon Ancestor summoned the heart of the Crimson Sky Demon, his expression morphed into one of ferocity and madness. This is the power bestowed upon me by the Demon Lord, a strength you shall never attain in your lifetime. Mu Wanqing and the Goddess of Death exchanged glances, each perceiving the perplexity mirrored in the other's eyes. Had this old wretch lost his mind? A strength unattainable in their lifetimes? After all, they were both 9 tribulation emperors. With my demonic blood, I shall summon the power of my demon lord. The bone demon ancestor grinned menacingly, slamming his palm against his chest. The heart of the Crimson Sky Demon throbbed wildly, ravenously consuming the countless streams of demonic blood and energy within the bone demon ancestor's body. As this voracious consumption continued, the bone demon ancestor's form grew increasingly emaciated. No wonder he appeared so gaunt. It was the heart that relentlessly devoured his physical being. However, his aura was simultaneously surging. Wait until I unleash the power of the demon lord, and you shall see. Yet, before the bone demon ancestor could utter more, the goddess of death flickered into motion, raising her foot and delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling backward across the dead mountain. You cannot play this game. The bone demon ancestor coughed up a mouthful of demonic blood. Do you think this goddess is foolish? The goddess of death narrowed her eyes, refusing to allow the bone demon ancestor the time to summon the power of the Crimson Sky Demon. With the flicker of deathly energy, she reappeared. Seeing this, the bone demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated, simultaneously hurling the accompanying formidable warriors of the extreme demon valley into her path. You lot, go and hold her back. The warriors of the extreme demon valley exclaimed in confusion. What? To fight the Lord of the Life Forbidden Zone? Not the Lord of the Life Scenic Area. Yet, the warriors had no choice but to brace themselves, steeling their resolve to face their demise with some semblance of dignity. Unfazed by the ragtag assembly, the goddess of death regarded them with disdain. With a mere wave of her hand, she unleashed death energy that engulfed them, their screams echoing in the air. Once the trivial opponents were dispatched, the goddess of death approached the bone demon ancestor, who had cowered at the back. In mere seconds, he had completed the blood sacrifice to the demon lord. With the blood-red heart pulsating continuously, the dark demonic energy surrounding him was entirely replaced by blood-colored demonic energy. His momentum surged, elevating his strength to a terrifying 3-tribulation emperor in the blink of an eye. Now, goddess of death, I shall not fear you. Upon acquiring the power of the Crimson Sky demon heart, the bone demon ancestor let out a chilling sneer, devoid of any fear in his eyes. He directly channeled the blood-red demonic energy and launched a powerful punch towards the approaching death goddess. Observing this, the death goddess furrowed her delicate brows, yet felt no trace of fear. What a jest! She was the sovereign of the Black Earth Dead Mountain, the master of death itself. How could she possibly fear death? Without a moment's hesitation, she retaliated with a swift kick. Boom! The collision of the blood-red demonic energy and the pitch-black death aura instantly erupted, rapidly expanding outward as if to engulf everything in its vicinity. In the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the death goddess was forced to retreat swiftly. Glancing at the remnants of the blood-red demonic energy clinging to her jade foot, she could not help but frown, then let out a cold snort as the death aura swiftly consumed the residual demonic energy. Witnessing this, the bone demon ancestor smiled with satisfaction. It seems the influence of the cycle of life and death has significantly affected you. Even someone of my caliber, a 3-calamity emperor, is beyond your reach. TSK. Hearing the bone demon ancestor's words, the death goddess frowned, discreetly surveying her surroundings. Though the death aura was overwhelmingly dense, it was tainted with a substantial amount of life energy. This essence was quite discomforting for her. Whenever she utilized the death aura, this life energy would infiltrate her body, severely diminishing her strength. Bone demon comrade? At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment echoed. Outside the Grand Hall, the esteemed Xuantian ancestor and other powerful figures from the War Heaven Hall emerged. Upon witnessing the bone demon ancestor, radiating blood-red demonic energy, alongside the woman in the black dress, Xuantian ancestor was taken aback. Could this be the master of the Black Earth Dead Mountain, the Death Goddess? It was rumored that the Death Goddess was an emperor-level powerhouse. How could she be suppressed by the bone demon ancestor? As they observed the confrontation, it became evident that the woman in the black dress was subtly at a disadvantage, causing Xuantian ancestor's expression to change dramatically, filled with disbelief. Wasn't the bone demon ancestor merely a 6-star Xian emperor like himself? How could he, in the blink of an eye, confront the death goddess alone? Boom! Simultaneously, the bone demon ancestor continued to utilize the blood-red demonic energy to repeatedly force the death goddess back. Her expression grew increasingly grim. The nature of the Crimson Sky demon energy was exceedingly strange, scorching her death aura while simultaneously allowing the life energy of the cycle of life and death to seep into her. This continuous cycle would intensify the pressure she faced. It was not that the bone demon ancestor was overwhelmingly strong, but rather that the cycle of life and death exerted a tremendous influence upon her. At this moment, the death goddess felt as if she had encountered the very person she wished to strike at her most vulnerable. If this continued, death might not necessarily prevail against the bone demon, as the consuming nature of the Crimson Demon's aura would gradually devour her death energy, allowing the life energy to encroach further. On the throne of death, Mu Wanqing's brows knitted tightly as she quickly discerned the crux of the issue. I must devise a strategy. She furrowed her brow in contemplation. As the emperor's might surged forth, chains of suffering swiftly ensnared her, bringing immense anguish. The laws of heaven and retribution. Once the goddess of death is resolved, the Empress of medicine shall pose no threat. The ancient bone demon, with a sinister chuckle, beheld the celestial chains binding Mu Wanqing. His gaze then shifted to the nearby Xuantian ancestor and companions, narrowing his eyes with a sly smile. Xuantian, my friend, I did not anticipate your presence. What a fortuitous coincidence. How about lending me your strength to vanquish this goddess of death? Oh, there is no need for that, Xuantian ancestor replied, his expression shifting as he hastily shook his head. Continue without me. I shall not intrude. With that, He intended to depart with the members of the War Sky Hall. The pressure from the Bone Demon was overwhelming, and engaging in the assault against the master of the Forbidden Zone would yield no benefit for them, rendering alliance unnecessary. Is that so? But what if I were to compel you, my friend, to assist me? The ancient Bone Demon would not relent. With a sweeping gesture, a shroud of crimson demonic energy enveloped all within the War Sky Hall. Suddenly, a massive gaping maw appeared at his chest, as if an unseen force were drawing the members of the War Sky Hall closer to their doom. No. Stop. At this sight, the faces of Yi Xiao and the other warriors of the War Sky Hall blanched in terror, finding themselves with no means of resistance. Consumed entirely as blood offerings by that gaping maw, Yi Xiao's final defiance echoed, this position of the three paths. Truly toxic. In his last moments, he grappled with the impossible. How could you suddenly attain the strength of a three-calamity emperor? This cannot be. The eyes of Qinghuan ancestor brimmed with disbelief as he exerted himself against the overwhelming force. Yet, even as a six-star profound emperor, he was utterly powerless against the Bone Demon's newfound might, his struggles proving futile. In an instant, he too was engulfed by the crimson demonic energy. Simultaneously, a grotesque visage emerged from the gaunt chest of the Bone Demon, that of Qinghuan ancestor, whose eyes still twitched, betraying the remnants of his consciousness. Though not yet deceased, his strength was being inexorably devoured, his aura dwindling to that of a four-calamity emperor. Witnessing this, the goddess of death and Mu Wanqing's expressions darkened with gravity. Ha ha ha. Now it is time to settle accounts with you. The Bone Demon cackled, the crimson energy surging towards the two women. However, at that moment, a colossal finger descended from the heavens, imbued with unparalleled imperial might, aimed squarely at him. Concurrently, a girl's indifferent voice resonated. Do you think you are worthy? As the voice faded, a graceful silhouette emerged. In that fleeting moment, both the goddess of death and Mu Wanqing gazed in astonishment, for the power of that severed finger was strikingly familiar. Though the figure appeared youthful, they sensed an uncanny resemblance to a well-known presence. It was clad in black attire. Chapter 160. She is an old friend, death withdraws. As the towering severed finger, imbued with boundless imperial might, descended, the Bone Demon ancestor sensed its approach, furrowing his brow. He immediately summoned his crimson demonic energy to counteract it. However, that severed finger, exuding an aura of invincibility, effortlessly pierced through the oncoming blood magic and advanced directly towards the Bone Demon ancestor. What? Witnessing this scene, the Bone Demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. This was the blood magic of the Lord of the Red Sky Demon, a force that could withstand even the deathly aura of the goddess of death. How could a mere severed finger possess such power? Who is this holy entity? The Bone Demon ancestor's demeanor turned grave as the finger continued to advance, threatening even him, who had attained the status of a fourth-tier emperor. Bloodbone shield. The Bone Demon ancestor roared. In an instant, countless strands of crimson demonic energy swirled around him, manifesting a legion of blood-stained bones, remnants of the cultivators he had vanquished and refined into blood bones for his use. Boom. The moment the bloodbone shield materialized, the severed finger descended upon him without hesitation. Boom. Boom. As the two forces collided, a terrifying power radiated outward, causing the once grand death palace to collapse into ruins, leaving only the throne standing alone amidst the devastation. Seeing this unfold, the goddess of death felt a pang of anguish, as if this scene were eerily familiar. Yet, she had no time to ponder. With a wave of her delicate hand, she enveloped herself and Mu Wanqing in deathly energy, shielding them from the devastating force of the collision. Only after securing their safety did she recall that thousands of years ago, her death palace had been rebuilt due to the actions of a certain individual. Boom. The Bone Demon ancestor's bloodbone shield appeared fragile, yet it was indeed no match for the overwhelming strength of the severed finger. As it struck, cracks instantly appeared across the surface of the blood bones, and the Bone Demon ancestor was struck with horror as he sensed an intense murderous intent emanating from the finger, as though it would not relent until he was annihilated. What? A bizarre severed finger. With my blood, I shall offer a sacrifice to the Demon Lord's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, the Bone Demon ancestor once again invoked the demon heart, feeling his power surge, albeit at the cost of his vitality, aging him further and sapping his life force. The demon lord of the red sky's heart was not solely implanted within him. Previous powerful beings had been consumed by this very heart. While it provided a continuous source of strength, it required a sacrifice of oneself. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives at this moment. At last, bolstered by the enhancement of his power, the blood bones could no longer withstand the pressure. Crack, crack, crack. As the blood bones shattered, the severed finger finally descended upon the gaunt form of the bone demon ancestor. Boom! The entire black soil dead mountain trembled violently. A severed finger, wielding unparalleled force, instantaneously pinned the bone demon ancestor atop a peak of the black soil dead mountain, causing the mountainside to collapse and creating a terrifying chasm. What is happening? What unfathomable power is this? Beneath the death stage, the formidable beings from various factions were left in a state of shock as they witnessed the towering severed finger strike a blood-red demonic shadow into the black soil dead mountain, obliterating a mountain peak in the process. That severed finger, who could possibly possess such divine strength? Such a formidable strike. The death goddess and Mu Wanqing gazed in astonishment at that finger. The aura emanating from it feels so familiar. The death goddess furrowed her brow. It belongs to my junior disciple. Meanwhile, upon the throne of death, Mu Wanqing's gaze was fixed upon the severed finger, her tone resolute and unwavering as she declared, "What? It truly is that fellow's severed finger? It makes sense. If such a finger can unleash such terrifying power, it seems he is the only one in the entire 9 domains capable of it." The death goddess crossed her arms, deep in thought. After all, that fellow is notoriously shameless. The title of the ruthless bandit emperor suits him well. He has left no treasure unclaimed. His physical form has been steeped in countless valuable substances, ancient imperial blood, divine water from the upper realms. His body is exceedingly formidable. So, how could that young lady possess his severed finger? The death goddess's gaze landed on the figure clad in white, her beauty unparalleled. Yet her delicate countenance was now shrouded in frost, prompting her to voice her confusion. Mu Wanqing's brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head. "I am uncertain. Moreover, don't you think her aura resembles that of my junior disciple?" Upon hearing these words, the death goddess narrowed her eyes and, after a brief moment, nodded in agreement. Although the young woman in white stood there radiantly, they both sensed a shadowy figure in black lurking behind her. Could it be that your junior disciple has been reincarnated and transformed into a girl? The death goddess furrowed her brow in speculation. Mu Wanqing responded, "Regarding the tale of my junior disciple reincarnating as a girl, PFF. Meanwhile, beneath the ruins, the bone demon ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly disheveled. Under the weight of that finger, even half of his head had been crushed, leaving only one eye and half of his face exposed, creating a truly terrifying visage. Soon after, he summoned his demonic energy to break free from the deathly soil enveloping him. Simultaneously, that severed finger transformed into a streak of light, appearing beside the young woman in white. "It's you, Luo Qinghuan." The bone demon ancestor's gaze followed hers, and upon seeing the figure in white, his pupils constricted sharply, a fleeting expression of disbelief flickering in his eyes. He never anticipated that the one controlling this terrifying severed finger was the girl in the white dress whom he had always looked down upon. "Your strength is that of the reincarnation realm. How could this be possible? Among the prodigies of the desolate domain, how could there be a junior of the reincarnation realm?" Upon seeing the girl walking across the air, the bone demon ancestor's expression grew increasingly extraordinary. Even the strongest young prodigies of the desolate domain could not possibly possess strength at the reincarnation realm. Is she truly a junior? Moreover, what is the origin of that severed finger? Merely relying on the power of the reincarnation realm to manipulate this severed finger, how could it instill fear even in him, who wields the might of the Crimson Sky Demon Lord? Even if this severed finger is mysterious, it remains just a severed finger. Coincidentally, the Valley Master mentioned capturing you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. How amusing. The bone demon ancestor sneered. As the heart of the Crimson Sky Demon within him pulsated with vigor, countless terrifying blood-red demonic energies oozing forth to gradually restore his half-repaired visage, his aura returning to its peak. "I shall assist her." The death goddess observed this scene, her brows furrowing slightly, and she began to channel her death energy, intending to rush forward to help. Death stepped back. However, The girl in white merely cast a calm glance at her, her tone composed. Upon hearing this, the death goddess was taken aback, her gaze wide with astonishment as she looked at the girl in white. How could this be? The esteemed mistress of the forbidden zone of life, the sovereign of the Black Earth Death Mountain, was unexpectedly regarded as a mere junior by this girl before her? Chapter 161. A display of great power, a magnificent gift. However, when the cool and detached voice of the girl in the white dress resonated, both the goddess of death and Mu Wanqing were momentarily taken aback, their hearts trembling violently. You go protect my senior sister. This old fool is enough for me to handle. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of both women changed drastically. Protect my senior sister? Could it be that she? The gazes of the goddess of death and Mu Wanqing became exceedingly intriguing as they covered their mouths in astonishment, staring at the girl in white. Could she truly be the younger junior brother? Hiss. Her younger junior brother has indeed reincarnated into a beautiful girl. Moreover, she is exceptionally lovely. Ha ha ha. You little brat, truly overestimating yourself. I shall see how a mere broken finger can possibly compare to the demonic heart of Lord Xuantian. The bone demon ancestor chuckled ominously, his blood-red heart pulsating grotesquely. Xuantian demon? So it is a defeated foe. No wonder he appears so familiar. However, upon hearing this, the girl in white revealed a smile imbued with profound meaning. Xuantian demon? The realm of soul containment. The little white-dressed soul curiously inquired. One of those 10 old dogs, Suyi clarified. Then why use a heart? Wouldn't something else suffice? That is because Xuantian demon was obliterated by your elder brother Yi, leaving only the heart intact, Suyi stated quietly. The little white-dressed soul responded with a silent acknowledgement. All right then. Next, let your elder brother Yi obliterate this heart that was not yet annihilated once again. Suyi smiled gently. Since my senior sisters are unharmed, I can unleash my full potential. Good. The little white-dressed soul nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation for Su Ye's grand display of might. What? A defeated foe? Upon hearing the words of the girl in white, the bone demon ancestor appeared momentarily stunned, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Who are you? Meanwhile, the goddess of death and Mu Wanqing, upon hearing this, became even more certain of their suspicions. Indeed, the younger junior brother had truly reincarnated as a beautiful girl. Should they address him as junior brother or junior sister from now on? Who am I? Shouldn't you be quite clear about the Xuantian demon heart within you? Suyi chuckled softly. His eyes then glinted with a cold light, and with a wave of his hand, he directly activated the divine-level martial art, Death's annihilating finger. The surrounding death energy flowed incessantly, converging upon that broken finger. What grade of martial art is this? Witnessing the terrifying might manifesting upon the broken finger, the goddess of death could not help but be taken aback. Even Mu Wanqing beside her displayed a hint of astonishment in her gaze. Why did it seem that the younger junior brother had acquired even more formidable abilities after his reincarnation? This martial art seems to transcend the mere realm of imperial-level techniques. If the junior disciple were to unleash it at full strength, the power would likely surpass anything he had previously demonstrated. Could it be a divine-level martial art? Boom. As the severed finger coalesced, the bone demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly sense the heart of the red sky demon lord pulsating more violently within his chest. This fervent beating was not born of excitement, but rather fear. How could that be? How could the red sky demon lord fear this mere girl from the reincarnation realm? Suddenly, the bone demon ancestor recalled something, his pupils constricting as he gasped in shock. That severed finger belonged to that infamous figure, the one he referred to, none other than Su Yi, the bandit emperor who had slain 7 of their demon lords in a single strike. No wonder the red demon lord's heart was filled with such dread. In an instant, comprehension washed over the bone demon ancestor, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Even if that severed finger belonged to that individual, today, I shall reclaim it. As these words fell from his lips, the bone demon ancestor let out a cold laugh. Unfazed by the approaching finger, he unleashed the full potency of the red sky demon lord's heart, gathering a torrent of crimson demonic energy that coalesced into a towering demonic finger, pointing directly at the celestial severed finger. Boom. In an instant, 2 fingers tore through the clouds above the desolate mountains, shaking the heavens and the earth. Below the Palace of Death, when the powerful figures from various factions witnessed this scene, they were struck with awe. This terrifying aura, could it be the legendary Imperial battle? Even from such a distance, they could still feel the overwhelming pressure. However, under the invincible imperial might of the celestial severed finger, even as the bone demon ancestor wielded the power of the red sky demon lord's heart, the demonic finger crafted from demonic energy continued to retreat. Boom. Another strike. The bone demon ancestor was once again forced to spit blood and stagger back, his breath faltering. Nevertheless, he merely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with a fierce glint. Ha ha ha. What if I allow you a few strikes? That severed finger ultimately does not belong to you. Once the energy within it dissipates, what storm can a mere girl from the reincarnation realm stir? It was evident that the bone demon ancestor had a clear objective. From the beginning, his sole purpose was to deplete the power of that severed finger. As long as the residual energy faded, this girl would pose no threat. Oh, is it so? You wait, and I shall wait as well. However, upon hearing these words, Suyi glanced at the severed finger, which had noticeably diminished in power. Yet she remained undaunted, merely smiling. Unbeknownst to him, a wisp of deathly energy had appeared above the bone demon ancestor's head. This dense aura of death gradually formed into the character for death, nearly solidifying with just a few strokes. I am waiting for the character to solidify. What are you waiting for? Death. What? Is that the move? The expression on the bone demon ancestor's face suddenly changed. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the girl's technique before. Yet he had never anticipated that it could be effective even against someone of the Emperor's caliber. This was truly outrageous. At this moment, the bone demon ancestor finally lost his composure. He dared not gamble on whether the manifestation of the character for death would lead to his demise. The character for death? Could the essence of death be utilized in such a manner? Observing this scene, even the goddess of death, who governed the essence of death, appeared somewhat astonished. Why was this technique not known to her? The dissipated power of the severed finger indicated that, unless he was mistaken, the manifestation of the character for death required the accumulation of attacks. How could a mere practitioner of the reincarnation realm hope to harm him? However, the bone demon ancestor quickly regained his confidence, realizing that this individual was not as foolish as he initially thought. Yet, Suyi chuckled softly and said, wait. The bone demon ancestor was taken aback. What trickery did the girl intend to employ now? However, as soon as Su Ye's words fell, a figure clad in black iron armor materialized beside her. An emperor's corpse puppet? Fortunately, it was merely of the first star of the emperor realm. Upon seeing this, the bone demon ancestor paused, but after sensing its aura, he immediately sighed in relief. Yet, why did this emperor's corpse puppet seem so familiar? Did he truly believe that a mere puppet could inflict harm upon him? How presumptuous! The bone demon ancestor scoffed derisively. Nevertheless, Suyi paid him no heed. She merely commanded the Black General to discard the corpse of the ghostly cult leader, then directly employed the devouring heaven demon art she had cultivated to consume both its foundational essence and soul essence. Simultaneously, the foundational power replenished by the devouring heaven demon art manifested in full. Without hesitation, Suyi infused all of this foundational power into the severed finger. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the energy of the severed finger, which had already been depleted, suddenly surged anew. What? How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, the bone demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? This is rigged. How could the game be played like this? Since it has come to this, I shall no longer live. The bone demon ancestor's eyes turned crimson, seeing the girl restore the energy of the severed finger. He realized that if just a few more fingers were to fall, and the character for death solidified above him, he would be doomed. It was better to summon his life essence and fight with all his might. In my name, awaken my demon lord. Come forth, Lord Xuantian demon. As the bone demon ancestor's eerie laughter echoed, his body was instantly engulfed in boundless crimson demonic energy. Then, the heart of the Xuantian demon pulsated grotesquely on his chest, transforming into a gaping maw that began to devour the bone demon ancestor's very being. In less than a moment, the bone demon ancestor was reduced to a pool of blood, and within that blood, the heart of the Xuantian demon continued to pulsate menacingly. Countless crimson demonic energies coalesced, continuously forming a shadowy figure of malice, while a heart of darkness pulsated ominously at its core. What? The Crimson Sky Demon. This wretched being has actually sacrificed flesh and blood to summon the Crimson Sky Demon. Though it is not the living embodiment of the demon, the severed finger of a junior disciple is hardly sufficient to confront it. Witnessing this scene, both the goddess of death and Mu Wanqing's expressions shifted dramatically. The former could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Can this damned cycle of reincarnation hurry along? Who has summoned me?" The blood-red apparition emerged, its heart thrumming grotesquely. And with the utterance of those words, the oppressive aura of the boundless blood demon surged outward. Observing this, Suyi furrowed his brow slightly. What should he do now? The little spirit in the white dress quietly inquired. "Fear not. Your brother Yi has his own methods," Suyi replied, shaking his head. Given the circumstances, it seemed he must resort to a more formidable approach. Those previous actions were merely preliminary measures. Now it was time to truly unleash his potential. As he spoke, a smile crept upon his face as he gazed upon the colossal blood-red shadow. "Crimson Sky Demon, behold. Do you recognize who I am? Look at the grand gift that the Bone Demon has bestowed upon you. Yesterday, I truly did not experience any writer's block. In fact, I penned several extra 100 words for the last chapter. However, time was insufficient, and I could only conclude the plot there. Sincere gratitude to the esteemed author for their endorsement, as well as to the generous contributors such as Yuel Yang, Kat, and others for their gifts. I also wish to express my appreciation to the readers who have accompanied me from the days of the Empress until now. I recognize you all. Thank you, everyone. This chapter is also free from any block. It is already 3,000 words long. Chapter 162, The Emperor's Strike, the Frostblade Dragon Dance. As the surging crimson demonic aura spread outward, the entire Hall of Death became enveloped in this malevolent energy. A colossal blood-red phantom loomed over the black earth dead mountain, exuding a regal presence that looked down upon all. Behold, what is that? Such terrifying demonic energy, akin to a demon god. At this moment, upon witnessing the blood-red phantom, the elder of 10,000 swords and others beneath the steps of death were struck with profound astonishment, even daring not to breathe. As an invisible pressure enveloped all cultivators on the black earth dead mountain. After so many years, I finally see the light of day again. The blood-red phantom spoke with palpable excitement. The apparition gradually solidified, its blood-red heart pulsating grotesquely. It was known as the Crimson Sky Demon, one of the 10 demon emperors of the demon clan. It was destined to embark on the ancient path to divinity and ascend to the higher realms. Yet it had unfortunately suffered defeat at the hands of a despicable human, leaving only a remnant demonic heart. After being blood-sacrificed by the descendants of the demon clan, it was granted the chance to once again see the light of day. Now, it would seize this opportunity. Once it reconstructed its demonic body, it would lead the demon clan to unify the 9 domains. The blood-red phantom continued to coalesce, with the sinister laughter of the Crimson Sky Demon echoing. However, at that moment, a girl's melodious and cool voice suddenly rang out. "Crimson Sky Demon, do you recognize me? Can you guess what delightful gift the Bone Demon has sent you?" With her light laughter, the Crimson Sky Demon momentarily froze, then frowned as it turned to look. Not far away, a stunning girl clad in a white dress was smiling at him, having spoken those words. Upon hearing this, a distinct displeasure flickered in the Crimson Sky Demon's eyes. When did a mere human ant of the reincarnation realm dare to speak to him in such a manner? Yet, just as the Crimson Sky Demon was about to raise its hand to dispose of this ant, a sudden tremor coursed through its heart upon seeing the girl's smiling face. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over it, causing its demonic heart to beat uneasily. A fear emanating from the depths of its soul surged uncontrollably. Even the massive demonic body, constructed from countless strands of demonic energy, trembled at this moment. The more it looked, the more familiar she seemed. It felt as though its very DNA had stirred. "It's you." After a considerable pause, the expression of the Crimson Sky Demon transformed dramatically, staring incredulously at the girl before it. Though her appearance had changed, her strength had evolved, and even her gender had shifted, that innate aura remained unaltered, instilling fear within it. "You're not dead. How is that possible? I watched you perish without a burial place, swallowing my last breath in disbelief. How could you possibly still be alive?" At this moment, the Crimson Sky Demon was utterly baffled, its heart seething with anger and confusion. "Damn it! When will that full-bone demon cease summoning me? Why summon him at this moment? Is this not akin to delivering him right into that fellow's grasp? What an incompetent ally. However, at this moment, Xuantian suppressed the terror surging within him, forcing himself to resist the urge to flee. He continually reminded himself that even if the person before him had not perished, he was likely merely living a second life, currently possessing only the strength of the reincarnation realm. If he were to kill him, it must be now. Xuantian had battled him for an entire lifetime and understood profoundly that if he allowed Su Yi to regain his status as an emperor, there would be no one in the 9 domains capable of opposing him in this lifetime. Should he once again tread the path to divinity and ascend to the higher realms, their clan of heavenly demons would surely face dire consequences. He must not succumb to fear. Absolutely not. Even if you are not dead, what of it? At your current state, you are unworthy to be my opponent. Do you still believe you are that invincible bandit emperor of yours? Xuantian let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intent, as blood-red, demonic energy enveloped the surroundings. Death, we shall strike together shortly. Observing this scene, Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes fixated on the enormous blood-colored phantom, and she spoke calmly. However, the goddess of death opened her mouth, glancing at the heavenly Tao shackles binding Mu Wanqing. She intended to say something, but fell silent upon seeing the tranquility in the latter's gaze, choosing not to voice her thoughts further. Xuantian, as an old friend, I must admit I am somewhat disappointed in you. Yet, Su Yi merely shook his head and smiled. Disappointed? Xuantian was taken aback. I thought you would know me well. Know you? Xuantian furrowed his brows, observing the unperturbed smile on the young woman's face. A sense of unease crept into his heart as he began to recall the dread once instilled in him by the bandit emperor. That is to say, the person before him never engaged in battles without preparation. Just like back then, when he faced all 10 demon emperors alone, it seemed he was courting death. But the outcome was everything from flour that could temporarily blind Imperial realm cultivators to rods appearing out of thin air. He had an array of tactics at his disposal. He had single-handedly slain 7 demons. Now, with such composure, could it be that he harbored no fear of him? But how could that be? Even if he were to live again, he was still merely in the reincarnation realm. Was he trying to deceive him? After all, the notorious bandit Su Yi was exceedingly shameless, employing any means necessary. Trying to trick me? Xuantian scoffed. Fool. Upon hearing Xuantian's words, Su Yi shook his head, no longer inclined to engage in further conversation. He promptly activated the Emperor's Strike card. Emperor's Strike card has been successfully used. Remaining, 1 Xuantian. I severed you once millennia ago. This time, I shall send you to eternal rest. As the young woman's voice faded, a chilling light flashed from her storage ring, revealing a sword exuding a terrifying pressure which floated into her hand. As the sword was drawn, a sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated. Is this the semi-divine weapon, Luo Qinghuan, forged by the elder with divine prowess for my junior disciple? Upon seeing the sword exuding a terrifying aura in the girl's hand, Mu Wanqing was somewhat taken aback. It seems my junior disciple has indeed encountered the elder with divine skills. As her words fell, a resounding boom erupted. The Emperor's Strike card had been activated. Behind the girl in white, a towering figure clad in black emerged. As she swung her sword, the black-clad figure conjured a sword imbued with imperial might. The fearsome aura of the Emperor manifested. What? Observing the formidable figure in black, the eyes of the Xuantian demon narrowed in disbelief. While others summoned the ethereal images of emperors, he was directly manifesting himself. For other emperors were nowhere near his caliber. Lo, my dear, observe keenly how your brother Yi wields this divine sword technique, the Frost Dragon sword dance, Su Yi remarked, raising his sword with a playful smile. The girl replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she nodded. In the midst of their banter, Su Yi brandished the semi-divine weapon, Luo Qinghuan, and with a single stroke, unleashed a devastating blow. As the terrifying imperial aura surged forth, the colossal figure in black also struck, unleashing a frost giant dragon that soared through the air, carrying with it boundless imperial might toward the Xuantian demon. What? At this moment, the Xuantian demon's expression was one of sheer horror. Chapter 163, The Fall of the Crimson Demon. Have you met your in-laws? Upon witnessing the immense frost sword intent, radiating an aura of relentless imperial might, The Crimson Demon exhibited no hesitation. With a fierce roar, his form disintegrated into countless blood demons, surging wildly in all directions. He was prepared to unleash forbidden techniques, determined to engage in a battle to the death. Observing this scene, the petite figure in the white dress felt a surge of gravity in her soulful eyes, instinctively tightening her small hands. Surely, that wretched Suyi must be safe? No, he merely sought to flee. Suyi shook his head. However, could he truly have his way? Crimson Demon, your methods are all too familiar to me. As the maideness light laughter echoed, she waved her jade hand, harnessing the deathly energy of the desolate black earth mountain to ensnare the blood demons entirely within its confines. Above, a colossal black character for death emerged. Death. At this sight, the goddess of death couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Who, after all, was the true master of this black earth mountain? What sort of technique is this? Among the countless blood demons, the Crimson Demon's voice trembled with fear. He realized he could no longer see through this individual. The summoning of his own Emperor's phantom, the terrifying sword intent embodied in the Frost Dragon, and now this immense character of death. He sensed that once this character materialized, his fate would be sealed. These techniques he had never encountered in millennia. Yet, Suyi was utterly familiar with them. In merely a span of thousands of years, had the ruthless Emperor's arsenal expanded so vastly, each technique far surpassing those from eons ago. Now, the Crimson Demon faced two grim choices: to be devoured by the Frost Dragon of fearsome sword intent, or to be crushed by the character of death, extinguished beyond salvation. Damn it! The Crimson Demon's expression darkened, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. With a determined grit of his teeth, he gathered countless blood demons, seemingly preparing to withstand the impending blow. Clang! With the piercing sword intent, the sound of the blade resonated like a dragon's roar. Suyi's strike landed solidly upon the Crimson Demon's vast blood-colored phantom, unleashing a tempest of sword intent. Even as the Crimson Demon desperately channeled his demonic energy in defense, the sword aura effortlessly rent through his defenses. No! With a cry of despair. The moment the sword fell, his towering form was shredded, dispersing into a myriad of demonic energies. Is it over? The maiden's beautiful eyes sparkled. Not yet. I am well aware of his capabilities. Crimson Demon, do you only wish to escape? Transforming into countless fragments, do you truly think leaving a remnant suffices for your survival? As she gazed at the swirling demonic energies, Suyi couldn't help but smile. Then, he slowly raised his hand, uttering a single word. Death. As the words fell, amidst the swirling miasma of dark energy, an ominous character emerged, inscribed in pitch black. Death, 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 death. Countless manifestations of the word appeared seemingly out of thin air, rapidly solidifying before one's eyes. Embrace death. Suyi gently clenched his hand. Boom, 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 boom. A multitude of deathly energies erupted like fireworks. No, I refuse to accept this. I was meant to live a second life. My kin shall not let this go unpunished. At that moment, the anguished cries of the Xuantian demon resonated from every tendril of dark energy. Oh, how splendid it is to possess the cultivation of an emperor. Following a decisive strike, Suyi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Incredible! The young girl in a white dress, her soulful eyes aglow, remarked with a hint of regret. It is a pity that this Xuantian demon has not cultivated the essence of its origin and soul. It appears the girl has profoundly grasped the tenets of purification. Never mind, Suyi replied, shaking his head with a grin. Then let us proceed to reunite you with your senior sister. I grant you permission to reveal your identity. The girl smiled innocently. Very well. Suyi nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Mu Wanqing seated upon the throne of death, approaching her with a gentle smile. Senior sister, it has been a long time. Little junior brother, it has indeed been a while. Mu Wanqing's eyes glistened with tears of joy, exclaiming, all your seniors have missed you dearly. Yes, I shall visit them, Suyi affirmed earnestly with a nod. The old weapon master had informed him of all that his seniors had done for him. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Wanqing interrupted, shaking her head. As long as you are unharmed, that is enough. Upon hearing these words, warmth surged within Suyi's heart. When he first traversed to this unfamiliar realm, the cultivation world was brutally treacherous, rife with deceit. Only during his time in the Celestial Palace did he feel the warmth and kinship emanating from his seniors. Woohoo! Your seniors are all well. The young girl in white pouted. However, little junior brother, have you truly been reborn into a second life? After a lengthy exchange of memories, it took Mu Wanqing quite some time to compose herself. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the girl before her, questioning, "But why are you a girl? Should I call you little junior brother or little junior sister? Though, you are indeed beautiful. After all, in your previous life, you were quite handsome. So it is only natural for you to be a lovely girl now." At this moment, the medicinal Empress found the transformation of her junior brother into a beautiful maiden rather intriguing. "Ah, senior sister, we need not dwell on this matter," Su Yi replied, stifling a laugh at Mu Wanqing's words. However, at that instant, the melodious yet teasing voice of Mu Wanqing suddenly resonated. However, it was merely that the bear was somewhat small. Luo Qinghuan. The previous version of her. Hee. The current version of her. No hee. Senior sister, the truth is, I am not a reincarnation from a second life. Su Yi shook her head, then gently addressed Luo Qinghuan. The vessel of the soul. Luo girl, are you prepared? I am about to reveal to senior sister what truly transpired. I shall return control of the body to you. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression changed, and the sense of tension intensified. Return control of the body to her. But she wasn't ready to face senior sister Su Yi. The overwhelming anxiety felt akin to a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. However, Su Yi did not afford her the opportunity to retort. She directly initiated the process, and a dark soul spirit materialized before Mu Wanqing and the goddess of death. Both women were taken aback. This was the junior brother's soul spirit. Who was that girl? Their gazes shifted, and at this moment, the girl had yet to comprehend the situation, blinking her beautiful eyes as they met those of the two women. The tension rendered her mind blank. Instinctively, she stammered, "Greetings. Esteemed in-laws, Mu Wanqing and the goddess of death." In-laws. Chapter 164, The Guardian's Obsession, The Shackles of Destiny. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Su Yi helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling as though his dark transformation had been in vain. His objective was to cultivate the young girl into a heartless and cold-blooded sorceress. Was it not? However, the girl's endearing Navet seemed to manifest solely in his presence and among those close to him. To other practitioners, she appeared to be an unyielding and fierce bandit. No. I misspoke. Under the puzzled gazes of the death goddess and Mu Wanqing, Luo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, transforming her into a blushing maiden as she hastily shook her head. She had inadvertently uttered the phrase about an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, a thought that had occupied her mind. Now, she felt utterly humiliated, especially before Su Yi's senior sister. In that moment, Luo Qinghuan clenched her small fists, wishing she could dig a hole and hide within it. At this juncture, Mu Wanqing finally regained her composure, her expression tinged with a playful ambiguity as she scrutinized both Luo Qinghuan and Su Yi. With her arms crossed and a smile gracing her features, she said, "Little junior brother, you ought to enlighten us about this situation. After several millennia, who would have thought you would secretly abduct a young lady? My dear girl, you must exercise caution with this fellow. He is far from a good person, quite the rogue." Indeed, beside them, the death goddess also crossed her arms, casting a disapproving glare at Su Yi. Clearly, despite the passage of countless years, she had not forgotten the grievances stemming from the treasures he had pilfered from her. However, upon hearing the death goddess's words, Luo Qinghuan bit her lip. Her face still aflame with embarrassment, yet her expression grew serious as she shook her head and stated emphatically, "Su Yi is not a bad person. Although he sometimes bullies me in secret, he is not malevolent." The death goddess was taken aback. Had she inadvertently become the villain? Observing this scene, Mu Wanqing narrowed her eyes, a look of satisfaction evident in her gaze. She noticed that when the conversation turned to Su Yi, the previously bashful girl seemed to transform entirely. She faintly perceived the emergence of 4 words within her, the guardian's obsession. "Sister, it is like this." Su Yi chuckled softly, then gradually recounted the events that had transpired, though he refrained from mentioning the system. Dual souls within a single body. Is it possible for you to take control of the body when necessary? This was indeed the first time she had heard of such a concept. After listening to Su Yi, Mu Wanqing appeared somewhat surprised, her brows knitting together. However, do you not have any other means to reshape this physical form? Even the Emperor's elixirs for body reconstruction are within my grasp. Su Yi shook his head. Once the 9 layers of the small tower within me are filled, my physical body will naturally be reconstituted. However, it is rather slow. Perhaps I should consider other methods to fill the small pagoda aside from the corruption value. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly and then shook her head gently. Never mind. As long as my junior brother is alive, that is enough. After speaking, her beautiful eyes fell upon the perpetually anxious young woman beside her. Miss Luo, is it? The Empress of Medicine. Upon being directly addressed by Mu Wanqing, Luo Qinghuan's delicate figure stiffened momentarily, her gaze resolute. There is no need to be so tense. You can address me as your senior sister, just like my junior brother. Mu Wanqing smiled and shook her head. Come with me for a moment. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Upon hearing these words, the young woman trembled slightly, her mind momentarily overwhelmed. This is our first meeting. And now we are to speak alone. Isn't this akin to meeting the parents? What should I do? What should I do? At that moment, the young woman was thoroughly flustered. Su Yi, help me. Please save me. Senior sister, let us not rush. However, when the young woman cast a pleading glance towards Su Yi, he did not let her down, smiling as he interrupted Mu Wanqing's words. This girl is still quite nervous. Perhaps it is better to allow her some time to acclimate first. More importantly, Su Ye's soul-like gaze fell upon the faintly visible chains of heavenly principles surrounding Mu Wanqing, and he spoke softly. What we need to do is completely eliminate the heavenly karma binding you, senior sister. Upon hearing this, the death goddess's expression grew grave, and without a moment's hesitation, she waved her jade hand, causing countless streams of deathly energy to swirl and reconstruct the decimated death hall. Subsequently, she lifted her beautiful gaze towards the entire Black Earth Death Mountain. All cultivators, immediately vacate the forbidden zone. Otherwise, death awaits. As these words echoed, the cultivators who had lingered within the Black Earth Death Mountain, still dazed from the overwhelming imperial might they had just witnessed, were abruptly roused. Upon hearing the chilling voice, their expressions transformed in alarm. Without hesitation, they fled in haste. Normally, as long as one did not overstep their bounds, the master of the Forbidden Zone would not take action. However, the Death Goddess's explicit warning signified that something monumental was about to transpire within the Black Earth Death Mountain. What on earth has happened in this Black Earth Death Mountain? First, a torrent of demonic energy. Then the emergence of a terrifying imperial might that swiftly suppressed the crimson demonic aura. And now, I have sensed a killing intent and witnessed countless characters of death. But what does it all mean? I have seen nothing clearly. The elder of 10,000 swords raced desperately, confusion writ large upon his face. I do not know. At that moment, who could see clearly? Everyone was lying on the ground, were they not? Came the chorus of agreement from the other fleeing cultivators nearby. When that colossal figure clad in black emerged, even the terrifying crimson malevolence was nearly suppressed to the point of crumbling into dust, let alone the onlookers. The venerable elder Wang Jian and his companions found themselves pinned to the ground in an exceedingly peculiar posture, desperately channeling their vital energy, not to withstand the sovereign's might, but to avoid contact with the ground teeming with the suffocating aura of death. As for the absence of their exclamations during the battle, it was due to their tightly sealed lips, fearful of ingesting even a morsel of the lethal soil, for it could indeed spell their doom. However, the mention of death brings to mind a certain individual, Miss Luo. It seems she had also employed similar tactics on the stairs of death. Indeed, as the cultivator uttered these words, the previously fleeing practitioners began to grasp the situation. Miss Luo's displayed prowess was sufficient to annihilate even those of the reincarnation realm. Such a feat was already extraordinary, and it was hard to believe she would suddenly transform into a figure of imperial strength. The associations with death could also pertain to the methods of the master of the Black Soil Death Mountain. Regardless, it was prudent to depart swiftly. Meanwhile, as the practitioners fled the Black Soil Death Mountain, an atmosphere of increasing gravity enveloped the Death Palace. Chapter 165. Devouring the Heavenly Path. Su Yi. What did you just say? The Death Goddess finally inquired, her delicate face etched with solemnity, as the lifeless Black Soil Dead Mountain fell into complete desolation. Can you remove the shackles of the Heavenly Path's karma from Wanqing? As she spoke, the death goddess allowed the deathly aura to pervade the entire death palace. In every corner of the life-forbidden zone, there exists a realm severed from the heavenly path, and the black soil dead mountain, being one such realm, served as her death palace. The topic of the heavenly path's karmic shackles was fraught with complexity and sensitivity, making it prudent to discuss it in this secluded place. Naturally, Su Yi, with his dark soul, nodded slightly. What? Upon hearing Su Ye's unequivocal assertion, both Mu Wanqing and the death goddess changed their expressions, astonishment filling their eyes. The shackles of the heavenly path are intertwined with its essence, which serves as the true sovereign of this world. Regardless of whether it pertains to the 9 domains or the upper realm, it is an omnipotent existence, unseen yet undeniably powerful. Even someone as formidable as Mu Wanqing, a 9-calamity emperor, bears these shackles due to the heavenly path's karma, which not only restricts her strength but also subjects her to immense suffering and interference beyond human capability. Thus, when Mu Wanqing discovered that her little junior brother was still alive, she felt a profound sense of contentment. The matter of the heavenly path's karmic shackles was secondary. Yet unexpectedly, her little junior brother claimed he could remove the heavenly path's karma from her. Could it be that her junior brother, having lived another life, has acquired even more terrifying powers than in his previous existence? Senior sister, the reason I can dispel this heavenly path karma is actually related to you, Su Yi remarked with a gentle smile, observing the astonishment on their faces. Me? Mu Wanqing was taken aback. The celestial mechanism pill can temporarily shield one from the heavenly path, but after my modifications, it not only blocks the heavenly path, but also devours its power, transforming it for my own use, Su Yi explained with a grin. What? Devouring the power of the heavenly path? The revelation prompted renewed astonishment from Mu Wanqing and the death goddess. While it is well known that celestial practitioners can harness the power of the heavenly path's principles, this is merely a borrowing. Fundamentally, it still belongs to the source of the heavenly path. Yet, her junior brother spoke of devouring the power of the heavenly path for personal utilization. Truly a prodigy. The death goddess couldn't help but shake her head in awe, exclaiming, "You have overshadowed countless emperors over the millennia, and yet, after all this time, not only are you alive, but you have become even more monstrous." Thank you for the compliment, Su Yi chuckled. Indeed, you are my little junior brother. Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes gleamed with surprise. That celestial mechanism pill was merely a conceptual formula. I had never successfully refined it. I never imagined that you not only succeeded but even enhanced its functionality. She understood that if it were her junior brother, he would undoubtedly be able to refine that celestial mechanism pill. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Yi managed to improve upon it. Humph. Hearing the astonished remarks from Mu Wanqing and the goddess of death, the girl let out a soft snort and placed her hands on her hips. I told you so. That stinky Su Yi is incredibly talented. All right, master sister, let us remove these shackles as soon as possible. Su Yi glanced at the heavenly shackles binding Mu Wanqing and spoke promptly. Very well. I shall rely on you, junior brother. Mu Wanqing replied with a gentle smile and a slight nod. Luo girl, have your brother log in. Su Ye's spirit turned towards the girl beside him. To remove the heavenly causal shackles, physical assistance was necessary, as the spiritual power alone was too weak. The girl obediently nodded. As her beautiful eyes changed expression, Su Yi silently logged in. He then slowly took out a Tianji pill. After consuming the pill, Su Yi approached Mu Wanqing to begin the removal of the heavenly cause and effect. Junior brother, hold on. However, just as Su Yi was about to touch the heavenly cause, Mu Wanqing suddenly recalled something and quickly interrupted him. Once the heavenly cause and effect were engaged, the process of removal would entail suffering. Although the control over Qinghuan's body was currently in your hands, her soul is not strong. I fear she. As Su Yi looked on in confusion, Mu Wanqing softly explained. Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that her concerns were indeed valid. I am not afraid. The little soul in the white dress shook her head. Do not overexert yourself. As Master Sister mentioned, once touched, the pain brought on by the heavenly cause and effect will also be transmitted to you. Though it may be far less than what Master Sister endured, still. Upon hearing the girl's words, Su Yi frowned slightly. It's fine. I am strong. I fear nothing. Yet, the girl stubbornly shook her head. Master Sister has endured the pain of heavenly cause and effect for tens of thousands of years for stinky Su Yi, so I will not be afraid either. Seeing this, Suyi refrained from saying more. This girl could be quite obstinate at times. Once she made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would alter her decision. Master sister. She claims she is strong and unafraid. He then turned to Mu Wanqing, chuckling as he shook his head. At that moment, the girl in the soul's abode blushed deeply. Stinky Suyi, why must you reveal my words? It's utterly embarrassing. Sob. Is that so? Mu Wanqing paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Increasingly pleased with the girl before her. How many favored daughters of heaven and empresses had pursued junior brother, yet none had satisfied them, for they were merely drawn to him for his qualities. Of course, at that time, junior brother had paid no heed to these women. However, at present, this young girl increasingly satisfies her. Though seemingly delicate, when it comes to Suyi, she transforms entirely, fiercely protective. She is unafraid to confront anything for those dear to Suyi. Moreover, her innate talent surpasses that of the favored daughters of heaven and the empresses of sects, exhibiting great potential to become a devoted guardian. Given this, let the journey commence. Mu Wanqing nodded slightly, refraining from further words. After all, with the removal of the heavenly law of cause and effect, she could gradually restore the power of the 9 tribulations emperor. Now that her junior brother has been granted a new life, having protected the celestial palace in his previous existence, it is their turn to safeguard him this time. Suyi nodded in agreement, and then sat cross-legged behind Mu Wanqing. The heavenly mechanism pill has activated. The host gains the ability to absorb the powers of the heavenly law. As the system's voice resonated, a terrifying force erupted from the young girl's delicate form. Under the influence of this power, the shackles of heavenly law and cause and effect binding Mu Wanqing began to weaken significantly. Witnessing this scene, the goddess of death wore a grave expression, hastily consolidating the deathly energy of the entire Black Earth Death Mountain to envelop the Death Palace, ensuring it remained undetected by the heavenly law. Chapter 166. The rebirth of the heavenly path within the Palace of Death. An invisible force continuously swirled around Mu Wanqing. The chains of causality shackling her gradually weakened, dimming in hue. This ethereal power was entirely consumed by Suyi. As Mu Wanqing expelled the chains of causality, the delicate spirit clad in a white dress trembled. The young maiden's brow furrowed, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. It was evident that she could acutely feel the torment inflicted by the chains of causality. Luya, how are you holding up? Can you endure? Suyi, while assisting Mu Wanqing in her struggle, kept a vigilant eye on Luo Qinghuan's condition. Noticing her distressed expression, he inquired with urgency, if it becomes too much. Take your time. No, I can manage. However, the girl stubbornly shook her head, biting her red lip. I'm fine. You carry on. Seeing her determination, Suyi refrained from further words, respecting her resolve, and continued the expulsion. After several hours, with a resounding crack, the last chain of causality binding Mu Wanqing shattered, and her imperial might began to manifest. With a sigh of relief, Luo Qinghuan clutched her chest, her face pale. Finally, it's over. Oh, it hurts so much. Luya, you've worked hard, Suyi said with a comforting smile. No, it's nothing. I'm just being strong, the girl retorted defiantly. Oh. Suyi raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. It seems there is still a chain left on senior sister. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's face turned ashen, displaying a look of brave resignation. Then you should proceed again. Despite her fear, her determination for Suyi prevailed. Ha ha. Suyi laughed heartily at the sight. You rascal, Suyi. Only then did Luo Qinghuan realize that this scoundrel was merely teasing her. Gritting her silver teeth, her cheeks flushed, she silently vowed that once Suyi regained his form, she would bite him fiercely. Ha ha. Suyi's laughter grew louder. Ah. The chains of causality have finally vanished after countless years. Mu Wanqing exhaled deeply, excitement glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Do you know how I have endured these millennia? It has been an eternity. The chains of causality not only restrained my power, inflicting suffering, but also severely limited my alchemical abilities. For a fervent alchemist, being unable to freely practice for thousands of years has been nothing short of torment. Junior brother, thank you. Mu Wanqing composed herself and smiled gently at Suyi. I haven't had the chance to thank my senior sister yet. However, Suyi shook her head. Qinghuan, it is also thanks to you that our junior brother was able to succeed so smoothly. You truly are as formidable as he described. Mu Wanqing gazed at the girl before her, as if she could glimpse the essence of Luo Qinghuan within the sanctuary of her soul. Oh no, not at all. The girl humbly waved her hand, but the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Perhaps she would remain unfazed by praise from others. Yet being complimented by Su Ye's senior sister was undeniably a cause for joy. The reason for her elation eluded her, akin to her deep concern for the perceptions held by those close to Su Yi. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, declaring, "The host has acquired a portion of the Tao's power." Su Yi began to explore the implications of this newfound power. Yet, he was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to him, the second level of the pagoda was now filled to capacity, with its overflowing energy cascading into the third level, which was already shrouded in dark energy. Seeing this, Su Yi was taken aback. Observing the fragment of Tao power he had obtained, a bold thought surged in his mind. Could it be that the Tao's power could also fill this pagoda? As this audacious notion arose, an even bolder idea struck him. If a body could be remade with the dark value and the Tao's power, might he not one day replace the Tao itself? He rubbed his hands together, anticipation bubbling within him. By the way, junior brother, Mu Wanqing suddenly recalled something. She turned to the girl and slowly raised her hand, revealing a sphere of energy radiating imperial might. This is your source power. It is time for it to return to its rightful owner. Clearly, although Su Yi had once left a trace of his source power with them, Mu Wanqing had refrained from using it, much like a divine weapon waiting for its master. Now that their junior brother was alive, it was only natural that the source power would be returned to him. This power belongs to you. Reclaiming it will be beneficial. Mu Wanqing smiled gently. Seeing this, Su Yi accepted without hesitation. The source power of the fierce bandit emperor surged towards him, enveloping the girl in a warm embrace as it flowed into her being, merging with her soul. Luo girl, your brother Yi is going offline to absorb the source power. If anything arises, converse with your senior sister, Su Yi announced, not allowing the girl a moment to respond before he disconnected and entered the Kunlun realm to begin absorbing his own source power. The girl blinked in bewilderment, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. That cheeky Su Yi, he must be doing this on purpose. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. As Su Yi entered a state of seclusion to absorb the primordial energy, the atmosphere within the grand hall grew somewhat awkward. The young lady sat obediently, occasionally feeling the scrutinizing gazes of Mu Wanqing and the goddess of death beside her, making her quite uneasy. At that moment, she felt akin to someone meeting their partner's parents for the first time, an overwhelming sense of nervousness engulfing her. No, that comparison was far from accurate. She had yet to reach such a relationship with the insufferable Su Yi. At best, it was a master-servant dynamic. Yes, she was the mistress, and Su Yi was the servant. After all, her body belonged to her. It was only natural for her to take the lead. As long as she remained silent until Su Yi returned, everything would be fine. However, just as the young lady contemplated slipping through the situation unnoticed, Mu Wanqing spoke up. Qinghuan, hearing her name called, the girl trembled slightly and instinctively replied, Witnessing this scene, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but smile and quickly reassured her. There's no need to be so tense. We are like family. Your younger brother is currently within you, and he must be causing you quite a bit of trouble. We ought to express our gratitude for your care of him. And no trouble at all. The young lady shook her head. If only Su Yi would refrain from mocking her for being inexperienced, from sneaking in at midnight to give her massages, and from secretly logging in while she bathed. It would indeed be far less troublesome. Senior sister, I have a question for you. Mu sister, please go ahead. Upon hearing this, the girl let out a sigh of relief. A question? That seemed simple enough. She merely needed to provide an answer. However, when Mu Wanqing's next words rang out, the young lady's mind went blank. You have feelings for your younger brother, don't you? Chapter 167. Do you like him? A gift for the meeting, do you? Have feelings for the junior disciple? As Mu Wanqing's voice faded, her enchanting gaze fell upon the girl. How intriguing. Beside them, the goddess of death appeared utterly entertained, waving her jade hand to conjure a throne of death, ready to watch the unfolding drama. I. Upon hearing the question, Luo Qinghuan's delicate face flushed crimson at an astonishing speed. Even wisps of white vapor began to rise from her head. Little did she know that Sister Mu's initial inquiry struck directly at the heart of the matter. Dare I say, do you like Su Yi? In that moment, The girl found herself at a loss for words. To claim affection seemed rather frivolous, especially since she had yet to truly spend time with Su Yi, not even knowing what he looked like. To profess such feelings might be seen as irresponsible, both to herself and to Su Yi. Yet, to assert indifference felt equally difficult. She had grown accustomed to his presence, to his teasing her about her naivety, to his devilish charm, and to the sense of security he provided. This was not merely a habit. Torn by inner conflict, the girl furrowed her brows, her face awash with indecision. She and Su Yi shared a connection that hovered between friendship and something more profound, as if there was just one thing needed to shatter the barrier that held them apart. I do not know. After a long pause, Luo Qinghuan finally shook her head with a serious expression. Such a response was, perhaps, anticipated by Mu Wanqing. After all, emotions are cultivated gradually. With the air of a seasoned mentor, Mu Wanqing patted the girl's shoulder and winked. Make sure to seize the moment. I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing this, the girl's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Humph. You, who have been single for eons, dare to pose as a master of emotions. Interjected the goddess of death, crossing her arms dismissively. Mu Wanqing's lips twitched at this. Yet you are no spring chicken yourself. Humph. Unlike you mortals, I am still in the prime of my youth. The goddess of death retorted with a smug grin. You. The ensuing banter between the two longtime friends brought a smile to Luo Qinghuan's face. This warm sensation was truly marvelous. Had it not been for Su Ye's arrival, she might have found herself manipulated by the Taishe Jinren, reduced to a puppet of the Taishang Wanqing Palace. Deprived of such warmth, once their playful quarrel subsided, Mu Wanqing turned back to the girl. Qinghuan, this is for you. As she spoke, she suddenly removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it over. This is... Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. This is a jade bracelet I carry with me. Consider it a token of our meeting. Mu Wanqing smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. This is too much. The young girl hesitated, quickly shaking her head. Since it is something Sister Mu carries, it must be of great value. I cannot accept it. Not at all. If you refuse, I shall be quite displeased, Mu Wanqing said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with laughter as she gazed at the girl. Then, thank you, sister. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan realized she could not resist Mu Wanqing's insistence and merely nodded, accepting the jade bracelet. At that moment, the girl remained unaware of the profound significance this jade piece held. However, the goddess of death, observing nearby, was taken aback. This bracelet was no ordinary item. Mu Wanqing had already regarded the girl as a prospective sister-in-law, having made her decision. Yet, just as the goddess of death was processing this revelation, she suddenly felt an ominous gaze directed toward her. The goddess of death was momentarily stunned, realizing that Mu Wanqing was staring at her with an unfriendly expression. What's the matter? For some reason, a sense of unease washed over her. You are meeting Xiao Qinghuan for the first time. Shouldn't you express something? Mu Wanqing said with a cheerful smile. The goddess of death replied. Oh, you clever Mu Wanqing. So, you are already scheming for your sister-in-law's benefit, are you? Chapter 168. The Laws of Space, the Artifact of the Demigod. All right. This goddess shall comply. At last, under the benevolent gaze of Mu Wanqing, the goddess of death, unable to withstand the pressure, gritted her teeth and nodded. A pained expression etched on her face. Observing this scene, Mu Wanqing discreetly winked at Luo Qinghuan. Little Qinghuan, as the master of the Forbidden Zone, she possesses numerous treasures. Whatever she offers, do not refuse. It would be foolish to decline. If there is anything you desire, simply express it, and your senior sister will procure it for you. The girl responded with a puzzled expression. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, that wretched Su Yi still hopes to take advantage of the goddess of death. If Mu Wanqing assists her in this endeavor, what will be left for that insufferable Su Yi? The goddess of death interjected. All right. What a bold conspiracy at the Celestial Palace. Do you not think you're being a tad too loud? Days later, within the Kunlun realm, a figure clad in black sat cross-legged. And as the last remnant of primordial power fused into their being, Su Ye's aura grew stronger, and a familiar force surged within. The host has absorbed their own primordial power, gaining the laws of space. The host's current spiritual realm has been elevated. Current realm has ascended to the 5th star of reincarnation. At this moment, with the infusion of primordial power, the system's voice resonated continuously. The laws of space? Upon sensing this power, Su Yi felt a sense of surprise. Most of his time was spent within Luo Qinghuan's body. Even when he could emerge to share the same space with her, he could not remain for too long or stray too far. This was due to the rejection he faced from the surrounding space. With the power of the laws of space, he could command spatial forces, disregarding the world's rejection, thereby allowing him to stand beside the girl in spiritual form. Although he could not yet manifest in physical form, he would no longer face the previous limitations. Now, if Luo Qinghuan were to feel sorrow, he could gently caress her head in his spiritual guise. Furthermore, possessing the laws of space granted him numerous advantages. Indeed, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. This journey had yielded significant rewards. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in cultivation and assisted Mu Wanqing in dispelling the burdens of fate, but he had also acquired the power of the heavenly Tao. Though he was yet to discern the utility of this power, its potential to fill the floating pagoda alone made it worthwhile. It seemed imperative to locate the remaining senior brothers and sisters of the Celestial Palace swiftly, to aid them in dispelling their burdens of fate. However, from Mu Wanqing's words, it was evident that each individual encountered different fates imposed by the heavenly Tao. Her power was restricted, even her alchemical skills hindered. It remained uncertain what burdens the other seniors bore and whether they would prove to be challenging. Regardless of the challenges, he would not shy away from the task. Sigh. It was time to venture forth. I wonder what delightful expression will adorn Luo Qinghuan's face upon my sudden appearance before her. Su Yi let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he resolved to take action. In the next moment, his dark soul essence vanished from the Kunlun realm. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of the Palace of Death, a young girl was idly swinging her legs. Though she was engaged in her cultivation, her lips moved incessantly, imbued with a tone of deep melancholy. That insufferable Su Yi. It's as if he has vanished into thin air. It has been days without a trace of him. The girl lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. Accustomed to Su Yi's presence, she felt a gnawing discomfort after just a few days without speaking to him. She contemplated visiting the Kunlun realm to check on him, yet hesitated, fearing she might disrupt his endeavors. Still, she dreaded the possibility of waiting any longer, fearing she might transform into a resentful figure. Lo, what are you mumbling about? At that moment, Su Yi's voice suddenly resonated. Huh, and nothing at all. Luo Qinghuan quickly shook her head, not wishing for Su Yi to witness her sorrowful demeanor. However, she soon realized something peculiar. Typically, Su Yi's voice echoed within her mind, directly penetrating her consciousness, but just now, it seemed to emanate from beside her ear. The girl froze, instinctively looking up to behold a dark soul essence standing before her. Though she could not discern its features, she sensed an expression of delight, a smile illuminating its presence as it gazed at her. Su Yi, what is this? Luo Qinghuan stood up, gently covering her mouth in disbelief. This was the first time she had seen Su Yi manifest in such a form beside her. Most importantly, she could unequivocally sense his presence at her side. Lo, what is this? As Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, Su Yi's gaze reflected a similar astonishment. For before him stood the girl, having shed her familiar white dress for an elegant black gown. The ancient, godly attire accentuated her figure, revealing graceful curves, and the black dress fit her splendidly. Her appearance seemed to have been meticulously refined. Previously breathtaking in her natural beauty, she now resembled a celestial being, unmatched in splendor. Do I look good? The girl bit her red lip, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Over the past few days, senior sister Mu had visited frequently, assisting her in enhancing her appearance, assuring her that she would undoubtedly captivate the young junior brother. Ahem. It's quite all right. Su Yi coughed lightly, initially intending to feign indifference, but upon catching sight of the girl's sorrowful yet beautiful eyes, he promptly altered his response. It's quite good. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Luo Qinghuan's face. By the way, Su Yi, look at this. It was given to me by senior sister. She seemed to have recalled something, proudly raising her delicate wrist, revealing a dark green jade bracelet that caught Su Yi's attention. Moreover, this black dress was also a gift from Death Sister. This is a semi-divine artifact, the medicine god's bracelet. Upon seeing the jade bracelet, Su Yi's expression changed, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "A semi-divine artifact?" Hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's face shifted, She had believed the bracelet to be valuable, yet it surpassed her expectations in worth. Indeed, the medicine god's bracelet grants the wearer immunity to all toxins and continually enhances their alchemical prowess, Su Yi elucidated. What? Such immense value? The young woman murmured, her lips slightly parted. Even though Mu Wanqing was a Nine Tribulations emperor, a semi-divine artifact was something that such powerful beings could only yearn for but never easily obtain. This black dress is equally remarkable. It is also a semi-divine artifact, known as the Death Battle Armor. Once donned, it significantly amplifies the combat prowess of the practitioner, allowing for a remarkable leap in their mastery of the 3,000 great paths within a short span. Glancing at the young woman's elegantly fitting black dress, Su Yi reiterated, "It is also a semi-divine artifact?" At this moment, the young woman could no longer maintain her composure. This welcome gift is rather extravagant, is it not? Chapter 169. The Supreme Forgetting of Emotions, Truly a Path to Destruction. No, I must return this to Senior Sister Mu and the others. Luo Qinghuan bit her lip and spoke hastily. No need. Just accept it. However, Su Yi shook his head. Furthermore, this is no ordinary gift. After all, who bestows 2.5 divine artifacts as a mere greeting? Huh. Upon hearing this, the young girl was momentarily taken aback, her realization dawning upon her. Such a precious gift. It was as if the family of the giver held her in high regard, and it was clear that Mu Wanqing had already considered her as the little sister-in-law. As soon as these words left her lips, the young girl's delicate face turned crimson, as if blood might drip from it. Have you come to understand? Seeing her flustered expression, Su Yi could not help but grin and inquire. The girl's voice was barely above a whisper. Then, I suppose I shall accept it. Please don't misunderstand. I don't mean it that way. I simply do not wish to disappoint Senior Sister Mu's kindness. Luo Qinghuan emphasized earnestly. In response, Su Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and then shared with her the matter of his mastery over the laws of space. Does this mean you can frequently appear beside me in the future? A flicker of joy seemed to dance in the girl's beautiful eyes. Yes, Su Yi nodded with a smile. All right, Luo girl, come with me to seek out Senior Sister. There are still some matters I wish to inquire about, particularly concerning the laws of death, which require the assistance of the death goddess. With that, Su Yi strode ahead towards the side hall. However, upon glancing back, he noticed that the girl had not followed. Frowning slightly, he thought little of it and grasped her delicate hand, leading her outside. At the moment their soul bodies made contact, Luo Qinghuan's heart raced like a startled deer, her already rosy cheeks deepening in hue, as if this were their first touch. Although it was merely a soul body, the sensation felt remarkably enchanting. If in the future, the insufferable Su Yi were to restore his physical form, what would that tactile experience be like? Ugh, what am I thinking about? How embarrassing. No, she meant holding hands, nothing more. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the more she contemplated, the more her head felt heavy, and her face grew even redder, wisps of steam seemingly rising from her little head. Why has this girl gone blank again? Observing this scene, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. In the Palace of Death, in the Grand Hall, Mu Wanqing and the Death Goddess were engaged in conversation when suddenly, the hall doors swung open. There stood Su Yi, cloaked in a dark spirit form, leading the way, with the girl in the black dress trailing behind him. Indeed, the sight of a black dress paired with the little brother's dark attire was striking. The two individuals are indeed a perfect match. Witnessing this scene, Mu Wanqing grew increasingly pleased with them. Donning a semi-divine artifact and the death battle armor. How could they not be a match? Beside her, the goddess of death wore a face filled with sorrow. Junior brother, what is this? Mu Wanqing turned to look, and upon discovering that Su Yi could now appear in a soul state, she felt a twinge of confusion. Although Su Yi had manifested before, it was entirely different from the freedom he exhibited now. Senior sister, I have once again grasped the power of spatial laws from the primordial force, Su Yi explained with a smile. To regain such power from just a hint of primordial energy? Truly a prodigy, the goddess of death remarked in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect that the primordial force would assist you, junior brother, to such an extent, Mu Wanqing added, equally astonished, relieved that she had not squandered that sliver of primordial energy belonging to her junior brother. The primordial energy you provided to the other senior brothers and sisters should still be intact. If you find them, It may further enhance your abilities, Mu Wanqing continued. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask you, senior sister, do you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of my other senior brothers and sisters in the Heavenly Palace? Su Yi inquired hastily. As for that, Mu Wanqing shook her head. Due to the constraints of the heavenly laws of cause and effect, our connections have long been severed, and we cannot communicate. Gathering together would only strengthen the heavenly laws, making it nearly impossible for anyone to withstand it. Thus, we decided to part ways. However, with that said, Mu Wanqing slowly retrieved 8 jade tokens from her storage ring. Before we separated, I crafted their life tokens. As long as the tokens remain unbroken, it signifies they are not in immediate danger. Upon hearing this, Su Yi looked over. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan also emerged from her dazed state and followed his gaze. These life tokens seem to radiate light, but the light is incredibly dim, some even more so. She appeared to have discovered something and curiously inquired. The dim light indicates that their current locations are quite distant. The brighter the light, the closer they are. Mu Wanqing explained with a smile. Then, she gently handed the 8 jade tokens to Su Yi. Junior brother, you can use these to seek out your senior brothers. Su Yi nodded, accepting the tokens. Locating his senior brothers would not only help expel the heavenly law's influence, but could also expedite the process of reconstructing his physical form, making it one of his primary objectives. Senior sister, what are your plans moving forward? Su Yi asked again. After all, his senior sister was a 9 tribulations emperor, and having such a free ally was indeed tempting. Plans, you say? Mu Wanqing pondered for a moment. I must remain in the black soil dead mountain to gradually restore my strength. Although the heavenly Tao's causality has been expelled, the recovery of my power is somewhat sluggish, and I am currently only able to wield the strength of a first tribulation emperor. The notion of a first tribulation emperor indeed weighs heavily on me, as I furrow my brow at the formidable nature of the heavenly Tao's causality. Even though it has been eradicated from Mu Wanqing, its lingering effects are undeniably severe. Nevertheless, regaining my strength is merely a matter of time. There is no need for a complete retraining. Once I have fully recovered, a visit to the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace will be necessary. At that moment, a statement from Mu Wanqing left both Su Yi and Luo Qinghuan momentarily stunned. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace? Why does my senior sister wish to go there? They owe me something, and I must retrieve it, Mu Wanqing replied coolly, her disdain for the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace evident. What is this item? Su Yi and Luo Qinghuan inquired, puzzled. A certain object that may assist you, junior brother. In reconstructing your physical form, Mu Wanqing said with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, the gravity of the situation deepened for both of them, as the reconstruction of Su Ye's body was of utmost importance. Senior sister, it just so happens that we also need to visit the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace. Oh, you both need to go as well? Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes glinted with interest. Yes, Su Yi nodded, proceeding to share the details regarding the matter of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace's goddess and the intent to control Luo Qinghuan as a puppet empress of salvation. As his words fell, the gentle demeanor on Mu Wanqing's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy indifference. Dare they lay a hand on my sister-in-law? The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace truly seeks its own demise. Chapter 170. The Divine Maiden's Astonishment. Just a little, when will it be? Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes fell upon Su Yi and Luo Qinghuan, and she gently inquired. The selection of the Divine Maiden of the Taishang Forgetting Emotion Palace is likely to take place in approximately 2 months. Su Yi pondered briefly before responding. 2 months. Mu Wanqing nodded slightly. She then snorted softly, stating, in 2 months, I will have regained some strength. At that time, I will come to find you, junior brother. And little Qinghuan. If the Taishang Forgetting Emotion Palace dares to lay a hand on little Qinghuan, they shall not blame me for being merciless. Nearby, upon hearing this, the death goddess revealed a smirk of schadenfreude. The denizens of the celestial palace are indeed fiercely protective. The Taishang Forgetting Emotion Palace believes they can easily manipulate Luo Qinghuan, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that this seemingly delicate maiden is not only undergoing a transformation, but also harbors a brazen rogue within her. Moreover, this rogue is protected by a very devoted senior sister. And there are 8 other equally protective seniors as well. Sister Mu. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan glanced at the dark soul spirit before her and then turned her serious gaze toward Mu Wanqing. What is it, little Qinghuan? Mu Wanqing's eyes softened as she looked at her. Sister Mu, you mentioned that the Taishang Forgetting Emotion Palace might possess something that could aid Su Yi in reconstructing his physical form? What could that be? Luo Qinghuan's face was filled with earnest curiosity as she asked. While the others were discussing the selection of the divine maiden of the Taishang Forgetting Emotion Palace, her attention remained fixed on what Mu Wanqing had mentioned. Luo girl, I never expected you were so eager to see your brother Ye's handsome face. Su Yi immediately cast a teasing glance her way. I did not. The young girl's face flushed crimson, seemingly pricked at her soft spot. Yet her stubborn nature compelled her to retort. Then why is your face so red? Su Yi gazed at her flushed cheeks, smiling broadly. I take pleasure in it. It's none of your business. The girl averted her gaze, shooting him a glare. Ha ha. Su Yi laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and the death goddess silently observed the scene, a playful smile appearing on their faces. This, I cannot disclose just yet. Once it is in hand, you shall naturally know, Mu Wanqing responded with a light chuckle, shaking her head mysteriously. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Junior brother, when do you plan to depart from the Black Earth Dead Mountain? Mu Wanqing then asked. Upon hearing this, the death goddess immediately perked up her ears. She felt a lack of security if this rogue did not leave. As for that, there's no rush, Su Yi replied with a smile, turning his gaze towards the attentive death goddess. What do you intend to do? Upon seeing that familiar glimmer in his eyes, the death goddess felt her instincts stir. Such a gaze. This fellow is once again eyeing the treasures of the Dark Earth Death Mountain. The Undying Emperor's elixir was completely harvested by you last time. Although millennia have passed, it has yet to fully regenerate. You must not disturb them. Moreover, the Dark Earth Death Mountain has been stripped of all its valuable resources. Since your last venture, these countless years have not sufficed for replenishment. The only semi-divine artifact, the death armor, still clings to your little wife. The goddess of death declared, her tone resolute, clearly unwilling to allow Su Yi to procure anything. Beside them, Luo Qinghuan flushed at the mention of little wife. But I recall that there exists an undying divine herb in the Dark Earth Death Mountain. Su Yi murmured. No way. The goddess of death retorted immediately, but soon regained her composure and shook her head. No, there is no such undying divine herb. I have never heard of it. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Noticing the goddess of death's instant reaction of denial implied that indeed, the Dark Earth Death Mountain harbored the undying divine herb. However, he chose not to press further. After all, whether by demand or outright theft, the goddess of death would not allow him to succeed, especially since his powers had yet to be fully restored. It would be prudent to allow the undying divine herb to mature in the Dark Earth Death Mountain for now. Actually, I do not ask for much. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the goddess of death. I merely require your assistance in refining Luo Yada's mastery over her death laws. In terms of controlling the laws of death, he might have been inferior to the goddess of death millennia ago, but in this life, once he attained the 9 Tribulations Emperor status, he would effortlessly surpass her in mastery of the death laws. Yet, he still needed the goddess of death's aid for Luo Yada's refinement of the death laws. No, the goddess of death was adamant. Having been deceived by this rogue in the past, she vowed not to fall into the same trap again after so many years. Wait, what did you say? However, as she finished her statement, realization struck her, and a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she turned sharply toward the girl in the black dress beside her. Her tone filled with incredulity. You mean, Xiao Qinghuan has also grasped the death laws? Indeed. Seeing the astonished expression on her face, Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. Hiss. She has merely reached the great ability stage, yet she can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? What a jest! The goddess of death was utterly astonished. Although she had previously witnessed Su Yi controlling the girl's body to execute the terrifying death technique, she had assumed that was Su Ye's ability and not something Luo Qinghuan could achieve. After all, under normal circumstances, only those who reached the Emperor realm had the opportunity to come into contact with the laws of heaven and earth. Yet here stood the girl in black, who seemed to touch the threshold of these laws even at the great ability stage. Hiss, you two truly are prodigies. The divine maiden has finally grasped the meaning of the saying, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. The goddess of death gasped in astonishment. In her eyes, Luo Qinghuan's talent is simply terrifying. However, It seems that you might not be as formidable as your little wife. After all, you, the great emperor, have only just comprehended the laws of death, while little Qinghuan has already done so at the realm of great power. The goddess of death playfully glanced at Su Yi. It is Su Ye's brilliance that has aided me in understanding the laws of death. Luo Qinghuan quickly interjected from the side. The goddess of death was momentarily speechless. The young girl before her certainly possesses the potential to become a devoted protector of her husband. Very well. This individual is indeed worthy of being called the most resplendent emperor of the human race. Hence, this goddess shall assist her in refining the laws of death. At the realm of great power, one can approach the threshold of these laws. The goddess of death was also curious to see to what extent little Qinghuan could wield the laws of death. With a slight nod, she declared, "Come along, follow me." With that, she tossed her hair and strode towards the entrance of the grand hall. Observing this, Su Yi promptly urged Luo Qinghuan to follow. "Luo girl, let us go. This is an exceptional opportunity. There is an abundance of death energy, and we need only a small portion." "Hey, billionth." The young maiden instantly understood, nodded, and promptly followed suit. Chapter 171. Insights into the laws, departing from the forbidden zone. On the desolate expanse of the black soil dead mountain, a group followed the goddess of death to the pinnacle of the highest peak of the forbidden zone. The cycle of life had long concluded, and the oppressive aura of death enveloped the area, far more potent than in previous days. "What a dense atmosphere of death," remarked Luo Qinghuan, her eyes shimmering with the potent energy surrounding her. The goddess of death, interpreting the girl's astonishment as admiration for the mountainess might, remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Qinghuan was merely preparing for her own acquisition. With a disdainful huff, she declared, "If it weren't for the influence of the cycle of life, I could easily obliterate that old fool with a single punch." Her lingering resentment towards the skeletal demon elder was evident, as her tone shifted in irritation. "Now, little Qinghuan, sit cross-legged atop this peak. This is the highest point of the black soil dead mountain, saturated with the essence of death. It was here that individual comprehended the laws of death. You may do the same. During this process, I shall assist you," the goddess instructed, pointing towards a massive, obsidian stone not far away. "Understood." Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod. "Go forth." Beside them, Su Yi and Mu Wanqing exchanged amused glances towards the girl. "Su Yi, Mu Shiji, I shall proceed now," she stated, and with that, she swiftly approached the dark stone, settling into a meditative position. Many millennia ago, that insufferable Su Yi also grasped the laws of death here, she murmured, caressing the stone, almost as if she could still sense the warmth of someone who once sat upon it. "Little Qinghuan, are you prepared?" The voice of the goddess of death resonated from a distance after a while. Taking a deep breath, the girl nodded affirmatively. "Su Yi is formidable. I must strive to match his pace." "Then let us commence," said the goddess, raising her delicate hand. The terrifying laws of death summoned the surrounding deathly aura, transforming into ancient rhythms that merged seamlessly with the atmosphere. These were her profound insights into the laws of death. The extent of comprehension depended entirely on the girl herself. Without hesitation, Luo Qinghuan followed Su Ye's guidance and consumed a qi-gathering pill, fervently absorbing the ancient rhythms of death that permeated the air. The goddess of death was momentarily taken aback by this scene. "A qi-gathering pill? Is this yet another scheme of that fellow?" Furrowing her brow, she murmured, "However, the pill merely accelerates the pace of comprehension. The depth of understanding relies on little Qinghuan's own insights into the path. She cannot force it." Yet, before she could finish her thought, she was astonished to witness the deathly aura, imbued with the essence of the laws, perfectly integrate into the girl's being, facing no resistance whatsoever. To think little Qinghuan's understanding of the path is so profound, she mused in disbelief. Mu Wanqing was somewhat taken aback, her satisfaction with the young girl growing with each glance. Indeed, the girl, Luo, had seized the essence of perfect heaven and earth, naturally enhancing her comprehension of the great Tao to an extraordinary level. Meanwhile, Su Ye's gaze fell upon the black-dressed girl sitting cross-legged, as he remarked with a smile, "What? Perfect heaven and earth essence?" Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and the goddess of death exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. No wonder. Ever since the demise of the young disciple tens of thousands of years ago, This realm had not witnessed the birth of a fourth individual capable of seizing the perfect heaven and earth essence, highlighting the immense difficulty of such an achievement. Even she, the illustrious Empress of Medicine, had only grasped 90% of the essence, falling short of perfection. To think that the fourth person to attain the perfect heaven and earth essence would be the little wife of the young disciple. It seemed that Su Yi was intricately connected to this. How infuriating. The goddess of death had sensed this fellow's ill intentions. She clenched her silver teeth, casting a fierce glare at Su Yi, who was in a state of dark soul essence. If the perfect essence of heaven and earth combined with the chi-plundering pill, then her insights into the laws of death would not suffice to nourish the girl before her. How vexing. Who would have thought that after tens of thousands of years, the bandit emperor would bring forth another female bandit to procure goods? This was simply a fierce wife and a bandit husband, taking without reservation. Nonetheless, the goddess of death remained true to her word. However much comprehension Luo Qinghuan could attain, she would provide. What is this called? Vision. As the continuous influx of insights into the laws of death flowed into the girl's body, Su Ye's mind was filled with the sound of the system. Luo Qinghuan's comprehension of the laws of death has improved. The great Tao Master has been activated. The host's comprehension of the laws of death has also received a corresponding enhancement. Oh, is this as if one person is receiving two portions? Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. This was an incredible profit. After several dozen hours had passed, the goddess of death was completely drained. I truly have nothing left, she declared. Let little Qinghuan ponder this slowly. After uttering these words, the goddess of death yawned and returned to her palace to catch up on sleep. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this time, Su Yi had not been idle. He occasionally entered and exited the girl's body. With the space laws in place, his soul could move freely, which Su Yi found immensely pleasurable. Luo Qinghuan's mastery of the laws of death grew increasingly proficient, to the extent that she could strip away the life force of a practitioner of a lower realm with just a glance. Truly, a mere gaze could bring death. Meanwhile, Su Yi employed his divine-grade inscription forging technique to enhance the two newly acquired semi-artifacts for the girl. He added the inscription, double blessings. When wearing the medicine god bracelet to refine pills, one can produce 2 pills from a single refinement, greatly conserving the consumption of spiritual herbs, a must for frugality and household management. To the medicine god bracelet. As for the death battle armor, the addition of a deathly aura, clad in a black gown, exuding a chilling demeanor, capable of awakening dread in all who behold her. As the intent is to embrace the dark path of a female tyrant, it is only fitting that others feel the oppressive presence of this formidable figure. A few days later, within the death palace, junior brother, Xiao Qinghuan, are you planning to depart? Mu Wanqing inquired as she regarded the two before her. Indeed. Su Yi nodded. Our purpose has been fulfilled. It is time to take our leave. I shall see you off, Mu Wanqing said, rising slowly. There is no need. Sister, you should focus on restoring your strength, Su Yi gently countered. Having regained mastery over the laws of space and possessing the void vessel, he could return to the Xuantian Sacred Sect with great swiftness, allowing Mu Wanqing to concentrate on her recovery instead. Very well. Please take care, junior brother. Mu Wanqing advised. Understood, Su Yi affirmed, then turned to the girl beside him. Luo girl, your brother is entering now. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. As Su Ye's soul merged with her, she waved goodbye to Mu Wanqing and the death goddess. Sister Mu, Sister Death, we shall take our leave now. With that, she slowly turned and departed from the scene. Observing the girl's retreating figure, the death goddess exhaled in relief. Fortunately, only a bit of death energy and comprehension of death laws were sacrificed. The valuable treasures have been preserved. Do not celebrate too soon. When the junior brother returns as the 9 Calamity Emperor, alongside the mischievous Xiao Qinghuan, I wonder how this desolate land will cope, Mu Wanqing remarked playfully. As if sensing her thoughts, the death goddess replied. Indeed, that seems plausible. By then, both will have attained the status of emperor. A ruthless emperor accompanied by a female tyrant. Who in the heavenly Xian 9 domains could withstand such a force? This is the second update. My gratitude to everyone. It has already reached 9 points. Haha. Chapter 172. The renowned maiden days have passed since the cyclical sun turned. The blood-red demonic aura and the terrifying might of the emperor indeed left the cultivators who entered the Black Earth Dead Mountain in awe. When the Elder of 10,000 Swords and his companions managed to escape, they exaggerated the events to an extraordinary degree. Tales of a severed finger subduing the demon emperor and the word death suppressing the heavens spread like wildfire. They boasted with unrestrained bravado. For no one had witnessed firsthand the events that transpired atop the Palace of Death. The overwhelming imperial might had rendered them prostrate on the ground. As these rumors circulated, the expressions of the powerful factions in the wilderness sky domain shifted dramatically. Could a mere severed finger truly quell a demon emperor? Was it possible that it belonged to a divine being? Meanwhile, before a shop in the Dead City, a merchant was left dumbfounded. For the first time in the store's history, it had received a negative review. He simply could not comprehend how such a thing could occur. Shouldn't those wishing to leave a bad review have perished? Could it be that they had returned from the dead? The Battle Heaven Palace was also in turmoil, as they realized that not only had they gained nothing from this venture, but they had also suffered the loss of a 6-star profound emperor, a devastating blow. Yet, even in their anger, they dared not voice their frustrations. After all, even the leader of the Battle Heaven Palace would likely meet a grim fate if he ventured into the Black Earth Dead Mountain. With the cycle of life having concluded, the Death Goddess was in an exceptionally irritable mood. Should the palace leader dare to confront her, he would surely bear the brunt of her pent-up wrath. At this moment, the Lord of the Extreme Demon Valley was also consumed by sorrow. Like those he had previously dispatched, the ancestor of Bone Demon had vanished without a trace. Gazing upon the shattered life tokens of the Bone Demon ancestor, the Lord was overwhelmed with anguish. The ancestor was a 6-star profound emperor, and more importantly, he possessed the demonic heart of the Lord of Red Sky. With his demise, that heart was undoubtedly lost as well. It was known that their valley had only received 2 relics of the demon lords, and losing one was a significant blow. Curse it! The Lord of Extreme Demon Valley roared in fury. Why did it seem that an invisible force consistently worked against them during their missions for the demon lords? Who was sabotaging their efforts? He could not fathom how the Bone Demon ancestor, possessing the Lord of Red Sky's demonic heart, could elevate his power to the Emperor realm. And yet he could not prevail. This Bone Demon ancestor was like a farmer lamenting a harvest gone awry. Damn it! He was determined to uncover what truly lay within the Black Earth Dead Mountain. In a fit of rage, the Lord of Extreme Demon Valley stepped into the void. After a moment, the void opened once more, and he returned, dejected. All his thoughts coalesced into a singular conclusion. It was futile. In the desolate realm of the Abyssal Domain, it is once again the time for the annual recruitment of disciples by the Xuantian Sacred Sect. This year, however, the influx of aspiring disciples is significantly greater than ever before. Their eagerness is directed towards a singular figure, the esteemed senior sister of Frost Sword Peak, Luo Qinghuan. Luo Qinghuan has garnered an illustrious reputation throughout the Abyssal Domain, having triumphed at the Alchemist Alliance Grand Assembly, where she single-handedly vanquished the elite practitioners of the Alliance. Not only is she renowned for her breathtaking beauty, but her prowess and alchemical skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Countless individuals yearn to catch a glimpse of her visage. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Xuantian Sect, the Supreme Leader exclaims, "This year, the fresh blood we are welcoming into our sect far exceeds previous years by several fold. Additionally, numerous first- and second-tier forces have sought to forge alliances with our sacred sect. It is truly thanks to the reputation of young Qinghuan that we are afforded such treatment." The venerable Elder Xianin strokes his long beard and laughs heartily. Indeed, this brings a sense of pride and vindication. All credit is due to Qinghuan. Inside the hall, the assembly of elders of the Xuantian Sect cannot help but express their astonishment. Among the many first-tier forces, the Xuantian Sect is not particularly formidable, as it boasts only one sovereign-level powerhouse, the Moon Princess. Thus, they are often compelled to act in deference to other factions. Yet now, everything has altered due to the presence of this singular prodigious disciple. Typically, sects exhaust their resources to elevate one individual to greatness. However, in the case of the Xuantian Sect, it is reversed. A single maiden has elevated the entire sect standing. Who could have anticipated that Qinghuan would truly dominate the Alchemist Alliance Grand Assembly, besting not only the esteemed Princess Qingzhu of the Wuji Divine Dynasty, renowned for her innate alchemical talents, but also Li Qingyang of the Alliance? An elder, unable to contain his admiration, remarks. It is astonishing to think that she could seize victory so decisively. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Xuantian Sect nod in agreement. Reflecting on how they initially believed her participation would merely be a formality, given Elder Qian's comment that she had only attempted alchemy once. They never expected her to emerge as the champion. Yet, regarding the matter of the Emperor-grade alchemical formula as a prize, they tacitly chose not to inquire further. After all, Qinghuan's triumph was a result of her own capabilities, irrelevant to them. However, rumors from the Alchemist Alliance suggest that Qinghuan has ventured alone into the Black Earth Dead Mountains. Although the cycle of life has recently returned, that region remains a perilous zone. Furthermore, unsettling reports indicate that the Black Earth Dead Mountains are fraught with danger, as a terrifying Imperial might seems poised to flatten the area. At this juncture, one elder expresses his concern, though he also admires the young woman's courage. Entering such a life-threatening territory is something they would likely never dare to do. Qinghuan, she should be fine, he muses. Amidst this, within the hall, the Moon Princess gently shakes her head and finally speaks. She was acutely aware of the complexities of young maidens. Behind Luo Qinghuan loomed an immensely formidable protector. Yuji even harbored suspicions that the recent tumultuous events in the Black Earth Dead Mountains were likely connected to the enigmatic figure safeguarding the young maiden. Upon hearing this, the assembly of elders nodded in agreement. Saint Lord, a significant personage has arrived at our Xuantian Sacred Sect. In that instant, an elder of the Xuantian Sacred Sect rushed in from the Great Hall, urgency etched upon his face. A notable figure? The mere mention of this sent all the elders of the Xuantian Sacred Sect to their feet, their brows furrowed in concern. How could a person of such stature arrive at their sect at this juncture? Naturally, those who could be deemed significant were none other than individuals from the 5 supreme factions. Elder Su, who is it? Yuji inquired, her brows slightly knitted in curiosity. In response to the Saint Lord, Elder Su promptly replied, "It is the Saint Envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Emotions Palace, the Celestial Phoenix Goddess, and Miss Nangong Meng of the Nangong family." The Supreme Forgetting Emotions Palace? Upon hearing this, the elders of the Xuantian Sacred Sect exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with perplexity. What could be the purpose of their visit at such a time? However, as Yuji absorbed this information, she could not help but exhibit a noticeable change in countenance. Chapter 173. You may continue, but at the cost of your life. The Moonlit Saint? What brings her here? Yuji furrowed her brows. Initially, during their discussions, it was the Moonlit Saint who deemed Luo Qinghuan the most suitable candidate. However, upon discovering the terrifying protector that safeguarded Luo Qinghuan, she chose to follow her heart, abandoning the Moonlit Saint's counsel and opting to rebel. Yet now, with the Moonlit Saint's arrival, how was she to justify her actions? Alas, let us proceed to welcome her. Yuji rose slowly. After all, the Moonlit Saint represented the supreme emotionless palace, and at this juncture, their Xuantian Sacred Sect could ill afford to offend such a formidable power. Thus, the elders, though puzzled, followed suit. At the gates of the Xuantian Sacred Sect, an increasing number of new disciples joined, and after testing their talents, many opted for the Frost Sword Peak among the 7 peaks. The other 6 peaks, witnessing this scene, cast envious glances, yet felt somewhat helpless. For it was clear that the allure of Sister Luo was the driving force behind these new disciples' decisions. "Everyone, please be patient, one at a time." A soft and adorable voice rang out from the crowd. It was Ran, the female disciple who had previously been rescued by Luo Qinghuan within the Kunlun realm. It seemed she had switched her allegiance, joining the Frost Sword Peak. At that moment, she busily attended to those eager to join her new peak. Somewhat flustered by the task, having witnessed Sister Luo's prowess and heard of her various exploits, Ran yearned to become like her, which motivated her to pursue Sister Luo's path at the Frost Sword Peak. Boom! Just then, in the heavens above, a resounding roar erupted. A unicorn steed, drawing a magnificent palanquin, shattered the void with each step as it descended from the sky. That was the unicorn palanquin. This was the exclusive conveyance of the envoy from the supreme emotionless palace. Upon witnessing the grand spectacle above, the gathered cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically, their gazes snapping upward. Soon, some recognized the identity of the palanquin's occupant, their faces filled with astonishment. The supreme emotionless palace, one of the 5 leading powers of the wild heaven domain? They gasped. How could they possibly be here? Moreover, it is an envoy that has arrived. The mention of this incited a collective intake of breath among the cultivators. Filled with speculation, the Supreme Emotionless Palace held a status akin to other powers, yet uniquely boasted an envoy position, responsible solely for one task: to find suitable candidates for the Divine Maiden. The Supreme Emotionless Palace, often referred to as the Divine Palace, designated this so-called Divine Maiden as a potential successor to the palace's leadership, signifying an extraordinarily elevated status. However, aspiring to become the Divine Maiden of the Xuantian Palace is no simple endeavor. Rather, the conditions are exceedingly stringent, and the competition is fiercely ruthless. The selection of the Divine Maiden occurs only once every few millennia, during which the Xuantian Palace gathers the candidates discovered over the ages for a competition. Only the strongest among them is deemed worthy of ascension to the role of the Divine Maiden. It is said that the Xuantian Palace is entirely composed of women, and remarkably beautiful ones at that. Perhaps you all might lend me your support in my quest for divinity. Once I conquer the Xuantian Palace, I shall ensure that each of you receives a disciple from the esteemed palace. Count me in. Such an opportunity? Count me in as well. Nevertheless, one must ponder, how could the divine emissary of the Xuantian Palace possibly arrive at the Xuantian Sacred Sect? Could it be that there exists a female disciple within the Xuantian Sacred Sect suitable to become a candidate for the Divine Maiden? At this moment, the assembled cultivators began to grasp the situation, their expressions filled with confusion. Of course, have you all forgotten about Sister Luo? Not only is Sister Luo beautiful and kind-hearted, but her strength and talent are undeniably of the highest caliber. If she is not qualified to be a candidate for the Divine Maiden, then who is? One disciple from the Xuantian Sacred Sect remarked with a hint of irritation. Indeed, the case for Sister Luo is compelling. Should Sister Luo emerge victorious among the multitude of prodigies and ascend to the role of Divine Maiden, could she not become the future sovereign of the Xuantian Palace? This is indeed a fortuitous prospect. Would we not then rise alongside her? After all, when one achieves enlightenment, even the lowly rise with them. Another disciple, regaining his composure, laughed heartily. While the reasoning holds true, one cannot help but feel a certain unease. Who is the fowl, and who is the hound in this scenario? As the crowd engaged in lively discussion, high above in the heavens, the unicorn beetle came to a halt, and the palanquin it bore swung open. From within emerged a maiden clad in a blue gown, her face concealed by a veil. She was none other than the Blue Moon emissary of the Xuantian Palace, a formidable being of the reincarnation realm. Upon sighting the blue-clad maiden, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with intrigue, immediately drawn to her presence. Following the Blue Moon emissary, two enchanting figures emerged. One donned a fiery red gown adorned with a phoenix motif, while the other wore a blue and white long dress, her brows slightly furrowed, indicating her displeasure. This was the Phoenix Maiden, among the top 3 prodigies of the Xuantian Palace, and reputedly one of the candidates for the Divine Maiden. Her strength has reportedly reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, yet it remains to be seen when she will break through to the realm of the mighty. The realm of the mighty? Could it be? Among the younger generation of the wild heaven domain, none have yet reached the realm of the mighty. Is the Phoenix Maiden destined to be the first? A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd. And who is the other? That is Nangong Meng, a prodigy from the reclusive Nangong family, who has long since joined the Xuantian Palace. Amidst the hushed murmurs surrounding her, Nangong Meng's gaze swept over the assembly of disciples from the Xuantian Sacred Sect gathered beside the lofty Qianbao sedan, seemingly in search of a particular figure. Nangong Jr.'s sister, it would be wise not to act recklessly, cautioned the Phoenix Goddess, her brows furrowing slightly, as if aware of her intentions. Rest assured, Senior Sister Huang, I am well aware of my limits, Nangong Meng replied, narrowing her eyes and speaking in a chilling tone. I merely wish to ascertain the prowess of Luo Qinghuan, the one who has usurped my candidacy for the title of Divine Maiden. If she truly surpasses me, I shall have no further remarks. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Goddess shook her head in exasperation. This foolish woman still failed to comprehend that, regardless of Luo Qinghuan's abilities, the fact remained that she had already been forsaken by the Divine Palace as a candidate. Where is Luo Qinghuan from your sect? I demand to see her. Have her come forth at once, Nangong Meng declared, arms crossed, her voice icy as she addressed the disciples of the Xuantian sacred sect below. Beside her, the saintess of the blue moon remained silent, opting to use Nangong Meng's presence as an opportunity to observe Luo Qinghuan's current progress in her cultivation. At her words, the expressions of the Xuantian disciples shifted markedly. There was an unmistakable tension in the air. It seemed that the arrival of the Taishang Wangqing Palace was anything but amicable. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, no one daring to respond to Nangong Meng. Noticing their reticence, Nangong Meng's brow furrowed as she directed her gaze towards the plaque of the Frost Sword Peak, her eyes landing on the foremost figure, and ran. "You, inform Luo Qinghuan that I wish to see her immediately." Luo's senior sister is currently not within the sect, and Ran stammered, her trepidation evident. Yet she managed to relay the message. "Not here. That wretched girl must be avoiding me, knowing she has stolen my rightful place." Nangong Meng scoffed derisively. "Senior sister Luo is not a wretched girl. You cannot speak of her that way." And Ran instinctively retorted, her voice rising in defense. "A mere outer disciple dares to contradict me?" A glint of coldness flashed in Nangong Meng's eyes as she raised her hand, poised to strike. The saintess of the blue moon observed the unfolding scene without intervening. After all, she regarded Nangong Meng merely as an outer disciple of a first-rate power. And if a blow were to land, so be it. "Nangong Junior's sister, do not take such extreme measures," the Phoenix goddess admonished, her brow furrowed in concern. "Wait. This young lady from the Nangong family is open to discussion," interjected the voice of Yuji, urgent and insistent. However, Nangong Meng paid little heed to Yuji's words. After all, she was merely a formidable figure among the saints. While she herself was the head of the Nangong family, her father also a powerhouse among the saints. She felt no fear. With a sudden, forceful motion, her hand came crashing down. And Ran gasped, tears streaming down her pale cheeks, her face ashen with fright. Yet, in that very moment, an invisible force seized control of Nangong Meng's descending hand. A cold and indifferent female voice echoed simultaneously. "You may proceed, but I assure you, it will lead to your demise." As her words hung in the air, the crowd instinctively looked up, and upon meeting her gaze, a flicker of astonishment passed through their eyes. It was Senior Sister Luo. Chapter 174, The Darkened Maiden. "I shall fulfill you." Accompanied by a voice that was both indifferent and melodious, the crowd instinctively lifted their gazes. Above in the heavens, fissures appeared in the void, and soon a colossal warship emerged, shattering the emptiness before the astonished eyes of all present. Was that a sacred artifact of space? Who could the newcomer be? As they beheld the warship materializing from the void, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. Before they could ponder the identity of the master of this space-bound vessel, a graceful figure suddenly appeared atop the celestial warship. The crowd looked up in unison. Upon the void vessel stood a woman clad in a black gown, her figure slender and poised, arms crossed, her beautiful eyes radiating a chill. Her exquisite visage was striking, yet her demeanor exuded an aura that repelled approach, instilling a profound sense of fear within the hearts of those who gazed upon her. It was as though they were in the presence of a sorceress reigning above the heavens. "That is Sister Luo." As the members of the Xuantian Holy Sect focused on the figure in the black gown, their breaths hitched in shock. Had Sister Luo transformed into an entirely different person? Previously, Luo Qinghuan had been remembered as a gentle soul in white, radiating kindness. But now, she donned a black gown, elevated and emanating an air of frigid aloofness. Even the hurriedly arriving Yuji and Grand Elder Xianming were taken aback, frozen in place. Particularly the former, who, upon witnessing the girl in the black gown, felt her brow furrow in grave concern. It appeared that she had become increasingly inscrutable. Had she grown stronger? The gaze of the divine Phoenix goddess fell upon the black-clad figure on the warship, her beautiful eyes reflecting a serious gravity. Sister Luo. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan, and Ran was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. You are Luo Qinghuan?" Meanwhile, Nangong Meng's expression darkened as she squinted at the girl in the black gown above. Upon recognizing her breathtaking beauty, even she felt a twinge of inferiority. Her already displeased countenance grew even more sour. Coldly, she declared, "So it was you who seized my candidacy for the Divine Maiden." "What? Candidacy for the Divine Maiden?" Could it be that Sister Luo had already secured the position? Upon hearing Nangong Meng's words, the crowd's expressions shifted, surprise etched upon their faces. Yet, upon reflection, it was not unexpected. Given Sister Luo's remarkable talents, it was only fitting that she would have been granted such an honor long ago. As Nangong Meng's words lingered in the air, the girl in the black gown merely cast a fleeting glance her way, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Even if I were to strike her, what could you possibly do? Observing the black-clad maiden who appeared utterly indifferent, a flush of indignation surfaced on Nangong Meng's face. With her hand raised, she brought it down forcefully towards Enrant's cheek. As a distinguished prodigy of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace and the daughter of the secluded Nangong family head, why should she cower before a mere genius of a first-rate power? The energy surged in her hand as it descended, generating a fierce gust of wind. She could see Enran gazing at Luo Qinghuan with evident admiration. Thus, she decided to use Enran as a pawn to strike a decisive blow against Luo Qinghuan's spirit. Faced with Nangong Meng's impending slap, Enran's face paled, leaving no opportunity for her to evade, and she instinctively cried out. However, in the blink of an eye, the anticipated agony did not manifest on her cheek. Instead, a more anguished scream pierced her ears. Opening her eyes, she turned to the side and saw that the wretched cries were emanating from Nangong Meng, whose face had turned ashen, eyes wide with terror. Her raised hand had vanished, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Beside her, a figure in a black dress had appeared, delicately holding a sword in her jade-like hand. I had already warned you. Do not move. Luo Qinghuan, sword in hand, glanced at the writhing Nangong Meng with an air of indifference, her lips parting slightly. At that moment, as the sword fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, and the members of the Xuantian Sacred Sect stared in disbelief at the composed maiden. Is this truly the gentle senior Sister Luo? That sword strike, so striking. Even Yu Ji and the elders of the Xuantian Sacred Sect were left in utter astonishment. What extraordinary speed! They hadn't even discerned how the young maiden had appeared beside Nangong Meng and delivered that swift blow. Suyi, do you think my spatial principles are a jest? My hand. How dare you injure this young lady? Nangong Meng wailed incessantly, her once beautiful visage now grotesquely contorted, glaring at the maiden before her with frenzied rage. You vile creature, how dare you harm me? I shall have you killed. Slap. Before her words could fully escape, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Holy envoy. Nangong Meng stared in shock at the Blue Moon envoy who had struck her, confusion filling her eyes. Apologize to Miss Luo. The Blue Moon envoy stated coolly. What? At this proclamation, Nangong Meng was immediately agitated. Luo Qinghuan had severed her arm, and she was expected to apologize? On what grounds? She was merely a genius of a first-rate power. The secluded Nangong family had no reason to fear an ordinary first-rate sect. She is a candidate for the Divine Maiden, while you are not. In response to Nangong Meng's confusion, the Saint of the Blue Moon merely offered a brief explanation. Yet, this single statement sufficed to convey the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Meng's expression darkened considerably, but under the pressure exerted by the Saint of the Blue Moon, she could only grit her teeth in reluctance and cast a reluctant glance at Luo Qinghuan, murmuring an apology. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a dispassionate voice from the girl before her interjected, Did you just refer to me as a wretched woman? Nangong Meng was momentarily taken aback. Her thoughts momentarily stalled when she suddenly noticed the girl in the flowing black dress displaying a remarkably benevolent smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of manic crimson light. You enjoy calling others wretched, do you? Then allow me to oblige you. Chapter 175. Autonomy in Darkness, Astonishing All. As Luo Qinghuan's words echoed in the air, an even more audacious smile adorned her exquisite visage. She raised her delicate hand towards Nangong Meng, channeling the laws of death, while countless wisps of deathly energy materialized into dark, lethal swords surrounding her. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing this scene, Nangong Meng's complexion paled, and as she attempted to flee, she found herself ensnared by a terrifying pressure that rendered her immobile. The very fabric of space around her completely locked down. Suyi clapped his hands with a grin, the laws of space manifesting instantaneously. If Luo was to take a life, his allegiance to her was unwavering. However, the derogatory term slut uttered by Nangong Meng seemed to have awakened a hidden facet of Luo Qinghuan's character. Could it be that Luo would awaken some deranged attribute? Suyi furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, it mattered little. He was more than capable of handling it. Since you wish to call her a slut, I shall grant your desire. The girl smiled benignly, her hand waving gracefully. And the multitude of swords forged from deathly energy surged forth with a resounding whoosh towards Nangong Meng. Impossible. Observing this, the Blue Moon Holy Envoy frowned. It was one thing to reprimand Nangong Meng, but to slay her was a result she could not bear to witness. How noisy. It is merely the act of taking a life. Do you truly believe you hold the authority to interfere? At this moment, the Suyi within Luo Qinghuan's body narrowed his eyes. With a sweeping gesture, the laws of space emerged, instantly imprisoning the Blue Moon Holy Envoy in place, rendering her incapable of movement. At best, the Blue Moon Holy Envoy was merely a strong practitioner of the reincarnation realm. In terms of their shared level, could she possibly surpass Suyi? However, with the mastery of spatial laws, Suyi found his actions decidedly more exhilarating. Even without direct engagement, he could covertly assist Luo Qinghuan. What? As she found herself immobilized, the Blue Moon Holy Envoy's expression shifted, instantly suspecting that Yuji had intervened. Yet upon observing her bewildered countenance, she quickly deduced it was not her. After all, Yuji would not dare offend the esteemed palace of forgetting emotions unless she was willing to forego their transaction. So who could it be? Was there another formidable presence observing this realm? At that very moment, as the Blue Moon Holy Envoy remained trapped, the multitude of swords, conjured from deathly essence and commanded by Luo Qinghuan, descended upon Nangong Meng's form. Since you relish in calling others sluts, then let me transform you into a sword-bearer. The air was filled with agonizing wails. The piercing cries reverberated, leaving even the members of the Xuantian holy cult pale and trembling with fear, their gazes towards the girl rife with trepidation. Sister Luo's decisiveness in execution is remarkable. Is she truly a pure holy body of innate purity? Witnessing this, Yuji's expression grew exceedingly grave. It was indeed true that the girl possessed the pure holy body of innate purity. Such a constitution should not be capable of committing such atrocities. Yet, in the treacherous realm of cultivation, such a gift could be a significant liability. The consequences were likely to be dire. It was that formidable protector who liberated Luo Qinghuan from the constraints of her physique. Alas, what manner of being is this? The ability to alter one's constitution is nothing short of celestial. The scene also bewildered the Blue Moon Saint, who was equally perplexed. Was it not promised that she possessed the innate pure holy body? How could such cruel methods be employed? This resembles nothing less than the actions of a female demon. How could she possibly be the savior Empress? In this moment, the Blue Moon Saint found herself questioning her existence. The innate pure holy body? Could it be that something went awry during the process? Never mind, never mind. As long as she practices the supreme forgetting emotion technique and submits to the palace master for proper guidance, she will eventually find her way back to the right path. The Blue Moon Saint shook her head, offering herself some comfort. Meanwhile, Nangong anguished cries gradually subsided. Every inch of her skin was suffused with the aura of death, a consequence of the death sword penetrating her body and corroding her vitality. She had become a mere specter, devoid of life, a sight truly ghastly. Witnessing this scene, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, gazes fixed upon the young girl in the black dress above, filled with shock, fear, and reverence. She had grown stronger yet again. Beside her, the Phoenix goddess's beautiful eyes reflected her astonishment. The techniques the young girl had just displayed were entirely beyond her experience. Initially, in the divine weapon secret realm, her cultivation had surpassed that of the girl, but in a matter of mere months. She felt that Luo Qinghuan's strength had reached an unfathomable depth. How had she cultivated so? Once all was done, the girl dispersed the death aura and took a deep breath. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing Nangong Meng utter the word bitch, she instinctively felt an overwhelming urge to kill her, not merely to end her life. Moreover, upon completion, she sensed her heart racing, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her. Yet, she was acutely aware that this sensation was not born of fear, but rather of excitement and exhilaration. Suyi. The girl parted her crimson lips slightly, a twinge of concern creeping in. Would Suyi think her to be wicked? However, just as her trepidation surfaced. Su Ye's gentle laughter resonated in her mind, soothing her. Luo girl, you have done splendidly. For such a person, this demise is but a triviality. Just a mere Nangong Meng, after all. If she must be eliminated, then let it be so. Even if she hails from the hidden Nangong family, what of it? At most, they possess a few holy master-level powerhouses. If need be, I can send the Black General, or perhaps enlist the help of my senior sister. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qinghuan's anxious heart finally found solace. How curious. She appears to be indifferent to the gazes and opinions of others. Yet when it comes to Su Yi, she seems to care deeply. Could this feeling be what senior sister Mu referred to as affection? As the young woman finds herself in a state of confusion, the voice of the system resonates incessantly in Su Ye's mind. Detection of Luo Qinghuan's autonomous darkening complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Chapter 176. The Darkened Faith. The Supreme Realm. As the voice of the system resonated in his mind, a notification emerged. Detection complete. Luo Qinghuan has autonomously darkened. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Reward. Fan Club of the Dark Sorceress. The mention of a Dark Sorceress. Fan Club? Su Ye's lips twitched slightly at the absurdity of it all. The Fan Club of the Dark Sorceress will enhance your cultivation and provide insights whenever Luo Qinghuan gains a new follower. Would you like to invest? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi affirmed, invest. Investment complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Darkened Faith. As the Fan Club of the Dark Sorceress gains another member, they will furnish the host with darkened value for the reconstruction of the physical body. As the saying goes, one vote for you, one vote for me. Tomorrow, the host shall undergo physical reconstruction. Darkened Faith, indeed, was not without merit. Su Yi nodded with satisfaction upon hearing the system's elucidation. Luo Qinghuan, how dare you kill her? At this moment, the Blue Moon Saintess finally regained her composure, her brows furrowed, and her expression darkened as she gazed at the girl clad in black. She was indifferent to the fate of Nangong Yu. Merely a hidden family of the Saint Master realm was inconsequential to the Supreme Forgetting Palace. What mattered to her was that Luo Qinghuan had audaciously defied her orders. An intolerable act for the Supreme Forgetting Palace. After all, as a candidate for the Divine Palace, absolute obedience was expected. However, upon hearing the Blue Moon Saintess's inquiry, the girl remained silent, her beautiful eyes resting expressionlessly upon her. What do you intend to do? A flicker of fear stirred within the Blue Moon Saintess as she met the girl's cold gaze, causing her to shudder involuntarily. With Su Ye's gradual corruption, the girl's darkened value had been steadily accumulating, and coupled with the aura of the death armor, she was beginning to exhibit the potential of a dark sorceress. Su Yi, what should we do with her? Should we play the role of the benevolent and send her to the afterlife? At this moment, Luo Qinghuan's gaze was fixed upon the Blue Moon Saintess. Though she appeared mute, she was silently communicating with Su Yi, preparing to purify the Blue Moon Saintess. Since you wish for me to be a puppet Empress of salvation, it seems only reasonable that I first purify you. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a wave of relief. Evidently, the girl had grasped the essence of his ruthless imperial heart. Yet, there was no rush. Patience is key. We shall cast a long line to catch a great fish. Let us not alarm the snake in the grass. Su Yi shook his head. Their target was not the Blue Moon Saintess, but rather the Supreme Forgetting Palace. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the girl nodded slightly. Since he had suggested it, they would spare the Blue Moon Saintess for now. Very well. At this moment, the Blue Moon Saintess sighed, and then cast a detached glance toward Luo Qinghuan. The ignorant Nangong Meng has perished, and so be it. Should you succeed in becoming the divine maiden of my Taishan Wanqing Palace, our sacred palace shall shield you from the wrath of the Nangong family. However, if you fail, then the fury of the Nangong clan shall be yours to bear. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan remained unfazed. She has Su Yi. What does Taishan Wanqing Palace possess? Unbeknownst to the holy envoy, what brings you here today? Beside her, Yu Ji quickly inquired. The selection of the divine maiden for our Taishan Wanqing Palace is imminent. The palace master has been informed of Luo Qinghuan's recent conduct and is quite pleased. Thus I have been sent to assess her progress in cultivating the Taishan Wanqing Sutra. Explained the Blue Moon Holy Envoy. I see, Yu Ji nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Xuantian Sacred Sect could not help but scoff. The selection of the Divine Maiden by Taishang Wanqing Palace is merely casting a wide net. Upon noticing the rising reputation of Qinghuan in the wild heavens, they have begun to take her seriously. Yet, when exactly did the Holy Master designate Qinghuan as a candidate for the Divine Maiden? It feels somewhat unjust. With Qinghuan's formidable strength, even without the palace's assistance, her future accomplishments would be remarkable. Furthermore, Taishang Wanqing Palace possesses an odd air of aloofness, creating a sense of distance. After all, among the 5 paramount forces, Taishang Wanqing Palace remains the most enigmatic, evading comprehension. The Alchemy Alliance consists of a band of potion enthusiasts. The Wujin Divine Dynasty is the human royal lineage, thus the most relatable, while the Battle Sky Hall is filled with those lacking in intellect, and the extreme Demon Valley comprises a collection of rogues. Only Taishang Wanqing Palace emanates an ethereal and mysterious aura. Qinghuan, how has your cultivation of the Taishang Wanqing Sutra progressed? Yu Ji's gaze fell upon the young girl as she mustered the courage to inquire. For the mysterious elder who once protected the girl had explicitly stated that she would not cultivate the Taishang Wanqing Sutra. Therefore, she was uncertain whether the girl had indeed practiced it. SOSO, barely adequate, Luo Qinghuan replied softly, noticing the cautious look in Yu Ji's eyes. Although she currently focuses on the heavenly devouring demon art bestowed by Su Yi, she also supplements her training with the Taishang Wanqing Sutra, as Su Yi had modified the technique to exert control over those who cultivate the original. How much is that? The Blue Moon Holy Envoy furrowed her brow. There is no need for you to elaborate. I shall discern it myself. With that, the Blue Moon Holy Envoy took a step forward, appearing beside the girl, intending to grasp her delicate wrist to directly sense the intensity of her cultivation in the Taishang Wanqing Sutra. However, the girl swiftly sidestepped, calmly stating, "There is no need for your concern, Blue Moon Holy Envoy. I can manage on my own." The Blue Moon Holy Envoy was taken aback. Narrowing her eyes, the expression on her face gradually grew grave. To evade her grasp with her strength at the reincarnation realm? At this moment, Luo Qinghuan paid no heed to the astonished gaze of the Holy Envoy Lan Yu. Instead, she channeled the Supreme Forgetting Heart Sutra. Instantly, an ethereal aura enveloped her, transforming her presence into something profoundly sacred, as if she had entered a wondrous realm. The misty energy spread outward like an ocean, enveloping all within its embrace, rendering their expressions dazed and their spirits light as air. What an immense manifestation of the supreme ethereal aura. She has actually cultivated the Supreme Forgetting Heart Sutra to such an extraordinary degree. Could it be that she has reached the realm of the Supreme? Witnessing this spectacle, both the Holy Envoy Lan Yu and the Phoenix Goddess were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. As disciples of the Supreme Forgetting Palace, they too had practiced this sutra. However, the ethereal aura they had cultivated resembled but a mere pond, a far cry from the vast ocean that radiated from the girl before them. Moreover, judging by her current state, it seemed she might even transcend into the supreme realm. The Supreme, the pinnacle of existence, represents a state of transcendence and wonder. According to their palace master, only through comprehending the Supreme could one transcend the mortal coil and grasp the opportunity to touch the divine realm. If one were to attain the supreme realm in its fullness, they might at the very least step into the demigod domain.